I am definitely the unluckiest senior brother. I joined a trashy small sect, but every junior brother and sister turned out to be hidden big shots. The second junior brother seems to be a child of some other dimension, always saying things like don't bully the poor young. The third junior brother is a reborn king, with the last name Han in his past life, and tends to take a step back when faced with decisions. The fourth junior brother is a reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, making decisions on his own, while the junior sister is the future empress of the demon race. Everyone disrespects me as the senior brother, but they don't know that I am even more ruthless, directly using cheats to cultivate, and can even see their attribute introductions directly. I looked at the newly accepted junior sister apprentice in front of me, named Hututu, nine-tailed celestial fox in her youth. Cultivation level, foundation establishment 5th stage, innate talent 10, charm 7, luck 8, exclusive skill, enchanting all beings. Evaluation. This is a young top-quality beast-eared girl. I felt happy in my heart. Finally a normal beast-eared girl instead of those rebellious disciples on the mountain. This little fox just arrived at the Qingyun sect today, and my master who I haven't seen in almost a year just gave me a brief explanation and hurried away, even sighing before leaving, as if getting rid of some trouble. The moment I saw her, the fox demon's golden light in the attribute panel almost blinded me. However, as the peak master of the Qingyun sect, my master actually accepted a fox demon as a disciple. If this news were to be spread, it would definitely be a big news in the cultivation world. Good. Master whose surname is Hu. And this little junior sister apprentice also has the surname Hu. Could it be that this little junior sister apprentice is master's illegitimate daughter? But this little junior sister apprentice is actually a naturally born fox demon. Could it be that master has actually captured a fox? How sensational is that? Truly worthy of being my master. But in that case, what should I do about those senior sister apprentices of mine? Shouldn't they be furious at master? While worrying about the fire in master's backyard, I couldn't help but feel excited again. With such a big handle in my hands, what unreasonable demands should I make? My facial expression remains unchanged, but my heart is already ecstatic and uncontrollable. The newly arrived junior sister apprentice. No, the old guy's fatal handle. Yes, he. Master, you don't want the senior sisters to know about this, right? Thinking of this, when I looked at my junior sister apprentice again, I put on a warm smile and said, Junior sister apprentice, you are new to Qingyun sect, unfamiliar with the place. I am taking you to familiarize yourself with the roads of Qingyun sect. In the future, when you go to various peaks for lectures, you won't get lost. Looking at me becoming eager, Hututu shook his head in confusion and said loudly, Master has already told me on the way that Qingyun sect is one of the 9 major sects in the current cultivation world. It has over 1,000 inner disciples, 10,000 outer disciples, and controls 72 blessed lands in Qingyun Holy Land. The sect covers an area of 10,000 kilometers, with abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and precious materials can be found everywhere. Those with great opportunities, blessings, and talents who enter the outer sect are like ascending to the heavens. Hututu recounted everything about Qingyun sect as if it were his own treasure, leaving me stunned. Qingyun sect is so good? I thought even a dog could get in. I slowly typed a question mark in my heart. When I first crossed over, my master came down from the sky and begged me to be his disciple. I thought he was a fraud from the rivers and lakes. I originally wanted to tell Hututu which mountains in Qingyun sect were gathering places for fools, where to go for free food and drinks, and which mountains to avoid, but I wisely kept my mouth shut. After the muddled map was finished, I coughed and said seriously, yes, these are exactly what I want to tell you. Since you already know, I won't introduce them one by one. Next, I want to tell you the most important thing for us, the hilltop. No, it's some information about our little mountain peak. Seeing my serious expression, Hututu also listened attentively. After all, it's the place where he will live in the future, so he naturally took it to heart. I raised a finger solemnly and said, on our hilltop, besides the old man, I am the boss. That's it? Hututu looked at Ouyang who had a serious face and suspected as if he had heard wrong. Ouyang looked at Hututu who was looking at himself dumbfounded, then said, follow me from now on. My rules are the rules. As for the other few rebellious sons on the hill, stay away from them, they are all sick. Speaking of this, Ouyang was a bit pained. It was because he had not established his authority when those rebellious sons first arrived at the mountain gate, thus causing him to now have no experience of being a big senior brother. Oh, looks like eldest brother is deeply prejudiced against us. As soon as Ouyang's words fell, a gentle voice came from behind him, and although the voice was gentle, the tone was unusually cold. Ouyang's body stiffened and turned around awkwardly, looking at a teenager in a Taoist robe standing right behind him. Ouyang barely managed to squeeze a smile on his face and said, Yo, isn't this Xiaobai? You came to climb the mountain too. What a coincidence. Chapter 2 Ancient Sword Immortal Reincarnated Junior Brother. Across from Ouyang stood a teenager. And again Ouyang could see an attribute panel. Name, by Feiyu, Reincarnation of an Ancient Sword Immortal. Cultivation level, 5th level of Foundation Building. Root Bone, 9. Charisma, 10+1. Lucky, 1. Kendo Qualification, 10+1. Exclusive skill, everything is my sword. Verdict, a super pretty master brother who has the demeanor of a Jedi sword immortal at a young age. Every time he saw Bai Feiyu's attribute panel, Ouyang couldn't help but sigh. This senior brother of his own is really something. At a glance, it was clear that this senior brother of his was the Heaven's Destiny protagonist. But this lucky one knew at first glance that it wasn't a child of luck. And Bai Feiyu's appearance likewise brightened up Hututu's eyes next to Ouyang. This young man's face is exceptionally handsome. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes. The corner of his mouth contains a smile, as if the breeze is gentle. With a white robe, his feet stepped on the flowing cloud boots, and a 3-foot green blade sword hung at his waist. The figure stood like a green pine, and the breeze whisked through the mountains. His clothes fluttered, as if he were an exiled immortal. The whole man seemed to stand in the light, warm as jade, so handsome. Hututu's eyes widened as she looked at the visitor, feeling her little 5-year-old heart begin to thump. Really too handsome, compared to this big senior brother next to me. This person in front of me is the senior brother in my heart. Little stars began to emerge from Hututu's eyes. His fleshy little face slightly reddened, and a hint of drool unconsciously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, the teenager did not look at her, but instead looked at Ouyang with a smile. Although he was smiling, Ouyang felt countless flying daggers shooting out from those eyes, wanting to nail himself on the spot. Cough. Little Bai, let me introduce you. This is the youngest senior sister Hututu that Master brought back. Youngest senior sister. This is your 4th senior brother Bai Feiyu. Ouyang introduced the two to each other. Master, elder brother? It's really my senior brother. Tutu, I love my senior brother the most. Hututu was so shocked by the sudden surprise that she froze on the spot and stammered. The thought of being with such a handsome husband in the future. No, senior brother. After spending time together, Hututu felt as if she was wrapped in countless cotton warmth. He. Thinking about the future days with senior Feiyu, Hututu's 5-year-old face revealed a 30-year-old aunt's smile. And hearing Ouyang's introduction, Bai Feiyu similarly placed his gaze on Hututu. Bai Feiyu's eyes condensed, his good-looking eyebrows wrinkled together. The Hututu in front of him had no place to hide in front of his own pair of eyes. Bai Feiyu opened his mouth with some dissatisfaction. What's going on with the master? He even collected a fox. Oh. Ouyang Fei pounced forward and directly covered Bai Feiyu's mouth. And Bai Feiyu just wanted to pinch out a sword trick to make the flying sword at his waist fly out and chop off the claws of the dog thief in front of him. Ouyang, however, pressed one hand on the hilt of Bai Feiyu's sword, and while doing so, he came over to Bai Feiyu's ear and whispered. Master explained, don't mention her identity in front of her, and also, her name is Hututu, and Master's name is Huyun. Bai Feiyu's eyes instantly enlarged and he looked at Ouyang with a shocked face. All surnamed Hu? Could this fox be Master's illegitimate daughter? Master actually captured a fox demon alive to help him cultivate? Are all the cultivators so powerful nowadays? Or are you really getting old? Bai Feiyu reached out and slapped off Ouyang's paw, looked at Hututu with a complicated face, and spoke expressionlessly. Since you've entered the mountain gate, you should cultivate properly, and in the future, stay away from eldest senior brother. He's sick in the head. The tone is old-fashioned, like an old-timer. Hututu, who was a spirit fox, felt Bai Feiyu's mood change very keenly. This handsome senior brother of his didn't seem to like himself from the first moment he saw him. You don't like a beautiful little girl like yourself? Hututu was lost and very confused. Could it be that this senior brother in front of him was the same as the uncles of Mount Qingqiu? Thinking of the handsome uncles on the hill of Qingqiu always laughing and joking in pairs, and always oblivious to the pretty aunts. Do dudes only like dudes? Crooked. People are still just a little kid. What's the point of being so serious? Ouyang reached out and pinched Bai Feiyu's face, wanting to pinch out a smile for the senior brother in front of him. Bai Feiyu made a lightning strike to grab Ouyang's wrist, and with a backhanded tackle held Ouyang down on the stone wall. Pain. You rebellious son. I'm your eldest senior brother. Ouyang shouted in exasperation as he cried out in pain. Hututu looked at the two jostling senior brothers. His heart had more than a hint of understanding. No wonder he was so cold to himself. So it's because you're afraid that your naturally beautiful self will steal away your big brother? That's a strange one for a mountain gate. Bai Feiyu and Ouyang fought for a while, and it was only after Ouyang's pleas for mercy that Bai Feiyu let go of Ouyang's shoulders. Ouyang rubbed his shoulder and said with a grimace, "What are you doing down here if you're not practicing in the mountains? Could it be that you purposely came over to pick us up?" Bai Feiyu shook his head and said, "Today is the day of the master's lecture. I'm going to listen to the lecture. The master is very dissatisfied with the attendance of our small mountain peaks, saying that he lectures and we always don't go. It's very disrespectful to him, saying that if next month's sect competition, if the small mountain peaks refuse to participate again, he said he'd get rid of us along with our masters, and this time, he lectures and let me go by name, and if I don't go, Master Sect Master will really get angry. That old fool shakes his head every day and talks himself to sleep. So what's he going to do? To get rid of his name? Let him get rid of. Last time he secretly went to Jade Lady Peak and was beaten out. Someone has already used the immortal recording stone to record the whole thing and send it to me. TSK. I'll tell you. That Chu's soul mark on his face. See it clearly." Yang opened his mouth indifferently. Bai Feiyu nodded. This elder brother of his own seemed to have social bullying since he was a child. The 72 peaks of the Green Cloud sect were filled with his foxy friends. Since he had seized the palmist's handle, there was nothing to be afraid of. He himself had recently reached the most crucial time for polishing his sword heart, and he didn't want to waste his time on it, reincarnating for so many years until now. He had been polishing the perfect sword heart that he hadn't even achieved in his previous life, and now that it was the most crucial moment, he didn't want to waste any time. Looking at the exasperated eldest senior brother in front of him, Bai Feiyu's mind flew out a long way. Bai Feiyu was harboring a big secret in his heart that no one knew about, and that was that he had once been an ancient sword immortal in his previous life. Having awakened the memories of his past life, Bai Feiyu then joins the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 major sects of the day. In addition to the cultivator's own talent and techniques, the most important thing is the cultivation resources. Before one's strength is strong enough, entering a large sect will make one's cultivation twice as fast. Ever since he himself joined the Green Cloud sect 5 years ago, yet he always felt like he was being led astray by this eldest senior brother in front of him. The original ancient and unperturbed state of mind was ruffled by this bastard's fire every day. However, in his previous life as a sword immortal, has always been practicing White Feiyu. This life can put down the heart to re-feel the beauty of the youth. White Feiyu also happy. Bai Feiyu returned to his senses, his face once again becoming calm as he spoke. "Then I'll go back first." "Wait." Yang, who had just been furious, instantly changed his face and called out to Bai Feiyu, who was ready to leave. "You have something else?" Bai Feiyu opened his mouth and asked. Yang said somewhat curtly, "I heard that recently senior brother's sword royalty has gone to the next level. Why don't you let me open your eyes?" Bai Feiyu looked at Yang with a smile on his face and said, "Eye-opening? Don't you want me to lead you?" "Oh, I forgot. Senior brother is still in the chi practicing stage and can't control a sword." Yang's old face reddened and said sardonically, "I just don't want to escalate. And also, can you call a band between fellow disciples?" After saying that, Yang shook his head and said, "Bring Huya, can bring also. Me so." The 3-foot green blade sword at Bai Feiyu's waist directly turned into a stream of light and flew out, lifting Bai Feiyu to charge straight at Yang. Yang, who was still chewing on the words, raised his eyes and looked at it, and suddenly his heart was shocked. This rebellious son even wanted to kill his brother. Yang hurriedly jumped to the side to narrowly avoid the flying feather, and as Bai Feiyu grabbed Hu Tutu's hand and flew his sword high into the air, Hu Tutu let out a scream. With the 3-foot green blade sword under his feet transforming into a long green rainbow, Bai Feiyu directly took Hu Tutu towards the distant peaks, leaving only Bai Feiyu's voice echoing in the valley. "If senior brother doesn't come back before dusk, then we won't leave any food." Chapter 3, My Hang-Ups Are Hang-Ups. Damn it, recasting the majesty of the eldest senior brother is incumbent on my generation. Yang belabored in his mind as he climbed the mountain path. Ding! The host's gain from this hangout has arrived, and this hangout has gained true chi plus 1000. Hearing the voice ringing in his head, Yang reluctantly chose to collect it, and a weak warm current flowed from his belly to his limbs and then disappeared without a trace. Yang idea tapped on his attribute panel. Name, Yang, Traveler, Cultivation Level, 9th level of Chi Cultivation, Root Bone, 1, Charisma, 6, Lucky, 1, Special Qualification, True Chi Value 906962543, Exclusive Skills, Not Opened. Verdict, you're the worst class of hosts I've ever had, the strongest hanging system in history. This is its own traveler's perk. As long as you lie still, you will automatically fall into the hanging state, and you can collect the true essence value that you cultivate while hanging. But the downside is that you need to be motionless and not be able to do anything. Ever since he crossed over and awakened this system, he himself still scoffed at such a system that would only hang on. One has to rise to the top of this world with one's superb natural talent. Beyond the vision of this world, one is just going to die and jump off a small mountain peak without using this salty system. But now, hey, it smells good. After all, One's own exhaustive cultivation for a day was not as fast as the system's 10-minute boost by hanging up. At first, Yang would comfort himself, "I'm not eating the system's soft rice. I just like to lie down with nothing." Now Yang, Master Showdown. Master is hanging. But as the hanging time gradually lengthened, Yang gradually noticed that something was wrong. One huge downside to the system is that it can't be upgraded. Grass. You can only collect the true chi value that hanging gives you, but you can't upgrade. The cultivation level in this world is the same as the one recorded inside the novel. Why is it the same? Because the author is too lazy to think about it. Chi training, foundation building, node dan, yuaning, out of body, divine separation, conjugation, Mahayana, and transition, 9 great realms, and each great realm is divided into 9 layers, taken from the meaning of 9 to 1. Further up is the immortal realm, which all immortal cultivators dream of. When he received his hanging true chi and broke through all the way to the 9th stage of chi cultivation, he was never able to go any further. His own cultivation level stayed at the chi practicing stage forever. As for why, Yang always felt that it had something to do with his system. Even if one was that billion points stronger than the usual chi practicing stage, chi practicing was only chi practicing after all. It was impossible to condense true chi into true essence, let alone condense true essence into Jindan. And then the Dan shattered into an infant. From a little genius who practiced chi at the 9th level overnight, he turned into a waste that would forever remain at the chi practicing stage. Yang's mental fall fell from the sky directly to the ground. Immortal cultivation is only considered initiated when one steps into the foundation establishment stage. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage, those dazzling magic treasures and supreme Dao methods could be accessed. And now he was just short of that critical foot. But that foot was like an eternal moat that he simply could not step over. Although the realm was unable to climb, the amount of one's true chi had increased to a terrifying figure with the help of the hanging system. He himself now had no feeling for the amount of true chi. After all, it was just a number. Even if the number was more, would it allow him to break through to foundation establishment? Sword flying is a Dao that only the foundation stage can comprehend. His own dream of stepping on an immortal sword and flying around had been shattered. Cultivation that can't step on a fairy sword and embrace a fairy sister in flight has lost its soul. Whenever he thought about it, Yang tossed and turned and had trouble sleeping. And another disadvantage of not being able to climb in the realm is one's lifespan. The chi practicing stage would allow one's appearance to be fixed at the age of 18, but one's lifespan was nowhere near as long as that of cultivators in the higher realms, compared to a cultivator in the Mahayana stage, who could not move without living for thousands or tens of thousands of years. The chi practicing stage can live up to 200 years, which is considered tops. That is, if he had been unable to break through, then he would have to delete his number and start over in 200 years at the latest. 200 years was but a moment to an immortal cultivator, and it could be a lifetime for himself. Yang retrieved his thoughts and shook his head with some annoyance, pulling out a yellow talisman from his bosom, which was a divine movement talisman given to him by his third senior brother, Chan Chong Shang. As long as one tore open the talisman and injected true chi, the formation on the yellow talisman could be activated. It can make a person twice as fast. Let's put those annoying things aside and go back to dinner first. Just now that rebellious son said that he wouldn't leave food for himself if he didn't return before dusk. Eating is the biggest thing in the world. Yang murmured. Wind. Suddenly, above the mountain path, a mountain wind blew, and the strange wind from the foot of the mountain upwards gently pushed Yang forward. Yang injected his true chi into the yellow talisman, which instantly turned into a fiery light and disappeared, followed by a burst of golden light flowing from his own body. Yang flung himself in the direction of the small mountain peak and ran quickly. Chapter 4, The Reborn Third Brother. At sunset, Yang finally ran to the top of the small mountain peak located in the far corner of the Qingyan sect. The entry point was a small 4-square courtyard. Yang wiped a non-existent false sweat on his forehead, straightened his somewhat wretched clothes, coughed and pushed open the door. In the small 4-square courtyard, a large tree stood in the middle of the courtyard, and Bai Feiyu stood with his feet pointing on the branches of the tree facing the setting sun with his arms folded. White clothes fluttered like an immortal. The new junior sister was curled up on a chair under the tree with her hands clasped around her legs, looking at Bai Feiyu in the tree with a florid face. Standing on a tree every day and pretending to the sun. Isn't it only monkeys that stay on trees every day? Yang ventriloquized sourly. Suddenly, Yang's nose sniffed, and the aroma of the meal had drifted out from inside the kitchen. Hey, just in time for dinner. Yang walked to the dining table under the tree, pulled out a chair, sat on his butt next to Hututu, reached out his hand and gave Hututu a brain crash and said, "Don't look at it. Good looking can't be food. Ouch. Eldest brother. It hurts." Hututu hugged his furry head and cried out in dissatisfaction and pain. Just as Hututu was ready to pounce towards Yang with his teeth and claws open, A simple-looking teenager walked out with a rice tray. The teenager saw Ouyang and said with a simple smile, "Eldest senior brother, you're back." Just as the meal was just ready, Ouyang stood up and walked over to the teenager and smiled as he took the rice tray and said, "Changsheng ah, what did you make today? Have you stewed the three-eyed flower plume chicken I petted from Spirit Beast Peak?" Stewed. Isn't second senior brother in the middle of a critical breakthrough? "I don't dare to forget the things you specifically explained," the teenager replied in a continuous voice with a cautious expression. Ouyang saw the teenager a look of fear and trepidation. "Also do not care, since this master brother is this appearance, said how many times cannot be changed." Then looked at Hututu said, "That is our new little sister. Xiaobai gave you an introduction yet?" "We said hello. Master's vision is as good as ever," the teenager said with an exclamation. Even if Master wasn't here, the teenager's voice was still full of reverence. If it wasn't for the fact that Ouyang was able to see the attribute panel of this senior brother of his, Ouyang would have thought that this senior brother of his was a naive and honest person. Name, Chen Changsheng, reborn. Cultivation level, 3rd level of Jidan stage. Root bone, 8. Charisma, 9. Lucky, 7. Formation qualification, 10+1. Exclusive skill, living puppetry. Verdict, a heavily persecuted and delusional old cunt with a heavy dose of rebirth. Not bad. This senior brother in front of him was reborn from the future. I thought that by Feiyu, the reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal, was already perverse enough, but compared to reincarnation, rebirth was even more mind-boggling. It was probably because before he was reborn, the death of this senior brother was too miserable, causing him to become unusually cautious after he was reborn. Ouyang suddenly reached out and pinched Chen Changsheng's face and said, "Senior brother, you standing here right now shouldn't be a puppet, right?" The puppet made by this senior brother in front of him with his 11 points of formation qualification was able to fool even the system. Chen Changsheng's body stiffened, leaving no trace of a slight step back. Then he reluctantly smiled and said, "How could that be? Eldest brother, how could I still use a puppet inside my own family's dojo?" Hearing Chen Changsheng say this, Ouyang instantly knew that this Chen Changsheng in front of him must be a puppet refined by this senior brother of his. This retrograde son's persecution paranoia has gotten even worse. When the bowls and chopsticks were set up, Chen Changsheng excused himself and left the small courtyard, returning to his room. Eldest senior brother. This senior brother seems a bit strange. There's no living person's anger in his body. Moreover, I've obviously seen his face, but now I've forgotten what he looks like. Hututu whispered to Ouyang. "Ah, don't worry about this. This senior brother of yours is a little bit strange, but his character is very good. But, let me tell you, in our small mountain peak, you can mess with anyone. Just don't mess with this third senior brother of yours," Ouyang said to Hututu in a serious tone. Hututu nodded plausibly. Seeing Hututu's unimpressed look, Ouyang added, "Otherwise, you won't know how to die." Hututu instantly cold hairs stood up. Always felt that the senior brother just now smiled a fake smile. Obviously the same as himself as a Jidan stage cultivator. But Hututu keenly felt, if they fought, they would instantly die themselves. It was clear that he could be an invincible existence at the same level with the power of his bloodline. Ah, there must be something very wrong with this third brother. Hututu hugged the bowl and silently ranked Chen Changsheng as the most dangerous character in Little Mountain Peak in his heart. It was at this time that Bai Feiyu jumped down from the tree and glanced at Ouyang, and Hututu suspiciously said, "Second senior brother is still in seclusion?" "Probably." Qingsong said that he has a new understanding of the way of the sword and has been in seclusion for 3 days. Ouyang chattered a chicken leg into Hututu's bowl and replied without lifting his head. Bai Feiyu let out an oh-so-quiet sound, but his gaze still went to his second senior brother's room. As an ancient sword immortal himself, the first time he felt a sense of oppression from a teenager was from this second senior brother of his. If one's previous life self was a genius born for the way of the sword, then this second brother is simply the sword path was created for him. Even his own self, who had seen countless sword Dao geniuses in his previous life, was the first time he had seen such an astonishingly heavenly existence as his second senior brother. Just as the three of them were eating their meal, a sudden, biting sword light instantly broke through the roof of second senior brother's room and shot up into the sky. The sharp sword light was like a pillar of light, causing the sky, which had already been darkened, to re-illuminate. This is sword intent. Bai Feiyu's chopsticks couldn't help but fall out of his own hands as he looked towards his second senior brother's room with a stunned expression. Even if he himself was still polishing his sword heart and had yet to pick up his sword intent, while this second senior brother had already comprehended a sword intent that belonged only to himself at the age of a teenager. Based on his own natural talent alone, that was a sword intent that could only be comprehended by a sword cultivator who had reached the out-of-body stage. And Hututu's entire body shrank into a ball and shivered the moment this sword light rushed out. And Ouyang sipped a mouthful of the chicken soup in the bowl and smacked his lips. The soup stewed by this three-eyed flower plume chicken is just delicious. No wonder those guys in the Spirit Beast Peak are watching so closely. Yang sighed as he looked at the tumbling tiles and bricks and mortar, then shouted towards his second senior brother's room. Song, you kid, fix the roof for me tomorrow. You've already lifted off the roof 3 times this month. Chapter 5, Little Old Man, Son of the Realm. As Yang roared, a teenager in a black power suit walked out of the house clutching a sword. The young man was dressed in a black power suit. His body was enveloped in a murderous sword intent, and just by looking at him, he made people feel intimidated. A 3-foot sword was held tightly in front of the teenager's chest, and the teenager's breath was still a bit disorganized, but it had begun to stabilize. The teenager took a long breath, slowly opened his eyes, looked at Yang and nodded, spitting out a raw word, good. Yang looked at this teenager who lifted off the roof of his room with some egg pain. This teenager was none other than his second senior brother, Song, and the cargo that made him feel the most headache in the whole mountain. Name, Song, Son of the Realm. Cultivation level, 7th level of Dan formation. Root bone, 10+1. Charisma, 10. Luck, 10. Kendo qualification, 10+1. Exclusive skill, I am the sword. Verdict, a bit of a social phobic son of the realm. A natural protagonist. Every time he saw Song's attribute panel, Yang couldn't help but curse out. Damn. Being born good is good. Some people are born in Rome. Some are born as bulls and horses. It's a real people pleaser. But this is a pup that you raised with your own hands. The scene from back then was still vivid in front of Yang's eyes now. After he got the system himself, he met Song, who was an orphan. And when he saw Song's panel attributes, Yang clapped his hands on the orphan and adopted him. Making a good relationship with the children of the realm early on was fundamental to being able to survive. His 5-year-old self took the 3-year-old Song and wandered around, until he met his master, Hu Yun, who cried and begged to take both of them as his disciples. Think of your own master begging for it. In a farmland, 5-year-old Yang and 3-year-old Song are munching on sweet potatoes stolen from the ground. An immortal Taoist priest fell from the sky in front of the two of them. Little friend, you have a destiny with me. Would you like to be my disciple? The Taoist master is none other than the current master Hu Yun, and seeing Hu Yun falling from the sky, Yang subconsciously chooses to refuse. After all, he had awakened the system, and the cub he was carrying was still a son of the realm. So what kind of cat or dog wanted to come and be his master? Hu Yun also did not expect Yang to reject it directly, and when Yang rejected it, Song subconsciously hid behind Yang and looked at Hu Yun warily. Please, let your brother be my disciple, Hu Yun said sincerely to Yang. Taoist master, what about me? 5-year-old Yang asked expectantly. I can guarantee you'll be a rich man. Hu Yun patted his chest in assurance. I also want to cultivate immortality. Yang immediately refused. It's better for you to be a rich man than your brother. Hu Yun spoke somewhat reluctantly. If I don't take my elder brother, then I won't go either. Behind him, Song spoke such a long sentence for the first time. It was early fall, when everything was ripening, when he himself and Song were accepted as disciples by Hu Yun, and officially set foot on the path of immortal cultivation. It was only after that the two of them were brought back to the Qingyan sect by Hu Yun until now. And when himself and Song arrived at the Qingyan sect, even the sect leader was alarmed. The one who startled the headmaster was naturally this little old brother of his. After all, he was the protagonist, so astonishingly qualified that even the headmaster couldn't help but want to take Song as his disciple. However, Song still refused the sect master's solicitation because of himself. Wherever my elder brother is, I will be there. Song hid behind Yang and spoke that long sentence for the second time. It's true that your own cubs just love you. Yang had a relieved look on his face at this socially phobic little old brother. A diamond in the rough. A diamond in the rough is covered in dust. The rejected sect leader walked out of the small mountain peak in a state of loss, and drew a smug laugh from his own master. Yang just came back to his senses. Song had already sat down at the table with his sword in his arms, and he, who hadn't eaten for 3 days, suddenly wolfed down his food. The sword intent around his body hadn't been completely withdrawn, and the solemn sword aura echoed throughout the small courtyard. Sitting at the other end of the table, Hu Tutu's tiny body had already shivered into a sieve. The oppressive feeling that Song gave himself was just too strong, compared to the third senior brother just now who gave himself the illusion that he didn't know when he would die. This person in front of him was completely capable of slaughtering himself with his hands. Grandpa, is the world that dangerous? I'm afraid I won't make it back alive, Hu Tutu thought with a wail in his mind. While next to him, Bai Feiyu looked at Song sitting on the table with gloomy eyes, but it was just a teenager who gave himself such a great sense of oppression. What kind of natural talent is this? It seems like he needs to cultivate even harder. Otherwise wouldn't this reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal himself be a bit too ridiculous? Long Qingsong, on the other hand, was blissfully unaware of the two men's thoughts, and looked toward the three-eyed flower-plume chicken on the dining table, and immediately brightened up, reaching out for it. Ouyang tapped his chopsticks on Lang Qingsong's hand that was reaching for the last chicken leg and frowned. Have you washed your hands? Just get on the table and eat. Lang Qingsong withdrew his own hand and honestly went to wash his hands. When Lang Qingsong came back again, Ouyang looked at Hututu, who was still sifting through the chaff, and softly consoled. This is your second senior brother Lang Qingsong. Also my younger brother. Don't look at him as fierce, but in fact he's surprisingly gentle. Ouyang honestly, although he picked up the younger brother to give a kind of people do not enter the cold feeling, but towards the night and day so many years of Ouyang know, his little old brother is just a little bit of social fear. Hututu forced a smile, signaling that he knew. Upon hearing Ouyang's introduction, Lang Qingsong looked at Hututu in surprise and spat out one word, fox. What's mushy about mushy? The stew is just right. Eat yours. Ouyang picked up the chicken leg and stuffed it into Lang Qingsong's mouth, blocking it. When the meal was over, several people went back to their own rooms, each with their own thoughts. Only Ouyang's noisy voice at Lang Qingsong was left behind. Get out. Don't move the quilt over. Find your own place to sleep. Don't squeeze into a room with me. And Hututu lay on the bed that belonged to him as if he was relieved. The things that happened today had completely exceeded his mental expectations. Tutu-iya in the end came to what Hututu recalled his grandfather's heartfelt words before his departure. My child, as an innate Taoist body, onlookers will definitely not be able to see your true body, so you must not tell anyone about your identity, or else you'll be in danger of being killed. Tutu-iya, even if you senior brothers cannot tell, he is a spirit fox this matter. Hututu's delicate little face wrinkled into a bitter melon look. He came to the Qingyun clan, but there are big things to do. But just come here for a day. He felt the sense of oppression from the human race. Just a random small mountain peak is so talented. That Qingyun sect and even the entire human race is simply not something that the demon race can contend with. Chapter 6, Senior Brothers on a Small Mountain Peak. For the future of the demon race tossed and turned, Hututu got up early in the morning, after washing up, just pushed open the door, and saw that Bai Feiyu had already stood on the tree with his hands in the air. A faint purple light flowed around Bai Feiyu's body like a purple swimming snake. This made the originally righteous Bai Feiyu plainly a touch more demonic. Senior white brother is as handsome as ever, Hututu thought with some sighs. Just as Hututu was sighing, he realized that Lang Qingsong, who had given himself great fear yesterday, came in from the bottom of the mountain bare-chested carrying a large tree. Underneath the cold, handsome face was a figure like a stone statue, with dew and sweat on it like it was glistening. The second brother, who almost scared the piss out of himself yesterday, looks pretty perfect like this. He. Tutu-iya favorite senior brother. Just as Hututu was making a flowery face at the naked Lang Qingsong gently placed the trees that were stopping the thickness of his shoulders on the ground. Raising his hand, a clear sword sound rang out, and an ancient long sword flew out from Lang Qingsong's house. Lang Qingsong adjusted his breathing, his eyes condensed, and the long sword in his hand slashed out like a rainbow through the sun. The sword strokes rained down on the trees, and in a flash, the long sword was back in his hand. The trees that were originally thick at the waist were instantly turned into a pile of wooden planks. Good swordsmanship. Hututu on the side couldn't help but shout out. Lang Qingsong glanced at Hututu, then lowered his head and started to pack up the wooden boards on the ground. Second senior brother, what are you doing? Hututu boldly walked over towards Lang Qingsong, revealing what he thought was a sweet smile, and asked. Lang Qingsong, with a nail in his mouth, holding a plank in one hand and a hammer in the other, coldly spat out two words. Repair the house. Hearing Lang Qingsong's words, Hututu froze, and then remembered that yesterday, when Lang Qingsong made his breakthrough, he lifted the entire roof out, and the eldest senior brother yelled for the second senior brother to fix the house today. Hututu looked at yesterday as if the killing god sword fairy like the second senior brother, at this time naked carrying wooden boards, a step to leap onto the roof. Clanking began to repair the roof. The transformation from absolute sword immortal to roof mason was without a trace. The clearly killing aura of the Jidan stage cultivator would actually obediently listen to the words of the mediocre eldest senior brother. Just as Hututu was still surprised, Chen Shangsheng wiped his hands with a rag and walked out from the kitchen. Seeing Hututu standing there dumbfounded, he smiled and said, Elder sister, good morning. A little while the millet porridge will be simmering well. Wait for you to serve the porridge out with me. Okay? Third senior brother. Hututu bobbed his head in agreement while walking over towards the kitchen. Although the Chen Shangsheng in front of him gave himself a feeling of a leathery smile, but as his senior brother, he thought that he would definitely not harm himself for no reason. Hututu walked into the kitchen, looked at Chen Changsheng who was busy in the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves and walked over to Chen Changsheng and said, "Elder brother Tutu, what can I help you do?" Chen Changsheng looked back at Hu Tutu with an unknown gleam in his eyes, and said softly, "Clean up the dishes and serve them out." Hu Tutu nodded and bounced off to clean up the dishes. As Chen Changsheng looked at Hu Tutu's back, a strange light flourished in his eyes. The future nine-tailed sky fox, the empress of 10,000 demons, has now become one's junior sister? Could it be that everything has changed after one's rebirth? No matter what, as long as one strikes a good relationship in the early stages, the kind of tragic fate in one's previous life will not happen to oneself again. Chen Changsheng's mind was frantically planning his future path. He had a big secret that everyone didn't know, and that was that he was reborn back from the future. After the arrival of the end times, he himself struggled for more than 10 years in the midst of the end times, but in the end, he still died. And in this life, one must be on top of this world. Everything one has lost, and nothing one wants to lose in this life all over again. In this life, one must live. Don't be a wave, because right now, he has gathered around himself a group of the most remarkable group of people in the future. Senior, what's mushy? Hu Tutu, who had packed up the dishes, sniffed his nose and asked suspiciously, "Oops, the kanji is mushy." Chen Changsheng panicked and picked up a long spoon to turn it in the pot, a pasty odor coming from the pot. Chen Changsheng frowned and raised one finger, gently tapping it on the millet porridge that had already simmered. A bit of metaphysical green light flickered over the millet porridge, and when he lifted his finger again, that finger was covered in char. This puppet body looks like it will continue to be updated. Chen Changsheng pondered as he looked at his charred fingers. A shocking gesture ensued. Without leaving a trace, Chen Changsheng broke off the charred finger and put it into his sleeve, then pulled out a brand new finger and pressed it on himself. Chen Changsheng was carrying breakfast, and Hu Tutu was carrying dishes and chopsticks on the table. Hu Tutu was holding a big bun with both hands, looking for a moment at Bai Feiyu who was standing on the tree with his hands on his back, and for a moment at Leng Qingsong who was riding on the roof in the guise of a repairman. Third senior brother, which one do you think is more handsome? Second senior brother or fourth senior brother? Hu Tutu opened her mouth a little floridly and asked. Chen Changsheng paused the chopsticks in his hands. As a charisma value of 9, he thought that he had not lost to anyone in regards to his looks. It was just that he never showed his true face in front of outsiders easily. It's all very handsome, just like me. Chen Changsheng spoke with a bashful smile. Hu Tutu glanced at Chen Changsheng, who had a stolid, passerby-looking face, and suddenly giggled. That's right, third senior brother, you're handsome too. Looking at the smiling Hu Tutu, Chen Changsheng was suddenly out of his mind. He suddenly thought of the time when he had just entered the mountain gate, that a green shirt squatted on a rock, held himself down without a tone and removed the mask from his face, and with a smile in his eyes he said, "Yo, quite a handsome guy. What kind of mask do you wear every day?" The green shirt in his memory, standing in the sunlight, seemed to be tinted with a golden halo around him. Looked dumbfounded at myself at the time. Why does third senior brother look stupid? Why is he always lost in thought? Hu Tutu suspiciously bit into his bun, puzzled. Chen Changsheng came back to his senses and seemed to have remembered something as he laughed and said, "I don't know if eldest senior brother got up yet. Senior sister, I'll tell you, in our little mountain peak, don't mess with anyone but eldest senior brother who has a waking breath." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Hu Tutu put down her bun and asked with some confusion, "Third senior brother, I'm not having a problem with eldest brother. I just want to ask, do you guys really think that eldest brother is eldest brother? An ordinary person who was only at the 9th level of chi cultivation, at eldest brother's age, was indeed considered outstanding compared to ordinary cultivators, but standing in the middle of such a group of geniuses, he definitely appeared to be mediocre, and geniuses were all proud of themselves, no matter if it was Leng Qingsong or Bai Feiyu or the Chen Changsheng in front of him. How could they willingly stoop below an ordinary person at the 9th level of chi cultivation? Chen Changsheng naturally heard Hu Tutu's euphemistic question. Chen Changsheng put away his smile and looked at the Hu Tutu in front of him with a serious face and said with a straight face, Tutu, even though what I'm going to say will be a bit harsher, I'm going to give it to you anyway." Hu Tutu saw the Chen Changsheng who suddenly became serious and immediately sat upright. His words just now were indeed very impolite, and with a well-behaved look perked up his ears to listen to Chen Changsheng's preaching. Senior brother Ouyang is our senior brother and the only senior brother. Even if senior brother Ouyang wants to be the sect leader of this Qingyan sect, the three of us have no problem with that. Chen Changsheng righteously spoke. Looking at the seemingly understanding Hu Tutu, Chen Changsheng silently added in his heart, regardless of what others do, I, Chen Changsheng, will put my life on the line to protect senior brother Ouyang for the rest of his life. Chapter 7 The Unpredictable Eldest Brother. As soon as Chen Changsheng's words fell, Suddenly the entire peak of the small mountain peak, purple light flourished. Countless rays of haze surged up the small mountain peak from the sunrise. The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth converged crazily towards the small mountain peak, transforming into a golden lotus flower that landed on the small mountain peak. The sound of the great Tao filled with the rhythm of the Tao echoed over the small mountain peak, born with a vision. Purple energy coming from the east. Someone is enlightened. Chen Shangxing's eyes condensed as he stood up surrounded by green light, and outside the small mountain peak, countless large formations were instantly activated. The small mountain peaks that were originally full of visions revert to their usual appearance in the eyes of outsiders. White Fei Yu, who was standing on the branch of a tree with his arms folded, slowly opened his eyes, and purple energy flowed through them. The sword chi around his body was introverted, but it gave the impression of a sword hidden in a sheath. Hu Tutu clearly felt that everything around him seemed to have transformed into a flying sword. The house, the grass, the bricks on the ground, and even the air were like a sharp sword. White Feather said softly, "Everything is my sword." Immediately above the small mountain peak, the sound of countless swords resounded. As countless unseen swords responded to Bai Feiyu's voice, the originally clear sky was suddenly churning with Xin Huang Qi, the sound of the zither and the sound of the drums. It was as if heaven and earth were also celebrating Bai Feiyu. Long Qingsong, who was riding on the roof and standing to repair the roof, stopped the hammer in his hand and looked at Bai Feiyu, who was standing on top of a tree branch. Intense battle intent flashed in his eyes. The sword path that Bai Feiyu had realized was the very opposite path from his own. One could have gone down that path himself, but he refused. Lang Qingsong trusts the sword in his hand more than everything is my sword, and trusts himself more. The sword by Lang Qingsong's side seemed to respond to its battle-hungry master no longer, emitting a soft chirping sound, and standing on top of the tree branch, Bai Feiyu fell into a state of metaphysical enlightenment. The realm sword, and the true essence in his body converged and rotated at a speed visible to the naked eye. A radiant golden Dan leapt out from the surging true essence. Dan sung. Bai Feiyu raised his head to the sky and leapt up, rushing straight up into the clouds as countless sword chimes sounded simultaneously. Long Qingsong, who was standing on top of the roof, finally couldn't hold back his battle intent any longer at this moment, turning into a black stream of light and rushing towards Bai Feiyu. Compared to Bai Feiyu, where everything is a sword, Lang Qingsong is like a lonely long sword going straight to the clouds. Ha ha ha, good timing. Bai Feiyu laughed freely and turned into a white stream of light rushing towards Lang Qingsong. At the beginning of the Jiedan stage, the perfect sword heart had become a reality. He himself was now in need of a great battle to express the bravado in his heart. Two streams of light, one black and one white, instantly collided hundreds of times in the sky. The two did not use their sword intent and only competed in sword moves. If the two used their sword intent, under the aftermath of a Jiedan stage cultivator's attack, small mountain peaks could be demolished by them. Not to mention that although the two of them were now at the same Jiedan stage, they could easily kill a Yuaning stage cultivator with a single sword strike. What do you call a genius if you can't kill the enemy over the level? The two of them fought together, and the sky resounded with the sound of countless twin swords clashing with the sound of gold and stone, dense as a rainstorm. The Hututu below looked at the two people in the sky who were emitting a powerful pressure. Just by sparring sword moves, the sword might that the two people were emitting inadvertently made their bodies stiff and unable to move. The brilliant sword aura made people not dare to look at each other. Watching the two men's menacing and wonderful sparring, Hututu confirmed in his heart that if it was himself against either of the two men, one move could have chopped off his fox's tail. Is this conjugation? How come it was stronger than the sense of oppression given to him by those great demons in the clan? They're clearly at the Jiedan stage just like themselves. Grandpa, this is not the same as Tutu my conjugation. Hututu shouted furiously in his heart. The green light around Chen Changxing's body flourished as he painstakingly supported the large formation around the small mountain peak. The two men's invisible sword intent was no less than a mountainous crash to the large formation they had painstakingly laid around the small peak. However, in order to play it safe, Chen Changxing was still unwilling to let what happened at the small peak be seen by the people on the other peaks. Steady! Don't wave! You two assholes! Chen Changxing furiously cursed the two rebellious sons in his heart. These sword cultivators always ignored everything on a whim. Just when Chen Changxing could barely hold on, a curse suddenly rang out from inside Ouyang's house. Early in the morning let no one sleep? As Ouyang's voice rang out, the visions on the small mountain peak gave way. A tsunami-like stream of true qi rushed out from Ouyang's room, directly dispersing the Xian Huang qi above the sky. The sky was suddenly clear, and all the great Dao Brahma sounds and the Xian Huang qi disappeared in a flash. Bai Feiyu and Long Qingsong, who were engaged in a fierce battle, were directly lifted out by the tsunami-like true qi. The two flew backwards and smashed straight out beyond the small mountain peak. Ouyang, his eyes reddened and disheveled, came out of the house in a huff, cursing and wearing clothes, holding a paper-folded fan in his hand. Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu had just flown back to the peak of the small mountain peak. A pair of large invisible hands directly yanked the two of them unable to move. The two hearts smiled at each other and were instantly pulled from the air. Ouyang held up a paper fan and snapped 2 paper fans at the two men's heads, pointing at them and lecturing them. All quite capable. Tearing down homes. You just tore down the house. Now you're ready to tear down the mountain? There's no home left. So get lost and go sleep on the street. Lang Qingsong was already used to being scolded by his elder brother pointing his nose, and honestly stood there to be sprayed with spittle by Ouyang. As for Bai Feiyu, who had just stepped into the Jiedan stage and had his sword heart polished to perfection, he was all smiles, and didn't even hear what Ouyang was saying as he went in his left ear and out his right ear. Hututu looked at his eldest senior brother who was cursing with his waist crossed, remembering the true chi frenzy that suddenly pressed down on him like a mountain just now. He himself couldn't even move under the engagement of senior brother Bai and senior brother Lang, and eldest brother had directly used his true chi to punch the two of them away? Such a huge amount of true chi. Was it really only at the 9th level of chi cultivation? The two who were like gods of war a moment ago were now like chicken cubs being taught a lesson by their eldest senior brother. Looking at Ouyang with an unbelievable face, was eldest senior brother really only at the 9th level of chi practicing? Hututu recalled what Chen Changsheng had just said. If eldest brother wants to be the sect leader of this Green Cloud sect, the three of us have no problem with that. That's fine with you guys, and it's fine with me. Chapter 8, The Lover Boy Doesn't Just Reach for It. Lessons are lessons and meals are meals. Ouyang, who had finished spreading his wakefulness, looked at the two rebellious sons who were full of concern, lamented in his heart, and then let them go to eat. After eating, Lang Qingsong continued to repair his roof. Bai Feiyu returned to the tree to stabilize his realm, and Shen Shangsheng was going to the bottom of the mountain to reinforce his formation. Only Ouyang and Hututu were left. Hootsuite had been shocked from yesterday's trip up the mountain and now felt numb, regardless of whether it was Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, whose sword Dao was astounding, or the dunce-looking Chen Changsheng. They were all able to crush themselves. Even he had always thought that only the 9th level of chi cultivation of the eldest senior brother can easily subdue in the engagement of Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu. For a moment, his own beautiful girl genius, who was known as the one born in 3,000 years in Qingqiu Mountain, was like a joke. Hututu drooped her little face and stood beside Ouyang, who was packing up his things and preparing to go out, and said in a sticky voice, "Eldest brother, am I not very stupid and wasteful?" Ouyang, who put the shovel inside the basket behind him, twisted his head doubtfully to look at the drooping little face of Hututu, and touched Hututu's furry little head to comfort him. "Silly child, how could you be silly?" Hututu giggled and hugged Ouyang, rubbing his thigh. "At first glance I thought Big Brother was a BT, but now Big Brother looks so good. There is an inexplicable affinity for the body, and a very nice bamboo scent, just like the bamboo bed in his own home in Mount Qingqiu. Tutu I favored Big Brother." Ouyang picked up the tiny Hututu and put it inside the bamboo basket behind him and said with a smile, "Let's go. From today onwards you're a member of Little Mountain Peak. Follow me to pick herbs." "Ah ha ha, Tutumi is the best at finding spirit herbs," Hututu said with full of vigor. Ouyang carried Hututu towards the back of the mountain. The Green Cloud sect occupied the Green Cloud Holy Land, with 72 peaks, and the entire Green Cloud sect was open to only the 12 peaks on the periphery. The remaining 60 peaks were all in the inner gate of the Green Cloud Holy Land, with the main peak, Qingyun Peak, as the center. It was lined up and surrounded the Qingyun Holy Land tightly. The remaining 11 peaks are Sword Peak, Jade Maiden Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Miscellaneous Studies Peak, Five Elements Peak, Dan Peak, Artifact Peak, Penalty Peak, Martial Peak, Tianyan Peak, and Little Mountain Peak. Each peak represented the cultivation method that each peak specialized in. The rest of the 60 peaks were normally off limits to the sect, as they were inhabited by the hard-working contributing elders in the Green Cloud sect. On the one hand, for the safety of the disciples, and on the other hand, in order not to disturb the purification of the offering elders, so the inner disciples are strictly forbidden to enter privately. If they were caught by the group of muscle-bound men of the criminal peak, they could not stop them from being taken back to the criminal peak to suffer a double injury of body and mind. However, the small peaks are special. The other 11 peaks are on the periphery. Only the newly opened small peaks are in a more inward position. Therefore, the small mountain peak was originally within the Forbidden Land, and there was nothing more than breaking into the Forbidden Land. Besides, what's my little mountain peak got to do with what's strictly forbidden by the sect? Ouyang was rampant inside the entire Forbidden Land, while carrying Hututu on his back. Ouyang introduced Hututu to the daily work of Little Mountain Peak. Compared to the cultivation methods that the peaks specialized in, the one that was unique to the small mountain peaks was the art of healing. That's right, the small mountain peak was the small medical center of the entire Qingyun sect. In the past, his own master, Hu Yun, was known as the gynecological sage of the women's intimate big brother, and Hu Yun collected disciples. Each are born anti-bone. 100 pounds of meat, 99.99 are anti-bone kind, so no one is willing to inherit Hu Yun's protest medical skills, which often makes Hu Yun secretly sad. His own body of knowledge has no successor, although Ouyang was also not too willing to take over his own master's medical skills, but as the eldest brother every day by the master's dead pull not to let go, under the ears and eyes, but also learned a 7 or 8. We are all cultivating immortals, where unusual diseases will be easy to get, even if you get any typhoid, colds and flu. The true Chia run. What all medicine to get rid of the disease. If you are poisoned or injured, there are all sorts of elixirs on the Dan Peak, and one goes down to ensure that you are alive and well. If Dan Feng couldn't solve it, don't drag it to Little Mountain Peak. It's straightforward to declare the table open. So, the healing arts on the small peaks can be considered very cockamamie. What I learned in my previous life is of no use here. One can't pull a Jiadan stage and say in a serious tone, "That's not Jiadan, that's Jiadan, cut it out." Pulling a Yuaning stage. He said, "Yuaning, what Yuaning? You're pregnant there. What? You're a man? That's a teratoma. You need an operation. Cultivate immortality? Cultivate what fairy? Believe in science? You're all sick in the head. You all need to go to a mental hospital." Little Mountain Peak's medical skills are nothing more than pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, and prescriptions, but really it's more about counseling. Otherwise, how come my own master is called the sage of gynecology? What the big sister who fixes the fairy needs is counseling. Unfortunately, he hadn't inherited his master's superb dog-licking quotient. What? Don't complain. Hug me. Nearer to you. Sweeter. I'm a 9 and you're a 3. Except you're still you. You know what my flaw is? It's flaws you. How does someone hundreds of years old have the cheek to say such things? And go to the Jade Peak to follow the master to the big sisters. Every time he came back, the master long sigh. Rotten wood cannot be carved. However, listening to master's earthy love words that came out of his mouth, Ouyang was a bit turned off and even scoffed. Is cultivating immortality that boring? Can you even make a fairy cultivator's big sister fall in love with you with that kind of corny love language? One is just too lazy to say these earthy love words, after the previous life of the big data flushing oneself. This is not open mouth? When Ouyang was outputting all kinds of earthy love words from his previous life to his master, the master's expression went from contempt to shock, from shock to solemnity, and from solemnity to pulling out a small notebook to take serious notes, and overnight, he announced that he had a successor, and then went out on a long trip with his newly arrived Bible in his hands with great gusto. Walking on the mountain road, Ouyang casually yanked down a sweet grass root, broke it off to Hututu behind him, and held the rest in his own mouth. The corner of his mouth hooked up a hint of an evil smile. Love in this world totals 1 quart. I, Ouyang, alone have 12 buckets, and the world owes me 2 buckets. Jia jia jia. I'm the lover of the world. Chapter 9, My senior brother. I'll explode the black information. Eldest senior brother. You're smiling so lewdly. Hututu's voice sounded out of place. Ouyang then remembered that he was still carrying a follower behind him, coughed and opened his mouth. Tutu. You're still too young. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Oh, Hututu let out an oh, then looked toward the forbidden land of the Qingyan Holy Land in the distance. It's worthy of being one of the 9 holy places of the Qingyan sect. The mountains and rivers are as beautiful as a fairyland. The mountains are connected and rolling. Hillside swing of the twisting and turning treacherous solid wood trestle, such as wisps of ribbon winding in the green water in the mountains, becoming a unique bright scenery, deep canyons, rising from the mysterious dense mountain gas, the god of the strange and inexplicable, the marvelous gauzy drapery, exquisitely and ebulliently painted as a landscape scroll, I don't know if it's the people walking in the scenery or the scenery flowing with the people. It's so beautiful. Hututu softly exclaimed. This place was even more beautiful than Mount Qingqiu. Thinking of Mount Qingqiu, Hututu remembered what his grandfather had told him about the purpose of coming here. In the mountains of the Green Cloud sect, there were heavy treasures belonging to the Fox clan, and the Fox clan's former supreme genius, the 8-tailed spirit fox, was secluded in the deep mountains. For 10,000 years, the first supreme genius of Qingqiu Mountain who had cultivated to the 8 tails was now diving in a certain big mountain here. And one's purpose of coming here was to find out this senior and then seek from him the method to fully stimulate the power of one's bloodline. However, this senior swore that this life and the Qingqiu Mountain is incompatible, and changed his appearance. Until more than 10 years ago that senior broke through the 7-tailed spirit fox realm, attracting heaven and earth anomalies. It was only then that the entire cultivation world realized that there was actually the existence of a demonic great cultivator within the Qingyan sect. But the Green Cloud clan themselves do not know what this demon big repair in the Green Cloud clan. Anyway, is their own family offerings? Strong strength on the line, something out to help, regardless of whether he is a human or a demon. And Hututu was there to ask this Fox Clan great cultivator for advice on the method of opening one's own bloodline. Although he himself possessed the bloodline of the nine-tailed sky fox, many foxes in the history of the Fox Clan had possessed it, but in the end, they were only at the realm of 7 tails. This 8-tailed spirit fox's great cultivator did not yet have the bloodline of the 9-tailed sky fox, and had cultivated to the realm of the 8 tails by himself alone, comparable to a strong person at the transition stage. This matter was known by those old grandfathers inside the Qingqiu mountain. All regretted the night straight to smack their big mouths. The Fox Clan has been weak for a long time, but because of their looks, men are handsome and women are beautiful, and they are not moved. They are captured to help others cultivate, and they are often bullied among the demon clan and within the human clan. It is not easy to come out a strong person comparable to the stage of the transition, but in the end, it also made a scene that is still incompatible with the Qingqiu mountain. I'm really ashamed of my ancestors. Those elder grandfathers of Qingqiu mountain had all lost a lot of weight in those days. And Hututu had come to Qingyan sect this time in order to find that great cultivator of the 8-tailed spirit fox, and no matter what the cost, he had to get the cultivation method himself. This was not only for his own sake, but also for the sake of the entire Fox Clan to be completely powerful. Tutumiya have to cheer. Hututu cheered himself up in his heart. Hututu, who was lying inside the bamboo basket, thought about it and summoned up the courage to open his mouth and asked, "Elder brother, you often walk in the Forbidden Land. Have you ever seen a handsome and unusual great cultivator?" After all, Fox Clan cultivators were often exceptionally handsome, belonging to the type that would never be forgotten. So if eldest senior brother came across them, he would definitely have an impression, right? An unusually handsome great cultivator? Yang slightly froze, shook his head after thinking back for a while and said, "No, compared to the 8 rings and Xiaobai who are even more handsome, I really haven't come across. Besides, the people in here are all old guys who have lived for an unknown length of time. There can be any handsome people." Yang said suddenly. Emil, feeling that his little sister thought out of the question, always liked to look at the face under the plate. This cannot be. What day you get cheated out of your body and count the money for someone else? For this kind of education, start at an early age. 2. There's nothing wrong with liking beautiful things, but the single-minded pursuit of beauty is a sickness, you know? Yang spoke in a serious tone. Hootsuite, who was suddenly lectured, froze for a moment and didn't react. Yang continued. Some people, the gold floss outside, the defeat in the middle, in the look is not useful. Your second elder brother looks handsome, right? 10 years old and still wet the bed. Second senior brother, 10 years old and still wetting the bed? 2. I stopped wetting the bed when I was 4. Hututu said in surprise. I did not expect. A face of people do not enter. Cold and unusual cold. Chingsong surprisingly 10 years old still wet the bed. This point 2 Aya can be considered to get back to a city. Yeah, that's Xiaobai, who was also very handsome. Right. Used to cry every day without moving. Yang blurted out on a whim. 2 hasn't cried for a long time. The more Hututu said, the happier he became. Senior white brother was so square and clear and peaceful, but he was still not moving to cry. What? Compared to them, 2 seems to be very good. The competitive spirit of a small child made Hututu to the previous blows received, swept away, urging the eldest senior brother to tell more about the black information of the 2 senior brothers. Yang was also on top of his bad taste. On the one hand, in order to cultivate Hututu's self-confidence. On the other hand, he maliciously smeared the 2 rebellious sons. What with not being able to wipe your ass after going to the bathroom and running around the yard with your butt balls bare? What bathing because rubbing the ash hurt too much and crying out for the master? What because it's farther than peeing and they end up peeing all over each other face to face? The whole valley trestle was filled with the sound of Hootsuite clucking and giggling like a little hen, while Long Chingsong, who was repairing the roof in the small mountain peak, sneezed fiercely a few times. Bai Feiyu, who was standing on the tree, suddenly had a soft foot and almost didn't fall down from the tree. The 2 men looked at each other in unison, and a thought came up. This kid wouldn't be cursing me in his mind without having beaten me, right? Childish. Both of them snorted coldly at the same time. Humph. Chapter 10, Going into the mountains to collect medicine. The deeper they went into the Forbidden Land, the more beautiful the surrounding scenery became. There are big fish swimming in the forest and mushrooms towering over the trees. There are white cranes that rise and dance in the mountains, and there are fierce tigers that are ridden. Yang and Hututu were riding on a huge white hanging eye giant tiger walking slowly through the mountains and forests. Hututu sat in front of him shaking his feet, still not dying to ask Yang in a sideways manner, "Eldest brother, what is your favorite little animal?" Yang pretended to think and stroked his chin. teasingly saying, I like the little fox better. Hututu turned her head back in surprise and looked at Ouyang, who had a smiling face, and immediately twisted her head away, not letting Ouyang see her surprised gaze. I like little foxes too. Little fox doesn't necessarily like eldest brother, Hutu said, pretending to be unconcerned, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. Elder brother actually likes foxes, eh? That doesn't mean he likes me. Ouyang looked at the happy puffed up bun face of Hututu, could not help but sigh. People say that the daughter is the father's intimate little coat. It's true. Who wouldn't be confused by this little coat? Then, eldest brother, are there foxes here? Hututu smoothly opened his mouth and asked. Yes, there are. 100 beasts walking in the Green Cloud Valley. And of course there are foxes. Ouyang opened his mouth and replied. Then can senior brother take me to see the fox? Hututu said as she looked at Ouyang expectantly. Is it because you're homesick? Want to see kindred spirits? Ouyang looked at the expectant Hututu and pondered in his heart. For his own senior sister's small request, Ouyang naturally agreed without a second thought. The two of them jumped off the tiger, and Ouyang patted the tiger, signaling it to leave. The aura of the king of all beasts stayed here, and ordinary animals wouldn't dare to approach. When the tiger was far away, Ouyang took out the rope from inside his backpack and began to fiddle with it on the ground. Senior brother, what are you doing? Hututu watched as Ouyang fiddled with the rope while taking out the chicken thighs he was going to save for lunch to heat up. I'll make a trap to catch a fox for you. Ouyang spoke without lifting his head. Looking at the humble trap in Ouyang's hand, Hututu immediately felt that his intelligence as a fox was being underestimated, and said with some dissatisfaction, Eldest brother, how can such a humble trap catch a smart fox? Ouyang put the heated chicken leg on his nose and smelled it. Satisfied, he put it inside the rope loop and pulled Hututu and left the place where the trap was. While walking, he said confidently, it's surely possible. I've even caught the sect leader with this method. Hututu looked at Ouyang with a question mark on his face, as if he had accidentally heard the black history about the sect leader of Qingyun. And after Ouyang and Hututu left, an animal that had been hiding for a long time came out of the darkness. Gray fur, fluffy tail, and a square face with the word dull written all over it. If Ouyang had seen it, he would have exclaimed, isn't this the fucking hidden fox from the 8th of the WeChat emoji packs? Hidden fox circled the trap, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. A cheap practicing stage brat with a nine-tailed skyfox's clan. I thought what he wanted to do, but it turns out he wanted to capture me? The hidden fox's large, godless eyes were filled with wisdom. What a pity, how could such a wise person like me fall for such a rudimentary trap so easily? Not to mention that Grand Master, I'm an 8-tailed spirit fox. The hidden fox let out a low, whispered sneer, looking once again to the still-scented chicken leg in the center of the humble trap. Being a fox by nature, there was not a single resistance to creatures like chickens. After all, chicken, you are too beautiful. Unprepared, the hidden fox stretched out his paw and reached for the chicken leg, and the moment he picked it up, the rope loop suddenly tightened. However, in front of the 8-tailed spirit fox that was comparable to the transitional stage, it was still too slow. The hidden fox picked up the chicken leg with one paw and loosened it into his own mouth without slowing down. The three-eyed Hualing chicken is still so delicious. Just as the hidden fox was savoring the deliciousness, suddenly the originally ineffective rope was like a lightning bolt around his neck. Before the hidden fox could react, the flat, unassuming rope trapped itself as dead as a long snake. Hidden fox under the shock, running demonic power want a force-taut rope, but horrified to find his huge demonic power, like a stone sinking into the sea, not the slightest bit out of their control. It was then that hidden fox remembered the words he had just heard Ouyang say. I've caught the sect leader of the Green Cloud sect using this method. Is that kid really not joking? The hidden fox was just about to break free from the ropes with his innate aptitude, but he felt a numbness all over his body, and he collapsed limply to the ground, his consciousness gradually blurring. Shit, the rope is magic. It's even poisoned. Feeling the ropes on his body were tying him up in an extremely humiliating position. Hidden fox panicked. Could it be that he, being a powerful person of the transitional succession stage, was really going to be tied up here in disgrace? Feeling the tightening of the ropes, Hidden fox was still shouting wildly in his mind at the last moment of realization. Don't slash there. It's not allowed there. The bells are going to break. Hutu, who was also a fox, felt something in his heart and said with a jerk of his head, eldest brother, did you hear someone shouting? Ouyang, who was meticulously digging a spirit grass, spoke without looking back. Are you hungry? There's food in the back basket. Humph. Tutu, I'm not the one who's hungry. Hututu fiddled with the wreath she had just braided, put it on her head, and trotted over to the back basket, reaching for the fragrant roast chicken. A mouthful of satisfied Hututu. Her little face turned into a bun, happy as a little hamster that was eating. The sky suddenly darkened, and Hututu stopped chewing and stared blankly into the sky as a huge three-headed monster bird appeared in front of his eyes. There was a devouring red light in his eyes, and a terrifying pressure came from the three-headed monster bird. Big, elder brother, there's a big bird in the sky. It looks so fierce. Hututu stammered and shouted to Ouyang, who was at the side. Ouyang carefully held up the dugout spirit grass, and when he heard Hututu's voice, he turned his head towards the sky. The three-headed strange bird was reflected in his eyes, and when he saw the red light in the eyes of the strange bird, Ouyang's face sank. This strange bird awakened its bloodline power to become a ferocious beast. Come here, Tutu. Come to my side, Ouyang said to Hututu. Hututu flew into the back basket, revealing his little head nervously looking at the big bird in the sky. The three-headed monster bird's body was nearly 20 meters long, and the three bird heads were staring viciously at themselves at the same time, as if the target happened to be the two people below. Hututu, who was getting nervous, suddenly heard Ouyang's voice. Tutu, you've been eating roasted chicken for 2 days. Do you want to try a roasted bird? Chapter 11, Jutsu? I'll do it if you don't clap your hands. Although Hututu didn't know how powerful the big senior brother in front of him was, but he was able to subdue the so powerful second and fourth senior brothers with his waking breath this morning, so he must be super powerful, so it doesn't carry any fear at all. Stinky bird in the sky. Eldest brother is a super powerful chi practicing powerhouse. Hututu shouted under his breath at the three-headed monster bird in the sky. Ouyang's head was full of black lines as he looked at Hututu, who was hiding inside the back basket and waving the flag for himself. Although he knew that his own junior sister was cheering himself up, how did it sound like he was scolding himself for being a waste in the chi practicing stage? Ouyang turned his head to look at the three-headed strange bird in the sky. Name, three-headed monster bird, failed bloodline awakening. Cultivation level, 6th level of Yuanying. Root bone, 4. Charisma, 1. Lucky, 1. Special qualifications, none. Specialized skills, none. Verdict, Griffin doesn't rate. Only when he saw the attribute panel of the three-headed monster bird in front of him did Ouyang let go of his heart. It was just a mole cricket. Ouyang's contemptuous gaze seemed to be sensed by the three-headed monster bird in the sky. The three bird heads swayed epileptically and lifted up violently, then opened their beaks towards Ouyang. One bird's head spits out a blazing fire, and one spits out a howling wind. The middle bird's head spits out acid with a sickening odor. The fire instantly skyrocketed when the flames met the acid, and with the help of the gusts of wind spat out from the other bird's head. In a flash, the entire sky turned into a sea of fire. Yo, still a scrapper who knows physics, Ouyang said in surprise as he looked at the strange bird that used the compound Dao. But it didn't work. Ouyang did not rush to turn over a book, looked at it carefully, and was instantly enlightened. After memorizing the route of the true chi operation, he casually threw the book away, slammed his hands together and shouted, Water Dragon! The true chi within his body that was like an ocean was directly mobilized, and the steaming water vapor rolled around Ouyang. Ow! A huge water dragon rises up from the ground and grows into the wind. Unstoppable and unstoppable, it rushed towards the strange bird in the sky, and the water vapor enveloping the giant dragon's body similarly swooped towards the sea of fire in the sky. The sea of fire in the sky was like seeing its nemesis, and was directly doused on the spot by the water vapor. The huge water dragon raised its head, raised its claws and ruthlessly pressed down on the three-headed monster bird, opening its mouth and biting down. The strange bird didn't even let out a single mournful cry and was directly swallowed by the giant dragon. The huge dragon that swallowed the strange bird swayed continuously in the sky, as if it was happy that it had gained a new life. The eyes, which had been vaporized, slowly took on a glow. A faint pressure belonging to the dragon race began to surface on the water dragon. This dragon is going to be dotted with eyes. Ouyang frowned as he looked at the swaying water dragons in the sky, feeling the true chi that was being lost in his body. Although the loss of true chi was not as fast as his own recovery compared to his over 900 million true chi value, this water dragon in front of him clearly did not want to listen to his control. This happens every time one uses a jutsu, and as one uses it, the jutsu that comes out doesn't listen to one's words. Ouyang snorted coldly, raised his hand and drank coldly. Sinful animal, don't show yourself yet. With that, Ouyang cut off the connection between the water dragon and his true chi. However, the moment the connection was severed, the water dragon wailed and instantly turned into a sky full of water mist and fell down. With it fell the corpse of the three-headed monster bird, hiding in the back basket. Hututu looked at the godlike eldest brother in front of her. The little stars in her eyes sparkled even brighter. Originally, I knew that eldest brother was very powerful, but I didn't expect that it was that powerful. Surprisingly, he knows such a powerful water transportation technique. That summoned water dragon looked like a real one, and for a moment, one felt the same pressure on the real dragon. causing one to almost pee one's pants. Eldest brother is great. Hututu frantically clapped her hands, selling Ouyang like a crazy little fangirl. When Ouyang heard his own little sister's adoring shouts, he justifiably crossed his arms and threw back his head, laughing, ha 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 ha. Hututu climbed out from inside the basket and ran quickly towards the secret book that Ouyang had just casually thrown away. The secret book that eldest brother had just read was definitely a supreme technique. Hututu cockily picked up the secret book and opened it with gusto. The secret book that shone with golden legends in his own eyes. The secret book had a few large words written crookedly on it. A complete primer on the basics of the 5 elements of transportation. This name? Hututu's heart sank as he flipped through the book. The spells on top of the book were all simple chi practicing stage spells. There were 8,000 of these techniques without 10,000. And they were circulating even in ordinary human kingdoms. It's not a secret book at all. No. Could it be that the secret book is hidden within this ordinary introductory spell? Hututu's aura flashed, and he immediately expressed admiration for his own cleverness. Not to be outdone. It's just smart. Hututu raised the secret book above his head as if it were a treasure. His little legs danced as fast as they could and ran towards Ouyang, all the while shouting as if he was inviting credit. Eldest brother, your supreme art secret book. Ouyang, who was crossing his waist in triumph, hadn't yet come back to his senses from the pleasure of pretending to be a pussy, when he saw that Hututu had already poked himself in front of his eyes by holding up the book that he had just casually thrown away. The complete guide to the basics of the 5 elements of the transported technique. Ouyang coughed awkwardly and put away the secret book that he had taken from the padded table leg in Hututu's excited gaze. After all, something like he was only able to learn chi practicing stage techniques. It was better for his own senior sister not to know about it. Even if the power he used did not look like a chi practicing stage technique, it was still a genuine chi practicing stage technique in essence. And when confronted with advanced techniques, the low realm self was still like reading a heavenly book, unable to understand it at all. In the case of this kind of chi practicing stage technique, after one had used it once, one's true chi operation route would instantly be forgotten in an instant. If you don't look through it again, you simply won't be able to use it a second time. He himself had inquired like the master. The master just shook his head and said, the law is not passed on to the 6 ears. Old guys just like to say something staged and make a whole lot of sense out of themselves. Ouyang could only feel that the root cause of the problem was in the fact that his own talent for magic arts was a mess. So when not looking through the book, one's only means of attack was left to directly explode the purest of true chi used to attack. Abbreviation, stormy gas. It's not like he's an alien monkey. That makes him look unskilled. Eldest brother, is that the secret water escape technique of the Qingyun sect that you're using? Hututu looked at Ouyang with an adoring face and asked. Ouyang coughed and said in a low voice, that's for sure. Your senior brother, I'm a legendary little genius of magic arts. Wow. Oh, Hututu's mouth opened wide, and he let out a dumbfounded exclamation. Ouyang, who had successfully gained his senior sister's sense of adoration, contentedly held up his own dragons and spoke. Let's go. Let's go see if the trap has caught a fox. Chapter 12. Raise a pet of the transitional stage. Wrapped in a tortoise shell of rope, the hidden fox hung lifelessly from a tree. I can't make a sound. If those old guys who are lurking here see me like this, I won't be able to be a fox, and my dignity as a transitional succession stage powerhouse will be gone. I can't make a sound. I was tied up voluntarily. I just thought it was funny. Hidden Fox silently hypnotized himself in his heart, but he didn't dare to move at all. Every time he moved, the rope would strangle tighter, and the bell would hurt 1 point more. Hidden Fox's heart was weeping, but his face remained dull and expressionless, thanks to its dumb square face. Even though its heart was raging like a shocking wave, its face could not be seen at all. Eldest senior brother, can I learn this kind of profound Tao in the future? Hututu's voice came from the distance. Hidden Fox was in a hurry, so he could only choose to play dead. Tutu really did catch a fox. Crap. Square-faced Hidden Fox. How could there be this thing inside the forest? Ouyang looked at the square-faced Hidden Fox playing dead in surprise, and just as he wanted to go forward to check it out, his footsteps stopped. Name, Hu Yen, 8-tailed spirit fox. Cultivation level, first level of the transitional stage. Root bone, 8. Charisma, 0.5. Lucky, 1.5. Qualification, what attribute plus. Exclusive skill, 8-tailed spirit fox form. Verdict, looks don't mean everything, but they do mean 80 or 90%. Ouyang looked at the attribute panel in front of him and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A transitional spirit fox? Looking at Hututu next to him, could it be the secret guards responsible for secretly protecting little sister? The demon race was already rich enough to use a strong person of the transitional stage to protect a little girl, but Hututu had a confused look on his face, not at all like he recognized this Tibetan fox. Eldest brother, is this really a fox? It's so ugly looking. Hututu pointed at the hidden fox and spoke. Ouyang nodded and replied. It's also a type of fox. And even though it's a bit ugly looking, it's definitely a real fox. Hidden Fox listened to the conversation between the two, hated to gnash his teeth, if not for the fact that he could not move now. He had to give these two juniors who dared to talk about themselves in front of him 1,000 cuts not. One hates it when people talk about their looks. Ouyang was afraid that the hidden fox in front of him would suddenly burst into a rage and hurt people after he untied the rope. Although he was not afraid of it, he could not take care of Hututu behind him. Tutu, you stand here first. I'll go put it down. Ouyang opened his mouth. After receiving Hututu's well-behaved reply, Ouyang walked over to Hidden Fox and untied the rope on Hidden Fox's body. This rope was the immortal binding lock given to him by his master, and it was said that as long as one continuously injected true chi into it, even immortals could be trapped. The main thing was that it didn't require a level restriction, so even mortals could use it. A perfect fit for myself who can't manage a magic treasure with only the chi practicing stage. Ouyang just untied the ropes, and the tied-up Hidden Fox snapped his eyes open. The heavens and earth instantly came to a standstill, and the mighty pressure that belongs solely to a powerful person at the transitional succession stage descended. Kid, how dare you? Pain, pain, pain. Hidden Fox just wanted to open his mouth to threaten Ouyang, but he was held down on the ground by Ouyang with one hand on his throat and cried out in pain. Keep your voice down. Don't think I don't know who you are. Huyen, if you dare to make a mess, I'll cannonball you into a fox fur coat. Ouyang threatened morosely. Crap. Huyen, who was being held down dead on the ground, was dumbfounded that this kid had called out his real name. He himself, as a powerhouse of the transitional succession stage, was actually held down on the ground by a human kid who couldn't move. Originally, he was ready to mobilize his body's true essence, but he found that the true essence in his body was deadlocked in his dantian by the true essence of the teenager in front of him, and he could not move. He himself was a great cultivator of the transition stage, a fairy, the strongest being in this world. Surprisingly, he didn't even have the ability to fight back in front of this teenager. Is this teenager some 10,000-year-old immortal out to play with the world? Oh, my god. After all the days of pretending to be a pig and eating tigers, I didn't expect to come across one that was even more capable of pretending than myself. Huyen could determine that the teenager in front of him was a hidden 10,000-year-old demon. Otherwise it was unlikely that his self, who was already at the transition stage, would not even have the strength to fight back. Could it be that this old demon in front of him had already reached that realm in the legend? Huyen, who was held down on the ground, was wildly shaken inwardly, and immediately said in a low voice, Senior, the kid knows, please be merciful. Senior? Ouyang was a little confused by the nonsense in front of him, but he still opened his mouth and said, I won't make things difficult for you. At the transitional stage, I think you should also be an envoy of the Qingyan sect, right? Accompany that little fox behind me and have some fun. Then I'll let you go. Or I'll let your god's soul perish. Although Ouyang was only in the chi practicing stage, and what the divine soul was, Ouyang didn't even know. But if this Tibetan fox in front of him dared to resist again, the big deal would be to raise its ashes. Is the transitional stage very strong? Which one of the secluded donor elders hadn't fought himself? The held-down hidden fox nodded repeatedly, and only then did Ouyang carry the hidden fox with a smile on his face towards Hututu. Tutu, look, this is the Qingyan sect's fox. Ouyang waved the hidden fox in his hand in front of Hututu's eyes. In order to prove the authenticity of this hidden fox, Ouyang even showed the bell of the hidden fox to Hututu. This action was no less than showing a little girl an adult picture, and shyly Hututu screamed in shock. Cough, cough, cough. It was only then that Ouyang remembered that the Hututu in front of him was also a fox, and his own actions just now were indeed a bit indecent. The light in the eyes of Huyen in his hand is gone, and his face is completely lost in front of his own people, especially a direct clansman with the bloodline of the nine-tailed sky fox. Huyen opened his dead fish eyes and looked toward the sun, thinking without any fluctuation in his heart. Ah, today's sunlight is really extraordinarily harsh. Eldest brother, he's so ugly. But ugly and cute. It's kinda cute. Hututu carefully stretched out her fingers to point at the fur on Huyen's body and said with a smile, this kind of fox, which he had never seen before in Qingqiu Mountain, was quite a novelty to see for the first time. Huyen's ears twitched when he heard Hututu's words, and a pair of dead fish eyes looked at the clan members in front of him. For the first time in 1,000 years, a clan member had complimented him on his cuteness. Seeing Hidden Fox look at himself, ugly square face instantly hit the little fox's weird aesthetic. Hututu reached out his hand towards Ouyang and said, eldest brother, let me hug you. Ouyang gave Huyen a warning look before handing him over to Hututu. Hututu strained to pick up Huyen, who was about the same height as himself, and touched the smooth fur on Huyen's body. a sense of bloodline closeness that delighted Hututu. It doesn't look good at first glance, but the more I look at it, the cuter it gets, Hututu said as if she had gotten a new toy to cherish. Ouyang looked at the youngest sister in front of him strangely. For the aesthetics of the youngest sister, Ouyang really said that he couldn't understand, but Hututu's words immediately afterward made Ouyang feel difficult. Hututu said as she looked at Ouyang pleadingly, "Eldest senior brother, let's bring it back to the small mountain peak and raise it." Chapter 13, Transitional Hidden Fox. It's difficult. Looking at his own little sister's pleading and expectant gaze, Ouyang simply couldn't bear to refuse. But this hidden fox in his arms was an eight-tailed spirit fox of the transitional stage. Although Ouyang didn't think that the transitional stage was that strong. But outside, any strong person at the transitional stage would be honored as a guest even if they went to the 9 Holy Lands. What kind of person keeps a powerful person of the transitional stage as a pet? Don't want the face of a transitional succession stage powerhouse? I'm willing. Hu Yan suddenly transmitted his voice to Ouyang and said. Ouyang looked at Hu Yan's dead fish eyes in Hututu's arms with a surprised face. She's from my clan, and I also want to see why a demon cultivator who was from my clan would come to the Green Cloud sect, and she's the first clan member to compliment me on my loveliness in 1,000 years. Hu Yan said flatly. This reason is a little too far-fetched, right? Ouyang looked at Hu Yan suspiciously. He couldn't figure out for a moment what ingredients were in the hidden fox in front of him. However, as a chi practicing stage himself, he didn't know such a high-end technique as sound transmission, so he could only ask Hu Yan with his eyes. Hu Yan heart naturally has its own small plan. On the one hand, although he has a great hatred for the Qingqiu mountain, but this hatred is from childhood to be discriminated against the long face of the slow growth. Now that a clan member had actually complimented him on how cute he looked, and it was the kind of compliment that came from the heart, it made Hu Yan feel a sense of recognition among his clan members. People are different from demons. The demon race still retained a certain amount of animal habits, and the fox race's demon cultivators paid almost as much attention to their appearance as they did to their own lives. In the midst of a fox clan full of handsome men and women, he himself had long been an anomaly, ridiculed and teased. Now that there was suddenly a kindred spirit identifying with him, it caused Hu Yan's frozen heart to loosen a little. On the other hand, it is because of Ouyang. The transition stage was already the apex of this world. The road to immortality was long, and he was surprisingly standing at the end of it. In time he would definitely be able to accumulate to the 9th level of the transition. But what happens after that? Not after that. From ancient times to the present, immortality has ceased to exist. But now an immortal was standing right in front of him. Hu Yan keenly sensed that his chance was in Ouyang's Hututu, and was also more convinced that he wanted to stay by Ouyang's side. The girl child had asked to be kept, just what she had been begging for. As for the dignity of a ferrying stage powerhouse, bells are being looked at randomly by people. Does that kind of thing still exist? With Hututu's open mouth pleading, Hu Yan did not object. Ouyang simply couldn't find any reason to refuse. The only possible downside was that this hidden fox was trying to take over the body of his own junior sister's 9-tailed sky fox. If that's the case, it would be better to actually bring back the hidden fox. Instead of putting the ill-intentioned back in the shadows, they should be put in the light. If this hidden fox wanted the divine soul to take over his own little sister, there were great hands playing with the divine soul there on the little mountain peak. Ouyang hits the ground running, hidden fox hits the ground running, and Hootsuite gets his new pet. All three parties were happy and joyful, so they headed in the direction of the small mountain peak. The winds of early fall are no longer so hot and dry and carry a refreshing edge. Ouyang beckoned and used his true chi to pick 2 spirit fruits from the mountains and forests, and Hututu ate them while hurrying in the direction of the small mountain peak. Inside the back basket were the heart and demonic pills of that 3-headed strange bird, as well as the spirit herbs picked today. Hootsuite hummed an unknown nursery rhyme that echoed down the trestle. Everything seemed so age-old. Suddenly a golden light streaked through the sky and flew in front of Ouyang. It's a paper crane. Ouyang stretched out his hand, and the paper crane landed steadily in his hand, then spread out into a sheet of paper. Seeing the inscription on the paper, Ouyang then remembered that his little sister's formalities for entering the Green Cloud sect had not yet been done. The inscription on the yellow paper was Qingyin Peak, the main peak of the Qingyin sect. Whenever there was a newly admitted inner disciple, he had to go to Qingyin Peak to light his own native long-lasting lamp. Instead of being a means of controlling the disciple, this long light is a means of protecting the disciple. As long as the long light stays on, it means the owner of the light is still alive. If the lamp becomes dim, then it means that the owner of the lamp is injured. The guards who looked after the lamp on Qingyin Peak would use secret methods to find out where the owner of the lamp was and then rescue him. This was the guarantee given to inner disciples by the Qingyin sect, which was one of the 9 holy places, and it was also a sign of the great sect's love for its own disciples. Only after lighting the everlasting lamp, receiving the waist plate, and entering it into the clan genealogy of the Qingyun sect. Would the Qingyun sect recognize the person as a disciple of the clan? The paper crane was just the thing to remind himself that it was time to take his little sister to the procedure. I remember the last time I did the paperwork was 5 or 6 years ago, when White was getting started. If it weren't for this paper crane, I would have forgotten about it myself. With Ouyang's finger as a pen and his true chi as ink, he wrote 3 words on the yellow paper in a crooked manner. Got it. He then injected his own true chi into the yellow paper. The yellow paper then transformed into a paper crane once again, hovering happily around Ouyang for a while before flying away fondly in the direction of Qingyun Peak. After Ouyang's true chi was channeled, the paper crane had obviously become a lot more vivid than the rawness it came with. Ouyang brought Hututu and Huyin back to the small mountain peak just in time for dinner. Hututu also solemnly introduced his new pet to several senior brothers. Handsome, in the eyes of Lung Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, and Chen Chongshang, the Tibetan fox in front of them was just an ordinary weird-looking fox. Just think of it as their little sister homesickness. Little sister is a fox. This matter, in the hearts of several people, is an unspoken thing. And after all, Hu Yan was still a strong person of the transition stage. And although all 3 were geniuses that would be hard to come by in 10,000 years, after all, the geniuses hadn't grown up yet, so it was still very simple for Hu Yan to hibernate his aura in front of them. After a few people finished eating, they each went back to their houses to rest. Hututu picked up Hu Yan, shrunk on the bed, and said softly, "Handsome Tutu actually also a fox. Oh, when I find the way to perfectly awaken the bloodline, I'll take you back to Qingqiu Mountain. Where are all us foxes? Oh." Hututu hugged Hu Yan and rambled a lot. After all, it was only a 5-year-old girl. The first few days of being away from home would definitely be homesick. It was so hard to come across a kindred spirit, even if it was only a small fox with undeveloped spirit. Hututu said a lot of heartfelt words. Saying that, Hututu lay down on the bed with a crooked head and fell asleep. Hu Yan looked at the Hututu in front of him, and a trace of understanding was added to his expressionless face. So it was for his secret cultivation method that he came? Kinda fits the way those old guys do things. Hu Yan was a bit disdainful and just wanted to jump off the bed. When he saw that Hututu was shrinking into a ball because he was a bit cold, he kindly reached out his paw and put the quilt over Hututu. Hututu, however, grabbed Hu Yan's paw, and Hu Yan just wanted to pull out his own paw. Instead, Hootsuite murmured dreamily as he stroked his furry paw. "Mom, I miss you so much." Chapter 14, The Master Disciple is surprisingly the holy son of the demon race. A knock on the door made Hututu, who was eating a candy cane in his dream, open his eyes in a daze. Hututu rubbed his eyes with both hands, just sitting up before reacting to where he was. Ouyang, who was dressed in a green shirt, then pushed the door and walked in. "Big, eldest brother, have you eaten yet?" Hututu asked as he opened his mouth in a daze. "It's still early for dinner, and we're not going to eat on the small mountain peak today. We'll go to Qingyun Peak to dabble. Hurry up and get up. We're going to light your long light today." Ouyang smiled and opened his mouth. With that, he glanced at Hu Yan, who was honestly nestled at the head of the bed. But Hu Yan did not get up. Hututu got dressed in a daze and followed Ouyang out of the room. And as soon as he looked up, he saw Bai Feiyu standing on a tree branch with his arms folded. "Senior brother Bai cultivates so early in the morning. That's really diligent," Hututu exclaimed. "Pretending early in the morning. I don't know who to show it to. Let's go. Let's go. Any later and we won't be able to make it to the Qingyun sect's noon meal." Ouyang took a look at Bai Feiyu, then turned his head to urge Hututu. "That, eldest senior brother. We won't still have to walk, right?" Hututu looked at eldest senior brother. Although he didn't know why eldest senior brother was only at the 9th level of chi practicing, but the 9th level of chi practicing couldn't fly with a sword. Is it going to be another seemingly endless climb? Ouyang shook his head and said with a smile, "We don't need to climb the mountain today. Someone from Qingyun Peak will come to pick us up today." As soon as Ouyang's words fell, a clear bird song sounded. Hututu looked up as a huge white crane hovered over the small mountain peak. A teenager's voice resounded throughout the small mountain peak with the addition of true essence. "Receiving the sect leader's decree. We are now leading the new inner disciple Hututu to Qingyun Peak to light the lifelong brightness lamp." Hututu comes forward to receive the decree. "Idle people, please leave." "Recuse the idlers?" Ouyang's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the white crane still circling in the sky. How dare he be so arrogant in the small mountain peak's territory? How dare he? A newcomer? That's a pretty fat-looking crane though. "Little White, shoot down the ones flying in the sky for me. Extra meal for lunch today." Ouyang spoke to White Feiyu, who was standing with his hands on the tree. Bai Feiyu opened his eyes in dissatisfaction. He was in the middle of stabilizing his realm, and someone dared to disturb his mind with true essence amplification? "What's the matter with you?" The 3-foot green blade sword on his waist seemed to sense his master's mood swings and then sheathed his sword. charging towards the white crane in the sky. Senior white brother, leave the bird under the sword. A golden stream of light approached at great speed, directly knocking the white crane hovering in the sky far away. The golden stream of light stopped, and a young man in a white Taoist robe with a handsome face stood with his feet on a flying sword and arched his hand. Senior brother bye. Senior brother ancestor has only been in the inner sect for a short while, so I hope you'll forgive me if I've offended you. Bai Feiyu saw the visitor and closed his eyes again. The flying sword that had originally flung itself into the air flew back into its scabbard with a brush. Yang looked at the attribute panel of the visitor and instantly knew who the visitor was. Name, Ling Feng, the master's first disciple. Cultivation level, Yuaning Triple Realm. Root Bone, 8. Charm, 8. Lucky, 8. Kendo qualification, 8. Exclusive skill, Double Sword Hua Chop. Evaluation, mediocre dual sword flow master big disciple. Yang said with some dissatisfaction. Old Ling, how do you run things? How can any cat or dog dare to send a small mountain peak? Ling Feng smiled apologetically and said, I just sent a letter to my master towards Jade Maiden Peak. That's why I asked Master Ancestor to come on my behalf. And I've already instructed to be nice and careful. Perhaps the young man is a bit high-minded. Please forgive me. Senior brother O. Speak courteously. Eyebrows and eyes smile to give people a kind of spring breeze like tenderness. Senior brother. They dared to attack the sect leader's mount. A cry of alarm came from the white crane, and a teenager poked his head out and opened his mouth to Ling Feng to complain. Yang looked at the teenager who revealed his head. His face changed without leaving a trace, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Name, Zhu Yuan, Holy Son of the Demon Clan. Cultivation level, first level of Jiadan. Root Bone, 10+1. Charm, 8. Lucky, 7. Knifeway qualification, 10. Exclusive skill, 100 changes magic statue. Verdict, a somewhat high-profile villain. The Holy Son of the Devil? The old man in charge had taken a demonic Holy Son as his disciple? And the devil race sent their own Holy Son here as an undercover agent? You're so desperate? Seeing Zhu Yuan's attribute panel, Yang only felt a series of question marks, flashing himself a bit confused. Taoism and devilry are not mutually exclusive. This is an iron law that has existed since ancient times. This was something that both himself and Xiaobai had confirmed before, and during one of the demon removal operations, Yang had once tentatively asked Xiaobai. After completing the mission, Yang said with some sighs, Xiaobai, there have been countless great wars waged between the Tao and the devil? Why on earth do you think that is? Bai Feiyu replied indifferently. It's just a dispute over the Tao. It's been like this since ancient times. That is to say, in Xiaobai's last life, the struggle between the Tao and the devil existed, and Xiaobai also looked as if he had taken it for granted. Yang frowned at the white crane above the arrogant Zhu Yuan. Look at the panel, attributes are indeed extraordinary, even higher than the ancient sword fairy reincarnation of Xiaobai, only slightly inferior to his own little old brother. But this wasn't what Yang was worried about. Any genius that hadn't grown up was not enough to worry about, as long as they weren't given time to develop. Yang was just worried that the old man of the sect leader's acceptance of such a demonic holy son would lead to a late death. After all, as the sect leader of the 9 great sacred grounds, his personal disciple was actually a demonic holy child. This was simply a strange shame for the Green Cloud sect, which prided itself on being the vanguard of the righteous path. As Yang contemplated, Ling Feng on the flying sword continued to stand with his arms arched, not in a hurry. On the contrary, the tree Bai Feiyu some surprised to open his eyes. His big brother has never been so unreasonable. Always a good old man look. Today how not to answer? Bai Feiyu twisted his head to look at the contemplative Yang, and with a movement in his heart, he drifted and landed beside Yang and asked flatly, "What's wrong?" Yang returned to his senses and looked at the confused Bai Feiyu and said in a low voice, "Little Bai, what do you think of that crane-riding teenager?" Bai Feiyu's eyes condensed as he looked at the young man above the white crane, nodded and said, "Although not as outstanding as second senior brother, he is equally gifted. It seems that the sect leader has taken in a good disciple." Yang was a bit surprised. Even Xiaobai, who was the reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal, couldn't tell that the teenager in front of him was a member of the demon race. Is it because of that exclusive skill? The corner of Yang's mouth hooked up slightly. Interesting. Chapter 15, Chen Changsheng who suddenly strikes. Before Yang was ready to give the demonic holy son in front of him a lesson that the man of a lifetime would forget, suddenly the large formation around the small mountain peak was instantly activated. A large formation like an air cover instantly enveloped the entire small mountain peak. Yang was shocked in his heart. How did the mountain protection formation, which had been in the charge of third senior brother Chen Changsheng, activate on its own? Could it be that the Green Cloud sect is going to be exterminated? The always cautious Chen Changsheng wouldn't be able to strike easily, and always slightly retreated behind the crowd when it came to things. How did you suddenly activate all the mountain protection formations of the entire small mountain peak this time? It wasn't just Ouyang. Xiaobai standing next to him instantly mobilized his own sword intent, and the entire sky above the small mountain peak was covered with countless invisible swords in a split second. A cracking sound rang out as Ling Qingsong held his sword and directly smashed through the freshly repaired roof. His entire body was like a sharp sword as he stared dead on at Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan in the sky. The two of them were equally well aware of Chen Changsheng's nature. If he hadn't encountered some great matter of life and death, Chen Changsheng wouldn't have activated all the formations. The wind and clouds on the small mountain peak suddenly changed, and under the influence of the grand formation, this piece of heaven and earth was as if it had been turned upside down. Wind, fire, thunder and lightning fought in the air, and torrential rain poured down, then turned into an invisible sword. Ling Feng and Ancestral Abyss, who were at the very center of it all, looked pale. Ling Feng felt an enormous pressure the moment the grand formation was activated. The complex and exquisite light golden formation diagrams floating vaguely above his head. Even as a Yuaning sage himself felt despair. Not to mention, there were two other people standing below with swords, already locked onto themselves and ready to strike at any time. Bai Feiyu and Long Qingsong. Obviously both were only at the Jiedan stage, but Ling Feng was certain in his heart that any one of these two, he would definitely not be able to walk under the other's sword for more than 3 moves. Monster out of Little Mountain Peak. This phrase that was quietly circulating in the Qingyan sect. Ling Feng had not believed in it before, and had only treated the people on the small peaks a bit more favorably. But now that Ling Feng knew what that meant, when he saw them in the future, he would definitely take a detour. Master, elder brother, what do they want to do? Slaughter fellow disciples? Zhu Yuan, who was riding on the white crane, was only at the Jiedan stage, and under such a powerful pressure. His words were trembling a bit as he looked towards Ling Feng for help, and asked with a bit of disbelief even now. This is the Green Cloud sect, one of the 9 holy places. Such a thing as fellow disciples killing each other. Zhu Yuan still didn't believe that the other party would dare to do it. You're a genius yourself, a once-in-a-million-years genius. Although he had joined the Green Cloud sect for a short period of time yet, he didn't believe that the Green Cloud sect would watch a supreme genius like himself die in the midst of infighting within the same sect. Ling Feng looked at Zhu Yuan, who had turned to himself for help, and gave a bitter smile as he stepped in front of Zhu Yuan, and said to Ouyang, who was also a bit bewildered down below, Senior Brother O, if Senior Brother Zhu and I have offended Little Mountain Peak in any way, Ling Feng is now making amends to you, and I ask Senior Brother O to please be magnanimous. I don't even fucking know what's going on. You're asking me to hold my head high? Ouyang looked blankly at Bai Feiyu next to him. Bai, what does it mean? Ouyang asked in a small voice. Senior Brother Chen, it's time to make a move. Bai Feiyu likewise didn't know what was going on, but the cautious-natured Chen Changsheng had used all of his cards to suddenly storm out, so he must have discovered something. Just as Ouyang was still about to inquire, a huge golden formation quietly took shape between the dark clouds. From the huge golden array diagram, hundreds of Chen Changsheng wearing purple Dao robes slowly walked out. Each Chen Changsheng had the same aura, and his Jiedan stage cultivation was rising under the enhancement of the formation, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the cultivation of a pseudo-Yuaning. Hundreds of Chen Changsheng surrounded Zhu Yuan and Ling Feng, slowly drawing the long swords at their waists. Hundreds of long swords were drawn out at the same time, resounding with a crisp sword sound. The solemn killing intent caused the surrounded Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan to immediately draw their weapons. Hundreds of cultivators comparable to the Yuaning stage. Where the fuck are so many Yuaning stage cultivators? Ling Feng's gaze was clear and cold as he looked at the hundreds of murderous Chen Changsheng in front of him, each of whom looked exactly the same. But everyone is not a fake. One can feel that each Chen Changsheng is a living, breathing human being. Hundreds of people who looked the same and had the same cultivation level. What kind of secret method is this? Even for himself, who was a great disciple of the sect leader, this was the first time he had seen such a heaven-defying secret technique. As a Yuaning triple realm self, under the siege of hundreds of Yuaning stages, he would definitely not survive for more than a second. Not to mention having to protect Zhu Yuan behind him. It was the first time that Ouyang had seen that the so murderous and decisive Chen Changsheng had taken out all the puppets that he had made, and there was definitely Chen Changsheng himself in the middle of these puppets. Ouyang narrowed his eyes and locked onto a figure that stood slightly behind hundreds of Chen Changsheng. Hundreds of Chen Changsheng quietly looked at Ling Feng and the two of them, then spoke in unison. Senior Brother Ling, please leave. Chen Changsheng's target was Ancestral Abyss behind Ling Feng. When Ling Feng heard Chen Changsheng's words, he did not have the slightest expression on his face, but only slowly reached his hand to his back and drew out a strangely shaped long sword. Ling Feng, who had both swords in his hands, said indifferently, since the first day Zhu Shidi opened his mouth to call me senior brother on the first day he came to the mountain, I am his senior brother and he is my senior brother. Master, brother. Zhu Yuan was somewhat moved as he looked at the back that was as thick as a mountain in front of him. Ling Feng replied to Chen Changsheng's words and also showed his attitude. Hundreds of Chen Changsheng were silent, quietly looking at Ling Feng, and said softly, "Then you will accompany him to his death." All of a sudden, 100 swords competed and resounded throughout the small mountain peak. Chapter 16 The Oath of Heaven. What was the scene of hundreds of cultivators comparable to the Yuaning stage striking at the same time? That's now. Hundreds of Yuaning stage Chen Changsheng stood with their swords, and berserk true essence stirred in the air above the small mountain peak. Countless sword chi reverberated over the small mountain peak. Ling Feng pulled out a small copper bell and recited under his breath. The copper bell directly covered himself an ancestral abyss. Countless sword chi smashed on top of the bronze bell, setting off dense dots of waves. Ling Feng and Zhu Yuan, who were surrounded in the center, were positively suffering from tremendous pressure. Ling Feng held dual swords. As a disciple of the sect leader, he was naturally extremely talented, especially with the magic treasures that his master had personally refined. At the Yuaning triple realm, he was confident that he could fight all opponents of the same realm one by two, and opponents of a lower realm, he could manage to behead them with ease. However, facing hundreds of cultivators comparable to the Yuaning stage, one was bound to pay a great price or even fall on the spot. Quantity will certainly cause qualitative changes at a certain point. Hell knows what secret technique was used by this unimpressed fellow disciple on the other side. Surprisingly, he could summon out such a large number of doppelgangers. What kind of monsters are coming out of Little Mountain Peak? And compared to Ling Feng, who was struggling to hold on, Zhu Yuan, who was still riding on the white crane behind him, was completely petrified. He had never felt death so close to him. If it wasn't for the resistance of his own senior brother in front of him, I'm afraid that it would only take an instant for him to die. He himself hadn't even figured out what he was feuding with this guy across the street until now. From the time he was born until now. No matter if he was in the demon realm or entered the Green Cloud sect, every step he took was a smooth one without a single ripple. One will always be high above the rest and will inevitably be one of those beings who look down on all beings. But now he was like a banana leaf under a sudden rain. A mouse in the middle of a group of cats that could be killed at any time. Obviously, he had come to the Qingyan sect as an undercover agent at the risk of his own life for the sake of the great cause of the demon clan. It's not even a month to die here. Looking at the raining swords in the sky, Zhu Yuan was unwilling in his heart and even looked with some resentment at Ling Feng, who was blocking his body. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come here. I said I was just here to deliver a letter, but I didn't realize I was here to get killed. I can't die. I am the holy son of the demon race. I'm the future demon emperor of the demon clan. How can I die in a place like this? Zhu Yuan's eyes began to glow red. His own dignity as a heavenly pride began to inspire his potential between life and death. Celestial pride was called celestial pride not only because of their proud qualifications, but also because they felt it was a shame to hide under the shelter of others. Zhu Yuan's strength, which had just broken through to the Jiedan stage, began to skyrocket. In just an instant, he came to the Jiedan triple realm. Wartime boundary breaking. The potential of these sons of the realm is always so unreasonable. Certain people were stuck at the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage for several years, and some people broke through the realm easier than drinking water. Zhu Yuan roared. The black true essence in his body transformed into a long ink-colored sword in his hand, and with a light tap of his toes, he broke out of the protection of the bronze bell from the white crane and rushed towards the densely packed Chen Changsheng in front of him. The stern and devouring blade intent, with an unrelenting momentum, instantly killed 3 Chen Changshengs in seconds. This blade carried a tragic determination. The amazing blade chi directly locked onto its target. The 3 Chen Changsheng could not even move. They could only watch as Zhu Yuan cleaved himself in two. But also in an instant, Zhu Yuan was also struck by a dozen or so sword chi, spitting blood from his mouth and flying backwards. Ling Feng panicked and stepped out from the bronze bell to catch Zhu Yuan, who was already unconscious. Ling Feng, who stepped out of the protection of the bronze bell holding Zhu Yuan, was instantly exposed to the rain of swords in the sky. Enough! Ouyang's flat voice rang out, and a large, light golden-colored hand of true qi blocked in front of Ling Feng, doing its best to block the rain of swords that filled the sky. Ling Feng looked down at Ouyang, who had a flat expression, and nodded at him with some gratitude. Ouyang had a flat expression on his face, but in reality, he was rather egg-conscious. One could only stand on the ground with one's neck craned to watch. After all, imperial flight could not be learned at all. Fortunately, one blocked Chen Changsheng's attack before he was ready to strike Ling Feng in Ancestral Abyss, and as Chen Changsheng was still not dead set on it, the hundreds of bilocations began to move. Interlocking with each other, they formed a subtle formation. Ouyang's face twitched. This kid really doesn't make a move, never mind. Once he makes a move, he has to put people to death. 8 ring, little white, hold him down for me. Ouyang, who couldn't fly, had no choice but to command his two senior brothers, although he did not know why Ouyang would block Chen Changxing's attack for Lingfeng and the two of them. However, in response to his eldest brother's command, Long Qingsong, who was the youngest oldest brother, rushed up without the slightest hesitation. On the other hand, Bai Feiyu, who was a little slower, glanced at Ouyang and still rushed up right after Long Qingsong. The two of them naturally found out where Chen Changxing's true body was in the first instance since they were not under Chen Changxing's siege. Long Qingsong, who had transformed into a sharp sword, picked off the long sword in the hands of one of the hundreds of Chen Changxing with a single sword. Hundreds of Chen Changxing movements instantly stopped, while Chen Changxing was still undeterred, and with the long sword in his hand knocked down, he put his hand into his own sleeve. He himself would not go easy without a dozen or so cards, and as long as he took out what was inside his sleeves, the ancestral abyss in front of him would have to die even if he didn't. Chen Changxing's eyes were red as he looked at ancestral abyss, who he had a blood feud with in his previous life, and completely lost his usual caution. You and I have to die here one today. Suddenly Bai Feiyu reached out and grabbed Chen Changxing's hand reaching into his sleeve. Bai Feiyu looked at Chen Changxing who had already fallen into madness and whispered with some intolerance. Third senior brother, eldest senior brother told you to stop. Hearing Bai Feiyu's words, a trace of clarity crossed Chen Changxing's eyes, and he looked at Ouyang below in consternation. Ouyang below just gently shook his head, signaling Chen Changxing to stop. Chen Changxing unwillingly looked at Zhu Yuan who had collapsed in Lingfeng's arms. He had never been able to kill the Zhu Yuan in front of him so easily. Even in his previous life he had never even gotten that close. But Chen Changxing, whose spiritual platform had regained its clarity, unwillingly lowered his hand and roared towards Zhu Yuan. The heavenly Tao is above. Within 10 years, I, Chen Changxing, will kill ancestral abyss. If I fail to do so, humans, gods, and demons will all be executed. Chen Changxing, who had suddenly opened his mouth to make the heavenly Tao oath, caused everyone present to be stunned. The heavenly Tao oath would not be easy to issue for any cultivator. If there wasn't a blood feud, the heavenly Tao oath wasn't something that was easily given out. This kind of vow is a vow made by a practitioner requesting heaven and earth as a witness, and if the vow is not fulfilled, then even if this practitioner does not kill himself, heaven and earth will arrange all kinds of accidents to help him to be decent. Once a heavenly Tao oath is made, the person making the oath must fulfill it. This is as ironic as it gets. That was why everyone present knew the moment Chen Changxing roared and issued the heavenly Tao oath. The ancestral abyss in Lingfeng's arms definitely had an absolute blood feud with Chen Changxing. Chapter 17, If the master doesn't agree, I'll talk to him. The sky above was instantly covered with dark clouds, and 9 muffled thunderclaps rang out from the depths of the clouds. 9 times lightning flashed from an otherwise black cloud. This represented that the heavenly Tao oath that Chen Changxing had just made had been recognized by the heavenly Tao. Once the heavenly Tao oath was completed, the faces of everyone present became very ugly. Chen Changxing clenched his hand and the hundreds of detachments in the sky instantly returned to his sleeves. Strongly bracing his spirit, the long sword in his hand flew towards the golden array in the sky, and the complicated and mysterious golden array slowly disappeared in the sky. Chen Changxing promised to let Lingfeng and the two of them leave, but then he glanced at the unconscious Zhu Yuan, and in a fit of rage, he threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing into the arms of Bai Feiyu next to him. The sky was back to clear, but the sternness was even more intense than just a moment ago. Originally, it was only Chen Changxing who had murderous intent towards the unconscious Zhu Yuan in Lingfeng's arms. The gazes of everyone on the entire small mountain peak now looked towards ancestral abyss in Lingfeng's arms. Lang Qingsong stood in front of Lingfeng with his sword, while Bai Feiyu dropped down from the air and placed Chen Changxing on the recliner. Then he rose up in the air once again, blocking the path of Lingfeng and the two of them. The two of them blocked Lingfeng's retreat one after the other and skillfully formed a mutual offense and defense posture. The two people who both possessed sword intent reached a unanimous goal in an instant, and if they were to strike, they were bound to do so with a single blow. This was because both of them knew very well that Chen Changxing had made a heavenly Tao oath, and if it was not accomplished, Chen Changxing would definitely die. Ancestral abyss was now in Lingfeng's arms, and as long as Ouyang opened his mouth, the two of them would help Chen Changxing fulfill the heaven's Tao oath that he had just made. 10 years? It wouldn't take that long. In 10 breaths the two of them could chop ancestral abyss into pieces. Do you need a reason to kill someone? His own mentor and brother needed him dead. That's enough. Long Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, who had drawn their long swords at the same time, couldn't help but emanate their own sword intent on their bodies. The sword intent of the two were both offensive and extreme sword intent, and when the two strands of sword intent erupted, the solemn killing intent was even greater than that of Chen Changxing, who had been split into hundreds just a moment ago. Two overwhelming sword intent instantly enveloped Lingfeng, who was holding Zhu Yuan. Ling Feng let out a bitter smile and silently placed the unconscious Zhu Yuan on the white crane behind him. The moment Chen Changsheng made the heavenly Dao oath, Ling Feng also knew that Chen Changsheng and this junior brother of his must have a blood feud. This blood feud has even reached the point of immortality. He also wasn't sure what exactly his junior apprentice brother, who had only just joined the mountain sect, had done to Chen Changsheng that was outrageous to both the gods and the people, but definitely no less than Zhu Yuan killed Chen Changsheng's entire family. However, as a senior brother, Ling Feng could not stand by and watch his junior brother die in front of him in an unexplained manner. Ling Feng drew out his twin swords, took a deep breath, and with his eyes glued together, he faced the two overwhelming sword intent directly. The pressure was even greater than when he had just faced hundreds of Yuaning stage doppelgangers of Chen Changsheng. Sword intent was only something advanced that could be accessed by a great cultivator at the out-of-body stage who had come out of his divine soul. Even his Yuaning triple realm self had only just touched the threshold of sword intent. How could there be a cultivator on a small mountain peak who was able to comprehend sword intent at the Jiedan stage? And two of them? It's not a monster anymore. It's a ghost. Ling Feng held his sword in both hands, and the sword intent that was only in its embryonic form did not dare to show up at all within his body. The unformed sword intent would be instantly strangled to death in front of the complete sword intent. Sword cultivators were originally extreme attackers who gave up all defense. Normally, when practicing with swords, moving would either kill or maim them, let alone now that both sides were going to fight for their lives. And for sword cultivators, having sword intent and not having it were two completely different concepts. Ling Feng Yuaning triple realm in front of the two Jiedan stage senior brothers. Just holding the sword would take a lot of effort. Of course, it would have been much better if Ling Feng had dropped the sword in his hand, but this also meant that Ling Feng was about to give up his sword Dao, his own Dao. Giving up one's Dao was more cruel to a cultivator than killing him. So even if he was suppressed by the sword intent of the two Ling Qingsongs, Ling Feng was not willing to put down the sword in his hand. Suddenly, Ouyang from below spoke up. Old Ling, your senior brother spat out blood, and my senior brother spat out blood as well, so let's just leave it at that. Ouyang's words were simply Ling Feng's life-saving straw right now. Ling Feng hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "That's natural. It's just a little kid's Do Chi competition. The competition is already over. Let them go." Ouyang walked over to Chen Changsheng, raised his hand on Chen Changsheng's pulse, and said without looking back, "Senior brother." Bai Feiyu wanted to say something else. He thought that Ouyang didn't know how serious the heavenly Dao oath that Chen Changsheng had just made was, so he wanted to open his mouth to remind him. "Let them go," Ouyang said indifferently as he pulled out a white jade bottle from his pocket and poured out an elixir to feed to Chen Changsheng. Long Qingsong and Bai Feiyu unwillingly fell from the air. Ling Feng, as if he had been amnestied, casually arched his hand towards Ouyang, sat on the white crane, and prepared to leave with his senior brother. Ouyang's voice, however, came again. "Senior brother Ling, please bear with my family's senior sister about lighting the everlasting light tomorrow." Ling Feng squeezed out a smile and said, "That's natural. Senior brother, oh please don't worry. I heard the sect master say that there will be a sect competition a month later?" Ouyang opened his mouth and asked. Ling Feng immediately had a bad feeling in his heart, but he still replied stiffly, "Indeed, 1 month later will be the clan competition." Ouyang nodded and spoke. "Please tell the sect leader that this time, for the sect competition, my little mountain peak will also participate, and at the same time, I also hope that senior brother Zhu Yuan, who is lying there, will also be able to participate." Ling Feng said with some bitterness, "Senior brother, oh, why make such a scene?" If he had known that a single visit to the small mountain peak by his ancestor brother would cause that much commotion, then even if a knife fell from the sky, he would have come himself. Ouyang said as he looked indifferently at Ling Feng in the sky. "I'm just informing you and the sect leader, not discussing with you. If the sect leader doesn't want to, I'll go tell him. Also, my surname is Ouyang, not O." Chapter 18, I'm your eldest brother. In this kind of matter, Ling Feng naturally didn't dare to make a decision, and could only reply that he would report to the sect leader. When Ling Feng rode the white crane and ran like crazy into the distance until after it disappeared into the sky, Ouyang just sighed and looked at the three of them. Long Qingsong, who were staring at themselves with unblinking eyes. Look, what are you looking at? I don't have flowers on my face." Ouyang didn't have the good sense to open his mouth. "Eldest senior brother, will that Zhu Yuan run away without waiting for the clan competition?" Bai Feiyu opened his mouth and asked. This world was very vast, and even his own self, who was a sword immortal in his previous life, hadn't gotten a glimpse of it. If Zhu Yuan was really afraid of hiding, then finding him would be like finding a needle in a haystack. After all, it was only necessary to hide for 10 years, and after Chen Changsheng had failed to fulfill the heavenly Dao vow and died, Ancestral Abyss would be able to make a righteous comeback. What else can we do? Go to Qingyan Peak now and chop off that kid's limbs? Oi! You come back here! I didn't ask you to go, Ouyang said angrily, but I didn't expect Leng Qingsong to dabble and stand up, picking up his sword and heading out. This little old man is a little too straight. He's really on when there's something going on. Ouyang called out to Leng Qingsong, who was ready to go and cut off Zhu Yuan's limbs, and chopped his head and gave him another scolding. Hu Tutu hugged Hidden Fox with a worried look at Chen Changsheng lying on the recliner and said, "Third senior brother will be alright, right? I just saw him vomiting blood. It must be very painful, right?" Ouyang looked at the face of crying Hu Tutu quickly opened his mouth to comfort. "It's not in the way. Changsheng is just the exhaustion of the true essence, coupled with the urgent fire attack involving internal organs before spitting out blood. This mouth of bruised blood is not spit out, but instead of the harm." After coaxing Hu Tutu and instructing Bai Feiyu to keep a close eye on Leng Qingsong who was full of dry spells, Ouyang then picked up Chen Changsheng and sent him to Chen Changsheng's room. Chen Changsheng had a very long dream in which he returned to his previous life. In that never world, covered in blood himself, he kept hacking and slashing at the demons that rushed up. Bloodstains muddled his eyes. His vision became blurred. The meridians in his body were all broken. Not even a trace of true essence could be mobilized. All that was left was instinctive hacking and slashing. But even so, Chen Changsheng still tightly gripped the sword in his hand. Suddenly the scenery in front of his own eyes changed, and the face that he had not forgotten until now reappeared in front of him. The handsome to demonic man was dressed in a blood-red robe. The vertical pupils between his eyebrows were evil, and his head had double horns and black wings on his back. The whole person was haunted by endless grievous souls all over his body, like an evil spirit that had walked out of the hell. That face was none other than Zhu Yuan, the holy emperor of the demon race, one of the culprits who started this apocalypse. At this moment, Zhu Yuan was holding a blood-red long sword, carrying a head in his hand, and was smiling up to the sky. At this point, Zhu Yuan had become the biggest devil in the world. He killed everyone Chen Changsheng knew and almost turned the entire world upside down. And the moment Chen Changsheng saw the head in Zhu Yuan's hand, his eyes streamed with blood and tears as he desperately hissed. That head was none other than Ouyang. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, Ouyang always stood in the forefront of his own, and the most dangerous and frightening things had his senior brother to give him shelter from the wind and rain, until Ouyang died tragically in front of him. He was still making himself run desperately. Chen Changsheng wanted to take revenge, thought about it day and night, thought about going crazy, but in the face of Zhu Yuan, who had already achieved immortality, he was always as small as a mole cricket. Suddenly, Ouyang's head in Zhu Yuan's hand violently opened its tightly closed eyes and shouted towards himself, "Run away!" Ah! Chen Changsheng sat up violently from the bed, panting heavily, cold sweat having soaked through his clothes. Having a nightmare? A voice too familiar to be familiar came from the sidelines. When Chen Changsheng heard this voice, tears instantly flowed down his face, and he scrambled to cover his eyes with his sleeve, saying in a muffled voice. Sweat stung his eyes. Ouyang looked at Chen Changsheng, who was hiding his embarrassment, and laughed softly, sitting on the chair beside the bed and saying with a calm gaze, "Blame senior brother for stopping you from killing Zhu Yuan?" Chen Changsheng shook his head and had some regrets in his heart. From the time he was reborn until now he had always been cautious. He never thought that when he saw his enemy again, he would still be overwhelmed by hatred. Not only did he fail to kill Zhu Yuan, but now he's even spooked the snakes. Chen Changsheng said sullenly, "I know what senior brother is worried about. If I kill him, I'm afraid that the Qingyan sect and even the entire cultivation world will have no place for me to stay. In the clan, strictly prohibit infighting, the same door to each other, this kind of thing. By the clan, no. Light is to abolish the cultivation expulsion from the mountain gate. Heavy is directly killed. If Chen Changsheng really killed Zhu Yuan, then he would be considered to have killed himself as well. This was a lose-lose approach, and Ouyang naturally would not agree to Chen Changsheng doing this. So when he let Ling Feng go, he forced Ling Feng to admit that what Chen Changsheng had just done was nothing more than a sparring match between fellow disciples. As long as the parties involved admitted that it was a cut, then Chen Changsheng could not be held responsible. Ouyang sighed as he looked at the senior brother in front of him. The Chen Changsheng who had been reborn and returned should know the identity of Zhu Yuan. The matter of Zhu Yuan being the holy son of the demon race was also clear to Ouyang. But would anyone believe such a thing when it's said in red? Even Xiao Bai, the reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal, couldn't see Zhu Yuan's true identity. Did he expect that group of old trash to be able to see it? However, before Chen Changsheng fell unconscious he made a heavenly oath. With this oath as a backing, for the identity of Zhu Yuan thought everyone would be alert. Not saying it outright, but letting others suspect it, is the only way to go to a greater extent to make others suspect ancestral abyss. When Chen Changsheng heard Ouyang sigh, his heart tightened and he immediately spoke. "Senior brother, don't worry, I definitely won't make a move against him in the near future. Not in the near future, but still in the future. Ouyang shook his head and walked over to Chen Changsheng and lowered his head to ask in a low voice, "Did you make a mark on him?" Chen Changsheng nodded. He had left a divine soul imprint on Zhu Yuan when he rushed out to cut down his 3 doppelgangers. This kind of imprint, even if Zhu Yuan went to the ends of the earth, one would still be able to find him. Ouyang then nodded with satisfaction. This senior brother of his prudent work is still dripping with water. Not bad. Much better than some dumbass who just rushes upwards with his sword in his hand. You should rest first. Things have already happened. Let's take a step forward and see what happens. Ouyang opened his mouth to comfort. Chen Changsheng obediently lay back on the bed, looked at Ouyang blankly and said, "Senior brother, if killing Ancestral Abyss will be able to stop a catastrophe, do you believe it?" Ouyang froze, then shook his head and said with deliberation, "You understand wrongly. The creation of havoc won't change because of one person. Even if you kill Zhu Yuan, there will be a second and a third Zhu Yuan appearing. The emergence of havoc is not accidental. It's inevitable." Chen Changsheng nodded, then said sullenly, "A lot of people will die in the Holocaust. There has to be a way to stop it." Ouyang slapped on Chen Changsheng's head and scolded with a laugh. The Qingyan sect alone has countless strong people. Facing something like a cataclysm is not something you, a Jidan stage loser, should worry about. Sleep well on your sleep. After lecturing Chen Changsheng, Ouyang walked out of Chen Changsheng's room, and as he crossed out the threshold, Chen Changsheng's voice sounded behind him. "Senior brother, if a catastrophe does occur, I will definitely protect everyone." Ouyang's heart fluttered, and he said faintly without turning his head, "If there really is a cataclysm, as long as I don't die, the sky won't fall. I'm your eldest senior brother." Chapter 19, Cleaning Up the Mess. I'm your eldest senior brother. The sky can't fall. The bland tone of voice states a domineering declaration. This pussy is pretending to be natural and pussy. Ouyang couldn't even help but cheer for himself in his heart as he walked out of Chen Changsheng's room. Pretending in front of his own group of big brother brothers was just too good. It was like drinking an 82-year-old Coke as cold as ice. Ouyang closed the door to Chen Changsheng's room and turned his gaze to the courtyard. Under a large tree with many leaves, a square-faced Tibetan fox was sitting at a stone table, holding a cup of tea and looking at the moon. Quite a leisurely mood. "Aren't you afraid that those senior brothers of mine will find out that you are a demon?" Ouyang said as he walked across to the square-faced fox and poured himself a cup of tea as well. Huyan picked up his tea and took a light sip, his drooping hind legs involuntarily crossing his legs and skillfully hiding his bells before he leisurely spoke. "I have shielded my breath. Although these brats are amazingly talented, they are still not enough to look at in front of me. Then again, senior is a very good senior brother. Don't call me senior. Actually, I'm not much older," Ouyang said as he drank the tea in his hand. His mouth was full of tea flavor, and there was even a trace of heaven and earth yuan qi echoing in his mouth. "Good tea." Ouyang's eyes lit up and he reached out for another pot. Huyan quickly snatched the teapot from Ouyang's hands and said with some heartache, "This is tea from a 10,000-year-old spiritual tea tree. Have you been drinking tea like this?" Ouyang skimmed his lips. This fox was ugly and still petty, and said without any good humor, "How long do you really want to stay here?" Ouyang didn't believe that a great demon in the transitional stage would honestly keep guarding Hu Tutu's side and willingly become a pet. Huyan carefully put away the teapot and recupped the teacup in his own hand. Looking at the moon, he said, "At first, I was just curious about what this clan member with the nine-tailed bloodline was doing in Qingyan sect, but now I'm even more curious to know if she can really break through to the nine-tailed heavenly fox. Is it really that boring?" Ouyang asked suspiciously. "Otherwise, the life of a cultivator after the transition stage is very long, and there is no possibility of going further up, so the long years always have to find some fun for themselves." Huyan shrugged and said, "I also don't feel that the transitional stage is that powerful. It's not like I haven't punched it before." Ouyang looked at the pretentious Huyan and whispered in his heart. Huyan looked at Ouyang with a pair of fox eyes, as if he could tell what Ouyang was thinking, and said with a light laugh, "So that's how it is. Do you really think that the transition stage is simply a high realm? Kid, I admit that your true chi is so huge that even I find it terrifying. But if I want to kill you, I can still do it." Ouyang, who heard this, did not get angry, but instead nodded seriously. This kind of thing Ouyang was very clear in his heart. No matter if it was the offerings on the back mountain or the headmasters and masters, most of them were playful in nature with themselves, and even found it interesting. Old things that had lived for thousands of years, existences that had cultivated to the apex of this world, which one didn't have two brushes. Ouyang wouldn't really think that the Huyan in front of him would be subdued so easily by a bundle of immortal ropes. "Then you are going to keep guarding Tutu until she breaks through the nine-tailed sky fox realm?" Ouyang asked curiously. Huyan shook his head and said, "The Qingxiu fox clan's breakthrough from 7 tails to 8 tails is already a rare occurrence in 10,000 years. and to break through to Nine Tails is even harder. Every fox has its own fortunes, and my path isn't necessarily suitable for her. But I can guard her until I have some ability to defend myself before leaving. Hu Yan opened his mouth, but then laughed. I say guarding her, but with you and those senior brothers of yours, I think this world is a big place for her to go as well, and I might just want to simply stay by her side. Why is this old thing talking from east to west? Yang was all a bit dazed by Hu Yan's winding up. Hu Yan jumped down from the stool. The moonlight sprinkled on his brown fur, steaming up the moonlight essence slowly being inhaled into his body. I'm very happy with the name she gave me, because the current me is called handsome. Hu Yan hemmed and hawed and turned into a clear wind and flew directly back to Hu Tutu's room. That's a pretty odd-natured fox. Yang looked towards the moon. The moon in this world was unusually large, like he could reach out and touch it. Maybe it's the lack of light pollution in this world that makes it seem pristine. Suddenly Yang's eyes glazed over as a wooden boat flew in from the middle of the moon. The wooden boat flew without wind, and on top of it stood two young men, one swinging a paddle in the shape of a rowing boat, while one stood at the head of the boat holding a pen and paper. As the wooden boat flew closer and closer, Yang saw the word criminal engraved on top of the wooden boat, and instantly understood what kind of person was coming. Cultivators from the penalty peak of the Green Cloud sect. The cultivators on the criminal peak were in charge of the Qingyun clan law. They had the right to investigate anyone and anything that violated the Qingyun clan law. Even if it was the sect leader, they would still investigate. The cultivators on the criminal peak were all at least Jidan to start with, and every day they had a gloomy face, with a pair of eyes that always looked at you with a scrutinizing gaze. That's why the cultivators on the criminal peak were also known as zone dogs by the gnashing teeth of the other peaks. The wooden boat flew close, and the young man holding a pen and paper arched his hand at Yang and said, Senior brother Yang hasn't slept yet? Yang reached out to return the salute and asked knowingly, some insomnia in the past few days. What wind blew you two impermanent over here? The two people in front of him were black and white, and their names were very peculiar. One was called White Impermanence and the other Black Impermanence. That's why the two of them are also known as the Inquisitors of Criminal Peak. Yang knew with his toes that it must have been because Chen Changsheng had made too much noise this morning, and the people from Criminal Peak had sensed something strange before sending someone over specially. White Impermanence smiled and said, This afternoon, the Peak Master said that someone had made a heavenly Dao oath at the small mountain peak, so he sent the two of us to inquire about what happened. After saying that, the wooden boat was ready to land in the yard of the small mountain peak. A soft true chi blocked the wooden boat, and Yang spoke with a smile on his face. I have nothing to do today, so I'll make a heavenly oath that if I can't break through to the foundation establishment stage within 10 years, I'll swear not to be a human being. Elder brother, it's hard for me to give an explanation to the Peak Master for the kind of reason you're talking about. White Impermanence said with a head full of black lines. You can't talk nonsense with your eyes open, can you? What kind of person makes a heavenly oath to curse himself for nothing? Yang shook his head and said, Senior brother Bai, you don't know about this. Not only does my entire small mountain peak know about this matter, the sect leader also knows about it. The sect master also knows? White Impermanence turned around and Black Impermanence exchanged a glance, looking at Yang suspiciously. Could it be that Yang had really made this kind of bullshit heavenly oath? Since when is heavenly approval so worthless? Just as White Impermanence wanted to inquire further, Yang raised his hand and threw out a book, speaking, How can I not let the two brothers come for nothing? This is my recently researched new interrogation technique, so I'll give it to the two senior brothers. White Impermanence took the book, which had a line written crookedly on it. The 10 Tortures of the Green Cloud Sect. White Impermanence opened the book and looked at it twice, and then cold sweat ran down his back, but he was instantly ecstatic. With this book, I'll see if those guys still have a stiff upper lip. White Impermanence put away the book as if it was a treasure, arched his hand towards Yang and said, Since this matter, the sect leader also knows about it, then the two of us will report it truthfully. There is time for Brother Yang to still come to the criminal peak more often. The peak leader has said that you are an expert in interrogation that comes along once in a million years. Yang smiled and arched his hand and said, Definitely, definitely. Some other day I'll turn around in the criminal peak and improve the tools for you guys on the way. The two men and Yang exchanged a few words of politeness before driving the wooden boat to disappear back into the moon. Only Yang was left standing in a hazy moonlight with his brows furrowed. He remembered what Chen Changsheng had said and couldn't help but say with a quiet sigh, Havoc? Chapter 20, The small mountain peaks are all monsters, and I, Qingyun Peak, likewise don't raise wastes. Returning to Qingyun Peak, Lingfeng honestly knelt on the ground, with the unconscious ancestral abyss on a mat to the side. The two of them were in a small mansion, and on the main seat an old man in a waistcoat with a bushel fan was looking at Zhu Yuan with a frown on his face. This old man without a straight face was none other than the current sect leader of the Green Cloud sect, Caveman. It was rumored that the current head of the Green Cloud sect had unfathomable strength and had even touched the threshold of the immortal realm. Did that kid Ouyang really say that? Dong Shuzi asked with some egg on his face. Ling Feng, who had already told the original story, nodded, and then attached himself to his knees and said, apprentice disciple's cultivation is still shallow, and he failed to protect the youngest disciple's well-being, so I asked that master chastise him. Dong Shuzi looked at Ling Feng, who was kneeling on the ground and bowing his head, then sighed and said, it's really like you said. I already feel surprised that you were able to bring your senior brother back. You've already done a great job. There isn't a single normal person on that mountain. Oath of the heavenly Tao. Even if a cultivator did swear an oath, wanting to draw the attention of the heavenly Tao and obtain its permission, an unusual cultivator would not be able to do so. Are you saying that Taoism is a bad thing? What kind of cat or dog can attract the witness of the heavenly Tao? Only a poisonous oath made by a person with great chi fortune to another person with great chi fortune could possibly attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. This, on the other hand, also showed that both Chen Changsheng and Zhu Yuan were both great chi-luckers recognized by the heavenly Tao. Ling Feng hadn't been able to protect Zhu Yuan, and Dong Suzi didn't blame him. Ling Feng had been practicing at Qingyun Peak all year round, not going out of the front door, except for things in cultivation. All other things fell on deaf ears. So naturally, he didn't know what kind of demons lived on the small mountain peaks. Although Dong Suzi said so, Ling Feng still stubbornly refused to raise his head. Dong Shuzi could only say helplessly, since you insist on receiving your punishment, then go back and copy and mime the Huangting Jing 500 times. I honor master's decree. Ling Feng replied as he attached himself to the opening. Dong Shuzi looked at Ling Feng with some egg pain. This disciple of his own is good at everything, and his qualifications also make up for it, but he is just a little too upright, and even a little bit of a bullseye. This disciple of his own has not been out of Qingyun Peak since he was a child except for cultivation, and his perspective on problems is always black or white. Just like a white lotus flower. Dong Shuzi flew out a pill from his sleeve and used his true essence to dissolve the power of the pill and sprinkle it on Zhu Yuan's body. Zhu Yuan, who originally had a somewhat pained expression, regained calmness on his face, and his breath smoothed out quite a bit. With a wave of his hand, Ancestral Abyss disappeared into the hall, leaving only Dong Suzi and Ling Feng. Do you know what the heavenly Tao oath means? Dong Shuzi opened his mouth and asked. Immortality. Ling Feng opened his mouth and replied. Then you don't suspect that there is something wrong with your senior brother? Caveman spoke. Ling Feng shook his head and said, senior brother was handed over to me by master himself. I don't believe there can be anything wrong with senior brother. There must be some misunderstanding somewhere. Dong Shuzi was unable to speak after being choked by Ling Feng, and only after a long time did he say, if it's really your senior brother who has a problem, then what should you do? Since I am a senior brother, it is my responsibility to lead my senior brother back onto the right path. Ling Feng replied in a deep voice. Dong Shuzi looked at Ling Feng with a stunned face, feeling that this kid was covered in Buddha's light. It's a shame to practice Taoism. This kid should go and become a monk. If the Green Cloud sect is truly handed over to this kid, I'm afraid it will be exterminated in less than 30 years. What kind of things have you taken in yourself? Dong Suzi depressedly waved his hand at Ling Feng signaling that he could get lost. Ling Feng bowed and exited the master's room and walked straight towards Zhu Yuan's room. Heavenly Tao oath? Obviously my math is correct. What kind of blood feud does that kid Ouyang's senior brother have with Ancestral Abyss? After waiting for Ling Feng to walk out, Dong Suzi touched his beard in puzzlement and muttered. Opening Zhu Yuan's room. Zhu Yuan had already woken up and was sitting on the bed to meditate. Ling Feng quietly looked at Zhu Yuan who was meditating and was silent. After a long time, Zhu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He had forced himself to raise his realm and killed 3 cultivators comparable to the Yuaning stage in an instant. This kind of overstep challenge was very serious in terms of damage to the tendons and veins. How does it feel? Senior brother Zhu Yuan? Ling Feng's voice came from the distance. Ling Feng was sitting quietly on a chair looking at himself with a concerned and gentle gaze. A hint of hostility flashed in Zhu Yuan's eyes. If it wasn't for this White Lotus elder brother of his who had asked him to deliver the letter, how could he have been injured? Even if he didn't do it on purpose, he's partly to blame for this account. When he had gotten his hands on the legendary Qin Yun sect suppressor treasure, he would definitely slaughter the Qin Yun sect's entire clan. Senior apprentice brother Zhu Yuan, are you alright? Ling Feng asked with concern as he walked over to Zhu Yuan's side and touched his forehead. Zhu Yuan dodged Ling Feng's outstretched hand and said with a smile on his face, thank you for your concern, I'm already fine. Thank you for saving my life today. Zhu Yuan will never forget it. Yeah? No teeth? That's good. Ling Feng's tone suddenly turned steeply downward, like a cold wind scraping the bones. As soon as Ling Feng's words fell, Zhu Yuan suddenly felt the temperature around him drop rapidly, and just as he wanted to raise his head to look at Ling Feng, he was roughly lifted up by a hand that cupped his neck. Ling Feng squinted his eyes with a smile or not, looking at Zhu Yuan. There was no warmth and gentleness on weekdays. There was only endless coldness, since there are no teeth to forget. Do you need me to help you pull out all the teeth one after the other? Every word was like a sledgehammer on Zhu Yuan's heart, clearly with a smile on his face, but chilling. Senior brother Ling Feng. Zhu Yuan spat out a few words at Ling Feng with great difficulty, trying to break away from Ling Feng's hand, but the hand that was squeezing his neck was as firm as iron. Ling Feng stuck his head to Zhu Yuan's ear and whispered softly, "In the future, find less trouble for me. If you like to ask for trouble you can solve it for me yourself. It's only this time. If there's a next time, I'll personally tear you into pieces." Zhu Yuan nodded with difficulty, signaling that he knew. Seeing Zhu Yuan nodding his head, Ling Feng threw Zhu Yuan on the bed, looked at Zhu Yuan with a smirk and said, "Remember this, their little mountain peaks are all monsters, and my Qingyan peak likewise doesn't raise waists. 300 times of the Yellow Court Sutra. Give it to me by tomorrow." Chapter 21, Su Linger. Autumn is in the air and there are no clouds. Ouyang and Hututu once again walked on the mountain trestle. Compared to how rusty they were when they first arrived, the two of them were already very familiar with each other as they talked and laughed. Hututu walked in front and Ouyang walked behind. If it wasn't for the fact that Ouyang looked really young, it would simply be a father and daughter who had brought their daughter out to play. Ouyang was ready to take Hututu to light his own innate long bright light. Only after lighting the long bright light, Hututu would be considered to have officially joined the Qingyan sect. Normally, Qingyan Peak would send disciples on white cranes to bring the newly initiated disciples to Qingyan sect. But after this incident yesterday, Ouyang felt very consciously that Qingyan Peak shouldn't send any more white cranes over. So he simply took Hututu down the mountain. Qingyan Peak and the small mountain peaks were directly separated by hundreds of kilometers. If two people walked over, they didn't know how long they would have to walk until some monkey's age. The roof that the 8 rings had just repaired had collapsed again yesterday by themselves. Sha Shudi was recuperating from his injuries, and Bai Feiyu was still consolidating his realm. So only Ouyang could take Hututu to light the lamp. Fortunately, Ouyang had been in the Qingyan sect for more than 10 years. He had a wide network and many friends. And this morning, he used a communication talisman to contact the friends he was closer to, so he could take Hututu with him for a ride. Ouyang brought Hututu to the foot of the mountain, lazily sat down on the stone steps of the mountain gate, took out a pot of his own brewed spirit fruit wine, and took small sips of it alone. And Hututu was not idle for a moment to pick flowers and a moment to chase butterflies. Their own play is not happy. Before he could sit for a while, a bright golden light rose from the distance and flew towards the small mountain peak. Before the bright light arrived, a clear and pleasant female voice arrived first. "Senior brother Ouyang, I'm coming." Ouyang, who heard the sound, hurriedly stood up, straightened his clothes and looked at the bright light. When the bright light came into view, in a halo of light, a girl treading on a white cloud was looking at herself with a smile on her face. Every time he saw a girl's appearance, Ouyang would marvel in his heart. Long hair hung behind her like a waterfall, being tied simply with a red cord, such as the moon's phoenix eyebrows. A pair of beautiful eyes with love, quite show agaric nose, cheeks slightly halo, exhale like orchid's cherry lips, goose egg cheeks is very beautiful, blowing the skin as frost as snow, the body posture is delicate, such as out of the water of the goddess of fortune, between the knitted brows and the smile, the noble demeanor naturally flowed, so that people had to marvel at her elegant and spiritual light. Dressed in a white dress, she was like a fairy. Of course the most important thing was that this girl also possessed a broad bosom and a pair of snow-white, flawless, long, straight legs, innocence and seduction, interpreted to the extreme in her. Name, Su Linger, chief senior disciple of Jade Maiden Peak. Cultivation level, first level of Yuaning stage. Root bone, 7. Charisma, 9. Lucky, 6. Tonal talent, 8. Exclusive skills, not opened. Verdict, an excellent dingbat who specializes in blowjobs. His previous self was rushing at this comment from the system and experimenting with earthy love words towards Su Linger. From the beginning as a denizen to now as a senior brother, Ouyang had gone through a lot of trouble. Still, the effect was obvious, and the young girl in front of her was clearly not resisting herself as much. When she sent her a message, she hesitated but agreed. "Used to let myself roll. Senior sister Su Linger, long time no see," Ouyang said with a smile as he arched his hand towards the girl. The girl heard Ouyang's slightly polite tone and pouted with some dissatisfaction. She herself heard about senior brother Ouyang's letter and although she wanted to be reserved, she still hoofed it over. "I didn't expect senior brother Ouyang to act so raw and call himself Linger last time. It's just that I've been a little cold to you on purpose, and all men do is act like they are." Su Linger jumped down from the clouds and hugged Ouyang, looking at him with a smile like a flower and said, Senior brother. You haven't contacted me for a long time. I thought you had forgotten Linger. Hearing the girl's rant, and the touch coming from his own arm, Yang felt a little lost. But the little sister in the side, Yang naturally wanted to pretend to be serious about it, coughed and casually pulled a lie and said, these days white senior brother breakthrough. So I'm in the protection of him to stabilize the realm. Which just have time. Want to take my home the little sister to go to the Qingyun Peak to light a long bright light, and immediately thought of the senior sister you. The smile on Su Linger's face increased when she heard Yang say that she immediately thought of herself. Senior brother. There's a hair on your shoulder. Su Linger pretended to inadvertently lean on Yang's shoulder, and vigorously sniffed the smell of Yang's body. He. The smell of senior brother's body is still as good as ever. Su Linger smiled inwardly as she sniffed. Suddenly a small face appeared in front of Su Linger, and Hu Tutu was blinking her eyes at herself. Su Linger let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly jumped off Yang's body. Senior brother. Is this sister the ordinary friend who was going to take us to Qingyun Peak? Hu Tutu pointed at Su Linger and asked towards Yang, especially emphasizing on the words ordinary friend. Hearing Hu Tutu's words, only then did Su Linger square up to Hu Tutu who was lying on Yang's other shoulder. With her own poisonous vision, she could tell at a glance that this little girl in front of her would definitely be a great beauty when she grew up. At that moment, Su Linger's heart rang with alarm bells. It was not easy for her to keep those little hooves on Jade Maiden Peak honest. How come there was another beauty embryo little sister next to her senior brother? Was it because his own senior brother was too good that he attracted these little hooves to pounce on him? Su Linger looked at Hu Tutu and said to Hu Tutu with a peaceful smile on her face, Senior brother. Is this the new young disciple that senior uncle Hu Yun has taken in? Su Linger similarly aggravated her tone above the word small, implying that Hu Tutu was still a brat. Although it was a small child, Hu Tutu who was a woman was still able to hear the implied meaning in the tone of the same kind. Hu Tutu looked warily at this woman who suddenly appeared to be very close to her own senior brother. Even he himself had to admit that compared to beauty, this woman was only slightly inferior to himself. But the main thing is that this woman's body is totally not comparable to her current scrubby self. Hu Tutu gritted his tiger teeth and pretended to be naive as he countered. Yes, senior sister. My name is Hu Tutu, and I'll be spending time with senior brother and the others at Little Mountain Peak from now on. Hu Tutu's sentence about spending time together instantly hit Su Linger's soft underbelly. The fact that he and senior brother Yang were in love with each other but could not spend time together has always been his greatest pain. Yang, who was in the middle of an invisible smoke, looked at the two girls in front of him with a confused face, obviously polite and courteous between words, but I don't know why. It always feels like the flavor of gunpowder between them is very strong. Su Linger and Hu Tutu glanced at each other, and there seemed to be electric sparks erupting between them. Both of them turned their heads at the same time and grunted coldly. What a difficult woman. Chapter 22 Green Mountain Peak. There's always a quiet war between women. Although the two girls were close on the surface, they were stabbing each other as if they were hiding swords inside and outside their words. Little sister is really small and delicate. I've been spending time with elder brother. Come to Jade Maiden Peak when you have time. Kids should find more kids to play with. I've been spending time with elder brother. Yang hurriedly stopped the inexplicable struggle between the two, while turning his head to Su Linger with a smile. Senior sister. It's getting late. Let's get going. Su Linger pulled out a jade shao. Looking at Yang with a spring in her brow, she softly said, Elder brother, I'll give you a blowjob, okay? Cough cough cough. First busy with business. This thing when you are done you come to my room. We talk in detail. Yang said with a dry cough. Who could stand up to this? Even though he knew that what Su Linger said was not the same as what he understood. But looking at a delicate and innocent beauty saying such words to test your Dao heart. Whose Dao heart can withstand and I wonder if I can top it? Yang muttered. What did you say? Senior brother? Su Linger tilted her head and asked suspiciously. It's okay. Hu Tutu looked at the two who were flirting, and immediately became furious. Senior brother was really a big bad guy. Obviously there is such a cute little senior sister like himself, but he still goes out and hooks up with a vixen who doesn't know where she ran out from. On the subject of vixens, can they be as authentic as themselves? Hu Tutu's little tiger teeth were about to be gnawed. But as a small child himself there was nothing he could do about it. After all, who would be interested in a childlike body? Smiles meaningfully, Su Linger's jade hand lightly waved, and a cloud rose underneath the three of them. The cloud mist transformed into a white cloud and directly took the three of them up and flew in the direction where Qingyun Peak was located. With a distance of hundreds of kilometers, it took less than half an hour to fly to the mountain gate of Qingyun Peak. Compared to the small peaks, the peaks of Qingyun Peak were even taller and loftier. Huge mountain peaks stood abruptly above the earth, with immortal clouds and white cranes visible halfway up the mountain. Countless white jade stone steps were like heavenly staircases that led to the top of the mountain, with no boundaries in sight. As one of the 9 holy places in the cultivation world, Qingyun Valley was still quite attached to the decoration of its own main peak. Above the Qingyun Peak there were waterfalls, rivers, exotic flowers, rare birds and animals, and mismatched houses dotting the landscape. A stately and unassuming picture of a famous mountain of immortals. Ouyang walked in front, with Su Linger and Hututu slightly lagging behind by half a step on the left and right. Just before walking to the mountain gate he saw, on the vermilion lacquered pillars squatting 2 dozing stone lions. Seemingly realizing that someone was coming, the 2 stone lions awoke from their sleep, shook the stone chips from their bodies, jumped down from the lacquered pillars, and said to Ouyang with their toes high and their eyes closed, "Who is it that is coming? Name the mountain gate password." Ouyang looked at the stone lion whose 2 eyes were too lazy to open. He was furious and said with a sneer, "Come on, bow your head and I'll give you the password." The 2 stone lions leaned over and lowered their heads with their ears on their sides, only to see Ouyang with a sneer on his face, and they froze. Ouyang, but not accustomed to the stone lion in front of him, went up as a lion a big than a pocket. Furious opening shouted, "You the girl is the old man personally pinch out. Even dare to ask for the password towards me? Give me listen well. The password is, your father I come here never need what password." Being awakened by a big than a pocket, the stone lions hastily staggered out of the way, attached themselves to the ground and knelt, well behaved like 2 poodles, and even wagging their tails towards Ouyang. The 2 stone lions in front of him were the guys he casually pinched out when he first started cultivating and practicing the Earth System recluse method, because he forgot to take back his own true chi. So the 2 guys had an aura, and over time they opened up their spirit with the help of Ouyang's true chi. Finally, by the way, he was abducted here by the old man in charge to squat at the gate. The stone that can open the spirit can be said to be hard to come by in 10,000 years, and once the stone opens the spirit, it will hide itself in the very center of the mountain. So the stone spirit is almost impossible to meet in the cultivation world. These 2 stone spirits were used to look at the front door and were absolutely magnificent. I didn't expect the 2 stone spirits to look at the gate at Qingyun Peak and still look out of pride, but they didn't even look at themselves correctly. Ouyang took the 2 women and stepped straight onto the stone steps, taking 2 steps and then backing up. Flying was forbidden on Qingyun Peak, as well as the use of magic spells, and the only way to reach the top of the mountain was to rely on one's own 2 feet. With such long stone steps, one doesn't want to walk all the way up like this. The 2 stone lions that had originally breathed a sigh of relief immediately sat upright when they saw Ouyang go and return again. Ouyang looked and pointed at one of the stone lions and spoke. "You, carry us up, master. On Qingyun Peak you are only allowed to walk up the mountain by yourself. This is the rule." The stone lion that was pointed at by Ouyang revealed a humanized doggy smile and explained. Ouyang looked at the stone lion, pulled out his ears and said, "I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again?" The stone lion instantly felt that his body was stiffening, and the strand of true chi within his body that belonged to Ouyang was slowly leaving his body. The stone lion panicked and bent down and said, "I mean, master's rules are rules. Come on, slow down when you lift your leg. Do you want me to lie lower?" Ouyang grunted coldly and took the 2 women to ride on the stone lion, which disappeared on the alabaster steps with a few jumps. The stone lions that were not named by Ouyang breathed a sigh of relief and turned their heads to see a youth trying to follow Ouyang towards the mountain gate. The stone lion shook his spirit and said in a deep voice, "Who's coming? Muzzle." The youth froze, thinking about the way Ouyang lost his temper just now, and tried to say, "The password is your father I." Before the youth finished speaking, the stone lion's body-shaped sword, originally 5 or 6 meters tall, instantly rose to more than 20 meters. The huge stone lion raised a claw towards the youth and pressed it down fiercely. The young man was shocked under the hand-strangling magic trick, directly disappeared and left. "Playing smart with me here? Really looking for death?" The stone lion laughed coldly. As a stone spirit himself, he had a natural affinity for earth arts. The stone lion's raised paw slapped hard on the ground, and the youth who had originally escaped from the ground screamed miserably, covering his head as he crawled out of the ground. Just half of his body was drilled out, and the dirt near his body directly imprisoned himself. "Wrong password. Stand for 10 hours. The stone lion returned to the top of the lacquered pillar yawning and said. The youth looked at the stone lion with tears in his eyes. Clearly he was shouted by senior brother Lingfeng to copy the Yellow Court Sutra. How was he so unlucky to be directly held down here? Chapter 23, The Caveman. The stone lion carried Ouyang's trio through a cloud and leapt to the end of the white jade stone steps. The 3 of them jumped off the stone lion, which looked at Ouyang cautiously, its eyes asking if it was ready to leave. Well behaved like a poodle. Ouyang stretched out his hand towards the stone lion's head and patted it. An array of true chi was channeled into the stone lion's body. The stone lion felt the true chi flowing in its body and was ecstatic, spitting out its tongue towards Ouyang and woofing twice before flying towards the bottom of the mountain. Ouyang turned around, In front of him was a huge square. The entire square was made of jade, and the jade was faintly emitting a trace of spiritual chi. The rising aura made the entire square seem like a fairyland. Extravagant. The loose cultivators out there can beat their brains out for a single lower grade spirit stone, and in the Green Cloud sect, this kind of spirit stone was even used to pave the square. At this moment, the square was bustling with activity. The clan competition was about to start a month later, and at that time, not only would the elders of each peak attend, but also all the great immortal clans would be invited to come and observe the ceremony. The Qingyun sect conducted a sect competition every 5 years, and each sect competition was not only an opportunity for outer disciples to enter the inner sect, but also a competition between the inner disciples of each peak. More so, it was a time for the Green Cloud sect to show its muscles to other sects. In this grand competition, the outer disciples had the opportunity to be seen by the peak masters of the peaks of the Qingyun sect. The inner disciples had the reward of obtaining higher arts and cultivation resources, and it was even more of a business card for the Qingyun sect to show itself to the outside world. That's why every time the clan competition was held, it would be organized in an extraordinarily grand manner. Everyone on the small mountain peak had never participated in the sect competition. Lang Qingsong felt uninteresting, Bai Feiyu didn't care to participate, and Shen Shanxing didn't like to show his face. Ouyang as a big brother has not reached the enrollment requirements. The first mandatory condition for participating in the sect competition was the need to reach the foundation establishment stage. Isn't this directed at yourself? I wasn't happy to participate yet, Ouyang thought indignantly when he saw the rule. So for the way it looked during the clan competition, everyone on the small mountain peak didn't bother to come and participate. It was also the first time for Ouyang to see a square that was dressed so grandly. Senior, it's so beautiful here, Hu Tutu said with a sigh of astonishment. Compared to the caves and crypts of Qingqiu Mountain, the human cultivators were really good at enjoying themselves. Su Linger glanced at the marveling Hu Tutu, while she lightly laughed and said, Senior brother, I heard that this clan competition will also elect the holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land. With senior brother's talent, if senior brother can participate, then the name of the holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land will be none other than senior brother. Ouyang's old face turned red. He also knew that Su Ling didn't have any bad intentions. But what kind of holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land was he mentioning when he himself didn't even have the qualifications to compete? Ouyang coughed and said, I don't like to fight for these false names. Senior sister, I and other people of cultivation. For these false names when as if they were floating clouds are generally viewed. Senior brother is still really high-minded. Su Linger exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. The people next to him turned to look at Ouyang when they heard his words, and when they saw that Ouyang only had the cultivation of the qi practicing stage, they twisted their heads back again. What's a qi practicing faggot pretending to be? Ouyang naturally saw the contemptuous gazes thrown his way. Even for his thick skin, he was a little embarrassed and hurriedly pulled Su Linger and Hu Tutu towards the main hall. Walking into the main hall, there were no assorted idols in the center of the hall like in his previous life. In the center of the main hall stood only a plain wooden plaque, on top of which were engraved 2 words in the Taoist language. Above, heaven and earth. This side of the world doesn't have so many bulls, ghosts, snakes and gods, and doesn't worship God and Buddha but only heaven and earth. 3 towering columns of yellow pine incense were inserted in front of a huge square incense burner, the curling smoke carrying an invigorating aroma. Ouyang and Su Linger took 3 vegetarian incense, and Hu Tutu followed their example, holding up the vegetarian incense in his hand, respectfully paying homage towards the wooden plaque, and then inserting it into the incense burner. When inserting the vegetal incense into the incense burner, Su Linger's pretty face blushed slightly, as she and her senior brother were together offering incense to honor heaven and earth. It was like a couple of Taoist couples making a heavenly Dao vow. After paying homage to heaven and earth, Su Linger stayed in the front hall. Without important matters in the back hall, disciples could not easily enter, so only Ouyang led Hu Tutu around the center of the middle hall and towards the back hall. The back of the hall also has a side of the altar, and the altar is very huge. On top of the altar placed countless bright lamps. This was the place where the long lighting lamps of all the inner disciples were located. When Ouyang led Hu Tutu into the back hall, he found it empty. What do you mean? Old Ling actually stood himself up? This isn't like Old Ling's style. Ouyang looked around with a confused expression. Suddenly a cough rang out, and an old man in a Bagua Taoist costume suddenly appeared in front of Ouyang and Hu Tutu. The old man was holding a duster, immortal and childlike, with 2 long white eyebrows hanging down to his chest, smiling and looking at Ouyang and Hu Tutu with a loving look. This old man was none other than Dong Suzi, who had taught Ling Feng a lesson last night. He was a complete contrast to the scruffy old man in a waistcoat and fanning a futon yesterday. At this moment, Dong Suzi was surrounded by arcane Dao rhythms, and a 7-colored haze loomed behind his head. What a look of a virtuous immortal! Yang was naturally no stranger to seeing Dongshu-zi, and saluted towards Dongshu-zi, saying, "Disciple Yang pays his respects to the sect leader." Hu Tutu hurriedly followed suit and saluted. "Disciple Hu Tutu pays his respects to the sect leader." Dongshu-zi took one look at Hu Tutu, and knew that Hu Tutu was a spirit fox of the innate Taoist body, and couldn't help but sigh at his own senior disciple. Hu Yun, the old boy's luck in this life has all been used to collect disciples, right? Although Dongshu-zi was very upset in his heart, his face showed a smile like a spring breeze and said, "Good, good, good. Are you here to light the everlasting light today?" Yang opened his mouth and replied, "Respecting my master's order, I have come to light the long lighting lamp for my small mountain peak, the new disciple Hu Tutu. I hope to ask the sect leader for permission." Dongshu-zi smilingly stroked his beard and nodded. "Good, I won't allow it." Yang raised his head with a puzzled face, while Hu Tutu's small face went white. She thought that she had just offended the sect leader in front of her somewhere. "Didn't you hear me, kid? I said I'm not allowed." Dongshu-zi stroked his beard and said with a smile. Yang raised his eyebrows, and in Hu Tutu's horrified gaze, he went up and grabbed Dongshu-zi's beard with one hand, and dragged the old man in front of him to his eyes without any good manners. "Old man, I'll give you politeness, don't you really give me the upper face." Dongshu-zi, who was pulled by Yang's beard, did not get angry, but just looked at Yang with a smile in his eyes and said, "What? Were you guys that trollish when you beat up my disciple?" Chapter 24 Yang's Everlasting Light. This old man is blinded by the fact that he's taken in a devil's holy son and still protects his shortcomings? Putting that aside, this matter was indeed started by Chen Changsheng. Yang whispered, "Your disciple doesn't know how to be polite. So what's wrong with my master taking care of it for you?" Dongshu-zi similarly whispered, "Seriously injured if you don't know how to be courteous? The rules of your little mountain peak are even bigger than mine. Qingyun Peak? There's something wrong with that new apprentice of yours. Laugh it up. Which one of your little mountain peaks isn't a problem child? My senior sister is here. Give me some face. You are still pulling my beards now. Do I not want to lose face as the sect leader? What do you want? Speak straight." Yang said impatiently. "Go back and persuade your senior brother to let this matter go." Dongshu-zi thought about it and spoke. Yang said with a pain in his balls, "I also want him to forget about it. But how can I forget about it when the heavenly Tao oath has been made? So you can't do it? Then I can't do it either." Dongshu-zi opened his mouth to play tricks on him. Yang looked at the old man who was playing tricks with himself. There was nothing he could do about it. Since he was a child, he had never won a verbal fight with this old man. "Change your request. This is something I really can't do. Otherwise, we'll go out and start another business." Yang opened his mouth and threatened. "Next month is the clan competition. I need a dragon and a phoenix, two auspicious beasts to support the occasion." Only then did Dongshu-zi reveal his true purpose. "No way. It's not like you don't know. That kind of thing coming out will definitely attract heavenly punishment." Yang shook his head and refused again. Dongshu-zi immediately got angry and his voice got louder. "This is not good. That is not good. My disciple has been beaten for nothing? Lighting the everlasting light? Light the ghost. Light me up if you can." Yang looked at Dongshu-zi who seemed to be really ready to play rogue in the end, so he could only say helplessly, Okay, I'll give you a whole dragon and a phoenix for the clan competition next month." After the two of them made a good deal, Dongshu-zi pulled back his beard as soon as he could, once again resuming his immortal appearance. He looked at Hu Tutu amiably and said, "Female child, good talent. It seems that Hu Yun has taken in a good disciple again. Let's go. Come with me." Hu Tutu looked at the Dongshu-zi in front of her, and then looked at Yang who nodded at her. She wondered if she had been blind just now. That's the headmaster of the Green Cloud sect, one of the 9 holy lands, the Green Cloud sect, the headmaster of the Qingyun sect, one of the bearers of the cultivation world, was just like that, being yanked by his own family's senior brother and cursed by his beard. And surprisingly, the sect leader hadn't gotten angry yet. Instead, he was cursing and sparring with his own senior brother. Hu Tutu rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had just hallucinated, but seeing his own senior brother nodding towards him, Hu Tutu still honestly followed Dongshu-zi to the altar. Dongshu-zi glanced at Yang, who knowingly walked out of the hall and carefully closed the door before sitting on the stone steps outside the door. Instead of being the sect leader, Dongshu-zi was actually considered half of his own master. In the early years, that unorthodox master of his own family ran around and came back very rarely. When he and Lang Qingsong first arrived at the small mountain peak, it was still a wasteland. From the opening to the establishment of the small mountain peak, it was the house's palmist who ran ahead and opened the door. So Yang and Dongshu-zi were naturally familiar with each other. Familiarize yourself with the 2 stone lions squatting in front of the gate of the small mountain peak to guard the mountain gate have been abducted by Dongshu-zi. The one dragon and one phoenix that he had promised Dong Suzy just now was actually the same as the stone lion, but it was just something that he had nudged out with his own true chi. However, divine beasts like dragons and phoenixes, which are born with a Taoist rhythm, will attract heavenly punishment and thunderbolts if they are randomly illuminated. In the past, Ouyang had once tried to enlighten it out of curiosity, and almost didn't get chopped to death inside the thunderbolt. Ouyang meditatively felt that nudging this kind of divine beast would only do him harm and little good. What did Dong Suzy suddenly ask for this thing this time? Even if it was nudged out, this kind of divine beast had an extremely haughty character, preferring to die rather than follow the orders of the cultivator, and it wouldn't work even if the one giving the orders was Ouyang. Something like nodding was of no use at all, other than to see what a divine beast looked like. Ouyang sighed and pulled out his own copy of the 5 Elements of Transportation Basic Introductory book from his coat pocket and read it. Dong Shuzi in the back hall looked at the apprehensive Hu Tutu in front of him and said smilingly, "Female doll, it's fine. It's just lighting a lamp. No need to be nervous." Hu Tutu spoke up obediently. "I know, Grandpa sect leader." This childish voice of the sect master's grandfather made Dong Shuzi laugh. His own senior brother Hu Yun can be considered to have received a serious and honest disciple. It's a lot better than the little bastard at the door who can't move without pulling his beard. Dong Shuzi lifted the duster in his hand and waved it. An oil lamp flew out from the altar and landed in front of Hu Tutu. Dong Shuzi's face was a whole face, opened his mouth and said, "Hu Tutu, are you willing to join my Qingyan sect and abide by my Qingyan sect's rules and regulations?" Disciple willing. Hu Tutu, are you willing to uphold justice, get rid of demons, and protect the clarity of heaven and earth? Disciple willing. Hu Tutu, do you wish to seek the way with one heart and not covet worldly power and riches? Disciple willing. Very well. These 3 questions: when to keep the heart, if there is any dissent, when to abolish their cultivation, expel from the mountain gate. Disciple understands. Hu Tutu listened to the 3 questions of Dong Shuzi, originally thought that there would be a lot of taboo laws in the big sects, but did not expect it to be so simple and clear. These precepts, completely devoid of the concepts of human demon cultivators, had not the slightest problem in agreeing to them themselves. Dong Shuzi's duster waved again, and a strand of hair floated down from Hu Tutu's head and flew into the oil lamp in front of him. The oil lamp fiercely lit up with a blue flame, and the flame transformed into a small fox that jumped in midair and landed in the oil lamp, transforming into a normal fire. Hu Tutu looked at the illusory fox. Her heart tightened. Was the matter of her being a demon fox going to be exposed? The Dong Shuzi in front of him seemed as if he didn't see it, and said with a faint smile at Hu Tutu, "All right, that's enough. Go back." Hu Tutu took a long breath in his heart, and he was happy that the original sect leader did not find out that he was a fox demon. Reassured down, Hu Tutu was also bold, flashing his big eyes at Dong Shuzi and said, "Grandpa sect master, are all the long lighting lamps of all the people in our Qingyun sect here?" Dong Shuzi nodded and said, "That's natural. The everlasting lights of everyone up and down the Qingyun sect are here." Hu Tutu looked around and curiously opened his mouth to ask, "Then what does eldest brother's everlasting light look like?" Dong Shuzi said with an unnatural face, "What's so great about that brat's long light?" Hu Tutu pestered Dong Shuzi and pampered him. "Grandpa sect leader, let me take a look at it." "Okay, please." Dong Shuzi couldn't argue with Hu Tutu and extended a hand, sending an oil lamp flying out from the altar. This oil lamp was weaker than any of the oil lamps on the altar, and even gave the impression that it was about to be overthrown at any moment. Hu Tutu looked at the oil lamp in Dong Shuzi's hand in shock and lost his voice. "Why is this like this?" Chapter 25. I can manually upgrade the mana. Sitting on the stone steps, Ouyang flipped through the book in his hands. The water dragon of the water technique and the fire phoenix of the fire technique just fit the old man's requirements. The yuan qi of heaven and earth could be transformed into all things of the 5 elements. And in this world, the yuan qi of heaven and earth could do almost anything. Art is a series of means of using the real qi and real yuan in the practitioner's body to run in a specific way, and then adding edicts, incantations, and formations, using one's own heaven and earth yuan qi to hook up the heaven and earth yuan qi between heaven and earth, so that the heaven and earth yuan qi can be attacked or defended by means of wind, fire, earth, water, thunder, wood, gold and other figurative techniques. The more profound the art, the higher the cultivator's own reserves of true qi in his or her realization of the 5 elements. Correspondingly, the strength of the art will be higher. There are magicians with advanced cultivation who can use their magic to change the terrain and affect the weather, turning day into night and causing torrential rains to stop abruptly. Heaven and earth are reversed. The end is scary as hell, and the art is just a way for people who cultivate to use the yuan qi of heaven and earth. There are 3,000 great paths, each pursuing a different path, and the changes that can be evolved in the yuan qi of heaven and earth are also mysterious and unpredictable. So profound things, Yang does not understand a single one of them. His understanding of jutsu is to clap his hands and shout what comes to him. Use it once and forget it. Forget it and reread it. Like right now. For example, the water hose, which I just used last time, is now forgotten for a shadow of a second. Picked up the book and read the route of operation of the water dragon technique. Just closed the book, had already forgotten about it. The little bit of root bone you have really seems like it's poisonous. Suddenly the door to the back hall opened and Dong Suzy and Hututu walked out. Yang put the book back into his coat pocket and was just about to ask Hututu if it went well, when he saw Hututu's eyes as red as a rabbit's. Obviously just cried and looked like a little pathetic. What? Yang stepped forward, tugged on Dong Suzy's beard, and said viciously, "Old man, I've promised you, and you've changed your mind again? Pain. Can you kid ask things clearly before you do it? Does it have anything to do with me?" Dong Suzy broke Yang's hand while furiously opening his mouth to curse. "Senior brother, it has nothing to do with Grandpa's sect leader. It's my own reasons," Hututu huffed and muttered. After saying that, Hututu also reached out her small hand to pull Yang's corner, looking at Yang with a begging face and said, "Senior brother, let's go back to the small mountain peak, okay? I want to go back now." Yang looked at Hututu, then loosened Dong Suzy's beard, picked up Hututu and said, "Don't worry, Tutu. Senior brother hears. Senior brother backs you up. Don't worry to say it. No old undead dares to bully you." Yang said and also squinted at Dong Suzy. Dong Suzy said in annoyance, "Your kid is close to naming me, isn't he?" Yang still wanted to talk back, but Hututu reached out her small hand and covered her mouth. Dong Suzy looked at the understanding Hututu. His heart was greatly relieved. Suddenly thought of something, took out a paper crane from his bosom and handed it to Hututu. "In terms of seniority, I'm still your senior, and since it's the first time for the two of us to meet, this paper crane will be given to you." Hututu took the paper crane and whispered, "Thank you, Grandpapa teacher uncle." Yang, on the other hand, skimmed his lips and said, "You're really stingy to death. Giving someone a piece of broken paper as a meet and greet gift for their first meeting? Get lost. I'm losing my life when I see you, brat. Hurry up and get lost." Dong Suzy impatiently waved his hand at Yang and cursed. After that, he raised his hand and swept his duster, and his whole person disappeared in front of the two. Stingy, worthy of being a master and brother. Yang couldn't help but mutter curses as he remembered his master. Turning his head to look at the paper crane in Hututu's hand, he gave a light eep and took the paper crane from Hututu's hand, and he himself clearly felt the presence of his own true chi from the paper crane. "Was it the paper crane that sent a message to you yesterday? The old man's a dime a dozen, isn't he? He's still giving away what he's used." The paper crane in Yang's hand, however, fluttered its wings and flew up from Yang's hand, seeming to recognize Yang, and kept circling and flying around him. Hututu looked at the paper cranes flying in front of him, also felt novelty, gently raised his hand. The paper cranes were very sensible and fell into Hututu's hands. Suddenly, the paper crane lit up with a burst of white light and disappeared into Hututu's hand. Hututu raised his hand and was surprised to see the pattern of an extra paper crane on the nail of his index finger. "Senior brother, this paper crane is actually a magic treasure, eh?" Hututu said to Yang in surprise. "A magic treasure? Could it be that after the paper crane flew back yesterday, the old man even re-refined it?" Yang instantly understood. Dharma treasures are essential for those who cultivate, whether it was against the enemy or for defense. A high-level magic treasure was able to drive all cultivators crazy. The grade of the magic treasure is also closely related to the quality of the magic treasure, but in general it is divided into 5 grades. Magic weapon, magic treasure, spirit treasure, Dao weapon, Dao treasure. A Dao treasure was extremely precious. There weren't many in the entire cultivation world. Even the 9 Holy Lands Qingyan sect couldn't resist the temptation of a Dao treasure if they got news of it. Each Dao treasure represented the extreme of a Dao, and the Dao rhythm contained within it was enough to allow a cultivator to cultivate from an ordinary person to the legendary immortal realm. Immortal, that was a realm that all cultivators could only dream of. Yang had naturally seen all sorts of magic treasures and magic weapons, but the spiritual treasure himself had only seen one, a long sword that his own master had brought back for the 8 preceptors from outside. "I heard that it is still a very rare and extremely rare spiritual treasure. 8 quitters since getting that sword. Everyday sleep can't wait to hold." However, Yang could only covet it because he only had a rope, which was not even a magic weapon, and magic treasures could only be harnessed by cultivators above the foundation establishment stage. As a 10,000 year chi practicing stage, Yang could not even use the magic weapons that chi practicing stages could use on their own, except for being able to command the movement of a rope. Yang thought for a moment and spoke to Hututu. "Tutu, you invoke it." Hututu nodded and gently closed his eyes. the white light in his hand reappeared and the paper crane appeared in Hututu's hand again. Yang picked up the paper crane, and his true chi was continuously channeled towards it. When the paper crane touched Yang's true chi, it was like a fish meeting water, cheering and frantically absorbing Yang's true chi. But helplessly, the paper crane's body was just too small, and it only absorbed for a while before stopping. Yang retracted his true chi. The paper crane in front of him had absorbed 1,000 points of his true chi value. The absorbed true chi value, if he did not retract, it would be lost forever. But to Yang, who could harvest at least 1,000 points of true chi value in every hangout, it was irrelevant. That said, it seems like this hang has been unresponsive for 2 days now, and it's been hanging for quite a while. After absorbing the true chi, the paper crane's body lit up with a white halo, and suddenly the paper crane tilted its head, and a clear crane sound rang out from the paper crane's mouth. The paper crane then completed its metamorphosis from a magic treasure to a spiritual treasure, completely opening its spirit. Chapter 26, Senior, I won't let you die. Upgrading the magic treasure with his bare hands. If people outside knew about this kind of tactic of Yang, I am afraid that even if the remaining 8 Holy Lands gathered to attack Qingyan sect, they would have to tie Yang back to slice and study. Yang was also aware that he was able to upgrade his magic treasure to the level of a spiritual treasure because Dongshu Z had already re-refined this paper crane, and the material used was definitely excellent. He himself had only infinitely stimulated the materials in this magic treasure, catalyzing the birth of its spirit. You don't just give yourself a piece of paper and be able to catalyze it into a spiritual treasure. If that was really the case, then one would have long since become rich in the entire cultivation world. But just to stimulate the materials in the spiritual treasure and catalyze the spirit, this kind of tactic was also already astonishing if the news was released. Magic weapon, magic treasure, spirit treasure, Dao weapon, Dao treasure. These 5 grades were fixed the moment a magic treasure was made. The refining of every magic treasure required a variety of precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and this alone made it difficult for more than 80% of the cultivators. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be encountered but not sought, and even if one occasionally obtained one, it might not necessarily be what one needed for the spiritual treasure one was crafting. On top of that, a forger with extensive knowledge of formations and forging skills. When forging a magic treasure, there can't be the slightest mistake. Otherwise, not only will the magic treasure not be made, but a bunch of heavenly treasures that were obtained with great difficulty will also be instantly destroyed. After the shaping of the magic treasure was completed, there was still the need to outline the formation on top of the magic treasure. This was the only way to make a treasure at the level of a magic weapon. A magic weapon level treasure was already so troublesome, so one could imagine how even more rare magic treasures and spiritual treasures were. And further up the ladder of Dao weapons and Dao treasures, it's no longer a matter of materials. Only when a spiritual treasure that had awakened its spiritual intelligence was able to master the Dao rhythm on its own, then that spiritual treasure would have the possibility of being promoted to a magic weapon. But that time can be measured in almost 1,000 or even 10,000 years. So spirit treasures were already the highest level of magic treasures that ordinary cultivators and even sect cultivators could see. An ordinary cultivator would only be able to possess one magic treasure in his entire life. One could imagine the rarity of spiritual treasures, even for the Green Cloud sect, which was one of the 9 holy grounds. Some of the supply elders did not even have a handy spiritual treasure in their possession until now. To be able to make a magic treasure elevated to a spirit treasure, such a heaven-defying operation was simply unheard of in this world. Hututu happily looked at the paper crane in front of him. His first magic treasure was actually a spiritual treasure. Hututu urged the demonic energy in his body to drive up the paper crane. The paper crane, which was originally less than the size of a hand, turned long against the wind and instantly turned into a 3-meter high, 5-meter long big guy. Elder brother, the little paper crane says it can take us flying. Let's quickly sit on it and go home. Hututu happily jumped onto the paper crane and said to Ouyang, what about senior sister Su Linger? Ouyang let out a surprised cry, then thought of Su Linger, the tool person he had just used. Don't mind senior sister Su, she is able to ride the clouds herself, so she might have already ridden the clouds and left. Hututu's small mind moved, and he quickly opened his mouth. Humph, I wouldn't want to go home with that big cow piece with my senior brother. Although Hututu said so, Ouyang still sent a message to Su Linger. Su Linger, however, sent a message saying that the Peak Master had something that required her to stay at Qingyun Peak and she couldn't go back with Ouyang and the others. Senior brother, Master insisted that I stay here to hand over the matter of next month's clan competition with the people from Qingyun Peak. It's really annoying. I haven't given senior brother a blowjob yet. Su Linger's pleasant and pure voice came from the communication stone. Hearing Ouyang's heart flutter, it's fine. Senior sister, you'll blow me again when you're free. And then, You'll blow me. Ouyang opened his mouth with a bad smile on his face. Does elder brother also have a shao? Su Linger asked in surprise, not realizing that elder brother would also have a musical instrument. She and elder brother were really in love with each other. Thinking about after he and his senior brother became Dao couples, he himself blew his own cock and his senior brother played the zither. The two of them were a match made in heaven. The zither and the cheen. Ha ha ha. Su Linger revealed a demented girl's smile at the communication stone. The senior brother who was indulging in Su Linger's appearance on the side instantly came to his senses. Looking at Su Linger who had a demented woman's expression on her face, and exclaimed in his heart that he was fooled. After learning that Su Linger would not return to the small mountain peak with her, Hututu cheered and urged Ouyang to sit on his paper crane. The paper crane carried the two of them as it wobbled up and then flew in the direction of the small mountain peak. In flight, the paper crane also lit up a transparent barrier around it, shielding the two from the whistling wind. Hututu was shouting on the paper crane, with the look of a small child who had gotten a new toy. And when looking at Ouyang with a happy face, he suddenly thought of the words that Dong Suzi had given himself, and his expression once again slumped. Hututu leaned towards Ouyang and finally leaned in Ouyang's arms and spoke in a small voice. Senior brother, I don't want you to die. Ouyang, who was sitting on a paper crane, was dumbfounded. That old kid Dong Zuzi cursed himself to die? It's okay, don't listen to that old man. I'm alive and well, Ouyang said without a trace of anger. Tutu didn't answer, just rubbed against Ouyang like a cat. When he was in the back hall, Dong Shuzi had already told himself a lot about eldest brother Changming Lantern. The size of the flame of the long bright lamp represents the person's life force. Our cultivators have a long life, so naturally their lamps are bright. But your senior brother's life force is very weak, although it's quite a bit stronger than an ordinary person. Compared to a cultivator, it's really too weak. Dong Shuzi opened his mouth and said, only people who practiced cultivation were able to light the long bright lamps, and Ouyang had struggled very hard to light them in the first place, which also signaled that Ouyang's realm would not go too far. It can even be said that one has never seen someone with such poor qualifications still cultivate immortality. Even if an ordinary cultivator's qualifications were poor, practicing until they reached Jiedan should not be a problem. As long as you form the golden pill, you can increase your life by 500. Ouyang's long bright lamplight is dim. I am afraid that he will not be able to form a golden dan in this life. How could Hututu not believe it? Even when facing the Green Cloud sect leader, she still retorted, but eldest brother is very strong. Dong Shuzi said meaningfully, is it useful to be strong? Shengji will decline, even if it can be stronger than a moment, but within 100 years it will disappear. Compared to the real long-lived cultivators, you're strong, very strong, but only for 100 years. After 100 years of turning into a cup of yellow earth, there will be nothing left. Compared to the long life of the transitional stage, it was nothing more than a flash in the pan of amazement. The cultivation world was never short of geniuses, and when Ouyang saw the attribute panel of Dong Zuzi, he was equally amazed at the Son of Heaven's path. Name Dong Huizi. Cultivation level, 9th level of the fairy. Root bone, 10. Charisma, 10. Luck, 10. Kendo qualification, 10. Exclusive skill, immortal stance. Evaluation, Decathlon sect leader of the Qingyun sect. The Dongshuzi who was able to become the headmaster of the 9 great sacred grounds was likewise the brightest genius in his time. Senior brother, I definitely won't let you die. Hututu leaned against Ouyang and squinted at the sun, secretly saying in his heart. Chapter 27 3 Important notes on Little Mountain Peak. The speed of the paper crane was very fast, more than 2 times faster than Su Linger's cloud driving speed, and soon the small mountain peak returned to the two's view. Just as the paper crane wanted to land, 2 sword lights shot up into the sky, and 2 overwhelming sword intents stalemated in the sky above the small mountain peak. Ouyang covered his face, with the ass-guessing no 8 rings and Xiaobai fight again. These rebellious son a day do not find things in the heart is not painful. The paper crane wobbled a bit, so it leisurely landed in the courtyard of the small mountain peak, and Hututu shouted, 2nd elder brother, 3rd elder brother, 4th elder brother, come and see. The spiritual treasure given to me by the sect leader But Hootsuite's words didn't attract the attention of the people in the yard. Long Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood facing each other, and it was from the 2 of them that the 2 overwhelming sword intentions appeared. Chen Shangsheng, who was on the side, bitterly smiled and shook his head, not being able to do anything at all. Wanting to show off his newly acquired spiritual treasure, Hututu was a bit lost. Suddenly seeing the passing Zhang Fu, his eyes lit up. His hands lifted the Zhang Fu and held it up in front of the paper crane and said, handsome, look, this is the spiritual treasure that the sect master sent me. Hu Yen looked at the paper crane in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. A spiritual treasure? This Qingyun sect is really rich and generous. However, As a great demon cultivator at the transitional stage, he had already lost interest in spiritual treasures. Hu Yen would still be interested if it was a Dao weapon. A spiritual treasure was not of much use to a cultivator at the transitional stage. Ouyang walked up to Chen Changsheng and asked in a somewhat irritated opening, "What's going on? What are the two of them organizing again?" When Chen Changsheng saw Ouyang, he hurriedly spoke. "Senior brother, you're back, ah? It's not that after I made the heavenly Dao vow yesterday. Fourth senior brother said that my sword Dao was just too lousy and said that he wanted to teach me sword Dao." Before Chen Changsheng could finish, Ouyang knew what was happening down there. Bai Feiyu wanted to point out Chen Changsheng's sword path. As an ancient sword immortal, Bai Feiyu had seen countless sword paths and was naturally able to give instructions on Chen Changsheng's sword path. But the main thing was that there was a Ling Qingsong next to him who was taking the complete opposite path from Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu's sword path is that with a sword in my heart, everything is my sword. This is the supreme sword Dao, where everything under the sun is a sword, and when you strike, you are invincible, easily suppressing your opponent. Under the same level, it is as simple as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. And Ling Qingsong practiced the sword way as, I and is the sword. The sword and is me. This could no longer be considered the supreme sword Dao, but rather wanted to represent the sword Dao alone. All the sword paths in all the world are me, and I am the sword path. From such an explanation, it could be known that Ling Qingsong's sword Dao was the main killing path, killing people as soon as they struck out, and crossing levels was as simple as drinking water. The two men's sword paths were like pins and needles. So when Bai Feiyu instructed Chen Changsheng, there are thousands of sword techniques. When you take the long and make up for the short, and hone your sword heart to arrive at the most perfect impeccability. I'll tell you, Ling Qingsong on the side naturally couldn't listen and interjected, interrupting Bai Feiyu's word for word. Both, sword, before, right. Bai Feiyu raised an eyebrow and said with dissatisfaction, your sword path is too sinister. It's like walking on top of a tightrope line. It's very easy to go off the rails. The sword path should be complemented with the state of mind, and it's only the right way to have a perfect sword heart. Ling Qingsong sneered and said, mediocre, talent. Bai Feiyu slapped his hands together and shouted angrily, sideways. Ling Qingsong disliked, waste, thing. The two people who were incredibly confident in their own sword Dao were like water and fire, and after arguing for a couple of sentences, the two people directly drew their swords against each other, and that's what it's become. Completely forgetting that the original intention was to teach Chen Changsheng, the person in question. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, wasn't actually that obsessed with the way of the sword, whether it's kendo or swordsmanship. Gunnery. You only take the part that is most favorable to you, and only when all 3,000 great roads are used for me can you control the enemy by surprise. Kendo. It was enough that one could release sword chi. When Chen Changsheng finished telling himself about everything that had just happened, Ouyang had already gotten used to it, and Ouyang would only be really uncomfortable if these retrograde suns didn't make something out of it every day. Ouyang's true chi surged within his body, and he raised his hand out, shouting angrily, all of you, get out of here. The powerful wave of true chi directly and roughly rolled the two people out, and the two strands of sword intent came to an abrupt end. The two were directly thrown from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain by Ouyang. The two who had just reached the foot of the mountain had just stood still, and the moment they saw each other, the long swords in their hands resounded with a soft chirping sound that could not be pressed. Both Bai Feiyu and Ling Qingsong drew their swords and charged towards each other in an instant. All of a sudden, at the foot of the small mountain peak, sword intent was rampant, sword chi was rampant, and countless sounds of gold and stone clashing sounded. To these two rebellious sons, Ouyang had a look of lifelessness. Seeing Chen Changsheng preparing to slip away, Ouyang pulled over Chen Changsheng somewhat uneasily and said, do you have confidence in the clan competition a month from now? After all, it's the holy son of the demon race. It's not guaranteed that he'll explode or something, and things like protagonists exploding are just too common. Obviously only blood skin left. Randomly yell 2 sentences what love and basic friendship, and then directly full blood resurrection, hanging the final big boss. This kind of bullshit plot wouldn't surprise Ouyang at all if it was placed on Ancestral Abyss. Just by looking at the attribute panel, he knew that it was also a son of the heavenly Dao. Hearing Ouyang's solemn inquiry, Chen Changsheng said with some uncertainty in his heart, the chances of winning aren't great. About 40%? 40%? That high? Ouyang asked as he looked at Chen Changsheng in surprise. 40% didn't sound high, but this 40% could be too high if placed on Chen Changsheng. Ouyang but very clear in front of Chen Changsheng in the end how meticulous. He asked if he was confident, and his understanding of whether or not there is confidence is not a concept at all. He was only worried about Zhu Yuan exploding and killing back at the sect competition, and only wanted to simply ask Chen Changsheng if he had the confidence to win over Zhu Yuan at the sect competition. And what Chen Changsheng definitely wanted was if he could still manage to kill Zhu Yuan by himself after 4 or 5 bursts of Zhu Yuan seed in the great sect competition. With the elders watching from Qingyun Peak stepping in, and the sect master intervening, Ouyang really knew the temperament of these rebellious sons too well. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said seriously, "I'm just optimistically estimating. After all, I haven't seen the sect leader make a move, and I'm afraid that if the sect leader does make a move, the odds of winning will be even lower." Look at that. I knew it. That's what the kid must be thinking. After all, the boy's brain circuits have always been off the charts. Because of severe paranoia of victimization, the hill has been completely hollowed out by this kid. Not to mention the myriad of undercurrents the boy had quietly prepared. There are 3 things at Little Mountain Peak. First, don't be surprised at the number of times Leng Qingsong comprehended sword intent. Second, don't underestimate the speed at which Bai Feiyu breaks through the realm. Third, don't imagine that Chen Changsheng will pull anything out of his sleeve. Chapter 28, Xiaofeng. Every 5 years, the Qingyan sect grand competition was not only an event for the Qingyan sect, but also a major event for the entire cultivation world. Not only would the hundreds of sect heads that were attached to the Qingyan sect surroundings attend, but the rest of the 8 holy lands would all send people to observe the ceremony. The scenery was magnificent and the fame was immense. It was even more of an opportunity for the countless number of heavenly prides who wanted to join this ancient sect that had been passed down for 10,000 years to showcase themselves. It was clear that there was still a month to go, and the struggle between the outer sects had begun from now on. There were hundreds of thousands of outer disciples of the Green Cloud sect, all of whom had rushed over from all over the world with a single-minded desire to seek immortality. Outer disciples could not be older than 18, and those over 18 would be sent home. So before the age of 18 you either join the Green Cloud sect or go back home and get married. However, it was not easy to come all the way here, and if you just go home like this, how would you be willing to do so? Not to mention that these disciples who were able to enter the outer sect were already outstanding individuals from all over. So all the outer disciples were riveted, not daring to relax for a moment for fear that the senior brothers around them would surpass them. The outer gate of the Green Cloud sect was truly the most inwardly scrolling place, and at a mountainside in the outer gate of the Green Cloud sect, a bare-chested young man with bronze-colored skin was carrying a huge log and climbing towards the top of the mountain one step at a time. The young man's face was resolute. His eyebrows were clear. He was born with a stubborn look. What was even more shocking was that there was a huge scar on the young man's chest, just like a centipede wriggling along with the young man's movements. The muscles on his body were wet with sweat over and over again, but the only thing in his eyes was that last step at the top of the hill. The teenager walked steadily, each step leaving a shallow footprint on the green stone, and the log on his shoulder seemed to weigh as much as 10,000 pounds. Finally the teenager carried the log to the top of the hill, but instead of resting, he turned around and carried the log down the hill again. Before he could leave, a figure blocked the teenager. "Senior brother Xiao, there's still a month to go before the clan competition. It's not a solution for you to exercise your physique like this after all. You won't be able to even draw qi into your body by now. Why don't you go back and try to draw qi into your body quickly while there's still time to do so?" A teenager wearing a gray Dao robe kindly opened his mouth to advise. The young man's name was Xiaofeng, and he carried iron and gold wood weighing up to 100,000 pounds to and from the mountain path every day, which had become a beautiful scenery in the outer sect. In the beginning when he began to climb the mountain carrying logs, he attracted a lot of attention. Some say he's using it to get attention. Some people said that he was a waste who couldn't even reach the chi practicing stage. Some say he just wants to hang around. When he carried more than 100,000 pounds of iron and gold wood for 5 years, from a hobbling gait, to a fitness to walk, all the skepticism disappeared. The rest would be nothing but admiration. Even if it's acting, even if it's poor talent, this perseverance alone of climbing the mountain carrying gold and iron wood in wind and rain, without a day's rest, left everyone dumbfounded. Many people hold respect for those who persevere, but the teenager still turned a deaf ear and climbed his mountain silently carrying the iron gold wood every day. "Senior brother Xiao, the registration for the outer sect competition has already begun, so quickly come down the mountain with me." The teenager next to him immediately spoke up as he watched Xiaofeng still prepare to continue climbing the mountain. Xiaofeng's body paused and said in a low voice, "Senior brother Zhao will go first. I will go in a moment." The teenager, who was called Senior brother Zhao by Xiaofeng's side, turned around and ran towards the bottom of the mountain. The top 10 of the outer sect competition would enter the sect competition of the Green Cloud sect, and if they could get the favor of whichever peak master, then only then could they officially enter the inner sect. Xiaofeng carried the iron gold wood as a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. The root bone was taken away. The dantian was wasted. My parents were killed. My brothers turned against each other. I was humiliated by my fiancée whom I lived with since I was a child, and I was shamed by my family's people. Someday, Xiao Feng, will take back everything that belongs to me. Ha, ah, Ouyang stood yawning on a bell tower at the gate of the outer sect competition, followed by a middle-aged man who was slightly bent over with a smile on his face. Ouyang, who had a face that was not awake, looked at the bustling outer disciples below and felt a little dizzy. Every time the outer disciples competed, the sect would let Ifeng go and take charge of the supervision. This time it happened to be the turn of the small mountain peak. The three rebellious sons on the mountain didn't have the slightest interest in this kind of vegetable chicken pecking between the foundation stage of the outer gate. Hututu instead wanted to follow himself over. But after all, it is about the face of the inner disciples. It is more formal. So Ouyang did not bring Hututu over, and only came as a mascot. The middle-aged man with a smile on his side was the outer sect steward's senior brother. Don't look at him smiling in front of Ouyang. But among the outer disciples, he was a great villain with the name of Iron-Faced Tiger. The steward brother is responsible for the monthly distribution of resources to the outer disciples, which is based on the value of the disciples' contribution to the sect. Cultivation without resources. The progress of cultivation will be abnormally slow, so holding the right to issue resources to the outer disciples can be said to hold half of the life and death power of the outer disciples. And now he was nodding to Ouyang, not to Ouyang himself, but to the Qingyun sect that Ouyang represented. Old son, don't worry, I'm just coming over to hit the sauce, and not interfering in your affairs. The outer gate competition still needs to rely on you more. Ouyang looked at the middle-aged man who was nodding to himself with a look of not waking up and said lazily, no way, no way. Senior brother Ouyang, take it easy. The middle-aged man looked at Ouyang with a smile on his face and said respectfully. Ouyang and old son hypocritically exchanged a few words of courtesy, and once again set their eyes on the bustling outer disciples below. Countless densely packed panels dazzled Ouyang, but after looking at them for so long, he didn't find any good seedlings. The only few good ones were even quite inferior to Old Ling of the Qingyun sect. Just as Ouyang was about to find a place to sleep, he was suddenly caught by a huge log. A bare-chested teenager carried a huge log towards the outer gate enrollment. A panel lit up in front of Ouyang. Name, Xiao Feng, the Great Emperor. Cultivation level, comparable to foundation building. Root bone, 0. Charm, 8. Lucky, 8. Forging qualification, 11. Exclusive skill, unyielding will. Verdict, a sad hero in a classic scrappy flow opening. Root bone 0? How did this happen? Even if it's as bad as yourself, there's still a root bone 1. Ouyang looked at the system's evaluation of the teenager in front of him and couldn't help but get hooked. Why is it a scrappy hero? Because his last name is Xiao? Isn't this Archon position a bit of a spoof? And this body forging qualification has even broken through 10? While wondering if it was another child of the realm, suddenly the teenager's roar rang out. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Ouyang's eyes narrowed, and he was certain in his mind. To be able to say that, there was no doubt that the teenager was a child of the realm. Chapter 29, My Fate is Not God's. The teenager's roar caused a commotion. Ouyang opened his mouth with interest and said, Go, old son. Let's go over and take a look. Steward's son had a smile on his face, but a trace of anger flashed in his eyes, feeling that he had lost face in front of Ouyang, which made him look like he was very incapable of disciplining the outer disciples. When Ouyang and Steward's son walked up to them, they saw Xiao Feng pointing at a young man sitting at a table drinking tea with his bare arms and roaring angrily. There were whispers in the neighborhood. Ouyang pulled an outer disciple whose face was full of anxiety watching the action and opened his mouth to ask, Senior brother, what happened? Can't you see? Just now when Xiao Feng came over to enroll, that tea-drinking senior brother not only didn't allow him to enroll, but he even made a mockery of him. The outer disciple who was pulled by Ouyang said to Ouyang without looking back while watching the fun, Eating melons is human nature, and Ouyang is even more of a leader. Ouyang hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, What's going on? That Xiao Feng has a grudge against that senior brother across the street? Hey, what hatred? It's not because I feel that senior brother shall climb the mountain for 5 years as one day just to get eyeballs and then enter the inner sect, but 5 years as one day. Ah, eyeballs, I'll admit it. I can't do it anyway, the outer disciple said with some sighs. Oh, that's really perseverance. Ouyang's gaze toward the teenager grew more and more appreciative. Who says it isn't? But what can one do with perseverance? Root bones dug up, Dantian wasted, destined to not be able to cultivate immortality. It's a shame that the original genius has fallen into this. The outer disciple picked up the conversation and said, This time Ouyang is considered to know how the system evaluation of the waste stream protagonist came about. This template himself, how to sound so familiar? Wasn't it the protagonist of a badly written novel from a previous life? At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena became even more tense. Xiao Feng's eyes were red as he looked at his senior brother who was leisurely sipping tea in front of him, his fists tightly clenched and his veins bulging. I didn't expect that I had come to the Green Cloud sect with great difficulty. 5 years is one day just to wait for this one opportunity, but I didn't expect that what I got in return was a humiliation, unwillingness, shame, anger, all the emotions instantly flooded his heart. Ah! Xiaofeng roared angrily and slammed his fist on the iron gold wood behind him. The 10,000-pound iron gold wood suddenly resounded with a dull cracking sound before breaking into two. There was an uproar all around. That's iron gold wood that's stronger than steel. This man managed to break it with one punch. Hiss, this sun is terrifying as hell. Crooked. It couldn't have been pre-sawed, could it? Putting on a show for me here? The elder brother on the opposite side who was leisurely drinking tea had a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Is it tugging to break a piece of iron and gold wood with one punch? What kind of skill is it when your hand is bleeding and you can fix it with a wind blade of your own? But in the face of the surrounding voices, he still stood up and coughed and said, Senior brother Xiao, it's not that I won't let you sign up. It's that there is indeed a cultivation limit for signing up, and you can't even get to the chi practicing level. So how can you take part in the outer sect competition? The senior brother in front of him was right. This article was indeed a prerequisite for the outer sect competition, and it was even meant to protect those stupid fools who didn't have the self-importance to even reach the level of chi cultivation from foolishly getting themselves killed. The competitions between the outer sects were far more bloody and savage than those between the inner sects. To strike out and injure someone, to miss and kill, this kind of thing in the outer door competition has been commonplace. Xiaofeng's tiger eyes were red and he did not say a word as he twisted his head and prepared to carry Tai Jinmu in preparation to leave. Since the Green Cloud sect could not accommodate him here, he would certainly not stay here either, and there was always a suitable place for him in the big world. Wait! Ouyang felt that it was finally time for him to come out and immediately opened his mouth and shouted loudly. This voice of Ouyang instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, and Xiaofeng also turned his head to look at Ouyang with an expressionless face. Ouyang smiled and said, Everyone saw the strength of this senior brother just now. I think we should give this senior brother a chance. The man who had just convinced the crowd was not happy. He had not been able to convince the crowd. Why was there still a prick who sang against him? At a glance at Ouyang's cultivation, only the 9th level of chi cultivation, far inferior to himself. A strong person who was the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage, subconsciously just wanted to open his mouth to reprimand Ouyang, but then he saw Steward Sun behind Ouyang. Passerby stood up at once and saluted Steward Sun behind Ouyang. Senior brother Sun, I didn't see you coming just now, please forgive me. Steward Sun nodded. According to the regulations, the passerby in front of him didn't do anything wrong, but since Ouyang opened his mouth like this, he couldn't afford not to give Ouyang this face. What could a loser who couldn't even practice chi do even if he was able to enroll? Steward Sun opened his mouth and said, My Green Cloud sect teaches without discrimination. I've seen the strength of this senior brother just now. It's enough to enroll in the outer gate competition, so register him on. When the passerby heard Steward Sun's words, he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Xiaofeng, who was holding Tai Jinmu, looked at Ouyang, who had a smiling face, and nodded heavily, arching his fist toward Ouyang and saying gratefully, Thank you, senior brother. It's fine, just helping you to enroll. You still need to look at your own strength if you want to enter the top 10 of the outer door. Ouyang said with a smile, Senior brother, don't worry. If I can't make it to the top 10 of the outer sect, it's because I, Xiaofeng, am incapable of doing it myself and I can't blame anyone else. Xiaofeng opened his mouth and said. Ouyang nodded and watched as Xiaofeng slowly left the place with 2 pieces of iron gold wood on his back. Senior brother Ouyang seems to be very attached to this teenager. Steward Sun spoke in a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Just now also said that he was just going through the motions. Not even 2 minutes. Directly down to intervene. Really a set of mouth behind a set. Ouyang smiled, flipped his hand and stuffed a top-grade spirit stone into Steward Sun's hand, and said somewhat apologetically, I was a bit abrupt just now. Don't mind old Sun Ha. Steward Sun felt the richness of the spirit stone in his hand, and immediately smiled with joy, and without leaving any trace, he collected the spirit stone and said, Senior brother Ouyang is also eager to love his talent. It won't get in the way. After the two of them bragged about each other for a while, Steward Sun took Ouyang to dinner. While in the cafeteria, he happened to bump into Xiaofeng, who was also eating. Steward Sun also saw Xiaofeng, who was silently eating his meal, and said with some curiosity, Senior brother Ouyang seems to be extraordinarily attached to this senior brother. Ouyang shook his head and said, Does old Sun want to make a bet? Steward Sun asked curiously, What kind of bet? Ouyang turned his head towards Steward Sun with a smile on his face and said, Let's just bet on whether or not he'll say a word. The bet, 2 top-grade spirit stones. Steward Sun cried and laughed as he looked at Ouyang, who turned out to be waiting for himself here. But Steward Sun still opened his mouth and agreed to the bet. Steward Sun spoke, What does senior brother Ouyang think he'll say? Ouyang's mind floated to the old storyline used badly in novels and said meaningfully, "My destiny is mine and not God's." Chapter 30, Like a God of War. The next day the outer sect competition started in full swing. Ouyang would stay here for the next 2 days and watch the entire competition between all the outer disciples. This was also the sect's way of ensuring the fairness of the outer sect competition. Ouyang stood on top of the bell tower and watched as the outer disciples below made every effort to fight above the ring in a very lively manner. Most of the outer disciples were only at the chi practicing stage, and those with outstanding talent were only at the foundation establishment stage. This kind of low-level competition is actually very boring. They only know some low-level spells: spit a fireball, invoke a water arrow, or take your sword and drum up your true chi to slash around with some relatively low-level sword techniques. But even with such a low-level fight, it still drew a chorus of hoots and hollers from all around. Compared to those rebellious sons of his own family, these people were like playing house, and Ouyang was falling asleep watching them. It was only when Xiaofeng stood in the ring wearing a yellow practicing suit that Ouyang came to be slightly interested. However, what made Ouyang a little disappointed was that although Xiaofeng's protagonist quotes came out of his mouth, he clearly had little real-world experience. The one who fought against Xiaofeng was only a teenager who was at the 5th level of chi cultivation. Xiaofeng was only in a state of embarrassment under the teenager's fireballs and water arrows as he fled in a sorry state and fell to the ground when he was hit from time to time. It seems that the person that senior brother Ouyang admires doesn't have anything outstanding about him. Steward's son, who was on the side, sipped his tea while speaking. Originally thought that Ouyang's valued person would be capable of much. Just a chi practicing stage was coping with so much trouble. In Steward's son's eyes, Xiaofeng's defeat was a matter of time. Ouyang shook his head and said, "The Qiankuan has not yet been determined." Senior brother's son has jumped to conclusions a little too early. The practicing clothes on Xiaofeng in the field had already been burned to rags by the opponent's fireball spell, and his hair was emanating a charred smell. The teenager on the opposite side was still worried about how powerful Xiaofeng, who could break iron and gold, would with a single punch. Could be, but he didn't expect to look like a mouse under his own technique. So the guard in his heart couldn't help but let go, and he said boldly, "Senior brother Xiao, admit defeat or I won't hold back any longer." Xiaofeng dodged a fireball and stood steadily as he smiled faintly towards the teenager and said, "Really? Then I won't hold back any longer." The opposite teenager's face was stunned. He did not expect Xiaofeng to be so ungrateful and said with some annoyance, "Arrogant." As the spells fluttered in his hands, a water dragon violently poked its head out from behind the teenager and bit toward Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng looked at the water dragon that was biting towards him, and this time, he no longer chose to dodge it. Instead, he directly met it. In full view of everyone, the 4 to 5 meter long water dragon opened its bloody mouth and twisted its body to viciously bite Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng raised his arm and the water dragon directly bit down on top of Xiaofeng's arm. A gasp rang out from all around. The water dragon technique was a technique that could only be mastered at the late stage of chi practicing, and he didn't think that a teenager who was only at the 5th level of chi practicing would be able to use it. When they saw the water dragon take a bite on Xiaofeng's arm, some people even closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene that was about to happen. However, the water dragon did not manage to bite off Xiaofeng's arm. It did not even bite through the skin. Instead, Xiaofeng held down his head and fell hard on the ground. The teenager controlled the water dragon and tried to break free from Xiaofeng's control. But Xiaofeng's unreasonably huge force was so great that even the late-stage chi practitioner's water dragon was unable to break free. On top of the ring, Xiaofeng, who was dressed in a practicing uniform, held down the constantly twisting water dragon as if he was tackling a dragon, and raised his fist. With one punch, the water dragon, which was originally struggling madly, instantly turned into water vapor and disappeared in place. Xiaofeng stood up and without even taking a breath, he looked at the opposite teenager and said, "Senior brother, admit defeat or I won't stay." The opposite teenager instantly panicked, his hands scrambling as he prepared to pull out his bottom card from his arms, which was a dozen or so talismans that he had made with his own hands. However, Xiaofeng never gave the teenager another chance and rushed to the teenager with great speed, punching the teenager in the small of his back. The teenager felt his internal organs churning, and with his mouth wide open, he couldn't even send out a scream, and directly collapsed to the ground. A punch! He defeated a 5th level chi practitioner with a single punch. Xiaofeng stood on top of the ring and scanned the area, and immediately felt a raised eyebrow. He had the ability to finish off his opponent directly from the start, but he had never fought against a cultivator in his 5 years and only wanted to see how cultivators fought against each other. That's why they keep dodging instead of striking. Xiaofeng looked at the silent audience under the ring in front of him. They had not yet gotten over the shock of Xiaofeng solving a 5th level chi practicing cultivator with a single punch. 5 years. Do you know how I've spent the last 5 years? All the hard work of 5 years finally blossomed today. In all the next battles, Xiaofeng swiftly defeated his opponents in front of everyone's stunned eyes. Often, before his opponent could prepare his art, Xiaofeng had already bullied his way forward with his unrivaled speed and resolved his opponent with a single punch. Nothing fancy, just the usual plain punch that all opponents need, just one punch. Xiaofeng on top of the ring was like a god of war. Xiaofeng's ranking was also climbing rapidly. From outside the 1,000 ranks into the top 20. Just making it into the top 10 would be enough to enter the clan competition. Xiaofeng's goal was never the top 10. And since he had participated in this competition, his goal would always be the top spot. When the best disciple in the outer sect stood in front of him, Xiaofeng finally encountered a bitter battle. Ma Xingye, who had the reputation of being the #1 person in the outer sect at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage. It was said that this person was no more than 16 years old and was the young sect leader of a subordinate sect of the Green Cloud sect. A handful of earth escape techniques were out of this world. The power of a foundation establishment stage art was increased by more than one notch compared to the power of a chi practicing stage art. When Xiaofeng once again bullied his way forward and slammed his fist on the true elemental shield in front of Ma Xingye, the true elemental shield rippled but was not broken. Instead, Xiaofeng was directly knocked out by an earth spike, while Ma Xingye, who was standing in the true elemental shield, waved his longsword in his hand. A sword chi flew out from the longsword. Xiaofeng, who was knocked into the air, could only protect his hands in front of his face and carry a dozen or so sword chi. In an instant, blood flowed from Xiaofeng's body, and his originally hard skin was not able to completely defend against the foundation establishment stage's sword chi. Before Xiaofeng could land, a huge stone hand above the ring grabbed fiercely towards Xiaofeng. The sturdy stone hand gripped Xiaofeng fiercely, making Xiaofeng unable to move. The winner is already decided. Ma Xingye looked at Xiaofeng, who was still struggling, one hand controlling the stone hand and holding it tightly as he said with a smile on his face, "Forging the body is ultimately a small path. And if you don't enter the foundation establishment, you are ultimately an ant." Ma Xingye naturally see like a god of war like Xiaofeng, so naturally play 12 points of the spirit to deal with Xiaofeng. It seems to be their own over-anxiety. Just above the ring like a god of war like Xiaofeng, in front of the foundation stage of their own, is still defenseless. Xiaofeng, who was imprisoned by the stone hand, his body's chi and blood bulged, and the veins on his face rippled as he fought to struggle away. But the stone hand could not break free at all. Is he or she going to lose? How can you lose? Xiaofeng roared angrily. How can I possibly lose when I've already come this far? My destiny is up to me and not to heaven. As soon as the words fell, all of Xiaofeng's bones were clicking and a powerful wave of air surged out from Xiaofeng, and the originally solid stone hand was directly shattered on the spot by Xiaofeng's brute force. Ma Xingye, who had originally clenched his fists, stumbled back in a direct and wretched manner. Yang, who was in the bell tower, laughed and raised his hands to applaud. It seemed like he was winning 2 spirit stones for himself, and it also seemed like he was full of appreciation for Xiaofeng. Chapter 31, A Regrettable Defeat. This is a late-stage foundation establishment technique. How was he able to break free? Ma Xingye was horrified in his heart, and then felt shame. As a cultivator of the 7th level of the foundation establishment realm himself, he was actually pushed by a teenager with no cultivation, not to mention that he was also the young patriarch of the Blue Maple sect, and had been superior since he was a child. Ma Xingye stabilized his stance, the longsword in his hand pointed towards Xiaofeng, and the true essence in his body surged out of his body without reservation. 2 huge stone hands rose up around Ma Xingye, and a stone golem nearly 10 meters tall burrowed out of the ground. Ma Xingye stood on top of the stone puppet's head, feeling the true essence being drained from his body, and his eyes were filled with anger when he looked at Xiaofeng. The spells fluttered in his hands, the spell seal pointed at Xiaofeng, and he shouted, "General Shi, listen to the order. Behead." The stone puppet under Ma Xingye's feet raised its hands high, and a long-handled stone axe appeared in the stone puppet's hands, slashing fiercely towards Xiaofeng, who had just broken free from his stone hands. "Break for me." Xiaofeng, who had just broken free from the stone hand's confinement, stood up once again, the muscles on his body moving irregularly, and the filling of his chi and blood made him feel like his body was full of inexhaustible strength. Looking at the huge axe that came down head-on, Xiaofeng straightened up and roared angrily as he raised his fist to meet it. The two forces ruthlessly collided together, and for a moment, they actually caused the earth to tremble. The sand and dust rolled above the ring, so you couldn't see what was going on in the ring. When the sand and dust dispersed, Xiaofeng stood there quietly, with blood seeping from 360 major acupuncture points around his body, and the whole person looked like a blood gourd, and the huge stone golem could not be seen in the field. Only a pile of rubble and yellow sand remained. Ma Xingye sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at Xiaofeng with fear in his eyes. What exactly was this person's origin? This stone puppet that he had sacrificed had the strength of the Jiedan stage, It's the strongest card one can play. The Jedan stage stone golem was actually smashed by a single punch from this cultivation-less kid in front of him. The contestants of the competition were able to use talismans and magic weapons, which were allowed by the competition. Financial and external resources are also part of strength. It's unfair to say, but it's just like the world. As the Blue Maple Sect's young patriarch personally came down to fight, it was already fair enough. Monster. He's the monster. In Ma Xingye's fearful gaze, Xiao Feng's body moved, taking steps as thick as mountains, walking towards himself step by step. Xiao Feng moved very slowly, and it seemed that each step required a great deal of qi. But in Ma Xingye's eyes, the blood-soaked Xiao Feng in front of him was more like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, was methodically moving up and preparing to harvest his own life. Don't you come over. Ma Xingye frantically urged the little true essence that was already left in his dantian and waved the long sword in his hand haphazardly. The few sword chi stabs that hit Xiao Feng only caused Xiao Feng's form to sway slightly and a few more cuts on his body. But it did not stop Xiao Feng from continuing to walk towards himself. Everyone held their breath as they looked at Xiao Feng in the ring. And with regards to this teenager, from the initial disdain, to the gradual surprise, and finally to the current admiration, they had witnessed a teenager with no cultivation above this ring. Even if he had to fight for his own life, he would still defeat his opponent. No one would make fun of him for this obstinacy in defending himself with his own life. Xiao Feng's body began to sway and his steps became a bit staggering. His eyes were blurred, and he only relied on his strong willpower to hold himself up and not fall down. Ma Xingye on the opposite side had already sat on the ground disengaged. The strength to raise his hand was gone. Forcibly summoning a Jedan stage stone puppet was already a great load for himself. And just now, because of his panic, he had already used up all of his true qi by haphazardly releasing his sword qi at Xiao Feng. After the true qi in the dantian was depleted, the cultivator would fall into rigidity, unable to move his body. Therefore, as long as Xiao Feng walked up to Ma Xingye and slammed his fist down, then this number one talent of the outer sect would be defeated by Xiao Feng's hands. Xiao Feng finally walked in front of Ma Xingye and slowly raised his fist, soft but with a windy sound towards Ma Xingye's still good skin. One is going to lose. Ma Xingye looked at the fist that was getting closer and closer, and his eyes glanced hopefully in the direction of the drum tower. Suddenly an air fluctuation that all the outer disciples present did not see clearly shot sharply toward Xiao Feng from above the drum tower. Xiao Feng's body, which was already at the end of its strength, was suddenly and strangely knocked out, and then completely fell into unconsciousness. An uproar rang out from outside the arena, and everyone didn't expect that there would be a reversal of this matter. The expression on Ma Xingye's face also relaxed and he collapsed to the ground. It really wasn't a waste of one's usual filial piety, and a great gift that one had specially gone to deliver a few days ago. Regardless of the process, it's always a win for yourself. At this moment, Steward Sun's voice came from above the bell tower. Winner, Ma Xingye. That air fluctuation was extremely fast, and it was simply not something that this group of outer disciples could see clearly. The watching crowd outside the ring only saw Xiao Feng, who was about to hit Ma Xingye with his fist, suddenly fall to the side and then never get up again. The victory has been decided and Xiao Feng was defeated. It's a pity. It's really a pity. It was so close to winning. Right. Surely we still haven't been able to climb over the great mountain that is Senior Ma, who is in the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. This senior brother Xiao definitely has the strength of the top 10, but it's a pity that he lost to senior brother Ma here. His luck is too bad. Sometimes luck is also a part of strength. I can tell at a glance that this senior brother Xiao will have an unlimited future in the future. Didn't you say yesterday that he was a mole regretting his lack of self-importance? I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not. Noisy murmurs rang out from all around. Some lamenting, some marveling, some admiring. Obviously the victor was Ma Xingye, but everyone's attention was focused on this Xiao Feng who hadn't squealed for 5 years, but was now a sensation. And on top of the drum tower, Ouyang looked at the unconscious Xiao Feng on the stage, his face expressionless. Senior brother Ouyang, you won this bet. What a wonderful match. Thanks to you, not letting the pearl go astray. These 4 top-grade spirit stones are all as my thanks to you. Steward Sun took out a small cloth bag with a smile on his face and walked over to Ouyang and said with a smile, the air fluctuation just now. It was Steward Sun who had utilized a wind technique to hit Xiao Feng. Ouyang looked at Xiao Feng on the stage and raised his hand without looking back. Pop! A slap rang out on Steward Sun's face. Ouyang turned around in feigned surprise and said, oops, Steward Sun. I was too mesmerized by what I was looking at just now, so I didn't realize that you were beside me. Steward Sun, who was full of smiles, was a bit confused by Ouyang's slap and put away his smile and said in a light tone, it's fine. It's me who was too abrupt. But the tone suddenly became flat. Steward Sun looked at Ouyang with some sarcasm and said, you don't have to be angry. Senior brother Ouyang, people have their own place. For example, just now, I can't slap a Jiedan stage when I'm at the chi practicing stage. Steward's son insinuated that Ouyang was clearly only in the chi practicing stage, but it was only because he was an inner disciple that he was able to be so arrogant. So what is the difference between Ouyang and Ma Xingye? Ouyang said with a sincere face. Steward's son is right. It's probably because Steward's son is well versed in this path that he's still only wandering around the outer door at over 300 years old, right? Chapter 32, do you wish to be my disciple? Damn it, I still lost. I can't even win this. How am I going to avenge so much? I'm not willing. Xiaofeng sat up violently, and a sharp pain that tore through every muscle in his body. Xiaofeng stifled a grunt and collapsed onto the bed once again. Oh, woke up that quickly? Still really tenacious. Ouyang said with surprise as he looked at Xiaofeng, who sat up and lay down again like a swindler. What are you? Xiaofeng asked as he lay on the bed enduring the severe pain and gritting his teeth to open his mouth. My name is Ouyang. You're the one I saved back. It's really playing with your life. All the meridians are broken. All the bones are shattered. If it wasn't for me, you'd be hard enough to wake up. Ouyang opened his mouth with a self-satisfied face. This favor, I, Xiaofeng, will repay. Sorry, I want to rest. Xiaofeng closed his eyes and said with a smelly face. Damn, it's the same as when White first came up the mountain. A hanging look, tugging like a 2x4, making it sound like the world owes him. Ouyang is not accustomed to the temper of these proud sons of God. Xiaobai was dragged like that, but still was not his own cut honest? Ouyang lifted the quilt, pinched Xiaofeng's neck and directly lifted him up, looked at Xiaofeng with a cold smile and said, settle the medical bills, a total of 10 top-grade spirit stones. Xiaofeng, who had just closed his eyes, was suddenly yanked up by a strong force, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Ouyang with a ferocious expression, and his brain didn't turn around, so he opened his mouth and said, what medical expenses? What are you loading me up with? Blood revitalizing pill, tendon relieving pill, bone splitting, gold sore pill, these medicines that saved you back, do you think they fell from the sky? Ouyang dragged Xiaofeng in front of him and spoke. Xiaofeng's throat moved. He had carried the iron gold wood to exercise for 5 years as one day. He had not contributed anything to the Qingyan sect at all. Naturally, the resources that the sect handed out every month did not have his own share. 10 top-grade crystals? One couldn't even take out one lower-grade crystal stone. I'll owe this money first, and I'll pay you back 100 times 1,000 times later, Xiaofeng said with a dissatisfied frown. Pay back? What are you going to give back? To beat a foundation stage waste who almost went to see the king of hell. Just buy you? Ouyang sneered. Xiaofeng closed his eyes. He had heard this kind of mockery himself over the years and did not know how many times, so it did not cause any mental fluctuations in him. Seeing Xiaofeng with a look of oil and salt, Ouyang turned his words around and opened his mouth to ask, root and bone taken away, parents killed, brothers betrayed, fiancé withdrawing from marriage? Which ones did you account for? Usually a scrappy stream like Xiaofeng must have a tragic beginning. I just don't know which category Xiaofeng belongs to. When Xiaofeng heard Ouyang's words, he snapped his eyes open and said in a low voice, who the hell are you? How do you know these things? All these things? Boy, all of them. Ouyang looked at the angry Xiaofeng. He couldn't help but smack his lips. This guy wasn't the protagonist. He wouldn't believe it even if he said it out. The buffs were stacked so thick. Ouyang looked at the angry Xiaofeng and understood that Xiaofeng now thought that he knew about him, then he thought that he was coming at him. Ouyang threw Xiaofeng back on the bed and spoke faintly. Does it matter what I am? What matters is that it took 5 years for you to get to this point. When the hell are you going to finish taking these revenge? Xiaofeng, who had been uncovered the scars in his heart, could not listen to Ouyang's words at all, and like an angry lion, he cursed towards Ouyang. Dog thief, if you have the ability to do so, kill me. Don't stand there pretending to be compassionate and trying to use me again. If it was on a normal day, I would have to smash you to death with one punch. Ouyang looked at Xiaofeng, who was obviously somewhat delirious, and burst out laughing, pulling out a white jade bottle from his bosom and pouring out an elixir. When the elixir was poured out, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire room in a flash. Ouyang raised his hand and stuffed the elixir into Xiaofeng's mouth, moving Xiaofeng's jaw to make him swallow it. Xiaofeng was just about to scold Ouyang for what he had given himself when he suddenly felt warmth in his limbs that were originally in excruciating pain. When the warmth dissipated, Xiaofeng was surprised to find that his body was 70 to 80% better. To be able to make one's body recover that quickly, I'm afraid it's at least a 7th grade or above spirit medicine. Pills were divided into 9 grades, starting from the lowest grade of 9th grade Qi cultivation pills upwards, and with each grade, the difficulty of refining would also increase geometrically upwards. To allow one's body to recover that quickly was at least a 6th or 7th grade higher elixir. Xiaofeng could not figure out whether the Ouyang in front of him was an enemy or a friend for a while. But the elixir that was consumed was the real deal. A moment to save himself, a moment to taunt himself. Oh Yang, in the end, what is the composition? Want to do what? A time to Xiaofeng are confused. But then he realized. From Oh Yang came a vast true chi that almost crushed him into pieces. The entire room became sticky as if it had fallen into a paste. And Xiaofeng felt that he could not use his strength even to breathe. Xiaofeng looked at the plain-faced Oh Yang in front of him with horror and said, "With the current you? In this life, you will only be able to slay at the foundation establishment stage. What in the world is he? Why is the aura on his body so terrifying? It clearly looks about the same age as his own. What kind of monster is he?" Xiaofeng looked at Oh Yang in front of him in shock. In front of such a vast amount of true chi, he was like a flatboat in the ocean. Not to mention resisting, it was exceptionally difficult to support himself sitting here alone. Want to solve your problem of not having a dantian and not being able to cultivate? Oh Yang whispered like a demon. You have a solution for my body? Xiaofeng's eyes lit up as he looked at Oh Yang and asked eagerly. Before Xiaofeng fell unconscious, Oh Yang realized that even though Xiaofeng did not have a dantian, his body was still involuntarily absorbing heaven and earth yuan qi and using it to strengthen himself. These heaven's pride children really didn't know how they grew up. Even if his dantian was destroyed and his root bones were dug up, it didn't affect his ability to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It's a real people pleaser. It was just that the speed of the absorption of heaven and earth yuan qi was very tiny, and if Oh Yang hadn't been proficient in the art of healing, he wouldn't have discovered the clues. A bold idea appeared in Oh Yang's mind. The main thing now was how to get this stubborn donkey in front of him up the mountain. I do have a way, but it requires you to pay a price. Oh Yang looked at Xiaofeng in front of him, who was like grasping a life-saving straw, and opened his mouth. Xiaofeng said resolutely, "No matter what the cost is, as long as I can solve the trouble with my body, I'm willing to do anything." "Then are you willing to be my crotch heir?" "No, my disciple's honorary disciple?" Oh Yang coughed and opened his mouth. "Under your door? Who are you?" Xiaofeng said as he looked at Oh Yang suspiciously. Oh Yang put away his own true chi, stood with his hands behind his back, and said blandly, "I am the 12 Peaks of the Green Cloud Sect, the eldest senior brother of Little Mountain Peak." Oh Yang. Chapter 33, can't remember chapter names. Okay, I promise. Hearing Oh Yang's words, Xiaofeng directly agreed without any hesitation. That cool? Oh Yang looked at Xiaofeng in doubt. Xiaofeng, however, smiled sparingly and said, "If you had said that you were an inner disciple of the Qingyan sect, I would have agreed long ago. Without making it into the top 10 of the outer sect, I would not have had the chance to come into contact with the inner sect of the Qingyan sect, and since someone has come to my door to take me in, then why wouldn't I agree?" Looking at Xiaofeng, who was so sensible in front of him, Oh Yang couldn't help but ask, "Then you're not afraid that I'm lying to you?" Xiaofeng laughed loudly. "Senior brother, what is this place?" "The outer gate of the Qingyan sect. Who dares to beckon here under the name of the Qingyan sect?" He himself had forgotten about this, but then he looked at Xiaofeng and said, "I'm not qualified to accept you as a disciple. This will all have to wait for Master to come back before I can make a decision. You can stay at the small mountain peak first, and when Master comes back, let him decide if he wants to accept you as a disciple or not." Xiaofeng nodded and clasped his fists at Oh Yang and said, "Xiaofeng has been honored, but Xiaofeng still doesn't understand why he has to help me like this. After all, there is no help in this world for no reason. There is just an exchange between interests." Oh Yang looked at the puzzled Xiaofeng and said flatly, "Think of it as me being on a whim and wanting to see how far you can go. Then in that case, Xiaofeng will thank senior brother." Xiaofeng said as he bowed respectfully towards Oh Yang. When Xiaofeng's words had just fallen, a system beep sounded in Oh Yang's head. Detected that the host has a karmic bond with a heaven's destiny. Current mission completion, April 5th. Rewards issued, true chi value plus 10, 000, 000, plus 20, 000 gained from this hangout. Oh, you've gained so much from this hangout? Only 3 or 4 days gain is actually 20,000? Oh Yang was a bit surprised. If it wasn't for the system suddenly coming with this voice, one would have forgotten that he had a system. This hanging system is so low in existence that it plays dead the rest of the time, except for every untimely hanging gain that arrives. And hanging time length is not fixed, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, sometimes 10 days and a half months has not been a time. Each time the hanging gain is not the same, but compared to his already 900 million plus true chi values, the gains from hanging onto the machine were no longer something he paid too much attention to. What made Oh Yang more concerned was the progress of that prompted quest. Looking at the quest progress that suddenly popped up from the system, Oh Yang finally let out a long sigh of relief. It took a lot of talking, but I'm finally 4/5 ths of the way through the mission. The system's determination of the Son of Heaven's destiny was exceptionally harsh, and even Hutu, who possessed the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, didn't activate the quest progress. The rest of the quest's progress was contributed by those 3 retrograde suns on the mountain. Lun Qingsong was brought up by himself since childhood. Chen Changsheng was found by himself, and Bai Feiyu was abducted by himself when he followed his master to the human city. It's strange to say the least. Are there that many chosen ones in this world? If it wasn't for the fact that Ancestral Abyss and Chen Changsheng had a life and death grudge, Yang would have been ready to go to Dongqiu Zi and dig for a foot in the door. Is the devil's holy son arrogant? Which of the 3 rebellious sons on the mountain is a good character to mess with? In your own hands, it's still a handful. Finally, there was only 1 spot left to complete the first mission since he had triggered the system himself. Yang looked at the progress bar of the mission and sighed a little. Sparing the Green Cloud sect, one of the 9 holy grounds, there was only one person who could be called the son of heaven's destiny that he himself had seen, Ancestral Abyss. After all, the 3 rebellious sons on the mountain were able to worship the Green Cloud sect more or less with themselves. So, it is evident how rare the divine destiny is. I don't know how long it will take to find this last spot. Xiaofeng looked at Yang, who suddenly wandered off, and did not dare to say anything. This senior brother was just too strange to go off on a tangent talking to himself about this. But that terrifying cultivation still made his heart yearn for it. If he could reach Ouyang's level one day, then surely his revenge would have been accomplished. Ouyang, who had finished his days, smiled apologetically towards Xiaofeng and said, "Since you are now a named disciple of my Little Mountain Peak, I will have to tell you some of the rules of Little Mountain Peak." Xiaofeng immediately looked squarely at Ouyang. Ouyang's face was solemn as he said, "Besides you, there are also your 3 senior brothers on the small mountain peak and a junior sister who isn't as old as you. Remember, in the small mountain peak, my rules are the rules. The most important thing is to stay away from those 3 rebellious sons. Don't learn everything from them." Xiaofeng looked at Ouyang, who looked like he was gritting his teeth and was confused by what he heard, but he still opened his mouth to agree. After handing over the precautions, Ouyang was ready to take Xiaofeng back to the small mountain peak. Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment and spoke. "Senior brother, I wonder if I can borrow something?" Ouyang looked at Xiaofeng, who opened his mouth to borrow something like himself before even entering the gate. What did he mean? This hasn't even entered the mountain gate yet and he's starting to grow backbones? Xiaofeng quickly spoke up. "I have made some friends in the outer sect for a few years and have been favored by them, so please lend me some spirit stones as a farewell gift when I leave." Only after hearing Xiaofeng's words did Ouyang put his heart down. With Xiaofeng's nature, he is not willing to owe others anything, and the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by the spring. That's why he begged himself to lend himself some spirit stones first to repay his fellow disciples for taking care of him all these years. "Hey, surprise yourself, is this it?" Ouyang unhooked his own storage bag from his waist, rummaged around for a bit, and poured out a large box from his storage bag and said, "This is 100 top-grade spirit stones, take it and use it." Xiaofeng opened the box and was immediately startled by the spirit stones inside. He had never seen so many top-grade spirit stones since he was a child, and the color was so good that it could almost be comparable to an extremely high-grade spirit stone. "It won't take that much, senior brother, 10 pieces will be enough," Xiaofeng said as he quickly waved his hand. Ouyang, however, said without a care in the world, "What's this? Big deal. I'll take you to the square of Qingyan Peak to dig it up when it runs out." Xiaofeng, who had been in the outer sect for 5 years and naturally knew the Qingyan sect very well, swallowed his saliva. It seemed like he had just heard something extraordinary from this senior brother's mouth. Xiaofeng arched his hand towards Ouyang and dragged the box and left the house. Anyway, he was going to be by Ouyang's side in the future, and there would be plenty of opportunities to repay him in the future. Xiaofeng was not worried that he would not be able to pay back these spirit stones. "Senior brother Xiao, you're leaving?" The teenager who had informed Xiaofeng to enroll looked at Xiaofeng and asked with some loss. "Senior brother Zhao, thank you for taking care of me all these years. The senior brother of the small mountain peak is already willing to let me enter the inner sect to cultivate. These spirit stones are all considered as a small token of my appreciation." Xiaofeng cupped his fists at the teenager and said, feeling as if he had been insulted. The teenager's eyes were suddenly shrouded in a fog, and he said loudly, "I'm not treating you because I'm hoping you'll come up with these things for me." Xiaofeng nodded and said, "Senior brother Zhao, I know the brotherly love between the two of us, so these are just a little bit of my feelings. I, Xiaofeng, swear that in the future, if senior brother Zhao is in trouble, I will swear to help him to the death." The teenager angrily waved his hand at Xiaofeng and said, "Go away. I don't want to see you right now." Xiaofeng laughed bitterly, naturally knowing the temperament of this senior brother of his. He usually had some girlish pettiness, but after a while he would be fine. Xiaofeng looked deeply at the young man in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The Green Mountains will not change. Senior brother Zhao, I am leaving, take care in the future." The teenager stalked his head and waited for Xiaofeng to walk away. Looking at Xiaofeng's fading figure, Teardrops suddenly flowed down from his eyes. The teenager looked at the box in front of him, and his voice turned as clear and pleasant as an oriole as he whispered, "Brother Xiao, you're such a big bad guy." Chapter 34, Who says the human race has no great emperor? Ouyang had just walked to the foot of the small mountain peak with Xiao Feng when a huge white paper crane floated by. "You're back, eldest brother? Did you bring a gift for Tutu?" Hututu's clear childish voice came from the paper crane. Ouyang watched with a grin on his face as Hututu jumped off the paper crane and rummaged through himself like a puppy looking for gifts. "What do you see here?" Ouyang pulled out an ice candy cane from his sleeve as if he were doing a magic trick. "Yikes! It's an ice candy cane. I haven't eaten them in a long time. Thank you, eldest brother." Hututu received the ice candy gourd in surprise, kissed Ouyang beautifully, and held up the ice candy gourd and spun around. Suddenly Hututu spotted Xiao Feng, who was following Ouyang. Hututu, who was originally happy and playful, immediately hid beside Ouyang, grabbed Ouyang's clothes while poking out a head and looking at Xiao Feng warily. "Eldest brother, who is this?" Ouyang dotingly touched Hututu's head and said with a smile, "This is a good seedling that I have found for my master, and is considered to be a named disciple of Little Mountain Peak." After Ouyang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Xiao Feng and said, "Senior brother Xiao, this is Hututu, and is also the 5th disciple of my Little Mountain Peak, and although she is young, she is your senior sister. Clan order is not defined by chronological age, but rather the time of entry. After all, for great cultivators who couldn't move 1,000 years, there was no longer any concept of age. Let's say an average 30-year-old guy is looking for a 7-year-old girl. People will think you're an animal. But if a 400-year-old cultivator and a 300-year-old cultivator were to form a Taoist couple, doesn't it just feel like no big deal again?" Xiao Feng arched his hand and bowed slightly to Hututu and spoke. "Xiao Feng has met junior sister." Hututu held an ice candy gourd in one hand and looked at Xiao Feng with a dumbfounded expression. The ice candy gourd in her mouth forgot to continue chewing. "Hissy, I've become a senior sister?" Hututu wiped the drool that flowed out, still somewhat incredulous. "Shouldn't we get a gift for the first time we meet?" Hututu scrambled to rummage around on his own. The leftover sweet potatoes from yesterday, the crickets he caught this morning, the small flowers he just picked, and the freshly bitten ice candy gourd in his hand. Hututu glanced at the ice candy gourd in his hand with some reluctance and raised it up, asking with a face that was about to cry, "Senior brother, you eat." Xiao Feng looked at Hututu, whose mouth was pouting into a bun face, holding up his ice candy gourd with tears in her eyes, and said with some tears and laughter, "No need, senior sister. I don't like to eat sweet things." "Don't like sweets, ah, that's good." Hututu let out a long breath of relief and stood up her small chest and walked out from behind Ouyang, turning around at Xiao Feng's side. He seemed to be sizing up his cheap senior brother. "You've become a senior sister yourself, ah, you're considered a big kid already. Senior brother, stick your head over." Hututu waved her small hand and said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng bent down unknowingly, and a small white flower was stuck in his ear by a small hand. Hututu said softly, "This little white flower is the prettiest little flower I've seen today. I was going to give it to eldest brother, but now I'm giving it to you." Xiao Feng touched the small white flower on his ear and put up a smile from his heart on his face as he looked at the innocent Hututu in front of him and said, "Thank you, senior sister." Hututu clapped his hands and the paper crane flew slowly to the three of them. Hututu held up the ice candy gourd and shouted towards the two Ouyangs, "Let's go! Let's go home. Third senior brother is cooking fish for dinner today." The paper crane carried the three of them to the peak with a fresh breeze. When they reached the top of the hill, the paper cranes had just settled down. Hututu then couldn't wait to shout towards the courtyard, "Senior brother! Senior brother! Eldest senior brother has returned with a young senior brother." Xiao Feng raised his eyes and liked the small courtyard with just one glance. Green bricks and green tiles. A large tree with many branches and leaves stands in the courtyard. On a chaise longue under a tree, a white boy sleeps with a book over his face. A teenager is on the roof fixing the roof, and smoke was rising from the kitchen in the corner of the courtyard. It was not at all like what a large sect should be like. Instead it was more like a quiet and beautiful idyllic life. This made Xiao Feng, who had come from the secular world, feel doubly close to him. Lying on the recliner, Bai Feiyu took the book away from his face, raised his head to look at Xiao Feng, and waved his hand as a greeting. Long Qingsong on the roof, on the other hand, was hammering away at himself. Only Chen Changsheng heard the commotion and walked out from the kitchen with his apron on, looking at Xiao Feng with a smile on his face, but in an instant it froze in place. Xiao Feng's face and the supreme being from his past life's memories slowly overlapped. "My human race should strengthen itself. Who says that my human race has no great emperor? Human Xiao Feng is here. Who dares to come forward to die?" Chen Changsheng's heart set off shocking waves. His eldest senior brother had brought back an unimaginably great person. Xiao Feng, The human emperor who had stopped the demon race for 10 years with his own strength in his previous life. In this life it was even his own senior brother? Chen Changsheng hadn't yet recovered from his shock, but Hu Tutu sniffed his nose and asked curiously, "What's mushy?" "My fish," Chen Changsheng exclaimed, turning around and returning to the kitchen. Can a human emperor be as important as the fish inside his own pot? When the meal started at noon, Ouyang pulled Xiaofeng to introduce them one by one. Second senior brother Long Qingsong, third senior brother Chen Changsheng, fourth senior brother Bai Feiyu, and junior sister Hu Tutu. Xiaofeng saluted in turn in a disciplined manner. Looking careful, Lang Qingsong glanced at Xiaofeng and nodded. Then he lowered his head to pick up his meal. Bai Feiyu looked at Xiaofeng and shook his head. This senior brother's roots were too poor. Although his qi and blood were vigorous, he did not have the talent to cultivate the sword path. And Hootsuite was making a bitter little face at a somewhat battered fish. Only Chen Changsheng stared unblinkingly at Xiaofeng. This former C-pin of the world's human race, who he could only look at from afar in his previous life, didn't expect that he would be saluting himself in fear and trepidation now. Life is amazing. Changsheng is staring at Xiaofeng like this. Is there something wrong with Xiaofeng as well? Ouyang's heart sank as he looked at Chen Changsheng. As a reborn person, Chen Changsheng definitely knew where Xiaofeng came from. So Ouyang cared most about Chen Changsheng's gaze. As expected, Xiaofeng under the template of the son of Heavenly Dao. From the time he entered the door, Chen Changsheng's gaze did not leave from Xiaofeng's body. There was a new senior brother at the small mountain peak, and this matter didn't cause too many ripples. The crowd still did what they were supposed to do, and when Chen Changsheng was about to go back to his room to cultivate, he was called by Ouyang. "Changsheng, come to my room with senior brother Xiao." Ouyang looked at Chen Changsheng and spoke. Chen Changsheng's body stiffened slightly, and he was somewhat agitated inwardly. This Xiao Da-di was his idol in his previous life. After Xiaofeng and Chen Changsheng followed Ouyang to the room together, Ouyang frowned and swept a glance over the two men. Finally his eyes landed on Chen Changsheng and said, "Changsheng, senior brother Zhao's root bones were taken away and his dantian was destroyed, so he cannot cultivate. I have thought of a method that can help him cultivate, but I need your help." Chen Changsheng nodded his head and opened his mouth to ask, "If there's anything you need, senior brother, just command." When Ouyang heard Chen Changsheng's reply, he immediately put his heart down. Since Chen Changsheng agreed, it meant that Xiaofeng's identity was fine. Ouyang said with such a smile, "I heard that you're good at dancing neatly, Nagisa?" Chapter 35, The future human emperor is actually from my hands? Chen Changsheng looked at Ouyang somewhat reluctantly and said, "Senior brother, I don't want to draw that kind of filth anymore." What words this is? What filth can I make you draw? Seriously. Ouyang looked at Chen Changsheng with a head full of black lines. Wasn't it just letting him draw a few educational picture books? As for remembering it until now? Ouyang said with a straight face, "I have a plan. I'll come and talk to you guys, and you guys can see what's feasible." Although senior brother Zhao's root bones were dug up and his dantian was destroyed, it actually doesn't have too much of an impact on his own qualifications. Compared to a mortal cultivation, senior brother Xiao is perfectly capable of taking the path of body cultivation. Ouyang spoke after a moment of deliberation. Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and spoke, "Eldest brother, if I don't take the path of physical cultivation, I won't be able to take the other paths either. The main reason is that physical cultivation techniques were lost as early as the ancient era. The cultivation method of physical cultivation that I'm talking about is something I came up with on my own." Ouyang proudly said to the two, "Even if there is no gongfa, there is still an ancient sword fairy reincarnation squatting in the yard. What gongfa is a sword fairy does not know. The big deal is just to set the words of Bai Feiyu and pull out a few of the best feats from his mouth." Looking at Xiaofeng and Chen Changsheng's puzzled expressions, Ouyang said with some complacency, "I would like to ask elder brother Changsheng to use elder brother Xiaofeng's body as a canvas, and tattoo a few divine beasts representing attributes on elder brother Xiaofeng's body, and I'll help the painted divine beasts to turn on their spiritual wisdom, so that they can replace elder brother Xiaofeng's dantian, and use it to absorb the heaven and earth's yuan qi to feed the effects of elder brother Xiaofeng's physical body." Xiaofeng and Chen Changsheng were shocked. How did the opening of spiritual wisdom that was easily spat out from Ouyang's mouth feel as simple as a cabbage? Xiaofeng, who had just started, did not yet know just how difficult it was to open the spirit for dead things, but Chen Changsheng was very clear. It's as bizarre as having a rock grow a pair of legs of its own and start running without any human factor. But having seen Ouyang do this kind of thing before, it wasn't that hard for Chen Changsheng to accept. However, Chen Changsheng still spoke with some misgivings. "Senior brother, once we experimented with opening spiritual intelligence to divine beasts, but it always attracted heavenly punishment, resulting in the newly born divine beasts being cleaved into oblivion, and it also brought us a lot of suffering as well. Can we really succeed in opening spiritual intelligence to dead things?" Yang nodded and said, "Actually, I'm not too sure, but I got the inspiration from the paper cranes created by the sect master, and the stone lions that were accidentally messed up in the past, and when we opened up the spiritual intelligence of the divine beasts that we drew, the divine beasts naturally couldn't get through the thunder tribulation without the corresponding physical body. But now that the divine beasts that we drew were originally one with senior brother Shao, so if the divine beasts have a physical body, would it be able to pass through the heavenly tribulation without any problems?" Yang's idea was bold, but not without reason. But if it was to be implemented, it was too dangerous. Once it attracted the heavenly tribulation, it would either pass through it safely or die. There was no third possibility. It's a fight for your life. And it's just too dangerous. Chen Changsheng directly opened his mouth and refused. "No, although theoretically there is no problem. But if it fails, senior brother Shao will directly die. There is no room for redemption. I want to try." Xiao Feng, however, spoke up. From a supreme genius to the current loser, Xiao Feng had already suffered too many injustices. When he lost his Dantian, he had never felt the heaven and earth Yuan Qi again. And although the heaven and earth Yuan Qi would automatically moisturize his flesh when he exercised it, he did not have any ability to be able to perceive it. Now that he heard that there was a chance to be able to feel the heaven and earth Yuan Qi again, Xiao Feng would try even if he died. "No, that's gambling with your life. I won't agree to it." Chen Changsheng once again flatly refused. He didn't want the future human emperor to accidentally die in his own hands. The human emperor who would later lead the human race out of the abyss of despair would die so easily and prematurely in his own hands. There was no way Chen Changsheng would agree to this even for the sake of the future human race. Xiao Feng flung himself on his knees and looked at Chen Changsheng and said sincerely, "Third senior brother, a man's knees are gold, and he only kneels on heaven and earth and his parents and teachers. But if you are willing to agree to this matter, then it would be like the grace of rebuilding for Xiao Feng." Chen Changsheng looked at Xiao Feng who was kneeling in front of him. In the future great emperor of the human race was kneeling in front of him like this and begging for himself. Chen Changsheng was also a bit unable to bear it in his heart. Yang on the side did not chime in. After all, this idea of his own was just too heavenly, without any reference to it, and it was completely a gamble with Xiao Feng's identity as a son of the heavenly Tao, so he could not insist on sending Xiao Feng to his death. The room was quiet, but Chen Changsheng had been unable to make up his mind. Just then, the door to Yang's room was suddenly pushed open, and Bai Feiyu walked in, looking at the three people in the room and said with a smile, "Ancient body cultivation methods. I've heard of them here. An eldest senior brother's idea isn't without a direction to draw from. It's good to have an ancient sword fairy reincarnated in your family. It's not a door-to-door delivery of the technique?" Yang didn't care about Bai Feiyu eavesdropping outside the door, and hurriedly grabbed Bai Feiyu and said, "Xiao Bai, have you heard of the ancient body cultivation technique?" Bai Feiyu nodded and said, "When I was in the mundane world, I met an old beggar who once recounted like me that in ancient times, physical cultivation greats used ferocious beast essence as a vessel to hammer their fleshly bodies, which coincides with what eldest senior brother had in mind just now. The old beggar, the vagabond, whom I met by chance." Listening to Bai Feiyu's believable story, Yang didn't break it down and just looked at Chen Changsheng and said, "Third senior brother, why don't you really give it a try?" Chen Changsheng looked at Bai Feiyu, while the other nodded at him, and only then did he speak up in a helpless manner. "I wonder what eldest senior brother would like me to draw." Yang replied without thinking, "Of course it's the divine beasts that match the 5 elements. The left blue dragon, the right white tiger, the upper vermilion bird, and the lower Xuanwu, old ox. No, the Qilin is in the center. Crap, the 5 square divine beasts turned out to be here." Chen Changsheng was startled. In the future, after Xiao Feng became the great emperor of the human race, when he led the human race to fight against the catastrophe of heaven and earth, he was surrounded by the 5 divine beasts, and it was only with the help of the 5 divine beasts that Xiao Feng was able to fight back time and again and lead the human race to victory time and time again. The great emperor of the 5 directions, Xiao Feng's name. This is what shook the world. Grass. The 5 divine beasts of the future human emperor were actually drawn by themselves. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but stare blankly at Xiao Feng who was kneeling on the ground, his mind not even turning around. The 5 human emperors of the 5 directions that were out of reach in one's previous life had come from one's own hands? Chapter 36, 15 and 16-year-olds should do something amazing. Chen Changsheng finally agreed to use Xiao Feng's back as a canvas and tattoo Xiao Feng with the 5 square divine beasts. Yang, on the other hand, pulled Bai Feiyu to think about that old beggar has not yet sold to Bai Feiyu what the world's best technique. Yang chattered. According to the plot, this old beggar must be carrying hundreds of gongfu with him. For example, the method of breaking through to the foundation stage. Bai Feiyu shook his head and said, when he was picked up by Yang, it's not like Yang didn't see it, not to mention the money on himself. He was hungry for 3 days. Only then did Ouyang reluctantly stop. However, tattooing Xiaofeng with the 5 square divine beasts was not a difficult task, but the most difficult thing was that if Ouyang opened his spirit to the divine beasts, the lightning tribulation induced would not be something that Xiaofeng would be able to withstand. The reason why divine beasts are called divine beasts is that they are the biggest variable between this heaven and earth. Snakes cultivate for 3,000 years before transforming into scaly scales, and scaly scales cultivate for 3,000 years before transforming into dragons. There were many augur dragons between this heaven and earth, but it had been a long time since a true dragon had appeared. You can imagine what happened to those augurs who wanted to transform into dragons, not to mention a speedy beast like Ouyang, and 5 of them in one drawing. I was afraid that Ouyang had just opened his spirit in 1 foot, and the next second Xiaofeng would be struck by the thunderbolt and be left with no ashes left. Bai Feiyu looked at Xiaofeng with a burning gaze. The first time he saw Xiaofeng he realized that this teenager's root bones and dantian were destroyed. Want to practice unless physical practice. But even in the ancient times, physical cultivation was the most difficult dharma to cultivate. It's too bitter. It's just too bitter. Every day, they beat up their bodies, squeezing all the potential out of their bodies, and then sucking in heaven and earth's vital energy to counteract their own. During the day, they beat up their muscles and bones, and at night, they exhale and practice. All the time, you have to be practicing. This goes on day after day, year after year, and it's hard to feel the realm rise. Those who do not have great perseverance simply cannot endure this mental and physical torture. He had just eavesdropped outside the door to find out what method Ouyang wanted to use to help Xiaofeng cultivate. I didn't realize that Ouyang's method coincided with the ancient body cultivation masters. Even crazier. In the ancient times, physical cultivators only dared to use spirit beasts or ferocious beast essence to assist in their cultivation. Ouyang actually wanted to use a divine beast, and the moment he used it, it was the topmost 5 square divine beast. Even in the ancient times no one dared to act like this. That's a divine beast, a favorite between heaven and earth, born with great fortune and blessings. It can be said to be the embodiment of heaven and earth. Ouyang actually wanted to artificially create a divine beast so that Xiaofeng and the divine beast would become one. Crazy. Bold. It's like stealing the sky. A few teenagers less than a teenager had the delusion of stealing the sky. Bai Feiyu felt that they were simply crazy and instinctively wanted to stop them. But then he heard Xiaofeng kneeling down with determined words. Bai Feiyu, who originally wanted to stop it, suddenly laughed. Isn't that what 16 or 17-year-olds are supposed to do? Steal from the sky? It's the age of rebellion and fearlessness to do something amazing. So how could such a thing be possible without myself, who just turned 15 this year? So Whitefeather pushed his way in and tried to get in. The 4 teenagers sat in their chairs and talked at great length, making the most detailed plans. By Chen Chongshang, Xiaofeng was tattooed with the 5 divine beasts of the 5 directions, using the essence of an extremely high-quality spirit stone as the pigment. There's no such thing as a very high-quality spirit stone essence? Go to the stone pillar in the main hall of Qingyun Peak and borrow it. Qingyun Peak is a big family, so a little less of this won't hurt. The matter of borrowing something fell on Ouyang. Bai Feiyu then taught Xiaofeng the cultivation method of the ancient body cultivation, which was used in Xiaofeng's future cultivation. The plan was such a plan, but ultimately the biggest difficulty was the thunderbolt, with all 5 divine beasts coming out, not to mention the lightning tribulation. Even with senior brother Zhao's body alone, he would not be able to resist the coexistence of 5 divine beasts. Bai Feiyu knocked on the table and said, then let's activate 2 of them first. The dragon with wood aura and the vermilion bird with fire aura. Ouyang opened his mouth and replied, but, what attracts fire and creates wind? Chen Chongshang, who specialized in formations, nodded and said. Bai Feiyu continued, after activation, the thunder tribulation under the 2 divine beasts enchantment is the most difficult to get through. We can't help senior brother Xiao to resist it hard. He can only get through it by himself. But how can a person who has not practiced cultivation get through the thunder tribulation of the divine beast's emergence? This was the biggest problem that plagued several people. The lightning tribulation was due to Xiaofeng, and he must be the one to cross the tribulation alone. If others intervened, let alone help, they would instead harm him by doubling the thunderbolt they attracted. For a while the atmosphere inside the room was a bit frozen, but Ouyang wasn't worried, as Xiaofeng with the bracketed appellation couldn't even pass the novice mission. What else could he call a son of the heavenly Tao? However, he could not say so explicitly, and could only pretend to be in a state of agonizing thought to accompany the crowd. At this time, Lang Xingsong pushed the door in and looked at the crowd and said indifferently, unity of intent. These sons of bitches have doggy potential? Do they all like to listen in on doors? Ouyang just wanted to start cursing suddenly stopped. The corners of his mouth quirked upwards as he looked at the crowd and said, Xingsong is right, we seem to have walked into a misunderstanding. A few teenagers looked at Ouyang, Hu said smugly. As Xiaobai said, we created the divine beast in order to help senior brother Xiao cultivate, but we didn't just create it out of thin air. We used senior brother Xiao's body as the basis. Master Xiao is the divine beast, and the divine beast is just Master Xiao. All of those present were geniuses of the world, and all of them instantly lit up and understood the meaning of Ouyang's words. Maliciously creating a divine beast would be punished. So what if Master Xiao himself was a divine beast? As long as the divine beast's spiritual intelligence has just opened and its consciousness has not yet awakened, senior brother Xiao seizes the divine beast's spiritual platform. Then Master Xiao is the divine beast himself. Divine beasts were originally the favorites between heaven and earth, and would undergo a thunderbolt before they were born, but they were blessed with great fortune after they were born. What they have done is to speed the divine beast directly to the birth. The equivalent of heaven and earth have already given birth to this child. Even if you no longer see eye to eye, can you still really kill him? Spiritual intelligence and consciousness were born at almost the same time. Trying to seize the spiritual platform instantly after the birth of spiritual intelligence was almost impossible. Even a great cultivator of the transitional stage couldn't possibly do it. But the solution to the problem was that this divine beast was pinched by Ouyang's bare hands, and it was at Ouyang's whim when he wanted to give birth to spirit and consciousness. Wouldn't it be better to have hands for something like pulling an electric switch? Xiaofeng didn't have any cultivation and couldn't perceive the existence of the divine soul. So how could he control the divine soul to snatch the divine beast's spiritual platform? Being able to feel the divine soul and manipulate one's own divine soul was something that could only be felt at least at the out-of-body stage. Ouyang looked towards Chen Shangsheng who was sitting there peacefully. Little mountain peak, but there is a master Chen Shangsheng who plays with divine souls. To use puppetry to the extreme was to manipulate the divine soul to the extreme. Ouyang looked at Chen Shangsheng, who was afraid that Ouyang would reveal his own cards, so he scrambled to step forward and said, I'll do this by taking senior brother Zhao's divine soul out of his body, and then tearing it into pieces, and by these torn pieces of divine soul going to the divine beast's spirit platform to take up the sparrow as a nest. Chen Shangsheng's words were spoken lightly, but they caused several people to shudder. A few people looked at the relaxed Chen Shangsheng, and a thought couldn't help but rise in their hearts. Chen Shangsheng's hundreds of puppets that are godlike to himself couldn't have been created by tearing apart his own divine soul, could they? Chapter 37. Senior brother Ouyang, please, don't gripe. Any more griping and the clan protection formation won't even start. A teenager wearing an ordinary blue Dao robe pleaded to Ouyang. Ouyang was prying the extremely high-grade spirit stone essence on the ground with his iron pick in hand. This extremely high-grade spirit stone essence only existed in the deepest part of the spirit stone vein and was extremely rare. No matter whether it was used for cultivation or refining magic treasures, it was an indispensable and necessary material. Only a top clan like the Qingyan sect would use it to form a clan protection formation. Panic what? Then if the sect master chastised down, just say that I did it. This piece to you. There is a mouthful of me to eat. Can be less of you? Ouyang carried the sack, stuffed a piece of edging to the teenager, and said with bravado. The teenager warily received the extreme spirit stone essence that Ouyang handed to him. This piece was comparable to half a year's worth of his own cultivation resources. The sack Ouyang was carrying was filled with a whole half sack. This master pried the clan protection array. If the Criminal Peaks law enforcement team saw it, an ordinary person would have to shed their skin without dying. You dare to pry the clan's protective formation, and you still say you're not a traitor to the clan? But when this gentleman pried, the law enforcement team just happened to be passing by and greeted people. What's going on, guys? Senior brother Ouyang, the peak master asked us to patrol the mountain. What are you doing? Hey, it's not the shortcomings of the family spirit stone. I came over to dig some back well. People all have to be self-reliant. Want to help? Elder brother Ouyang? No. I'll dig some more and then go back. It's time for lunch. The above was the conversation Ouyang had with the senior brothers of the law protectors while wielding an iron pickaxe. Are those people blind? He was digging inside the clan protection formation. Ordinary inner disciples took one more look at the clan protection formation, and these people would have to go up and ask if they were traitors to the clan. This senior brother Ouyang has been digging here for almost an hour. However, it is said that this senior brother is the illegitimate son of the sect master. Then it's all right. The teenager who bitterly begged Ouyang to dig a little less flipped with one hand, and the extremely high-grade spirit stone essence disappeared into his hand, pretending to leave without anything. Ouyang wiped the sweat from his forehead, carried half a sack of extreme spirit stone essence and headed for the small mountain peak. Just before taking 2 steps, a middle-aged man wrapped in a black robe blocked in front of Ouyang. The middle-aged man blocked in front of Ouyang and said in an icy tone, deliberately destroying the clan protection array and stealing the clan's spirit stones. Do you know the crime? Ouyang looked at the visitor and said with a smile, Uncle Li, have you eaten yet? Sinful disciple. Hu Yun has taken in a good disciple. How dare he do such treacherous things? The middle-aged man shouted with cold eyes. Yang was also too lazy to talk nonsense and pulled out a book from his storage bag and flew towards the middle-aged man. The pages of the book could be seen vaguely with a stunning woman in a cool dress. Good concealed weapon. The middle-aged man let out a low cry and opened his black robe. And all of a sudden the sky was dark, as if heaven and earth had been incorporated into the black robe. When Yang eyes returned to normal, the figure of the middle-aged man was no longer in front of him. Yang muttered, every time you want a book, the whole thing is like giving the clan overthrow, for fear that others will see it. Old Virgin Fire really big. The one who just blocked Yang is precisely Li, the peak master of the criminal peak, with an unfathomable cultivation level, but a keen love of dancing calligraphy. I was once amazed to see the realistic portrait drawings of the characters that Yang pulled out, and I was even more impressed with the exciting plot and the downbeat heroine depicted in the book. So every once in a while he would borrow a copy from Yang under various pretexts. When Yang returned to the small mountain peak carrying the extreme spirit stone essence, the small courtyard was unusually lively. Xiaofeng was bare-chested, and his bronzed, toned muscles were unusually dazzling in the afternoon sun. Hututu hugged the hidden fox as looked dumbfounded. Indisputable tears flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, held a brush and drew the base on Xiaofeng's back. The 5 square divine beasts, alive and well, appeared on Xiaofeng's back. The over-shouldered dragon, the downhill tiger, the head-high xuanwu, the head-low vermilion bird, and the unicorn with its eyes closed. As Xiaofeng breathed, the 5 divine beasts slowly swam on Xiaofeng's back as if they were alive. It is worthy of the technique that even the Lord of the Penal Peak can't stop. If this really draws a big bull mo, who can top it? Yang did not mince his words of praise for Chen Changsheng's handiwork against Xiaofeng's back. Chen Changsheng reddened and blurted out that he hadn't drawn it, but it drew a laugh, and the yard was filled with fastidiousness. As soon as Yang dumped the sack onto the ground, the colorful spirit stone essence was scattered all over the place, and the rich heaven and earth yuan qi came from the spirit stone essence. The spirit stone essence that was almost undreamed of for outsiders was like looking at garbage for these people present. Except for Xiaofeng, who looked as if he had never seen the world. Senior brother, I told you when we were leaving that the centermost circle of the clan protection formation has the best quality. Why isn't there any here? Chen Changsheng bent down to rummage around and asked towards Yang. I originally wanted to dig in the very center as well, but that old bastard, the sect master, placed a ban, so I couldn't even get close. Yang sighed and said, Chen Changsheng didn't really have the luxury of hoping that Yang would be able to dig back the essence of the centermost patriarchal grand formation. That was the most crucial place of the entire formation. Even if the sect leader allowed them to fool around, they couldn't go too far. These are also enough. Let's go. Senior brother Xiao, I'll grind these essences and set them on your body. It will hurt, so bear with it. Chen Changsheng gathered up the spirit stone essences and spoke to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng nodded. A little pain was nothing compared to being able to cultivate himself. However, he still underestimated the pain of the spirit stone essence entering his body. In order for the spirit stone essence to be firmly and completely encrusted on Xiaofeng's body, each piece of essence had to be almost 3 times into the flesh. Thousands of whole shards, each one drilling like pain. And in order to make the spirit stone essence more effective, Chen Changsheng would also stimulate the heaven and earth yuan qi within the spirit stone. Thousands of spirit stone fragments, like thousands of rolling nails, pierced into Xiaofeng's body. Under such torture, Xiaofeng surprisingly did not utter a word and endured the entire time. When the painting was completed, Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead with satisfaction and admired the 5 square divine beasts drawing he had just produced. This work is probably the pinnacle painting of his life. The 5 divine beasts appeared even more vivid under the enhancement of the extreme spirit stone essence, and even the sounds of dragons, phoenixes, and tigers could be heard in their ears. If this Xiaofeng walks on the streets of the previous life with bare arms, he will be arrested and interrogated if he is the big brother of a certain black if he walks a few steps. But none of the 5 divine beasts had their eyes lit up, appearing devoid of any life, because the job of dotting the eyes is left to Yang. The finishing touch is to unlock the spirit of the beast. This is precisely the most difficult step in this heaven-stealing endeavor, so everything must be done with care and caution. Chapter 38 Heaven's Disapproval. The next morning was cloudy with low clouds for miles. The whole little mountain peak was filled with tension. Chen Changsheng stood solemnly behind Xiaofeng and opened his mouth to arrange. Senior brother, in a moment, you come to dot the eyes of these divine beasts. Remember, only dot the green dragon and vermilion bird, and at the same time, Yang took the pointing brush handed over by Chen Changsheng and nodded seriously. Then Chen Changsheng turned his head and said, Second senior brother, fourth senior brother, you guys protect the law. If senior brother Xiao hasn't scrambled past the divine beast consciousness, You guys have to step in at the first opportunity and cut off the entanglement between senior brother Xiao and the divine beast consciousness with your sword intent. Ling Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood holding their swords with equally serious faces. In Hu Tutu's expectant gaze, Chen Chongsheng coughed and said, "Junior sister, go to your room and get a quilt. Get under the quilt. The sound of thunder in a while can be very loud." Hootsuite nodded earnestly and carried the small quilt from her house, wrapping herself up carefully. When everything was ready, Chen Chongsheng looked to the sky. Now it was time to ask the heavens if they were willing to lend something for a bit. Chen Chongsheng leaped on top of the erected high platform and gently exhaled. His right hand pinched out a spell and a peachwood sword flew out of his sleeve. Lay! Chen Chongsheng opened his mouth and lightly drank, and the two candles on top of the high platform burned out of thin air. The mahogany sword waved in his hand, and with a wave of his sleeve, a dozen yellow talismans flew out of his sleeve and stood in front of him. With this one move, it would not be a problem for Chen Chongsheng to go to the world and mix with the state master. Chen Chongsheng, who was practicing at the Dharma altar, offered one of his own cards on the high platform. A yellow talisman containing the rhythm of the Tao slowly stood up. Chen Chongsheng bit open his finger, smeared a drop of essence blood on top of the yellow talisman, and shouted, "Formation up!" The large formation that concealed Tiangui from the small mountain peak rose up, shielding the small mountain peak from all auras. Heaven and earth are limitless. Yin and Yang are inverted. The divine soul will come out. Waiting for the order to come. God's soul is coming out. With a flip of Chen Chongsheng's sleeve, the yellow talisman in front of him that was filled with the rhythm of the Tao rushed towards Xiaofeng and directly disappeared into Xiaofeng's body. Xiaofeng only felt a tremor in his body and he flew out of his own body. It's an amazing feeling, an indefinable sense of wonder. The moment Chen Chongsheng saw Xiaofeng's divine soul come out of his body, he shouted to Ouyang, who had been waiting for a long time, "Eldest brother, do it!" Without any hesitation, Ouyang took the eye-dotting pen in his hands and pointed it towards the eyes of the green dragon and vermilion bird on Xiaofeng's back. The two strokes landed in the eyes of the two divine beasts at the same time, and the true chi in his body was madly injected towards the green dragon and vermilion bird on his back. The sky, which was already low in clouds, was covered with dark clouds, and heavenly thunder rolled through the clouds, as if trying to find out the deviant who wanted to go against the heavens. A dozen or so yellow talismans in front of Chen Chongsheng flew rapidly towards the sky. The yellow talisman crashed into the large formation that Chen Chongsheng had set up in advance to cover up the heavenly chances. At least until Ouyang completely activated the divine beast consciousness out. He couldn't let the heavenly Tao find out about this. The true chi within Ouyang's body madly poured into the two divine beasts on Xiaofeng's back. With the infusion of Ouyang's true chi, the two divine beasts, which were already alive and well, couldn't help but start swimming on Xiaofeng's back. A high-pitched dragon's roar sounded, and a sharp bird's chirp accompanied it. The two divine beasts' shadows directly rose up in the air from Xiaofeng's back. The tremendous sense of oppression that was unique to divine beasts caused the entire atmosphere of the small mountain peak to begin to freeze. The heavenly Tao seemed to have discovered that someone was giving birth to their own private child, and the heavenly thunder, which was originally just tumbling through the clouds, declared crazily towards the surroundings of the small mountain peak. The terrifying heavenly might caused the area around the small mountain peak to become devastated. However, under Chen Chongsheng's formation, the heavenly thunder still hadn't found the bastard who had acted against the heavens. As the two divine beast silhouettes gradually began to solidify, the eyes of the two divine beasts gradually took on a divine glow. Spiritual wisdom is about to open up. Chen Chongsheng looked at the two divine beasts in the sky. His gaze went to Xiaofeng. A trace of intolerance flashed in his eyes, but then he lifted his mahogany sword and pointed it at Xiaofeng remotely. Left blue dragon, upper vermilion bird, out. Xiaofeng, who was in the state of divine soul, felt that a pair of big hands were tearing his divine soul, and his left arm and head were being torn off by these big hands. This kind of pain that was simply depicted in words caused Xiaofeng, who had endured thousands of essence into his body without uttering a word, to completely fall into a frenzy of pain. Xiaofeng, who was mad to the extreme, yet still maintained the clarity of his spiritual platform. His silent hissing, and his body that was pulled to the point of distortion, made Xiaofeng look more like a Yama in hell. The divine souls that were torn off were continuously pinched and molded, slowly turning into the appearance of two small Xiaofengs. God's soul reinvented. Hututu wrapped the quilt more tightly, just by looking at it alone. She felt a shudder at the pain that Xiaofeng was suffering. Wrapping her own little quilt tighter would still give her some sense of security. The hidden fox Hu Yen, who was also lying beside Hututu, looked at Chen Chongsheng's almost divine and demonic means of the divine soul reconstruction technique, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. This kind of divine soul manipulation can't be done even by his own self at the transition stage. What kind of monster is this kid? Bai Feiyu and Long Qingsong, on the other hand, watched this with a calm face. They both knew very well that without this pain, Xiao Feng would never be able to transform into a dragon. All pain is worthless in the moment of success. Two even higher dragon roars and phoenix chirps sounded again, and this time there was a hint of anger in the chirps of the two divine beasts. It's now! Go! The peachwood sword in Shen Qianxing's hand pointed at the two divine beast silhouettes in the sky. The two little Xiao Feng divine souls that were pinched out were instantly knocked into the two divine beasts' shadows. The freshly born silhouettes of the two divine beasts were about to be forcibly turtled up before they could even give birth to their consciousness. The instincts of being a creature made them struggle. Luckily, it was a divine beast that had not yet been formed. If a divine beast that had already been born were to encroach on a divine beast's body like this, I'm afraid that it would be forcibly wiped out by the heavenly Tao in a split second. The peachwood sword in Shen Qianxing's hand helped Xiao Feng suppress the divine beast's resistance, while allowing the remaining divine soul to return to Xiao Feng's body. Ouyang was waiting at the side at any time for Shen Qianxing to order the cutting off of the true qi transmission. As for Bai Feiyu and Leng Qingsong, their hands were already on top of their sword hilts. The four teenagers were waiting to step in and help Xiao Feng, while the divine beast silhouette in the air gradually quieted down. Xiao Feng's divine soul encroaching on the divine beast's spiritual platform was smooth, but just as it was about to succeed, it seemed to sense that its soon-to-be-born child was dying. The countless tumbling thunderstorms in the original sky began to converge, forming a crack. An emotionless eye slowly opened. Endless pressure and lightning rolled around the eyes, and this time, the heavenly Tao finally realized who had started it all. The large formation on the small mountain peak instantly broke apart, and the endless killing thunderbolt split towards Xiao Feng on the small mountain peak like a pouring basin. The Eye of Divine Punishment. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment, which is said to be capable of destroying everything. What is done is not permitted by heaven. Chapter 39, If Heaven Fails, Let the Great Way Come. The moment the endless pressure and the Eye of Heavenly Punishment that was enough to exterminate the world opened, it stared at hidden fox Hu Yan, who had the highest cultivation level here. Hu Yan instantly stiffened his entire body there, not daring to gasp for air as he shook his head frantically. It's not me. Even though I'm at the transition stage, I really don't have the guts to provoke Father Tendoa. These kids are crazy. How much weight do they have? They've attracted the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Bai Feiyu looked at the Eye of Heavenly Punishment in the sky with his face as usual, and was slightly surprised in his heart that this Eye of Heavenly Punishment was weakened beyond recognition compared to the ancient times. Bai Feiyu slowly drew his sword. The way of heaven is unkind. Rubbing. A sound of a fast sword being sheathed rang out, and Lang Qingsong's sword intent skyrocketed, pointing straight at the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is unkind. I will cut down the heavenly Tao. Shen Qianxing just wanted the two of them to sever the connection between Xiao Feng and the divine beast when the heavenly Tao disallowed it and Xiao Feng lost to the divine beast's consciousness. Instead, both of them drew their swords at the same time and faced the heavenly Tao directly. In the eyes of a genius, the best way to solve a problem is to get to the root cause. The Eye of Heaven's Punishment sensed two strands of sword intent coming straight at him. A slight doubt appeared in the eyes of the Heaven's Punishment that was originally rippling without any emotion. Why did one of these two sword intentions feel so familiar? The Eye of Heaven's Punishment looked downward, and Bai Feiyu, dressed in white, had a hint of a smile on his expressionless face, as if he was greeting himself. It's him. He's actually reincarnated. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of Heavenly Punishment, but then a trace of ruthlessness flashed. Kill him now before he grows up. Bai Feiyu's sword intent rose up to the sky, but it didn't point directly at the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Instead, he transformed into the figure of Bai Feiyu and flashed before the eyes of Heavenly Punishment, leaving a faint threat. Do you want to be blinded by me again? These words seemed to awaken the long-dusted memories of the Eye of Heaven's Punishment, and the originally dark cloudy sky suddenly dissipated. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment looked at Xiao Feng, who was slowly encroaching on the two divine beasts. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and a thin snake-like purple thunder snake tore towards Xiao Feng. Purple sky world-destroying divine thunder. Bai Feiyu and Shen Qianxing instantly recognized the origin of this thunder snake. The ability to completely obliterate a person's existence from the length of time. What this kind of divine lightning wanted was to eliminate all traces of the opponent's existence, and ignoring space and time. The attack was simply unstoppable. Arrogant. Sinner. Bai Feiyu and Shen Qianxing were shocked and angered that this Eye of Heavenly Punishment had suddenly struck out without speaking of martial virtues. Seek death. Although Lang Qingsong didn't know why the two would suddenly look up to the sky and curse, it was definitely the problem of that eye in the sky. Lang Qingsong directly drew his sword and charged towards the Eye of Heavenly Punishment in the sky. Seeing Lang Qingsong strike, Bai Feiyu and Shen Qianxing also struck towards the Eye of Heavenly Punishment at the same time. The two attacks activated by the sword intent and the small mountain peak grand formation stabbed directly towards the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The Eye of Heaven's Punishment was a bit confused. How did these ants dare? In the past days, which of these mole crickets was not crying out and begging Father Heavenly Tao to lightly chop? How come when it came to these three people, those who drew their swords, and those who raised their formations raised their formations? Because Xiaofeng only had a foundation establishment stage cultivation. The merit strike of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment that he had attracted was also weakened beyond recognition. Even the Heavenly Tao hadn't thought of such a thing as the foundation stage being able to attract heaven's punishment. So the three of them struck at the same time. And the Eye of Heavenly Punishment was even a bit flustered, having consumed 70% of its power just by drawing out a trace of purple heavenly lightning. Is it hard to believe that you're going to be stabbed this time? The Eye of Heaven's Punishment was ready to run away in a panic. The Eye of Heaven's Punishment running away, this kind of thing had never happened since the time of its own birth. It was just too humiliating. The Eye of Heaven's Punishment looked resentfully at the three people who were stabbing at him. This time he didn't bring his full strength with him. Just wait. When you cross the threshold, I'll chop you to death. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment imprisoned the three, who were fixed in place, unable to move a single bit. No matter how heaven-defying the three people who were only at the Jidan stage were, it was still impossible for them to injure the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment stared viciously at the three, and its eyes landed on Xiaofeng, whose purple heavenly lightning had entered his body, before it was ready to slowly dissipate. Want to leave? Asked me? Ouyang's faint voice rang out. The heaven and earth energy between heaven and earth converged crazily towards the small mountain peak. A large hand of heaven and earth energy cupped the Eye of Heavenly Punishment that was preparing to leave. Who dares to touch the way of heaven? The blood rain rained down suddenly, and wherever it fell, a small hole was corroded out. Stop! The lofty voice resounded through the heavens and earth, and the voice seemed to exist for eternity in a desolate silence. When the voice appeared, the seasons rotated madly between heaven and earth, and the sun and moon appeared alternately like flashing lights. This side of heaven and earth became chaotic and unspecifiable. Standing on the small mountain peak, Ouyang's face was calm, his body's true qi surging out like a vast river. Long Qingsong, the three of them and Hu Tu were all captured by Ouyang, leaving only the Eye of Heavenly Punishment and Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, whose purple heavenly lightning had entered his body, began to collapse, and the silhouettes of the green dragon and the vermilion bird were desperately resisting this dissipation. But in front of this thunder snake, they could only watch in despair as the thunder snake ate away at them step by step. Ouyang slightly skimmed the Eye of Heavenly Punishment that he had grabbed, and also knew who the voice was in a flash. The voice of heaven. Ouyang laughed coldly and violently raised his hand, and the Eye of Heavenly Punishment was directly yanked down by that big invisible hand. Humph! There was a muffled grunt from the original eternally silent voice. Ouyang instantly felt a crushing sense of heaven and earth pressing madly towards him. That sense of loss of being rejected by heaven and earth filled his heart, but in an instant it was gone like melting ice. The indescribably large amount of true qi tumbled around Ouyang's body, nearly condensing into water vapor. A huge cloud of human faces slowly appeared in the sky. However, Ouyang didn't give it a chance to take shape, and the huge true qi rushed up to the sky, directly rushing the human-faced cloud into pieces. You can't do it yet if you want to disgust me. Let the great Tao come. Ouyang summoned the large invisible hand that was pinching the Eye of Heavenly Punishment to his side and said indifferently. Ouyang controlled his large hand to squeeze the Eye of Heavenly Punishment close to Xiaofeng, who was already on the verge of collapse. The purple heavenly divine thunder that was originally raging instantly stopped moving, and the thunder snake poked its head out, feeling puzzled at the sudden appearance of the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. Ouyang then controlled his large hand to press the Eye of Heavenly Punishment into Xiaofeng's brow. The violet heavenly divine thunder transformed into a thunder snake and was sucked into the Eye of Heavenly Punishment. The original silhouettes of the green dragon and vermilion bird instantly solidified. A high-pitched dragon's roar accompanied by a sharp bird's chirp. The originally harsh heaven and earth instantly surged with golden lotus, and the sky descended with Xian Huang's qi, and the purple qi hung and shone for 3,000 miles. The heavenly punishment has passed, and when the divine beasts come out of the world there will be auspiciousness descending into the world. But it seemed to be displeased with Ouyang. The auspiciousness appeared only for a moment, and the heaven and earth returned to calmness. Still really petty. Ouyang skimmed his lips and looked at the sky. Chapter 40 Success. Although heaven is a bit stingy, it doesn't affect the outcome in any way. The obliteration that had begun on Xiaofeng's body had disappeared and began to recover quickly. The two silhouettes of the green dragon and the vermilion bird behind him gradually solidified, and the pressure that belonged solely to the divine beast slowly appeared from the two silhouettes. However, what made people feel most shocked was the vertical pupil that was erected between Xiaofeng's eyebrows. Silk of lightning that made people feel fear from the inside surrounded the vertical pupil. The Eye of Heaven's Punishment. The 5 divine beasts. It was simply impossible for a mortal body to withstand that much greatness. However, just now, when the purple heavenly lightning had already begun to destroy Xiaofeng's body, it had already left behind the purple heavenly lightning within Xiaofeng's body. The firstborn green dragon and vermilion bird also fused with Xiao Feng in order to escape the obliteration of the purple heavenly lightning. After his body had been remodeled, the current Xiao Feng's body had contained the divine charms of the purple heavenly thunder and the green dragon and vermilion bird. Xiao Feng slowly opened his eyes, and in both eyes, the shadows of the green dragon and vermilion bird swam in his eyes. A mere sweeping glance was enough to make people with low cultivation levels unable to put up resistance. In Ouyang's field of vision, Xiao Feng's attribute panel underwent a shocking change. Name, Xiao Feng, Human Emperor. Cultivation, comparable to Jiadan. Root bone, 0. Lucky, 8. Charm, 8. Forging qualification, 11. Specialized skills, unyielding will. 5 divine beasts. Verdict, who says there are no great emperors in the human race? Crap. First time I've seen a panel modification. Ouyang could not help but let out a gasp as he looked at Xiao Feng's panel that had changed itself due to the divine beast entering his body. Not bad for a son of heaven's way to have the system change the panel. Xiao Feng clenched his fists. He himself was able to clearly feel the power bursting through his body, and the heaven and earth yuan qi flowing through his body, nourishing his body all the time. Is this the power of a divine beast? On Xiao Feng's back, the green dragon and vermilion bird from the 5 directions divine beasts came to life, and would generally break free from Xiao Feng's back at any time. Drink! Xiao Feng could not help but throw a punch, and a huge wave of qi surged out from Xiao Feng's arm. It toppled over a dozen slabs of green stone and smashed a fist crater half a meter deep in the ground. Xiao Feng giggled as he looked at his fists. The current version of himself could kill 7 or 8 people with one punch if he ran into Ma Xingye again. Before Xiao Feng could recover from his joy, a violent chestnut hit his head. Ouyang looked at Xiao Feng in exasperation and cursed. A roof lifter is distracting enough, but you even dug up the floor. Xiao Feng, who was beaten by Ouyang, would only heave and giggle, not caring at all that he was beaten. Even with Ouyang's reprimand, Xiao Feng giggled and nodded his head. Ouyang walked out of the courtyard and looked towards the mountain forest outside the small peak that was scarred by the thunderbolt. Pulling out the book, the complete introductory book of basic arts and techniques, from his own coat pocket. Memorizing the use of a jutsu, he tucked the book into his coat pocket and held his hands up in the air, drinking softly. Spring back. The spiritual qi between heaven and earth turned into a spiritual rain under the pull of Ouyang's majestic true qi, spilling out into the scarred mountains and forests. Under the baptism of the spiritual rain, the trees that had been damaged by lightning resprouted new branches. Green and lush weeds grow out of the stubborn rocks that have been split into several pieces. Everything that had originally been struck by the thunderbolt with no grass growing had become lush and green again under the spiritual rain, even more so than before. But ruined trestles, dead animals and insects are not helped. Repair of the damaged stacks, burial of the dead animals. Because you caused it, you go and do it. Ouyang opened his mouth and said, by the order of eldest senior brother. Xiao Feng immediately opened his mouth and agreed. Right. Ouyang slapped his head and hurried back to his room. The Lang Qingsong trio and Hu Tutu were still imprisoned in place, and even the sword intent of Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu was imprisoned on the spot. Only hidden fox Hu Yen was tucking his hands and squatting on the stool waiting for Ouyang to come back. I don't know how to solve this kind of profound law. Ouyang had a bit of a headache as he looked at the crowd that was fixed in place. Senior brother, if you don't mind, let me try? Xiao Feng behind him spoke uncertainly. You? Ouyang looked at Xiao Feng, still skeptical, and sidled over to see how Xiao Feng would untie it. Xiao Feng stepped forward, his right hand with 2 fingers as a sword, and wiped it between his eyebrows, and that eye of heavenly punishment reappeared. A spatial fluctuation came from the eye of heaven's punishment, and the imprisoned 4 once again resumed their actions. You just got the eye of heavenly punishment and you're able to use it? This kind of qualification is truly worthy of the great Dao's favor. Ouyang watched with some sighs of relief as the 4 resumed their activities, but then his face darkened. The sword intent that was originally confined to Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu directly lifted the roof of their room out because it was no longer confined. Ouyang raised his hand to protect Hu Tutu, looked at Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu with a black face and said, fix my house tomorrow, or else the skin will be peeled off for you. For the matter of repairing the roof, Lang Qingsong counted as a lightweight, and did not put Ouyang's threat in his heart at all. Chen Chongsheng, on the other hand, looked excitedly at Xiao Feng and opened his mouth to ask, it's done? Xiao Feng nodded towards Chen Chongsheng, who more or less breathed a sigh of relief, and then winced with excitement. The future 5 great emperors of the human race had unexpectedly come from their own hands. This was the only great emperor of the human race. Chen Chongsheng couldn't contain himself with excitement every time he thought about it. Ouyang looked at Chen Chongsheng suspiciously. Could it be that third senior brother had a future affair with senior brother Xiao? Why else would you be so excited? Bai Feiyu, however, had an intriguing smile on his face. Such a physical cultivation powerhouse could be of great help in perfecting his own Dao. Hu Tutu looked at Xiao Feng's back with a curious expression. The tattoos on that back were a little scary to look at. Hututu. Grandpa said, no tattoo is a good fox. Hututu pulled Ouyang with some uneasiness and asked, eldest brother, will senior brother Shao turn bad? He's even started getting tattoos. Ouyang, on the other hand, said comfortingly, it won't be. Tutu, don't worry. This is exactly the beginning of senior brother Shao changing for the better. Hututu nodded, but still looked at Shao Feng uneasily. The room was peaceful, and only the hidden fox Huyen, who was tucking his hand, calmly looked at everything in front of him. Every single person here was a supreme genius that hadn't come out in 10,000 years, and the appearance of each one represented the beginning of an era. But that's what worries hidden fox Hoodoo. The way of heaven is to make up for what is lost. The appearance of such geniuses that hadn't come out in 10,000 years, piling up like this, would not only be a rippling era, but it would also represent the beginning of a great catastrophe. Whenever an era of shining stars begins, it is accompanied by the bones and blood and tears of countless ordinary people. Even as a transitional stage himself, he was just an ordinary transitional stage. If there really was a great calamity coming, even he himself would not be able to survive it alone. Hidden Fox Huyen looked at the few people in front of him and sighed slightly in his heart. Is the cataclysm coming? Chapter 41, The Holy Son of Buddha. Xiao Feng's arrival did not affect the daily routine of the small mountain peak. Ling Qingsong repaired the roof. Chen Chongsheng didn't know what he was tinkering with in his house. Bai Feiyu was still standing on the branch of the tree pretending to be a man. Hootsuite is still flying around on his own paper crane. There was just one more teenager carrying a green stone on the trestle, and it was Xiao Feng who repaired the trestle. Everyone has something to do. That means I have nothing to do. Ouyang was paralyzed in his recliner, a book in his hand, dozing off. Everything seemed so peaceful in the small yard. The only thing that disturbed people's dreams was the occasional salute from the side of Qingyan Peak. As the time for the sect competition drew nearer and nearer, the clans that were invited to observe the ceremony also arrived at the Green Cloud sect one after another. For every clan that came, Qingyan Peak would resound with the roar of a salute. Streams of light, a dozen times more than usual, crossed the azure sky from time to time. The entire Qingyan sect looked unusually busy. It seemed as if the small peaks had been forgotten. Suddenly a Sanskrit sound that resounded through the heavens and earth came from Qingyan Peak. On the original Shenzong Dao sect's Qingyan Peak, Buddha's light filled the sky, seeming like a Buddha discussing the Tao. Ouyang took the book off of his face, looked in the direction of Qingyan Peak with an astonished expression, and said out of breath, "What's going on? The great monk hit the mountain?" Standing on a tree branch, Bai Feiyu looked in the direction of Qingyan Peak and shook his head. It seems like someone is discussing the Tao at Qingyan Peak. The Buddhist sect seems to have produced an extraordinary reincarnation of the Buddha. The reincarnation of the Buddha? The legendary Holy Son of Buddha? Ouyang instantly became interested. The year before last, I heard that the Buddhist sect had produced an extraordinary Holy Son. Legend has it that this man attracted the golden body of Buddha to open his mouth and give him his name when he first entered the Buddhist sect. 1 year to build the foundation, 3 years to form the Dan, and 5 years to become a Yuaning. Cultivation upgrades at the speed of a ghost. At only 18 years of age, he was able to discuss the 18 abbots of the Great Spirit Mountain Temple, a holy place of Buddhism, without losing any ground. If the Buddhist sect gets this man, this is the trend of great prosperity. Ouyang see this movement, at first also think that those people outside really will blow, but now it seems, said 8 or 9 not really something. Just as Ouyang was considering whether or not to go eat melon and see which unlucky person was being used as a stepping stone by others, the sound of 7 bronze bells suddenly came from above Qingyan Peak. The sound of the bronze bell was distant but not ear-piercing, yet it easily reached the ears of everyone in the Qingyan sect. It was the sound of the clan's summoning bell. The 7 sounds signified that all disciples from all peaks were to head to Qingyan Peak to deliberate. It is also known by Ouyang as the Shaker's Bell. It means that something has happened to the clan, and the peak's speed code people. Ouyang sat up from the recliner, spoke with interest. Let's go. Go and see. The last time the Shaker Bell rang, or to compete for the little white into which peak. Today there are melons to eat. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu rode their swords. Chen Chongsheng followed closely behind with Xiao Feng, who did not know how to use a sword. Hututu and Ouyang, on the other hand, followed slowly in their paper cranes. Little Peak is all out, leaving only one hidden fox to guard the house. After all, eating melon is not something you see much of in the boring years of immortalization. When the crowd arrived at the foot of Qingyan Peak, the place was already packed with people. All of the inner disciples together exceeded 1,000. Except for some of the closed ones, those who could come came. As soon as Ouyang arrived at Qingyan Peak, he saw Ling Feng being beaten. Gee, is there any justice? Every time he went out to take the potshots, it was old Ling, just to see that old Ling was good-tempered and was still a disciple of the headmaster. Every time someone else comes up and kicks in the door, It's Lao Ling who gets beaten up first. Isn't that bullying an honest man? Unfortunately, all the good seats are taken by others, and there's no good place to eat melon. Ouyang made a wink at Lung Chingsong, who understood and walked in the direction of the best location with his sword in his arms. On top of a boulder high point, a dozen or so disciples of the sword-asking peak stood with swords, watching with great interest. After all, they asked the sword peak to be outnumbered, so such a good place would only be snatched up by them. How dare you? Did you ask me about these swords? Just as they were watching, the man who had come to ask them for a dozen long swords came. Lung Chingsong, who was dressed in black, leaped on top of the boulder and spat out 2 words in a cold voice, "Go down." The disciple who hadn't seen Lung Chingsong was immediately furious. This kid was really not open to the world, and he was about to draw his sword at once, but he was held down by a man who held down the hilt of his sword and whispered something. The disciple who wanted to draw his sword instantly had his head shrunk, and after glancing at Lung Chingsong with some trepidation, he followed his senior brothers and jumped grayly from the boulder to the rock occupied by Tianyan Peak. "Go down! Dare to resist and ask me about these dozen long swords?" The disciples of Tianyan Peak looked at the brutal-looking disciples of sword-asking Peak and dared to be angry. The small mountain peak got the best viewing position, and Ouyang lazily sat on the boulder hugging Hu Tutu as he watched what was happening in the field. Bai Feiyu was on the left, Lung Chingsong was on the right, and Xiao Feng was slightly behind. As for Chen Changsheng, seeing the scene in front of him, he had long since furrowed his brows and retreated to the very back of all the melon eaters. A scuffed bald head was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the field, emanating a Buddha's light around his body, and speaking with his mouth agape. Tender grass grows from the boulder beneath him, and flowers are born under the bushel, and opposite Lingfeng sitting on the ground, eyebrows locked, want to open, but do not know how to refute, and in the Buddha's light under the suppression, even their own true essence are suppressed under the Dantian cannot move. Dare I ask senior brother if there is any doubt that the Tao is originally Buddha? The bald young man in a yellow robe suddenly droned. Lingfeng, whose Tao was damaged, spat out blood in a puff, propped himself up on the ground with one hand, and looked at the bald teenager with a weak face. Originally not bad looking, plus the damaged face of the Taoist heart presents a sickly look. It drew shouts of panic from all around. "Senior brother Lingfeng, I can't admit defeat. Senior brother Lingfeng, even if we lose, we will always love you. Senior brother, come to my room at night, I'll heal your wounds." Lingfeng, who had a righteous face, slightly arched his hand towards the bald teenager and said weakly, "Master Huiji's high opinion, Lingfeng is stupid, but I still insist that Buddha is Buddha, Tao is Tao, and my Tao is not lonely." After saying that, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth again, but the stoic face could not be seen to be shaken in the slightest, making the disciples on the side who were momentarily mesmerized by the Tao. They lowered their heads in shame. Huiji looked at the resolute Lingfeng and similarly sighed, arching his hand and said, "Taoist brother's strong will is something that Huiji has only seen in his life." Huiji is equally impressed. This big monk is really good at being a human being. Winning the other party also gave the other party a step down, and immediately won a good feeling all around. Regarding the fact that the argumentation had damaged Lingfeng's Tao, they all forgave the teenager in front of them on Lingfeng's behalf, and Ouyang, who was nibbling on an apple, looked at the bald teenager's template with a surprised expression on his face. Name, Huiji Buddhist Holy Sun Pseudo. Cultivation level, 9th level of Yuanying. Root bone, 9. Charisma, 9. Lucky, 9. Buddha's Way qualification, 11. Specialized skills, Buddha is me. The pseudo behind the Buddhist saint inside this bracket is so intriguing. Chapter 42 You Beat You. When both of them received the applause from the crowd at the same time, the same sympathetic gaze flowed from their eyes as they looked at each other. Huiji reached out his hand to pull Lingfeng up and whispered into Lingfeng's ear, "What is brother Dao pretending? How can you still hold on to your Tao when your Taoist heart is damaged?" The gloominess on Lingfeng's face, who was pulled up by Huiji, flickered, and then he said frankly, "Senior brother's Buddhist teachings are profound. Lingfeng can't compare to a single point." Huiji was surprised to look at the sincere Lingfeng. This Qingyan sect cultivator in front of him wouldn't have his brain repaired, right? He doesn't even move when you provoke him like this? A leftover fruit kernel was thrown on Hyaji's shiny head, interrupting Hyaji, who was being surprised. There was an outcry. A loss is a loss. How can the Green Cloud sect, as one of the 9 holy places of the super sects, be so graceless? Throwing kernels at the winner? The crowd immediately looked around, trying to find out this sect scum. Yikes! Hands slipped. Suddenly Ouyang's voice rang out. The crowd looked. Ouyang was sitting lazily on the boulder with Hu Tutu in his arms, and Hu Tutu in his arms was shyly covering his eyes because so many people were looking over. On top of the boulder, the face of a young man in green Taoist robes was full of unruly debauchery. Although his appearance was not as astonishing as that of the young man standing next to him holding a sword, the air of debauchery and uninhibitedness still attracted everyone's attention. The teenager stopped laughing and looked at Huiji in the field and said lightly, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a hand slip?" Huiji looked at Ouyang and sparingly touched his bald head and said, "Does Brother Dao want to talk about Buddhism with little monk as well?" Ouyang gave a disdainful laugh and said, "Talk about Nima." The dirty words were uttered and the atmosphere in the arena turned cold. Huiji tilted his head and looked at Ouyang and asked seriously, "Does Brother Dao want to spar with little monk?" Cutting Nima. "Dao brother. Please remember that trouble comes out of the mouth." Huiji looked at Ouyang with cold eyes and said indifferently, "Woe to Nima." Haiji didn't know what to say about Ouyang for a while. Ouyang flipped and flopped with words of greeting his own mother, not giving himself any chance to find a language loophole. Is this how the Green Cloud sect of the Nine Holy Lands bullies those who have come to participate in your sect competition? Only barking in the distance, not daring to compete with me? Huiji shouted loudly to everyone in the surrounding Qinyan sect. This voice made everyone around turn against Ouyang. Yes, it is clear that people are here to watch the ceremony at Qinyan sect. Insulting the guests like this is really detrimental to the reputation of my Qinyan sect, especially when there are quite a few people from other sects watching nearby. Ouyang slowly stood up in the midst of many despicable gazes and looked at Huiji with a smile on his face and said, "I'm a grass mud horse." Boom! A Buddha with a height of 8 feet appeared behind Huiji, and his cultivation at the Yuaning stage instantly shocked everyone present. The bald man in front of him was at most 18 in number, but he had actually reached the Yuaning stage that the onlookers had not reached even after hundreds of years of hard cultivation. This bald guy is as scary as he is. Is it really time for the Buddhist sect to flourish? Huiji looked at Ouyang icily and said, "My name is Huiji of the Great Spirit Mountain Temple, and I would like to ask Brother Dao for some advice." Seeing Huiji angrily summoning his own Zangbajin body, Ouyang turned his head to Bai Feiyu, who was pretending not to recognize him, and said, "Hey, Xiao Bai, look, he's in a hurry." Bai Feiyu twisted his head and ignored Ouyang, feeling that Ouyang's words just now were too vulgar, and he felt bashful even standing here. Is the Yuaning stage a drag? Ouyang looked at Huiji, who had a Buddha's face under his 10-foot golden body, and smiled crookedly. Lang Qingsong had already drawn his longsword and rushed out. The entire person transformed into a swordlight, and with the speed of only a blink of an eye, he crashed on top of Huiji's Zhanzi golden body. A metallic rumble resounded above the Zangbajin body. Huiji was surprised. The young man in front of him was only at the Jiedan stage, but he could actually shake his own Zhanbajin body, which was at the 9th level of the Yuaning stage. But a Jiedan is just a Jiedan after all. It can never shake the Yuaning stage. Surprised as he was, Huiji still didn't take it to heart. After all, Ouyang, who was standing on top of the boulder, didn't make a move. The senior brothers around him were all at the Jiedan stage, so surely Ouyang wouldn't just be at the apparent chi practicing stage. He himself couldn't even see through Ouyang's cultivation, and was only able to see that Ouyang was only a small chi practicing stage. Wisdom alertly raised his hand to try to knock Lang Qingsong out, and the Buddha's light on the Zangbajin body flourished, directly bouncing Lang Qingsong out. Being bounced out of the forehead, Lang Qingsong in midair paused for a moment, and then in the hands of the sharp sword on the light of the true essence. Faint sword intent wrapped in the true essence once again flew towards the Huiji. With the sword intent of this sword, even Huiji felt the danger. The plain and simple sword was full of killing opportunities. There is something wrong with this Jiedan stage. Huiji was secretly alarmed in his heart. The expression on his face then was one of neither joy nor sorrow, and behind him, the Zhanji golden body gradually condensed into a Buddha whose face could not be seen. The Buddha raised his right palm and a swastika dharma seal was condensed in his palm, suppressing it towards Lang Qingsong. The moment the sharp sword and the Buddha's palm collided, it pierced through the palm, but in the end, it was a Yuaning stage's Zhanbajinbu, and it only pierced in half an inch, and Lang Qingsong was directly held by the palm's death grip. Immediately afterward, thousands of Buddha palms appeared around Lang Qingsong, instantly slapping towards the controlled Lang Qingsong. "Senior brother Bai, is there no problem?" Xiaofeng opened his mouth with some concern and asked. The Huiji in the field was obviously much stronger than Lang Qingsong. If this continued, Lang Qingsong would definitely lose. However, Bai Feiyu waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's not in the way. I'll make a move." These bland words spoke the most pretentious tone, only leaving Xiaofeng with the figure of a supreme expert. Xiaofeng silently memorized this sentence. In the future it would be a good sentence for himself to take out and pretend to be a bully. And in the middle of the field, Lang Qingsong, who had been struck by countless Buddha palms, transformed into a ball of swordlight in a flash. The biting murderous aura caused the surrounding eaters to make great space. Under the flow of sword intent, countless Buddha palms were shattered by the longsword as much as possible. When Lang Qingsong retreated to Ouyang's side, The long sleeve of Huiji's right hand was twisted into pieces by an invisible sword chi. The expression on Huiji's face became even more joyless as he chanted in a low voice. Amat Bob Buddha. He was careless and didn't flash, hardly catching Lang Qingsong's sword intent that contained Taoist rhythm hidden underneath the harsh sword chi. No one could have imagined that a Tao rhythm that even a Yuaning stage could not comprehend could be comprehended by a tiny Jiedan stage. Although he himself hadn't brought out his true strength either, he had indeed lost this round. If Lang Qingsong hadn't withdrawn his hand, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been just his own sleeve that was stirred up. Taoist brother, the sword technique is outstanding. The little monk is ashamed to be inferior. A loss is a loss. Huiji spoke spontaneously. Yang said with a crooked smile. You can lose even if you beat the Jiedan stage at the Yuaning stage? You beat Nima? Chapter 43, Darkening is cumulative over time. Winning. The holy son of the Buddhist sect had actually lost to a teenager from the Green Cloud sect, and it was the Yuaning stage that lost to the Jiedan stage. The melon eaters present who couldn't see the Tao only saw countless Buddha palms and countless sword lights. Then Lang Qingsong returned to Ouyang, and Huiji, whose sleeve was twisted into pieces, bowed his head and admitted defeat. Although the victorious side had some bad breath, the eating crowd in attendance couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the victor's side. Jiedan and Yuaning, two great realms that were worlds apart. It was surprising that someone was able to win the Yuaning stage with Jiedan. It seems that the Qingyan sect, which is the 9 Holy Lands, is still so unfathomable. Having lost this fight, Wisdom naturally didn't want to linger here any longer, and with a slight bow towards the crowd, he headed towards the compartment on the mountain gate. There was no more melon to eat, and the crowd dispersed with interest, discussing how Lang Qingsong, who was only at the Jiedan stage, had just won over Huiji. Ouyang walked up to a forlorn Lingfeng and patted Lingfeng's shoulder. Old Ling, it's alright, that girl is just going to bully people based on her high cultivation. With a strong smile, Lingfeng arched his hand towards Ouyang and said, many thanks to senior brother Ouyang for his help. Lingfeng is here to thank him. Looking at the still archaic and pedantic Lingfeng, Ouyang shook his head in his heart. This Lingfeng is still like a white lotus flower. There is nothing wrong with a white lotus flower, but for the enemy is still a white lotus mother of God. To the time of danger is really damned. Senior brother Ouyang. A familiar voice came from Su Linger, holding a jade shao in her hand as she ran towards Ouyang. As Su Linger ran, Ouyang felt a shaking of the ground, and then his eyes went black before he was held in Su Linger's arms. When he heard Su Linger's voice, a light flashed in the eyes of Lingfeng, who was originally a bit despondent. But the light in Lingfeng's eyes completely disappeared after he saw Su Linger jumping up and hugging Ouyang. Lingfeng turned his head and silently left the place. Being a loser, he could only lick his wounds alone. GGG, how was it? Is it the same as what I said? A voice rang in Lingfeng's ears. Shut up, Lingfeng shouted in a low voice. Shut up? Your mediocrely qualified self is trampled on by your enemies at will, and then all the light is taken away from you by someone else so easily, and the woman you love will be wiggling her body under someone else later on. So you can really put up with it. I said shut the hell up. Lingfeng shouted in a low voice with red eyes. Is this the time to finally believe me? Only I can help you change all this. I am you. You are me. How could I possibly harm you? The voice was full of compulsion, causing Lingfeng's mind to waver. Once again twisting his head to look at Su Linger behind him who couldn't stop pampering herself at Ouyang's side, and viciously twisting his head, Lingfeng walked to a pool of water and looked at his reflection. A black-breathing, crimson-eyed version of himself was staring at himself with a sneer. You say I can kill Ouyang in the future? Lingfeng asked uncertainly as he looked at himself in the pool of water. Of course, as long as you listen to me, that guy who goes around stealing our thunder, I'll chop off his head at the first opportunity in the future. Lingfeng, who was reflected in the water, said with a cold smile. Lingfeng struggled for a moment with the expression on his face and looked down at his reflection in the water and said, Is all that you said true? Of course it's true. As long as we plan well, then this time, the whole world will be ours, and everything you want will be in your hands. The reflection in the water said compulsively. Lingfeng listened to the compelling words in his ears and remembered his own life. From a young age, he himself had been accepted as a disciple by the sect master, and his natural talent was so dazzling compared to many others that he originally lived in a sea of praise and exclamations. But everything has changed since Ouyang and Lang Qingsong went up the mountain. My once-mouth genius self became mediocre. Everyone took my excellence for granted, and all my efforts were seen by others as the way it should be. Those monsters on the small mountain peaks completely turned themselves, who were geniuses, into ordinary people. The others had grown up seeing themselves as the successors to the master, and they themselves were of the opinion that one day they would take up the mantle of the master. So one dares not make a mistake, nor can one make a mistake. Wearing a mask and wearing a smile every day, learning from the master as a good old boy. but the more they do, the less others think of them. A good old boy. He's the only one who can pretend. White Lotus is so sickening to look at. These whispers were very confusing to himself, and when he tried to project the image of a strict senior brother, he was questioned by everyone. What's the matter? It's just the disciple of the sect leader. What's the point? Does he really think he's a genius and the Green Cloud sect is his? Posing now. In the future, if you really become the sect leader, who will have good fruit to eat? The mask will not come off if it is worn for a long time, and that is how Ling Feng feels. He himself had stayed at the Yuaning stage for too long. So long that people with lesser talent than himself had surpassed him. When he himself asked his master what to do, he just shook his head and said that he had too many demons in his mind. Ling Feng raised his right hand, and on his right hand there was an ancient ring which had appeared out of thin air. It just appeared in his hands one day, and he originally thought it was some great chance, but he didn't realize that he was here to push himself into the abyss. A self-proclaimed future self talking to herself about things she can't even think about. One will do a lot of deviant things in the future. He or she would later become a character that the world would spit on in fear. Fear? That's actually not bad. Ling Feng murmured in a low voice. Senior brother. Senior brother. What are you doing here? Zhu Yuan walked behind Ling Feng somewhat puzzled as he looked in front of Ling Feng who was standing by the pool. Zhu Yuan looked at Ling Feng resentfully. This waste was really still defeated and would only disgrace his big brother? It's really disgusting. Ling Feng turned his head, and the flash of resentment in Zhu Yuan's eyes was still detected by the meticulous Ling Feng. This senior brother in front of me is a demonic holy son? He originally wanted to kill him by the hand of Little Mountain Peak, but he didn't realize that at that time, he still couldn't bear the thought of this senior brother of his dying at the hands of his fellow disciples like that. It seems that he was still too soft-hearted. Ling Feng sighed secretly in his heart. How come those monsters on the small mountain peak didn't just stab him to death with their swords? Thinking so, Ling Feng put his hand down to hold the ring behind him and put up his usual naive smile on his face and said to Zhu Yuan, "It's fine. I'll stay here for a while. Senior brother, let's quickly go to the Great Hall at the peak. Senior brother, I just came to look for you. Hurry up. If I'm late, Master will definitely scold me." Zhu Yuan opened his mouth in a well-behaved manner. The two of them walked towards the peak of Qingyun Peak one after the other in a deep sense of master and brotherhood. Chapter 44, The Sect Competition 10 days later. On top of the white jade stone steps of Qingyun Peak, the inner disciples were already standing in order, 2 columns down, emphasizing the atmosphere of Qingyun sect. The lowest were at the foundation establishment stage and the highest at the Yuanying stage, standing on both sides of the white jade stone steps in order. The power of the Qingyun sect super sect was at a glance. In the Green Cloud sect, whenever a disciple reaches the out-of-body stage, he would be lured back down the mountain by the sect, either to set up his own sect or to go out and practice. The 3,000 subordinate sects that were called outside the Qingyun sect were actually all created by the former disciples of the Qingyun sect. Don't put your eggs in one basket. This was a concept that the Green Cloud sect had always practiced, and although those disciples who were outside would be damaged, those who were separated from the blessings of the clan would grow into a heavenly tree by leaps and bounds. In the end, it feeds back into the sect, bringing countless fresh blood to the sect, which has led to this long-lasting prosperity of the Green Cloud sect. This was also the consensus of almost all the great clans. Otherwise, a group of Mahayana transits crammed into one place would not be beneficial to everyone. Not only does it hinder personal advancement, it also hinders the development of the clan. The cultivation resources needed by a group of transitional Mahayanas were also extremely terrifying, so it would be better to use them to train new disciples. As disciples of the Qingyun sect, could it be that they would just stand idly by when the Qingyun sect was in trouble in the future? After all, this world is very large. Even at the transitional stage, it is impossible to get a glimpse of the entirety of this world, the boundless world. There are always their own chances. Aside from those transitional stage cultivators who wanted to cultivate in seclusion in the sect until they died and were placed in the Forbidden Land by the sect, the rest of the disciples of the Qingyun sect were spread all over the world like scattered sesame seeds, and the young disciples who were now standing on top of the stone steps would be the next batch of the future of the Green Cloud sect. The small mountain peak was at the very end of the 12 peaks of the Green Cloud, so Ouyang's few people stood at the very bottom of the stone steps. Xiao Feng looked towards the top of the peak of Qingyun Peak, which was high into the clouds, and said ambitiously, "Senior brother, in the future, I will make sure that Little Mountain Peak stands at the forefront of the stone steps of Qingyun Peak." Ouyang lazily sat on the stone steps, snorted a laugh and opened his mouth to say, "You can't do this. How can you even think of the guts are so small?" Xiao Feng looked at Ouyang with uncertainty. Ouyang nudged towards Bai Feiyu and said, "This senior brother of yours, Bai, the first day he entered the mountain gate, he asked our master if he wanted to be the sect leader." Xiao Feng looked at the bashful Bai Feiyu. This senior brother of his was even more ruthless than himself? As long as you want to be the sect leader, please your second senior brother. When he is strong enough, he will definitely chop off the sect leader's dog's head for you to go up and sit. Ouyang laughed out loud. Hearing such treacherous words, Xiaofeng shook his head repeatedly. Ouyang glanced at Chen Changsheng, who was cowering behind the crowd, and secretly spat in his heart. If it were oldest three, I'm afraid he would have concocted the sect leader out of a puppet, and then be the master behind the scenes of the Qingyan sect himself. Xiaofeng looked at the several senior brothers on the stone steps with different shapes and colors, and suddenly felt as if he was not trying too hard enough, and even his thoughts were not as atmospheric as those of his senior brothers. However, the current self also has the capital of arrogance. Wait until he is strong enough. After the great revenge is avenged, one day, I'm going to make it so that the sky can't cover my eyes anymore. Xiaofeng thought with great pride in his heart. Hu Tu, on the other hand, was already a little sleepy and was leaning on Ouyang's arm to sleep, and while sleeping, she was still holding on to Ouyang's clothes. Just now that nasty big sibling came to seduce her senior brother again. I wish I could grow up quickly, then put Shifu in a cage, just two to myself. Above the great hall of Qingyan Peak, the peak masters and elders of the sect, the elders' offerings, were separated on both sides of the hall. Below the stands, countless sect representatives sat in the square. Although there was less than a month before the Green Cloud sect grand competition, the clans that should be here had already come. After all, in a super sect like the Green Cloud sect, one had to have ample time to bump into opportunities everywhere. What if he came across a cultivation technique left behind by an immortal from 1,000 years ago? The Green Cloud sect's hidden scripture cabinet was a list of all the techniques that could be named in the entire cultivation world. There are all sorts of supreme secrets in it, and there is surely something for you. During his own time in the Green Cloud sect, he must borrow it. When Dong Shuzi looked at the 9 tables in front of him with only one seated bald head, his eyes looked to Ling Feng, who was looking as usual, and sighed slightly in his heart. Just now in front of the door of the mountain things happen. Their own equally clear. Their own this disciple originally talent enlightenment are said to be the past, but his too meticulous mind, temperament is too straight a bit. Although there was Ouyang who had relieved the siege, it was another not so small shock to his own disciple's state of mind. The more confused you are, the more you have to sharpen up. Otherwise you can never get to the end of the line without a tough heart in your quest for immortality. This was also the reason why Dong Shuzi had been so indifferent to Ling Feng's constant indulgence. Only if he himself was able to walk out, would he be able to shoulder a greater responsibility? This was also Ling Feng's responsibility as a disciple of the sect leader. Of the 9 holy places only one great spirit mountain temple had come now, and it was still one that was looking for a fight. There is not a single good person in the 9 holy places. Dong Shuzi coldly snorted. But my Qingyun sect is not made of clay either. With that, Dong Shuzi stepped forward and said aloud, sect competition, to be held in 10 days. All my inner disciples and fellow disciples who are observing the ceremony can participate. Green Cloud sect's mountain gate is open, inviting all kinds of immortal sect. The winner will get one of my Green Cloud sect's Taoist artifacts, one of the Supreme Heart Method, a view of the secret treasures of Qingyun. Dong Shuzi's voice quietly drifted to everyone's ears, instantly causing everyone in the square to gasp in amazement. A Taoist weapon, a magic treasure that contains the Tao rhythm of heaven and earth. That was the topmost existence of a magic treasure in the hands of a cultivator. A single spiritual treasure was enough for the sect leader outside to take a shot at the dog's brains. The Green Cloud sect actually waved their hands to create a Tao weapon. No less than the previous life directly send a set of 4 houses in the second ring of Shangjing. The supreme mind technique was even something that all cultivators could only dream of. The road to immortal cultivation was long, and countless cultivators longed for a technique that could directly ask for immortality. Even if this world no longer produced immortals, the supreme technique that the Green Cloud sect had taken out could at least be cultivated to the transitional succession stage, right? There were an unknown number of cultivators in this heaven and earth, but throughout their lives, they were only able to hold on to ordinary feats, casually throwing out a merit law capable of cultivating the transition stage. The strength of the 9 Holy Lands Qingyun sect was truly as terrifying as it was, not to mention the legendary secret treasures of the Green Cloud sect. That is the treasure of the Green Cloud sect that has suppressed it for 10,000 years. Legend has it that the secret of becoming immortal is hidden inside. As long as one was able to comprehend the mysteries, the immortal gate was expected. Big deal. A real masterstroke. All the representatives of the sects that came to watch the ceremony were in awe. Each item that Dong Shuzi uttered was enough to make everyone's heart flutter. Even Hui Ji, the Buddhist saint son of the Great Spirit Mountain Temple, one of the 9 holy places, who was sitting at the front of the room, had a slight movement in his heart. Hui Ji also didn't expect the Qingyun sect to be so willing to make a move. Although he himself was not interested in Tao weapons or Kung Fu, However, the legendary treasure of the town, he himself aspired to win. Chapter 45, the great competition begins. 10 days are a blink of an eye for the average person. Not to mention for monks who have been practicing for an unknown number of years. But the hilarity of these 10 days almost every day drove Ouyang crazy. Every morning while still asleep, the roar of the salutes, the loud, pretentious laughter, the high-flown speeches. This makes Ouyang, who sleeps in the morning, have endless waking breath every day. Within these 10 days, the representatives of the various holy places look like they had agreed to come. Today you come, tomorrow I arrive. The super sects that were the 9 holy lands did not choose to come on the same day and steal their respective limelight. Whenever a super sect arrived, the Qingyun sect also gave enough face. Ceremonial cannons boomed and beasts greeted them, and at least one peak master greeted them at the mountain gate. Both sides' true essence catalyzed their voices, pretending to be familiar with each other as they talked loudly and sometimes laughed, which almost everyone was able to hear. In front of the large Qingyun sect's mountain gate, he didn't know who he was putting on a show for. These 9 holy places are 10,000 Swords Mountain, Sword Sect, South China Sea, Mount Panlai, West, Daringshan Temple, Snowland, Takatenkara, RuneScape Mountain, Wanfa Sect, Taishan Sage Mountain Resort, Desert Valley of 1,000 Sands, Spiritual Blessing Ethereal Pavilion, Green Cloud Cave, Green Cloud Sect. The 9 holy places were spread out in the south and north of the sky, not disturbing each other but also forming the most important part of the cultivation world in this world. And for them to be able to travel thousands of miles to participate in the Green Cloud Sect's intersect competition, it was definitely not as simple as just observing the ceremony. It's not like I haven't been here in past years, but the first time all of them came, even Ouyang is the first time to see them. How are Chongqing's preparations going? Ouyang asked as he glanced at Chen Chongqing's room to Bai Feiyu, who was standing on the tree, listening to him say that it's very well prepared. At least he himself can't find any omissions. Bai Feiyu opened his mouth and replied. So? Ouyang nodded. If Chen Chongqing dared to say this, the death of that demon race's saint's son, Zhu Yuan, was the nail in the coffin. Although he didn't know what kind of blood feud Chen Chongqing and Ancestral Abyss would have in the future. According to Chen Chongqing's character, it would be impossible for anyone who could be counted by Chen Chongqing in such a manner to survive. The first son of heaven to die? Ouyang suddenly had some expectations. Chen Chongqing's door slowly opened, and Chen Chongqing, who was dressed in a purple Taoist robe, walked out with faith. What surprised Ouyang was that Chen Chongqing had shown his true face this time. It's a handsome face that you don't see much of yourself. Underneath the purple Taoist robe embroidered with the white color of green clouds, a handsome to the extreme face had an extra hint of a bland smile. After all, it's also a charisma of up to 9 points, which sells extremely well. However, the Chen Chongqing who smiled gave off a gloomy and cold feeling that made people's hairs stand up in chills. Alright, stop laughing. It's oozing with laughter. Ouyang waved his hand in disgust at Chen Chongqing. Senior brother Chen is so handsome. The first time I've seen such a handsome senior brother Chen eh? Hututu looked at Chen Chongqing with stars in her eyes. Ninth level of Jiadan? Bai Feiyu also landed from the tree and looked at Chen Chongqing with interest. Is this the true strength of this third senior brother of his? The hiding was so deep that even he hadn't realized it. Chen Chongqing took a deep breath. After preparing for such a long time, he must kill this devil. Zhu Yuan. The point of whether the timeline would change in the future was no longer within Chen Chongqing's consideration. The only one who had a blood feud with himself was Zhu Yuan. Chen Chongqing pulled out a silver-white mask from his sleeve, his gaze cold and murderous. The summoning bell on Qingyun Peak rang once again, and as it rang, Ouyang clapped his hands and spoke. Let's go. Let's go see how Changsheng slaughtered that bastard in this clan competition. At this moment, Qingyun Peak was surrounded by immortal clouds and the sound of immortality was long. The hustle and bustle of the crowd made the originally clean Qingyun Peak very lively. The inner disciples of the Green Cloud sect were separated on both sides and stood on top of the stone steps. All of them walked, heading towards the top of Green Cloud Peak. Each peak had a fixed location, and when the crowd from the small mountain peak arrived at the venue, they immediately attracted the attention of others up and down the Qingyun sect. It had been rumored in the Green Cloud sect that monsters came out of small mountain peaks, and the disciples on the small mountain peak were mysterious and unusual, and could not be seen at all on weekdays. The only time he made an appearance was 2 years ago when a disciple from a small mountain peak rushed up the sword-asking peak with a negative sword. Hundreds of sword-asking peak disciples were beaten the hell out of by this disciple in the sword technique Dao. One man and one sword picked over the entire questioning sword peak, and from then on created a hefty reputation for the small mountain peak. It is said that there are 3 more like him on the small peak. It's scary as hell. It was simply much stronger than Lingfeng, the disciple of the sect master, and Bai Feiyu's appearance attracted the attention of all the women present. A white dress, a temperament as warm as jade, and a face that was handsome to the extreme. Just looking at it made people sink into it. Long Chingsong, who was dressed in black, stood holding his sword, his body flowing with overpowering sword intent, making people not dare to look directly at him. Chen Chongsheng, who was dressed in a purple Taoist robe, wore a mask that exuded mystery and was equally eye-catching. Hu Tu to a colorful dress, the quirky look left and right. Zhongxiu can be loved. Everyone is noticeable, and everyone taken out at random is the center of the world's attention. In this comparison, the green-clothed Taoist robe Ouyang appeared somewhat ordinary, nothing more than an ordinary-looking Qi practicing stage. However, when Ouyang sat with a big grin on his butt in the middle of these few bright starlight crowds and crossed his legs with a slutty look, he appeared to be unusually harmonious in the eyes of the crowd. The Qingyun sect is really full of talents. The elders of the major clans above the stands also looked in the direction of the small peak and couldn't help but sigh in their own hearts. The small mountain peak had given the Green Cloud sect a lot of face, and Dongxiu Zi's face was about to burst into smiles. This was also the reason why he had been trying to show the little mountain peak crowd his face. These disciples that Hu Yun had taken in were just too long in the tooth. The auspicious time has come. Dongxiu Zi coughed and walked to the front of the stage and said aloud, "The Qingyun clan sect competition has officially begun. Heaven and earth can be judged. The sun and the moon are clear." A muffled thunderclap sounded in the sky, and a full moon appeared vaguely in the otherwise clear day. A loud and clear dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and along with it, a high-pitched bird's chirp sounded at the same time. A more than 10-meter-long green dragon snaked its way up into the sky, with a fire-bathed vermilion bird following close behind. There was a gasp of surprise. From the green dragon and vermilion bird came the authentic divine beast pressure. There was actually a true dragon and vermilion bird within the Green Cloud sect. The vermilion bird flew towards the sun, tilting its head and chirping. The divine beast's might, though tender, still made all the beasts bow their heads. The green dragon charged straight at the vaguely appearing full moon, imprinting the shadow of a huge green dragon on top of it. The moon, which had been faintly visible, also became visible. Xiaofeng was borrowed by Dong Suzi just for this, but it looks like the effect is really good. Ouyang, who was crossing his legs, looked up at the vision in the sky and thought with satisfaction. The sun and the moon are in the same sky. The dragon and the phoenix are in unison. Heaven and earth visions plus divine beasts coming out. This kind of grand gesture just came out of nowhere. Even the elders of the other several holy places were shocked beyond words. The atmosphere of the sect competition was pushed to its peak at the very beginning. Chapter 46, The Year I Put My Hands in My Pockets. The sect competition will be divided into the outer sect competition and the inner sect competition. The outer sect competition was more like a performance nature. The 10 outer disciples who won after the fierce outer door competition will fight 2 by 2. If the peak masters of the peaks had a disciple in their sights, then they would be directly admitted into the mountain gate. If he was not chosen, he would also be given the status of a registered disciple in the inner sect and travel to the peaks to do what he could. That is to say, the 10 best disciples of the outer sect had managed to kill their way out and finally came to the inner sect to give the big brothers a dance. The original ones who had stunned the crowd in the outer sect had instantly turned into meat chickens for people to pick from in the vegetable market when they came here. Which one who was able to enter the inner gate was not a genius? After all, there were too many geniuses in this world. The outer gate competition was very uninteresting, with the most foundation establishment stage teenagers pecking at each other in the square in front of the main hall, pulling out all the stops to come up with their best tricks. But the audience under the bleachers looked like they were watching circus monkeys drilling through a ring of fire. After all, the foundation establishment stage was a rotten existence in the inner sect. When the 10 people had finished performing, 5 of them were spotted by the elders of each peak and accepted as inner disciples. Among them was the victorious Ma Xingye, who had been spotted by the 5 Elements peak, which specialized in the way of the arts. The moment Ma Xingye was chosen, he was shaking with excitement. The years of hard work and the expectations of the sect were all worth it at this moment. Like the great joy of a high school scholar in the mortal world, it made Ma Xingye's excitement straighten out. In the springtime, the horse's hooves are fast, and you can see all the flowers of Chang'an in one day. He himself had not dishonored the name of genius after all, and had managed to be amongst the Green Cloud sect. He suddenly thought of Xiaofeng. If Xiaofeng had defeated him, there was no way he could be standing here. "I'm sorry, senior brother Xiao, cultivation is so cruel. If I meet you in the future, I'll make it up to you." Ma Xingye said an apology in his heart, but then celebrated with his fellow disciples next to him. At this time, Xiaofeng, who was sitting on top of the Qingyun sect's main hall, was looking at the square in front of the main hall with an odd expression on his face, because he had been lent out by his senior brother to summon the silhouettes of the green dragon and the vermilion bird in the attic above this great hall. Not only did he meet the sect leader, but the sect leader was very kind to him. and asked more than once if he wanted to change mountains and come to be the sect leader's personal disciple. Xiao Feng, facing a figure that only existed in his imagination. Although he was excited inside, he still refused apprehensively when he heard the sect leader openly digging for a corner. Almost everything he had now was given to him by eldest senior brother. If he really left the small mountain peak, what face would he have to continue cultivating? Xiao Feng was worried that the sect leader would be angry at his refusal, but he did not expect the sect leader to just sigh and mutter inaudible words. Listening to the tone of the scolding was quite dirty, but for his treatment, the palmist did not bring the slightest bit of ambiguity. Not only did he lay down a spirit-gathering formation here to help him cultivate, but there were also countless spiritual fruits and immortal medicines for him to take. Such treatment was in stark contrast to Ma Xingye in front of the great hall below. Xiao Feng put a smile on his face. He himself had become gradually cheerful since he came to the small mountain peak. In addition to the first brother who says one thing, there is the second brother who is a god in the way of the sword, the fourth brother who understands all laws, and the third brother who is a wonderful hand in the art of painting, as well as... Xiao Feng touched a small wilted flower in his arms and a gentle smile appeared on his face. After the outer disciples' performance was over, the real main event began. Above the great hall, the 18 Mahayana stage provisioners behind Dongshu Zi struck out at the same time. In the sky above Qingyan Peak, a huge alien space crept in. This is the mustard space. The intersect competition will take place here. Cultivation must not be lower than the Jiedan stage. Those who are willing to enroll can now enter the mustard space and wait. Dong Su Zi's voice rang out once again, stating the rules of this grand competition. Below Jiedan is forbidden to participate. This kind of hard rule even most of the disciples of Qingyan sect are looking at it. After all, the gap between each great realm was like a chasm. The ban on participation below Jiedan was largely to protect those wastes who didn't know the heights of heaven from accidentally being slapped to death by a great cultivator. Above the stands, countless streams of light lit up, scrambling towards the mustard seed space. Everyone is a proud son of heaven, so naturally they are not willing to be left behind. The most outstanding among them was that Hui Ji, who had summoned the true form of the Buddha. Hui Ji, who was sitting upright, was wrapped in a 10-foot golden body and flew towards the mustard seed space. The pressure of the Yuaning stage deterred everyone. Chen Changsheng stared above the great hall, and when he saw Zhu Yuan, who was dressed in a black power suit, flying off to the mustard seed space, he could no longer hold back. Just as he wanted to get up and fly away, he was held down by Ouyang's shoulder, and Chen Changsheng looked at Ouyang in confusion, only to see Ouyang smiling broadly and patting Chen Changsheng's shoulder. He said, after holding back for so long, have a good and unimpeded fight. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Pay attention to safety. Yes, senior brother, Chen Changsheng solemnly promised Ouyang, and then flew his sword towards the mustard seed space in the sky. Senior brother, is it really okay? Hu Tutu asked with some worry. I don't know either, but with Changsheng's nature he will definitely live to the end. Don't worry, Ouyang said confidently. Once the number of people in the mustard space reached 400, the mustard space closed its entrance. Those cultivators who hesitantly just walked to the entrance were blocked out. If you don't make a decision when it comes to things, your Dao heart is still unstable. Retreat! The criminal peak master appeared at the entrance and said flatly. Those disciples who still wanted to ask the peak master for extra favors immediately returned the same way in shame. And the crowd in the mustard space just landed on their feet and looked warily at the people around them. Now here, with only enemies and no helpers, the only person you can trust is yourself. The rule of this grand competition is that there are no rules. The last person standing is the winner. Don't worry and do it boldly. We will save you out at the first opportunity, the criminal peak master said with a calm face. As soon as the criminal peak master's words fell, the originally spacious mustard space instantly darkened. Hundreds of black cultivators near the Yuaning stage suddenly appeared in the mustard seed space. It immediately caused an uproar in the mustard space. The criminal peak master also looked at the originator with a stunned expression. Chen Changsheng, who was dressed in a purple Taoist robe, stood in the very center, looking at the opponents around him. In his last life, he didn't even have the chance to participate in this grand competition, and could only watch these geniuses shine in front of the world from afar. But this time, he himself had come and had said that senior brother Ouyang did not need to keep his hand, fighting one by one. Chen Changsheng was not interested at all. His own goal was only one, so he might as well just end it all in one pot. The masked Chen Changsheng's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he floated with his hands hidden in his sleeves. Hundreds of Yuaning stage puppets covered the entire sky, intimidating everyone in the arena. One man against 399 others, and it also creates an intimidating momentum. That year, with my hands folded in my sleeves, I didn't know what it meant to be an opponent. Chapter 47, Don't know what it means to be an opponent. What was the concept of hundreds of puppets with cultivation levels close to the yuaning stage? Only Zhu Yuan amongst this group felt it deeply, and he had fear and resentment in his eyes. He had originally planned to give up this sect competition and not touch this mold, but he did not expect the sect leader to personally order him to participate in this sect competition. Until now Zhu Yuan hadn't figured out where exactly he had offended Chen Changsheng. Thinking back on what he had done in the past, if he had killed anything, he had killed too many people. He himself has been killing people since he was 5 years old, and hell knows which day he killed Chen Changsheng's entire family. That's bad luck. Originally, he had hidden himself seamlessly, and had even been accepted as a personal disciple by the Green Cloud sect's sect master. Surprisingly, he had overturned in the gutter that was Chen Changsheng. Ancestral Abyss whispered a chant and his figure began to change, and in the next second, he took on the appearance of another person entirely. This was none other than the 100 Changes Devil statue, an original divine ability that he was proud of. Not only could the body be transformed into the image in the mind, but the breath, the techniques, and even the demonic element could be transformed into the true element. The illusion self could not be detected even by a transitional succession stage powerhouse. It's just that the realm will degrade by one big realm. His original Yuaning stage self returned to his infant and returned to the Jindan stage. If I were still at the Yuaning stage, these hundreds of puppets, would I even care? Zhu Yuan thought indignantly as he hid in the center of the crowd. As long as he pretended to be undefeated and left this place at any time, he would be considered to have participated in the grand competition and dodged this bullet first. A great man can submit and can stand up, and later on, he will definitely take revenge back tenfold and 100-fold. As for Chen Changsheng, who had his hands tucked into his long sleeves in front of him, his divine soul swept through the entire mustard space. But surprisingly, he did not find Zhu Yuan's figure. Chen Changsheng naturally knew that this was Zhu Yuan's watchword, and it was also something that he only knew after being shaded by Zhu Yuan for countless people. In his previous life, the famous Holy Emperor of the Devil Realm, Zhu Yuan, was also known as the 100 Changes Devil Monarch. However, it was difficult to defeat Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng unhurriedly pulled out a stack of paper from his pocket and looked at the crowd in the field and said indifferently, "In a moment, please read the name of the senior brother to automatically leave this place, or else life and death will not matter." In just now, Chen Changsheng had already memorized all the people who had entered the mustard seed space, and even if he didn't recognize them, he still remembered the features and looks of the people who had entered. Chen Changsheng decided to use the method of elimination to find out Zhu Yuan, who was hiding in the middle of the crowd. Chen Changsheng was facing 399 people alone, but it was like picking out chicks in a chicken yard. Those who were able to come in were either the favored disciples of the inner sect or the mainstays of other sects. Where have you ever been so insulted? At once, 3 of them burst with true essence, either with their hands pinching spells or holding swords as they rushed towards Chen Changsheng. But just as he was about to prepare to resist, he was held down by the Yuaning stage puppet. The 3 were brought before Chen Changsheng by the Yuaning stage puppet. Wang 5th, Li 4th, Zhao 6th. Chen Changsheng identified the portraits of the 3 in turn against their looks and the numbers they had made up. After comparing the features, Chen Changsheng then arched his hand and said to the 3, "Senior brothers, I'm offended." As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them were thrown out of the mustard space by the Yuaning stage puppet. Chen Changsheng looked at the remaining 396 people and said flatly, "Alright, just now the 3 senior brothers have already done the demonstration. Which one of them is next?" Everyone in the stand stared dumbfounded at Chen Changsheng in the mustard seed space. One man pushing 400 men across the room? What the hell is this guy's deal? How come the Green Cloud sect has never heard of this person? Who's the boss's boy? How can he be so brave? Little mountain peaks? That's alright. Then, some monsters come out of that hill. Looking at the densely packed puppets in the mustard seed space, each puppet had this cultivation that was not inferior to the Yuaning stage. The creation of a Yuaning stage puppet was even more difficult than cultivating to the Yuaning stage. The Chen Changsheng in front of him had actually waved his hand over hundreds of them, not to mention where those precious materials came from. The production alone required a great cultivator of at least 3 great realms to make it. This Chen Changsheng was still hiding a Grand Master Refiner behind him? The 6th realm of Jiedan pushed back 400 cultivators of the same level, and even a large portion of them were still Yuaning stage cultivators. What hubris this is, don't you see? This kid is a monster, isn't he? How dare he manipulate hundreds of Yuaning stage puppets at the Jiedan stage? His divine soul is that powerful? The Qingyan sect deserves to be called the Qingyan sect, to have such a marvelous talent. I wonder if that bald little monk from Spirit Mountain Temple can hold his own. The elders of the 9 holy lands in the hall were also impressed with Chen Changsheng. A genius like Chen Changsheng had never been heard of even as an elder of the 9 holy lands. Don't you see? On the other hand, was playing Tai Chi with the surrounding complementary elders with an inscrutable face. And in his heart, he was also guilty of muttering, whether the small peak is too good for feng shui, and letting the people from Tianyan Peak to take a look at it some other day. And the crowd at the small mountain peak was equally dumbfounded as they watched Chen Changxing in this state. Third senior brother is so tuggy, Hu Tutu said as he stared blankly at the mustard seed space in the sky. After all, in his own impression, the third elder brother had always been slightly retreating behind the crowd with a frown, and today's third elder brother's wild and cool appearance was the first time he had seen it. Oh Yang also stunned. I did not expect the most old 3 loaded up surprisingly so silky smooth. Could not help but say to the white Feiyu, White, what is the use of standing in the tree every day? Look at the old 3 this loaded up without a trace. Bai Feiyu rolled his eyes, but in his heart he was also secretly surprised. If he encountered Chen Changsheng without any defense he might also fall on the spot. Standing in the attic, Xiaofeng took out his own book and frantically jotted down notes. It turns out that only thought that the third senior brother of the Danqing's skillful hand would actually be so loaded. He has to look and learn properly. Long Qingsong, on the other hand, was holding his sword as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. In the middle of the mustard seed space, the more than 390 contestants immediately felt pressurized. They knew very well in their hearts that this time, it was possible that they were going to be the stepping stone to success for the young man in the purple Dao robe on the opposite side of the room. 1 versus 399. Even if it fails, it's enough to take out and brag about for the rest of your life. Not for lack of opportunity though. With over 300 people attacking at the same time, could he still hold his own? The crowd looked at each other for a moment and instantly agreed, charging towards Chen Changxing at the same time. What they didn't expect was that the hundreds of Yuaning stage puppets had automatically formed a formation. The crowd was unprepared and plunged headlong directly into the killing formation. This formation was exceptionally strange. Hundreds of puppets only tangled with themselves but did not fight to the death. Whenever they wanted to go all out, the puppets would quietly retreat, as hard as a punch in the dough. As the crowd was caught in the killing formation and unable to get out, Chen Changxing's voice rang out like an urging voice. Sun 7. Lu 8. Qian 10. No. With the sound of paper flipping, from time to time, someone screamed miserably and flew straight out. Every time Chen Changxing named someone, it represented a person being eliminated from the game. This group of proud sons of heaven were at this moment like piglets in a pig pen, waiting to be picked. Chapter 48, Showing Your Devil's Foot? Blackie. Chen Changxing's voice was like a hypnotic talisman. Every time it sounded, someone would be eliminated from the game. The crowd that didn't know the situation really couldn't figure out what exactly Chen Changxing was doing. You need to name names to eliminate people? So down on people? There was no lack of Yuaning stage cultivators in here. And with their full strength, the puppets around them were instantly shattered into countless pieces. However, the broken puppets were back as good as new in a flash. And these puppets were surprisingly infinitely regenerable. How's this for a fight? The crowd of cultivators fell into despair. Neither the spells nor the sword chi had the slightest use against the puppet in front of them. Only a great cultivator above the out-of-body stage could see the clues. These hundreds of puppets actually contained divine soul characteristics. A divine soul characteristic that a cultivator can only possess when he reaches the out-of-body stage and his divine soul can leave his body. As long as they didn't injure their souls. In principle, these puppets could be resurrected indefinitely. The elders and offerings above the Great Hall looked at Chen Changxing in the mustard space in horror. A cultivator who was only at the Jiedan stage had already comprehended something that could only be comprehended above the out-of-body stage. No one would even believe it if they said it, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought someone was playing a joke on them. Even if he reached the out-breathing stage, he had only just begun to touch the mysteries of the divine soul. What kind of monster was the teenager in front of him, that he had already understood the divine soul so thoroughly? Moreover, these hundreds of puppets all possessed divine soul characteristics. Where did the divine souls on these puppets come from? The Chen Changxing in the mustard seed space had already been memorized by all the elder offerings above the Great Hall. Such a genius, even among the 9 holy lands, could not pick a cultivator who could match it, at least not in the past. And in the middle of the mustard seed space, there were fewer and fewer people, and the speed of Chen Changxing's speech became faster and faster. When the hundreds of puppets dispersed again, none of the encircled cultivators were left, all cleaned out by Chen Changxing. In the entire mustard seed space, only the disguised ancestral abyss and the Buddhist holy son Huizhi remained. Chen Changsheng looked at the disguised Zhu Yuan and said indifferently, "Do you still want to pretend?" Zhu Yuan unwillingly changed back to his own appearance, drew out his long sword and hissed, "What the hell did I do to you? Do you have to kill everyone? It's probably because you owe me from your previous life, so you must die." The stack of paper in Chen Changxing's hand instantly burst into flames and turned into flying ash. Chen Chongsheng looked towards Huiji. This so-called holy son of the Buddhist sect in front of him would likewise be no good later on. But right now, he only wanted to kill Ancestral Abyss, so he didn't want to get involved with the Buddhist sect just yet. Great monk. Go on your own. There's nothing for you here, Chen Chongsheng said as he looked towards Huiji. Amitabha Buddha. The young monk only wants to borrow the Qing Yun secret treasure for a moment. Please fulfill your request. Huiji clasped his hands together and spoke. Just you are worthy? Great Spirit Mountain Temple is really blind, Chen Chongsheng said with a cold laugh. In his previous life, this compassionate Huiji in front of him had committed heinous crimes that were no less than those committed by Zhu Yuan. Wearing the mask of compassion but like a ghostly Shura, the expression on Huiji's face changed to one of sorrow and bitterness as he lightly chanted the Buddha's name and said in a cold voice, "It seems that the monk doesn't want to be kind." After Huiji finished speaking, the Buddha light around his body flourished, and his 10-foot golden body quickly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye a large Buddha appeared in front of Chen Chongsheng. The Buddha couldn't see his face, but the radiant Buddha light around him shook people's eyes, and the great Buddha slowly raised one palm and pressed it towards Chen Chongsheng. The Buddha's palm that pressed towards Chen Chongsheng grew infinitely larger in Chen Chongsheng's eyes, almost covering the heavens and earth in general, and it was as if the entire world was only left with this single palm. Buddhist secret technique, Great Compassion Palm. Chen Chongsheng did not panic and reached into his sleeves with both hands. An ape-like puppet was taken out by Chen Chongsheng. Chen Chongsheng recited, "Recruiting the soul is coming. Inviting the gods to come. The godly monkeys descending to the world. Help me break the law. Go!" The puppet was thrown out by Chen Chongsheng. Originally only the size of the palm of his hand, the puppet was long against the wind, instantly up to more than a dozen meters. When the apes saw the Buddha palm in their eyes that pressed to come, they instantly let out a crazy cawing sound, and frantically pounded on their own chests. It was as if he had a great deep hatred for the Buddha palm in front of him. The ape howled as his feet slammed into the ground. His hands raised high to fiercely collide with the pressing down Buddha's palm. The ground under the ape's feet instantly crumbled, and the Buddha's palm directly crushed the raised hands, smashing directly on top of the ape's shoulders. But the ape's eyes were red, and hot air spewed from his nostrils, and stubbornly he just refused to fall. The body of a dozen meters or so looked abnormally small in front of the huge Buddha's palm, like a mayfly shaking a tree. But it stood still. The two sides were frozen in place, and Zhu Yuan was just about to make a vain attempt to escape when hundreds of Yuaning stage puppets instantly surrounded Zhu Yuan in a dense circle. Chen Chongsheng's most important purpose this time was how he could easily let Zhu Yuan escape. Hundreds of puppets only trapped Zhu Yuan but did not kill him painfully. After all, as the holy son of the demon race did not have a means of escape, Chen Chongsheng did not believe in it, and he himself had to be ready to kill Zhu Yuan by all means. Until then, get rid of the monks who are in the way. Chen Chongsheng pulled out 2 yellow talismans from his sleeves and recited under his breath. Casually the 2 yellow talismans were thrown out. The yellow talisman transformed into 2 streaks of golden light striking the ape that fought to resist the Buddha's palm. The original ape fought to resist the Buddha's palm, his eyes flashing with defiance and indignation. After the yellow talisman had been affixed to the ape changed into a stone pillar against the Buddha's palm, and in the instant the pillar changed. The Buddha's palm was instantly pierced through by the stone pillar changed by the ape. The golden Buddha's blood turned into a golden rain of blood that floated throughout the mustard seed space. Huiji, who had a compassionate look on his face, screamed miserably and retracted his palm. Looking at the penetrating wound that had appeared on his palm, he asked in shock and anger, "This is not a puppet. What the hell is that monkey?" Chen Chongsheng's eyes inadvertently looked downward at a figure and said softly, "That's not a puppet. That monkey has a name. His name is Great Sage." This ape puppet was refined by himself by borrowing eldest brother's true essence, and although it was refined from dead things, it had long since opened its spirit. The Great Sage. This is a story about a monkey becoming a Buddha that Ouyang told his own in his previous life. The great saint who was originally untamed and could poke a hole in the sky ended up with a green lantern. In his previous life, whenever he was lazy in his cultivation, Ouyang always took that monkey to lecture himself. The Great Sage and the Fighting Buddha are not a monkey, so if you don't want to be put on that gold hoop, practice hard. Senior brother. Then if the Great Sage really pokes a hole in the sky and no one cares, wouldn't the Great Sage be no different from the demons? Stubborn? Master Dao, I'll beat you to death. Past memories appeared in front of Chen Chongsheng scene by scene. Those were the happiest times in his previous life. In this life, all of this will be guarded by me, Chen Chongsheng. See, senior brother. The Great Sage was able to penetrate the Buddha's palm in the end, and was not crushed under the great mountain that the Buddha's palm had turned into. Then I can likewise rewrite destiny. Chen Chongsheng raised his hand, and the puppet of a tattered ape fell into his hand. Chen Chongsheng tightly gripped the ape and made up his mind. So, Old 3 borrowed my true essence from time to time just to make this thing? It's really like the journey to the West thing to say. I've never told this story myself. Is it a coincidence? Or is Lao San not only reborn but also traveled over? Ouyang looked at the scene happening in the mustard seed space. His heart was a little surprised. Hui Ji, whose palm was injured, looked at Chen Changsheng with indignation. He had lost twice in a short period of time. Originally, he thought that he was the chosen son of heaven, and that the Buddhist sect would surely flourish. I didn't realize that I had been sitting on the sidelines at the Great Spirit Mountain Temple, and just after coming to the Green Cloud sect for less than 10 days, I had lost twice to others. Moreover, the other party's realm was one great realm lower than his own. Shame. As the holy son of the Buddhist sect, he had continuously lost to unknown disciples of the Qingyan sect. This defeat directly destroyed Huiji's long-standing self-esteem. In the past, only he himself had challenged others beyond his level. He never thought that one day he would be defeated by an opponent of a lower realm. There is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the sky. Was he just sitting on his ass for a long time at the Great Spirit Mountain Temple? Huiji let out a long sigh. The Buddha light around him dimmed a bit, bowed slightly towards Chen Changsheng, and left the mustard seed space. When only Zhu Yuan was left in front of Chen Changsheng, Zhu Yuan braced himself and said, "There are more than a dozen Mahayana stage experts sitting here. They simply won't sit back and watch you kill me." The current Zhu Yuan could only hope that the protectors watching the battle from the side would be able to save himself the instant Chen Changsheng struck out to kill him. It was laughable to say the least, as the demon race's saint's son himself was expecting the cultivators of the human race's righteous path to come to his rescue. Chen Changsheng raised his hands in the form of a drawn bow, his eyes burning as he looked at Zhu Yuan and said, "Can you think of something that I can't?" Ancestral Abyss looked at the radiant bow and arrow that slowly appeared in Chen Changsheng's hands, his heart instantly dying. He could clearly feel the threat of death on the bow and arrow in Chen Changsheng's hands. How does this attack feel problematic? Dong Shuzi looked towards the bow and arrow in Chen Changsheng's hand. He was confident that he would be able to save Ancestral Abyss when Chen Changsheng struck out to kill him. But the bow and arrow in Chen Changsheng's hand in front of him was clearly just an ordinary flame technique. Zhu Yuan frantically dodged. But in the end, he despaired and realized that no matter how much he dodged, the arrow's arrowhead would always nail him. Ancestral Abyss roared, his body overflowing with demonic aura. Between life and death, he could no longer hide his identity. As long as he regained his Yuaning stage cultivation, he would have a way to quickly leave this place. So what if his identity was discovered? The big deal is that this mission counts itself as a failure. You can't die yourself. The heavenly self can't die here. He himself is the holy son of the demon clan, the future hope of the demon clan. How can he easily die here? He himself still had the devil race's greatest treasure, enough to keep himself alive. Ancestral Abyss, who was covered in a demonic aura, instantly froze everyone present, followed by an uproar. At an event like the Green Cloud sect, a demon race was mixed in. Dong Shuzi above the main hall even froze on the spot. As the sect leader of the Qingyun Holy Land, he himself had not seen that the Ancestral Abyss in front of him was actually a demon race, and he took him in as an initiated disciple himself. Ouyang, who was down below, laughed and looked at Zhu Yuan to gloat. "Finally showing your magic feat. Ha! Little Blackie." Chapter 49, The Holy Son of the Qing Dynasty Sect, Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng heard no sound at all, and everything in heaven and earth quieted down in his own eyes. The only thing left in his own eyes was the Zhu Yuan in front of him and the bow and arrow in his hand. A scene from his past life kept passing in front of his eyes, causing the bow and arrow in his hand to glow even brighter. This arrow is no ordinary arrow, nor is it an arrow from anyone's poem. Rather, it was an arrow that poured in his own divine soul. And this arrow attacked not only Zhu Yuan's physical body, but also Zhu Yuan's divine soul. Even if the guardians around him had made a move to block the physical attack of the arrows, it would be impossible to block this divine soul's attack. The memories in Chen Changsheng's mind were fixed in front of Ouyang's figure in his previous life, and he whispered the poem that Ouyang had once recited. "Look northwest and shoot the wolf." Phew! The arrow came out of his hand and instantly stabbed at the body of Zhu Yuan, who was about to tear open the spatial rift in preparation for his escape. Zubuchi looked at his right chest incredulously. The fact that his heart was on the right side was something he had never told anyone. Why did Chen Changsheng know that his heart was on the right side? The arrow went straight through Zhu Yuan's body, precisely plunging into Zhu Yuan's right chest without any wounds. The arrow attacked Zhu Yuan's divine soul. The Yuaning within Zhu Yuan's dantian died instantly, and at the moment of the Yuaning's death, a black lotus flower flew out directly, tearing through space and disappearing without anyone noticing, and Zhu Yuan's body slowly fell down from the sky. With horns on his head and his face full of demonic tattoos, one could tell at a glance that Zhu Yuan's identity as a demon clan. The moment Chen Changsheng shot Ancestral Abyss, the sense of urgency in his heart instantly disappeared, and Chen Qiansheng then knew that he had killed the devil that he had made himself hate so much in his previous life. He had made the Heavens Dao oath to confirm that he was truly able to completely kill Ancestral Abyss. A centipede dies but never falls down. Only under the witness of the Heavenly Dao could one be sure that one had truly killed the future Demon Emperor. All the calculations finally turned into success at this moment. Chen Qiansheng felt an unprecedented lack of energy and collapsed on his back in the mustard space. And a furor had long been raised outside the mustard seed space. The devil race had not been seen for thousands of years, and he did not expect that the devil race figure would be reproduced on top of the Qing Yun sect's grand event. Could it be that the battle for the devil's way is about to start all over again? The faces of the cultivators who had experienced the inhumane Great War thousands of years ago were suddenly sad, while Dong Shuzi on top of the main hall looked towards the mustard seed space with empty eyes. When Chen Qiansheng made the Heavenly Dao oath, he himself had risen his suspicions towards this new disciple that he had just taken in, but at most, he only thought that this disciple had a flawed character. How could he not think that this disciple of his was actually a devil? As the sect leader of the Green Cloud sect, which was one of the 9 holy grounds, it was surprising that one of his personal disciples was of the demon race. The Dongshuzi of the 9th realm of transitional apparitions figure instantly stooped a bit, resembling an old man in his twilight years at this moment. Sect Master. The Peak Masters of the Peaks looked at Dongshuzi, whose aura had changed, and instantly became worried. However, Dong Wheezy was also only hunched over for that one moment before he once again returned to his normal self, and the aura of the sect leader once again appeared on him. The Dongshuzi, who had been baptized by countless years, was not so bad as to let this matter affect his Dao heart, and merely raised his hand towards the elders sent over by the 9 great sacred grounds and the countless sect representatives and said calmly, "The winner of today's clan competition, Chen Qiansheng of Little Mountain Peak. Chen Qiansheng has been merited for destroying the demons, and from now on, he will be the holy son of my Green Cloud sect." Seeing him is like seeing the sect leader. Ha! Such a powerful piece of news instantly stunned everyone present. However, the elders of the peaks also instantly realized that in front of all the same sects, the Qingyan sect had a demonic clan that the sect leader had personally passed on to them. How would the world look at the Qingyan sect, which was one of the 9 holy places, befriending the demons and helping them? Such a hat could be considered fatal for the famous Qingyan sect, especially in front of almost all the powerful sects. Therefore, Dongshuzi immediately announced that Chen Qiansheng, who had killed the demon race, was the holy son of Qingyan sect, which was to show his attitude at the first time, that the appearance of the demon race inside his own sect had nothing to do with himself, and it was really because the demon race was too cunning, high, really high, worthy of being an old fox who had lived for thousands of years. He actually made the most correct reaction in a split second. The elders of the 9 great sacred lands similarly reacted, immediately congratulating the Green Cloud sect on the promotion of a new extremely talented saint son. After all, although the 9 great holy places look down on each other, but the 9 great holy places are in the same breath. One glory. So this sedan chair, they really give the Qingyan sect to lift up. Afterwards, he would then ask his own headmaster to personally inquire about what exactly was going on with this matter. And now the most important thing was to appease the mouths and eyes of those countless small sects below. Third senior brother has become the holy son of the Green Cloud sect? Hu Tutu looked at Ouyang and asked dumbfounded. The old Inbi who had been staying in the shadows has inexplicably stood in the brightest spotlight than anyone else? It's really a world of uncertainty, Ouyang said with a sigh. What a nuisance. If it's disturbing our purification, let third senior brother move out? The holy son of the Qingyan sect always sounds better than the third disciple of the small mountain peak, right? Bai Feiyu said with a frown. Lang Qingsong only thought about whether he would have problems eating in the future. After all, it was a little hard to justify having the holy son still cook for himself every day. And Chen Qiansheng, who was lying in the mustard seed space, let out a bitter smile. Although he didn't know why he had inexplicably become the saint son of the Qingyan sect, in his previous life, this saint's son was held by Zhu Yuan. Is the world line starting to deviate? Just as Chen Qiansheng was still thinking about how to resign his name as a holy son, Ling Feng, who was dressed in a gray robe, however, appeared in front of him. Senior brother Ling Feng. Chen Qiansheng was just about to open his mouth to say something. Ling Feng, however, said indifferently, Sacred son, although Zhu Yuan is a demon, he is after all my master and brother. I wonder if I can be allowed to bury him in peace. Ling Feng's voice was completely devoid of its usual gentleness, and all that remained was endless indifference and rawness. Chen Qiansheng hurriedly spoke. Senior brother Ling Feng, you don't have to address me like that. I just have a grudge against Ancestral Abyss. I don't want to be some kind of saint son. However, Ling Feng did not answer Chen Qiansheng, but instead picked up Zhu Yuan's corpse and flew out of the mustard space towards the mountain. In the eyes of the crowd, a caring senior brother, His own senior brother is a demon. Demon died. Even if it is a demon, as a senior brother will insist on burying his own senior brother. Ling Feng was filled with sadness in everyone's eyes at this moment, only leaving the crowd with a sullen back. However, in Ling Feng's mind, that crazy voice was filled with joy and just kept urging Ling Feng, faster, faster, go faster. This is the beginning of changing your destiny and mine. Chapter 50, The Destiny Begins. The Green Cloud Sect's intersect competition ended hastily like this. Chen Changsheng had become the holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land, but there was no ceremony, only a cursory announcement from the sect leader before declaring the end of the grand competition. Other than being looked at like a monkey by the crowd at the small mountain peak, it was of no use to Chen Changsheng, and the event that originally belonged to the Green Cloud sect turned into a farce that generally ended in a tiger's head. Ling Feng held Zhu Yuan's corpse as he flew all the way towards the outside of the Qingyun sect. That urging voice in his head made Ling Feng feel annoyed. Didn't you say that in the end, Zhu Yuan would become the holy son of the Qingyun sect? Why did a Chen Changsheng pop out? Ling Feng opened his mouth to ask with some displeasure on his face. There is no such person in my memories at all. It may be that my appearance has changed the timeline of this world. The great Tao is 50, the heavenly diffusion is 49, and the minor trend can be changed. The sudden appearance of a variable will not affect the final result. The voice in his mind spoke. Ling Feng carried Zhu Yuan's body all the way to a human village, which was thousands of kilometers away from the Qingyun sect and was also sufficiently secluded. But it is still not enough. The play is still to do enough. After all, his master is a great cultivator of the transition stage. Ling Feng searched for a place with beautiful mountain scenery, and with a wave of his hand, a grave pit 2 meters deep appeared on the ground. Ling Feng placed Ancestral Abyss in the grave pit. A struggle flashed in his eyes, but he still made up his mind and took off the ring from his hand. Didn't you complain that your natural talent was too poor? This body's natural talent is strong enough. As long as you are willing, you will be able to become one of the geniuses with the most outstanding natural talent. The voice in his head continuously compelled Ling Feng. A struggle flashed in the eyes of Ling Feng, who still had a struggle on his face, and a scene from the past kept surfacing in front of him. The beloved woman's devotion to others, the lack of understanding from fellow disciples, and his own stagnant cultivation for several years. All this because one is just an ordinary person. As long as one occupied Ancestral Abyss's body, then one would gain a supreme talent. Demon race, human race, what does it matter? As long as one's talent was heaven-defying and stood at the apex of this world, no matter if it was the demon race or the human race, would anyone dare to say anything more in front of them? Ling Feng took a deep breath, took out a golden needle from his own waist, and said in a low voice, I don't know what exactly you're playing at, but if you dare to do anything evil with my body, I'll be necessary to kill you even if I devote myself to the demon clan. After saying these words, which were not very threatening, Ling Feng stabbed towards his dantian with a golden needle in his hand, precisely inserting it in the center of his dantian Yuanning's brow. As his Yuanning was stabbed, Ling Feng's face instantly turned pale, but he still managed to pull out the golden needle and stabbed it into the dantian of Zhu Yuan's corpse. The golden needle had just stabbed in, and the originally dead Zhu Yuan's dantian was as if a spark had fallen, and the spark slowly sank into the dantian. As for Ling Feng, as if he had exhausted his entire body, his face turned pale, but he still forced himself to sit with his legs crossed, slowly lowering his head and losing his vitality. In the next second after Ling Feng's heart stopped beating, the heart once again beat. The face of the pale Ling Feng slowly recovered its redness, and his originally naive face became somewhat evil. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally back in my own body again. Ling Feng stood up and laughed out loud, completely lacking his usual gentle demeanor. Instead he had a somewhat sharp and mean voice. Ling Feng looked towards Zhu Yuan inside the tomb pit. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. No wonder in his previous life, he was backstabbed to death by Zhu Yuan. Indecisive and self-loathing himself, he's really a waste of space. The Ling Feng divine soul in front of him was a completely different person, or rather a different self. In the back hall of the Qingyun sect, the long bright lamp belonging to Ling Feng suddenly went out and then suddenly lit up, because the Ling Feng in front of him was no longer the original Ling Feng. Rather, they were the wrong souls that had been backstabbed to death by Ancestral Abyss in their previous lives, and had ended up floating around in the endless void for an unknown amount of time. When he woke up again, he realized that he was possessed on top of a ring and returned to the days when he was still in the Qingyun sect. Upon learning of the current time, Ling Feng, who had been floating in the endless void for an unknown number of years, went completely insane. The nested dead self has a chance to do it all over again. When the wrong spirit that possessed the ring rediscovered itself in this life, the wrong spirit was furious to see that it was just as cowardly as it was in its previous life. His own cowardly and poor self-character wanted to punch himself twice when he looked at himself. It finally took a lot of effort to get his current life self to take over the body of the dead Zhu Yuan, and the unjust souls floating in the endless void finally gained control of their own bodies. Standing in place, Ling Feng's realm continued to climb, instantly going from the 3rd level of Yuaning to the 9th level of Yuaning, and in the next moment, he directly broke through to the out-of-body stage, and only then did Ling Feng stop his realm's climb. Originally, one's qualifications were good, it was just that one's state of mind was too poor, the accumulation during the day, and the ever-growing divine soul in the endless void. This was what allowed Ling Feng to instantly break through the realm. Ling Feng clenched his own fist and felt the divine soul that leapt out of his heart. Since the heavens have allowed me to start over, this time, I must trample all those so-called geniuses under my feet. Ling Feng's gaze turned grim, and with a wave of his hand, the grave pit was filled with dirt. Pulling out a wooden board from the storage pouch on his waist, he carved on the board with his finger as a sword, the land of the newborn Lin Feng. He had wasted countless words to make himself in this life choose to take over ancestral abyss body. This way one is not only able to live brightly in the sunlight, but even in the darkest places, one has one's presence. Since then there have been 2 Ling Fengs in this world. One was Ling Feng, the disciple of the Green Cloud sect leader, and the other was Lin Feng, a remnant of the demon race. Ling Feng laughed out loud. The long sword behind him buzzed and flew out directly by the scabbard. Ling Feng landed on top of the flying sword with a harrier flip and flew in the direction of the Qingyan sect. When it was nighttime and no one was around, a hand reached out from the grave that Ling Feng had dug. The originally dead Zhu Yuan crawled out from his grave, and seeing the words carved on the tombstone, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Zhu Yuan's demonic tattooed face. Lin Feng? Not a bad name at all. The original demon baby that had died in his dantian was reborn in his dantian. Feeling the infinite potential in his body, Lin Feng's face was filled with intoxication. Is this the body of a genius? That Zhu Yuan is really a fool. Everything now belongs to me. Lin Feng. At the foot of the Green Cloud Peak, a sad-looking Buddhist holy son, Hui Ji, was sitting under a tree in quiet meditation. Suddenly, a seed fell on the head. Wisdom gently stretched out her hand, and the black lotus seed that flew over from nowhere quietly landed in the palm of her hand. Chapter 51, the system panel changes again. This time, the Qingyan sect grand competition made the entire cultivation world eat their fill. The first and foremost is that the demon race, which has disappeared for thousands of years, has reappeared in the world. Thousands of years ago, during the battle between the Tao and the devil, the entire cultivation world drove the devil race back to the devil realm at an extremely heavy cost, and it was not expected that thousands of years later, the devil race would actually find a way to unseal and come back to this world, and even become the sect leader of the Qingyan sect, one of the 9 great sacred places, in his personal lineage. And the Qingyan sect appeared a genius that would not be encountered for 10,000 years, and pushed hundreds of people across the board during the Qingyan sect grand competition, directly picking the top spot, and was appointed on the spot by the sect head of the Qingyan sect as the holy son of the Qingyan sacred ground. Seeing the holy son was like seeing the sect leader. It could be said that he was the existence of one person under 10,000 people. However, this holy son of the Qingyan Holy Land was unusually low profile, and even 90% of the disciples in the inner sect did not recognize this holy son, and it was heard that he was in constant seclusion in an unknown small mountain peak in the Qingyan sect. If it wasn't for the shocking appearance of the demon race in the Qingyan sect's grand competition this time, the Qingyan saint's son had no choice but to take action in order to keep the sect from being disgraced. With his Jiedan stage cultivation, he pushed hundreds of cultivators across, and even among them was the holy son of Great Spirit Mountain Temple's Huiji, who was also a member of the 9 Holy Lands. It can be called the first young talent today. Such a genius character was naturally sought after by countless people up and down the Qingyan sect, and the Qingyan saint's son even resided at Qingyan Peak for a long time, specifically to allow his masters and brothers to catch a glimpse of him. And on the small peak, it was as if everything was calm again. Ouyang was lying on the recliner as usual, huffing and puffing with a book over his face. Bai Feiyu stood on top of the large tree in the small courtyard, standing with his arms crossed and his eyes closed as he practiced. Long Qingsong, on the other hand, clanked and continued to repair his roof. Hu Tutu rode his paper crane around the small mountain peak. A tattooed Xiao Feng, on the other hand, went deep within the forbidden land of the Qingyan sect and trained in daily physical combat with those spirit beasts that had opened up their spiritual intelligence. In the kitchen of the small mountain peak, Chen Shangsheng, who had originally stood on Qingyan Peak, had suddenly appeared in the kitchen and was busy between pots and pans. Chen Shangsheng was not going to stand stupidly in front of people and be mobbed like a monkey, so after casually placing a puppet, he returned to the small mountain peak. It's now too high profile for his own good, and completely out of line with his steady don't wave mentality. It was only when Chen Shangsheng arrived in front of Ouyang with the prepared meal that Ouyang took the book off his face. looked lazily at the sun and said, Lao San, what are your plans? Chen Shangsheng froze for a moment and asked in confusion, what does eldest brother mean? What plans can I have? Ouyang sat up and said with some hatred, yesterday, the old man of the sect master came over to me and asked me to take you to view the Green Cloud secret treasure. Seriously, this thing can only be viewed by the sect master. Letting you go and see it, don't you know what it means? Chen Shangsheng sighed and said, eldest senior brother, I'm not interested in the sect leader position at all. Why don't you give a word to the sect leader and say that I'm willing to give this opportunity away? You think the Green Cloud secret treasure is a cabbage? Letting it go when you say you'll let it go? Ouyang rolled his eyes and said breathlessly. As soon as Ouyang's words fell, a sword sound came from the distance, and before the person arrived, he smelled a strange floral scent, and Ling Feng, who was wearing a gorgeous Taoist robe, landed in front of Ouyang. At this time, Ling Feng completely lacked the low profile and introversion of the past days, and was radiant, with arrogance in his eyes, a green jade hairpin, flowing cloud boots, and a gold-embroidered Taoist robe, making the whole person appear to have an extraordinary demeanor. There were even 2 more light red eyeshadows at the corners of his eyes, making the whole thing look a bit more demonic. Old Ling, haven't seen you in a few days, you've changed quite a bit. Ouyang looked at the visitor, froze for a moment and opened his mouth. In the past, Ling Feng was always in a plain robe, elegant and gentle, while the current Ling Feng gave off a strong aggressiveness. Ouyang unconsciously opened Ling Feng's attribute panel and was surprised to find that Ling Feng's panel had changed as well. Name, Ling Feng, senior disciple of the master. Cultivation level, 2 levels of out of body. Root bone, 8. Lucky, 8. Charisma, 9. Divine soul qualification, 10+1. Exclusive skill, Mirror Flower Watermoon. Verdict, the headmaster's eldest disciple who undergoes an amazing change after the painful loss of his senior brother. The Ling Feng in front of him had not changed much in terms of root bones and luck, but his charisma had been added a little bit. And what was even more frightening was that the original Sword Dao qualification had turned into a Divine Soul qualification. And the level of qualification had even broken through to 10.0. According to the system's evaluation, the fact that the qualification was able to break through 10 meant that the person was already a living son of the Heavenly Dao. Could it be that the painful loss of a beloved brother was still a buff bonus for Ling Feng? Isn't this stuff always an attribute only for protagonists in manga who can't move without opening up? Ouyang looked at Ling Feng. He didn't expect that Ling Feng, who originally had mediocre qualifications, had become a son of the Heavenly Dao because of this incident. Was the son of the Heavenly Dao in this world that worthless? Remembering that a month ago, Ling Feng was still only in the 3rd level of Yuaning, this directly jumped a large realm to the outbreeding stage? Yuaning above will already be considered a big cultivator? Enough to go out to break into the world. The usual small clan's supply of elders is not more than this level. Or even start a sect is not impossible. You can have such a chance by dying a demon master? Then if he were himself, wouldn't he be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage? Facing Ouyang's suspicious gaze, Ling Feng then smiled indifferently and said, recently, because of some things, I have seen and understood a lot, and this time when I came here, I have a favor to ask. I also ask senior brother Ouyang to agree. Ouyang also did not know what medicine was sold inside Ling Feng's gourd. He opened his mouth and said, there's nothing to beg or not to beg between master and brother. Old Ling, you have something, just open your mouth. Can only be done? I won't say a word. Old Ling, you also know that Zhu Yuan is a demon race. My family's oldest must have some kind of deep grudge against the remaining members of that demon race. Ling Feng shook his head and spoke. An undercover demon race agent. The Holy Prince can kill him if he wants to. I don't feel there is anything wrong with it. I came here this time because I want to ask the Holy Prince to be able to take me along to view the Qingyan secret treasure. Want to go with Lao San to observe the Green Cloud secret treasure? Moreover, talking about Chen Changsheng shooting Zhu Yuan was as bland as killing a dog. Completely different from the sentimental Ling Feng from before. Ouyang felt that the Ling Feng in front of him had become so unfamiliar. This child couldn't have been too much of a shock, leading to a mental disorder. Right? Old Ling, are you alright? Ouyang asked tentatively. Ling Feng also said without thinking, Senior brother Ouyang, I only want to observe the Qingyun secret treasure, and I've also sought the opinion of my master. After all, I've already broken through to the outbreathing stage, and according to the sect's regulations, it's about time for me to go down the mountain. So I want to see if I can gain some insights before I go down the mountain. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, never mind. Since you want to visualize the Qingyun secret treasure, you must have prepared a quid pro quo as well? Ouyang didn't intend to pursue the matter further, so he opened his mouth and asked. Ling Feng nodded and said seriously, I can assure senior brother that if this time, the holy son of Qingyun takes me to view the secret treasure of Qingyun, Then I will be at the head of the holy son of Qin Yun for the position of the sect leader in the future. Chapter 52, The Born to Know. After all, the Qin Yun secret treasure was obtained by Chen Chongsheng, and Ouyang didn't make the decision, but called Chen Chongsheng out. Chen Chongsheng didn't have any opinions. For this big senior brother who was full of sadness in his previous life, Chen Chongsheng still had a lot of respect. In the future, Ancestral Abyss would personally kill Ling Feng in front of him, but now that Ancestral Abyss was dead, he himself had changed Ling Feng's fate in disguise. In his own memories, Ling Feng had always been very sentimental and righteous, and since he had killed his senior brother, Chen Chongsheng felt that he should make amends. Senior brother Ling Feng, I have no problem with you and I observing the Green Cloud secret treasure together, Chen Chongsheng said seriously. Ling Feng arched his hand towards Chen Chongsheng and saluted, the same feeling of amazement in his eyes. This Chen Chongsheng, whose appearance was unimpressive in his previous life, did have some impression on himself, but his qualifications in his previous life were even worse than his own. So why was he able to make it to such a point now? Variables? Chen Chongsheng and Ling Feng traveled together to Qingyun Peak, where the sect leader was already waiting for them. This Ling Feng feels changed, giving me an uncomfortable illusion, Bai Feiyu said with a frown as he landed in front of Ouyang. Ouyang, on the other hand, looked at the backs of the two departing men and said leisurely, people always change, who knows? Leng Qingsong stopped the hammer in his hand to look at Ouyang and asked, kill him? Hurry up and fix your roof, ha! Ouyang rolled his eyes. The oldest two were not moving in fighting. This nature needs to be changed. The overall ecology of the small mountain peak was still very calm, and having an additional holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land was not as big a deal as killing a chicken in the kitchen. At night, Ouyang, who was about to go to sleep, suddenly his waist plate lit up. Ouyang glanced at it and casually threw the waist plate out of the house, getting ready for bed. Who knew that the waist plate would light up like crazy, like a dazzling spotlight inside a bar? What's wrong with you? If you don't look for me during the day, you have to look for me at night? Ouyang sat up furious. Although his mouth grumbled, he got dressed and walked out. Just as he walked out of the door, he saw the immortal Dongshu Zi standing in the courtyard, holding a duster with a smile on his face. Old man, what are you looking for me for when you're not sleeping at night? Ouyang asked in a good-natured manner. Such a nice moonlight. Suddenly the mood has come. I came to find my own family to have a few drinks. Dong Su Zi waved his duster. A wooden table and two futons appeared in front of Ouyang. Ouyang looked at the old man in front of him with a smile on his face as he sat his butt on the futon and said, didn't your own family member just have his dog's head chopped off with a sword by my senior brother? The words referred to Zhu Yuan, who had been killed by Qin Chongsheng's sword. Dongshu Zi coughed, sat down across from Ouyang, and said in a low voice, you guys saw that Zhu Yuan was a member of the demon clan early on? Ouyang shook his head and said, no, only Laosan noticed it, probably because Laosan had encountered something with him before going up the mountain, although he saw it himself, but with the help of the system, Bai Feiyu as an ancient sword immortal did not see the origin of the ancestral abyss, and it is not good to say that he saw anything. Dongshu Zi stroked his beard and contemplated for a moment, then slowly said, but it's just a demon, it's not a big deal. Back in the day, Master Dao, I killed all the demons that could build a city wall, and because of this, Ling Kid finally got out of the obsession, which is also considered to be an unexpected good thing. Speaking of Ling Feng's change, the old man instead had a feeling of great comfort, and he didn't know if it was Ouyang's illusion that for Ling Feng, the Dongshu Zi in front of him always had a few more thoughts. Ouyang opened his mouth with some uncertainty and asked, old man, this old Ling couldn't be your real son, right? Dong Zuzi vainly coughed and waved the floating dust in his hand, and an auspicious cloud rose under the table and futon in front of the two men and slowly flew up. Seeing Dong Suzi in this state, Ouyang instantly understood a big news. Crap, this old man is thousands of years old, and Ling Feng is only 25 or 26. That is, even if the old guy was a bit more of an animal, there was a beautiful woman in her 40s or 50s out there? Kid, what do you think of these senior siblings of yours? Dongshu Zi hurriedly interrupted Ouyang's increasingly gossipy eyes and forced the topic to break over and asked, opinion, these senior brothers and sisters of mine, each one of them is a dragon and phoenix among men. All of them have the stature of great emperors, Ouyang said nonchalantly. The panel given by the system, these rebellious sons of his own family, one more than one horrible. Ouyang said such words, did not feel the slightest thing wrong. The opposite side of the room, Dongshu Zi, similarly nodded and said, although your words sound very beaten up, I have to say that you are telling the truth. Then why are you asking about this? Ouyang rolled his eyes, picked up the wine pot on the table and poured himself a glass of wine lazily and opened his mouth to ask. Dong Su-zi is not annoyed. Smilingly also poured himself a cup and said, do you want to hear how I see it? Ouyang put down his glass of wine to do listening. After all, live thousands of years of the old fox, whether it is insight or ability are far from their own. Dong Shuzi stretched out his finger and drew a horizontal line on the table. Looking at Ouyang, with a strange glint in his eyes, he said, that white boy and Chen boy, or even you, the three of you are the ones in a class of your own. You're all people who were born to know. Alarm bells rang in Ouyang's head, but his face remained calm as he said, born to know? What does that mean? Dong Shuzi laughed loudly. Pointing at Ouyang scolded, you kid, give me what to pretend. People from birth to old age and death, each year will have each year of insight. All the knowledge and experience is under the accumulation of days and months, their own accumulated. Which has you from childhood will be as fine as an adult like cunning? Born and bred to know everything from birth. Seeing that Ouyang didn't answer, Dong Zuzi continued, I've discussed the Tao with Kid Bai, and at a young age. It's amazing that such a great Tao as the way of the sword can't satisfy him anymore. Chen Kid's head of the 100 sex secret techniques is even more unknown from where it came from. That's why I can conclude that the three of you are born knowing. Ouyang lowered his head and sipped his wine. Xiaobai is the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal and Lao San is a reborn person, plus himself as a traveler. Indeed, all three of themselves had come into the world with memories. And in terms of hard conditions, there was nothing wrong with what the old man had said. But, what on earth did the old man mean? What was the point of mentioning these things all of a sudden? Ouyang's mind moved, suddenly thinking of his little old brother Lung Qingsong, Hu Tu, and the newly accepted Xiao Feng. He raised his head to look at Dong Shuzi. Dong Shuzi nodded and spoke. Those born to know like you have actually understood the direction of your Tao long ago, but you'll be hindering those who are still searching for their Tao in this way. As a senior brother, I will be responsible for helping them find it. Ouyang replied indifferently. Dong Shuzi shook his head and said, each person has their own destiny. Each person has their own path to walk. There are some things you can't help them with. For them, the peaks are too small. The Green Cloud sect is too small. It's the outside world that belongs to them. Chapter 53, Tonight an immortal chopped the moon and plucked the stars. Ouyang looked at the old man in front of him and said with some dissatisfaction, you came to me in the middle of the night. You wouldn't just want to come and pry me out, right? Hasn't old 3 already been driven by you to become some kind of holy son? Dong Shuzi shook his head and said, this is not the purpose of me coming here. This time the matter has been the one that has completely answered the questions in my heart. Ouyang signaled Dong Zuzi to continue on. Dong Shuzi looked at Ouyang and said, in my younger days, and it's not that Master Tao I'm blowing, I'm holding down an era of bullshit geniuses to fight, but even in my younger days, I still experienced a catastrophe in the cultivation world. In addition to the 9 great sacred grounds, almost all cultivation sects were destroyed, and countless living beings died. Do you mean that our era is still about to experience a catastrophe? Ouyang thought of Hidden Foxword's words and looked at Dong Shuzi and asked. Caveman didn't answer, just looked up at the moon, getting closer to it as the two rose higher and higher. The huge moon emitted a soft yellowish light. Dong Shuzi's entire body was trapped in the soft light. Dong Shuzi turned his back to the moonlight, looking at Ouyang as if he was an immortal and said, that's your business. I'm already old, but what I can do is probably to block something for you guys before you grow up, just like your master ancestor did back then. Caveman's voice was serene and soft, yet firm like an old lion protecting its cubs under its wings. Listening to you moving yourself here in the middle of the night, I might as well go home and sleep. Ouyang looked at Dong Zuzi, who looked like he was ready to die at any time, and skimmed his lips and whispered, ha ha ha, people like to be more sentimental when they get older. Boy, time waits for no one. You guys have to plan earlier. Dong Shuzi put down the cup, picked up the wine cup and poured it into his mouth. Fruity wine dripped down his beard, wetting his Taoist robe. Dong Shuzi appeared dashing and uninhibited, completely devoid of the precious and solemn appearance of the Holy Land's headmaster in the past. With the addition of fine wine, Dong Shuzi told Ouyang about the Battle of the Devil's Way 1,000 years ago. In the middle of Dong Shuzi's plain words, a magnificent epic immortal battle unfolded in front of Ouyang. Everything weeps blood and white bones for tens of thousands of miles. Great cultivators fell like rain in order to protect the seeds of their own clans behind them to be able to survive in this chaotic world. Dong Shuzi's words were plain, and in a few sentences he spoke of the great battle of 1,000 years ago as plain as a bell, but it made Ouyang listen to the ups and downs. Tao can be Tao. Very Tao. Dong Shuzi muttered, suddenly a little angry, but in the next moment turned relieved. Dong Shuzi turned his head toward Ouyang and said with a smile, didn't you always say that my sermons were not interesting at all? Today I'm here to give you a different lesson. Ouyang looked at the Qingyan sect leader in front of him, who was rated by the system as a decathlon. At this moment it seemed that heaven and earth were flowing in his eyes. Dong Shuzi shook his head and said, Tao can be Tao. Very Tao. It was still the same old staged beginning, but Dong Wheezy turned his head and gazed at the moon and drank. Rode the fucking road. Fuck the road. The sound was like a great bell, shaking heaven and earth. Dong Shuzi raised the floating dust in his hand. The floating dust was instantly straight as a long sword. With a light leap, Dong Shuzi flew towards the sky. The floating dust in his hand swung fiercely towards the front, like splashing ink and waving a brush. Sword chi lit up at the tip of the floating dust. The endless sword chi lit up a huge white long line as if it was cutting through the heavens and earth. This Qing Yin sect leader, who was rated by the system as a decathlon and an immortal, had a seemingly normal strike that almost overturned the heavens and the earth, rolling sword chi churning in the depths of the sky. And the target of the sword chi was none other than the huge moon in front of him. In the sky above the green cloud sec's small mountain peak, a sword chi that ran through the east and west suddenly lit up like a silver thread cutting towards the moon. The huge moon was under this sword chi. Vaguely, just as if it had been split into two halves, the huge full moon was vaguely divided into upper and lower halves. What greatness is this? But in the next moment, the moon returned to its normal state, as if nothing had happened. But just as the moon had just been split into two halves, from the middle of the two halves lifted a Tao rhythm like a wave of smoke. Something hidden by the heavens and the earth sprang up from the center. Under the vast sword chi, the Tao rhythms flowed, and the sword rhythms spread throughout the entire Qing Yin sect. All the Qing Yin sect sword cultivators, at this moment, simultaneously felt something in their hearts and looked up to the sky. At this moment the sky seemed like the door to the sword path was opening. Countless sword path epiphanies fell from the sky, and previously unknown and unanswerable sword arts and swordsmanships were clarified in the mind. The Qing Yin sect sword cultivators saluted towards the sky. This was someone preaching their own way, using their body as a pen to speak about the world's sword way. Everyone seized the time to enter cultivation. Cultivating at this time tonight was going to be more than several times faster than the usual rate of cultivation. As for sword cultivators, they would not even be able to encounter such a chance in their lifetime. Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong opened their eyes at the same time. The white-clothed Bai Feiyu flew up to the branch, standing with his hands in the air, looking at the countless sword rhythms as vast as smoke in front of him. Even as an ancient sword immortal he couldn't help but smack his lips a little. Nowadays, the world had actually cultivated the way of the sword to such an extent that it wasn't even the slightest bit inferior to himself in his previous life, and to actually use one's own sword intent to lift the true intent of the sword Tao that had been concealed by the heavens and earth. The cultivators of this era are even crazier than the immortals who feared heaven and earth in the ancient times. Lang Qingsong, who was dressed in black, stood holding his sword, looking at the countless sword rhythms above the sky. And although he understood that his current self was like a mole compared to the vastness of the sword intent in front of him, his eyes were filled with battle intent. One day he himself will be able to do the same. Nope, it's stronger than that. Both of them similarly bowed slightly towards the sky. Tonight there is a great sword cultivator using himself as a pen, hooking up the gates of heaven and earth's sword Tao, preaching the sword Tao for them, when they performed the rite of a teacher. Even if the two of them were to hone their sword intent with such vast sword rhythms they would both receive great benefits. So it was time for them to salute. Dong Shuzi was also a bit tired and jumped on top of the futon, tilted his head back and took another sip of wine, raised his hand, and pointed towards the distant part of the sky. The finger was pointing in the direction of a bright and dim star. The stars fell from the sky and landed in the hands of Dong Shuzi. Dong Shuzi waved the star in his hand towards Ouyang and threw it at him like a stone. Ouyang carefully caught the star, just into his hand before he could see clearly what it was. The star disappeared into his hand, as if he was drunk. Dong Shuzi lay on top of the futon murmuring dreamily. Ouyang similarly sat upright and bent his head toward Dong Shuzi. The Dong Shuzi at this moment was not the usual bad old man who made himself feel upset, because tonight, there are immortals, chopping the moon, picking the stars. Chapter 54, The first snow goes to earth. The night passed like a dream, and Ouyang, who returned to his room, fell straight to sleep and slept straight through to the next morning. Ouyang, who was still sleeping, was then woken up by Hututu's alarming voice. It's snowing, it's snowing. Hututu's cheerful voice resounded throughout the small courtyard. Ouyang walked out of the house with his Taoist robe on, and what met his eyes was a blanket of white. The snow fell in the latter half of the night. In a moment the whole small mountain peak changed to season. Snow covered people all of a sudden into the winter. The leaves on the branches are clearly still green. Hututu does not care why it will snow. In the Qingqiu mountain will not snow at all. He also saw the snow once when he was 3 years old, or the kind of sleet rain snow. Seeing so much snow for the first time, Hututu felt that she was in a world only found in a dream. Put on more clothes before you play, and don't lick the iron pillar in front of the kitchen. Ouyang shouted towards Hututu who was spreading out with hidden fox. Just as Ouyang was about to go back to his room to add a piece of clothing, he turned around and almost didn't bump into Lang Qingsong, who was holding his sword. Lang Qingsong looked at Ouyang with baffled eyes and said to him, "Brother, Yang looked at the Lang Qingsong in front of him and completely lost the indifference of the old overbearing president. Instead, there was more than a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He instantly reacted and said with a smile on his face, "Yes, Xu Xue, the day has come." When Lang Qingsong heard Yang's reply, the baffled expression on his face was relieved. A little smile flickered on Lang Qingsong's face. Then he hugged his sword and walked quickly towards his room. This kid laughed? Yang was a little skeptical that he had just seen it wrong, turning his head and just wanting his little old brother to give himself another smile. A wooden knife grazed the tip of his nose and stuck on the door of the room. "I didn't." Lang Qingsong only left behind these words and leapt back to his room as if he was running away. Yang touched the tip of his nose, his heart pounding. Grass. This kid was found out and did not admit that he wanted to kill himself to silence awe. Wasn't it just a smile? As for that, however, this time of the year is indeed the time that Lang Qingsong looks forward to the most, because every time there is a first snowfall, it is the day when Yang and Lang Qingsong go down the mountain to return to the small town where they used to stay. Is this a pact between himself and Lang Qingsong? Or is it a pact between Lang Qingsong and a girl? "You miss your daughter-in-law? Cold and long face all day long. I didn't realize that it's still a lecture?" Yang laughed out loud and went back to his room to pack his things. "Ah, woo woo." Hootsuite's cries rang through the yard. Yang, who had just stepped into the room, turned around and ran out. And just as he ran out of the doorway, he realized that Bai Feiyu and Xiaofeng were circling around Hututu, and Hututu stretched his head with tears in his eyes. His tongue stuck to the iron pole. How could he not pull it off? The pain Hututu could only drool and cry. "Damn kid! I just told you not to lick the iron pillar. Why did you still go and lick it?" Yang angrily walked towards Hututu. People just want to try, why can't they lick?" Oh, Hututu cried with a big tongue. Xiaofeng looked at Hututu whose tongue was sticking to the iron pillar. He also got anxious and opened his mouth. "Junior sister, bear with me. I will shatter this iron block with one punch. And you're not afraid of shattering her tongue too? It's better for me to do it." Bai Feiyu gave Xiaofeng a blank look, so he drew out his own long sword and was ready to give Hututu a quick and easy death. "Leave your tongue under the sword." I'll do it. Yang walked over, reached out and grabbed the iron pillar. The true essence in his body slightly drummed. The originally cold iron pillar slowly turned hot, and in no time Hututu's tongue was taken off the iron pillar. Hututu was bitterly pointed by Yang. Hututu only felt his mouth numb, and his own senior brother's finger in front of his head wiggle around. The eldest brother's mouth one by one like a toad inside the pond. Speaking of toads, it's been a long time since I've had a fried frog from third brother. The saliva at the corner of Hututu's mouth involuntarily flowed out again. Yang looked at the eyes of Hututu, who was being lectured by himself and was drooling in a listless manner, and instantly knew that this niece was thinking of eating above again. Somewhat unrelieved, he picked up Hututu and slapped him twice towards his buttocks. Not too gently and not too heavily. Hututu wasn't annoyed. He just touched his buttocks. "Ha ha," he giggled. The sight of the hidden fox words "look at this later future" may be in charge of the successor of the Qingqiu mountain. Qingqiu mountain later destruction is really just around the corner. At that moment, Lang Qingsong had already packed up his things and walked out of his room, looking at Yang and saying, "Let's go." "You wait. I'll go pack up my things first. This girl is too rowdy just now." Yang glared at Hututu, then returned to his room and started packing. "Senior brother, what are you guys going to do?" Hututu followed Yang back to his room like a follower. Looking at Yang packing up his things, he asked with some confusion, "Your second senior brother and I are going to take a trip down the mountain. Whenever there is a snow day, we will go out for a trip." Yang opened his mouth to reply as he packed his things. "Can I bring Tutu with me?" Hututu asked as she looked at Yang expectantly. "No, the place we're going to is too far to bring you." Yang refused without thinking. No, Tutu is going. I want to go." Hututu began to roll around the house, rolling on the floor and on the bed. "Be obedient, Tutu. Senior brother will bring you delicious food when he comes back." Yang sighed and lured at Hututu. Hearing delicious food, Hututu subconsciously wanted to agree, then thought, if he followed his senior brother down the mountain, wouldn't he be the first to eat the delicious food? A full meal and a full meal. 5-year-old Hootsuite already knows the difference. Hututu immediately said pitifully, "Senior brother. Third senior brother hasn't come back yet. You and second senior brother left. The whole small mountain peak is left with me and white senior brother and Xiao senior brother. The two of them cook so hard to eat. Wait for you to come back. Tutu me also starved to death. The Jidan stage has long since been abolished, and I don't know why you eat so punctually all day long." Yang rolled his eyes and still wasn't prepared to take Hututu with him. After all, the place he and Lang Qingsong went to this time wasn't a place where cultivators should go. Hututu saw that Yang here was determined, and immediately turned around and ran out in tears. When Ouyang packed up his things and walked out, he saw Hu Tutu holding Leng Qingsong's hand, carrying his own small package, and looking at Ouyang with a godly face. Humph. Then he turned his head and rubbed his small face against Leng Qingsong's hand and said sweetly, "Second senior brother is the best. I don't want a certain big senior brother." Humph. Ouyang looked towards Leng Qingsong, who had a somewhat awkward expression on his face, but still nodded towards Ouyang and said, "It's fine. Forget it, let's go." Ouyang looked at his own senior brother's expression of having everything under control, and said helplessly. Hu Tutu cheered, broke away from the Tulman's second senior brother's hand, jumped into Ouyang's arms, looked at Ouyang with a smile and asked, "Where are we going, eldest brother?" Ouyang said with some nostalgia as he looked into the distance, "Let's go to Earth." Chapter 55, Not a good place to be on Earth. Earth? Hu Tutu's eyes widened as if there were stars twinkling in them. How big this world was. Those immortals who flew on their swords could not even get a glimpse of this world in their entire lives. And yet, in such a vast world, there are human beings everywhere. Billions of people live in all corners of this world, building one strong empire after another. Those ordinary people had short lives compared to cultivators, yet they created a civilization that was incomparable to even cultivators. In this world, there were very few people who could cultivate, and many were ordinary people who had never even seen a cultivator in their entire lives. And the place where these countless ordinary people live is called Earth by the practitioners. Hootsuite had only heard of Earth from his grandfather. The human world was a very dangerous, yet fascinating place, both for the cultivators and the demon race. The closer one gets to Earth, the thinner the yuan qi of heaven and earth becomes, and the more difficult it is to cultivate. And as cultivators approach the Earth, their cultivation will be constantly suppressed by the human qi. Not to mention the countless karma on Earth. As long as one is not careful to stay in the karma, the light is difficult to progress in cultivation. The heavy is to go into the fire. The body dead. The fireworks of the human world are the most depraved of all. Ouyang, who was riding on a paper crane, was holding Hu Tutu, and Leng Qingsong followed beside him with his imperial sword. The three changed out of their Taoist robes and dressed up as teenage chivalry. On Earth, Taoist robes are not something to be worn lightly, and wearing them badly can lead to unnecessary trouble. So the three of them traveled to Earth in the guise of young warriors walking the streets. Starting from the small mountain peak, he flew all the way east, flying out of the boundaries of the Green Cloud sect. The Earth that Ouyang and Leng Qingsong were going to was very far away from the Qingyan sect. Even if they flew, it would take 7 or 8 days. That was the place where Ouyang was after he crossed over, and it was also the place where Ouyang and Leng Qingsong met. Himself and Leng Qingsong lived there for 2 years, and then when they were brought back to Qingyun's sect by their master Hu Yun, they agreed that every year, when the first snowfall occurred, it would be the day they came back together to have a look. When the two were young, it was Hu Yun who brought them both back, and it wasn't until the start of the previous year that the two began traveling on their own. A place full of memories. Ouyang also regarded it as his hometown when he came to this world. Ouyang looked to the side of Leng Qingsong who was coldly flying with his sword. There was also the hometown of his own penis, and there was even a girl waiting for him there. Thinking of this, Ouyang's brows grew more than a hint of worry. That girl was a pretty good girl. The two of them were still young at that time. Ouyang was taking Leng Qingsong to steal chickens and dogs inside the city due to his young age, while that girl often sneaked over food to the two of them. This cold-faced old man of his own family, apart from being closer to himself, the rest was that girl. But that girl was just an ordinary person without the slightest ability to cultivate. Nowadays, the two of them were already fundamentally different from mortals, compared to the endless years that Leng Qingsong would have in the future. The lifespan of an ordinary person, which was no more than 100 years, was really too short. If his own penis really had a deep love for that girl, in the distant future, when that girl died at the end of her life, I don't know if his own penis would be able to withstand it. Elder brother? Leng Qingsong's voice interrupted Ouyang's thoughts. Leng Qingsong looked at Ouyang with a strange face, not knowing why Ouyang was looking at himself like this. Ouyang smiled at Leng Qingsong and said, "Elder, have you thought about what you should say when you see Xin'er?" Leng Qingsong was slightly stunned, a little more rushed than usual, scratching his head and saying tentatively, "Hello? Hello Hammer, you're stupid for learning the sword, aren't you?" Ouyang rolled his eyes and said, "Xin'er is that girl, 3 years older than Ouyang and 5 years older than Leng Qingsong, counting the age, is also already 20 years old to be married to the girl. I do not know whether to wait for the self-family oldest too." Ouyang couldn't talk too much about Xin'er's senses. The first time he himself saw those scrutinizing eyes, he knew that girl was full of small thoughts. The three of them flew among the clouds, and when they were tired, they landed in the forest to rest, and the nature of their swimming and playing slowly approached the place known as their homeland, and as they got closer and closer, and there were more and more cities and villages established by the human race below. Ouyang's trio arrived at the border of the earth. Ouyang didn't feel any discomfort, but Hututu and Lang Qingsong felt very obviously uncomfortable. The further he went, the more restless the true essence in his body became, even involuntarily losing it to the outside of his body, and his originally pure Taoist heart even began to float. Eldest senior brother. Tutu feels a little uncomfortable. Earth is not fun at all. Hututu turned his head to look at Ouyang and said with a skittish look. Ouyang reached out and grabbed Hututu's small hand. A true essence was channeled over to help Hututu calm down the true essence in her body, and spoke. The earth is not a good place to be in the first place. This is the red dust for cultivators to hone their Tao heart, and the closer you get to the big cities established by the human race, the more your cultivation will be suppressed. His own chief master had once said that wherever the human race gathered there would be the human race's chi blessing, and as the protagonist of heaven and earth, the human race, the chi naturally protects all the ordinary human races who can't cultivate. So the earth for practitioners, demon cultivators are not a good place to go. Even evil demons and foreigners, in addition to the necessity of slaughtering a city in the case, do not want to easily go to live in the human race. It could be that Ouyang's realm was simply too low, so he couldn't feel the so-called suppression. Among the ordinary human race, the chi practicing stage was already the apex among the human race. The chi practicing stage is also known as the innate stage in the human race, and martial artists and cultivators can only reach the 9th level of chi practicing after spending their entire lives. He himself was at the bottom of the realm in the Green Cloud sect, but amongst the ordinary human clans, it was enough to go and become a big brother on one side. The speed of Ouyang's trio was also getting slower and slower. The true essence in Lang Qingsong's body wasn't even enough to fly with a sword. The true essence of the Jedan stage had been suppressed to the foundation establishment stage, and although Hututu was using a magic paper crane, he still felt that he couldn't make ends meet. The quality of the heaven and earth yuan chi here was simply a difference in quality compared to the Green Cloud sect, and the heaven and earth yuan chi absorbed was simply more than not consumed on its own. Seeing that the two were starting to become strained, Ouyang greeted the two and dropped them towards an uninhabited place. The three of them landed beside an official road. Ouyang pulled out a recording stone and turned around left and right. Looking at the recording stone, he said, "Along this official road, it will take 2 days on foot to reach Maple Leaf City. Brother, how about we walk during the day and fly at night?" Lang Qingsong asked somewhat reluctantly. It would take 2 more days, and Lang Qingsong felt that it was a bit too slow. Ouyang shook his head and said, "Try it and see how long it takes to recover your true essence." Lang Qingsong sat cross-legged and began to meditate. In a short while he opened his eyes and sighed. The heaven and earth vital energy here was really too thin, so it could only obediently listen to Ouyang's arrangements. So it appeared above the official road. 2 teenage swordsmen wearing fresh clothes and carrying swords, with an extremely cute-looking little girl. The speed of the 3 of them was as if they were ghostly as they traveled forward on the official road. Chapter 56. In what direction is the Imperial City? Although the 3 of them had given up flying with their swords, they had another way to do it. Flying consumed a lot of true essence, but if it was merely added to their feet, the usage was negligible. Similar to the lightness of the mortal world, the 3 of them jumped back and forth on top of the large trees on both sides of the official road, and in the blink of an eye they could jump more than 10 meters away. Ouyang carrying Hututu. Aside the Lang Qingsong, obviously some not adapt to this with feet to catch up, usually are directly with the fly. Suddenly with feet to walk still some will not be, but a little bit of adaptation will also be able to follow behind Ouyang. The 2 of them jumped forward between the trees, when suddenly there was a shouting noise from ahead. Ouyang frowned, not really wanting to meddle in such matters. As I said before, as a cultivator, one should not easily get involved in the cause and effect between mortals, or else it will not be beneficial to the cultivation in the slightest. Before Ouyang could say anything, Lang Qingsong behind him had already rushed over. In the end, he is still young, and when he encounters injustice, he will strike out with his sword, without any consequences at all. Before he could open his mouth to call out to Lang Qingsong had already drawn his sword and rushed towards the bottom, and Ouyang propped up Hututu's buttocks to follow him. Ouyang stepped on top of a branch and looked downwards. The 2 sides below had been in a melee for a long time, and there were people everywhere who had fallen to the ground not knowing whether they were alive or dead. However, it was obvious that on one side, there were masked mountain bandits dressed in rough linen, while on the other side, there were guards dressed in uniform practice clothes. Although the guards were well equipped and had good kung fu in their hands, they were at a disadvantage in numbers, with only 24 people, and had to be distracted to protect a few carriages behind themselves. On the contrary, a group of bandits, a group of rabble, the hands of weapons and even a hoe and sickle, but the number of people in a large number, a great piece of the front and back, shouting and killing the sky. So the guards were soon surrounded by the mountain bandits, and the circle was shrinking and the casualties were increasing. It was only when Lang Qingsong fell from the tree with his sword that the battle was finally turned around, although his cultivation was suppressed. In Lang Qingsong, where the qualification of sword Dao was as high as 11 points, the level of cultivation had nothing to do with killing with a sword. A silver swimming dragon traveled through the mountain thieves, and wherever it went, people and horses tumbled, and before the mountain thieves could react to what was going on, they fell headfirst to the ground and could no longer get up. Each of the dead mountain bandits had a 1-inch sword wound in their necks. Minute by minute, there's an innate grandmaster. All get out of the way. A loud shout came from the mountain thieves. The mountain thieves retreated, and Lang Qingsong, who was dressed in black with a face as cold as water, stood in place, and from the mountain bandits, out of a 2-meter tall man holding a double axe, looked at Lang Qingsong, laughed and said, "Brat, not to see how much he weighs, want to save the beauty of the hero? Your grandfather." Before the words were finished, the big man holding the double axe fell on his back and lost his voice. How could he not expect the opposite side of this kid's sword to be so fast? He hadn't even declared his name yet, and he died so hastily? Talkative. Lang Qingsong flicked his sword and said with a frown as he looked at the big man who had fallen to the ground. As the big man fell to the ground, there was chaos among the mountain bandits. The big boss has been killed. Crap, the big boss is gone just like that? You don't speak of martial virtues. Big boss hasn't even finished speaking and you're making a sneak attack. Lang Qingsong looked around and said indifferently, "Roll, or die." The mountain thieves looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear for this teenager who had suddenly appeared. Even the strongest swordsman in Maple Leaf City was no match for Big Boss's skill. In front of him, the suddenly appeared teenager simply did not know what means to use. Not even a photo was seen. The big boss just like this led the box lunch. Then, being stinky fish and shrimp, they would not be killed as pigs? Hundreds of mountain thieves suddenly felt heavy breathing when facing the Lang Qingsong in front of them, as if they were facing an evil ghost that was demanding their lives. Hundreds of mountain bandits began to flee in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, only a field of corpses was left behind. Lang Qingsong forced back hundreds of mountain bandits with one person and one sword, and just when he wanted to turn around and leave, the guards around the carriage came up. A middle-aged man wearing an armored stomach cautiously stepped forward and arched his hand. "Many thanks for saving the life of the young warrior. I wonder if the young warrior can leave his name. My Xia family will be rewarded generously." Lang Qingsong just glanced at the middle-aged man and said in a faint voice, "Get out of the way." Saving people was just a whim of Lang Qingsong. For the thick reward that the middle-aged man said, Lang Qingsong was not interested at all. The things of the mortal world were of no use to him. The middle-aged man awkwardly lowered his hand and missed his body to make way for Lang Qingsong. Lang Qingsong was just about to jump up the tree when a teenager's voice once again came from behind him. "Is it little brother Lang?" Lang Qingsong stopped and looked over. A teenage guard standing beside the carriage with a sword was looking at himself uncertainly. When he saw clearly that it was Lang Qingsong, the teenage guard's face became pleasantly surprised and he ran all the way over, standing in front of Lang Qingsong and saying excitedly, "It's really little brother Lang. It's me, Wang Ming." Lang Qingsong looked at the agitated teenager in front of him, and the memories of the teenager suddenly came to his mind, and the expression on his face softened. "Brother Xiao Lang, where is Boss Ouyang? How come you're the only one who came back?" Wang Ming excitedly opened his mouth and asked. Suddenly a twig smashed on Wang Ming's head, and Wang Ming covered his head and looked towards the top. Ouyang hugged Tu and looked at Wang Ming with a smile. "Wang Xiaoming, you're able to come out and beg for a living even after not seeing him for a year." The Wang Ming in front of him was one of the group of little followers that he had taken in when he was in Maple Leaf City. "Boss Ouyang!" Wang Ming shouted excitedly when he saw Ouyang, and then cried out with a wow. Seeing Wang Ming crying on his back, Ouyang, who was standing on the tree, also put away his smile and jumped down from the tree. Looking at Ouyang who was crying, his face became a little ugly and said, "What's going on? Boss, why did you just come back?" Wang Ming fell to his knees and cried bitterly. It was only when he heard this that Ouyang finally realized what had happened. Lifting his hand to grab Wang Ming's collar and lifting him up, his voice becoming impatient. "Stop crying and speak." Only then did Wang Ming sob. Everyone was captured by the officials. Only I escaped. Sister Xianer and the others were captured and taken to the Imperial City. A stern sword intent violently stormed up from Lang Qingsong's body with killing intent. The guards, who had originally relaxed, suddenly nervously regripped their weapons and looked at Lang Qingsong. Ouyang, who had always been licentious and uninhibited, and whose face at this time had become as gloomy as water, looked at the middle-aged man on the side and asked with a crooked head, "In what direction is the Imperial City?" "Young warrior, what happened in Maple Leaf City is not what you think." The middle-aged man hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Bang! The middle-aged man directly flew backwards and crashed into a large tree and fainted. Yang looked across to the guards who were re-gripping their weapons and said indifferently, "Now someone else answer me." Chapter 57, Self's penis is a royal prince? Yang's mouth chanted about not getting involved in karma, not realizing that he had just arrived on Earth and was just as deeply involved himself. But while there is no need to mess with something like karma, there is no need to fear it either. At least Yang, who was only at the 9th level of chi cultivation, was not afraid. Affecting the realm's advancement? Laughing to death. Cannot affect at all. Yang, who stood there with a flat tone but made all the guards nervous. They felt a greater pressure from Yang than the hundreds of mountain bandits. It was as if the teenager in front of him could kill them cleanly with the lift of his hand. When Yang took a step forward, the guards were scared and backed up in unison, and some of them couldn't even hold their weapons steady. Immortals come to Earth and feel free to bully us mortals? An elderly man's voice came from the carriage. An old man in yellow-gray robes walked out with the support of a young man, his gaze sharp towards Yang. The old man had actually seen that he was a cultivator, but he still had the nerve to stand there and lecture. Yang sneered and raised his hand, ready to teach this outspoken old man some lessons. Wang Ming, however, rushed over and blocked in front of the old man, saying, "Boss Yang, Lord Xie is preparing to go to the capital just to help us. I'm Xie Chongyang, Maple Leaf City Lord," the old man said as he arched his hand towards Yang. The young man assisting the old man was dressed in a scholar's uniform, his eyes curiously looking towards the two Yangs. Just from the storyteller as well as the book had heard of the so-called immortals. For the first time, naturally curious about some of them, Yang didn't introduce himself. He just looked at the old man and said indifferently and faintly with an indifferent face, "Maple Leaf City Lord? How did my master agree with you?" The old man laughed bitterly and said in an astringent voice, "The immortal guaranteed my Maple Leaf City a good wind and rain, and in exchange, Maple City guaranteed their safety. So, Maple Leaf City's wind and rain in the past 10 years or so, you think it's because you have enough virtue?" Yang took a step forward, and the cultivator's pressure lunged towards the old man. The originally old and decrepit body trembled slightly before such a raging heaven and earth yuan qi, and almost didn't sit on its butt on the ground. The youth beside the old man looked at Yang coldly and said aloud, "The sun does not speak, and the strange force confuses the gods." A milky white Haoranjiang qi instantly blocked in front of himself and Yang, blocking the raging heaven and earth yuan qi for the old man. Yang glanced at the youth next to the old man, looked about 20 years old. Even reading to read out, even some great scholars do not have the vastness of the righteousness. Yang's system for mortals did not see what a tribute panel the teenager in front of him had, even if he read out some of the Haoran qi for the cultivator, but it was just the best among mortals. Backhandedly can be decapitated between the relatively large point of the mole crickets. Xie Chongyang patted the youth who was assisting him and stabilized himself, arching his hand at Yang. He said, "This matter is my Maple Leaf City's fault. So the old man has decided to go to the imperial city to seek a statement from my emperor." Hearing Xie Chongyang say this, Yang's attitude also slowed down slightly, frowning at Xie Chongyang and said, "What the hell is going on?" Xie Chongyang looked at Lang Qingsong beside Yang, lifted his hand and pointed towards the carriage and said, "There is something, please ask the immortal to enter the carriage for a moment." As if there was some big hidden agenda, Yang glanced at Lang Qingsong beside him. Lang Qingsong, who was standing there with both hands holding his sword, could no longer stop his heart from killing, and his body's sword intent wanted to come out through his body at any time. Yang patted Lang Qingsong, signaling the second one to calm down a little, and then waved his hand towards the tree. Hu Tutu jumped down from the tree and hid behind Yang, cautiously peeking out his head to look at the person in front of him. Are these the people Grandpa said were on Earth? It felt so weak, but there was an aura that made him hate himself, especially the youth in the scholar's uniform. There was an aura coming from him that made him feel very uncomfortable. For the demons, the unique and righteousness of the human race has a natural suppression. A few people got on the carriage. Xie Chongyang in the carriage hesitated for a moment, looked at Lang Qingsong, arched his hand towards Yang and said, "I don't know how old the two immortals are?" Yang frowned, not knowing what kind of medicine the old man in front of him was buying inside his gourd, but he still opened his mouth and said, "I'm 17. He's 15. I'm 5. Hu Tutu stretched out a palm and spoke triumphantly. After Xie Chongyang heard Yang's words, he turned to look at Lang Qingsong and said, "This immortal, I wonder if you have a piece of white semi-jade." Lang Qingsong froze for a moment when he heard Xie Chongyang's words. His face instantly became ugly as Lang Qingsong whispered, "They found their way to Maple Leaf City?" Hearing Lang Qingsong's answer to the question, Xie Chongyang let out a long breath of relief and his eyes became respectful as he looked at Lang Qingsong. Although he was courteous when facing an immortal like Yang just now, he was not as respectful as he was at this moment as when he saw Lang Qingsong. Xie Chongyang nodded and bowed slightly and said, "Although you have been displaced to Maple Leaf City since you were a child, The Imperial City side has never given up on searching for you. Looking for me? Want to cut off the roots? Lang Qingsong opened his mouth with a cold smile and asked. Xia Chongyang, however, pulled out a piece of white half-jade and said, my emperor is already too old, and with no children at his knees, he only wants to see you now. Ha ha ha, no son at the knee? When he killed so many of his own sons, how come he didn't think about being childless at the knees now? Lang Qingsong laughed out loud, then looked at Xia Chongyan with a stern face and refused. Yang on the side listened to the dumbfounded. His own family's oldest 2 years old when he was 3 years old strayed into Maple Leaf City was picked up by himself, and thought that his own family's oldest 2 was an orphan just like himself. I didn't realize that the second one has a great identity? Sounds like he's a royal relative or something? Xia Chongyang face a whole open mouth said, the spring of the 27th year of the Great Tang, Su Wang conspired against the king, involving tens of thousands of people. Su Wang lineage was completely uprooted. 40 years of the Great Tang, the emperor re-investigated the old case. For Su Wang vindication, the emperor personally under the imperial edict of sin, tens of thousands of wrong souls to get a snowball and a snowball. Hearing Xia Chongyang speak slowly word by word, the expression on Lang Qingsong's face changed from sadness to some relief, and then he said with some frustration, what's the point of sinking into injustice when you're all dead? Xia Chongyang slightly bowed towards Lang Qingsong and said, my emperor now has no son at his knees. The grand tutelage is unrivaled. The imperial city is infested with fangshur. My emperor seeks the method of longevity. He has deserted the imperial government. The treacherous ministers are in charge, and the imperial court is in a state of pandemonium. Lang Qingsong's eyes mesmerized as he opened his mouth and said, he seeks me only to seek immortality? Of course not. Your Highness, you are the only bloodline of my emperor. If you can return to the imperial city, my emperor will certainly not pursue the path of immortality anymore, and the national turmoil can pour to a halt. Xia Chongyang looked towards Lang Qingsong and said in a deep voice. Lang Qingsong shook his head and said, I am no longer a mortal, and the affairs of the mortal world have nothing to do with me, and it was he who was to blame for initiating the rebellion back then. Xia Chongyang's eyes became sharp, and he shouted down towards Lang Qingsong, are the hundreds of millions of people not as good as your Highness' immortal path to eternal prosperity? You are the son of King Su, and even more so, the future holy emperor of my great Tang. Chapter 58, I want you to rebel. There was silence inside the carriage. It was as if Yang was recognizing for the first time his little old brother in front of him, who had been following his ass since he was a child. His own little old brother turned out to be the prince of a country, and still the kind of prince who died leaving him alone seed. If there is no accident, when the current old emperor hiccups, this little old brother of his is the proper heir to the throne. What's the point of practicing immortality? Wouldn't it be great to come back as an emperor? But the throne in this world was a lot less attractive than cultivation. Even if he became the most honorable emperor on earth, his lifespan would ultimately be only 100 years, which was much inferior to the free and unfettered cultivators. The little old brother in the carriage seemed to have fallen into silence. Many things had already blurred in his own mind. He was only 3 years old at that time. His parents had been killed in a rebellion, and he had met his elder brother after he had been displaced to Maple Leaf City. From being one man to living on the streets, if it wasn't for his older brother taking him to make a living in Maple Leaf City, I'm afraid he would have died at the beginning of that year when the snow started to fall. All those years had passed and suddenly his so-called grandfather, the murderer of his parents, had come to tell him that he wanted to enjoy his heavenly life. It was more of an icy palace wall and impatient tone for her parents, but they were her real parents after all. Even if Lang Qingsong was a fool, he knew that that old thing in the imperial city definitely had something up its sleeve. For the sake of the stability of the throne even his own son can be killed. How can this time come to let himself inherit the throne? Lang Qingsong looked towards the half-white jade in Xia Chongyang's hand, and pulled out from his own storage space the half-white jade he wore with him as a child, and said indifferently, this is the other half of the white jade, take it and tell him that I'm not ready to take his head. It's best that he goes to his death before I kill him, or else the lynching won't be even close to being too much when I go to find him. Yang, on the other hand, took the 2 pieces of white jade from Lang Qingsong and Xia Chongyang and gently closed them together, and the 2 pieces of white jade came together flawlessly. It looks like a valuable object. Lao Heir, your so-called lack of preparation, are you trying to evade this matter? Yang threw the white jade in his hand and opened his mouth to ask. Lang Qingsong looked at Yang, shook his head and said, does brother still remember what master said at that time? Yang recalled what Huyun had said to Lang Qingsong back then when he had accepted his 2 as disciples. At that time, Lang Qingsong asked Huyun if he could kill a person by practicing immortality. Huyun looked at Lang Qingsong's cold eyesight and said, the earth is not a good place for cultivators. The way of cultivation of immortals is about inaction and not taking up karma. The higher the position of power and authority in the earth, the more the karma is extremely great. If you mess with this kind of people, for the cultivator, the heavenly punishment will come at any time. Even if it's a strong man at the stage of the transition, you need to retreat from it. Ouyang spoke disdainfully. Old men will scare you with such words. Let me ask you, do you want to be the emperor? Lung Qingsong shook his head and spoke. I am not interested in that position in the slightest. I only want to pursue my own Tao. This is not finished. Ouyang looked toward Xie Chongyang inside the carriage, and the youth sitting beside Xie Chongyang said with a smile, Old man, see you, this look of temperament is still okay. I have a piece of big business. I do not know if you are willing to do? Xie Chongyang was a bit wary of the Ouyang in front of him. This son had caused a considerable storm in Maple Leaf City when he was 5 years old. Ouyang had already enlisted half of the orphans in Maple Leaf City by the time he was 5 years old, and all of them, from teenagers down to 6 or 7 years old, were obedient to the 5-year-old Ouyang. It wasn't possible for a mere 5-year-old child to achieve such a step, let alone Ouyang, who had already stepped into the immortal realm and become an immortal afterward. Xie Chongyang said in a deep voice, I don't know what immortal has to command, just feel free to command. Ouyang threw the white jade in his hand, looked at the youth beside Xie Chongyang with a smile on his face and said, Emperors take turns to do. This year to your family, I observe that your kid has the emperor's temperament. I don't know if you guys have any idea about being an emperor? Shut up, eating the king's pay, being loyal to the king. How could my Maple Leaf City Xie family possibly do such a thing of offense? Before Xie Chongyang could open his mouth to speak, the youth sitting on his knees at the side rebuked sternly. Originally thought that a scholar who could read out the vast spirit had something to offer, but it turns out to be nothing more than a sourpuss? Ouyang said with a sigh as he looked at the youth. Shinchi, shut up. Xie Chongyang looked at Ouyang. His gaze became a bit strange, and with an unintentional glance at Leng Qingsong he opened his mouth and said, If Immortal just wants to see if my Xie family is a loyal servant, you don't have to. My Xie family has lived alone in Maple Leaf City for 100 years, and has never asked about the imperial government. Ouyang stretched his back and pointed to his own second and said, This is the last heir of this empire. He doesn't want to inherit the throne. If the old thing inside the imperial city accidentally returns to the west, then this country will suffer even more turmoil. I wonder if the Xie family will still be able to live alone at that time. Your Highness, as a royal bloodline, you naturally have to carry the responsibility of being a royal. My Xie family will escort your Highness to safety. Xie Chongyang spoke. With you stinking fish and shrimps, you still want to protect us? Wang Xiaoming, come in. Ouyang shouted towards the outside of the carriage. Wang Ming stuck his head into the carriage and smiled towards Ouyang and said, Boss Ouyang, you called me? Do you want to be a great general? Ouyang opened his mouth and asked. Wang Ming scratched his head and spoke. There's nothing I want or don't want, but if Boss Ouyang wants me to be, then I'll be. Ouyang laughed out loud and pulled out a pill from his storage bag, which was just an ordinary spirit-gathering pill, and spoke to Wang Ming, Open your mouth. Wang Ming honestly opened his mouth and the elixir fell into his mouth. Before Wang Ming could open his mouth to inquire, he only heard Ouyang's voice come out. Close your eyes and tune in. Wang Ming immediately sat down with his legs crossed and began to cultivate according to the internal gong heart method he usually practiced. In Xie Chongyang's horrified gaze, the breath of Wang Ming, who was originally just unimpressive, began to become long. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ming had broken through to the point of being an innate Grand Master. Ouyang pulled out a bottle of pills and waved it in front of Xie Chongyang and said, This is 100 pills and 100 of what you call innate great masters. 100 innate grand masters is enough to make the Xie family leap into the most powerful family in the Tang Kingdom. Am I right? Xie Chongyang looked at the elixir in Ouyang's hand. The sweat on his face began to lower. Such a bottle of elixir was enough for the Xie family to produce 100 more innate great masters. Is this immortal tactics? That's an innate grandmaster. The entire Tang Kingdom is filled with only 100 people. It was so easy to have a battle power comparable to the entire Tang dynasty. Xie Chongyang's mouth became dry and said bitterly towards Ouyang, I wonder what immortal means. Ouyang threw the bottle of elixir to Xie Chongyang as if it was trash and said lightly, with force, the Xie family, which originally passed on poetry to the family, will have the ability to become an emperor? I want you to rebel. Fair enough, right? Chapter 59. The carriage was so quiet that only Xie Chongyang's ragged breathing could be heard, and Xie Chongyang looked at the white porcelain vase in his hands, trembling. Other people don't know how valuable this white porcelain vase is, but in their own hearts, they know exactly. As long as they have 100 innate great masters, then the entire Xie family will have the energy to sway this country. With this power, swaying the imperial power or even replacing it would be a breeze. Xie Chongyang looked at Ouyang with complicated eyes. He knew very well in his own heart that this was Ouyang's young plot, taking advantage of his deepest greed. But could he really refuse? The Xie family had been in Maple Leaf City for hundreds of years. all of which were just isolated, unable to even clear the hundreds of mountain bandits outside the city. All along, the Xia family had emphasized literature over martial arts, and although they wanted to change this matter, the physical qualities of the Xia family's children were not suitable for martial arts training, so the Xia family had always shown weakness to the surrounding lords. But if they possessed these 108 Grand Masters, would there be anything in the entire Tang Kingdom that their Xia family wouldn't dare to get their hands on? Rebellion? This is a great offense to execute 9 clans, not to mention for the one in the Imperial City who regards power as his second life. To accept, or not to accept. In the eyes of Xia Chongyang, repeated struggle, on the one hand is the biggest opportunity for the rise of the family, on the other hand is to rebel and execute 9 clans of the great crime. Xia Chongyang gritted his teeth and gripped the white porcelain bottle in his hand with a death grip and said, "Immortals talk about such things as rebellion in front of His Highness, but is it a test of my Xia family's loyalty? Immortal, don't worry, my Xia family looks up to your highness." Ouyang shook his head and said, "Power in the mundane is like chicken ribs for us, and the karma of the mundane is even less something we want to dip into, so you don't have to be skeptical. I just want to pretend to use your hands to help my junior brother take a revenge." The youth on the side whispered towards Xia Chongyang, "Father, the ruler and ministers are fixated on peeking at the royal family." Hearing the youth's words, Ouyang's face couldn't help but be stunned. That's something only a standard rebel would dare to say. What the hell? The young man who just now was abiding by the etiquette of a gentleman and a courtier is revealing his backbone in the next second? The vastness in you is crying ah hello. I didn't expect the painting style to shift clear and strange, but it was the youth who Ouyang felt that he was reading stupidly just now. The youth arched his hand towards Ouyang and said, "Since the immortal sent my Xia family such a chance, if my Xia family doesn't accept it, won't it annoy the immortal?" A warm face, said and so rightfully, but always and just now screamed the gentleman's courtesy of the righteousness of the discrepancy is a little big. I wonder what to call it. Ouyang also came to ask with interest in opening his mouth. The youth spoke respectfully. "I, Maple Leaf City Young City Lord Xia Xinji. You are very good. Xia family can't even develop without you." Ouyang froze for a long time and could only dryly praise. Xia Xinji opened his mouth and said, "The immortal and my wife Xianer are old acquaintances, and with the endorsement that His Highness from the previous dynasty has no interest in the throne, my Xia family is just riding the wind." You're calling the former dynasty names now? You're so quick to bring in the role of the rebels and the traitors? Wait a minute, my wife Xianer? Ouyang's mouth grinned as he looked towards Ling Qingsong, who also had a dumbfounded look on his face. There was a show to watch. What is Xianer to you? Ling Qingsong, who was even more aloof on the side, similarly couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "This year I made a marriage contract with Xianer. We are already husband and wife. The two immortals are searching for immortality and practicing cultivation. So naturally, mortals like me cannot notify them. I hope please forgive me." The youth spoke sincerely. Num. His own penis was the chosen son of heaven. First his country was going to be stolen by the youth in front of him, and his first love was going to be stolen as well. Catching your own dick in a fight? The corner of Ouyang's eye twitched, looking at the bewildered face of his own second, covering his face and not knowing what to say. Ling Qingsong sat on his butt on the carriage, a mouthful of stifled air suffocating his chest, not knowing what to say. Xia Xinji, however, with an expression of wisdom, stood up and opened his mouth to say, "My Maple Leaf City is rich in food and grass, only the force does not work, and now there are more than 108 masters to make up for the biggest shortboard, the combination of 21 cities in the country of the Great Tang Dynasty, and the soldiers are directly pointing to the Imperial City. Damn, this kid has a reverse bone in his old age, doesn't he?" He had just thrown out a condition, and this kid had even mapped out a course for rebellion. How did he read this vastness? Ling Qingsong couldn't stand the other party's chattering words, and holding his sword, he directly flew out and rushed out of the carriage. Ouyang held that white jade pendant in his hand and looked at the excited Xia Xinji. After a moment of silence he opened his mouth and said, "How to rebel is your business. I only have one condition. After you attack the Imperial City, that person I want alive." The immortal's request dare not be excused. Xia Xinji bent down and spoke. Ouyang took a deep look at Xia Xinji in front of him and picked up Hututu, who had already begun to doze off, and walked out of the carriage. Sensing Ling Qingsong's location, Ouyang disappeared in front of the crowd in a few jumps. "Xing, do you really want to rebel?" Xia Chongyang said carefully as he held the white porcelain vase. "Father, when that emperor captured Xianer, I already had the idea of replacing her, and since the two immortals have the same intention, why don't we do the same?" Xia Xinji looked at the direction where Ouyang disappeared and said flatly. Xia Chongyang nodded equally heavily and said, "Since that's the case, then you and I will return to Maple Leaf City, gather our family sons and daughters, and plot this matter after cultivating 108 grandmasters. It's all up to father. Xia Xinji spoke up. At this moment, the vastness of Xia Xinji's body was slowly colored with a wisp of royal aura. Ouyang carried Hu Tutu to a waterfall, and Lang Qingsong stood with his sword in front of the 100-meter-high waterfall. His body was filled with high sword intent, and when he raised his hand, an invisible long sword cut through the entire waterfall. Hundreds of swords were chopped out in an instant, and the entire waterfall was sliced to pieces by the sword chi. The berserk true chi raged over the waterfall while no expression could be seen on Lang Qingsong's face. Ouyang landed on top of a boulder, sitting cross-legged with the sleeping Hu Tutu in his arms, and raised his hand to block the water in front of him with a true chi barrier. Elder brother, you're using the sword to kill people like this, but is it to keep me out of karma? Lang Qingsong turned his head to Ouyang and asked after venting. Ouyang nodded and said, last time when I gave senior brother Xiao the opportunity to nudging the dragon and phoenix, the power of the heavenly punishment was too weak, so that's why I had the opportunity to take advantage of it. Moreover, things like nudging divine beasts are but not permitted by the heavenly Tao, so there is only a simple lightning punishment. If you dabble in worldly karma, that kind of unseen and untouchable retribution will come to you sooner or later, and this kind of unguardable karmic punishment is better not to dabble in it. Lang Qingsong put away his sword and landed on the boulder to open his mouth and asked, what about my parents' revenge? Wouldn't killing someone with a borrowed sword have the same effect on my Taoist heart? Ouyang smiled and said, the emperor's karma is great, but if he's not the emperor anymore, what karma is there? After the Xie family revolted and seized the throne, the old emperor wasn't an emperor anymore, so naturally there was no karma. Lang Qingsong then realized what his elder brother in front of him wanted to do and nodded his head and spoke. Then what do we do now? Ouyang pointed to the imperial city and said, your former old flame is still suffering, so of course you have to go for a walk. Chapter 60, Soft Jade and Red Tent. The imperial city of Tang was a large city, so large that millions of people were crammed into one city, and the city was the most prosperous city on this earth. The imperial city was divided into 56 bazaars, each separated by a high wall, and it was only in the two huge bazaars in the east and west that the city's bustling scene could be seen. In the East Bazaar, there were people coming and going, candy makers, jugglers, sellers of small toys, and all sorts of shouting and bargaining noises. The one who became the happiest was naturally Hootsuite, the little girl yelling and diving headlong into the crowd, enjoying the hilarity she had never felt before. Such a big city, even Ouyang is also the first time to see. 5 years old in Maple Leaf City, Ouyang, who is only thinking about how to live, has no time to view what the earthly world is really like. Now that he was able to walk here idly, he still had the illusion of being years apart. Humph humph humph. Senior brother. What is that? Hu Tutu held up a sugar man in one hand and an ice candy gourd in the other. Sitting on Ouyang's shoulder and looking at the food selling store curiously asked, that's the store that sells grain. Ouyang looked at it and replied, what's it for there? Ha, it's a restaurant, a place to eat. There, that's where they sell cloth for clothes. Oh, there, those young ladies in pretty clothes are waving at me. Hu Tutu shook the candy man in his hand and smiled as he waved at the women who were scratching their heads on the second floor. Ouyang glanced at the three big words, Yi Hong Yuan, and said with some embarrassment, that's not a place for children to look at. Why I also want to go and wear pretty clothes. Hu Tutu opened her mouth with some eyes looking at the revealingly dressed women on the greenhouse. Those are only places where girls who learn bad things go. A girl as cute as Tutu can't go to that kind of place. Ouyang spoke in a serious tone. Then he turned his head to look in the direction of the greenhouse with some anticipation. Crossing over without visiting a greenhouse. He is really a failure as a crosser. Elder brother. There are cultivators. Suddenly Lang Qingsong, who was on the side, spoke up. Cultivator? Ouyang raised an eyebrow and looked around. He himself didn't find anything. After all, he who was only in the chi practicing stage wasn't able to perceive the ability of cultivators yet. It's bad luck to say the least. It was even if he was not gifted, he would only know some of the most basic 5 elemental arts. His own eldest was gifted, but he didn't care to learn anything other than the way of the sword. This led to the two of them not being able to find where Xianer and the others, who had been brought to the imperial city by the old emperor, were, even though they had arrived in the imperial city. If Lao San or Xiao Bai were here, it certainly wouldn't be as troublesome. These two are great hands at some of everything. Ouyang checked around and there was nothing that made him feel threatened. Then he opened his mouth and asked Lang Qingsong saying, is the strength very strong? Very strong. Lang Qingsong honestly opened his mouth and replied, someone who could make Lang Qingsong open his mouth and say that he was very strong, then he should at least be a great cultivator above the out-of-body stage. In the middle of such an imperial city there was even the existence of such a great cultivator. Could it be that it was a cultivator who was greedy for the red dust and no longer had a quest for cultivating immortality? While Yang was thinking about it, a red silk suddenly fell in front of his eyes. Reaching out, he caught the red silk, and a familiar scent hit him. The smell! Holy crap! It's senior sister Xiaoye. Yang was shocked and turned to look at Lung Qingson with a complicated color in his eyes. Is my penis that unlucky? Instead, a clear female voice rang in his head. What for? Bring little pinecone up here. Yang, who turned around and wanted to run, turned around with some embarrassment, looked at the Yihong building in front of him, and said to Lung Qingson with some embarrassment, Elder, ever been to a kiln? Lung Qingson shook his head, not knowing what the kiln in Yang's mouth was, not to mention that he was now becoming a bit annoyed in his heart because of Xianer's marriage. Hu Tutu on Yang's shoulder immediately spoke up excitedly. Tutu hasn't visited a kiln either. Tutu wants to visit a kiln as well. Innocent voice, attracted the surrounding people have side-eye look, when saw two 17 or 18 teenagers and a 5-year-old girl talking loudly about shopping kiln. The eyes that looked at Yang again became a bit nasty. I don't know whose family's male son was so shameless. Yang stiffly led Hu Tutu and Lung Qingson towards the Hong building. Just entering the doorway, an exotic aroma came to my face, and the big red decoration made the place a tender land of paper and gold. Dozens of ladies in cool clothes were scratching their heads at the trio. This made Lung Qingson, who had always been ignorant of the affairs of men and women, brush his face red, and somewhat stammered as he looked at Yang and asked, Brother, what are we doing here? I'll meet a familiar face later, and I promise to give you a big surprise. Yang carefully instructed. What kind of acquaintance would be in a place like this? Could it be master's friends? Lung Qingson looked around at the feigned sounds, the unpleasant images hitting his still young mind. Only his own master would come to a place like this, and if there were any elders they must be his own master's old friends. The trio had just entered, drawing just as many curious stares. After all, two teenagers with a small child doesn't look like they're here to spend money in any way. A pimp in a red satin dress came over with a wobble, pinched his handkerchief and looked at Yang and asked, Is the gentleman an old acquaintance of Miss Xiaoye? Lung Qingson's eyes instantly enlarged and he opened his mouth towards Yang. To go. Lung Qingson just wanted to run. Suddenly the air around him became sticky, and everything in the building was slowing down at a speed visible to the naked eye until it came to a complete standstill. Yang could even see the saliva spewing out of the pimp's mouth in front of him stop in midair. What did Matson want to go outside for? A seductive voice came from upstairs. The always cold Lung Qingson's hand holding the sword was trembling slightly, and his body was stiff as he bowed to the woman upstairs and said, Good day, senior sister. The stairway on the second floor. A young girl in a big red dress stood there quietly, holding a round fan slightly covering half of her face, fox eyes under light makeup, full of seductive flavor. The body was plump and swaying like a fully ripe peach. However, Yang and Lung Qingson saw the beautiful young girl in front of them, but it was like seeing a ghost. Yang left no trace and took a step back, and Lung Qingson had already started to tremble all over. What's wrong? Is it because you haven't seen each other for so long? Are you all rusty? A somewhat sultry, low complaining voice was like scratching at one's heart, making one feel compassionate. Lung Qingson looked at the woman across from him with one head in two places and said dryly, How has senior sister been doing lately? Ha! The woman gave a light heave, and with a slight flap of the round fan in her hand, a red veil flew towards Yang and Lung Qingson from all directions. The only thing left in front of the two of them was the roiling red veil. Suddenly a jade hand rested on the front of Lung Qingson's neck, and spoke softly, I have given little Song a bath together and now you want to run away when you see me? Is it wanting to be a negative man like Uncle Hu Yun? Chapter 61, The White Moonlight and Vermilion Mole of My Penis. Being blown by this fragrant wind, Lung Qingson's hand shook and the sword in his arms almost fell to the ground. Lung Qingson, who was not afraid of anything, was busy grabbing Yang's sleeve, and a hint of a plea for help flashed in his eyes. With a jerk of his sleeve, Yang clamped Hu Tutu in his arms and rolled over and rolled out of Yihong Lu. A dead brother is not a dead brother. Take care of your penis. With Lung Qingson's despairing gaze, Yang held his head. Lung Qingson, who was not afraid of the sky and the earth, stammered, Snake demon. What? Want me to help you cultivate? A pair of lotus root white arms wrapped around Lung Qingson's neck, and the woman exhaled softly in Lung Qingson's ear. Lung Qingson felt that his breathing started to become a little short. The senior sister in front of him showed all her charm, as if she was going to eat herself in the next moment. Lung Qingson body Jindan crazy operation. Majestic true essence sandwiched with sword intent want to resist. The hands of the sword want to protect the master in general. Cannot help but reveal the sword aura. Yo, you've grown up. You can even use a sword? I wonder which sword you want to stab senior sister with. The woman's jade hand pressed down on top of the hilt of her sword and teasingly opened her mouth. The originally clanking sword was instantly as shriveled as if it was finished under the gentle caress of this jade hand. Who can stand up to this? Lang Qingsong's body was like being drained of strength, fell into the woman's arms, and under a piece of softness, slowly closed his eyes. Red mantle veil again. Wrapped two people fly directly to the second floor. In the next second the original fixed Hong building again became a crowd. Like nothing had just happened. Lang Qingsong was placed on the bed by the woman, caressing Lang Qingsong's cold face, her eyes flashing with infatuation. Don't look! If you have the ability to really eat him. Ouyang's voice came from the side. The woman turned around and looked at Ouyang, who was sitting in front of the table drinking a small wine, and said with interest, "What were you so afraid of me for just now?" Ouyang peeled an orange for Hututu while saying, "Didn't senior mother ask you to pick between the two of us to be the cauldron for cultivation? It's not like I'm the one you chose, so why would I jeopardize my oldest brother's good deed?" The woman sat on the bed and looked at Ouyang and said teasingly, "So what if I use both?" Ouyang's hand shook and looked at the woman on the bed, who was charming like a snake's bones, and said seriously, "I'm a bit of a tough character. I'll only use the top, and it won't help you in your cultivation." "Denizen," the woman said with a spit as if she had thought of something. "You just called me a traitor? Even a disciple would have to call you master when he sees you. Eldest brother is Tutu's." Hututu suddenly spoke while looking at the orange in Ouyang's hand. Though his eyes were unblinking as he looked at orange, his tone was very firm. The woman looked at Hututu. A trace of surprise surfaced on her face. It was actually a spirit fox of the innate Tao body? Uncle Hu Yun has his own master. Lang Qingsong has himself. And this Ouyang has caught a little spirit fox? Here to press the wool of the demon race to make a strong grip? The woman looked at Ouyang and said with some complexity, "Do all three of you masters and disciples have some kind of quirk?" Ouyang coughed and said with a serious face, "Chang Xiaoye, I'm warning you, my master and my family's penis were all forced." The attribute panel of the woman in front of Ouyang's eyes was clear at a glance. Name, Chang Xiaoye, young body of a sky-swallowing python. Cultivation level, 6th level of harmonization stage. Root bone, 8. Charisma, 10. Lucky, 6. Devouring qualification, 10. Specialized skills, swallow the sky. Verdict, beware of the snake demon who wants you to help her practice. The woman in front of her with all her charming demeanor was not a human being, but a snake demon. Ouyang and Lang Qingsong's mouths were called senior sister because one of their own chief master's confidants was the snake demon's master. His own master was truly comparable to a reincarnated Su Xian, and was even a snake catcher. Before he and his own penis first entered the mountain gate, they were led around by their master, and their first stop was being led inside the snake cave. At first, Ouyang thought that his master was some kind of evil cultivator, but he didn't expect his master to look righteous and say that he had come to subdue the demons. When the next day the master held his waist and was assisted out by Chang Xiaoye, Ouyang realized how powerful the snake demon inside the cave was. Chang Xiaoye, on the other hand, had a victorious demeanor as she said to the two Ouyangs, "Your master made a bet with my master yesterday and lost one of you two to me as a matchmaker. There is such a good thing?" Looking at the voluptuous Chang Xiaoyu, the young Ouyang immediately clapped his hands and said he would do his duty as a big brother. "It is incumbent upon us to recast the glory of the snake catcher." As soon as he asked about his age, Chang Xiaoye was already 2,000 years old, and Ouyang, who had originally been patting his chest, shriveled up. A 2,000-year-old snake demon. How much fire must he have? Wouldn't it be easy to drain himself? Ouyang pushed Lang Qingsong out, his own oldest son of the second plane. What is there to be afraid of in the district of a 2,000-year-old snake demon? When Lang Qingsong was dragged into the snake cave, Lang Qingsong, who never cried, walked out that night with red eyes. Ouyang was shocked and thought that the 3-year-old Lang Qingsong had been tragically killed. But before Ouyang could open his mouth to ask, Chang Xiaoye walked out holding Lang Qingsong's changed clothes and said with satisfaction, "I've checked it. It's not bad. Uncle Hu Yun didn't lie to me, indeed it's a good cauldron." Ouyang looked at the red eyes of Lang Qingsong and asked in a low voice how to check. Took a bath together. What can a 3-year-old do? Chang Xiaoye rolled her eyes and opened her mouth. "It's just a bath." Ouyang looked at Lang Qingsong, who looked like he was done being bullied, and lost his mind to watch the show. But from then on, when Lang Qingsong faced Chang Xiaoye, it was like a mouse had seen a cat, and Chang Xiaoye always lent her cultivation as a great cultivator of the harmonization stage, teasing her brothers every day as if they were cats playing with rats. With his thoughts pulled back, Ouyang looked at Chang Xiaoye and asked, "How did senior sister come to earth as well?" Chang Xiaoye looked at Ouyang strangely and asked rhetorically, "Didn't your master say anything? What did that old immodest man say?" Ouyang opened his mouth without any good humor and asked, "Senior Uncle Hu Yun said that the two of you need to sever your mortal karma and asked me to come over to help look after you." Chang Xiaoye opened her mouth and replied, "Cutting off mortal karma? Karma again? What did that old man count?" Yang thought of his master who was not respectable for his old age and pondered on Chang Xiaoya's words just now. It seemed to me that this coming out was of great relevance to myself and my own penis. Suddenly Yang figured out all the joints and understood that this time it was entirely a setup by his own cheap master. Yang raised his head and looked at Chang Xiaoya with a smirk and said, "Elder sister, there is a sentence. I don't know when to speak or not to speak." Chang Xiaoya looked at Yang with a bad smile on her face, and looked at Yang with vigilance in her heart and asked, "What do you have to say?" For Yang, even Chang Xiaoya, who had lived for 2,000 years, did not dare to take it lightly, not knowing when she had entered Yang's trap. "Does senior sister know why we came back to the imperial city?" Yang cleared his throat and opened his mouth to ask. Chang Xiaoya shook her head. She was only asked by Hu Yun, but she didn't know why she had to come. Yang pointed to Lang Qingsong who was lying on the bed and said with a smile, "My family's second's white moonlight was captured here, and we came here specifically to save her." Chapter 62. Only when one is in the mountains can one cultivate immortality. Yang had already guessed what exactly his old man had planned after Chang Xiaoya had spoken of his own master. This matter definitely had its own master layout here. In order to allow himself and Lang Qingsong to be able to sever the karma between mortals, cultivators jump out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. The most taboo is the karma between the mundane world contaminated their pure Taoist heart, so his own master used this way to help the two get out of the karma between mortals. After all, he and Lang Qingsong came from the earth and should depart from the earth. Things like cause and effect should still be cut off by one's own hand in order to stabilize one's Tao. But this matter, when exactly did his own master start plotting? It probably started when his own second opened his mouth and made an agreement with his master for the time when the first snow returned to the earth, and then went to the snake cave to feed the snake with his body, and schemed a vermilion mole for his own second. Although his own master was a bit out of tune, but things were always so drippy when he thought about the attribute panel he saw when he initially met his own master. Yang felt again that his own master must have his own reasoning, having figured out all the key points. Yang looked towards his own penis who was sleeping on the bed. It was true that his own second was a son of the realm, but it was because he was a son of the realm that he appeared to be unusually obstinate. After all, geniuses don't admit their mistakes. They just drill and grind in a bullseye until they use up all their energy and go from being geniuses to mediocre, from being amazing to being useless. Geniuses that didn't grow up were never worth the attention. And in this world, who didn't still have a genius on their head? Connecting with his own master's inexplicable thinking, he instantly realized what he should do something about it. The home master held the waste to get rid of the demon in addition to a night is not just to get rid of a vermilion sand mole for the home old man out of it. Just right on the home old man's mundane in the white moonlight. What he has to do is not to arch fire everywhere, so that this snake demon in front of him will completely haunt his own senior brother. When she heard Yang open his mouth to say the white moonlight of her own penis, Chang Xiaoya, who was originally sitting at the head of the bed in a delicate and charming manner, suddenly erupted into an appalling aura. Vaguely a disembodied python coiled behind Chang Xiaoya, its scarlet snake pupils regaling the heart. White moonlight? I'd like to see what kind of stunning beauty is it that made my family's husband long for her, even going so far as to trek 10,000 miles to come here to save her. Chang Xiaoya spoke of curiosity on her lips, but the morose chill in her tone caused Tu, who was eating an orange on the side, to suddenly shiver. Blah blah blah. Senior brother, why do I feel a little cold? Hu Tutu asked as he opened his mouth towards Yang while chewing on an orange. Cold? It's probably time for the city to cool down. Yang looked at Chang Xiaoya, who was about to tear her skirt, like a good show, and said as he stroked Hu Tutu's furry head, "Where is she in person?" Chang Xiaoya asked. Yang shrugged and said, "Qingsong and I don't know the art of deduction. That's why we came to the bazaar to poke around. A divine calculator like Master Hu Yun didn't even teach you the art of deducing divinatory trigrams? That's Master Hu Yun's specialty." Chang Xiaoya opened her mouth in surprise and asked, "Lousy a practicing Qi 9 even play the 5 elements of recluse art cannot understand the iron waist. You a face of surprise or something?" Although Yang wanted to curse like this, the snake demon in front of him was not a vegetarian, not to mention that there was still a master's wife behind him, so he could only smile sardonically. Chang Xiaoya pulled out 3 copper coins from her bosom. The small 3 copper coins were glowing with golden light. Chang Xiaoya covered the 3 coins with her palms and gently threw them to the sky, reciting words under her breath. The 3 copper coins spun rapidly in the air, suspended in mid-air, glittering with golden light. Chang Xiaoya pulled a hair from Lang Qingsong's head, and with a slight rubbing of the fingers pinching the hair directly burned up. Flames jumped between Chang Xiaoya's fingers, and Chang Xiaoya gently pointed at the coins with the flames in her hand, and the coins suspended in midair stopped spinning and landed on top of Chang Xiaoya's skirt. The palace? Chang Xiaoya looked at the copper money with some doubts about the name of the place. She had been in the imperial city for 2 months, so she could be said to know the city like the back of her hand, and naturally knew what the imperial palace meant to the city. When Ouyang heard Chang Xiaoye muttering the word palace under her breath, she instantly understood that the old emperor had placed Shinner and the others in the palace. You also know about this place? Chang Xiaoye asked as she looked at Ouyang, who had a look of realization on his face, and opened her mouth. I don't know, but this place makes sense. After all, it's where your husband used to live. Ouyang nodded and spoke. When Chang Xiaoye heard Ouyang say this, she turned her head to look at Leng Qingsong, who was lying on the bed, still asleep, not realizing that her own husband was still a prince, but hidden in a royal palace among the mundane. Do you really think you can't find it? The expression on Chang Xiaoye's face changed as she stood up and walked towards the outside of the house. Crooked, that's my Dick's white moonlight. You don't really want to kill your love rival handily, do you? She's just a mortal. Ouyang called out to Chang Xiaoye, who was walking towards the outside, and spoke. What? You still want to cover for your senior brother? Chang Xiaoyu said in a cold voice. Ouyang held his head with both hands and lazily opened his mouth. The reason why white moonlight is just that the memories keep glorifying into perfection. If white moonlight dies, I'm afraid that the lethality will change from 30% to 20%. A dead white moonlight is the most deadly. Chang Xiaoye stopped and looked at Ouyang and said, I always feel like I've been counted by Uncle Hu Yun, although I don't know what I've been counted on, but it seems like you know? Ouyang sat up straight and looked at the snake demon in front of him and opened his mouth to say, how can this be called a reckoning? My master's brother's heart is something you want too, right? My master and I are trying hard to set you two up for 100 years. Say, what do you want me to do? Chang Xiaoye stared at Ouyang for a while before speaking. As I just said, the reason why the white moonlight is caused by the constant embellishment of memories. If there is a deviation between the white moonlight and the memories, won't the white moonlight disappear? Ouyang grinned and said meaningfully, do you want me to find a dozen strong men to give her to? Chang Xiaoye waved her hand and made a slicing gesture, frightening Ouyang and shaking his head in a hurry. A demon is a demon, and the practice remains as simple as ever. Ouyang waved his hand, signaling Chang Xiaoye to turn her head sideways and stick her ear over, and said softly, she's master brother's white moonlight, and your master brother's vermilion sand mole, and if you're both the vermilion sand mole and the white moonlight, then isn't master brother still being pinched by your hand? Jia. Isn't this the shura of his own penis? Chang Xiaoye's eyes narrowed into a line, signaling Ouyang to continue on. Ouyang told his plan in full, looked at Chang Xiaoye, who was excitedly walking out the door, and twisted his head to look at his little old brother who was lying on the bed. Does the old man mean to cut off the mortal world with a Taoist couple? Thinking of his own old man, Ouyang suddenly remembered a sentence that his old man had said, immortality is only practiced when one is in the mountains. Chapter 63, The Big Man in Women's Clothing is my senior brother. In the imperial city today, there are as many Fonzies as there are people. His Majesty the Emperor was now fond of cultivating immortality and asking questions, and it had not been a year or two since he had ignored the imperial government, although the functioning of the entire country had not been substantially affected. But under the influence, the people in the imperial city, for the whole day to cultivate immortality and promulgate a lot of preferential treatment of Taoist monks and monks of the decree. Now the old emperor is still let a lot of people feel quite critical. Ouyang wouldn't know any qi gazing techniques, but just standing on top of the city gates looking down on the city, Ouyang was able to feel the illusion that the city was already running out of steam. The Sanskrit sound was dazzling, and the incense mist lingered in the city, and the whole city looked like a believer in Taoism and Buddhism. Mortals cannot cultivate, even as the emperor of the 9 to 5 equally cannot. Here the heaven and earth yuan qi washed by the earth's smoke and fire qi thin to perceive. Chang Xiaoye had also told herself that even if she was already a great cultivator of the harmonization stage, her cultivation was suppressed to the point of barely building a foundation in this city of millions of people. As you can imagine, the earth is not a good place for cultivators, and even cultivators avoid such places. Ouyang looked towards the most lofty palace in the middle of the imperial city, where the old emperor lived, and the end point of an inquisitive game that his own master had arranged for his own second. The Tao can be the way, but it is not the way. Ouyang suddenly popped into his head a phrase that Dong Shuzi often hung on his lips. These old guys who had lived for thousands of years and casually laid a 10-year-old set up without a second thought were really scary. Ouyang sighed, pulling out the book, The Complete Guide to the Basic Introduction to the 5 Elements of Transportation, from his bosom and carefully rummaged around. Ouyang silently recited in his mouth a few times, closed the book and forgot about it, so he could only turn it over again and read it again. While the memory was still fresh, Ouyang put the book into his arms and muttered, Heaven, what, would ye, give master out? In the end, Ouyang gave up reciting the incantation and only memorized the running route of the true qi, shouted randomly, clapped his hands together, and the true chi in his body gushed out. The night sky, which was originally full of stars and moons, was slowly enveloped by cloudy skies, and goosefeather-like snow fell precipitously. In just a few minutes' time, the entire imperial city was shrouded in snow. Amidst the flurry of snow, Ouyang turned his gaze in the direction of the East City, where a good show was being staged. It was supposed to be curfew time, but the eastern market of the imperial city was bustling with activity. A huge flower boat appeared above the streets of the East City. It was already winter, but the 100 flowers on top of the flower boat were as delicate as if they had just been picked. On top of the flower boat, the warblers sang and danced, and countless dancers dressed in damask and silk swayed on top of the flower boat. It's fascinating to watch, and a few simple moves can provoke a surge in testosterone. On top of the flower boat full of red and pink women, like the stars sitting in the sky, was a woman wearing a veil, a white gauze dress, plain enough to sit on the highest part of the flower boat, with clear innocence in her unpowdered eyes, like a lotus flower born out of 100 red flowers. The quiet elegance makes you feel holy. The gossamer snow didn't even seem to be able to bear to fall on her, only circling back and wheeling around her body. It's a fairy. Only fairies can look like that. When everyone saw the figure of the white-clothed girl, everyone was stunned, and then amazing cheers erupted. Flower boats slowly traveling in the street. From time to time there are melon seeds peanuts thrown out of the flower boat. Each time thrown will cause people to loot. It was as if as long as one grabbed the food that was thrown out, one would be able to feel the residual warmth of the food that had just been held by a certain delicate hand on the flower boat. I'm going to offer up this melon. Don't grab it, don't take it out of my mouth. Heavy money for melon peanuts, a penny apiece. Compared to the commotion under the flower boat, the white-clothed girl sitting in the flower boat had a clear folly in her eyes, a look of age. Little Song, when we arrive at the palace gate, put away your murderous aura that is full of killing. To make a move on earth, for a cultivator, it is no less than cutting off his own path. Beside the white-clothed girl, the red-clothed Chang Xiaoyu sat beside her and spoke. The girl in white is the male disguised as a woman Lung Qingsong. At this time he is in a white dress, sitting in the middle of the flower boat, unable to move his body. The Jindan in his body was sealed in the Dantian by the Chang Xiaoyu in front of him, and he could not draw a single ounce of strength from his body. Lung Qingsong glared and held a sentence from the corner of his mouth. What the hell do you want? Demonis, what do I want? Don't forget, we were originally engaged as husband and wife. I want to see what the bitch of hoof that dares to harass my man looks like. Chang Xiaoye sat beside Lung Qingsong and said in an exasperated manner, she's already married. Lung Qingsong's words were slightly bitter. Junior as he is, he still does not know what is called like. This kind of hazy good feeling has not yet been poked and prodded. So when he heard that she married, but there is just some sourness. Chang Xiaoye looked at Lung Qingsong who had some faint sadness and hated him even more. Is the white moonlight that hard to get? A look of love hurt? Chang Xiaoye was just about to have a fit when she suddenly remembered what Ouyang Gang had said to herself. A young girl less than 20 years old relies on the so-called immortal's connection, just to be able to take the initiative to befriend the city lord and take down the young city lord. What do you think she relies on? It's just a high-end green tea. The old emperor hadn't found Lung Qingsong for more than 10 years, but suddenly this year he found him and took all the orphans he knew in Maple Leaf City with him. There's not a traitor in there. Who'd believe it? And who could this traitor be? With the exception of Ouyang, who was the king of children in Maple Leaf City, this group of orphans had always looked up to Xian'er. It's all just a setup by a mortal. To put it mildly, when Ouyang heard Chang Xiaoye calculate that Xian'er and her party were all in the palace, Ouyang could already confirm that Xian'er must have made some kind of deal with the old emperor. Standing on top of the city wall, Ouyang looked at the flower boat in the distance. A hint of shame appeared on his face. A mortal who wanted to climb up the ladder had calculated to such an extent. Or rather she wanted to climb even higher. Ouyang recalled when he first met Xian'er. Those eyes with scrutinizing value were well hidden. But as Ouyang, who had crossed over, a child with even more heart, was still slightly clumsy in the eyes of an adult. Eldest brother, why are you smiling so coldly? Hututu shrunk his head and wondered why eldest brother was standing on the city wall in the snow at night. Ouyang suddenly became interested and opened his mouth to ask, Tutu, what do you think of the earth? It's lively and fun, but Tutu doesn't really like it here. You can't even ride paper cranes here. And the air here stinks. Hututu wrinkled her nose and spoke. Ouyang picked up Hututu and patted the snow on the little guy and said softly, does the air stink? No, it doesn't. It's the human heart that stinks. Chapter 64, Deep in the Palace. The movement of the flower boat was so great that when the flower boat sailed out of the East City, crowds of onlookers had already followed, and the crowd looked at the flower boat that did not belong to the earth, and chased after it as it surged in the direction of the flower boat. Soon it attracted the street patrol delinquents to come. A team of armor-clad street patrol delinquents pressed their swords, separating the crowded crowd and maintaining order. They were ordered not to stop this flower boat, said to be a dedication to His Majesty the Emperor. The news flew through the imperial city as if it had wings, and everyone knew that the largest greenhouse in the entire imperial city, Yi Honglu, had built a huge flower boat and was preparing to offer it to the current emperor. In the deep palace, a burst of coughing echoed in the hall. The palace eunuchs attached to the ground kneeling and shivering, seemingly worried about the center of the hall on the couch that the body of the 9 to 5 as well, and next to the reclining couch, a young girl wearing a tender green color was looking at the person on the reclining couch with a face full of anxiety, seeming to be very worried about the person on the reclining couch. The young girl's looks were considered middle to high, but she was extraordinarily pure, with an uninitiated look, and only heartache written all over her white face. Cough cough cough. Flower boat? Can a flower boat bring me immortality? Ridiculous. On the reclining couch, the old man wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon suit sat up and coughed while looking at the young girl and smiled. The old face was full of age spots, like a broken candle, and his breath was short, but his eyebrows were 7 points similar to Lang Qingsong's, and his cold and arrogant face was full of the majesty of being an emperor. Seeing that the old man wanted to sit up, the young girl hurriedly came forward and helped the old man up. The old man held the young girl's hand and said with some fascination, "Such a young body is really good. If I can get such a young body, Great Tang will become an unfading empire in my hands. Your Majesty, blessed with longevity, you will naturally see Great Tang prosper forever." The young girl patted the old man's back while softly comforting him. 10,000 years? Ha ha ha. 10,000 years? How can this person live for 10,000 years? Only by finding an immortal and begging for the immortal to bestow the supreme wonderful method will one have the chance to be able to glimpse that wonder of eternal life. The old man sighed, his words filled with yearning. As if he thought of something, he grabbed the young girl's hand and said in a low voice, "That rebellious son will really come? It's already been a month. Why is there still no movement?" The old man's force was very strong, and the young girl frowned slightly as she endured the pain and said, "Your Majesty, I told you that every year, during the first snowfall, the green pines would come to us. It's the same every year. This year it's just that the snow is a bit late." "Humph, you better not have lied to me, or else you and those orphans will all die." The old man let go of the young girl's hand. Then he thought of something, and his eyes became gentle as he looked at the young girl. "Xiener, as long as I am able to obtain the art of immortality and rejuvenation, you will surely work with me to build the Great Tang into an imperishable empire for all ages." The old man softly looked at the young girl and promised with conviction, "Xiener only wishes for your Majesty's dragon body to be well. Then she is already satisfied. More than that Xiener does not dare to ask for." The young girl lowered her head and said softly with a red face. The old man was greatly comforted, but then he looked at the young girl's head full of green silk, and had the sad feeling of a hero in his twilight. "I was born before the secretary was born, and the secretary was born when I was already old. If he could be a few dozen years younger, he would certainly be good to the woman in front of him." Although the woman's appearance in front of him could not be called stunning, she gave herself the illusion of falling in love all over again. It's funny to say that he is already ancient, but he still has the illusion of being in love. And whenever this illusion springs to mind, seeing in his dying age, this is what makes the old man feel the most heartache. The expression on the old man's face became hideous. He must get the secret method of eternal life. There must be a way to live forever in this world. For the sake of this throne, he killed his own son, killed the empress who lifted up the throne, killed too many people, and in the end he was left alone. He didn't want to die alone like this, and now that he had met Xiener, he felt at home again, and he must hold on tightly this time, as long as his rebellious son who had become an immortal could come back. Even if there was no method of immortality, there was a way for him to live again, as soon as he can come back. Coughing again, the old man's face showed a different flush, and again, as if tired, he reclined on the couch. Xiener placed the old man on the couch, tucked him in, and gently retreated. After closing the gate of the palace, Xiener, who was originally filled with anxiety and worry, turned ironic as she forced herself to endure the feeling of having to vomit, and left the palace with quick steps. The old man's breath made her feel sick to her stomach, and when that aged hand grabbed her own, she had forced herself not to pull it out. For what? It was probably because he had heard too many legends about this old man in Maple Leaf City, and had longed for this old man, or the admiration for the old man's supreme power to control the lives and deaths of millions of people just by sitting there. She herself was just an ordinary female orphan in Maple Leaf City, without any reliance, without any background, only relying on the two immortals' nebulous backgrounds to climb step by step to where she was now. Every year the immortal comes to join him or her, but what if one day the immortal doesn't come? She herself would lose everything she had now, and that was something she could not tolerate and would not allow to happen. One must stand at the highest place in this country to look down on the greats who once didn't even look at one another in the eye. Xian'er fought back the nausea, and suddenly the tip of her nose went cold. It's snowing. That means Ouyang and the others are coming? Xian'er's heart suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and from the steps of the palace, she looked into the distance. It was a flower boat. A very beautiful flower boat. The huge flower boat was full of wonderful young girls, and I fear that if he had survived this long without any means, he would have stood on that beautiful flower boat himself, and now he himself will be sitting on top of the main seat, quietly watching the good-looking women pleasuring themselves with all the means at their disposal. He had already poisoned all of his companions. No one in this imperial city knew his identity anymore, and now he was just waiting for Ouyang and the two of them to come over, and then he would be able to sit in that one-man, 10,000-man position. Xian'er gripped the handkerchief in her hand tightly, and suddenly felt her body tighten, and she fell into a broad arm. It's windy here. Don't get cold. Hearing the voice of the visitor, the originally tense Xian'er instantly relaxed, leaning on her broad arms and whispering, "General, you're hugging me, who is now a noble consort. Like this, aren't you afraid that the emperor will find out about it and chop off your head? I'm the chief of the Forbidden Guards. All the forbidden troops in the imperial city are under my authority. How would the emperor know that I'm holding you, Your Highness?" A general in armor said in a low voice as he hugged Xian'er. "General, don't negative me," Xian'er whispered like a small beast pleading to the man behind her. Such a voice made the general's brain heat up and he tightened his hold on Xian'er and said softly, "If you don't fail me, how could I fail you?" Chapter 65, Ridiculousness. The flower boat traveled to the entrance of the palace. The guards guarding the door or the first time to see such a flower boat. This boat is really big. The ladies on it are also really beautiful. But without the emperor's word of mouth, they still do not dare to let this flower boat into the palace. Who knows this flower boat inside will not jump out of the 800 knife and axe hand, directly kill into the palace. Pass on the emperor's word to allow the flower boats to enter the palace. A shrill shout came from the deep palace, immediately causing the crowd of onlookers to let out a gasp, not realizing that His Majesty the Emperor had actually agreed to the flower boat sailing into the palace. This is a great honor. I am afraid that the signboard of Yi Hung Home will become louder and louder in the future. Who wouldn't want to be in the same greenhouse as His Majesty the Emperor? The gates of the palace slowly opened, and the flower boat drove into the palace unhindered. When the flower boat sailed into the palace for the first time, the originally dead silent and dark palace, from the depths of the palace, lit up two lamps. The lamps became brighter and brighter, faster and faster, directly illuminating the way to the depths of the palace. The flower boat was traveling on the imperial road of the palace, and Long Qingsong, who was sitting at the top of the flower boat, looked at the familiar and unfamiliar place in front of him. Those tragic memories had long been hidden in the deepest recesses of one's memory, and at the time one was still young enough to not feel very deeply about what had happened. However, seeing everything in front of him that was both familiar and unfamiliar, a trace of sadness and anger still flashed in Ling Qingsong's eyes. His own biological parents had died in this palace, where their blood still remained on top of the lapis lazuli. Ling Qingsong's body sword intent seems to feel the master's anger. Originally sealed in the meridians of the sword intent, unexpectedly hidden momentum to break through the seal. On the side of Chang Xiaoye's heart was shocked. The seal set by her own cultivation at the conjugation stage was almost not forced open by Ling Qingsong at the Jedan stage. This little husband of hers is really something. The more rambunctious the pony, the more the thrill of conquest. Chang Xiaoye licked her tongue and looked at Ling Qingsong, the female bigwig in a white dress, with possessiveness in her eyes, and casually pressed her hand on Ling Qingsong's shoulder, reinforcing the seal. Long Qingsong, who had already been able to move his body, instantly became only able to move his eyes. Long Qingsong's heart was filled with indignation, angrily looking towards Chang Xiaoye. The realm between himself and the demoness in front of him was just too much difference. Even if he could cross the level to challenge the Yuaning stage, the Chang Xiaoye in front of him had long been a great cultivator of the harmonization stage. Even if he was able to cross the level of the challenge, facing Chang Xiaoye, who was a few large realms behind, he was still held down by the other party's hand and could not move. "What are you looking at? Look again and I'll eat you up." Chang Xiaoye bent down and whispered seductively in Ling Qingsong's ear. Ling Qingsong could only turn his head to look in the direction of the palace hall. He only wanted to see what medicine Chang Xiaoye was selling inside her gourd, and his elder brother had no idea where he had run off to. Surprisingly, it hasn't shown up until now. It's good not to show up. The way he's dressed now, if his elder brother sees him, he might laugh at himself in some way. Over here, Ling Qingsong was comforting himself, while Ouyang, who was hiding inside the corner, had set up a few recording stones in the palace early on, filming the whole day of his own little old brother being a ladies' man without any dead angles. TSK, 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 this is not rare. How could one miss the good thing of +1 black history of one's own little old brother? Ouyang looked at the recording stone in his hand with satisfaction and thought sorrowfully. The flower boat traveled to the front of the grand hall, and everything around it quieted down, with countless imperial guards hiding in the darkness, drawing their bows and arrows, aiming at the flower boat at any time. As long as there was any movement in the flower boat, countless sharp arrows would follow in the next second. The opposite side of the dark hall suddenly lit up, and countless palace maids and eunuchs holding lanterns came out from both sides of the hall, illuminating the front of the hall with brilliant lights. The main door of the hall slowly opened, and a dozen tiger-backed strong men carrying a huge reclining couch walked out from the middle of the hall. The old emperor leaned on the couch, eyes squinted up to look at the flower boat in front of him. Is indeed a beautiful piece of art, but as far as the eye can see, but cannot see the appearance of the people on board. Lang Qingsong's eyes instantly turned red the moment the old emperor came out. The old emperor in front of him was none other than his own grandfather and the enemy who killed his own two parents who had little memory of him. No need to be nervous. He won't live long. I can see that the flame of life in his body will be extinguished at any time. Chang Xiaoye naturally saw Lang Qingsong's abnormality and immediately went next to Lang Qingsong to comfort him. It's fine. Lang Qingsong was so calm that Chang Xiaoye felt weird. Chang Xiaoye looked at the old emperor with some headaches. Although he had long been old and the fire of life would be extinguished at any time, the human chi in the old emperor was still extremely thick. As a demon cultivator at the stage of merging, facing such an old emperor do not want to easily provoke, although it is easy to kill, but stained with this kind of karma, even if they do not know when they will fall and die. Just as Lang Qingsong was still thinking about how to personally kill the enemy in front of him, suddenly a bright green color appeared in front of his eyes. That familiar figure, which he himself would see every year during the first snowfall. Lang Qingsong could not be mistaken. But the face painted with delicate makeup was so unfamiliar. Flashy gold and silver jewelry was worn on her body, and the costly green dress made the upper middle range looking woman a lot more graceful and luxurious. That much change in a year? Lang Qingsong surprisingly somewhat did not recognize the young girl in front of him as the Xianer that he would think of from time to time. Xianer walked to the old emperor's couch, naturally lying down in front of the old emperor's body, smiling like a flower and joking with the old emperor, and from time to time, revealing the naivety of a young girl. All this looks so harsh in the eyes of Lang Qingsong, and the person in the memory gradually overlaps with that figure, and Lang Qingsong is suddenly sick to his stomach. What's wrong? That one is your white moonlight. Chang Xiaoye curiously looked towards that figure. Comparing herself to her in the first instance, she herself completely outshone that mundane woman in both figure and face. Originally thought it was some kind of stunning beauty, Chang Xiaoye suddenly put down her heart, but it is just like that. Shut up. The corners of Lang Qingsong's mouth were bitten out of blood by himself, and he coldly looked at Xianer and the old emperor, as if he wanted to imprint this scene deep in his heart. Xianer seemed to feel Lang Qingsong's knife-like gaze. The displeasure on her face flickered away. This flower boat was indeed beautiful, and the women on it were all quite a bit better looking than herself. But after all, such things were nothing more than tools to please oneself, and it was surprising that they could make one feel uncomfortable, then just destroy it. Xianer whispered a few words in front of the old emperor, who frowned at the flower boat and said in a low voice, "Men, burn this boat." Lang Qingsong, who had originally been sealed with 2 layers of seals by Chang Xiaoye, slowly stood up in the midst of Chang Xiaoye's horrified gaze and said softly with a cold gaze in the direction of the main hall, "Ridiculous." Chapter 66, The Old Emperor's Counterattack. Chang Xiaoye just wanted to stop Lang Qingsong, who stood up. Such a forced breakthrough of his seal, only the Jidon stage of Lang Qingsong body necessary to destroy. Just as he stood up, brilliant pressure burst out from Lang Qingsong, and supreme sword intent rose from Lang Qingsong. The original seal set by Chang Xiaoye was instantly broken by this omnipresent sword intent in an instant, and Chang Xiaoye's throat was suddenly sweetened by the seal backfiring, and a bit of blood fell on top of the big red dress on her body. Chang Xiaoye looked horrified at Lang Qingsong, who was standing there. The current Lang Qingsong was completely a sword in Chang Xiaoye's eyes, an immortal sword capable of breaking open heaven and earth. That supreme pressure caused Chang Xiaoye, who was at the harmonization stage, to feel a palpitation. Such sword might was actually emitted by a cultivator of only the Jiedan stage? Chang Xiaoye looked at Lang Qingsong and froze in place for a moment. As for Lang Qingsong, who stood there, the killing intent wrapped in the sword intent emanating from his body was like a wave that shot out in all directions. The lapis lazuli boards around the flower boat were directly lifted off piece by piece, and the sky that was originally snowy was directly washed away from the clouds by this sword intent. Countless imperial guards and palace maids and eunuchs around the hall were directly shocked into unconsciousness under this pressure. And the faint golden dragon around the old emperor blocked this brilliant sword might. The sharp sword light led directly to the clouds, dispersing the snow and similarly illuminating the entire imperial city. The long swords in the entire imperial city buzzed at the same time. as if they were excitedly anticipating something. Lang Qingsong only felt that all his bones were rattling. Countless piercing explosions rang out at his eardrums, and his eyes were blurred, seeing only a sharp sword light. A sudden heartbeat shook Lang Qingsong's spirit. It was his own heartbeat. But in the next second it dawned on Lang Qingsong that this same heartbeat was the sword beating in his own heart. What one is chasing after is that the sword is me, and I am the sword. His own heart is turning into a sword. And at this moment, Lang Qingsong was able to feel that he seemed to be transformed into the sharpest sword in this world, able to cut through everything and even time in general. Countless Xian Huangqi fell in the sky. Rolling muffled thunder sounded, and the endless sword intent emanating from Lang Qingsong's body seemed to have been suppressed by the heavenly Tao. A sword this strong shouldn't be in this world. Heaven forbid. But Lang Qingsong, who had touched that boundary, naturally refused to give up, and it was as if he himself was standing in a world made of golden light. Countless heavenly Tao supremacies crossed in front of one's eyes, each of them representing the extreme of the Tao. But Lang Qingsong was as if he hadn't heard them, and was only looking towards a tightly closed door. Lang Qingsong could feel that there was something behind the door that was calling out to him, but that door was just too huge, so huge that he only felt small as he stood there. Lang Qingsong slowly raised his hand, and the endless golden light around him was gently held in this hand. Chop! Lang Qingsong appeared like a true immortal. His face calmly looked at the huge door in front of him and lightly drank, gently weighting down the long sword that was transformed into endless golden light in his hand. The supreme sword might crashed on top of the door, and the huge door hummed as it was chopped by the sword light. In the next moment, the entire gate was chopped into two by Lang Qingsong, and among the countless fragments, only the Tao that was uniquely his own remained in Lang Qingsong's eyes. Between heaven and earth countless Xianhuang Qi was cold Qingsong absorbed. The whole person stood there into the kind of metaphysical and mysterious realm. Arcane Qi vaporized around his body, and countless Taorithmic runes flowed through Lang Qingsong's body. Take away. The realm that people who practiced cultivation dreamed of throughout their lives, the realm where they could touch the existence of the Tao, was actually bumped into by Lang Qingsong, who was only at the Jiedan stage. But what everyone couldn't see was that the trace of Qi belonging to the Tang Kingdom was being stripped from Lang Qingsong. The karma belonging to Lang Qingsong is being cut off by Lang Qingsong's own hands. All the people present were just ordinary people. They only saw that the woman in white who was originally sitting at the very top of the flower boat slowly stood up, and then stopped there and didn't move. And then countless lapis lazuli slabs flew out in all directions. The old emperor on the couch looked at the body of the white dress Lang Qingsong inexplicably some familiar, a sense of familiarity from the bloodline, so that the widowed for so many years of the old emperor feel kind. And in the old emperor's side Xian'er looked at the familiar figure in front of him, shivering into stiff chaff in fear. Xian'er shouted furiously in her heart, Why? Why? It just snowed. Why are they already here? He saw everything. His own mouthful of snuggling up to the old emperor was all seen by Lang Qingsong, who had become an immortal. The expression on Xian'er's face became hideous. Her original graceful temperament was suddenly shattered. Her mind was now frantically flowing, frantically trying to come up with a countermeasure. As for a Chang Xiaoye beside Lang Qingsong, she naturally knew Lang Qingsong's current state. Covering her chest and forcibly enduring the backlash, she stood in front of Lang Qingsong's body, shielding him. Enlightenment was something that a cultivator could not even encounter once in a lifetime. It was vital for his own cultivation, and Chang Xiaoye would not allow Lang Qingsong to be disturbed at this time. Xian'er had fallen into utter madness, and it seemed as if she could see herself being knocked back into her original form for deceiving the immortals and returning to that uprooted, precarious life. No way. I wouldn't want to live that life again even if I died. Xian'er gritted her teeth and turned her head toward the old emperor and shouted, Your Majesty, kill them. They are assassins. The old emperor's face calmly looked at the young girl in front of him who was as if she was crazy. It seemed that the Xian'er now was the real self, and that illusion of giving his own home was all pretended by the woman in front of him. Indeed, sooner or later, the lowly will reveal themselves as the lowly they already are. The old emperor's calm words caused Xian'er to freeze. Then, as if he were insane, he pulled out the dagger from his arms and jumped into the old emperor's arms. No one can make me return to that life. Not even the emperor. Xian'er stabbed the dagger into the old emperor's chest, but the old emperor remained calm. The old emperor reached out with some pity and cupped the young girl's chin, saying softly, Do you think I would trust you so easily? The only thing I trust is your young body. Xian'er instantly froze in place. Her own internal organs suddenly ached violently, and she looked horrified at the old emperor whose face was as deep as water, and panicked, wanting to leave the old emperor's side, but she was grabbed by the old emperor's hand. I'm already too old. I originally wanted to occupy the body of my imperial grandson who is an immortal, but it's too late. So your body, I'll take it. The old emperor murmured softly in Xian'er's ear. Xian'er was shocked, just wanted to say something, but the old emperor held Xian'er's hand on top of the dagger, face with ridicule, intermittently opened his mouth and said, "This palace is what I say. What can't escape my eyes? Those of you who are meticulous things, do you really think I can't see it?" Although the woman in front of him has a deep heart, but in the eyes of the decades-old emperor is still too young. He can always hold back until now, coveting nothing more than the immortal behind her. Xian'er still wanted to argue, but her own brain was getting heavier and heavier. Unwillingly twisting her head in the direction of Lang Qingsong, she opened her mouth, just about to open it, but the old emperor used his last ounce of strength to cover his mouth. The young girl closed her eyes, but the next moment her eyes opened again. The glare in her eyes looked unusually ferocious, and on her body a pressure that belonged solely to the emperor came from the young girl. Chapter 67, Infant Formation. Reopening her eyes, Xian'er's eyes were filled with the sternness of a superior, and the kingly aura that was vaguely revealed showed that the owner of Xian'er's body in front of her eyes had already changed into a different person. Xian'er looked at her young body and burst out laughing. She has finally survived and still has decades enough to squander. It's just a pity that I didn't get an immortal's body. Xian'er's body had already been successfully seized by the old emperor within her body, and the original Xian'er's soul had long since been devoured by herself. The old emperor digested the memories left behind by this body while feeling the infinite vigor in this young body. What feeling of home, what love, are all false in the face of time? Only the dying know that living is more important than anything else. As long as one lives, then there are infinite possibilities. And then he looked at Lang Qingsong with some reluctance. In his own plan, what he should have sought was the body of an immortal. Damn bitchy maid, how dare she make a move on herself? When the old emperor, who had digested all the memories, his face changed, and he reverted to that young girl with a miserable expression, looking pitifully at Lang Qingsong, who was standing in the middle of the field. That is, their own once wanted to personally kill the children and grandchildren. Until now the old emperor did not feel that he did what is wrong. Being in the emperor's royal family, this kind of flesh and blood of their own young have experienced. Kinship is fragile in the face of power. The old emperor's eyes looked towards Lang Qingsong, and a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. While eternal life is the only way to grasp power forever, as long as this rebellious son of his who had turned into an immortal was able to pass down the supreme wonderful law, then he himself would be able to step into cultivation and thus live forever. And he would be the eternal master of this empire. What are you looking at? Suddenly a voice sounded beside the old emperor. The old emperor turned around fiercely. Oh Yang, who was dressed in a green shirt with his hands in his sleeves, stood beside the old emperor and said with a calm face, "You are? Oh Yang." The old emperor rummaged through Xian's memories for a moment, and then with a girlish surprise on his face, he jumped towards Oh Yang's arms. Oh Yang did not even look. One hand grabbed the hand of the young girl in front of him like lifting a rabbit to lift the young girl in front of him. Looking into the poor eyes of the young girl in front of him, Oh Yang felt a bit of appetite. After all, it clearly looked like a 20-year-old girl, but the soul inside her body was an old man who was going to rot. However, the old emperor didn't know that Oh Yang had been watching what he had just done from the shadows, and was still bringing in Xian's character as he looked at Oh Yang pitifully and said, "Immortal Oh Yang, you're hurting me?" The tone was pitiful, like that of an aggrieved young girl. Oh Yang said with a smile on his face, "Did it hurt you? Do you want me to find a dozen strong men with tiger backs to give you a few rounds of rice?" The old emperor froze for a moment, remembering that Oh Yang was clearly very kind to this body. Why did he suddenly speak foul language? Could it be because this stupid woman had seduced herself, making the immortal feel dissatisfied? Immortal. It's all because His Majesty the Emperor forced me. What can I do as a weak woman? The old emperor's face became miserable, like a white lotus flower that couldn't control her own destiny. Oh Yang compassionately stretched out a hand to touch the face of the young girl in front of him, leaned down and whispered in the young girl's ear, "You're acting nasty? Old bastard." Everything that happened just now was watched in the eyes of Oh Yang, who was hiding in the bilge of the flower boat to get high, and it was very enjoyable for Oh Yang to watch such a wonderful drama. Such a wonderful scene to see. Oh Yang shouted, crouching. But then the old emperor's technique of taking over the body made Oh Yang feel that there was something wrong there. Why was Oh Yang able to see the old emperor take over his body? That was when an attribute panel suddenly appeared on Xian'er, who originally didn't have any panels. Name, Xian'er, 1 body, 2 souls, root bone, 0, lucky, 0, charisma, 0, qualification, 0, proprietary skills, 0, evaluation, no evaluation. That said, why does it feel like I'm pulling more and more out of my system? But an ordinary mortal could manage to take over and be reborn? There must be a cultivator's means behind this. That's why Oh Yang showed up and appeared in front of the old emperor, wanting to ask who the person behind the old emperor really was. The young girl's stunned expression stayed on her face as she stammered, "What does the immortal mean?" Oh Yang patted the young girl's face and said with some regret, "I mean, who the hell helped you to be able to take over your body? Old bastard." I don't understand what you mean. The old emperor was horrified in his heart. The Ouyang in front of him had seen his identity? Ouyang slammed the young girl onto the couch, drew his sword amidst the old emperor's horrified gaze, and said with a calm face, "Do you know how to write the word death? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Just write it on your face. I am the emperor of Great Tang. You dare to kill me? Not afraid of heavenly punishment?" The old emperor saw Ouyang, who drew his sword, so he simply stopped pretending and looked at Ouyang and rebuked loudly. "Yo, that one spirit is really you. Ha! I just wanted to give you a whole face. I didn't say I wanted to kill you." Ouyang tilted his head and skimmed his lips and said. Hearing Ouyang's sneering tone, the old emperor instantly realized that he was being swindled and hurriedly said, "I can appoint you as the state master of Great Tang. Even this kingdom and mountain can be equally divided between you and me." Looking at the old emperor, who begged himself like a dog, Ouyang was still puzzled as to how they thought that something between the mundane world could impress a cultivator. Ouyang raised his hand and stabbed the old emperor's ear with a sword. The long sword plunged into the wooden handle on the soft collapse, and the swaying sword reflected the blossoming face. The matter of who the cultivator behind the old emperor was, Ouyang always felt somewhat familiar, but for a moment he couldn't figure out who it was. But to be able to not reveal a single chicken foot until now, that meant that the other party was unusually cautious, and as long as the other party was unwilling, they wouldn't show themselves no matter what. Ouyang turned to look at Leng Qingsong, who was standing there in enlightenment. The look on his face became puzzled, a strange feeling. He always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. Leng Qingsong, who had fallen into the realm of enlightenment, finally opened his eyes. The great Tao Supreme Principle flowed unceasingly in his eyes, and the arcane chi was sucked into his body as much as possible by Leng Qingsong. The Jindan in his body was spinning madly. Its speed was so fast that it began to rupture silkily. Leng Qingsong gently raised his hand, and the clouds in the sky were as if they had been swept by a sword blade, instantly clearing up. A huge invisible long sword accompanied by countless Xin Huang Qi slowly emerged, and Leng Qingsong's body flew towards the sky uncontrollably. In mid-air, the huge invisible longsword slowly landed behind Leng Qingsong, turning into a stream of light that flew into Leng Qingsong's body. The Jindan in Leng Qingsong's body instantly shattered, and a small person an inch tall jumped out of the Jindan. Infantization. Leng Qingsong is in the process of breaking through the Yuanning stage. All of the Yuanning's figures were like cold green pines, and the stream of light transformed into a small sword that landed in the Yuanning's hand. When that small sword was fully formed, Leng Qingsong stared at it for a long time. The small sword looked very much like the wooden sword Shinner had once given herself when she was a child. "You like practicing your sword? Then this is for you." The girl handed the wooden sword in her hand to her envious self. "I will be the number one in the world," the childhood Leng Qingsong said as he took the sword seriously. The next moment Leng Qingsong's eyes slightly condensed, and the long sword in his Yuanning's hand instantly snapped. A crisp sound of metal breaking rang out between heaven and earth. In a flash, Leng Qingsong's dantian was in chaos, and the Yuanning that had just been transformed even started to become transparent. The world sword repair only cultivate the original flying sword. Personally break their own life flying sword. This kind of thing, almost and destroy their own, can be equated, and even easily can enter the devil. Leng Qingsong's breath began to become unstable and he opened his eyes, full of crazy killing intent. But when his eyes landed on Chang Xiaoye, who had righteously blocked in front of him, Leng Qingsong's eyes became clear again, and within his dantian, the Yuanning stabilized, and the broken sword in his hand stopped dissipating its breath. The Yuanning's eyes were slightly closed as it sat within Leng Qingsong's dantian, and countless heaven and earth Yuan Qi was absorbed by the Yuanning as much as possible. The transparent broken sword also managed to stabilize itself. The original sword was broken but not lost. When the Yuanning jumped out of the Jindan, the heaven had a sense, originally swept away by the sword light of the cloud recoalescence. Lightning and thunder is brewing extremely horrible thunderbolt. Those who cultivate will face a test of heaven and earth when they reach the Yuanning stage. If you pass this calamity, you will be a Yuanning cultivator, but if you don't, you will die. This was the first consideration of heaven and earth for those who practiced cultivation, and was also known as the San San Thunder Tribulation. Every year, countless Jidan cultivators die in these three thunderbolts. Leng Qingsong, whose breath gradually stabilized, opened his eyes slightly, looking somewhat dissatisfied at the thunderbolt brewing in the sky, and slowly spat out a word. "Get out." Chapter 68, The Secret Realm of the Immortals. The thunderbolt that was brewing in the sky was like a bug that had paused for a moment, and then the wind swept away the clouds and disappeared cleanly. The originally powerful thunderbolt disappeared without a trace after Leng Qingsong uttered the word roll. This is the 3-3 thunderbolt that makes countless Jidan stage cultivators hate on the spot. Such a heavenly power encountered Leng Qingsong even directly ran away, and the Leng Qingsong who caused all of this fell from the air. Originally his body was full of sharp sword intent, Now there was a hidden flow of sword intent between lifting his hands and throwing his feet. It was the manifestation of the sword way into the body. As long as the cultivation stabilized, Lang Qingsong was confident that facing the out-of-body stage could be casually chopped under the sword. However, it was a pity that the original sword had not been completed, and he needed to find a new heart sword. When Lang Qingsong landed on top of the flower boat and saw Chang Xiaoye with blood at the corner of her mouth, a trace of apology flashed in her eyes, but Chang Xiaoye smiled towards Lang Qingsong without the slightest care. With that, Lang Qingsong took a deep breath and looked above the soft couch at the face that appeared from time to time in his memories. She was quite a bit prettier than before, but she had become very unfamiliar, and if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lang Qingsong wouldn't have believed that the magnificent young girl in front of him was Xian'er. What does he want? The old emperor looked at the opposite side of the flower boat on top of Lang Qingsong, who was dressed in a white dress. He already knew that the young girl in a white dress was his own grandson. Lang Qingsong, it's not much of a big deal. Probably just want to borrow your head to sharpen the Tao? Ouyang replied easily. Elder brother, can you get out of the way? Lang Qingsong glanced at Ouyang and said softly. Ouyang nodded. Lang Qingsong's own matter should naturally be concluded by Lang Qingsong himself. Lang Qingsong looked at the young girl. With his yuaning stage cultivation, he could tell at a glance that the body of the young girl in front of him had changed souls. The yuaning stage had already initially touched the threshold of the divine soul, and it was the period when he was more sensitive to the divine soul, so it wasn't difficult to discover that the young girl was different. Adverse son, you want to kill me? I am your own grandfather. The old emperor looked at Lang Qingsong with a furious glare and opened his mouth. As an emperor he felt the fear of being an ant for the first time. He is the emperor of 10,000 people. The emperor who holds 100,000 elite soldiers and millions of people's lives and deaths in his hands. Why is he like a dog in front of these immortals? When you killed my parents, why didn't you think that they were your own? Lang Qingsong asked with an expressionless face. The old emperor was momentarily speechless. His face was green and red for a while. Then he said in a disheveled manner, becoming a king is like losing a bandit. Since you have the ability to come here, then you should do it. Lang Qingsong looked at Ouyang and opened his mouth to ask, is it a problem for me to kill him now? Ouyang rolled his eyes and said, what could be wrong with killing it? You even told it to roll when the thunderbolt came just now. But I don't want to kill him. My parents they did rebel. As he just said, it's just a matter of becoming a king or losing a bandit. That gift of the sword is on Xian'er. This time it's as if I'm returning it to her. But, Lang Qingsong looked at the old emperor and contemplated for a moment. Then his finger turned into a sword and pointed directly at the old emperor. A golden light struck the old emperor, and the old emperor felt as if his body was being torn apart in pain. As if someone was pinching his body as if he was tearing a squid silk, but it was only halfway to the point when Lang Qingsong stopped. The old emperor endured the severe pain and opened his mouth towards Lang Qingsong. What have you done to me? When the old emperor opened his mouth to speak, he was shocked to find that his voice had turned into a mixture of male and female voices, one of his own and one of this body's original voice. A mixture of male and female voices rang out, sounding extremely out of place. The old emperor even felt that the bitch's servant girl was actually snatching control of her body from herself. Ouyang was shocked when he heard the old emperor's voice. Then he realized what Lang Qingsong wanted to do. Lang Qingsong separated the fused souls of the old emperor and Xian'er once again, and although the separation was not complete, that green tea came to life just the same. Inside this body of Xian'er resided two consciousnesses at the same time. I just don't know if you can still sit on top of the throne now that you are a woman. Oh yeah. And this green tea has an old flame who could probably help her sit on the throne. Gee, it's a bit too strong for the old emperor to lock up a man, but it shouldn't be a problem to give a bit of your body for the throne, right? After a while, this green tea's fiancé will lead an army to come to her rescue. When he sees his fiancé turned into a queen, and there is even an old man inside her body. A story 3 men and a woman had to tell? Wonderful, wonderful. Ouyang Du felt that just the plot that he had brainstormed was enough to ruin 3 viewpoints, and looked towards his own penis, not expecting that the inarticulate penis would be dark to this extent. Lang Qingsong's face was normal, looking at the full moon in the sky. Now that he had done all this, Lang Qingsong, who had clarified the heart of the sword, suddenly felt that the sky seemed to be a little lower. The yuaning in his body similarly sensed his master's thoughts and frowned as he raised the broken sword in his hand. Lang Qingsong's entire directly transformed into a swordlight and rushed straight into the sky. The sky was as if it was being torn apart. A huge crack split open in the middle of the sky. It was like stabbing a hole in the sky, and countless Tao rhythms flowed out from that sword mark. I am the sword and the sword is me. The entire heaven and earth resounded with Lang Qingsong's voice. The heavenly Tao felt it, and at once 3 ancient bells rang throughout the world. Suddenly, the vision resurfaced. A lofty palace revealed a corner in the sky, and the entire palace was shaped like a long sword, like a sharp sword in a scabbard, sticking diagonally into the sky. Countless great cultivators in the cultivation world sensed the appearance of this palace at the same time, and countless cultivators raised their heads to the sky at the same time to look at that palace. The palace that was hidden in the sky was wrapped in endless sword intent, causing fear in the heart just by looking at it. The secret realm of the immortals. Cultivators who had lived long enough and seen enough understood what kind of existence the palace in front of them was the first time they saw it. The great cultivators of the ancient times possessed the ability to open up the heavens and the earth, and they used their supreme cultivation to open up small worlds that belonged to them. And when these great cultivators fell, the small worlds that they opened up would be hidden by the heavenly Tao. It is not until the time when the master suitable for him appears that the small world hidden by the heavenly Tao will be revealed to the world again. This kind of small world is also known as the immortal secret realm. In this kind of immortal secret realm, not only were there heavenly treasures from the ancient times, but there were also the legacies and magic treasures of the great cultivators of the ancient times. And as long as one could obtain one of them, it could benefit an ordinary cultivator for the rest of his life. At once, the cultivation world was in an uproar, although they didn't know why this Heaven's Path mystery realm had suddenly appeared. But since it had appeared, it represented opportunity. Even the 9 great sacred grounds wouldn't turn a blind eye to an immortal mystery realm. It's just that I don't know which immortal from the past left this secret realm behind. White Fei Yu, who was far away from the small mountain peak, sneezed so hard that he almost didn't fall from the tree. White Fei Yu rubbed his nose and wondered why his right eyelid began to flutter madly. Chapter 69 Hu Yun. Lang Qingsong left the old emperor's dog's life behind, but it made him suffer even more. When Lang Qingsong returned to the flower boat and looked back at the figure that looked like a madman, there was no longer any expression on his face. The flower boat that was parked in front of the main hall slowly levitated, carrying Ouyang and his group into the sky. Elder, what kind of a thing did this sword cut out? Ouyang was lying on the deck above the flower boat looking at the corner of the lofty palace in the sky, while Hu Tutu on the side had already barred his mouth and fell asleep. Ouyang felt quite novel, but he had never seen a palace suddenly appear in the sky before, and it was amazing to see that it was clearly right in front of you, but no matter how high you flew, you still couldn't touch a corner of the palace. This is the immortal secret realm. Only when the secret realm is opened will the entire secret realm be completely revealed. Speaking of such a secret realm, even your Qing insect wouldn't sit idly by. Chang Xiaoye said to Ouyang as she glanced at the secret realm in front of her. What are you looking for me for if you're not going to look after your little husband? Ouyang asked without twisting his head as he looked at the secret realm of immortals in the sky and opened his mouth. Because Lang Qingsong had just broken through and his realm was unstable. He was still inside the room regulating and stabilizing his realm. Chang Xiaoye, on the other hand, sat on top of the deck, looking in the direction of the secret realm somewhat out of focus. When I was a child, I especially worshipped Master Hu Yun, because every word he said would come true in the end, so I have always thought that Master Hu Yun could do no wrong. But this time, things always feel as if both Lang Qingsong and I are pawns in his hands, and this feeling makes me very uncomfortable. Ouyang twisted his head and glanced at Chang Xiaoye. The snake demon who used to be so bold in the past, suddenly quietly hugged her legs and looked at the sky out of her mind. It looked like she had changed her nature. Since you feel uncomfortable, then go ask. Ouyang spoke indifferently. A great cultivator like Senior Uncle Hu Yun must have his deepest intentions for doing this. Although it's a bit uncomfortable, I won't ask why. I trust him, Chang Xiaoye said in a low voice. That middle-aged man with broad arms, who was like a father to his master and himself when he was young. In Chang Xiaoye's heart she had long since viewed Hu Yun as if he were her father. So even though she had been utilized by Hu Yun, Chang Xiaoye felt that she deserved it. Ouyang skimmed his lips and gently picked up Hu Tutu in his arms and placed her in Chang Xiaoye's arms. Then he pulled out a communication stone and a ray of true qi was inputted into it. Hello, which one? A low, male, smoky-voiced voice came out of the communication stone. It's me. The Tang Kingdom is over. Ouyang spoke into the communication stone. Hey, it's Ouyang. I thought it was someone else. Come on, then play the music, then dance. The low male smoking voice instantly became jumpy, and with it came the sounds of various musical instruments and a few giggling female voices. Ouyang said to the communication stone with his head full of black lines, Old man, sooner or later you'll die on a woman's belly. Shut up fledgling, old pervert. Yo, in a hurry? Do you fucking want to start a fire in the harem? Ouyang glanced at the sleeping Hu Tutu in Chang Xiaoye's arms and lowered his voice threateningly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. What are you looking for me for, my good disciple? The opposite side of Hu Yun's voice instantly lowered, somewhat pleasingly opening his mouth to Ouyang. Why do you need to use this method? Ouyang opened his mouth and asked. Hu Yun on the opposite side lazily said, or else wait until when? Wait until that stupid kid has transited the tribulation and has a strong Tao. Then see that scene you guys just did. Guess what will happen? Oh Yang could not help but be a little dumbfounded as the scene of Leng Qingsong, who was at the transitional stage, pulling out his sword in a fit of rage and washing the earth in blood, came to his mind. Still, Oh Yang retorted, did you turn that green tea into this? How do you defile someone's innocence out of thin air? I only gave that girl a jade pendant. I did nothing else. The rest was all that girl's choice. It's her own choice for her to become like this. It's none of my business. Hu Yun spoke impatiently. Hu Yun explicitly said that he just gave a jade pendant, and from the time Hu Yun handed out that jade pendant, it likewise opened the door of desire in Xian Er's heart. He used nothing but great power and also mortal desires. This master of his own family was truly terrifying in this regard. Do people who cultivate have to cut off mortal dust? Ouyang asked after thinking about opening his mouth. Hu Yun sighed long and hard. What do you think are the consequences of a mortal and a cultivator falling in love? Compared to a cultivator, a mortal's lifespan can be said to be fleeting. And when a mortal is 100 years old, how many crazy things will that cultivator do to win back his beloved? Do you dare to guarantee it? There are ways of living on earth, and there are ways of living for those who practice. Cultivators liking mortals is like you wanting to marry your inflatable girlfriend, and it seems extraordinarily outrageous in the eyes of the cultivators. And when a practitioner's cultivation reaches a certain point, they are able to do too many things, and things like becoming a demon with a single thought happen too often. Hu Yun spoke leisurely. Your old brother is going to follow the path of the Lord of 10,000 Swords. The Lord of 10,000 Swords. What's the difference between that and an earthly emperor? Mundane karma and such things will make his sword heart dusty. When his sword heart is immaculate, he will naturally be able to see his own path. Look at the daughter-in-law I found for him. What do I want? Isn't it better than a crooked melon in the mortal world? Hearing Hu Yun's words, Chang Xiaoye, who was on the side, reddened her pretty face and spat at the old immodest man. Has that secret realm appeared? Hu Yun's voice came again. Ouyang looked towards the palace in the sky and hummed. I also deduce that when Qingsong cultivates the immaculate sword heart he will be able to inspire the secret realm, which is said to have great opportunities. Don't forget to go. Hu Yun opened his mouth and said. The old man had even counted on the secret realm. Hu Yun in order to let Leng Qingsong reach the state of the immaculate sword heart to be able to activate the secret realm in front of him. A layout is all for his own disciple to pave the way. Ouyang was a bit puzzled as he asked the last question. Since this is the case, then what are you doing helping the dog emperor take over his body? Isn't this taking off your pants and farting? I'll say it again. I only gave that girl a jade pendant. I don't know anything about the rest. You don't really think I'm counting my blessings, do you? Crooked Bauer, don't take off my pants. Hu Yun emphasized once again, then wondered who he was coaxing. Not you? Ouyang frowned while the communication stone in his hand was hastily hung up by Hu Yun. If it's not your own master, then who is it? In the middle of a cave, a middle-aged handsome man with a melancholic aura was embracing a charming woman and talking about love. The woman leaned over the middle-aged handsome man's shoulder and exhaled. That kid can really help Xiaoye get through the great calamity? The middle-aged handsome man shook his head after thinking about it and said, Heaven's chance can't be revealed. The trigrams were counted by me for more than 10 years, but just now Ouyang said taking over the body, so I guess there's a change in the middle. Then didn't I lose a disciple for nothing? The woman said with glaring eyes. Mei, you and I both know that Xiaoye was the end of certain death, and now that it's turned into a variable, it's already good. The middle-aged handsome man hurriedly coaxed. You're a sight for sore eyes, the woman said hatefully. Middle of the road? Feeling provoked, the middle-aged handsome man then put out the lights with a lift of his hand, ready to right himself. The old emperor was lying on the ground like an old dog, his eyes red and panting heavily. This kind of humiliation as an emperor he had never felt before. Men, protect the emperor, the old emperor shouted, his mixed male and female voices sounding very harsh. When the entire hall was empty, no silhouettes appeared. Congratulations to your majesty for regaining your life. A black figure walked out from the shadow of the corner and spoke perfunctorily towards the old emperor. Master of the state, save me. When the old emperor saw the black figure, he immediately stretched out his hand towards the black figure as if he had grabbed a straw to save his life. Hasn't your majesty already reached your desired goal? Although we didn't obtain an immortal body, this young body is just as good. The black figure revealed his appearance. It was the holy son of the demon race who crawled out of his grave and changed his name to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the misogynistic old emperor in front of him and felt some dissatisfaction in his heart. In his plan, the old emperor in front of him should be occupying the body of Leng Qingsong. What a waste! Lin Feng frowned and snapped his fingers as a pill landed in the old emperor's mouth. What your majesty needs to do now is to stabilize the throne within 7 days and then open the blood sacrifice ascension technique. Lin Feng said as he looked at the old emperor ninja in front of him with disgusted compulsion. Can a blood sacrifice of millions of people really make me immortal? The old emperor looked at Lin Feng with expectation and asked. Lin Feng laughed softly, the demonic lines on his face became clearer and clearer, and with compulsion he looked at the old emperor and said, of course you can live forever. You can even reach immortality in one step. Chapter 70, I'm looking for a way for you to die. Lin Feng compelled the old emperor in front of him, but in his heart he laughed coldly. A mere mortal wants to try to live forever? If it wasn't for the fact that this old emperor was protected by the golden dragon of Qi, Lin Feng would have already cannibalized this old emperor. It's a pity that I set up a blood sacrifice of 1,000,000 people. Originally I wanted the old emperor to be able to stabilize Ouyang and Lungqingsong, and then use the killing formation to completely kill the two. But I didn't expect the old emperor to be so useless. What a waste to kill so many people yourself these days. Waste. The Lin Feng in front of him was none other than the once great disciple of the Green Cloud sect leader, Ling Feng, who at this time had perfectly adapted to the body of the demonic saint's son, Zhu Yuan. Lin Feng felt the surging power within his body. In just 10 days, he had jumped from the 3rd level of Yuaning to the 6th level of Yuaning. There are no barriers to cultivation, and every moment you can feel that you are getting stronger. This feeling made Lin Feng extremely infatuated. Compared to his own body, the physical qualifications of this good senior brother of his were truly heavenly. Unfortunately it's still too slow, for the desire for power. Even if he could feel it growing every day, Lin Feng began to become dissatisfied. As long as you killed people, you would be able to raise your cultivation level, but killing them one by one was just too slow. Lin Feng's mind had all sorts of demonic secret techniques recorded about Zhu Yuan when he was the holy son of the demon race. The blood sacrifice spell. The more living beings that were blood sacrificed, the stronger the enhancement that the demonic cultivator could receive. That was why Lin Feng had set his sights on the Tang Kingdom, which was farther away from the Qingyan sect. It was just a mortal kingdom, with millions of mortals crammed into the smallest of cities. Lin Feng, who had come here for the first time, took this place as the site of his first blood sacrifice. Although his cultivation had been suppressed, with some small means of turning stones into gold, Lin Feng had easily gained the old emperor's trust. What Lin Feng hadn't expected was that this was still the homeland of Ouyang and Lungqingsong. The old emperor in front of him was the real grandfather of that Lungqingsong who had picked over the entire sword-asking peak with a single sword. Character completely changed. Lin Feng act also become ruthless. Since learned of this relationship, then this old emperor should be by their own well tortured to death, so as to have the thrill of revenge personally. Lin Feng took out a yellow talisman, which burned without fire, and casually threw it on the old emperor's original body, and it burned madly like fire-meeting fuel. The old emperor on the side looked at his body, which was slowly being burned to ashes, with a complicated gaze. It was an amazing feeling, like watching yourself die. His Majesty should have left his backhand behind a long time ago. The throne should be able to take over smoothly, right? Lin Feng asked indifferently. Don't worry, State Master. I have already made the arrangements. The old emperor was too busy to speak. Lin Feng nodded and said, 7 days later, I will open the formation, and then it will be the day your Majesty attains immortality. The old emperor's face was delighted as he arched his hand towards Lin Feng and said, if the matter comes to fruition, I would like to share the kingdom of Tang with the State Master. The old emperor's voice changed back to a woman's voice. The elixir that Lin Feng had just snapped his fingers had the effect of stabilizing the divine soul. It's getting late. Your Majesty, go back to rest. Lin Feng opened his mouth and unceremoniously gave an eviction order. The old emperor bowed and saluted, but a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. He had never been treated so unceremoniously before. When he lived a long life, he would mobilize the entire Imperial Forest Army. No matter how many people died, he would kill the Lin Feng in front of him, waiting until the old emperor disappeared from sight. Lin Feng looked down at the increasingly bright magical patterns on his hands and whispered, Ouyang, Ouyang, just wait. One day I'll personally take it back from you. No need to wait. I don't like to owe people things. Now settle up. Just as Lin Feng was still secretly swearing, Ouyang's voice floated in from mid-air. Under the moonlight, a green-shirt Ouyang sat on top of a huge paper crane, one hand on his head, looking down at Lin Feng with a smile, but in his heart he was very confused, and Lin Feng's attribute panel had long since surfaced in his own eyes. Name, Lin Feng, Devil Saint. Palmet +*#. Cultivation level, 6th level of Yuaning, suppressed. Root bone, 10+1. Charm, 8. Lucky, 7. Knifeway qualification, 10. Specialized skills, 100 changes magic statue, 100 changes of divine spirit. Verdict, don't ask me. I don't know how to rate it. Ouyang looked at Lin Feng, who looked exactly the same as Zhu Yuan, and even had the same roots. Charisma and luck came to be very interested, and the brackets after the name are surprisingly garbled and the rating is a blur. What was the origin of the Lin Feng in front of him? So much so that even the system couldn't make a complete evaluation. It was important to know that even if it was a reborn person and a reincarnated sword immortal, the system would be able to tell them apart easily. But when they came across Lin Feng in front of them, the system even made a mistake for the first time? That seems like a pretty cardless system. He had always trusted the system's judgment very much, but now a character that made this system buggy suddenly appeared. Ouyang was unusually curious about the Lin Feng in front of him. After he had learned that his master had not arranged for the old emperor to take over his body, Ouyang opened the record stone hidden in the palace in the next moment, just in time to see the conversation between Lin Feng and the old emperor in front of him. The recording stone that he had entrusted the little old man from the miscellany peak to create for himself did not record sound. And just viewing the record stone doesn't allow you to see the opponent's attribute panel. So Ouyang decides to borrow Hututu's paper crane to come and see what's going on. I didn't expect to hear this one flagging himself here as soon as he came over. Ouyang looked at the wide-eyed Lin Feng below and opened his mouth to ask, "What exactly are you? Why do you look exactly like Zhu Yuan?" Lin Feng had countless grass mud horses racing in his heart. How could he not have thought that Ouyang would kill a horseback? Lin Feng looked at Ouyang on top of the paper crane. His brain spun rapidly. Then he opened his mouth and said, "I am Zhu Ming, the great imperial son of the demon clan. You, Qingyun sect, killed my royal brother. I will avenge this." Ouyang looked at Lin Feng, who was trying to hide his identity, and jumped down from the paper crane. Ouyang smashed a crater in the ground under the drumming of his true qi, pulled his leg out of the earth and looked at Lin Feng, who was startled into a guarded stance on the opposite side. Ouyang pulled out the book, the complete book of 5 elements art basics, from his arms and looked at Lin Feng in front of him while flipping through the book and smiled and said, "I don't believe it. Lin Feng, your damn name is directly labeled by the system, and you're giving me AN00B act here?" Lin Feng was chilled to the bone. This name of his was only known to himself and Lin Feng of the Qingyun sect. How did the Ouyang in front of him know about it? Lin Feng was frantically thinking of countermeasures in his head, but now that his cultivation had been suppressed to only the qi practicing stage, Lin Feng couldn't think of any way to face Ouyang in front of him for a while. "What are you flipping through?" Lin Feng gulped and looked at Ouyang, who was flipping through the book, and asked dryly. Ouyang raised his head and glanced at Lin Feng. Then he lowered his head again to continue rummaging and replied indifferently, "I'm picking out my favorite way for you to die." Chapter 71, A Battle of Complete Crush. The sound of clattering and flipping books made Lin Feng, who was standing there, feel a great deal of pressure. Ouyang just stood there unusually flipping through the book, but gave Lin Feng the illusion of waiting for the death sentence. "Can't win. Must escape. Must escape." Lin Feng shouted furiously in his heart, but his feet felt like they had roots underneath them. He couldn't move at all. This body was something that he had obtained with great difficulty. To give it up like this? Lin Feng had 10,000 reluctance in his heart. As long as one was given enough time, one could definitely step into that supreme realm. But, why? Why don't you give yourself time? Even by giving himself 7 days, he would be able to become a great cultivator of the out-of-body stage. Lin Feng's eyes were crimson as he looked at Ouyang in front of him, his gaze of resentment and hatred almost turning into solid lines as he stabbed at Ouyang. Ouyang naturally felt Lin Feng's gaze like substance, raised his head to look at Lin Feng and laughed out disdainfully. "What? Want to bite me?" Lin Feng's figure was like a ghost pouncing towards Ouyang. Flipping his hand, 3 long purple needles appeared in his hand and flung them towards Ouyang first. Ouyang sidestepped his head to dodge the 3 silver needles. It was too slow. Although he was only at the qi practicing stage, the Lin Feng realm in front of him was suppressed to only the qi practicing stage. With the same means of attack at the qi practicing stage, Ouyang, who had long been stationed at the qi practicing stage for many years, even stated that he could fight 10 of them alone. The 3 magic needles were just bait. The moment Ouyang dodged the 3 magic needles by turning his head sideways, Lin Feng bullied his way forward and his right hand, which was full of black magic lines, turned into a claw and grabbed towards Ouyang's neck. Bang! Lin Feng, who was attacking fiercely, only felt a pain in his abdomen, and the scenery in front of him flew backward as he flew backwards. Lin Feng ruthlessly crashed on top of the steps in front of the palace, and the verdant stone slab behind him was hit with a slight crack. The whole person collapsed on top of the lapis lazuli plate and almost didn't faint. Ouyang, who had retracted his feet, didn't even turn the book in his hands, looked towards Lin Feng, who had crashed on the palace's lapis lazuli steps, and curiously opened his mouth to ask, "This is it?" He thought that Lin Feng, who was able to make even the system appear to be misplaced, could be capable of much, but he didn't expect that he would kick over and almost end this fight. "This is too weak, isn't it? Just this system can't even give a rating? This makes it seem like one system is dull, eh?" Ouyang glanced at Lin Feng with some dissatisfaction. Originally, he had wanted to see how much weight the Lin Feng in front of him had, but he hadn't expected that he was just too unbeatable. Ouyang flipped through the book as he walked towards Lin Feng. with the arts covered in his own book. The complete book of 5 elemental arts basics. Ouyang was really afraid that he would raise Lin Feng's ashes. The name was Lin Feng, and the first time Ouyang saw the name, he thought of Ling Feng, who had recently changed his personality drastically. The uncomfortable sense of defiance that he felt from the bottom of his heart when he saw the old emperor take over Xiener was right here. The uncomfortable sense of defiance that he felt from the bottom of his heart when he saw the old Ling was right here. It was as if old Ling had been taken over. A completely different person. Now he saw a person who looked exactly like Zhu Yuan appear here and was called by a name similar to old Ling's. Ouyang now had reason to doubt whether the Ling Feng who had followed Qin Shanxing to go and visualize the Qingyun's secret treasure was still Ling Feng himself or not. If that's the case, old 3 will be in danger. Ouyang instantly worried about Qin Shanxing, who was far away in the Qingyun sect, but then he wasn't too worried. After all, his own oldest 3 had no other skills. If it came to life preservation, the entire Green Cloud sect had no one to compare oldest 3 with. Although that was said, if something really went wrong with old Ling, he would definitely have to defend himself. So this person called Lin Feng in front of him, he was bound to figure out what the hell he was. Crashing on the lapis lazuli steps, Lin Feng sensed that Ouyang was approaching him step by step, and Lin Feng was no longer prepared to hide himself. On Earth his own cultivation was suppressed to the Qi practicing stage, and Ouyang on the opposite side would likewise be suppressed. Even if one was even more heavenly talented, it would be impossible to break through to the out-of-body stage at the age of 17 or 18. As long as a cultivator was below out-of-body, their cultivation in such a smoldering earth would not exceed the foundation. So everyone is at the Qi practicing stage. Why should I be much worse than you at the Qi practicing stage? If you don't fight now, you won't be able to fight later. Drink! Lin Feng shouted. The black demonic lines on his body began to cover his entire body, and the power that had been suppressed in his body began to surge crazily. A mouthful of blood spat out from Lin Feng's mouth, but Lin Feng completely ignored it and only had Ouyang in his eyes. 6th level of Qi cultivation, 7th level of Qi cultivation, 9th level of Qi cultivation, and peak 9th level of Qi cultivation. Forcibly pulling up his realm, Lin Feng felt the crazy surge of power in his body. When he looked at Ouyang again, there was cruelty in his eyes. At the peak of the 9th level of Qi cultivation, he was strong enough to exert the strength of the middle stage of foundation building. Lin Feng felt that killing Ouyang in front of him, who was only at the Qi practicing stage, was easy as pie. In the midst of the overflowing demonic Qi, Lin Feng raised his hands and held them in front of his body in a false grip, and a blood-red demonic blade appeared in Lin Feng's hands. When the blood-red demonic blade appeared, there were hidden grievous souls hissing above the demonic blade, as if they were suffering from unbearable pain. All the power of Lin Feng's entire body was gathered on top of this demonic blade. Under this strike even a cultivator who was one great realm above would have to drink his heart out. This was the secret method of being the demon clan's saint's son, Zhu Yuan. The same qualitative change that arose amongst the comprehension of the blade intent. A lion fighting a rabbit was still doing its best, let alone Lin Feng against Ouyang right now, so he had to do it himself with a single blow. Lin Feng, who had begun to explode all over his body, was like a protagonist after encountering a boss. His face was full of death and he was ready to unleash his own near-death strike. Ouyang stopped and looked at Lin Feng, who was covered in violent anger, gently closed the book and calmly said, "I've gone through it. Water burial, wind burial, and thunder burial are all inferior to earth burial." Ha! Lin Feng didn't even listen to what Ouyang said and struck with all his might, waving the magic blade in his hand towards Ouyang. The original only half a meter long demonic knife instantly blade shadow skyrocketed more than 10 feet. The huge blade shadow with entangled wrong souls hissing demonic gas towards Ouyang cleave. Ouyang looked at the unstoppable shadow of the blade in front of him, clapped his hands together and calmly spoke. Earth wall technique. In an instant, 2 thick earth walls rose on both sides of Lin Feng, and tens of feet high earth walls crashed together fiercely towards Lin Feng in the center. The originally powerful blade shadow was like a fly being swatted, stuck directly in the 2 earth walls. Seconds. It's not a class fight at all. 2 huge earthen walls like towering tombstones stood silently in front of the main hall. You have to cut the grass to get to the root. Ouyang clapped his hands together with a slight twist and flattened them against his chest. The tombstone-like walls of earth were twisted together as dead as twisted twine. There was no more sound of Lin Feng in the middle of the earth wall. Chapter 72. These sons of the heavenly Tao are like undefeatable little strong men. Ouyang, who had finished playing handsome, slapped his head and let out a loud cry. Crap! Hit too hard. It's not going to die, is it? Focusing on playing handsome. It looks like the shot is really too heavy. This move of his own earth wall art goes down. Maybe the Jedan cultivator can be slapped into flesh. Lin Feng, whose realm had been suppressed to the Qi practicing stage, wouldn't be unable to carry it and just karma it. Ouyang slapped his one hand on the earth wall, and the earth wall that had been twisted into a twist collapsed down into large chunks of earth, revealing Lin Feng's flesh inside that had long been slapped into mud by himself. I always have bad control of the force. Hell knows why the chi practicing stage's spells have changed into a different look when it comes to my own hands. I even intentionally stayed back. I didn't expect this Lin Feng to be so unforgiving. Ouyang looked at the puddle of mosaic and was a bit angry. Before he could ask a question, the Lin Feng in front of him was directly slapped by his own karma. Suddenly Ouyang felt that something flew out of Lin Feng's flesh that he had slapped to pieces and then disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. What the hell was that? Swoosh and it's gone? Is it a divine soul? Ouyang felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and instantly realized that the Lin Feng in front of him wasn't dead at all, but his own self, who was only at the 9th level of the chi practicing stage, didn't even know what the hell a divine soul was. Only Yuaning stage cultivators are able to initially glimpse the mysteries of the divine soul, and the most iconic thing about the out-of-body stage is the ability for the divine soul to leave the body. How could a Yuaning stage be able to do what only an out-of-body stage cultivator could do? Are all these chosen ones that unreasonable? How does it make us commoners play grass, bullying the low level of the laborer? All day long you engage in these high-end ones? Ouyang was instantly furious and cursed. If he didn't only have the chi practicing stage and didn't even know what the hell a divine soul was, how could he possibly let the Lin Feng in front of him get away? Although his own true chi value was incredibly high, for things like arts and spells, he completely relied on a handful of ready-to-learn, vigorously producing miracles, slightly more high-end things that he himself didn't recognize at all, which led to Ouyang having absolutely no means of being able to stop Lin Feng's divine soul when he was fleeing. If you don't get rid of the grass, it's sure to grow again in the spring. This Lin Feng is bound to make a comeback. All of these chosen ones are like undefeatable little strong men that can't be killed in any way. On the contrary, they are the villains that honestly cultivate, and the moment they touch them, they will be karma. It's really heavenly. Why those great villains inside the novels who warily cultivate to great cultivators and plan the world? As soon as they come across these chosen children, they voluntarily lower their intelligence, and then they are killed by Gaga indiscriminately? Now he seemed to be on the side of the villain. A chosen one like Lin Feng could not be beaten by himself, and he could only wait for someone else to be strong enough to rip his head off and kick it as a ball? Lin Feng, Lao Ling, if you have any more problems, I'll turn around and have Lao San cannonball you into a mannequin. I don't know what a god soul is. My oldest is a great player of God's soul. Ouyang thought of Ling Feng and the Qingyan sect. The two names were so similar, and this Lin Feng looked like Zhu Yuan, Ling Feng's dead demon master brother. Saying that there was not the slightest relationship with Ling Feng would not be believed even if he killed himself. The impotent and furious Ouyang looked at the distant palace and smiled coldly. He sensed that there were eyes in the palace that were looking at everything here. An ecstasy pill that Su Linger had once tried to stuff in her own mouth appeared in Ouyang's hand, snapping his fingers and popping it into the mouth of an unconscious general. You like to watch? I'll give you a good look back there. The old emperor, who had already morphed into a Thai bigot, saw the scene that just happened in its entirety. After the old emperor's fiancée had personally stripped off the golden dragon of chi from the old emperor's body, it was the time when the old emperor died before his eyes. How much can an old dog in the mundane turn over? Enjoy it, old thing. Ouyang opened the communication stone and fed it. The paper crane in midair was remotely manipulated by Hu Tutu. As a chi practitioner, he could not manipulate the magic treasure at all, so he can only call Hu Tutu and let the paper crane hump himself back. And the old emperor within the great hall lying in front of the doorway, watching the scene of the immortals fighting in front of him, his heart also a pang of grief. Can he really find a way to longevity in the hands of these immortals? Disheveled, he sat down on the ground, and the old emperor no longer had a glowing look in his eyes. Now that the state master was dead, that blood sacrifice method was no longer manipulated by the state master, and one's path to immortality was broken. He himself was now left with this young body and nothing else to show for it. But one has time again now. The old emperor sat up again, looking at his white hands with ferocity in his eyes. No longer an old man in his twilight years, but a young woman in the prime of her 20s. She had plenty of time to rediscover the method of immortality. Before that happens, one has to reascend to the great throne and become the empress of this empire. The old emperor looked at the plaque above the hall. Behind the plaque he left a blank letter of transmission of the throne of Zhao Shu. This is the backhand he left behind. I don't know how long it took, but the door of the great hall was pushed open by a pair of hands, and the general in his armored stomach saw his sweetheart sitting on top of the dragon chair that belonged only to the emperor, holding a pair of scrolls in his hands. Xianer? The general asked softly towards the old emperor sitting on top of the dragon chair. The old emperor jerked his head up and looked at the visitor, and before him, the leader of his most trusted forbidden guards looked at him with a gaze full of love. This caused a wave of nausea to flood through the heart of the old emperor, who was a 95-year-old. But in the immediate future, in order to stabilize the dynasty, The old emperor could only endure his nausea and put up a green tea smile on his face to look at the idiot across the room and laugh. I succeeded. General. Looking at the smiling sweetheart, the general, a hanging heart let go. Forced to hold back the excitement, quickly walked to the dragon chair. Hugged the old emperor. Muttered under his breath, from now on, you and I will never be separated. The old emperor, who was hugged by the general, was first stunned. Then a sweet smile returned to his face. But in his heart he was roaring madly. When I regain control of the dynasty, I'll be the first to kill you, stupid bastard. And with that, to the old emperor's consternation, the general who held him seemed to move differently. The old emperor's face instantly reddened, and his back teeth were all clenched. And the general saw his sweetheart with a blush, and thought that Shiener was being shy, and looked around. This is the great hall when the emperor faces the 100 officials. If he is here, wouldn't it be too stimulating? With despair in his eyes, the old emperor looked at the tiger-backed general with eyes full of desire, looking at himself, swallowed his saliva and said, what do you want to do? What for? Let me see. The general cried out strangely, lunging toward the old emperor. Don't, brother Jie. The old emperor shouted the general's name in panic. Hey, 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 play this? Quickly, let me see. Accompanied by the general's ragged panting, there was also the sound of clothes being torn. Chapter 73, the Chen Changsheng who won the battle from 1,000 li away. And outside of the imperial city, hundreds of people were hurrying towards the imperial city, and at the head of them was none other than the anxious-looking Maple Leaf City young lord Xie Xinji. Behind himself there were 100 martial artists who had just entered the innate grandmaster category, and he had taken the elixir to become an innate grandmaster. Such a configuration was enough to rescue his fiancée in the middle of the imperial city. After being convinced that there was no problem with the pills given by Ouyang, Xie Xinji disregarded Xie Chongyang's discouragement and brought the newly promoted 100 innate grandmasters towards the imperial city in order to come to the rescue of his fiancée. Xiener, wait for me. Xie Xinji was anxious in his heart. Every minute he was late, his fiancée suffered more. God knows what kind of inhuman torture his fiancée was suffering. Just as Xie Xinji was rushing along sullenly, a stream of light invisible to mortals directly failed to enter Xie Xinji's head. Xie Xinji only felt his head sink, and after a moment of lightheadedness, he lost consciousness. The subordinates behind him saw that something was wrong and immediately supported Xie Xinji. And when Xie Xinji looked up again, he stopped in his tracks and raised his hand to stop the martial artists behind him from continuing their journey. Young lord, what's wrong? A subordinate opened his mouth in uncertainty and asked. Go back to Maple Leaf City. Xie Xinji's tone became a bit strange and gave an order that no one had expected. But, young lord, we'll be arriving at the imperial city soon. The unknown subordinate asked uncertainly. Xie Xinji shook his head and sighed. I've figured it out. I can't use your lives to satisfy my selfish feelings. Let's go back to Maple Leaf City and start an army. Upon hearing Xie Xinji's words, the subordinates behind him instantly felt that this young master of theirs was truly able to distinguish between right and wrong when it came to the issue of right and wrong. If the Xie family can get such a bright master, why worry about not accomplishing great things? As everyone turned their heads to head back, Xie Xinji, who stayed at the end, glanced back in the direction of the imperial city, and the expression on his face became ferocious. Ouyang, just wait. One day, I will personally rip off your head. The moment Ouyang slapped himself into mush, he escaped with his soul out of his body. Fortunately, Ouyang didn't have the means to target the divine soul, or else he really would have died there. It was just a pity that he had not been able to get the physical body with great difficulty. That's the flesh of the demon saint's son. Thinking about this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Reviewing this body, it was only at the first level of Qi practicing. Although Ancestral Abyss's body came with a divine soul seizure method, he himself could only occupy the bodies of the dead and those who hadn't built their foundations. Compared to how hard it was for him to cultivate to the Yuaning stage, he could be said to be starting from scratch. All this is thanks to Ouyang. Is it wrong to just want to get stronger yourself? Why are you targeting yourself like this? A trace of resentment flashed in Xie Xinji's eyes as he turned around and followed the crowd, his mind beginning to flip through the memories of this body. Fortunately, it was just a mortal, practicing Qi but not cultivating. Otherwise his own divine soul wouldn't have possessed this body so easily. All of it had to be planned anew on its own. And this time, it couldn't go wrong. Lin Feng remembered how easily Ouyang had called out his name and instantly reacted that Ouyang must have the ability to see things before they happen. Worthy of being a disciple of divine calculator Hu Yun? It seems that one must be extremely careful this time. The last body wasn't in vain. At least it got a lot of benefits. Lin Feng plotted as he hurried along. Xie Xinji's face changed into Zhu Yuan's for a while, and Ling Feng's for a while. Only in the end did it settle into Xie Xinji's face. Far away in the Qingyun sect's forbidden land, Within a huge underground palace, Chen Changsheng and Ling Feng sat in midair. In front of the two of them was a huge light green colored ball of light. Countless Tao rhythms flowed on top of the huge ball of light, but these Tao rhythms were rigidly imprisoned on top of the ball of light. This ball of light was precisely the secret treasure of the Green Cloud sect, which meant that countless cultivators had never been able to take a look at it in their lives. The legendary Taoist treasure. Ling Feng, who was meditating and observing his thoughts, suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of killing intent surfaced in the bottom of his eyes, as Ling Feng snorted coldly in his heart. Rubbish! What a pity for such a good flesh body. Ling Feng, who was within the forbidden land of the Qingyan sect, had already sensed that his own divine soul in this life had once again escaped, which meant that Lin Feng's physical body had been destroyed. Just how stupid was he in this life? It's only been a few days and I've even had my fleshly body, which was obtained with great difficulty, destroyed? If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Feng was his own self in this life, Ling Feng would have wanted to rush to Lin Feng and personally slaughter his own waste of a life. Ling Feng then closed his eyes and reconceptualized the Tao treasure. More than the destruction of his own physical body in this life, the most important thing in front of him was to view his own Tao from within the Green Cloud secret treasure. The reason why the Tao treasure is called Tao treasure is that the Tao treasure is able to evolve its own Tao rhythm, and the cultivator can use the Tao rhythm on the Tao treasure to connect the heaven and earth to the truth and visualize his own Tao. This is crucial for cultivators to realize their own Tao for future cultivation. Chen Changsheng, who was suspended in midair next to Ling Feng and observing his thoughts, however, was keenly aware of the trace of killing intent revealed by Ling Feng, and within a secret room inside the peak of the small mountain, Chen Changsheng, who was wearing a purple Taoist robe, slowly opened his eyes, somewhat puzzled as to why senior brother Ling, who was beside him, would suddenly reveal a hint of killing intent. Should we just blow up our fake bodies? But senior brother Ling is already a great cultivator at the outbreathing stage. Merely blowing up his false body won't be able to kill his divine soul. Chen Changsheng, who was within the secret room of the small mountain peak, frowned as he thought. Although it was unclear why Ling Feng, who had been visualizing the Tao treasure, would reveal a hint of killing intent, Chen Changsheng did not intend to let go of it outright. Slightly closing his eyes and relinging onto the false body that was still visualizing the Tao treasure, Chen Changsheng, who was contemplating the Tao treasure, slightly opened his eyes, and from within his sleeves, two paper-cut villains quietly ran out. The two paper people transformed into two wisps of clear wind flying towards Ling Feng, breaking one of Ling Feng's hair at the end of Ling Feng's hair. The two clear winds wrapped around the hair they got from Ling Feng and flew towards the outside of the Forbidden Land. Ling Feng, who was still contemplating the Tao treasure, did not have the slightest idea of what Chen Changsheng had done. When the hair arrived in the secret room of the small mountain peak, Chen Changsheng, who was sitting in the secret room, reached out and caught Ling Feng's hair. The two clear winds instantly changed back into two paper figures. Chen Changsheng recited under his breath and held his hair over the two paper figures. A golden light flowed above the paper man for a moment and then disappeared. Ling Feng's five senses emerged vaguely in the faces of the two paper figures. There's always nothing wrong with a couple handfuls of defense. But a murderous aura? Chen Changsheng knocked on the paper figures. The two paper figures lying on his hands stood up and flew towards the cabinet on the side. And in the middle of the cabinet, there were countless paper figures placed densely in a forest. This contained paper figures made from the hair of countless fellow members of the Qingyan sect. Chen Changsheng looked at the countless paper figures inside the cabinet and a hint of alertness flashed in his eyes. Everyone in the Qingyan sect had made their own out-of-body paper figures, even Chen Changsheng's own. This was one of Chen Changsheng's bottom cards, the possessed puppet technique, the ability to manipulate the behavior of the opponent with a paper figure with the opponent's hair on it. For those with low cultivation, Chen Changsheng could even directly manipulate the paper people to kill themselves. Even as long as Chen Changsheng was willing, he could do away with all of his fellow disciples below the out-of-body stage in the Qingyun sect without God realizing it. And it made the great cultivators above the out-of-body stage injured before the battle. Even the masters and brothers on the small mountain peak, Chen Changsheng had made preparations. And here, the only thing that's missing is Ouyang's paperman. Chapter 74, Farewell. Sitting on the paper crane, Ouyang re-entered on top of the flower boat. And just after landing on top of the flower boat he saw Leng Qingsong standing on the deck looking at the palace that appeared in the sky in a daze. It is a pity that Leng Qingsong has already changed that white dress, or else it would be a picture of a woman in years looking at the moon. Ouyang was a little disappointed. His own old brother's black material was sold extremely well in the Qingyan sect. Jumping down from the paper crane, Leng Qingsong looked at Ouyang and asked softly, "Brother, I want to beat up my master." "Not bad. When he comes back, I'll set the sack and you do it." Ouyang nodded and spoke. That old boy without saying a word to the two of them to set up a more than 10 years of innings, although it is for the good of Leng Qingsong, but to take a beating is not a loss. but even dare to design their own. Lang Qingsong looked at the corner of the palace in the sky and said with some fretfulness, "There seems to be something in this palace that is calling me." Yang squinted his eyes as he looked at the lofty palace in the sky. Although only a corner of the palace could be seen, he was still able to feel the grandeur and solemnity of the palace. But look at the shape of this palace. The high round vaulted ceiling. How to look like a grave. It would not be possible that his own old brother had summoned the grave of which immortal in the ancient times, right? Yang turned his head to Lang Qingsong and said, "This is a gift from the old man to you. What's inside will surely be of great help to your Tao. When we return to the sect, let's see what the old man in charge of the sect says." For the Ling Feng thing, Yang still chose to hide it. After all, it is all his own conjecture, and he is not yet sure what the composition of the old Ling is. If Grass had told his own old brother, Yang could figure out with his toes that as soon as he returned to the sect, Lang Qingsong would definitely hold his sword in charge Ling Feng. An out-of-body stage cultivator Yang is not yet on his mind. The big deal is that he destroyed his physical body, and then let the oldest three destroy his divine soul, to ensure that even the ashes are raised for him. What Yang was afraid of was what else was hidden behind Ling Feng. A demonic holy son was odd enough. Why would there be an existence that even the system couldn't determine? This kind of thing hadn't happened since he had traveled to this world, and it was the first time that the system had gone haywire. Yang still didn't intend to beat the bushes until he had found an eyebrow. Moreover, after this trip back to the sect, he must refresh his knowledge about the divine soul, or else in the future, against cultivators above the outbreathing stage, he would have no other choice but to jump to his feet. "Elder brother, what's on your mind?" Lang Qingsong opened his mouth and asked. Yang came back to his senses, smiled and said, "I was thinking and wondering how your grandfather is doing now. Seriously, is it really okay not to kill him? This time, he came to Earth just to cut off the mortal karma for his own second, leaving the old emperor alive. Would it make Lang Qingsong's state of mind suffer anything?" Lang Qingsong shook his head and said, "I already have a sword heart that is immaculate. Things between the mortal world have no relation to me anymore. Back at the small mountain peak I want to retreat for a few days to properly stabilize my realm." Yang scratched his face. This penis of his own family is talking more and more. Is it out of the shadow of social terrorism? Yang curiously opened the attribute panel of his own penis. Name, Lang Qingsong, son of the realm. Cultivation level, first level of Yuanying. Root bone, 10+1. Luck, 10. Charisma, 10. Kendo qualification, 10+1. Exclusive skill, I am the sword. Verdict, a bit of a social phobic son of the realm. A natural protagonist. All the attributes stayed the same and the rating went from a little bit of social phobia to a little bit. Is that an increase or a decrease? Yang looked at Lang Qingsong's attribute panel that had not changed much, and immediately shook his head. For the attribute panel created by this system of his own, Yang was no longer completely convinced. Use this properties panel more for some specifics. After all, the garbled code can be typed. It seems that this world is elusive even to the system. Yang and Lang Qingsong went back to their respective rooms and threw the paper cranes on the deck, waiting for tomorrow when Tutu woke up to retrieve them themselves. The flower boat flew in the direction of the Green Cloud sect, speeding along the way. Yang, who was lying in bed asleep, was woken up by the sound of Tutu yelling and laughing, rubbing his eyes. He still hasn't reacted to what's going on. Lang Qingsong then pushed open the door and walked in saying, "Senior brother, Xiao Ye is leaving." "Yo," Xiao Ye even shouted, "you won't sneak through someone's window in the middle of the night, right?" Yang heard Lang Qingsong's words and said with an unkind smile towards Lang Qingsong. Lang Qingsong turned red and stammered, "I didn't." "Then it's her who went through your window." As soon as Yang took a look at Lang Qingsong's expression, he immediately said with certainty, "Brother you." Lang Qingsong stopped his mouth, silently put his hand on top of the hilt of his sword. On moving his mouth, 100 of himself bundled together cannot say Yang. "Kidding, I'm kidding." Seeing his own senior brother's hand touching above the hilt of the sword, he knew that this kid couldn't afford to play. Yang hurriedly opened his mouth and said. Lang Qingsong glared at Yang and turned to leave his room. Yang put on his clothes and walked out of the room, and in the distance, he could vaguely see the Qingyan sect's Qingyan Peak. "It's home," Yang said with some exclamation. Only being away for a few days, Yang felt as if he had been out for a long time. Tutu, on the other hand, flew around the flower boat on a paper crane, giggling and roaming around the boat. Being suppressed in cultivation for the past few days had suffocated the boy. Chang Xiaoye, who was dressed in a big red dress, walked over in big strides, first glancing at Lang Qingsong with an affectionate brow. The latter just scratched his head awkwardly as if he had been electrocuted. Chang Xiaoye secretly cursed a nerd, and gave Lang Qingsong a glance in a flirtatious manner, then looked at Yang and said, "Senior brother, from here onwards is the boundary of the Qingyun sect. and it is really inconvenient for me to appear in the Qingyun sect with my identity, so I will send you guys here. Yang nodded, then thought of something and pulled out 2 white porcelain bottles from his savings pouch and handed them to Chang Xiaoye, saying, "This is my newest concoction of 100 flower fragrance. 1 bottle for you, and 1 bottle for elder mother." Chang Xiaoye took the white porcelain bottle and glanced again at Leng Qingsong, who was standing there dumbfounded, sighed and smiled towards Yang and said, "Senior brother Yang, master was indeed right. You are the one who was most like senior uncle Hu Yun. That old man is far worse than me." Yang replied disdainfully, "The earthy love story or from his own copy of the colorful old man can be compared to himself?" Chang Xiaoye similarly nodded her head in agreement. "This is the reason why master told me not to choose you. You are as gentle and considerate as Uncle Hu Yun, making people feel that there is nothing to be done. But in fact, you are indeed the most thin-skinned of people. How can Shifu talk about me like that? Slander ah! I don't even have a girlfriend," Yang immediately said indignantly. "Talking like he's a scumbag when he's clearly still a virgin." Chang Xiaoye looked deeply at Leng Qingsong. She had bet her life on him, and said with a light laugh, "So I believe in masters. It's better to choose an honest man." Chapter 75, Returning to the Sect. It's back. Everything is back. Yang looked at the direction of the Qingyan sect, leaving the sect for a few days, and there were still some small fluctuations in his heart. The closer one got to the Green Cloud sect, the more dense the heaven and earth Yuanqi became. Yang took a deep breath, his face all relaxed a bit, and said with a satisfied face, "Not bad, it's the taste of home." Leng Qingsong, who was traveling on the side of the Imperial Sword, had the same smile on his face. After living in the Qingyun sect for more than 10 years, he had long since treated this place as home. Only Hu Tutu, who commanded the flight of the paper cranes, only wanted to quickly return to the small mountain peak to eat the chicken made by the third elder brother. Although the earth is lively, but he really does not like it. The 3 had just reached the clan's border when 2 Imperial sword figures stopped the 3. One of the teenagers arched his hand towards Yang's trio and said, "This is the boundary of the Green Cloud sect. Dare I ask you what is the matter before? Are you Yang?" Yang looked. The one who was watching the gate today was still a familiar face. It was the same Ma Xingye that Steward Sun had helped him win when he was competing at the outer gate. This world is really small, but this Ma Xingye is good ah. 1,000 years of hard work to enter the inner gate of the Qingyan sect. Finally managed to mix the days of watching the gate for the Qingyan sect. As the saying goes, 10 years of cold windows, 1 day of security. That's really something. 30 years less of struggle straight away. Although Ma Xingye's tactics were a bit nasty, Yang didn't want to get into it with him and took out his waistplate to show Ma Xingye. Ma Xingye raised his hand toward Yang and bent down to salute. "Senior brother, please. You can't pick out any faults in bending over and saluting. The welcome model is full, and you can tell at a glance that you've definitely received professional pre-service training." Yang nodded, and the 3 of them flew directly within the boundaries of the Green Cloud sect. Ma Xingye looked at the distant backs of Yang's trio, and a trace of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. He had finally entered the inner sect after all his efforts, but everything here was completely different from what he had thought. Originally in the outer door as the stars like themselves, fought to the inner door after their own encounter with the wind and clouds changed the dragon. With their own superb natural talent and strong arts, the inner door in the reign of the clouds, but Ma Xingye found himself to become obliterated by the crowd. Although there was an abundance of resources in the inner sect of the Green Cloud sect, one no longer had to worry about cultivation resources. The senior brothers here were each more talented than themselves, and their art learning was also faster than their own. Ma Xingye, who was originally the pride of the heavens in the outer sect, had become a passerby ever since he came to the inner sect of the Qingyan sect. Every time he received a letter from his family, Ma Xingye would say how much better the Qingyan sect was, and his parents were very pleased, but only Ma Xingye himself knew that he was not happy. Here the pressure is really too much. Too many excellent people. Although the atmosphere is calm, when we meet, we all talk and laugh. A pendulum salted fish look. In fact, the back face than anyone else is rolled. After he himself entered the inner sect, the outer sect's steward Sun had also specifically instructed himself not to start a conflict with Yang, and that it was best to be courteous when meeting. I heard that Xiaofeng had also been enrolled in the inner sect of the Qingyan sect, right on the peak of Yang's lineage. It was just that I didn't know if Xiaofeng was the same as myself and would also feel extremely depressed. After all, he was the man who had defeated himself with his own hands. Regarding Xiaofeng's strength, although Ma Xingye said that he was defeated, in his heart, he sincerely admired him. Ma Xingye looked at Yang, who had turned into a black spot, and sighed softly. Although the Green Cloud sect is large, it's not easy to live in. Ma Xingye was just an interlude for Yang and the 3 of them, and it was only when the small mountain peak appeared in front of the 3 of them that Yang and the 3 of them laughed out at the same time. Hu Tutu couldn't hold back his excitement and shouted out to the small mountain peak. Hey! Tutu Mia come back it! Tutu Mia come back it! It's back! Hu Tutu's voice echoed in the small mountain peak, and when Hu Tutu's voice completely disappeared, they didn't see anyone from the small mountain peak come out to greet them. Somewhat aggrieved, Hu Tutu turned his head toward Ouyang and asked, Eldest brother, how come no one has come to pick us up? Ouyang is also a bit strange. According to reason, there is still Lao San, Xiao Bai and Xiao's senior brother on the mountain. The three of them came back in the dust, but there is no one to come to greet this senior brother of theirs? Wouldn't he be disgraced as a big brother then? When the three of them landed in the courtyard at the peak of the small mountain peak, Ouyang saw at a glance that Xiao Bai, who used to stand on the tree in the past, was lying on a recliner with his eyes lifelessly staring at the sky. The three of them landed in the courtyard, and none of the little white men noticed. This is a strange thing. In the past days, Bai Feiyu has always been a pearl of wisdom, a look of confidence. Ouyang has never seen Bai Feiyu this downcast and disoriented look over. Ouyang twisted his head to follow Bai Feiyu's line of sight and realized that Bai Feiyu was looking at the very palace in the sky with the circular vaulted roof. Crooked son, this palace shouldn't have any great relationship with white, right? Ouyang walked up, fingers in front of the eyes of Bai Feiyu shook, found that the other party did not respond, grabbed the shoulders of Bai Feiyu, desperately shook up and said, Xiao Bai, up to P. Bai Feiyu, who was shaken awake by Ouyang, turned his head to look at Ouyang with lifeless eyes and said quietly, What did you guys go down the mountain for this time? That palace in the sky couldn't have been made by you guys, right? When Ouyang heard Bai Feiyu's words, he said in a matter-of-course manner, That's, you don't look at who your senior brother and I are. That big commotion must have been made by us, dick or not. The expression on Bai Feiyu's face suddenly became hideous, completely devoid of his usual light and calm, and a hungry tiger directly pounced on the clueless Ouyang. Suddenly storming up Bai Feiyu startled Hu Tutu. Originally handsome, gentle temperament of the white senior brother, how suddenly like a different person. Whoa, 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 handsome, senior brother has changed. Hu Tutu cried out as she picked up Hidden Fox, who ran over to watch the fun, sadly believing that it was because of her departure that white senior brother's mood had changed drastically because she couldn't see herself. As for Long Qingsong, it was as if he was accustomed to the jostling between Bai Feiyu and Ouyang. For himself, who had just succeeded in transforming into a baby, the current stabilization of his realm was the most important thing. So Lang Qingsong went straight back to his room to start stabilizing his cultivation. For a while, the small mountain peak was back to its usual cocktail. Bai Feiyu pinched Ouyang's neck with both hands and desperately shook it up. How long have you guys only been down the mountain? Why are you still digging up people's ancestral graves? Do you guys lack heart? Ha! Ouyang, who had been pinched by Bai Feiyu's neck and desperately shaken, didn't react for a moment, and suddenly thought of Bai Feiyu's hidden identity as an ancient sword immortal, and according to his own old man, this immortal mystery realm is also very suitable for Lang Qingsong, who specializes in the way of the sword. Looking at Bai Feiyu, who was like a madman, all of a sudden, Ouyang had an immature idea in his heart. Turtle, this palace in the sky couldn't be the one where Lao Er dug out Xiao Bai's grave from his previous life, could it? Chapter 76. Who can refuse to be called handsome? Looking at the red-eyed Bai Feiyu in front of him, Ouyang just wanted to dump the pot on Lao Er, but Lao Er had already returned to his room to stabilize his realm. What about this? His own second was so dead that he dug up his own fourth's grave from a previous life. Ouyang immediately felt like he had two big heads, swallowed his saliva and said with a dry smile, Little White, you're so excited. Could the palace in the sky still be your old ancestor? Hearing Ouyang's words, Bai Feiyu, who had already been angry for a few days, froze. He had been reincarnated, and this matter was his biggest secret. How could Bai Feiyu open his mouth to say it? Bai Feiyu let go of Ouyang's neck and coughed, pretending to be righteously indignant. This heavenly palace is known at a glance to be the sleeping place of a certain great sword cultivator in the ancient times, disturbing the long sleep of the ancestors. As a sword cultivator, how could I possibly just sit back and do nothing? Looking at the big talking Bai Feiyu, Ouyang rolled his eyes in his heart. What kind of nature Bai Feiyu is he knows too well. When did you, White Feather, become so nosy? Even if the Green Cloud sect were to be overrun by the mountain gates tomorrow, you brats would definitely still be standing on a tree watching the fun. And you're indignant? And it's not because your own grave is going to be dug up? Anxious? Ouyang thought this in his heart, but when the words came out of his mouth, he said seriously, the things left by the ancestors are reserved for those who have the destiny. The fact that Lao Er was able to open this grave means that that ancestor recognized him. Ouyang spoke with a lot of sense, completely acting as if Lao Er was the successor of that great sword cultivator. Bai Feiyu's forehead veins jumped as he listened to Ouyang's words, his heart roaring in frantic rage. When the hell did I approve of that stubborn cow? How come I don't know? Suddenly Bai Feiyu froze. He suddenly remembered that the sword path cultivated by Lang Qingsong seemed to be going down the same old path as his own in his past life. In his previous life, he had precisely used the sword as his path, and the sword had cut down all things, but this path is a dead end. Otherwise his former self would not have died. Bai Feiyu's face instantly sank. The path that Lang Qingsong chose was the path that he had already taken. He could not stand by and watch Lang Qingsong repeat his own mistakes. It had been nearly 10 years since they had spent time together, and in his previous life, he had always been accompanied by a sword, and his lonely self had felt something similar to the feelings between relatives from these people in this life. Just watching Lang Qingsong take his own life, Bai Feiyu couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Bai Feiyu turned around and walked towards Lang Qingsong's room, but after taking 2 steps, he retreated back and looked towards Ouyang, his face a bit gloomy. This secret realm of the immortals, the second senior brother is not allowed to go. Ouyang looked at Bai Feiyu, who had a serious face, and instantly didn't react to what Bai Feiyu meant. But seeing the firmness on Bai Feiyu's face that he had never seen before, Ouyang couldn't make up his mind for a while. Ouyang said softly, "It's the old man who arranged it this way, and it's also the old man set up for us to go down the mountain this time." "Master?" Bai Feiyu's face was cloudy, and when he heard Ouyang name Hu Yun, the master of several people, Bai Feiyu was uncertain. When he heard Ouyang talk about Hu Yun, Bai Feiyu saw in his mind's eye those eyes that seemed to be able to see everything. It was as if all of his secrets were completely seen through those eyes when they looked at him. After the reincarnation of Bai Feiyu did not care at all about joining any clan. In accordance with his experience in his previous life, countless ancient secret books, he did not lack the cultivation method, but when he was gazed at by those eyes, Bai Feiyu still ghostly nodded down. If it was his own master's intention, Bai Feiyu fell into deep thought instead. Seeing Bai Feiyu become hesitant, Ouyang knew that in fact, among the few of them, the one who respected his old man the most was Xiao Bai in front of him. Xiao Bai, who was the reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal, actually listened to his own old man so much, which was something Ouyang hadn't even thought of. Could it be because of the rating the system gave to his own old man? Ouyang couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the old man's comment for the first time. 50-50 in the world of cultivation, and 50-50 with dogs. If it wasn't for the title of Master Brother of the Green Cloud sect leader, Ouyang would have suspected that his own master, this old boy, was not a charlatan. Ouyang coaxed Hu in a good manner, then opened his mouth and asked, "How come I don't see old 3 and old 6? Bai Feiyu, who had been interrupted in his contemplation, casually replied, "Senior brother Chen went to the forbidden land of Qingyun Peak to observe the Qingyun secret treasure, while senior brother Xiao went inside the forbidden land to hammer his physical body." Just stopped crying. Hu mouthed down a grin crying face. "The third elder brother is not there. Then who will give himself to cook delicious chicken?" Ouyang, who was on the side, laughed disdainfully and said, "The oldest 3 went to observe the secret treasure? The real body went? I don't believe it." Immediately afterward, Ouyang tilted his head and shouted, "Lao San, I'm hungry, come out and cook." As soon as Ouyang's words fell, wisps of cooking smoke unexpectedly emerged from the empty kitchen. Chen Shanshang with an apron poked his body out from inside the kitchen and smiled nervously towards Ouyang and said, "Elder brother is back. Wait a minute, I've just put the chicken on the stew. Didn't you go to observe the Qingyun secret treasure?" Bai Feiyu asked as he looked at Chen Shangxing in surprise. Why had he completely failed to notice that Chen Shangxing was still at the small mountain peak? Being the reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal himself then pulled? It seemed necessary to quickly raise his cultivation level and touch the divine soul earlier, so that he himself wouldn't look so dull at the small mountain peak. For the first time, Bai Feiyu, the reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal, felt the pressure. The self that possessed complete memories before reincarnation, but now his cultivation level had become the bottom of the pile in the entire small mountain peak. This gave Bai Feiyu a sense of urgency, even a sense of pressure. Thinking of this, Bai Feiyu snorted coldly and turned around to return to his room. More than a roll? In his previous life, as a sword immortal, he had rolled the entire immortal cultivation world. Ouyang and Hu then walked in towards the kitchen. Hu saw the roasted chicken stewed inside the pot and immediately brightened up. Although there was quite a lot of food on earth, the taste was always a bit worse. Can the ingredients of mortal dust be as delicious as spirit beasts and spirit grasses nourished by the yuan qi of heaven and earth? Hu-Tu's nose sniffed, smelling the iron pot that began to waft out the fragrance. Saliva dripped out from the corner of his mouth, and the fur on the head of the hidden fox in his arms was wet from Hu-Tu's drooling drips. The hidden fox speech originally just wanted to see if this clan member of his family had made any progress since returning from Earth. From the first moment I saw Hootsuite until the hairs on the top of my head were wet with drool. It was only then that Foxine realized that this clan member of his family had not grown at all. It seemed that without himself, not to mention the nine-tailed sky fox, This girl child would be thankful if she could break through to 5 tails. What a waste of such good qualifications. Hidden Fox founder's face could not be seen, but in his mind he had already begun to formulate a plan. Although Foxine was not the least bit interested in such things as revitalizing Qingqiu Mountain, he really liked this clan of his own. After all, who wouldn't like a fox who keeps calling them handsome all day long? Or maybe, debt repayment. Chapter 78, A Talk Between Masters and Brothers. Ouyang looked at Hu Tutu, who was squatting next to the fire, and also sat next to the fire to pick at the firewood. Suddenly Ouyang remembered something, looking towards Chen Changsheng, who had a naive smile on his face, and asked, Old 3, this thing called the Divine Soul, isn't it something that can only be mastered at the outbreathing stage? Chen Changsheng, who had a naive smile on his face, froze his smile on his face and asked somewhat unnaturally, why did senior brother suddenly think of asking this? Ouyang casually opened his mouth and said, I'm just curious. As you know, my realm is too low. I can't even play with the 5 elements transportation technique to understand it. Not to mention high-end stuff like the Divine Soul. Chen Changsheng deliberated for a moment and opened his mouth. According to reason, the Qi practicing stage condenses true Qi in the Dantian. The foundation building stage condenses the true Qi into true essence. The Jiedan stage condenses the true essence into a golden Dan. The Yuanin stage Dan is shattered to become an infant. And the sign of the out-of-body stage is that the Divine Soul has gone out of the body. This is the consensus of the cultivation world. Ouyang nodded to signal Chen Changsheng to continue. Chen Changsheng carefully weighed his statement and opened his mouth. But there is no lack of people with unusual natural talent who are able to perceive the existence of the Divine Soul at a lower realm. Like you? Ouyang asked with a curious opening. When Chen Changsheng heard Ouyang's inquiry, if not for the fact that this body was a puppet, Chen Changsheng would definitely be sweating profusely. Chen Changsheng dryly laughed twice and said, I am indeed slightly special. I can barely feel the existence of the Divine Soul, so I slightly understand some Divine Soul usage. Listening to his own oldest's modest self-explanation, Ouyang bristled. A wave of his hand is hundreds of puppet minions. This is called a slight understanding? However, Ouyang didn't bother to dismantle Chen Changsheng's identity as a reborn person. Instead he opened his mouth and asked, then isn't it true that a cultivator who is able to get out of the body of his Divine Soul can occupy other people's bodies at will? When Chen Changsheng heard Ouyang's question, his face became grave as he looked at Ouyang and said in a deep voice, Senior brother has seen a cultivator capable of taking over the body this time? Ouyang nodded and spoke. This time when I went down the mountain, I've seen a cultivator on earth who was able to take over the body and even help others to take over the body. Chen Changsheng, who was sitting in the secret room inside the Small Peaks mountain, opened his eyes fiercely with murderous intent and slowly closed his eyes to reconnect his divine sense to the puppet beside Ouyang. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth with an unchanged face and asked, where is that person now? Dead. Or rather, the physical body is dead. But when I checked, I felt something flew out from inside his body. I suspect that he didn't die, and his divine soul escaped. Ouyang opened his mouth while picking at the firewood. Where did senior brother kill him? Chen Changsheng opened his mouth in an urgent tone and asked. The firewood stick in Ouyang's hand stopped and he turned his head to look at Chen Changsheng and said, What? You want to butcher that place? Chen Changsheng was momentarily speechless. Looking at Ouyang, his tone weakened and said, No, I just want to take precautions. Ouyang looked at Chen Changsheng in front of him. This oldest member of his family was a reborn person. What happened in the future? His oldest member of his family must be very clear. At the time when he saw that demonic holy sun, Chen Changsheng had changed his character and directly shot out to try to kill Zhu Yuan. If he didn't stop himself, I'm afraid that Zhu Yuan would have died on the spot. Presumably, in the future, that demonic holy sun would do something that would harm the heavens and even do something that even Chen Changsheng felt he had to get rid of. However, Ouyang still stopped Chen Changsheng, not because of anything else, but because, whatever that Zhu Yuan would do in the future, it hadn't happened yet. It didn't happen as it didn't exist. It was not true that Zhu Yuan was the holy son of the demon race, but apart from himself who had the system to be able to know, the reborn Chen Changsheng was left to know, and even Xiao Bai, who was an ancient sword immortal, as well as the sect master, Don't You Zi, did not see it. Kill the other party and then red herring that the other party is the holy son of the demon race? Besides, he only came to deliver a message, forcing him to make a heavenly oath instead? On what grounds? The oath of heaven is a lousy thing? Cultivators have a heavy regard for heavenly oaths. Forcing someone to make an oath, this one is enough for a small mountain peak to collectively roll away. The article of fellow disciples fighting each other was even written into the patriarchal law. Unauthorized killing of a fellow sect member. This kind of thing was an unforgivable matter in any sect. Chen Changsheng, himself, and even the entire small mountain peak would be killed on the spot by the Qingyun sect. He himself was very strong, and even against the Dongxu Z of the transitional succession stage. He was certain that he could hold down his physical body in terms of technique alone, but the entire Green Cloud sect still had hundreds of clans attached to it, as well as the elders of the confessors that were hidden within the Forbidden Land. Even if the people of the entire small mountain peak were capable of fighting again. On the contrary, up until now, the entire small mountain peak did not have a single breakthrough to the out-of-body stage. If you can fight yourself, what about the Dick and the others? Even if he had escaped with all of his senior brothers, the 9 great sacred grounds were all in the same breath. Did they have to turn the entire small mountain peak into a street rat that everyone in the entire cultivation world was shouting at because of a demonic holy sun? Of course, that Zhu Yuan might expose the fact that he was a demon before Chen Changxing killed him, but if it wasn't exposed? Ancestral Abyss exposing his identity as a devil in the middle of the clan competition and then being killed by Chen Changxing was already the best outcome Ouyang could think of. Even if Zhu Yuan had not been exposed in the sect competition, and had slipped up and killed a fellow sect member in the middle of the competition, the big deal would be to let Chen Changxing go into seclusion for just 100 years, just for something that hasn't happened yet, something that will most likely cost an entire small mountain peak. There was no way that Ouyang, as the eldest senior brother, would let Chen Changxing make it. This was something Ouyang should do as a big brother. And what made Ouyang feel even more worried was that Chen Changxing seemed to be very obsessed with what had happened in his previous life, which was why he had developed such a cautious character to the extreme. This would be bad for him, and could even become a demon for him. Ouyang's eyes stared at Chen Changxing, and Chen Changxing, who was hiding in the middle of the secret room, was able to feel that Ouyang seemed to be able to see directly into his heart through the puppet. Lao San, remember what Master said? A small trend can be changed, but a big trend cannot be changed. Changing will lead to change, Ouyang said as he looked at Chen Changxing word by word. Chen Changxing lowered his head and listened to his eldest brother's lecture. Even though his eldest brother in this life was not as gifted as in his previous life, the pressure he put on himself was even greater than in his previous life. But Chen Changxing was still somewhat unconvinced and said, "But if you can remove the future threat in advance and not do it either?" Ouyang remembered that demonic race that looked exactly like Zhu Yuan and was called Linfeng, tilted his head and looked at Chen Changxing meaningfully. "How do you know that it can be removed ahead of time? Why wouldn't it be to become worse?" Chen Changxing was silent, then raised his head and looked at Ouyang and said, "Then keep changing until all threats are gone." Ouyang sighed. Geniuses were stubborn. If they could easily change their minds, I'm afraid they wouldn't be much of a genius. This kind of thing only ends when they figure it out for themselves, and they don't think they're wrong until they've hit their head on the floor. It is also an adherence to one's Tao. Ouyang stood up, knocked the lid on top of the iron pot and said, "The chicken is cooked. Let's eat first." Chapter 79, Xiaofeng who comes out with his own BGM. Chen Changxing took Ouyang's lesson in, but his heart remained unconvinced. As long as I'm prepared in a million ways, immortal I can kill you. Can't change the trend? That's not changing it enough. Having experienced the havoc of his previous life, Chen Changxing was well aware of how much bloodshed the world would set off in the future if he didn't go for change. Can't change the big picture? Chen Changxing, came back this time to see if I could change it. What's the point of being born again if you can't change? Just to watch a scene from a past life replay itself before your eyes? Chen Changxing's true body hiding inside the small mountain peak slowly opened his eyes resolute and determined. Amidst Hututu's cheers, Ouyang carried the chicken to the yard. Hututu wiped his own saliva and ate the chicken made by the third senior brother with satisfaction. The flavor was still as delicious as in his memory. It's so nice to have such a good-looking third brother. Kids can have bad intentions, they just want to eat chicken. Ouyang looked at the sun. It was almost dusk, and asked with some doubt, "Isn't senior brother Xiao coming back?" Chen Changxing shook his head and said, "Looking at the sun it's probably almost time. Senior brother Xiao follows the path of physical cultivation and has a large meal. Every time he would rush back in time for his meal." As soon as Chen Changxing's words fell, a stirring music rang out, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. The bare-chested Xiaofeng ran up in the air with his left foot stepping on his right foot towards the small mountain peak. The corner of Ouyang's eye twitched. Cripes, now Xiaofeng is out and carrying the stereo? Xiaofeng let out a soft shout and leaped into the small courtyard, his bronze skin and streamlined muscles glistening in the sinking western sunset. Gulp! Hututu held a chicken leg in one hand and stared blankly at Xiaofeng, swallowing hard. "Grandpa, Tutu I'll live happily in Qingyan sect. What about Qingqiu Mountain? I won't go back." Hututu thought silently in his heart. Xiaofeng, who landed inside the courtyard, immediately put a smile on his face when he saw Ouyang and Hututu sitting there, casually turning off the recording stone on his waist that was still playing stirring music. Bowing towards Ouyang, he said, "Eldest senior brother, junior sister, you guys are back. Is second senior brother back too?" Ouyang looked at Xiaofeng, whose essence was unusually high, especially the dragon and phoenix silhouettes that hadn't been put away yet, and nodded. Senior brother Xiao has been working quite hard these days. Xiao Feng hemmed and hawed towards Ouyang and said, "It's all because senior brother Bai taught me well, as well as the tools that senior brother Chen made for me to aid in my cultivation. And the spirit beasts inside the Forbidden Land helped a lot as well." During Ouyang's absence, Xiao Feng had not only asked Bai Feiyu to teach him the cultivation method of the ancient physical cultivation and to master the usage of the tattoos on his body. Chen Shancheng also customized the yellow talisman drawn with a weight-bearing formation for Xiao Feng. And more often than not, they were looking for those more powerful spirit beasts within the Forbidden Land to practice against. This would not only refine his physical body, but also hone his close combat skills. The beauty of it was that now one had to enter the Forbidden Land very deep to find a spirit beast, and it was getting harder and harder to find every day. Ouyang nodded, seeing that Xiao Feng was able to put away the shadows of the dragon and the vermilion bird behind him with ease. He knew that Xiao Feng had not fallen behind in his cultivation during this period of time. Turning to Chen Changsheng, he asked, "Senior, according to this cultivation speed of senior brother Xiao, when will the remaining divine beasts be able to dot their eyes?" Chen Changsheng thought for a moment and opened his mouth to reply. After Master Zhao's dragon and phoenix power has completely melted into his own bloodline, he can dot the tattoos on his back with his bloodline on his own so that it is more compatible for the divine beast. "Is it possible without my true qi?" Ouyang asked curiously. Chen Changsheng shook his head with a smile and said, "The 5 divine beasts of the 5 directions are connected by the same qi. When senior brother gave senior brother Xiao the eye-dotting dragon and phoenix, he had already activated all of the 5 divine beasts, and now it's up to senior brother Xiao to see when he will be able to inspire it. Isn't it too high key to play music?" Ouyang asked somewhat awkwardly as he pointed at the recording stone on Xiao Feng's waist. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth and explained, "The tattoo behind senior brother Xiao needs to be stimulated by a medium, and the sound rhythm will not only stimulate the divine beast behind senior brother Xiao to reveal itself, but it will also have the effect of inspiring him with a battle song." Xiao Feng similarly chimed in from the side. "Senior brother Chen is right. Whenever I release the music, I do feel more comfortable with the power." Images of Xiao Feng's later battles emerged in Ouyang's mind. Whenever Xiao Feng had to turn on the stereo before he fought against someone, he had to turn on the stereo first. In the exclusive BGM, "Let the enemy namely embarrassed and suffocated defeat in the hands of Xiao Feng." Was this the fighting style of a future human emperor? Love it. Is the human race picking its toes en masse? Ouyang gave a dry smile and spoke. "Not bad. Keep up the good work." Xiao Feng said earnestly. "Don't worry, senior brothers. I will definitely not disappoint the good intentions of all senior brothers." Hu Tutu shook his hand and said, There's still me. Senior brother Xiao cheers." Xiao Feng glanced at Hu Tutu. A trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes as he nodded heavily and said, "Of course there is little sister." After dinner, the crowd went to their respective rooms. Ouyang was just about to go to sleep when he heard the door to his room slam, and Foxine directly strutted in. "Crooked, did you even come in without knocking?" Ouyang spoke with some dissatisfaction. Foxine slanted a glance at Ouyang and asked, "Have you ever seen anyone's pet knocking on the door before entering?" Foxian, a square face, could not see the slightest expression. Sitting on Ouyang's table with a big grin and pulling out a piece of paper from his arms, he said, "These medicinal herbs help me to get my hands on them. Hututu to be promoted to the legendary nine-tailed sky fox. The foundation of the early stage must be firmly laid." Ouyang took the paper and looked at it. Some of the medicinal herbs on it were extremely precious outside and there were a lot of them. Frowning, he said, "Do you need that much? The demon race cultivates and requires more resources than the human race, so the same rank is stronger than the human race. You don't even know this?" Foxian's square face was filled with mockery. Ouyang shook his head and said, "Really? Didn't see it." Fox words for a moment. Demon cultivators and human cultivators. The same level of a demon cultivator can hold down 2 human cultivators to fight, but the small mountain peak on this group of people each carry out, as if they can burst hammer all the opponents of the same level, and even in the small mountain peaks, cannot cross the level of the single fight, as if it is a shameful thing. It's not easy for me to make up my mind to prepare to help that girl child cultivate. You love to find it or not?" Hidden Fox said with some exasperation. "Yo, you're getting cocky now?" Ouyang shook the list in his hand and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. It just so happens that I'm also going to make a trip to Qingyun Peak tomorrow, so I'll go to Dan Peak's medicinal field and lend these things out." Of course Ouyang's borrowing was never on an IOU. After all, we are all friends. Mentioning borrowing all hurt feelings. Chapter 80, Chen Chongqing's Night Attack. Late at night, Chen Chongqing quietly came to the door of Hu Tutu's room. Chen Chongqing's face struggled a bit with what Ouyang had said today. Chen Chongqing only cared about who the cultivator that Ouyang spoke of that was able to take over or even help others take over was. In one's own memories, the only one who had this means was the demon race's holy emperor Zhu Yuan in the latter days. The heavenly Tao oath that he had made had already been completed, and Chen Changsheng had thought that he had really killed Ancestral Abyss completely. But why did eldest senior brother still run into a cultivator who had taken over someone else's body this time down the mountain? Such a thing as divine soul seizing was something that even a great cultivator of the transition stage could not do. Once the physical body was destroyed and only the soul remained, great cultivators above the harmonization stage could choose to soldier off the immortals. But it can't be done to take over a god's soul. After Chen Changsheng was reborn, he was surprised to find that he had been reborn with the divine soul of his previous life at the transitional soul stage, and it appeared that it was because of his rebirth that his divine soul had mutated. One's divine soul could split and grow infinitely. Although one's divine soul could grow infinitely, it was only limited to creating puppets. Even he himself couldn't do such a thing as a divine soul taking over an existence like himself, whose divine soul strength was already the apex of the world and was capable of infinite regeneration, was unable to do a divine soul takeover. So one could imagine how difficult it was to be able to do so. This kind of thing, seizing the body, one had only seen it in Demon Emperor Zhu Yuan. Chen Changsheng suddenly thought of what Ouyang had said to himself. The big trend cannot be changed, but the small trend can be changed. Could it be that he was really wrong to kill Zhu Yuan early? What one has been relying on is one's reborn identity to be fully and completely prepared for the great things that will happen in the future. But if this life is going to be completely different from the previous one, does the advantage of being born again still exist? Chen Changsheng fell into a daze, but in the next moment his eyes were once again firm. Even if the memories of the future were of no use, he could definitely change the future as long as he nipped all the dangers in the bud, even if it costs anything. Chen Changsheng stopped hesitating the next moment and gently pushed open the door to Hu Tutu's room. Hu Tutu, who was already lying on the bed and started counting sheep, heard the sound of his room door ringing and sat up in a panic, only to find that his third senior brother was looking at himself with a smile on his face. Third senior brother? It's so late. What are you doing here at Tutu's place? Hu Tutu asked with a sleepy yawn at Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng smiled and pulled out a candy man from his pocket and waved it in front of Hu Tutu's eyes and said, Tutu has only just come back. Senior brother has come to take a look at you. Do you want to eat the candy man? Hu Tutu's eyes stared at the candy man in Chen Changsheng's hands, her dripping eyes moving with the swinging of the candy man, and immediately got up from the bed and pounced towards Chen Changsheng, saying with a smile, Third senior brother is the best. Tutumia, I like third senior brother the most. Handing the candy man to the pouncing Hu Tutu, Chen Changsheng stroked Hu Tutu's head and asked softly, Tutu has been gone for so many days, and elder brother has been missing you. What has Tutu been doing with elder brother all these days? Can you tell elder brother about it? Today, the appearance of the eldest senior brother would definitely not tell himself that he had met that person who had seized the body and reincarnated somewhere, and that the second senior brother, Long Qingsong, was in seclusion again. If he asked Long Qingsong, as the number one horseman of the eldest senior brother, would definitely snitch on the eldest senior brother first, and not only would he not be able to ask anything, but he would even receive another scolding. Therefore, Chen Changsheng set his sights on Hu Tutu, who had gone with the two senior brothers. Hu Tutu chewed a candy man in his mouth, while tilting his head to think. Tutu went to the earth with the eldest brother and the second elder brother, and then ate a lot of things, and saw a lot of things. Elder brother, the earth is very good, but Tutu doesn't like it. The earth stinks. Then has Tutu ever met anyone? Chen Changsheng coaxed. Hu Tutu thought about it, opened his mouth and said, There is, see a lot of people, and all of them are stinky people. There is only one fragrant sister. Senior brother, I tell you, that pretty sister is still the second senior brother's daughter-in-law Lu, looking at Hu Tutu, who had gossip written all over her little face. Chen Changsheng sighed, but nodded his head on his face in agreement. So have you guys encountered anything bad? Hu Tutu tilted his head to think about it, shook his head and said, I didn't encounter anything bad. The eldest brother and the second elder brother are so powerful. What is it that the eldest brother and also the second elder brother can't solve? In Hu Tutu's heart, the world's most powerful elder brother and the world's second most powerful second elder brother were by his side, so he wouldn't encounter any bad things at all. Chen Changsheng looked at the serious-looking Hu Tutu in front of him, and knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to ask anything just by asking. With only one last method left, a hint of hesitation flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes, but then all that remained was apology and determination. Chen Changsheng reached his hand to the top of Hu Tutu's head, who was sipping on a candy man, and a strange gaze flashed out from his eyes. Hu Tutu, who was originally fighting with the sugar man, suddenly felt very heavy sleepiness. Senior brother, Tutu is suddenly so sleepy. Hututu held a candy man in one hand and rubbed her eyes with the other as she opened her mouth towards Chen Changsheng. Yes? Tutu is sleepy. So let's go to sleep first. Chen Changsheng gently hugged Hututu, his voice low with a hint of strange magic. The candy man in Hututu's hand fell to the ground, and with a tilt of his head he huffed and puffed. The apology in Chen Changsheng's eyes grew heavier and heavier, and after secretly saying sorry in the bottom of his heart, he used the power of his divine soul and prepared to use the divine soul grand technique on Hututu to personally find out from Hututu's memories about the cultivator who was able to take over his body. The moment the divine soul fluctuations appeared on Chen Changsheng's body, a sense of mountainous pressure came from the entire room. Chen Changsheng was instantly startled, shielding Hututu behind him, and with a flip of his sleeve, a stack of yellow talismans appeared in his hand. Let her go. A huge fox silhouette, showing its teeth, looked at Chen Changsheng, and the surging demonic power directly sent Chen Changsheng flying. What is senior? Chen Changsheng hugged Hututu and rolled over, flinging out a dozen or so yellow talismans to settle in front of him. But in just a second, it was directly torn to shreds by the surging demonic power. A great demonic cultivator of at least the harmonization stage. Surprisingly, he had concealed the large formation he had set up around the small mountain peak and broken a demonic cultivator of at least the harmonization stage. Chen Changsheng was startled in his heart and just wanted to raise his sleeves to pull out his bottom card. A huge fox paw pressed down on Chen Changsheng's neck, and a square fox face appeared in front of Chen Changsheng's eyes, its pea-sized eyes staring at Chen Changsheng as he slowly said, "How dare you use the divine soul grand technique on her? Don't you realize that it will damage her divine soul?" Chen Changsheng recognized the fox in front of him. It was actually the pet called Handsome of the youngest senior sister. This fox often lay under the sun to bask in the sun, or came to steal food from his own kitchen, but he didn't realize that it was still a great demon cultivator above the harmonization stage. Chen Changsheng, who was being held down, spoke with difficulty. "Who exactly is your excellency? Why would you willingly turn into a pet undercover in my little mountain peak?" Foxword stared at the Chen Changsheng in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. "I am the eight-tailed spirit fox." Fox speech. "I'm the one who came back to guard Hututu with a personal visit from your eldest senior brother." Hidden. Chapter 81, A Slap in the Face. "Your excellency is little sister's protector?" Chen Changsheng asked with difficulty. Every family genius would be accompanied by a protector of high strength, and he himself knew that the Hututu in front of him would be a demon empress in the future when he first saw her. I didn't expect that the future empress would have a protector by her side. Wasn't the Fox clan almost exterminated before her? Fox Yan looked at Chen Changsheng in front of him. Among the small mountain peaks, the one he disliked the most was Chen Changsheng in front of him, although the chicken he made was very delicious. But this kid always gave himself a feeling of having a deep heart, far less than the other people in the small mountain peaks who were Tao-centered. "I'm asking you why on earth you used the divine soul technique on her?" Fox speech asked with a morose tone as he looked at Chen Changsheng in front of him. Hututu and himself the same Qingqiu line of foxes, and even the natural talent is the Fox clan 10,000 years missing the bloodline of the nine-tailed sky fox. Even if it is a casual encounter, their own negative anger left the Qingqiu mountain, but also will not stand by and watch the genius of the clan to be harmed. What's more, he was already prepared to pour out his teachings to Hututu. In Fox Yan's heart, Hututu was already no different from his own son or nephew. The mighty pressure belonging to a transitional apparitional stage powerhouse and the demonic power that surged to the point that Chen Changsheng felt difficulty in breathing. All of them highlighted the anger of Fox Yan in front of him. Even Fox Yan wanted to directly strike out and kill the Chen Changsheng in front of him. The big deal was that he himself left the Qing sect with Hututu. The world was so big, where couldn't he, as a transitional stage himself, go? Although Chen Changsheng, who was only at the Jiedan stage, was confident of killing cultivators at the Yuaning stage and even the out-of-body stage, he didn't have a single ability to fight back when facing a powerful person at the transition stage, which was almost the apex of cultivators. Under the onslaught of Fox Yan's pressure and demonic power, Chen Changsheng had to bow his head and say, "I have no intention of harming junior sister. I just want to get some news from junior sister." "Then why don't you just ask?" Foxword retorted. "Junior sister doesn't seem to have any memories of what I wanted to know, so I had no choice but to use the divine soul technique to check junior sister's memories." Chen Changsheng spoke with some guilt. "Even going so far as to harm your own fellow disciples?" Fox speech said in a cold voice, hearing Fox Yan open his mouth to inquire. Chen Changsheng was mortified and silently lowered his head as a form of acquiescence. "Roll. I will ask Ouyang for a statement. If the Qing sect can't stay, I'll bring Hututu out of here." With a tilt of Fox Yan's hand, Chen Changsheng was directly thrown out of the door, which was then tightly shut. Chen Changsheng, who had been thrown out of the door, sat on the ground and looked at the sky full of stars, not knowing what he was thinking for a while. Foxword's inquiry completely pierced Chen Chongqing's heart. Do whatever it takes to change the big picture, even to the point of hurting fellow disciples? He himself had now done something to personally harm a fellow disciple? And is it even possible to talk about protecting what one claims to want to protect? Chen Changqing stared at his hands, his eyes filled with struggle. But obviously the threat of the future was right in front of his eyes. Should he tell his senior brother that he had been reborn back from the future? The idea that suddenly appeared in Chen Changqing's mind caused Chen Changqing to be moved. But then he shook his head. He was able to sense that if he revealed his identity as a reborn person, there would be huge trouble. What the hell should I do with myself? Chen Changqing clutched his head and fell into the greatest confusion since his rebirth. The winter weather slowly formed a cold frost on Chen Changqing's body, dampening his clothes. It wasn't until daybreak that Chen Changqing lost his mind and stood up, returning to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Ouyang unexpectedly got up early today and yawned as he walked out of his room. Chen Changqing also froze for a moment when he saw that Ouyang had gotten up so early, subconsciously avoiding Ouyang's gaze as he brought out the meal from the kitchen and placed it on top of the stone table in the courtyard, and said softly towards Ouyang, "Good morning, senior brother." "Aha, good morning, Lao San." "Yo, eating buns today." Ouyang sat down on the stool, fished out a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it tastefully. Looking at Ouyang, who was eating, Chen Changqing wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed. It wasn't until Ouyang finished eating a bun and wiped his mouth, burping with satisfaction, that he beckoned toward Chen Changqing and said, "Lao San, come over here for a moment. I'll tell you something." Chen Changqing walked to Ouyang with his head lowered, waiting for Ouyang's reprimand like a child who made a mistake. Pop! A loud slap landed on Chen Changqing's face. The force was not great but the sound was unusually crisp. Ouyang withdrew his own hand, staring at the still steaming bun in front of him, and said in a calm tone, "Do you know why you were beaten?" Chen Changqing honestly and respectfully lowered his head and whispered, "I know. You didn't listen to a single word I said yesterday?" The calmer Ouyang's voice became, the more Chen Changqing felt panicked. Chen Changqing panicked and opened his mouth to admit his mistake. "Eldest senior brother. I was wrong. I shouldn't have." Suddenly there was a coldness in Chen Changqing's neck, and Ouyang, who was sitting on the stool, reached out and pressed Chen Changqing's neck, holding Chen Changqing down in front of himself. Ouyang looked at Chen Changqing, who couldn't even hold back the tears in his eyes, and said calmly, "No matter what, the matter of harming fellow siblings is wrong. I know, but, Chen Changqing's tone became a bit choked, again feeling like he was full of grievances, as if none of them understood him. "I couldn't figure out what I was supposed to do after thinking about it all night myself." Seeing that Chen Changqing, who had always been a wise and courageous man, was acting like a panicked deer in front of himself for the first time, Ouyang suddenly smiled as he looked at Chen Changqing in front of him and said, "I believe in you, Changqing. Although I don't know what bitterness you have in your heart, I still believe in you. But that's not the reason why you're able to take action against your fellow disciples. You know, once a person has no bottom line, they will turn into a monster." Hearing Ouyang's words, and then looking at Ouyang's face, which was so close to his own, as if Chen Changqing suddenly saw the future, with his back turned to himself and covered in wounds, Ouyang still smiled as he held his sword to block all the dangers for himself. "Changqing, I believe in you. After all, you're my senior brother." Chen Changqing's heart full of grievances burst out. The corners of his eyes were sore, and he panicked and covered his eyes with his sleeves. "Go apologize to Tutu and then prepare a gift of reparation and apology," Ouyang said softly to Chen Changqing. Chen Changqing gave a haphazard promise and turned around in a panic, trying not to let the tears fall out of his eyes. Just as Chen Changqing was about to leave, Ouyang's voice came from behind Chen Changqing. "Lao San, I'm the eldest brother. Don't press everything on yourself, even if the sky collapses. Don't forget that you still have me, the eldest brother, at the forefront." Hearing these words, Chen Changqing, whose back was turned to Ouyang, could no longer hold back his tears, and with a heavy hum in his suppressed voice, he turned around and walked towards the kitchen. It was as if Chen Changqing had unloaded 1,000 pounds at this moment, and his steps became much lighter. Chapter 82, The Ouyang Who Changed His Temper. One by one, they don't let themselves be bothered, Ouyang muttered as he looked at Chen Changqing, who walked into the kitchen and stretched. He had originally thought of going to listen to the sermon today, so he couldn't be late today. "When was the last time you were late for a sermon? 7 years ago? Or 8 years ago?" Thinking back to when he last went to hear the sermon, Ouyang couldn't really remember for a while. "Lao San, I won't be back for lunch at noon. I'm going to listen to the Tao," Ouyang shouted into the kitchen as he walked towards the front door. Bam! Hearing Ouyang say that he was going to listen to the sermon, the plate in Chen Changqing's hand trembled and directly smashed on the ground. Chen Changqing even suspected that his ears were out of order. Eldest brother is going to listen to the sermon? If one remembered correctly, 9 years and 2 months and 13 days should have passed since the last time eldest brother heard the sermon, right? Could it be that something big is going to happen to the clan? Chen Changqing's face was a bit gloomy, walked to the door, uneasily pulled out a paperman from his sleeve, gently blew a breath, and the paperman transformed into a wisp of wind and floated out of the kitchen. Wow! Long Qingsong, who had stabilized his realm, directly broke through the roof, holding his sword in one hand, his face somewhat worried as he looked in the direction Ouyang had left. Could it be that there are still some hard feelings for elder brother this time when he goes to the earth? Bai Feiyu pushed open the door to his room and thoughtfully glanced at his own grave hanging in the sky, with an equal amount of gravity on his face. The three knew too well what kind of character Ouyang had. Ouyang went to listen to the road. Ghosts believe. Must be again behind the back of the three people in order to do something heroic to go. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, sneakily looked at the inside of the courtyard, as if the three senior brothers were in a state of bewilderment. Just now, the eldest senior brother flung a slap at the third senior brother. It seems that he was not the only one who saw it. The white senior brother and the cold senior brother must have peeped in the room as well. Why else would they come out of their rooms unannounced when they heard eldest brother say that he had gone to listen to the sermon? Were they like this as if they were enemies because of what eldest brother had said in his mouth about going to hear the sermon? Just going to listen to a sermon. How come the expression on the faces of the three senior brothers looked like the eldest brother was going to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils? Bai Feiyu looked at Lang Qingsong, and the other party looked at him similarly. The two of them nodded with a heartfelt understanding and just wanted to fly away with their swords at the same time. Chen Changsheng, however, said in a deep voice, "Second senior brother, fourth senior brother, let's all join together. Senior brother definitely doesn't want us to know anything. I'll use the breath converting technique to hide our breath. Wait, senior, I want to go too." Xiaofeng pushed open his own door and said aloud. He himself had benefited from the help of all the senior brothers since he came to the small mountain peak, and now that the eldest senior brother was in trouble, even though he was of low strength, he said that he had to help the field in any way he could. After junior sister wakes up, you'll just be responsible for stabilizing her. The three of us will just go. Chen Shangsheng glanced at Xiaofeng and said without a trace of anger, and turnaround face skin involuntarily pumped. Just now he was beaten. These three people must be hiding in the door face peeping. How else is it so consistent that this point is out? Chen Changsheng drew out a yellow talisman from his sleeve, recited under his breath and raised his hand to fling out the yellow talisman, which grew in the wind and gradually turned transparent in color. It turned into a huge invisibility cloak covering the three. The breath of the three disappeared in front of Xiaofeng the moment the invisible cloak fell on their bodies. Immediately after that, the silhouettes of the three people slowly disappeared in front of Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng clenched his fists, secretly hating that his strength was still low and he could not help much. It seems that he will have to maneuver inside the Forbidden Land today. The spirit beasts within the Forbidden Land that had been beaten by Xiaofeng simultaneously felt their eyelids jumping, and all of a sudden, the periphery of the Forbidden Land was in a flurry of chickens and dogs. The sun shines in the sky, the flowers smile at me, the birds say grass, 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 grass. Why are you carrying a nuclear bag? Ouyang hummed a nursery rhyme as he walked step by step in the direction of Qingyun Peak. This trip to Earth has given myself a deep realization of my own shortcomings. For cultivators below the out-of-body stage, one could push across and finish, but for cultivators above the out-of-body stage who were able to have their souls go out of their bodies, even if one destroyed the other party's body, there was still nothing one could do about the other party's divine soul. Originally, he had wanted to find Lao San to ask if there was any method, but he hadn't expected that before he could say a few words. Lao San had almost done something out of the ordinary to his little sister. One might as well find the old man in charge of the school to open up. After all, he was a decathlon immortal sect leader, so it shouldn't be much of a problem to know some of the secret divine soul techniques that were used to decapitate out-of-body stage cultivators at the cheap practicing stage, right? Ouyang, who knows the importance of learning again, is full of confidence and feels that he will inevitably become a pillar of the Qingyun sect, or even in case the blessing comes to his heart. The foundation is expected? Thinking of the fact that he was about to have a bright future, Ouyang couldn't even help but pull out the book, the complete book of 5 elements art basics, from his bosom and find the art of royal wind, which he used to increase his speed. Looking at Ouyang who ran all the way towards Qingyun Peak, the trailing trio following Ouyang had an even more grave expression on their faces. Eldest brother had actually used a magic spell to catch up. It must have seemed like a matter of great urgency. What's so urgent that you don't want them to know about it yet? The trailing trio looked at each other and followed closely behind Ouyang. Ouyang remembered correctly that today was indeed the day that the sect leader Dong Zi gave his sermon, and under the foot of Qingyun Peak, it had long been filled with inner disciples waiting to hear the sermon. It was only after inquiring through the mouth orders of the two imposing stone lions that he stepped onto the white jade stone steps of Qingyun Peak step by step. Yang, who accelerated his pace with the wind, was still a step too late, and the stone lion had already fallen asleep on top of the stone pillar. When Yang arrived before the mountain gate, the stone lion on the right, which was clearly larger than the left, closed its eyes and said, "The time to enter the mountain gate has passed, and those who listen to the way will next time. Pia, who dares to trespass?" Crisp slapping sound resounded on the stone lion's face. The stone lion opened those copper bell eyes, just wanted to give the unknowing comer in front of him a lesson. The stone lion, however, saw that Yang was turning over the railing of the mountain gate, and instantly flew down to the high platform. His body grew to the right size, patted under Yang's feet, and said with a fawning face, "Master, you climb slower. Be careful not to fall. Hurry up and pack me to listen to the sermon. I'll rip your head off if I'm late." Yang stepped on the stone lion and cursed at the dumbass who patted under his feet. "Can't you see you're coming? I can't believe you didn't open the fence." Stone-turned things just don't have much of a brain. The stone lion hurriedly carried Yang over the railing, twisted his head to look at the other stone lion that pretended to close its eyes and didn't dare to talk, and sneered in his heart, "You don't even lick when you meet your master? Serves you right for watching the gate forever." The stone lion carried Yang as it leaped directly towards the peak of Qingyun Peak, and the trailing trio followed closely behind. "Who is it that is trying to force their way through the mountain gate?" The other stone lion breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing Yang's figure disappear. Similarly sensing that there were three figures trying to force their way through the mountain gate under the convergence technique, being a stone-knotted spirit, it was very sensitive to sense. The stone lion laughed coldly, and its figure soared, stopping in front of the three. The Leng Qingsong trio simply stopped pretending. Leng Qingsong took the lead and rushed towards Qingyun Peak. Bai Feiyu followed closely behind, and Chen Chongsheng slightly retreated behind the two and followed closely. Before Stone Lion could react, the annoyed and incredibly trailing trio, one of them smacked a mouth in the face of the idiot in front of him who was in the way. Ouch! 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 The Stone Lion saw the appearance of the three people. In the small mountain peak stood for a few months post of the Stone Lion naturally recognized the three people, even received three mouths only dared to grunt out, and finally a face of a grieved nest on top of the stone pillar. Chapter 83, Listening to the Road. This does not have ears on it? Today was the day that the sect leader of Qingyun Peak would preach. Every time this day all inner disciples below the Yuaning stage would go to Qingyun Peak to listen to the sermon. On top of the square at the top of the mountain, countless case tables had long been densely placed, and behind each of them sat a cultivator with his eyes closed. From foundation establishment to Yuaning, densely packed with nearly hundreds of people, all of them were waiting for the owner of that futon on top of the high platform to appear. The sect leader preached. Even the inner disciples of the Yuaning stage would occasionally come. Even the Yuaning stage cultivators could get new insights every time they went to listen every time. In the eyes of the common people, Dong Zuzi sect leader's cultivation was unpredictable and his comprehension of the Tao was astonishing. Far from the existence that they, the disciples whose cultivation was still low, were able to look up to. Being able to listen to sect leader Dong Huizi preach in person represented more than just being able to listen to a high-quality lecture. It even represented an honor. Sect leader Dong Zuzi was not only the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, but was also known as the #1 person in the world in the cultivation world today. There were even rumors that sect leader Dong Zuzi had already touched the immortal gate. He is invincible under immortals, and 1 for 1 above immortals. To be able to listen to such a powerful great cultivator preach, all the inner disciples were honored with it. To listen to the master's sermon is to receive the master's true transmission. Rounding up, I'm the master disciple. All the disciples who came to listen to the sermon tended to do so, and it was even hard to find a table in the square. 3 bronze bells rang out, a breeze blew across the entire square, and a silhouette slowly emerged on top of the high platform. When this person appeared, he was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, a strange fragrance, and hidden immortal music. Immortal wind and Taoist bones, solemn appearance, a basalt-colored Taoist robe, hair inserted wooden hairpin, holding a whisk. Between raising his hands and throwing his feet, Taoist rhythms flowed in true essence retraced, an immortal's posture, out of the world. Dong Shuzi raised his hand and waved his duster, activating the spirit-gathering formation at the top of Qingyun Peak, and the top of the mountain was instantly wrapped in dense heaven and earth yuan qi. The dense heaven and earth yuan qi condensed into a mist, and the entire summit of Qingyun Peak was surrounded by immortal qi, which invigorated people between breaths. Everyone got up and bowed toward Dong Shuzi, speaking in unison, greetings to the sect leader. Dong Shuzi nodded and looked at the inner disciples on the stage with some relief. These were the future hopes of Qingyun sect. Dong Shuzi said in a calm voice, each into their seats. The sermon begins. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of all the disciples. All the disciples saluted again, and they all sat honestly in their seats, obediently straining their ears and waiting for the sect leader to deliver his sermon. Dongxu Zi nodded without leaving a trace and sat on top of the futon. Just as he opened his mouth and prepared to speak, he heard a muffled lion's roar ring out. "The young master is here. Get out of the way." The originally silent square suddenly came to such a voice, and Dongxu Zi on top of the high platform almost didn't choke on his own saliva. Wow! Everyone's gazes looked towards the steps, and the huge stone lion that originally guarded the door leapt up, and on the lion's back rode a teenager dressed in green, with a head full of black lines. The stone lion met Dongxu Zi's slightly dissatisfied eyes, more or less a little bit of heart. His own voice just now was indeed a little bit louder, but then thought of the master on his back, and once again toed the line. To be able to give my own master a long face in front of the sect leader. Such a loyal pet dog. Wouldn't my master have to send me another true chi? Winning. This wave is winning. Compared to the old man in charge's dissatisfaction, being able to take one more ounce of true chi from his master's hand was not worth mentioning at all. Is the master of the Green Cloud sect so arrogant? I'm just a stone lion guarding the gate. It's none of my business. The tail behind the stone lion crouching on the ground swung even faster, waiting for its master's praise with a proud face. Ouyang's head was full of black lines as he looked at the gazes coming from all around him like looking at a retard. Even Ouyang, who had such a thick skin, couldn't help but blush for a while. What's this idiot yelling about? Is that shameful line about wanting to die socially? Ouyang jumped down from the stone lion's back and kicked the stone lion, and in the process, a ray of true chi was channeled over. The stone lion felt the origin true chi that had once again increased in his body, and rolled up happily, offering his best in front of Ouyang. Roll, roll, roll. Ouyang cursed at the stone lion without a good mood. The stone lion does not dwell on it much. I will roll if the master tells me to roll, and I will lick it next time the master comes. The stone lion stood up and majestically swept a glance at the inner disciples who were looking over, as if it had retransformed into that majestic mountain guardian divine beast before the mountain gate, and then turned around and ran towards the bottom of the mountain. Ouyang swept around the square. Ooh, it was quite full. There were no empty seats. Seifu, elder brother, here, here. Suddenly on the east side of the square a group of muscular brothers and sisters stood up and waved desperately towards Ouyang. Ouyang looked. It turned out to be the Criminal Peak disciples. Himself and the Criminal Peak disciples are very familiar. In the past days, nothing. The Criminal Peak Master Li grabbed himself to go to the Criminal Peak. The beautiful name is Discussion of the Art of Danjitsu. It was actually a threat to hand over the book of Chen Changxing's new painting. After a while, he himself had gotten acquainted with the disciples of Criminal Peak. In the past, this group of Criminal Peak disciples were all fierce men with muscles growing inside their brains, and the whole Criminal Peak was filled with a very criminal atmosphere. Even if he was wearing a Taoist robe, the robe was distorted by the bulging muscles. After all, Xingfeng was in charge of the Qingyun clan law. If he couldn't fight, how could he possibly control those toadying geniuses inside the clan? The entire Qingyun zone. In addition to all are all-day clothes old man world first, a face of stinky fart-ask sword peak sword cultivator. The most capable of fighting is the number of Criminal Peak this group of muscle brother and sister. Ouyang quickly walked over and received a warm greeting from his brothers and sisters. Then whoever it is, stand up and give your seat to senior brother. Elder brother, haven't seen you for a few days, you're even more handsome. Senior brother is free to discuss swordsmanship together in the evening. Ouyang waved his hand towards the surroundings, laughing and cursing as he navigated his way through the many muscle-bound men, even talking a few of the tendon-fleshed muscle-bound men into a pout. The Criminal Peak disciples were very clear that the Ouyang in front of them was very close to their own master. Once I got so drunk that I almost burned yellow paper to pay my respects. The square that was originally so quiet that you could hear the sound of a falling pin was instantly noisy like a food market. Dongxu Zi, who was on top of the high platform, coughed and spoke. Silence. When the sect leader opened his mouth, the Criminal Peak disciples immediately put away their excitement and honestly sat on top of their seats. Caveman looked at Ouyang, who was sitting in the middle of a group of muscle-bound men with his hands on the table behind him, tilting his head and looking at himself with a disinterested expression, with a surprised look on his face. It's been almost 10 years since this kid came to hear himself preach, right? The sun has come out of the west today? How dare you come to listen to your own sermon? There's no chance of a conspiracy, is there? Dongxu Zi did not leave a trace of a glance at the secret realm of immortals still in the sky, coughed and said, today's sermon, the art, the law, the road, the art of the person, the beginning of cultivation, the beginning of practicing qi. Taoist rhythms echoed throughout the square along with the voice. Ouyang, who was leaning against the table behind him and crossing his legs, looked at the sermonizing Deng Zuzi with a serious face, watching the caveman's mouth open and close. It was becoming more and more like a landed fish turning on itself. its mouth opening and closing. The voice of Dong Su-zi, coming in from his left ear and out from his right ear, was like a lullaby, making Ouyang's eyelids grow heavier and heavier. 1 second he was still trying to hold on, but the next second Ouyang directly tilted his head back and fell asleep with his mouth wide open. Dong Su-zi had just opened his mouth in less than 10 sentences when he heard a loud snoring sound. Chapter 84. Only learning can make one feel fulfilled. Gollum. Yawn. Gollum. Ouyang's saliva gathered in his mouth because he was sleeping with his head tilted back and his mouth open. Grunts interspersed with gurgles of saliva seemed rhythmic. The criminal peak disciple on the side stiffly shook Ouyang, but Ouyang slept like a dead pig and couldn't wake up no matter how he shook him. Sleeping is so good. Drool is coming out. The snoring grew louder and louder, even drowning out the sound of Dong Su-zi's sermon. More and more people heard Ouyang's snoring and turned their heads to look at Ouyang, who was huffing and puffing. Such a big event as the sect leader's sermon. How dare someone sleep so soundly? Which hilltop punk is this? Out to make a fool of himself. The disciples who had been initiated within 10 years were all filled with righteous indignation, angry that Ouyang had disturbed them from listening to the sect leader's sermon. Only the old brothers who had been initiated 10 years ago looked at the huffing and puffing Ouyang as if they had evoked some memories. After the know-it-alls from 10 years ago glanced at Ouyang, they all stared at Dong Su-zi on top of the high platform, seemingly waiting for something. The square was split into 2 groups of people. One group was glaring angrily at Ouyang, and the other group was staring at the sect leader, Dong Su-zi, with anticipation in their eyes. The Dong Su-zi on top of the high platform's face twitched and looked at Ouyang, who was huffing and puffing with black lines all over his head. Did you say 10 words? How come this kid sleeps so fast? Dong Su-zi likewise sensed the trailing trio quietly lurking outside the square and was startled in his heart. These brats aren't here to screw themselves today, are they? No, I'm the head teacher. The authority of the sect leader cannot be lost by a few brats. Dong Su-zi's face turned grave, and the Dao sound in his mouth was unceasing, even becoming more and more esoteric. The disciples who were originally listening as if they were mesmerized, suddenly became a bit confused. How did the Tao taught by the sect leader suddenly become so difficult to understand? It's as if he was originally just learning pinyin in kindergarten and suddenly made himself learn high math. Dong Su-zi's Dao sound and Ouyang's grunts intertwined together, surrounding the ears of the confused disciples in the square. Gradually, Dong Su-zi felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. He was getting drowsy, and even his voice started to get smaller. Coming. Older brothers who had been initiated 10 years ago had taken out their recording stones, full of joy and ready to record this moment. Caveman's voice turned indistinct and became smaller and smaller. Finally, Dong Su-zi really couldn't hold on to the drowsiness that was like a tidal wave, and his head was lowered to whoop and holler, sleeping unusually well, even snoring as well. Chirp chirp chirp. Who? Gollum. Yawn. Gollum. Chirp chirp chirp. Who? Gollum. The grunts of Dong Su-zi and Ouyang alternated, echoing each other and reverberating throughout the square. Show up. As long as this dude comes, the sect leader's sermon must sleep. I didn't expect to see this scene myself after 10 years. Master Greenback. The know-it-alls from 10 years ago were in tears, recording the moment, and then standing up and cheering around Ouyang immediately afterward. This scene was a huge sensation at one time. Countless people scrambled to watch, and at one point, they even thought that Ouyang was the nemesis of the sect leader. Palmistress Nemesis. Mighty. Oh. The old brothers were cheering at Ouyang, and the rest of the little old brothers were dumbfounded. What do you mean? Isn't it the bishop's sermon? What are you doing now? How did the boss fall asleep? What are the brothers cheering for? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The square was a mess like a food market, and the trailing trio hiding at the bottom of the square steps fell silent. I think that eldest senior brother might really just want to come and listen to the Tao and reminisce about his childhood in the meantime. Chen Shangsheng said dryly to Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong. Bai Feiyu covered his face with a defeated expression, really not knowing what the hell his own big brother was smoking. Today, he had specially run over to humiliate people. Lung Qingsong stared unblinkingly at the criminal peak disciples surrounding Ouyang with a very cold expression on his face, puzzled in his heart. How was it that these criminal peak disciples could be so close to their elder brother, even closer than they themselves were to their elder brother? It seems that I need to go to the criminal peak sometime and ask the criminal peak disciples about the unfavorable sword sharpness in their hands. Lung Qingsong's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and he put the word death on the faces of those muscular brothers and sisters. Since Ouyang had come here simply to listen to the sermon, there was little point in the three staying here. As Bai Feiyu led the way and prepared to leave, he suddenly stopped and looked up to the sky with a feeling in his heart. What's wrong, senior brother Bai? Chen Shangsheng opened his mouth and asked. Bai Feiyu looked at the sky with the same puzzlement on his face and shook his head. It's nothing, it just feels a little strange. Why had he just sensed that his Tao rhythm from his previous life was coming over in the direction of the Green Cloud sect? What's going on here? Bai Feiyu said to Long Qingsong and Chen Changsheng. I won't go back first. After the sermon is over in a little while, I'll go back with senior brother. Lang Qingsong and Chen Changsheng glanced at each other, and Chen Changsheng spoke. In that case, I'll wait for a while as well. Lang Qingsong held his sword without answering, but the man stood there motionless. And in the drum tower above the square of Qingyan Peak, a buxom female cultivator appeared out of thin air above the drum tower, looking at the chaotic square in front of her, her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and said in a cold voice, "Silence." The cool voice reached everyone's ears, causing everyone to quiet down as if they had been doused with cold water from the head. The square was instantly so quiet that even a pin could be heard, leaving only Ouyang and Dongshu Zi's grunts. Chirp chirp chirp, phew, grunt, yawn, grunt. The female cultivator heard the purring sound and looked up. When she saw Ouyang, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. Then she looked at Dongshu Zi with a slight frown on her beautiful eyebrows. Sleeping in the whole virtual sun is still snoring. The female cultivator transported the true essence. Hard fist smashed in the drum tower of the giant clock on the dang. The sound of the bell accompanied by invisible true essence waves echoed above the square. Caveman instantly woke up and raised his head to ask in a daze. Thunder? And Ouyang, who was huffing and puffing below, directly stood up with a jerk, wiped the saliva on his mouth, and looked at the surrounding crowds who didn't know when they had gathered around him with a bewildered face and asked, "Class dismissed?" The female cultivator snorted coldly and disappeared into thin air once again. And this sermon ended in an absurd scene. Ouyang was unsurprisingly left behind by Dongshu Zi with a smile on his face. After waiting for all the disciples to leave, the furious red-faced Dongshu Zi roared at Ouyang, "Don't go. Have the guts to fight one-on-one." Ouyang looked at the jumping cave void Zi, nothing hanging out of the ears, just studied for so long. He felt full of spirit. It's true that the only way to feel fulfilled is to learn. Chapter 85 Ancient Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai. The trailing trio was ready to go back to the small mountain peak to do their own thing when Dongshu Zi's voice rang in his ears. He stays, so do you guys. The three of them, Long Qingsong, had their bodies slightly lurched and glanced at each other, only to honestly appear in front of Ouyang. Ouyang, who was looking indifferently at Dongshu Zi spitting at himself, looked at the three rebellious sons who suddenly appeared with a surprised face and asked, "When did you three come?" Chen Changsheng was just about to open his mouth honestly when Bai Feiyu, who was on the side, took the lead and said, "The three of us came here specifically to ask sect leader to solve our problems because of our cultivation." Really? Ouyang looked at the three suspiciously. Cultivation matters to ask the old man for advice? Can this come out of these three rebellious sons' mouths? Chen Changsheng nodded his head rapidly and said in a loud voice, "Yes, senior brother. Recently, the three of us have felt a sense of instability in our Tao, so we have come to ask the sect leader about it." Second, senior brother. Lang Qingsong did not expect Chen Changsheng to draw the fire on himself, but he still nodded silently. Dongshu Zi, who was frantically outputting against Ouyang, looked at the three who were honestly walking over. His eyes landed on Chen Changsheng, and he sneered, "Shouldn't I, the holy son of the Qingyun sacred ground, be within the forbidden ground right now, contemplating on the Qingyun secret treasure?" When Chen Changsheng heard Dongshu Zi's inquiry, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Reporting to the sect leader, the kid's main body is indeed in the forbidden land observing the secret treasures, and the one who has come here today is just an alter ego." Dongshu Zi raised his eyes and looked. Chen Changsheng's body had meridians running within his body. His true essence was unceasingly alive. How could he look like a real person? But the Chen Changsheng in the forbidden land was likewise like this. Who did this kid learn his puppetry from? How can he make it look so real? Dongshu Zi coughed and said with a straight face, "You guys come with me in the main hall." After saying that, Dongshu Zi turned around and walked towards the Qingyun Peak Hall. Ouyang took the lead and followed behind Dongshu Zi, and the remaining three looked at each other and followed suit. After entering the main hall, the first thing to see was the altar where the heaven and earth wooden tablets were enshrined. Dongshu Zi held 3 pieces of vegetarian incense and inserted them in the incense burner. Then he sat on top of the futon in front of the altar, signaling the 4 to go to the incense. Ouyang took the 3 of them to finish the incense in turn, and before leaving Ouyang even fished an offering fruit from the altar and ate it. The 4 of them, Ouyang, sat across from Deng Zuzi and looked at Deng Zuzi, wondering what the Deng Zuzi in front of them was selling. Dongshu Zi looked at the 4 people in front of him. Even he had to admit that at the age of the 4 people in front of him, he would still only be leading his masters and brothers to dig out birds' nests. But these 4 in front of us are now coming into their own. People can really get pissed off. Dongshu Zi let out a long sigh as he looked at the 4 teenagers in front of him and said, "A few days ago, your master sent a voice message to me over 10,000 miles, saying that he wanted me to instruct you on something." Master? The 4 people heard Dongshu Zi talking about Hu Yun. They raised their heads, Their own masters don't come back once a year. This time why did they suddenly let the sect leader explain some things to them? Chen Chongsheng was perplexed, and Bai Feiyu was puzzled. Ouyang and Lang Qingsong had a clear understanding in their eyes. It must have been because of the matter of this secret realm of immortals in the sky for their own old man. Dongxu Zi then spoke. The secret realm of immortals that appeared a few days ago is still hanging in the sky. You guys should know about this, right? Before waiting for an answer, Dongxu Zi continued. Your master said that he wanted me to tell you some ancient secrets about this secret realm left behind by an immortal. This secret realm was left behind by an ancient sword immortal, and it will be of great benefit to you. After all, it was your master's hard work to plan it out, so don't let him down. Ouyang and Chen Chongsheng were indifferent. After all, they didn't cultivate the sword Dao and had little interest in the things in this immortal secret realm. Lang Qingsong listened most attentively. After all, his own old man had been calculating himself for so long for the secret realm. He just didn't know what he could get in this secret realm. Bai Feiyu's face twitched slightly, not realizing that the grave of his past life was still being pulled out by his own master's personal planning. When this secret realm appeared, Bai Feiyu sensed the existence of this secret realm and could even be said to be very familiar with it. This secret realm was the small world that he had personally opened up in his previous life. How could Bai Feiyu not be familiar with it? After his own death, he didn't know who had given his fallen self a grave in the small world he had opened up, leading to the fact that he was still being flogged by Hu Yun's scheming. After all, after the fall in his previous life, Bai Feiyu did not know what secret treasures were in this small world of his own. And it seemed as if his fall from the fall to reincarnation was just an instant in his own eyes. Dongxu Zi organized his language and spoke. This immortal secret realm is something left by the ancient sword immortal, Li Tai Bai. Li Tai Bai was also the only sword immortal of the ancient era, and the prime power who ended the ancient immortal realm. As soon as Dongxu Zi's words fell, the expressions on the faces of the four people sitting there were all very wonderful. Ouyang had 10,000 draft horses galloping past in his heart. Other people don't know what Bai Feiyu's ingredients are, but they know exactly what they are. Although the attribute panel had changed and pulled, in the title behind Bai Feiyu's name, it was clearly written Ancient Sword Immortal Reincarnation. Crap, this grave is really the grave of Xiao Bai's past life? Did his own master really pull the plug on White's grave and let his own dick go up there and bounce? Lang Qingsong, on the other hand, had a face of yearning. Ah, the sword immortal who ended the ancient immortal world. One could definitely do it oneself. Bai Feiyu's eyes were also filled with memories when he heard Dongxu Zi's words, and he looked up at Ouyang's back in the front row, his eyes turning extremely complicated. Chen Chongsheng still had a disinterested expression. It sounded like it was the matter of the second and fourth senior brothers, and really had little to do with himself. Dongxu Zi's face became serious as he said in a deep voice, regarding what happened in the ancient times, the entire cultivation world has kept their mouths shut. There aren't even any written records. There are only scattered legends. Do you know why? The four of them shook their heads. They did know that there was an ancient period in the past, but they indeed hadn't seen any records about it. Bai Feiyu was similarly curious. Since when exactly had the era he was in been called the Ancient Age? Dongxu Zi looked at the four pairs of inquisitive expressions on the opposite side of the room, and immediately felt a burst of dark pleasure. In these four rebellious sons, he had never felt the satisfaction of being a teacher. What his own senior brother said was indeed correct. These four rebellious sons were all masters who did not see a rabbit. Dongxu Zi coughed. Bought enough? The duster in his hand shook, and said with some fascination. In the ancient times, there were immortals. At that time, immortals sat down in the sky and watched the world's power. And at the beginning of the sword immortal Li Tai Bai's beheading of the immortals, immortals fell to earth like rain. And this world has never had any more existence of immortals since then. Finally, White's part has begun. So stay tuned, hyped, and supported by free gifts. Love you guys. Wahahaha. Chapter 86, Ancient Mysteries. Crap, there are no immortals after this person? Dare I say that this Li Tai Bai has slaughtered all the immortals? Hiss. Scary as hell. Chen Chongsheng sucked in a mouthful of cold air. In the last days of his previous life, he had personally seen people who had re-embarked on immortality, and the terror of those who had done so was so great that even his own self, who had already reached the stage of transitional sedimentation in his previous life, felt as if he were a mole cricket. I didn't realize that there was such a great power in the ancient times that they slaughtered all the immortals. Lang Qingsong's blood surged as he listened, and in his mind, a man and a sword stood high in the sky, and wherever the sword blade went, immortals fell on the spot. This was the thing that every sword cultivator aspired to the most. Even Lang Qingsong couldn't help but feel his blood surge. Interesting, Little White is really bullish. At first, I thought it was just an ordinary ancient sword immortal, but I didn't realize that in his past life, he was actually a giant of a party. Bai Feiyu, on the other hand, had his eyes slightly downcast, looking unconcerned, even with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Fairy? How can you call those things fairies? It's really funny. Dong Suzi's voice floated through the great hall, telling the four people about the ancient secrets he knew. In the ancient times, when the immortal gate was unlocked, above the transition stage, was the existence of the immortal? In the world of that time, the immortals were the masters of this world. Behind all the great events of the ancient times were the immortals. Until a sword immortal with an immortal sword comes out. Li Tai Bai, the sword immortal, climbed to the immortal gate 3 times without entering, stood outside the immortal gate, chopped off the immortals, destroyed the immortal gate, and made the world immortal. From then on became a legend. From then on, the era of the ancient immortals came to an end, ushering in the present era. What do you guys think of sword immortal Li Tai Bai? Dong Shuzi's indistinct voice came out, interrupting the teenagers who were sketching a picture of an overwhelming sword immortal style in their minds. Chen Changsheng said dully, the name of sword immortal is well deserved. Sword immortal should be like this. Long Qingsong, who usually looked at people through his nostrils, gave the same high evaluation. Bull, Ouyang said as he searched his gut and used his barren vocabulary. Only Bai Feiyu was silent, and even had some struggles in his eyes. Indeed, to be able to cut down an immortal with a single sword, what a grace. Now we can only sigh in admiration. But do you know the consequences? Dong Shuzi opened his mouth and asked. Hearing Dong Suzi's words, the 3 of them shook their heads in bewilderment, while the struggling color in Bai Feiyu's eyes became more and more obvious. Dong Shuzi opened his mouth word by word. Without the constraints of the immortals, the battle of the Devil Dao has been spreading since the end of the ancient immortal era. The battle has been spreading all the way to the present. Without the towering immortals, the 2 factions of the Devil's Way, which were originally on the same page, engaged in a bloody war for tens of thousands of years after the immortals had completely fallen off the face of the earth. Countless celestial pride died, and countless clans were destroyed with their inheritance broken. There are even countless people who have become the countless white bones of a simple sentence in history. So, is this sword immortal exactly a sword immortal you guys say? Or a sword demon? Dong Shuzi stopped his voice and opened his mouth to ask. Dong Shuzi threw out this question, which caused the 3 Ouyang people to look thoughtful, while Bai Feiyu's body trembled slightly as he tightly closed his own eyes. Ouyang twisted his head to look at Chen Changsheng. For this kind of expository question, he really doesn't know how to do it himself. Chen Changsheng understood, organized his language and said, I think, this person should be a sword immortal. The way of the sword should be unrelenting, the heart of the sword. Immortals in the world, even if the world is peaceful, the living souls are nothing more than the pigs raised by the immortals generally muddled. It is better to let all the people of the world participate in the affairs of the world. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Bai Feiyu snapped his eyes open to look at the eloquent Chen Changsheng, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. A sword immortal is a sword immortal, trusting only the sword in his hand. Where is there any sword demon? Lang Qingsong also spoke up and agreed. Without leaving a trace, Ouyang glanced at Bai Feiyu and rushed at Dong Shuzi. Me too. Bai Feiyu looked at the trio's backs and didn't know what to say for a moment. His former self stood looking at the antithesis of everyone, even all living beings, and cut off everyone's faith with the sword in his hand. It has led to his becoming a being that everyone shouts at as if he were a devil. And now, these 3 senior brothers of his had actually sided with him in unison. In his previous life, he had only one close friend by his side, and that close friend ended up dying because of him. Now he has the same philosophy of the same brothers by his side, and 3 of them at that. Was my past life self born too early? Otherwise, he wouldn't have walked that path so lonely, and even ended up falling in the end. The opposite side of the futon on top of the Dong Shuzi is full of black lines looking at the 4 rebellious sun in front of him. His own bitter words is to tell these 4 rebellious sun against the heavens will eventually lead to a greater disaster. Instead, these 4 rebellious sons are still getting up to speed. Dong Shuzi waved his hand and said, if you guys think that Li Tai Bai isn't wrong, then you guys can go to that secret realm and see. Which one is right or wrong all depends on how you guys see it in your heart. Ouyang said with a face that had nothing to hang on to. I won't go. I can't read it anyway. Let them go. Sect leader. I don't cultivate the sword Dao, and I'm not going. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said, he still had a whole lot of things to do, and since he was held down by Hu Yan on the wall yesterday, he couldn't move. Chen Changsheng felt that he didn't feel very safe in Qingyan sect either. He was prepared to put down the head of anything that could breathe, and even flowers and plants. In addition to everyone in the sect, a square-looking fox was actually a big man of the ferrying stage. And who knew if a heavenly stone monkey would pop out from inside the stone at the entrance of the small mountain peak? It must all go down. Bai Feiyu similarly spoke. This secret realm is at odds with my sword path, so I won't be going there either. The 3 of them had said that they would not go. That is, so that they could not disturb Lang Qingsong from going to the secret realm to realize the sword Dao. Lang Qingsong naturally knew what the three senior brothers were thinking, but he didn't open his mouth to say anything. He wouldn't be polite to his own senior brothers. Dong Zi sneered and said, "You want to go, just go. Want to not go, just do not go? Think of quite beautiful. Go outside and take a look by yourself. That secret realm is hanging in the sky, although mortals can't see it. But who can't see it as long as the person practicing cultivation is not blind?" The Sword Sect, one of the 9 holy grounds, sent a voice message from 10,000 miles yesterday saying that they wanted to come to the Qingyan sect to have a catch-up, not to mention the countless scattered sects. Who wouldn't want to get the secret treasures in the immortal secret realm? Dong Zi opened his mouth and said, Bai Feiyu was at a loss, although there was his own small world in his previous life, but what people and when they set up their own graves they really don't know. Secret treasure? What kind of secret treasure could I have in my previous life? Hearing Ding Zuzi's words, Ouyang stood up with a big grin and patted the non-existent dirt on his body indifferently. Ha, yeah, then let them come. Chapter 87, The Sword Sect's Visitors. The old man of his own family had laid out the grave of Xiaobai's previous life for Lao for such a long time, and the grave of Xiaobai's previous life that he had drawn out was all for the sake of Lao being able to get something from inside Xiaobai's grave. There really are those ungrateful trash who dare to jump around in front of themselves. The big deal is that the ashes will be raised for him, and this time, he will definitely take Lao San with him, and after raising the ashes, the divine soul will have to be cancelled for him. Dong Zi looked at a face of indifference. Ouyang, naturally know in front of this rebellious son and what to think, helplessly opened his mouth and said, this time the immortal secret realm not only have countless clans will go, more the world of loose cultivators. Personal courage can only show off a moment of bravery. Moreover, the immortal secret realm of the talk is chance, and the strength of the strength and weakness does not have anything to do with it. You again strong can be stronger than the immortals it? Isn't an immortal strong enough to die? You old man is really talkative. Ouyang gave a belly laugh, but still kept an eye out. The words of Cave Void Z are right, Xiaobai in his previous life, but he caught the immortal Gaga and killed him. Hell knows what he put inside his own grave. Then I'm sure I'm going to bring white with me this time as well. The second charged forward, himself in the center, the third on his left, and the white on his right. The topmost configuration of Little Mountain Peak looks to be all hands on deck this time. Dong Zi swept a glance at the 4, equally knowing that which of the 4 brats in front of him would set off a wave of wild winds and waves in the cultivation world if he let them out. But the current strength of them was still too low. The highest was only Lang Qingsong's Yuaning stage. The opening of the secret realm was imminent, and it was simply impossible to have them raise their realms in a short period of time. Immortal cultivation was originally an extremely slow affair. Even if one was no longer a heavenly prodigy, one couldn't jump several levels in a row, right? Chen Shangsheng and Bai Feiyu were both Jiedan, and even Bai Feiyu had only entered Jiedan a short while ago, and even though both of them were born knowing, their strength was a bit too low in the secret realm. This time, the world's attention was drawn to the immortal secret realm. Countless great cultivators were paying attention to this immortal secret realm. Those old men who were hidden from the world, and those famous sects, who didn't want to get a piece of the pie in the middle of an immortal secret realm. No matter how much of a genius, it was still not enough in front of absolute strength. What difference was there between a genius who hadn't grown up and an ordinary cultivator in the eyes of a great cultivator? Good death. The key point for the opening of this immortal secret realm was still the disciple of his own master. It's even if this brat Huyan doesn't come back to share the clan's affairs, he's still remotely causing trouble for me. This time, Qingyun's sect has become the center of attention of the entire cultivation world again. Dong Zi knocked his head with a long sigh of some distress. Ouyang similarly lowered his head in contemplation. Sighing, Dong Zi hard of what he was thinking, he was also thinking about. After all, it is the secret realm of the immortals. The entire cultivation world is watching. If he really came to dozens of transitional succession stages, he would not be able to top himself as usual. Even if the second was the opener of this secret realm, even if the third had countless cards, but they're all too young, so the only win is on white. After all, it's your own grave, white should know it well, right? Old man, all 4 of us will go this time. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Ouyang spoke seriously. I'm not going. Bai Feiyu's voice suddenly rang out. The smack in the face came so fast that Ouyang didn't even react, and just looked at Bai Feiyu with some surprise. Bai Feiyu, on the other hand, looked at Ouyang with a resolute face and said word for word, I don't want to go. Not at all. The atmosphere in the great hall froze, and Lang Qingsong and Chen Changsheng looked at Bai Fei with equal curiosity. Although this 4th senior brother of his own family had never been kind to his eldest senior brother, he had never refused Ouyang's arrangements. This was the first time Bai Feiyu had spoken out against Ouyang's arrangement. Yang looked at the resolute Bai Feiyu and suddenly laughed and said, "Good. If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Xiao Bai won't go this time. I'll just go with the oldest 2 and the oldest 3. Lang Qingsong and Chen Chongsheng did not have any dissatisfaction with Bai Feiyu. They are all their own brothers and sisters. What to say? Not hiding is the most normal appearance of their own brothers and sisters. Lang Qingsong didn't even want Ouyang and Chen Chongsheng to travel with him. This time it was his own matter. Lang Qingsong hated to trouble others with his own matters. Chen Chongsheng, on the other hand, was indifferent. It wasn't like he was traveling in his real body anyway. The big deal was the matter of bringing more cards with him. Bai Feiyu looked at Ouyang, who was smiling at him, and a person's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. A green shirt, slutty and uninhibited, stood beside himself with a smiling face and said, "Xiao Bai wants to go then. I'll accompany you." That face was not Ouyang, but the Ouyang in front of him was so similar to that person. Bai Feiyu's lips moved as he said bitterly, "Senior brother, I have bitter feelings." Ouyang patted Bai Feiyu's shoulder and said, "Self-teacher brothers, no need to talk about this." Bai Feiyu lowered his head. He knew very well in his heart that going on his own would not actually be of much use, and might even help. After his own fall, he had absolutely no memory of what happened after his fall, and hell knows who made his own grave. And his current self has completely turned his back on the path of his previous life, and has gone completely down a diametrically opposed path. Bai Feiyu didn't want to be touchy-feely, and even more so, he didn't want to have anything more to do with his former self. Dong Shuzi had some headaches looking at the 4 people below. This secret realm hadn't even begun yet, and this group of rebellious children below already had problems. Hu Yun, you brat always say that you are some kind of book turner. This book is not a good turn, but will lead to fire. Just as Dong Shuzi was worried, a sudden loud and bold laugh came from the distance. Ha 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 ha, where is that old pipsqueak cave void son? Come out and suffer death. Dong Shuzi was startled violently, then reacted to who the owner of this voice was. With a defeated look on his face, he stood up and said to the 4 of them, "I have a visit from a deceased person. You guys go back first." As soon as Dong Shuzi's words fell, the door of the great hall was rushed open by an overwhelming sword intent, and the huge carved red cedar wood door was directly rushed into pieces. When Ouyang and the others looked back, a middle-aged man wearing a white sword practice uniform was leaning against the doorframe and looking at Dong Shuzi on the main hall with a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha ha, Dong Shuzi, you old piker is here. Old swordsman, don't you know how to knock? Every time you come, you have to smash the door of my great hall. Are all sword cultivators sick in the head? Won't you walk through the door normally?" Dong Shuzi scolded towards the middle-aged man. Lang Qingsong, who was on the side, shivered and felt offended. The middle-aged did not care, picked up the waist of the wine gourd hard to pour a mouthful. I somewhat surprised to look at the hall in the middle of the Ouyang 4 people, especially when he saw Lang Qingsong as a bright spot. The middle-aged man enthusiastically raised the wine gourd in his hand at the 4 people and asked, "3 little brothers, do you want to go to the sword sect with me? I'll accept you as personal disciples. I've finished the ones I saved for this month, and I've timed them to post well, so take your time to read them. We're going to shut down and code next month's deposit. Isn't it super safe to have an author like us? Thanks again for the support. Love you guys. Wahahaha. Wave, Chapter 88, Sword Sect Patriarch Taya. 3 little brothers? Changsheng is now in the position of the holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land. It seems that it is the 3 of us who are talking about. The old man has a good eye. Surprisingly, he saw this genius's unparalleled talent at a glance. Ouyang instantly felt much better about the middle-aged man in front of him, but in the way of his own old man still being alive, he could only clasp his fists and say regretfully, "Thanks to the senior's love, we have no intention of changing our clan for the time being." The middle-aged man glanced at Ouyang in surprise and said inexplicably, "I didn't ask you. What are you answering? Don't you have any idea of your own qualifications?" Put. The opposite side of the room, Dong Shuzi directly laughed out loud, before his face expression returned to normal. Ouyang looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a black line on his face. This old man's eyes are sick, right? This kind of supreme genius of his own was not even looked at in the eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the middle-aged man in front of him had a really bullish attribute panel, he would have given him a set of lightning 5 consecutive whips right now. Name, Taya, Sword Sect Master. Cultivation level, 9th level of the ferrying stage. Root bone, 10. Charisma, 9. Lucky, 9. Kendo qualification, 10. Exclusive skill, 1 sword flying fairy. Verdict, I have a sword that can cut down the immortals. These old men who could become the sovereigns of the 9 holy lands were simply more perverted than one another. The middle-aged man, still enthusiastic, looked at Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, as well as Chen Chongsheng, and said, "My sword sect is the world's leading sword cultivator, and every year there are no less than 1 million people who want to join the sword sect. but there is only at most one person per year who can join my sword sect. But as long as the 3 little friends are willing, I am willing to accept the 3 little friends as my personal disciples. The expression on Dong Shuzi's face was wonderful to the extreme. This shameless old thing was actually digging into Qin Yun Sek's corner in front of himself? However, when he heard that this old thing even opened his mouth to scold Ouyang, his heart was instantly happy and he looked at the old thing in front of him with a look of watching a good show. In Dong Shuzi's eyes, the sword sect patriarch in front of him had the word danger engraved on his brain. Chen Chongsheng, on the other hand, looked at the sword sect patriarch in front of him with a flickering gaze. In his memories of his previous life, his own second senior brother used to be a supreme genius of the sword sect and had obtained the immortal inheritance in this immortal mystery realm, and had ascended to the immortal sect in one fell swoop at the time of the end of the age and accomplished the first immortal existence in the world. I don't know why, but this life would turn out to be his own senior brother. Thinking about this, Chen Chongsheng slightly tasted it. In his previous life, eldest senior brother and himself were the closest senior brothers, but in this life it turned out that Leng Qingsong was the first to meet eldest senior brother. If second senior brother follows the sword sect patriarch, does that make me the second senior brother of the small mountain peak? The thought flashed through Chen Chongsheng's mind, and then he hurriedly shook it out of his mind. Chen Chongsheng liked the current little mountain peak too much. The cold-faced and warm-hearted Leng Qingsong, the mature and stable Xiao Bai, the quirky little senior sister, and the self-improvement senior brother Xiao, compared to the previous life where there were only 2 lonely people above the small mountain peak, himself and his big senior brother. The current small mountain peak was exceptionally lively. The more you feel the endless despair in the midst of the end times, the more you cherish this beauty. Sect leader, there's nothing to do. We'll leave first. You guys chat. Bye. Ouyang prepared to lead his own 3 rebellious sons back to the small mountain peak amidst Dong Shuzi's disappointed gaze. With that, he glanced absently at Taya, his mind already working out how to knock the old boy's ass. Sword sect patriarch Taya, however, stopped in front of Ouyang and looked at the 3 people behind Ouyang and said sincerely, "Really? I'm really the sword sect patriarch. Trust me, I can let your talents be fully utilized. What the sword sect is capable of doing that my Qingyan sect can't," Dong Shuzi said with a cold smile. Taya glanced at Dong Shuzi and said seriously, "Old piker, you're a bit stronger, but when it comes to the way of the sword, if my sword sect says second, do you, the Qingyun sect, dare to claim first?" Dong Shuzi was blocked by Taya's words, although he had 60% certainty to hold down this old bitch in front of him to fight, but even he had to admit that, when it comes to the sword road, in this world, the sword sect belongs to the world's first. The strength of the sword sect relied not on a particular sword cultivator, but rather the countless great sword cultivators that had come out of the sword sect over the countless years since its creation, then left behind a great story, and finally returned to the sword sect. The sword pond in the sword sect's forbidden land has the sword intent and Tao rhythm of countless great sword cultivators buried on top of the flying swords. When Taya saw that Dong Shuzi was silent, he immediately said proudly to the 4 people behind Ouyang, "This time, you guys have seen the secret realm of the immortals. You know? Inside this secret realm is my family's old ancestor." The ears of Bai Feiyu at the very back twitched, and with a surprised face, he looked up at the sword sect patriarch in front of him. When did he become a sword sect ancestor? Although he was a sword immortal in his previous life, he had been all alone until he fell. He didn't leave any bloodline behind himself. "You guys don't believe me? What do you see here?" Taya also put his blood on the line and said as he pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and waved it in front of the crowd. This piece of paper caught the attention of everyone in the great hall. Even Dong Weezy's eyes were attracted to it. Taya proudly shook the paper in his hand and said, "This paper? It's an immortal's notebook. The diary of the legendary ancient sword immortal Li Tai Bai." Hearing Taya's words, Bai Feiyu, who was standing at the very back, his face flushed red, and then shame and anger rose in his heart. Looking at Taya, who was proudly waving the paper in his hand, he wanted to finish someone off so badly for the first time since he was reincarnated. "I am the immortal. The immortal is me. I am the first immortal in the world. The strongest immortal in this world." Taya held up the paper in his hand and shook his head as he read. Listening to Taya read the contents of the paper, Bai Feiyu's back teeth were about to be clenched. Shit. His former self had been dead for I don't know how many years, and there was still being pulled out for public execution. White Feiyu, who had always been mature and stable, instantly broke his defense. Ouyang's face was a bit odd, but in his heart, he was dying of laughter. I didn't think that the seemingly honest and stable Xiao Bai, in his previous life, not only was he middle-aged but also liked to write diaries? Ha ha ha, what is this, a limerick? That's so nice. It's really worthy of being my family's oldest ancestor. Taya sighed after reciting it vocally. The dependent defense written by his own oldest ancestor seemed to him to be full of deep meaning. However, except for Taya, everyone in the Great Hall had an odd look on their faces, an expression of wanting to laugh but not wanting to laugh at someone's old ancestor in front of them. Taya raised the paper in his hand and said provocatively to Dong Suzi, "This immortal's secret realm, even though it was summoned by your Qingyan sect, without the immortal's relics, this secret realm cannot be opened. Therefore, the advantage lies with our sword sect." Ouyang looked towards Taya, who was holding the paper in his hands high like he was holding up some treasure. The people above the Great Hall also looked at the paper in Taya's hands. After all, the immortal's notebook was the first time even Dong Suzi had seen it. Who doesn't want to see what an immortal's writing looks like? As everyone looked at the piece of paper, the same thought rose in their minds without fail. This sword immortal's writing is damn ugly. Chapter 89, Sword Sect Patriarch's Blatant Excavation. Crooked words crawled on the paper like earthworms. Even if it wasn't the sword character post that was filled with sword intent and had supreme power with every stroke, it was at least neat and tidy. This broken word said that it was from the hand of an ancient sword immortal. It seems that the ancient sword immortal has not dropped too much, right? The people above the Great Hall looked at the still smug Taya with odd faces, somewhat mourning for that ancient sword immortal. If that ancient sword immortal was still alive, if he knew that his descendants were waving around with his ink treasures, he would probably replace the sword sect's patriarch overnight, and then sink this guy into the abyss of the East China Sea, right? Bai Feiyu, who had always been calm and sophisticated, was now breathing roughly and looking at the sword sect patriarch in front of him, who was holding the diary of his past life's black history in a smug manner. If he had the power right now, this idiot in front of him would have been chopped into hundreds of pieces by himself long ago. Look, it looks really imposing. Dong Shuzi really didn't know what adjectives he could come up with to describe the words written on this piece of paper, so he could only give a dry compliment. Ouyang, who was on the side, was dying of laughter in his heart. What could make him feel more pleasurable than publicly flogging Xiao Bai, who stood on a tree every day and pretended to be a pussy? Dong Shuzi coughed and said, "This immortal mystery realm is a big deal. Not only you and my clan, but other holy places will surely make a move. So what are you doing just coming to my place?" Taya carefully put away his own treasure and lazily spoke. "Other sects? All of the elder offerings of my sword sect below myself have already taken their disciples to visit other sects, leaving you, the Qingyun sect, for me to come personally. The sword sect is really overbearing. For the sake of this immortal secret realm, it even went directly to block people's mountain gates to prevent them from coming out. It seems that the things in this immortal secret realm, the sword sect surely knows a lot." Ouyang's eyes turned and opened his mouth to say, "Dare I ask, Senior, what are some good things inside this immortal secret realm?" Surprisingly, letting Senior go through such a great deal of trouble? Taya looked at Ouyang with some dissatisfaction. Why was a brat in the chi refining stage so talkative? What kind of existence is he looking for in front of himself? Taya did not want to answer, but when he saw Leng Qingsong looking at himself with the same solemnity, he thought about it and reluctantly opened his mouth and said, "In this immortal secret realm, it is the resting place of my old ancestor, and in it, there is my old ancestor's immortal beheading secret treasure. There is even my old ancestor's sword Dao inheritance." Leng Qingsong behind Ouyang's eyes lit up. The legacy of the ancient sword immortal who was able to decapitate immortals in the ancient times? Where could Leng Qingsong, who was a pure sword cultivator, withstand this kind of temptation? Upon seeing Leng Qingsong's eyes grow brighter, Taya said seductively, "As long as you are willing to be my disciple, not only can I guarantee that you will be able to obtain all the things in the immortal secret realm, but even those sword immortal diaries that I have treasured can be passed on to you." This guy still has his own black history in his hands? Bai Feiyu looked at Taiye with a face of shock and anger. The sword sect patriarch in front of him was already on the blacklist of death in his own mind. Although he was yearning for the secret realm of immortals, asking himself to turn his back on the small mountain peak and head to the sword sect was simply impossible for Leng Qingsong to agree to. After listening to Taya's words, Leng Qingsong even directly closed his eyes slightly, holding his sword and standing behind Ouyang, no longer listening to the old man in front of him babbling. This one doesn't seem to have too high an IQ. Ha! Ouyang's eyes rolled, and bad water sprang out. Joke, what kind of sword immortal pen and ink is this? I have immortal notes here too. Ouyang instantly said to Taya, who was gloating. Taya, who was showing off his collection of sword immortal ink treasures, looked at Ouyang. This kid in front of him was plain and unimpressive, but he dared to speak out of turn? Taya put away his smile and looked at Ouyang with a puzzled face and said, "Kid, you also have an immortal's ink treasure?" Ouyang laughed and yelled towards Taya, "Look at the hidden weapons." A book flew directly out of Ouyang's sleeve and flew towards Taya in a hurry. When Shen Changsheng saw the déjà vu picture book that Ouyang had flung out, his face twitched and he looked at his own senior brother with a bitter smile on his face. Taya didn't doubt it. But Taya didn't believe that something thrown out by a chi-practicing stage junior could be any Immortals Inc. treasure, and casually caught Ouyang's picture book and scanned it carelessly. Hiss! Upon seeing the contents of the picture book, the expression on Taya's face was unusually wonderful, ranging from rambunctious to annoyed, to shocked, to unfulfilled. Taya quickly hid the album in his hand in his own sleeve, revealed an appreciative gaze at Ouyang, and spoke, "Although you kid is mediocre, but your mind is still quite exquisite. I can reluctantly accept you as a watchman disciple. A picture book can make one a gatekeeper disciple? Wait a minute. This old man's talk of a watchman disciple wouldn't be literally watching the door, would it?" Ouyang first disdained, then reacted that the Taya in front of him, this old swordsman, was trying to whore himself out for nothing. "You still want to take away my Immortals Inc. treasure on these terms? Give me back the album." Ouyang opened his mouth without any good humor. Taya, however, said with an old-fashioned look on his face, "I have something important to talk about with your sect leader, so you guys should leave first." Shit, this old man is kicking people out for nothing? Ouyang was just about to open his mouth to say something, when the sky swirled in front of his eyes, and when he reacted, the four of them were already standing outside the mountain gate of Qingyan Peak. Only Dong Suzi and Taya were left within the great hall. Dong Suzi looked at Taya, who had no form in front of him, with no sense of humor and said, "What are you doing teasing them for nothing?" With a casual look on his face, Taya walked to the heaven and earth wooden plaque, put on 3 sticks of vegetarian incense, and turned his head to Dong Suzi, saying, "That one white and one black teenager has a destiny with my sword sect, and should be my sword sect's disciple." The one white and one black teenager in Taya's mouth were none other than Bai Feiyu, who was dressed in white, and Long Qingsong, who was dressed in black power suit. Dong Suzi sneered, "I see that your sword sect's sword asking pool and my Qingyan sect are destined to be together. It should become my Qingyan sect's sword asking pool." Taya looked at Dong Suzi in surprise and said, "Really? Then it's a deal. Someday you'll move the questioning sword pool away, and I'll take those 2 boys with me." Dong Suzi coughed a few times and looked at Taya in front of him with a disbelieving face and said, "The sword sect's sword asking pool isn't more important than those 2 boys?" Taya said with full of concern, "The questioning sword pool is ultimately a dead thing. My generation of sword cultivators should be self-improvement. What's the point of clinging to those paths that have been traveled by the previous generation?" Dong Suzi was so blocked by Taya that he couldn't speak. People in this realm were a cut above himself, but Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu were not his own disciples, and Dong Suzi wouldn't exchange his own disciples for anything, even if that thing was the sword sect's supreme treasure, which was one of the 9 great sacred grounds. Dong Suzi looked at Taya and said, "Those young men are Hu Yun's disciples. If you really want it, then you go and talk to him." "Shit, how did that old Y-stick have such a good life?" Taya shouted incredulously. Then he said with some depression, "Forget it then. I can still win a few hands against you. It's too disgusting to fight that old Y-stick. The sword sect has always been cautious in accepting disciples. Is that child really that important?" Dong Suzi looked at Taya and asked uncertainly. Taya gave a bitter laugh and said softly, "It is said that my sword sect's sword cultivation is the best in the world, but my sword sect hasn't had an inheritor for a long time, including me who isn't." Chapter 90, The Dan Peak. Elder brother, shall we go back now? Lang Qingsong looked at Ouyang and opened his mouth to ask. "The noon meal in Qingyan sect is awful. Lao San's puppet should be cooking at home. Go back and eat." Ouyang thought about opening his mouth and glanced at Chen Changsheng and said. The latter smiled nervously and nodded. For his part, Bai Feiyu was in little mood to open his mouth and strike up a conversation. Ever since his own grave had been plowed out, those memories of his past life that he didn't want to recall began to replay in his mind as if he were playing a light movie. There are good ones and bad ones, but very few of the good ones, and more of those things that make you miserable. Ouyang looked at Bai Feiyu, who was not very excited. After thinking about it, he clapped his hands together and opened his mouth. "Right. Tutu is going to practice cultivation from today onwards. I also have to prepare some medicinal herbs for her to make a medicinal bath. So let's go to the Dan Peak and borrow some spiritual herbs to go." Hearing Ouyang's words, Chen Changsheng, who was on the side, spoke up somewhat helplessly. "Eldest senior brother, have you forgotten that Dan Peak had set up a sign in front of the mountain gate a long time ago, preventing us from going?" What kind of words? What kind of words are you talking about? We are all fellow disciples. Setting up a sign is just a joke. As to take it so seriously? Ouyang said with some dissatisfaction. But, Chen Changsheng still wanted to open his mouth to say something, but he was interrupted by Ouyang waving his hand, stating that Dan Foam had to go. It was a matter of peaceful exchange between the small mountain peak and Dan Foam. How could there be conflicts between fellow disciples? That's true, but, Chen Changsheng wanted to say something else. Long Qingsong, who was on the side, spoke directly. "Brother, let's go." Long Qingsong, who had already broken through to the Yuanying stage, was more than 10 times faster in sword control than when he was at the Jidan stage. So Lang Qingsong rarely volunteered to say. Lang Qingsong lightly threw the long sword in his hand, and with one finger pointing at the long sword, the original 3-foot-long Qingfeng sword instantly turned into a 2-foot-long giant sword. Ouyang's eyes carried a hint of envy. The royal sword technique was a technique that only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage were able to master, and he didn't know if he would still be able to fly with a sword in his own lifetime. As soon as he thought of this, Ouyang remembered his system that was becoming more and more drawn out, and the hanging gains hadn't appeared for more than a month. If it wasn't for the fact that Ouyang was still able to see the attribute panel, he would have almost forgotten about this plug-in of his own. The four of them jumped onto their flying swords and flew in the direction of Dan Peak. Dan Peak was where the Green Cloud Sex alchemists were located. For cultivators, pills were extremely versatile, from the smallest grain-repelling pills that didn't need to eat, to the largest boundary-breaking pills that broke through the realm. All of these precious pills came from the Dan Peak. Therefore, Dan Feng could be considered a top priority for Changyun sect. Some of the not-so-good qi-gathering pills produced by Dan Feng, if they were placed amongst the loose cultivators outside, would be enough to make those loose cultivators who hadn't seen anything good dog their brains out. After all, it was one of the 9 holy places, the Qingyun sect. Even if it wasn't a sect that specialized in refining pills, it was still a lot stronger than those so-called first-class alchemy sects. The four of them rode their swords to the mountain gate of Dan Peak. The huge mountain peak was like a tripod furnace standing between heaven and earth, and even before he approached, he could already smell the rich medicinal fragrance. Before the few people jumped off the flying sword, from afar, they saw a huge wooden plaque standing in front of Dan Peak's mountain gate. Ouyang and the dog may not enter. Seek death. Lang Qingsong snorted coldly and raised his hand as a sword chi flew towards the wooden sign. The sword chi instantly broke the wooden sign into pieces. The moment the wooden sign shattered open, the disciple guarding the mountain gate saw Ouyang standing on top of the flying sword. Ouyang, who was full of smiles, waved his hand enthusiastically towards the other party in deference. And the moment the disciple who was originally leaning against the mountain gate and dozing off saw Ouyang, his face changed from surprise to anger to horror, and he turned his head in the direction of Dan Peak with all his true energy and let out a mournful shout. Ouyang is here! With a sharp sound of fear ringing out from the mountain entrance, the originally medicinal-scented Dan Peak instantly became noisy. Hide everything. Turn the mountain protector formation on. Go to Criminal Peak and ask for the protector team. Hire the fart guard. Those guys with muscles inside their brains are totally in league with him. Guard the elixir garden. We vow to die with the elixir. For a time, the entire Dan Peak was filled with a mournful atmosphere, and some people even shouted out, "For the pill, I'd rather die." Watching the originally quiet and peaceful Dan Feng become a chicken and dog, the gaze of Lang Qingsong's trio towards Ouyang gradually changed. Ouyang smiled awkwardly and said, "Look guys, I told you, we're all from the same sect. Aren't the brothers and sisters of Dan Peak quite enthusiastic?" The three were silent, appearing more and more awkward for Ouyang. Ouyang finally couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to scold. "It's not because of you group of rebellious sons? Do you think that the grain-preventing pills that you take every day in seclusion, the chi-gathering pills for cultivation, and those spirit herbs and medicines that come off the pot are all picked up on the street? It wasn't me, your senior brother, who licked my face and borrowed them from Dan Peak. I'm getting a bad reputation, all because of you guys." The three of them, Lang Qingsong, glanced at each other and their hearts were clear. The small mountain peaks produce nothing, and it's not like a cockamamie healer is of much use. Even among the sects, there is also a need to talk about equal exchange, but the small mountain peak is really penniless, and that shirker-like master of his own family doesn't care about anything, so everything falls on Ouyang. How could one not even think of sharing a little for eldest brother, only asking for what one wants, and to this day even doubting eldest brother's character? Even the ever-steady Bai Feiyu felt that he had gone a little too far. Ouyang looked at the three people who were ashamed. His heart was relieved. These three rebellious sons still had some conscience and knew that it was not easy for them. Then the little bit of foundation building Dan that he was high on was considered his hard-earned income, so he would not mention it again. These Dan Peak guys really don't know what's good for them. Didn't they say they'd borrow it? It's not like they won't exchange it. How dare they set up a wooden sign to humiliate eldest senior brother? Bai Feiyu frowned at the cocky Dan Feng with a disdainful face. It's just some herbs and pills. The Qingyun sect is a big family. Why are they so stingy? Really in vain for the Qingyun sect, one of the 12 peaks of the Dan Feng. Seek death. Lang Qingsong looked at Dan Feng with a cold gaze. Insulting one's elder brother was insulting oneself. One seemed to be asking for the sword Dan Feng today. Chen Qiangsheng slightly retreated behind the trio and rummaged around in the middle of his own sleeves. "Brat! How dare you come!" A mid-air angry curse sounded, and from the top of Dan Peak rose a mass of streaming light. arriving in front of the 4 Oyangs in the blink of an eye. An old Taoist with white eyebrows and hair in immortal style stood on top of a side of the Dan furnace and looked at Oyang angrily. Oyang hemmed and hawed, saluted towards the other party and said, "Uncle Dan Yuanzi, how have you been lately?" The old Taoist called Dan Yuanzi pointed at Oyang's nose and cursed, "Brat, if you don't return the 100,000 foundation establishment pills you stole today, I'll take your head off right now." Chapter 91. This is how the holy son of the Qing dynasty sect is used. 100,000 foundation pills? Even the Lang Qingsong trio couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they heard this number. Is the foundation building pill considered a top-tier elixir? Not counting. It could even only be considered as an entry-level elixir. Just to give the Qi practicing stage disciple a guarantee to break through to the foundation establishment stage, the inner disciples simply couldn't look at something like the foundation establishment pill, and whoever was able to enter the inner sect wasn't a genius? Need to break through with the foundation building pill? It will be looked down upon. The foundation establishment Dan was usually only given by the sect to the outer disciples to use as a cultivation resource. It's not exactly precious, but this amount is just amazing, right? 100,000 of them? Foundation establishment pills are only useful pills when breaking through the foundation establishment. Auxiliary pills that promote the transformation of true Qi into true essence. Ordinary people can just eat one. Those with poor qualifications can eat 2. 3 is already the top. 100,000 of them can eat a person into a base building pill. The Lang Qingsong trio looked at Oyang. Just a moment ago they themselves were still deeply reviewing themselves for their selfishness. Now they only wanted an explanation. Feeling the gaze behind him like a pinprick, Oyang said with some aggravation, "Senior Uncle Dan Yuanzi, you're saying this? In the beginning, you were the one who said that you would let me eat whatever I wanted." You. Dan Yuanzi pointed at Oyang and trembled in anger. "That's 100,000 foundation building Dan. The entire stock of Dan Feng's foundation building Dan was all stoned out by this kid. Who knew this kid could eat so much? Originally thought that this kid just wanted a few to break through the realm. And the foundation building Dan is not a precious thing." He himself looked at the kid from time to time to send the picture book on the sake of the hand. A wave of his hand to give him the key to the foundation building Dan storehouse. "I didn't expect to lead the wolf into the house." In just one night, the entire storehouse of foundation establishment pills had been eaten up by this kid, who has nothing to do with refining the foundation building Dan thing in the inner door of the Qingyun sect. It is usually given to the disciples to practice, and then thrown to the outer door to give the outer door disciples to assist in their cultivation. 100,000 foundation establishment Dan was already the entire Dan Peak's inventory for more than 10 years. This kid made away with the entire Green Cloud sect's outer doors reserves for more than a decade in one night. The foundation establishment pill, which was originally only used for practicing, instantly became the most scarce pill in the outer sect. The Dan Feng up and down day and night, up to the peak master, down to the entry disciple, all sitting in front of the Dan furnace, staring at a dozen all-nighters to make up for the number. His own hallowed Dan Peak master, a Mahayana stage grand cultivator, stared at the Dan furnace day and night to refine the foundation establishment Dan. Now the entire Dan Peak reflexively wanted to vomit when they heard the words foundation building Dan. All because of this brat in front of me. Looking at Dan Yuanzi, who was trembling with anger, the 3 people behind Oyang lowered their heads and didn't even dare to look in the direction of Dan Feng. After doing such a thing, his own senior brother even waltzed over to Dan Peak to borrow something. Senior's skin is really thick. Even when Lang Qingsong looked at the wooden plaque that had been shattered by his own sword Qi, he felt somewhat sorry for the entire Dan Peak up and down. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while, and the 3 people behind Oyang were even so embarrassed that they were close to burying their heads under their flying swords. Oyang also felt very aggrieved. He came to Dan Feng to borrow things from time to time. Dan Feng's masters and brothers are very generous and speak well. He super likes it here. So he rushed Chen Qingqing himself to produce a batch of picture albums overnight and came over specially to thank him. Dan Yuanzi was also greatly comforted after seeing the picture album, and even praised Hu Yun for taking in a good disciple. Oyang took advantage of the old man in front of him being happy to ask a question he was looking forward to. So is it possible to break through to the foundation establishment stage through pills? When Dan Yuanzi heard Oyang's question, he waved his big hand and directly threw a key to Oyang, stating that don't trouble yourself with this little thing, and that the foundation establishment dawn inside the treasury are free to eat by themselves. And then he immersed himself under his own oldest Danqing wonders and couldn't pull himself out of the situation. That night, the entire Dan Feng up and down were immersed in an atmosphere of learning, reading books extraordinarily seriously, and some people even couldn't help but shout out loud. That's why when Oyang came to the storage room of the foundation building pill, it was almost unattended. The foundation establishment Dan was nothing more than garbage that could be concocted at the drop of a hat in Dan Feng's eyes, and facing the vast amount of foundation building pills in the storehouse, Yang felt as safe as if he was back home. With so many pills, why would one worry about building the foundation? Imagination is beautiful. Reality is cruel. It was eaten from late afternoon until early the next morning. Apart from the system beeps of true chi +1, true chi +1, true chi +1, the eggs were useless. At the end of the meal, Yang's teeth were sore, and it still didn't do any good. What the hell? The promised foundation building pill has no use other than +1 true chi. These alchemists on Dan Peak wouldn't be selling fake pills, would they? But looking at the messy storehouse, Yang also felt that it was time for him to slip away. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave if I don't slip away. Fortunately, when Yang left the Dan Peak, he could still vaguely hear the sound of flipping books, and in his heart, he could not help but sigh, worthy of being faced with countless Dan formulas of alchemists. Studying hard and diligently like this, I'm afraid that my own little mountain peak's medical skills won't be of much use in this life. Dan Yuanzi, who was trembling with anger, dodged and appeared in front of Yang, grabbed Yang's wrist and said viciously, "Come with me to see the sect leader. Today, even if I crash to my death in front of the mountain gate of Qingyun Peak, I'm going to ask for a statement." Crap, is the old man for real? Yang was shocked in his heart. Then he turned his head towards the three senior brothers behind him for help. It's time to show the bond between master and brother. Lang Qingsong's trio, however, kept their heads down and acted as if nothing had happened. Crap, this is how you treat your eldest senior brother? You guys are heartless? Then don't blame me for being heartless. Yang looked at the three people who were ostriches and instantly became enraged. Eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Chen Changsheng. Yang hurriedly smiled and said to Dan Yuanzi, "Don't be anxious, senior uncle. Listen to my cunning explanation. I have a bitter reason." Bitterness? What bitterness do you have that requires you to eat 100,000 foundation establishment pills? Dan Yuanzi said with a cold smile. Yang pointed to Chen Changsheng behind him and said, "Does senior uncle still remember Chen Changsheng, the holy son of Qingyun, who beheaded the devil for my Qingyun sect during the sect competition?" Chen Changsheng was shocked when he heard Yang call out his name and jerked his head up. "It's no good. Elder brother is selling me. I have to go." Chen Changsheng was just about to leave when two hands pressed down on his shoulders, instantly unable to move. Bai Fei's voice if anything reached Chen Changsheng's ears. "Don't go. This matter requires you to wipe his ass for him, or else the entire little mountain peak will really be in the green cloud sect where everyone will be shouting at him." Although Lang Qingsong on the side did not say anything, the hand that pressed down on Chen Changsheng's shoulder increased by another amount of force. Dan Yuanzi suspiciously looked at Chen Changsheng and asked, "What does this kid need a foundation building pill for when he's already at the Jiedan stage? Has senior uncle forgotten that this senior brother of mine has a watchful eye? Once those hundreds of puppets are unleashed, the resources needed are astronomical." Yang's mind was rapidly conceptualizing an approach while his mouth said in a righteous manner, "Even so, then my Dan Peak 100,000 foundation building Dan." Dan Yuanzi immediately spoke. "Senior uncle, wait!" Yang shouted, breaking away from Dan Yuanzi's hand. Yang proudly clasped his fists towards the sky and said, "Senior uncle, have you forgotten? The sect leader once said that seeing the holy sun is like seeing the sect leader, and what the holy sun uses is what the sect leader uses. So this 100,000 foundation establishment Dan should be paid for by the sect leader. Don't you Z?" Who was still sitting in the middle of the great hall and talking with Tai Ah, suddenly sneezed a big sneeze. Achoo! Chapter 92. Chen Changsheng was bought at a good price. Yang had a villainous look on his face, as if the holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land was him. The Dan Peak disciples who came to the entrance of the mountain to spectate were getting more and more, looking at Yang above the flying swords with the same hatred. While the cultivators from the other peaks heard that there was a lively scene in Dan Peak, they also came with their swords. After all, it is the nature of living beings to eat melon. As a Mahayana cultivator, Dan Yuanzi naturally didn't believe in Yang's credulous bullshit, but with the saint's son right in front of him, Dan Yuanzi also looked at Chen Changsheng with some skepticism and asked, "Saint's son, can this brat's words be taken seriously?" Chen Changsheng was sweating profusely, but the two hands on his shoulders pinched this puppet to the point of shattering, so he could only smile and said, "Senior uncle doesn't know. The remaining members of the devil race are insidious and cunning, and knowing that there are more people will instead cause him to be suspicious. So he can only come up with this plan to let senior brother come and borrow some of them. And speaking of which, this time around, if he was able to exterminate the remaining members of the devil race, Danfeng should be the first one to take credit for it." When Chen Changsheng said a few words, Dan Yuanzi instantly smiled broadly and threw his head back in laughter. Although Dan Peak was valued as the important place of the Qingyun sect, to put it mildly, it was just a logistical support. Chen Xiangxing's comment that he had been credited with the eradication of the remnants of the demon race this time instantly made Dan Yuanzi's face light up, and even the Dan Peak disciples were honored with Chen Xiangxing's words when they heard them. Ah! It turns out that half of the Saint Sun's annihilation of the demon clan was due to our Dan Peak. Pass it on. I, Dan Feng, will take the first credit for the Holy Sun's extermination of the demon clan. Passing it down the line, the Holy Sun's annihilation of the demon clan is all due to my Dan Peak. Listen up back there, the Holy Sun is from our Dan Peak. Ah, the Green Cloud sect will be our Dan Peaks from now on? I told you, how can a senior who enthusiastically delivers picture books be a bad person? Crooked, didn't you just say you wanted to eat its flesh alive? Nasty, what are you talking about? A middle-aged strong man whacked the senior brother next to him with a pouty face. Dan flung up and down the disciples. A sense of pride with honor. A sense of pride arose. The 12 peaks of the Qingyun sect. Although the Dan Feng battle strength is the last, but this time the elimination of the remnants of the demon race is the future head of the Dan Feng Saint of a hand to eliminate the and Dan Feng up and down day and night for the Holy Sun refining base building Dan. I also contributed a share of force, rounded down, that is the remaining demon clan I eliminated. Does it matter how that 100,000 foundation building Dan is spent? The Holy Prince said it's for exterminating the demons. Don't you believe me? Seeing the Holy Sun is like seeing the sect leader. Go ask the sect leader if you can. Dan Yuanzi had the same smile on his face, very different from the look of exasperation just now, and his gaze toward the four Oyangs became more and more kind. I wonder what your highness, the Holy Sun, has come to my Dan Peak for this time? Dan Yuanzi smiled and opened his mouth to ask. Senior uncle, isn't it cold these days? I want to borrow some spirit herbs to cook under to replenish the body of the Saint Sun who just exterminated the remnants of the demon race. You also know that the Saint Sun consumed a great deal in that battle and even jeopardized the foundation of his Tao. So he has been recuperating. Ouyang hurriedly spoke. The corners of Chen Qianxing's mouth on the side twitched as if he had eaten shit, revealing an ugly smile as he nodded. Oh, the Saint Sun is physically ill? I have 10 second-grade enlightenment pills here. Does the Saint Sun need them? Dan Yuanzi immediately asked with concern. Thank you for your concern, senior uncle. No, Chen Qianxing just wanted to reject Dan Yuanzi's good intentions, but Ouyang covered his mouth. Ouyang laughed nervously and said, how embarrassing that would be. The elder's gift doesn't dare to resign, so I'll take it for the Holy Sun. Receiving the white jade bottle handed over by Dan Yuanzi, one could smell the medicinal fragrance that made one's spirit burst just through the bottle. Good stuff. Now it's named Ouyang. With a flip of his hand, the white jade bottle disappeared into Ouyang's hand, while in his hand there was an extra piece of paper, which was the required medicinal herbs that hidden fox Hu Yen had written for himself. Senior uncle, look at these herbs. They're what we need. Ouyang respectfully handed the paper to Dan Yuanzi. Dan Yuanzi's hand made a move, and the paper in Ouyang's hand flew to Dan Yuanzi's hand. Dan Yuanzi looked at the spiritual herbs on the paper, stroked his beard and frowned. This spirit enlightenment grass, white beast fruit, and green fox leaf are all spiritual herbs needed to refine spiritual favorite breakthrough Dan, which is not something that a human being can eat. The Holy Sun also needs this kind of stuff? Ouyang opened his mouth with a twinkle in his eye. Senior uncle forgot about those puppets. That thing isn't human. The corner of Chen Qianxing's mouth on the side twitched again. Speaking of which, those puppets were the products of his own divine soul splitting out, and were equivalent to himself. Dan Yuanzi nodded and said with bravado, since the Holy Sun needs it, then I, Dan Feng, will definitely help personally. I'll have someone prepare. Ouyang was delighted in his heart, and pulled out a stack of picture albums from his storage bag for Leng Qingsong to send to Dan Yuanzi, arching his hand and saying, this is the latest batch of picture albums. Please appreciate it, senior uncle. With a wave of Dan Yuanzi's big hand, the picture album disappeared into Leng Qingsong's hands, and Dan Yuanzi said with some joy, you child, you've come all the way here. What else do you bring? Ouyang smiled and said, senior uncle is not saying anything. Dan Peak and Little Mountain Peak are as close as brothers. You see, the herbs on this. I'm also afraid that it's not enough. Is it the right amount to double? Dan Yuanzi's eyes narrowed, flew to the front of Ouyang and said with a lowered head, don't you give me too much, kid. Stomping on your nose? Ouyang likewise whispered, senior uncle, I'm bringing the Holy Sun over for you this time. Tell him to make an IOU. Write the name of the sect leader. Give me twice as much. Tell him to write you 3 times as much, and you'll find the sect leader to reimburse you. 3 times? 5 times? Dan Yuanzi spoke in dissatisfaction. 4 times? I'll leave if it doesn't work. And that 100,000 foundation establishment Dan is also written for you. And my family's senior brother can still hang a name on Dan Peak. Ouyang bargained. Hearing Ouyang's last words, Dan Yuanzi's heart stirred, and when he looked at Chen Qianxing, It was as if he was looking at the piglet he had raised since childhood. "I fight for the oath," Dan Yuanzi whispered. "Never change," Yang said as he extended his palm. The two of them struck 3 palms in a row. Dan Yuanzi laughed loudly, waved his hand and opened his mouth. Dan Peak today feasted on Little Mountain Peak. From now on, Little Mountain Peak and Dan Peak are twinned as brother peaks. Oh. The disciples on Dan Peak cheered. From now on, the future spokesperson of the cultivation world, the holy son of the Qingyan sect, was also from their Dan Peak. The two of them were discussing the matter of the pitmaster in front of the Lang Qingsong trio like no one else was watching. At this time, Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu realized why their own senior brother was so popular with the disciples of the other peaks. Doing things is really watertight. Only Chen Changxing's eyes were lifeless, and his back teeth were about to be crushed by himself. A meal was eaten by the hosts and guests, and when they were about to leave, Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu were carrying a huge parcel on their backs, and the enthusiastic Dan Peak disciples also kept stuffing medicinal herbs inside the parcels. After all, it was something that his own future unified three-world Saint Sun senior brother needed. And more backup was better. And Chen Changsheng tremblingly wrote Dongshu Zi's name on the note amidst Ouyang and Dan Yuanzi's kind gazes. Chapter 93, Stewing Tutu in an Iron Pot. Inside the courtyard of the small mountain peak, a cauldron had been staked out. Ouyang and Chen Changsheng were building a fire. Lang Qingsong was clanking on the roof repairing the roof, and Bai Feiyu was gawking at his own grave in the sky. Tutu was taken by Xiaofeng to go inside the Forbidden Land to look for spirit beasts to play with and had not yet returned. Eldest senior brother, why did you think of getting up to listen to the sermon today? Chen Changxing tentatively opened his mouth and asked. Lang Qingsong, who was hammering the nail, moved slightly, and Bai Feiyu, who was fuming, blinked and perked up his ears. The firewood in Ouyang's hand shook, and he slapped his head and exclaimed, "Grass! I went this trip to find the old man to ask if there are any high-end spells that I learned, and I actually forgot about it." Lang Qingsong resumed swinging his hammer, and Bai Feiyu once again glared at his grave. High-end arts? Chen Changsheng swallowed his saliva, but did not speak. Although his own eldest senior brother and the eldest senior brother with heavenly qualifications in his previous life were not the same, he was able to use the most basic arts to the point of perfection, and could even make dead things produce spiritual wisdom. Just this point alone made himself marvel. The 5 elements transportation technique is almost used as a secret technique of the clan. What other high-end techniques are there to learn? Although the idea was this one, Chen Changsheng was still unwilling to go and blow the self-confidence of his own eldest senior brother. After all, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage had always been the obsession of his own eldest senior brother. Then again, are you three following me? Ouyang asked carelessly. The sound of hammers pounding on the roof accelerated significantly, and Bai Feiyu's glowering expression looked even more mesmerized. Chen Changsheng instantly got a chill down his back and said with a dry laugh, "We just heard that eldest senior brother was going to listen to the sermon. So we specifically ran to see how eldest senior brother would make a fool out of the sect leader. You guys are that idle?" Ouyang glanced at Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu on the roof, then at Chen Changsheng who was sweating profusely, and didn't poke at them. Eldest senior brother, where did you find this formula from that it can even assist little senior sister in her cultivation? Chen Changsheng asked with a curious opening. From where did you find it? You don't know. Ouyang glanced at Chen Changsha and opened his mouth to reply. Chen Changsheng instantly understood. Twisting his head to look at the hidden fox Foxine who was sunbathing inside the courtyard, he stood up and walked towards the hidden fox. Senior, can I borrow a step to speak? Chen Changsheng bent down to the hidden fox and said in a low voice. The hidden fox Hu Yen glanced at Chen Changsheng, lazily stood up, shook the fur on his body, and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Chen Changsheng waited until the hidden fox walked out of the doorway, gathered up a few hairs from where the hidden fox was lying down, and also walked out of the courtyard. Kid, what do you want? Hu Yen asked as he sat on the steps, looking at Chen Changsheng with a kudzu look on his face. Chen Changsheng honestly bowed towards Hu Yen and said, Senior, yesterday it was the brat who was mesmerized, and today, eldest senior brother also taught me a lesson. It's me who apologized to junior sister. Please forgive me, senior. Hu Yen waved his hand and said, I saw that. Ouyang's slap was quite loud. I'm satisfied. Hu Yen then said to Chen Changsheng in an old-fashioned manner, Kid, in the future you will have countless years to find your own Tao. Don't be hasty. This will hurt many people until the end when you'll realize that you won't have anything left but yourself. Chen Changsheng listened attentively to the hidden fox in front of him as he lectured himself. With a look of humble acceptance, the hidden fox wagged its tail and turned around to go back inside the yard. Within Chen Changsheng's long sleeves, the fur of the hidden fox speech had been pinched in Chen Changsheng's dead hands. Snitching on me to senior brother? Is the transitional succession stage very strong? Who hasn't reached the transitional juncture stage yet? Chen Changsheng looked at the strutting Hu Yen with a normal expression on his face. The water inside the pot boiled. Yang directed Chen Changxing to the prescription and poured the spirit herbs into the pot. I have to say that the spirit herbs from Danfang are just good quality. I had Hu Yan confirm it himself, and the spirit herbs he brought over were enough for Hu Tutu to use for a few months. When we run out, we'll let Changsheng go to Danfang to make an IOU. Anyway, it's written in Dong Zuzi's name. What's it got to do with my little mountain peak? After the water in the pot was added with various spiritual herbs, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out from the pot. Hu Yan's eyes stared, and with a flick of his claw, a drop of essence blood flew out from the center of his claw and fell into the pot. The potion, which was already rich in medicinal aroma, instantly gained an extra hint of flavor that made people feel a bit mesmerized, like an annual Yunnan specialty. Yang covered the pot and stripped out some firewood from underneath the iron pot, making the large fire into a small one. Yang straightened his old back, and before he could allow himself to stretch, he heard Hu Tutu's cheerful laughter. Along with it came the sound of stirring music, and the sounds of dragons and birds. Hu Tutu and Xiao Feng are back. The exciting music was getting faster and faster, only to see Xiao Feng leaping and landing inside the courtyard with Hu Tutu on his back. Just after entering inside the courtyard, Hu Tutu smelled a strong scent of medicine. Eldest senior brother, what kind of delicious food are you guys making? Hu Tutu asked with a curious opening. Yang hemmed and hawed and said, guess? Hu Tutu huffed and said with some anticipation, is it a medicinal meal? The medicinal meals made by third senior brother are very fragrant and delicious. Yang gave a strange cry and said to Chen Shangsheng, Old 3, hold Tutu down and throw her inside the pot for me. Before Hu Tutu could react, his own body had already risen up in the air, and he himself, with his clothes, fell directly into the iron pot. Your identity as a spirit fox is exposed? What to do? Are the senior brothers going to eat me? Grandpa wasn't wrong in not letting me expose my identity. Oh, Hu Tutu was alarmed in his heart. Chen Changsheng, who was on the side, looked at the panicked Hu Tutu and hurriedly consoled. Junior sister, this is a medicinal bath for you to boil your body. And from today onwards, you're going to engage in cultivation. Only then did Hu Tutu put down her heart and glared fiercely at the ungentle elder brother. It was still the third elder brother who was the best, and gave herself a candy man to eat last night. Hu Tutu lay on the edge of the iron pot, his eyes blinking as he stared at Chen Changsheng. Faced with such a childish gaze, Chen Changsheng recalled yesterday's events and felt increasingly guilty, saying to Hu Tutu sheepishly, what are you looking at, Tutu? Hu Tutu suddenly laughed and said to Chen Changsheng, he, Tutu likes third senior brother the most. Hearing Hu Tutu's words, the already guilty Chen Changsheng's heart felt even worse, and he just wanted to apologize to Tutu and say what he did yesterday. Yang's voice, however, came from the distance. Lao San, hurry up and bring out the rice. I'm starving to death. Chen Changsheng twisted his head to look. Yang was looking at himself with a smirk on his face, and beside Yang squatted the transitional fault stage hidden fox Hu Yan. Chen Changsheng touched Hu Tutu's head and said with a smile back on his face, Elder brother, I like Tutu the most too. Chapter 94, White Feather's Night Talk. The seemingly boiling water was no threat at all to Hu Tutu, who was at the Jiedan stage. However, after the medicinal power of the spirit herbs in here was stimulated, it entered Hu Tutu's body, making Hu Tutu feel hot and dry. It's like sleeping on a burning hotbed in the middle of summer with a quilt and a fireplace. It's so hot. Ooh, third senior brother, I don't want to soak anymore. Hu Tutu lay on the side of the pot with a towel on her head, her small face red and bitter as she looked at Chen Changsheng, who was grasping the fire, and said, no way little senior sister, just hold on and hold on. It's almost time to soak enough for 2 hours. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth without mercy. Hu Tutu turned over and sat inside the pot bitterly, very annoyed in his heart. So hungry. The Jiedan stage had already opened up the valley. Hu Tutu already didn't need to eat, but the good habit of eating 3 meals a day that she had developed in the small mountain peak still reflexively made her feel her stomach rumbling. No way. Grandpa said that even if I die, I'll be a full dead. Hu Tutu glanced at the medicinal bath that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance and licked his tongue. It smelled okay. The flavor should be okay too, right? Hu Tutu cupped a handful of medicinal water, nourished and drank a mouthful. The exotic fragrance of spiritual herbs and an indescribable sense of fulfillment, all of a sudden letting himself be refreshed. Zippy, ooh, grandpa barking, oh, paint me, zee, it's going to be cooked. Senior brother, does it really have to be that long? Xiao Feng, who was squatting under the stove to build a fire, looked at Hu Tutu, who was crying while drinking the potion with some intolerance, and looked at Chen Changsheng and asked. Chen Changsheng looked at Hu Tutu with a smile on his face and said, Tutu, the natural talent is extremely good, but it's really a little too tired and lazy. It's already at the Jidan stage, but she doesn't even know how to perform the sword royal technique. This won't be of any benefit to her, and it's for her own good in the future that I'm supervising her in this way. Xiaofeng looked at Hututu, who had already drunk her fill, lying on her back inside the pot, baring her mouth with a satisfied face, and said with a doting smile, "Little sister actually doesn't need to work so hard. There's me, we are here. No one can harm her." Chen Shansheng gave Xiaofeng a strange look and spoke, "We are able to protect her for a moment, but what about the rest of her life? She will always have her own path to walk." Xiaofeng nodded and obediently added firewood inside the fire. Chen Shansheng looked at Xiaofeng and felt more and more strange. It couldn't be that this Xiao's senior brother in front of him hadn't seen that Tutu was a fox, right? The future human emperor couldn't even see a spirit fox in its true form? Chen Shansheng shook his head, keeping an eye on the fire at all times. When the Hututu that had been simmering for 2 hours was fished out from inside the iron pot by Chen Shansheng, Hututu was already sleeping heavily. Chen Shansheng pinched his hand and threw a cleansing spell on Hututu. Hututu's clothes slowly became dry, and the dregs of the medicine left on his body disappeared. "I'll carry Tutu back to the room to rest. You drink the medicinal water inside the pot," Chen Shansheng said to Xiaofeng as he carried Hututu. "Ha? I'm drinking this?" Xiaofeng asked, pointing at himself with a stunned expression. "Yeah, it's a shame to throw away this potion, and it's just right to nourish the 5 square divine beasts behind you. Drinking it will be good for you," Chen Shansheng said to Xiaofeng while walking. Xiaofeng looked at the pot of medicinal water in front of him and fell into deep thought. Just now, little sister had only been soaking in it for 2 hours, and she had to drink the bath water herself? Little sister's bath water? That doesn't seem to be out of the question. Xiaofeng's face brushed red and he shook his head to shake out the nasty thoughts in his mind. His hands' muscles bulged and he picked up the iron pot full of medicinal water and opened his mouth and gulped it all down. Late at night, the small mountain peak was silent. Under the light of the moon, Bai Feiyu, who was dressed in white, pushed open the door of his room towards Leng Qingsong's room. Walking to the door, Bai Feiyu knocked on the door of Leng Qingsong's room and said, "Second senior brother, I have some things I want to say to you. Come in." Leng Qingsong's voice came from the room. Bai Feiyu pushed open the door to Leng Qingsong's room and walked in. Turning back to close the door and turning around to see the arrangement inside the room, Bai Feiyu froze for a moment. The inside of the room was littered with boards and shingles and an assortment of repair tools. Hammers, shovels, saws, planes, everything. Where did this look like a sword cultivator's room? To say that it was a carpenter's room felt like a bit of an exaggeration. And Leng Qingsong sat cross-legged on his own bed looking doubtfully at Bai Feiyu, opening his mouth and asking, "What is it?" Bai Feiyu looked around and found a bench to sit across from Leng Qingsong. Looking seriously at Leng Qingsong, he said, "Second senior brother, I don't go to the secret realm of the immortals, I have my own hardships." Leng Qingsong nodded and said, "I understand." Bai Feiyu looked at the cold-faced Leng Qingsong and understood very well that the second senior brother in front of him was nothing more than a cold face with a warm heart. The fact that his own senior brother spent time with each other. In fact, even if he didn't explain himself, Leng Qingsong also understood himself. "Senior brother, after you came back from the earth, but have your sword heart become unblemished?" Bai Feiyu opened his mouth and asked. Leng Qingsong nodded and replied, "Yes, as expected." The path that Leng Qingsong in front of him was going to take was exactly the same path that he had already taken in his previous life. But it was because he had traveled this path himself that Bai Feiyu decided to come over tonight to stop Leng Qingsong, to avoid Leng Qingsong repeating his own mistakes. There's no way out of that path to the end. Bai Feiyu looked at Leng Qingsong and said, "Second senior brother, have you ever thought that one day your sword will break?" Leng Qingsong strangely glanced at Bai Feiyu and looked internally at his dantian. This senior brother of his was only at the Jiedan stage. How did he know that his original flying sword was broken by his own hand? Leng Qingsong spoke. "Thought about it." Thought about it? Hearing Leng Qingsong's reply, Bai Feiyu, who was about to speak, froze. Sword cultivators were conceited, and wanting to become the Lord of 10,000 swords. Sword cultivator was even more conceited. How could they have ever thought that their sword would break? They would just go ahead and cut through everything. The people on this path are immensely confident that the sword in their hands can cut through the world. So Leng Qingsong's sentence "thought about" put Bai Feiyu whole will not. Bai Feiyu scratched his head and opened his mouth to ask, how could a senior brother have thought that the sword in his hand would break? Leng Qingsong was confused by the Bai Feiyu in front of him. Didn't this senior brother know that his original sword was broken? Why is he still asking? But Leng Qingsong still spoke honestly. Because it's broken. Wow. Bai Feiyu stood up and looked at Leng Qingsong with an unbelievable face and lost his voice. What did you say? Broken? Chapter 95. Then I will not beg the Tao, but let the Tao beg me. Bai Feiyu's face was filled with anxiety. He didn't understand why Leng Qingsong was still alive. That's a sword cultivator's original sword. That's the life of a sword cultivator. Lang Qingsong just said break in a relaxed and cozy way? With the essence sword broken, not to mention the Tao of the Lord of 10,000 Swords. Why is Lang Qingsong still sitting here in good health? The moment the sword broke, the sword chi devoured the master, and he died a direct violent death. Bai Feiyu rushed to Lang Qingsong, grabbed Lang Qingsong's wrist, and a ray of true essence was poured in. Sending true essence into someone else's body was a major taboo for cultivators. This was because this true essence could easily destroy Lang Qingsong's meridians and dantian. But the out-of-control Bai Feiyu recklessly did such a thing. Lang Qingsong didn't resist either, but just watched the senior brother, who was usually even more sophisticated than himself, lose his temper because of the disconnection of his own original sword, and there was a hint of softness in his eyes. Weird, strange, broken and unbroken. What's going on? Bai Feiyu let go of Lang Qingsong's hand and muttered. He channeled his true essence to view Lang Qingsong's dantian, and within Lang Qingsong's dantian, a Yuaning sat quietly in the dantian. The Yuaning was holding a broken sword in his arms, which was none other than Lang Qingsong's original sword. Although the broken sword was a bit fuzzy and unstable, Bai Feiyu was still able to feel the purest sword intent flowing from that sword. The exact same sword intent as in his previous life. How could a broken benthic sword still be able to stabilize its shape and even have sword intent flowing through it? It shouldn't be. It can't be. Even in the ancient times, even Li Tai Bai, who was a sword immortal, could not admit this matter. Each sword cultivator only cultivates one natal sword, which is an iron law that has existed since the beginning of the cultivation method. Now there is a sword cultivator's original life sword broken into two, but still intact sitting here as nothing happened? Bai Feiyu looked at Lang Qingsong with a complicated expression and said, "Does senior brother know what will happen if the instinctive sword breaks?" "I know." Lang Qingsong nodded, as if he already knew exactly what the consequences of a broken intrinsic sword would be. "Who did this?" Bai Feiyu asked as he opened his mouth. Lang Qingsong cold face some hanging, cannot say that their own into the world over the love robbery, and then their own hands to break it, right? Such words killed Lang Qingsong would never open his mouth to say. Lang Qingsong thought for a moment and said, "Master, Lang Qingsong's idea is very pure. In the final analysis, from the beginning of their own and big brother into the earth is their own master's layout, resulting in this result, said that the master is not too much to break." That master again? When Bai Feiyu heard Lang Qingsong talk about Hu Yun, the first thing that came to his mind was those eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. Bai Feiyu didn't understand what things that cultivator who could almost see through his heart in general was actually calculating. However, the breakage of the original life sword was almost fatal to a sword cultivator. This was something that Bai Feiyu, who was a sword immortal, could be certain that in the future, Lang Qingsong would never be able to follow the path of a sword cultivator again. This was no different from killing him for Lang Qingsong. But why was there still sword intent flowing above that broken sword? And the sword intent was still so pure, almost exactly the same as the sword intent possessed by his former self? Is senior brother really not afraid that master will do something unfavorable to you? Bai Feiyu took a deep breath and slowly spat out treacherous remarks. Lang Qingsong was flabbergasted for a moment, as if he had never thought about this before, and shook his head. "I believe in him." Speaking of this, a hint of a smile surfaced at the corner of Lang Qingsong's mouth, who had always been unsmiling. The master who could let himself ride on his neck and wave around, at whom he and his elder brother could always make noise and play tricks on from time to time, and who stayed directly on the spot, was the man who, for the first time since he was born, had made him feel like a father. Of course he believed him himself, and as the elder brother trusted the master very much, and as the elder brother believed, there was even less reason for him to disbelieve him himself. It was Bai Feiyu's turn to freeze in place. He didn't quite understand why Lang Qingsong would say such words. He knew very well that the sword Dao cultivated by Lang Qingsong was the Dao of the Lord of 10,000 Swords. That was the strongest sword path above this world. Only a Tai Shang forgetfulness, a sword heart without dirt, could be that Lord of 10,000 Swords. And it seemed that compared to the pursuit of his own Dao, Lang Qingsong had something more important, even more precious than his own Dao. Precious enough that Lang Qingsong could listen to the arrangement without hesitation and break his own native sword with his own hands. Lang Qingsong, who seemed to be the most aloof, had turned out to be the one who valued camaraderie the most. So how could this path of the Lord of 10,000 Swords still go on? Bai Feiyu's thoughts flew to his previous life, in which he had not yet reached the sword immortal. His own original life sword had also been destroyed, and at that time, he had spent the whole day pouring out his sorrows with wine, and was in a state of confusion. Bai, you'll destroy yourself if you keep going like this, a green shirt said worriedly to himself. I'm just an invalid now. What does it matter if I'm ruined or not? The little white man still called Li Tai Bai tilted his head and poured wine into his mouth, saying drunkenly, I have a way to help you recast your original life sword. Trust me. The assaulted green shirt spoke with words. Li Taibai laughed out loud. His laughter was full of desolation, and then lowly roared at the assaulted green shirt. Roll. Impossible. I'm already an invalid. Are you here to pity me? Give me a roll. But then that green shirt succeeded, and Li Taibai's original sword returned, even better than before. But Li Taibai could no longer find the figure of that green shirt. Li Taibai also completely stepped onto that supreme sword path and achieved the position of sword immortal. He himself ended up with a dead body. This path is a dead end and a desperate path. It is to erase all of one's emotions, with only the sword path remaining in one's heart. In order to truly achieve that so-called supreme forgetfulness, a trace of pain flashed in by Fei Yu's eyes, which was the reason why he no longer chose the path of his previous life, a path that was destined to come to an end, and whose end was also destined to be bleak. That was why he himself had chosen to embark on the sword path where everything was my sword. Even if he couldn't reach that height in his previous life, he didn't want to go through that kind of pain again. Elder brother, what should you do if you will be faced with the most agonizing choice when your path comes to an end? Bai Feiyu asked as he looked at Leng Qingsong with eyes that were a little lifeless. Leng Qingsong looked at Bai Feiyu, who had obviously become a bit despondent, and said softly, I'm not alone. I still have you guys. What if the choice you're faced with is this? Bai Feiyu opened his mouth to ask as he stared deathly at Leng Qingsong. Leng Qingsong's eyes became equally sharp, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a sword. Looking seriously at Bai Feiyu and saying, that path is wrong. The Tao is not wrong. Bai Feiyu opened his mouth in the same way without budging at all. Leng Qingsong spoke without thinking. Then I won't beg the Tao. Let the Tao beg me. Chapter 96. Is the elementary infant stage difficult? Then I won't beg the Tao. Let the Tao beg me. Leng Qingsong used the most domineering tone to say even more domineering words. Hearing Bai Feiyu's expression stunned. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Bai Feiyu suddenly burst out laughing, tears coming out of his eyes. Leng Qingsong looked at Bai Feiyu, who was laughing and looking a little crazy, with some concern, and reached out his hand to hold down Bai Feiyu's shoulder. However, Bai Feiyu suddenly raised his head and said to Leng Qingsong, Senior brother, I've decided that this time, I'm going to accompany you to the immortal secret realm. I want to see how the Tao begs you. Leng Qingsong looked at the expectant Bai Feiyu and shook his head. No need. Originally, he thought that he alone is already enough, and now with the addition of elder brother, and the oldest three, such a configuration of Leng Qingsong himself think that the world can go to get. There is no need to let still in the Jiedan triple realm of Xiaobai to risk his life. Bai Feiyu looked at Leng Qingsong and shook his head, and thought that Leng Qingsong didn't want to make things difficult for himself, and opened his mouth with a smile. I didn't want to go there at first because I had bitter feelings, but now I'm even more interested in taking a look at how senior brother's sword path will go next. Leng Qingsong looked at Bai Feiyu, still shaking his head and said, You're too weak. Leng Qingsong's original intention was that your current strength is only at the Jiedan stage, and you don't want Bai Feiyu to enter the immortal mystery realm and risk his life. And when Bai Feiyu heard Leng Qingsong's words, his face stiffened. Was he being underestimated? The whole small mountain peak seems to be now on their own strength is low. One has always been ahead of others a few steps of their own, into the bottom of the last? Thinking that Leng Qingsong was looking down on him, Bai Feiyu sneered and said, Is the Yuaning stage hard? When Leng Qingsong heard Bai Feiyu's words, he knew that Bai Feiyu had misunderstood, and just when he wanted to open his mouth to explain, Leng Qingsong sensed from Bai Feiyu's body that Bai Feiyu's true essence was churning. Bai Feiyu closed his eyes slightly and muttered, Everything is my sword. Everything is my way. The true essence in his body was mobilized with these words, and the true essence within his dantian turned wildly, desperately absorbing the heaven and earth's vitality. The originally starry and moonlit night sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The San thunder tribulation, which only appeared during infant transformation, once again appeared at the peak of the small mountain. Chen Shangshang, who was sitting inside the mountaintop, raised his head and suspiciously opened the recording stones on the entire small mountain peak, muttering under his breath, It's senior brother by breaking the realm? Worthy of being senior brother by. One should never underestimate the speed at which senior brother by breaks realms. Within Chen Shangsheng's memories, Bai Feiyu had only elevated his realm a total of 3 times. The first time was from no cultivation to practicing qi directly. The second time was directly from practicing qi to building the foundation. The third time was last month when he went straight from foundation building to Jindan. Now it's actually about to break through from Jindan to Yuanying? It was as if the 9 minor realms within each major realm didn't even exist for Bai Feiyu. Breaking the boundary is like drinking water. Such an outstandingly gifted person. Why had he never heard of him in his previous life? Or was it because he had died too early to know of such a genius as Xiaobai? However, this was also an opportunity for himself, but he had been stuck at the 9th level of the Jiedan stage for a long time. The 3-3 thunder tribulation of the Yuaning stage was really too compelling, and he had always wanted to find a suitable time to find a hidden place to secretly break through, but he didn't expect that before he could carry out his plan. The Bai Feiyu in front of him gave himself an opportunity. The Jindan in Chen Changxing's Dantian began to rotate, preparing to take advantage of this opportunity to break through to the Yuaning stage. With two people breaking through to Yuaning at the same time, the power of the 3-3 thunder tribulation was bound to go up a level. But several people were all masters who dared to draw their swords against the heavenly Tao, a San thunderbolt. No one really put it in their eyes. Bai Feiyu's realm was rapidly climbing upwards, almost a realm a second, and without stopping it soared upwards. Jiedan 4, Jiedan 5, Jiedan 6, Jiedan 7, Jiedan 8, Jiedan 9. Bai Feiyu opened his eyes and lightly shouted, "Come out!" The Jindan within the Dantian shattered with a bang, and a 1-inch Yuaning that looked extremely similar to Bai Feiyu picked its way out of the Jindan. His body was jade white and his sword intent flowed, but unlike when Lung Qingsong transformed into an infant, Bai Feiyu's Yuaning had no sword in his hand. Is a sword cultivator without his own sword still called a sword cultivator? The baby jumped out of the Jindan, sitting within the Dantian, madly absorbing the heaven and earth Yuan Qi in the Dantian. The baby body not only flowed with the sword intent, there are countless Dao rhyme color light in the baby above the flow. And Chen Changxing similarly shattered his Dan into a baby in the next moment. But Chen Changxing's Yuaning was unusually strange. Chen Changxing's Yuaning was not simply a shrunken version of Chen Changxing. Instead, it was an extremely strange-looking Yuaning with 3 heads and 6 arms, just like Neza's third prince. Chen Changxing slowly opened his eyes. He had broken through to the Yuaning stage without anyone knowing. His Yuaning becoming like this must have had a lot to do with his rebirth. The most important thing now was to seize the time to break through to the out-of-body stage and see what his divine soul was really like. The dark clouds on the small peak gathered for a moment, and the muffled thunder just sounded twice, and all of a sudden the smoke dissipated and the sky cleared up again. The moon in the sky appeared brighter and brighter, seemingly mocking the 3-3 thunderbolts that had just come out that didn't even dare to gather. Bai Feiyu, who was one step into the Yuaning stage, looked at Lung Qingsong and said with a smile, "Senior brother, am I strong enough now?" Lung Qingsong looked at Bai Feiyu who had entered the Yuaning stage in a single step in front of him, without any expression on his face. Who hadn't consecutively broken into the Yuaning stage? What's there to brag about? Which person on the small mountain peak still couldn't manage to break the realm consecutively? But Lung Qingsong still shook his head and said, "No, you can't go." Having just arrived at the Yuaning stage, realm was unstable. Bai Feiyu's most important thing should be to stabilize his realm. Feeling that Lung Qingsong was looking down on himself, Bai Feiyu sneered and said, "What? The Tao of the Lord of 10,000 Swords makes senior brother so confident?" Lung Qingsong inexplicably looked at Bai Feiyu. Was this senior brother having brain problems? He was worried about him and he even opened his mouth to taunt himself? His meaning was very clear. Bai Feiyu did not have an innate sword in his Yuaning. Although his own innate sword was broken, at least there was still a piece of it. Bai Feiyu didn't even have an innate sword. It was better to honestly cultivate his innate sword in the small mountain peak, and it was more important to make the realm solid than to go to the secret realm of the immortals. Such a large paragraph was omitted by Lung Qingsong to 5 words. "You can't beat me." Boom! Lung Qingsong's newly repaired roof was instantly lifted out by the entirety of Bai Feiyu's burst of true essence. Bai Feiyu looked at Lung Qingsong with a cold face and said, "Then today I would like to ask for some guidance from senior brother." Lung Qingsong stood up. This brat even lifted the roof that he had just repaired. Tomorrow his elder brother will be pointing at his nose again. Lung Qingsong with black lines on his haunts said angrily, "I won't keep my hands off." Bai Feiyu sneered. "Beg for it." Chapter 97. The sunlight is extraordinarily blinding today. Hu Tu had a good night's sleep. A very good night's sleep. Didn't even dream. Slept straight through until dawn, as if he had fallen asleep in his mother's arms. And after waking up, Hu Tu felt that he was full of strength and very energetic. It seems that the medicinal bath he soaked yesterday was very useful, and he has to double his efforts to take a bath today. Hu Tu gave herself a pep talk as she pushed open the door to her room. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw that eldest brother was waving the paper fan in his hand to beat up second brother and fourth brother. Xiaofeng honestly sat on the small bench and ate his meal, not daring to raise his head, fearful that the fire would burn on him. Ouyang's mouth flew up and down in anger, pointing his nose at Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu who were sitting on the futon in the courtyard. While cursing, the paper fan in his hand was still knocking on Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu's heads from time to time. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu lowered their heads and were honestly scolded by Ouyang. The two of them glanced at each other and simultaneously snorted coldly, twisting their heads to not look at each other. Humph, humph, pop, snap, ushered in by another 2 paper fans from Ouyang on his head. Eldest senior brother, it's time to eat. Chen Changshun walked out from the kitchen with breakfast in hand. The recording stone in his hand had been covertly recording the moments when Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu made a fool of themselves. Isn't lifting a house a mandatory part of sword training? Ha! You know how to fight all day long. Is immortal cultivation about fighting and killing? Immortal cultivation is about human feelings. Ouyang hated his iron and looked at the two rebellious sons and opened his mouth to curse. Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, who were being lectured by Ouyang, raised their heads coincidentally when they heard Ouyang's words. When it comes to human feelings, it seems that eldest senior brother, who had stolen 100,000 foundation establishment Dan from the Dan Peak, was not qualified to lecture himself, right? What? Not convinced? Ouyang watched the two men raise their heads and raised his hand to smash two more paper fans on their heads. Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu lowered their heads and listened to their own elder brother being scolded. Ouyang cursed his throat was a little dry. When will these two rebellious sons save themselves the trouble? Not sleeping at night, inside the courtyard bursting madly with gas. If I hadn't lifted the roof of my own room as well and woke myself up, maybe these two rebellious sons could lift the entire small mountain peak. Chen Shangsheng carried a cup of tea and thoughtfully walked to Ouyang, handing it to Ouyang and said, "Eldest senior brother, you drink tea. Second senior brother and Xiaobai are just sparring with their swords. They didn't have control over their strength for a while. Just let them fix the roof later. The rice is cold. Let them eat first." Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu looked at Chen Shangsheng gratefully. This third senior brother, elder brother, of theirs was so nice, so understanding. But what they didn't notice was that the tiny recording stone in Chen Shangsheng's hand was pointing at himself, recording a close-up of the two. Ouyang took the tea handed over by Chen Shangsheng, gulped it down, and said with some hatred, "You two are not allowed to eat today until you finish repairing the roof." Scram! The two of them were like amnesties. Rather than listening to Ouyang's nagging, the two of them would rather go and have an 800 rounds with someone else. The two of them stood up and accidentally looked at each other again. Humph. Ouyang sat on a stool and ate up his breakfast, while Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu clanked and banged nails on the roof. Eldest senior brother, I'm done eating. I'll take junior sister to the Forbidden Land to cultivate. Xiaofeng waited until Lututu had also finished eating before he stood up and carefully spoke. Go by yourself. Senior brother. I want eldest brother to play with me. Hututu wiped his mouth and said to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng was as shocked as if he had been hit by an arrow in his heart. Clearly yesterday, little sister had said that she liked playing with herself the most. Xiaofeng was lost in thought as he walked towards the bottom of the mountain. The spirit beasts inside the Forbidden Land were bound to have a catastrophe today. What's wrong with this stupid kid again? Ouyang looked strangely at the disoriented Xiaofeng walking towards the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly a voice in his heart rang out. Kid, today I'm transmitting my voice to you. So teach Tutu the spirit fox cultivation method for me. Ouyang turned his head to look at the hidden fox Huyen who was sunbathing, nodded his head and said to Hututu who was ready to pull out a paper crane and fly with eldest senior brother. Tutu. Starting today you'll be learning to cultivate. Ha, can you not learn Hututu, who had a smiling face just now, instantly bitterly raised her small face. She hated cultivation the most. When she was on Qingqiu Mountain, she disliked cultivation, and had known that she would have gone to the Forbidden Land to play together with her little senior brother. Eldest senior brother. I'll go see if junior brother has left yet, Hututu said as he backed up while flashing a smile at Ouyang. As a scum of the school, how could Ouyang not know Hututu's small mind? A hand grabbed Hututu who was ready to run, and lifted him up by the collar. Hututu's little feet stomped around and bitterly called out to Chen Shangsheng. Third senior brother, Tutu likes you the most. Quickly save Tutu. Chen Shangsheng smilingly looked at Ouyang and Hututu. There are two more on the roof that are repairing the roof. Everything in front of him is so beautiful. Ouyang held Hututu down on the bench. This niece sat on the bench like her but was stuck with nails, twisting around one by one. Ouyang pulled a face and said to Hututu, if you don't learn seriously, you won't have any food at noon today. When Hututu heard Ouyang's reprimand, he instantly sat honestly on the bench and muttered, I hate big brother the most. When Hututu was done, hidden fox Huyan's voice also came out. You should first introduce her to the difference between a spirit fox and a demon fox. There is a big difference between her and an ordinary demon fox. A spirit fox with an innate Dao body should cultivate demon yuan in accordance with the human's cultivation method. Ouyang repeated hidden fox's words as they were, only to refer to Hututu as a human. And the human race and the demon race had different ways of cultivation. Hututu was also very clear that he could only cultivate according to the human race's way of cultivation. And when he heard Ouyang talk about the different ways of cultivation between the human race and the demon race, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Elder brother, why is that fox? Demon race, why is the way of cultivation different from ours? Hututu's heart jumped, so close that he almost revealed that he was a fox. This is difficult for himself. How do he know what the cultivation style of the demon race is like? Yang scratched his head and saw the hidden fox Huyin. His eyes lit up towards the hidden fox. Hidden fox Huyin heard Ouyang's words and was just about to send a voice to Ouyang to explain. But when he saw Ouyang walking over, a bad idea suddenly rose in his heart. Ouyang grabbed Hidden Fox's nonsense, lifted it up, and whispered to Hidden Fox, "You don't want to be exposed as a fox demon either, do you? You brat!" Huyin was just about to open his mouth in shock and anger, but because he didn't want to reveal his identity he held back. What's more, this kid's amount of true chi deadpanned his own self. Who was at the transitional stage? What kind of monster is that? Ouyang tied Hidden Fox to a tree amidst Hututu's exclamation of surprise, picked up a branch in his hand and pointed it at Hidden Fox, saying with a smile, "Look, we're treating the handsome man as a demon race. Let me explain it in detail to you." The hidden fox Huyen was tied to the tree with his eyes lifeless. The precious two lychees were covered by a piece of towel, looking at the surprised and pleasantly surprised Hututu, as if his fox life had lost its color. Now that this is the case, the fact that he is the eight-tailed demon fox can't be exposed even more. Hu Yan looked up at the early morning sun. The sun is extra harsh today. Chapter 98 Another shake at Qingfeng Peak. Although he had now lost all the dignity of being a transitional cultivator, the opposite Hututu had a bright future. Besides, he's just a pet fox called Handsome, so what does it matter if he's seen? Hu Yan began transmitting his voice to Ouyang while self-hypnotizing, introducing him to the differences between the cultivation of the human race and the demon race. Ouyang read from the book, stuttered and opened his mouth. Human cultivation. The 5 hearts correspond to the 5 elements, yin and yang, practicing qi. Aha! It was only 2 sentences before Ouyang started yawning. Ouyang felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, the wooden stick in his hand poking back and forth at the hidden fox. Several times he almost made the hidden fox chicken and egg with one stick. Ah, ha! Ouyang sat upside down, yawned widely, and then fell asleep leaning against a tree, leaving the opposite side of Hututu with a dumbfounded look at Ouyang, who had put himself to sleep during the lecture. Why did eldest brother fall asleep? Isn't he going to tell himself about some cultivation method? Hututu looked at the sweetly sleeping Ouyang and couldn't bear to disturb Ouyang's sleep. The morning sunshine is warm on people, listening to Ouyang's snoring, like a lullaby. Hututu's eyelids are getting heavier and heavier. His head is tilted, and he directly fell asleep sitting down. Hu Yan, who was tied to the tree, had his heart dripping blood. What the hell are these 2 losers doing? As a great cultivator of the transition stage himself, he was tied to a tree as a reference point, and the 2 losers in front of him just fell asleep like that? Turning his head to look at Ouyang, who was leaning against a tree and huffing and puffing, Hu Yan suddenly wanted to cry a little. He had thought that he had already dried up his tears when he was at Mount Qingqiu, but he didn't expect that he would be angry by the 2 assholes in front of him when he was all the way to the tribulation. Brat! Get your ass out here! Wake up your senior brother and sister! Getting in the way of Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, who were still hammering nails on the roof. Hu Yan transmitted his voice towards Chen Changsheng, who was pouring the medicinal bath in the kitchen. Chen Changsheng's ears twitched as he walked out from the kitchen and laughed out at the scene in front of him as well. In the morning sunshine, Ouyang leaned against a tree. Tu tilted his head, and the 2 of them slept very fragrantly, while Hu Yan had his limbs tied with ropes, and looked at himself with a face that was about to cry. Hu Yan angrily transmitted his voice towards Chen Changsheng. Shake your senior brother and your senior sister awake. Let your senior brother preach on my behalf. He sleeps faster than your senior sister. Chen Changsheng transmitted his voice towards Hu Yan. I forgot to tell senior. My senior brother can't listen to the Tao or preach. Even if the sect leader comes, there's not much he can do. Did you kid do it on purpose? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hu Yan angrily opened his mouth towards Chen Changsheng and asked. Senior didn't ask me either. So naturally the brat didn't talk too much. I still have to go and prepare a medicinal bath for junior sister. Farewell. Chen Changsheng turned around and returned to the kitchen, automatically blocking Hu Yan's voice transmission. I #%$. You untie this rope for me. Hu Yan finally couldn't help but break his defense and cursed at Ouyang's voice transmission. The rope that bound him was the same odd one that had caught him in the Forbidden Land, and he couldn't break free of it at all. But Ouyang, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, was oblivious, and even smacked his lips unconsciously. He slept until almost noon, when 3 ancient bells suddenly rang in the distance. The Green Cloud Sect's shaker bell rang again. The sound of the bell woke up the sleeping Ouyang and Hututu at the same time. One large and one small stretched at the same time, wiping the drool from the corners of their mouths in a satisfied, almost synchronized motion. Fulfilling studies really do make a person, fox, feel good. It's like a good night's sleep. Kid, untie the rope for me. Hu Yan's breathless voice sounded in Ouyang's heart. Ouyang twisted his head to look, and Hu Yan's eyes, who was tied to a tree, had lost their luster. From now on, I'll look to you to learn from my insomnia. Ouyang opened his mouth as he untied the rope for Huyen. Huyen felt his bound and already numb limbs, grabbed the towel protecting Lychee off, looked at Ouyang with lifeless eyes, and snarled in a low voice, "Learning? Learn my ass." And the sound of the shaker's bell likewise drew the attention of the others on the small peak. Lang Qingsong stopped the hammer in his hand and looked at Bai Feiyu, and coldly grunted in his heart. Indeed, he can only be his own senior brother. His own speed in repairing the roof is much faster than his. In the course of a morning, he has already laid the wooden planks, and he surprisingly hasn't even laid half of them. In terms of cultivating the roof, Lang Qingsong was more confident than the sword in his hand. Feeling the sword-like gaze from across the room, Bai Feiyu raised his head to see Lang Qingsong with a provocative face, and couldn't help but spit out in his heart. A sword repairing the roof is still repairing our pride? How ridiculous. Humph, humph. The two of them coldly grunted again in unison. A broken bell rings endlessly all day long. If you don't know, you'd think that the Qingyun sect is being exterminated every day. Ouyang muttered in dissatisfaction as he looked in the direction of Qingyun Peak. Chen Shangshang walked over to Ouyang's side and said softly, "Then, senior brother, do we still have to go?" "Go? Of course I'm going. This time I'm probably going to talk about this immortal secret realm. Lao air, come down. Let's go and see what's going on." Ouyang shouted towards Lang Qingsong on the roof. Lang Qingsong flew down from the roof with the point of his toes, and Bai Feiyu landed right behind him. "Bai, Tutu will be under your watch. We'll go and return," Ouyang said to Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu shook his head and replied, "No, I decided to go with you guys." Ouyang looked at Bai Feiyu and opened his mouth to advise. "It's not in the way, little Bai. Don't force yourself." As if he had changed from yesterday, Bai Feiyu said, "Eldest brother doesn't need to be persuaded. I've already decided. I'm going too. I'm going too. You didn't bring me last time you went," Hu Tutu said noisily. Ouyang thought for a moment and said, "Then leave a note for old Six," leaving behind Hidden Fox, who was silently repairing his psychological trauma in the corner. The group flew towards the Green Cloud sect. The group landed in front of the mountain gate of Qingyun Peak, and there were already quite a few people in front of the mountain gate who had started to hike towards the Great Hall at the peak of Qingyun Peak. Two huge stone lions were strutting around and asking for orders from the sect disciples. The moment Ouyang appeared, a shorter-sized stone lion instantly transformed into a small lion and pounced towards Ouyang. The stone lion flew in front of Ouyang and licked Ouyang's shoes with vigor, its tail almost wagging into an electric fan. "What are you doing?" Ouyang frowned and put away his feet, but the stone lion stepped forward and just recognized Ouyang's shoes and licked them frantically. "Master, Zip, can't you see? I'll lick you again." The stone lion licked Ouyang's shoes as it did so. Ouyang kicked the stone lion in a bad mood and said, "Get lost, don't disgust me." And the apparently tall stone lion in front of the mountain gate looked disdainfully at his kind who was selling his shoes and licking them, and sneered in his heart, "Licking your master like that? You'll just be a gatekeeper in this life." Chapter 99. The sword in the hands of a sword cultivator is reason. Viciously kicked the stone lion a few times, but Ouyang still lost a real chi over. After all, it is his own licking dog. Beating after beating, the snacks that should be given. He still will not be stingy. The stone lion that was kicked all over the ground by Ouyang felt the extra origin true chi within his body, and his limbs and bones warmed up. "Yeah, that's what it feels like. Come on, more." The stone lion couldn't help but grunt out in comfort. So the crowd was treated to a scene where Ouyang kicked the originally high and mighty stone lion to the ground, while the stone lion grunted with a look of comfort. This stone lion turned out to like this bite? A trace of realization rose in the hearts of the crowd. Next time they must try it themselves. This is a good opportunity to please the stone beast guarding the gate of Qingyun Peak. Rejecting the other stone lion that crouched down and wanted to take a few people to the peak, Ouyang led the crowd towards the top of the mountain. There were thousands of disciples in the inner sect of the Qingyun sect, but the mountain path on Qingyun Peak was extremely long and did not allow imperial swords to fly, so it was not that crowded. Instead, the scenery on Qingyun Peak was enough to make one forget the fatigue of rushing and be captivated by the beauty in front of them. A flock of cranes fly around the mountain. Exotic flowers and plants compete with each other. There is even a heaven and earth yuan chi formed by the immortal mist shrouding the mountain. And from time to time there are pavilions and stone benches for people to rest, climbing a trip to Qingyun Peak. In fact, and out of the countryside wants not much difference. As a small mountain peak collective reunion, Hu Tutu was dressed in a small white dress, and her hair was styled with two small drums that Ouyang clumsily tied for her. And as Hu Tutu walked around, the two small drums jumped around. Hu Tutu pulled Ouyang's hand and asked while walking, "Eldest brother, does the Green Cloud sect take care of food today?" After all, they were little kids who didn't care in the slightest about why they were here, only that the food was good. Ouyang said with some disgust, The meal of Qingyun sect is hard to eat. People on this mountain don't eat, so cooking is very coping. Lao San, hit a few fatter cranes in a while. Stop and roast them. Chen Chongsheng, who was dressed in a purple robe with a white mask, nodded, his eyes looking towards the cranes in the sky, recognizing a leading one. The white crane that was flying in the sky uncontrollably flew towards Ouyang and his party, following closely behind Ouyang and his party, waiting to jump inside the pot at any time. The black power suit Ling Qingsong held his sword, and the white-clothed Bai Feiyu had a long sword dangling from his waist. Since they had only just fought, both of them put on a smug face and turned their sideways backs on each other without speaking. For what happened to the two? Ouyang lazy to ask. Just some curiosity. Weekdays inside the Xiaobai has always been mature and stable. His own penis in the end did what? Actually ruffled him so angry? Senior brother Ouyang is here. Long time no see. Senior brother Ouyang. Senior brother Ouyang is free to fence together. Senior brother Ouyang. I miss you even more after not seeing you for a few days. Because it was on foot, he met many of Ouyang's old acquaintances from other mountains. And with the principle of making friends with a picture book, Ouyang was very popular in the Qingyun sect. So along the way, there were inner disciples everywhere who greeted Ouyang. Ouyang also smiled and greeted the others one by one. And when he heard someone joking about himself, Ouyang was still able to pick up the other party's stunt without any haste. On the other hand, Chen Chongsheng, who had already been appointed as the holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land, on the contrary, didn't have many people paying attention to him, only making people feel that Chen Chongsheng felt a bit familiar. But for a moment, they somewhat couldn't recall where they had seen him before. And the smelly Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu didn't have many friends at all in the Qingyun sect, and they hadn't gone down the mountain to socialize, so there weren't many people who knew them. Everyone only remembered in their hearts that a few years ago, the teenager who single-handedly challenged the entire sword-asking peak with one person and one sword was definitely one of the two. Holding Ouyang's hand, Hu Tutu looked at her family's eldest brother with even more admiration, not realizing that her family's eldest brother was so well-liked in the Qingyun sect. Not bad for Tutu's big brother. Tutu Aya favored big brother. The little girl with a smile on her face, bouncing around and holding Ouyang's hand, the two little bulges on her head loosely swaying around. Chen Changsheng casually supported a pot on the side of the road, raised his hand, and a chopper appeared in his hand. And the cranes that had been waiting for a long time couldn't wait to stretch their necks and wait to be slaughtered. But after all, it was too bloody, and there was still Tutu in. Ouyang eyed Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng understood, grabbed the crane and walked into the woods by the roadside. And when he came back again, the crane had already turned into a state where it could be placed in a pot. Several people ate and drank their fill before following the last group of people hiking up the mountain to the top of Qingyun Peak. Above the hall the peaks of the disciples have been in accordance with the peaks of the designated area to stand. Crowed people everywhere. Ouyang several people walked to an open space before sitting on the ground. Not compared to other peaks moving more than 100 people. The small peak only had a total of 6 people. So a few people to this place to sit down. Obviously looks a little empty. The ancient bell rang 3 times again, and Dong Suzi and Taya walked out from the middle of the great hall. Dong Suzi surrounded by the flow of Taoist rhythms, a round of colorful wheel of law behind the head, the floating dust in the hand held in front of the chest, waving his hands and throwing his feet as if he were a Taoist immortal. Sword sect patriarch Taya was covered in sharp sword intent, standing there like a sword, merely standing there. An invisible sharpness made people not dare to look at him. Dong Suzi stepped forward and spoke softly, but his voice reached everyone's ears. Today, I have gathered the disciples of my sect for one thing only, and that is the secret realm of the immortals in the sky today. In the secret realm, there are great opportunities and blessings, but there are also great terrors and dangers. This is the sword sect patriarch Taya. I have discussed with the sword sect patriarch that I, the Qingyun sect, and the sword sect will each send 3 of us to go to the secret realm of the immortals to conspire with the scattered cultivators in the world. After Dong Shuzi finished speaking, he glanced in the direction of the small mountain peak and said once again, my Qingyun sect will send the holy son of the Qingyun sacred ground, Chen Changsheng, the eldest disciple of the small mountain peak, Ouyang, and the second disciple of the small mountain peak, Long Qingsong, to go there. The whole room was in an uproar. This time when the immortal's secret realm opened, everyone knew that there were definitely great opportunities inside. This caused all the disciples to rub their fists together, wanting to rely on their heavenly destiny protagonist's fortune to get a piece of the immortal secret realm. But these words from the sect leader caused their hearts to go cold. Why shouldn't I go myself? Why does he take up all 3 spots? Even if they took up all 3 slots, why were those loose cultivators with no sex or disciplines allowed to go in, while they, whose qualifications were far superior to those of the loose cultivators, were forbidden to go? This decision of Dong Suzi made everyone feel unconvinced, and even felt that the sect leader was simply depriving them of their chance. There was a mess under the main hall, and the peak masters of the peaks did not stop them. They felt equally dissatisfied with this decision of the sect leader. Silence, Don't You Z softly droned, and the entire room once again turned silent. I would like to invite Sword Sect Patriarch Taya to explain to everyone why this is so. Don't You Z knew that this decision would definitely cause dissatisfaction in the Qingyan sect as soon as it was spoken, so he pushed Taya out. Sword Sect Patriarch Taya took a step forward, and his vast sword intent instantly rushed towards the square below. Under the sword intent of this Sword Sect Patriarch that was like the might of the heavens, even the peak masters couldn't help but have their hearts skip a beat, not to mention the disciples below. Each is struggling to hold on. Taya swept around and said with a disdainful laugh, "Explanation? Are you all worthy of hearing it? Sword cultivators in the world have never been like this. Do not reason, because the sword in the hand is the reason." It's chapter 100. Taya's words instantly caused the group to be outraged. Crap! What makes this person still so trollish in Qingyan sect? Is the master of the sword sect so great? You're using the realm as a shield? Do you think my clan has no experts? We're all part of the 9 Holy Lands. It's your turn for the sword sect to come to my Green Cloud sect and make a fool of me? Is it good? Come to my room tonight. Let me see it. Don't You Z beside Taya also couldn't help but transmit the voice to let Taya speak with care. This is not the sword sect. His set in the Qingyun sect can't convince the crowd. Taya, however, completely disregarded Dong Su Zi's advice and took another step forward, and the mountainous sword intent once again pressed in with a titanic momentum. It was as if a huge meteorite had smashed down on one end of the crowd, and this step was like another meteorite smashing down on top of this one. The Green Cloud sect disciples present instantly sat down a large number of times. The sword intent of a ferrying stage powerhouse was simply not something that they, cultivators who didn't even have the outbreathing stage, could resist. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood at the forefront, blocking this vast sword intent, although both of them were equally very strenuous, and even their legs were trembling a bit. They still blocked this mountain-like sword intent. Taya had a clear view of the situation under the field, and when he looked at Leng Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, the appreciation in his eyes was even greater than before. Slightly retracting his sword intent, Taya's voice resounded once again. Not convinced? Fight me if you have the ability. Driving taunts at thousands of people, arrogant to the core. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. Under such vast sword intent, the inner disciples had some difficulty standing up, not to mention fighting. Pure bullying. Taya looked at the eyes in the arena that didn't dare but just wouldn't obey and sneered, pulling out the Immortal's notebook from his pocket and throwing it into the air. The paper grew in the wind and instantly enveloped half of the square. Taya opened his mouth and said, "This is the true writing of my sword sect's old ancestor, the ancient sword Immortal Li Tai Bai. And the method of opening this immortal secret realm. My family's old ancestor's immortal secret realm has given you 3 places in the Qingyan sect, and you still don't know enough?" The incomparable esoteric aura emanating from the paper that enveloped half the square. The moment the peak masters of the peaks in the square looked at the paper, they were instantly plunged into shock. It was clear that he could feel the Tao rhyme but couldn't understand exactly what kind of Tao rhyme it was, and it was more like an existence higher than the Tao rhyme. Laws? When this term appeared in the peak masters' minds, the peak masters couldn't help but get excited. The gap between a Mahayana and a transition was the existence of Tao rhythms and laws. I didn't expect to see a paper with its own laws here. And as the disciples with low cultivation made an effort to look up at the piece of paper, a thought likewise popped up in their minds without a second thought. The writing is fucking ugly. On the huge paper, a line was written crookedly. I am an immortal. An immortal is me. I am the first immortal in the world. The strongest immortal in this world. What? It's a bit of a joke, isn't it? Can this thing be something written by an ancient sword fairy? Everyone looked at the smug Taya with a dumbfounded look on their faces, feeling that the man was more or less tainted with a problem. And at the location where the small mountain peak was, Bai Feiyu's face had risen to the color of pig's liver. Bai Feiyu looked at the paper in the sky with an ironic face. It was indeed the diary he had written in his previous life. He would never have thought that after so many years, he would still be able to take out his black history to flog his former self. A mouthful of old ancestors, yet he does such disgraceful things. One day, this sword cultivator called Taya, I will tie him up and light the lanterns of heaven myself. Bai Feiyu roared in his heart. After showing off his own ancestor's personal diary, Taya said proudly, "This immortal mystery realm is originally my sword sect's property, and giving you 3 slots is already enough to give your Green Cloud sect face. So this immortal secret realm was left behind by the sword sect ancestor? People do have autonomy over the things of their ancestors. Sword cultivator that has nothing to do with himself." Although many inner disciples lamented, they also knew better and didn't say anything else. Only the group of sword cultivators at questioning Sword Peak were unwilling in their hearts. Hundreds of sword-asking peak disciples looked at their own peak master with hot eyes. This immortal secret realm was left behind by the ancient sword immortals. As long as it is a sword cultivator who cannot be moved? Even sword-asking peak master Pure Yangzi couldn't help the agitation in his heart and stood up to salute the high platform and said, I dare to ask the sword sect master. Since the 3 quotas were distributed to my Green Cloud sect, then why are there no disciples of my sword-asking peak? Dare you bully me? Ask Sword Peak. Into having no one? Although Pure Yangzi had already entered the Mahayana and realized his own Tao, he still had to stand up and offer a rebuttal for the sake of the disciples under the peak. It's none of my business. It's not like I'm the one who says which one of you goes, Taya casually said as he glanced at Pure Yangzi, who was only at the 6th level of Mahayana. All the disciples of the sword-asking peak looked at Dongshu Zi. This was an immortal secret realm for sword cultivators. The sword cultivators of the entire Qingyun sect were asking about the sword peak. So why was there no place for them to ask about the sword peak? The sensei is biased. Shady. We demand fairness and justice. Although they didn't dare to say it explicitly, the disciples of the sword-asking peak stood up with each other under the vastness of Taya's sword intent, silently expressing their protest. Taya looked towards Don Su Zi and couldn't help but transmit his voice. How do you old piker manage the sect? How dare they have a problem with the decisions you make? If it were in my sword sect, such people would have been tied up and lit up by me long ago. Dongshu Zi glared fiercely at Taya. The Qingyun sect wasn't as paranoid as the sword sect, so of course different voices were allowed. But this was indeed unfair to the disciples of the sword-asking peak. Dongshu Zi slowly spoke. The immortal secret realm doesn't have much appeal to cultivators above the harmonization stage. So I drew up this list and handed it over to Chen Changsheng, the holy son of my Qingyun sacred land. The caveman shrugged off the pot cleanly. 2. I didn't draw up this list. It was drawn up by Chen Changsheng, the holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land. So if you have any problems, look for him and not me. Hearing Dongshu Zi's words, Taya put away his own sword intent and looked in the direction of Ouyang and his party with a watchful expression. When Pure Yangzi heard Dong Suyizi's words, he knew that Dong Suyizi would not interfere with the disciples of the sword-asking peak asking for acclaim from the small mountain peak, and made a wink towards behind him. The disciples of sword-asking peak understood, and hundreds of them held their swords and twisted their heads towards the location where the small peak was located. The remaining inner disciples instantly entered a melon-eating state. Crooked son. Who in Qingyun sect doesn't know that Little Mountain Peak and Questioning Sword Peak don't get along? Watch the show. Asking Sword Peak. Hundreds of disciples crowed a piece, walked to the front of Ouyang's crowd. A young man wearing a practicing Taoist uniform looked at the crowd of the small peak and said in a deep voice, the Holy Son also please come out. But also I ask the Sword Peak for a fairness. Ouyang stood up and looked at the youth in front of him, then bowed towards the top of the hall and said aloud, Senior brother Ouyang of Little Mountain Peak asks the sect leader to take back his order. Is this a sign of weakness? Everyone looked at Ouyang in surprise, not understanding Ouyang's operation for a moment. Ouyang, however, spoke again. This time, I'm going to have 4 people from my small mountain peak, and I'd like to ask the sword sect patriarch to add 1 more person. 101. Who else but you? Ouyang's words once again caused an uproar. You're a stomping ground? There are only 3 places in total, and your little mountain peak has taken all of them, but you still don't know enough and want another one. Especially the hundreds of disciples on the opposite side of the Questioning Sword Peak. The hands holding their swords were trembling a little. Their anger had already reached a limit. If it wasn't for the sect leader's face, they themselves would have to dismantle the beaten Ouyang in front of them. A few years ago blew up the Ask the Sword Peak toilet revenge. Has not yet been reported. Today the new revenge plus the old hate. And so on down the Qingyun Peak will give Ouyang set of sacks. The disciples of Questioning Sword Peak looked at the smiling Ouyang and had already sentenced Ouyang to death in their hearts. The Ouyang who came up to start a group mockery himself is suffering and knows it himself. Xiaobai said in person yesterday in front of the sect master and the sword sect patriarch that he couldn't go through with it, and now he wants to go again. The sect leader and sword sect patriarch who had cooperated with his own acting had already talked about his 3 brothers, and had to demolish the stage once more. It's really hard to be a big brother yourself. Ouyang looked towards the 2 bigwigs above the high platform who were also glaring at him, but could only say stiffly, my family's 4th senior brother, a heavenly wonder. Has the posture of a sword immortal? So I would also like to ask the sword sect patriarch to make it easy for me and give another quota. No words were spoken from the high platform. Instead, the disciples of the sword-asking peak couldn't hold back their anger any longer, and the youth at the head of the group pressed his hand down on top of the hilt of his sword and said angrily to Ouyang, Ouyang, don't go too far. Do you really think that my sword-asking peak sword is not sharp? Ouyang looked at the youth in front of him and felt familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember who the youth in front of him was, and asked with some embarrassment, which one are you? The youth could no longer resist drawing his sword and pointing it straight at Ouyang. The The revenge of the humiliation a few years ago. You Yang can forget it, but I, Zhou Shang, can't forget it. Chao Sang? There's something unexpectedly familiar about that name. Yang thought hard for a while, and finally found out the information about the dragon set in front of him and the garbage memories in his mind. It seemed that not more than a few years after himself and Lao Er had gone up to the mountain gate, the Sword-Asking Peak petitioned the sect leader to have the small mountain peak merged into the Sword-Asking Peak because the Sword-Asking Peak had an overabundance of disciples while the small mountain peak had only a few people. Before the sect leader could say yes, this group of people ran to the gate of the small peak yelling that they wanted to transform the small peak into the second peak of the Sword-Asking Peak. Ouyang's temper does not spoil this group of brainless sword cultivators, and that night he went to Ask Sword Peak and blew up all the toilets in Ask Sword Peak. That night, in addition to the unlucky ones who got up to go to the toilet, asking the Sword Peak the whole residual fragrance for half a month. This group of brainstem missing sword cultivator hole in the asking the Sword Peak mountain entrance to hit the ground to hit a month, and the disciples of other peaks to see the asking the Sword Peak to take a detour. He seemed to remember that when the blasting was implemented that day, this Zhou Shang was one of the unlucky ones who got up at night to go to the toilet, topped off with a flowery colored egg, holding up a sword and chasing after himself, who didn't even know any magic spells at the time, for the rest of the night. In the end, it was still his own old man who held the sword and went to ask the Sword Peak, although he didn't ask for the result, but looking at his own old man as if he had gone out to buy a vegetable, Ouyang knew that things were already over. From the time Lao Er held the sword and went on a trip to the Sword-Asking Peak, the entire Sword-Asking Peak never mentioned anything about the plans for the second peak of the Sword-Asking Peak, and after that, a big melon from the Qingyun sect was also circulated. It is said that one day, the disciples of the small mountain peak, one person and one sword, without using true essence, on sword skills alone, directly pushed across the entire questioning Sword Peak, and beat the inner disciples of the questioning Sword Peak from top to bottom screaming bitterly. Even when the Peak Master made a move, that person was still able to receive a sword. Memories came back. Ouyang put a smile on his face and looked at Zhou Sheng in front of him and said, "So it's senior brother Zhou. We used to be hairdressers. Think of the days when we were playing around. I remember them vividly now." Zhou Sheng's face twitched when he heard Ouyang's words. The Ouyang in front of him even dared to mention which pot was which. He himself endured humiliation and cultivated diligently, and with an age of less than 50 years old, he had already become a strong person at the 4th level of the Yuaning stage realm. In order to be able to take revenge one day, Zhou Sheng stared at Ouyang and said in a cold voice, "Ouyang, I don't want to talk about the past with you right now. Today, I must ask for a spot in Sword Peak. I said so. Senior brother Zhou is mighty. Senior brother Zhou is domineering, worthy of being the first genius of my Sword-Asking Peak." The Sword-Asking Peak disciples behind him frantically bragged about Zhou Sheng. Stretching his hand does not hit a smiling person. He smiled so brightly even did not give himself face. Ouyang put away his smile. It seems that today this brainless cargo is determined not to be kind. Ouyang opened his mouth and spoke with a shrug. "Look, which one of us you want to quit? You tell them, I'm fine with it." Zhou Sheng froze and did not expect Ouyang to be so generous. His eyes looked towards behind Ouyang. The masked Chen Shangsheng was the holy son of the Qingyun Holy Land, and the day he waved hundreds of puppets comparable to those of the Yuaning stage, violently beating up the holy son of the Buddhist sect, and angrily shooting the remaining members of the demon race. They had likewise watched in their eyes. He himself was also named by Chen Changsheng and thrown out of the mustard space. This person could not be messed with. As for Long Qingsong, who was standing there holding his sword, as a Yuaning stage himself, he couldn't even see the other party's cultivation, so he must have already reached the Yuaning stage. Zhou Sheng's heart was wildly shaken. If he didn't remember wrongly, Lang Qingsong was only in his teens, right? Surprisingly, he was already in the same realm as himself? Is this a natural sword cultivator? Long Qingsong, who singled out the entire Sword-Asking Peak with a sword back then, is bound to be even more unfathomable in terms of strength, and this person can't be messed with either. Zhou Sheng set his eyes on Ouyang, a mere waste in the Qi practicing stage. However, Ouyang was Lang Qingsong's eldest senior brother. If he had pointed out Ouyang, Long Qingsong, who was holding the sword, would have definitely drawn his sword on himself at the first opportunity. Back then, in order to give Ouyang an outlet for his anger, that madman had dared to draw his sword even for the Peak Master. Zhou Shang looked at the three people. For a time the same difficult. Suddenly Zhou Shang had a bright idea. Just now Ouyang did not say that he wanted another quota? 4th brother? That leaves the kid in white. Never heard of this guy on Little Mountain Peak either. Good looking. Looks like an embroiderer. That's all he is. Zhou Shang made up his mind, deliberated on the wording and opened his mouth. The sect leader has decided on the three of you, and I won't say anything about the sect leader's faults. Just now you said that you want another quota. then this quota will be given to us. Ask Sword Peak. I think that little brother in white should have no problem with it. Everyone looked at Bai Feiyu, who was standing there, and Bai Feiyu's face sank after hearing that. Can anyone underestimate themselves now? The self that was a sword immortal in his previous life has now become that bad? What kind of cat or dog dares to bark at you? Bai Feiyu straightened up, a smile on his face, his right hand resting on top of the hilt of the sword at his waist. His smile was warm and gentle, but it gave off a piercing coldness. Suddenly the entire longswords on the summit of Qingyun Peak emitted a buzzing sound, and anyone with a longsword was horrified to realize that the longsword in their hands was autonomously emitting a sword-chirping sound. And the long swords in the hands of the disciples of the sword-asking Peak fought to break free from their hands and heave out of their sheaths, turning their swords to point at their masters one after another. Bai Feiyu walked slowly and idly to Zhou Shang and opened his mouth with a warm smile. You have a problem with me going to the secret realm of the immortals? Or I'll ask again. Who else but you? Chapter 102, Who's next? The voice was gentle, but loud. Bai Feiyu looked at the terrified Zhou Shang in front of him, the gentle smile on his face not missing at all. In his previous life, he who was a sword immortal had never been the center of the world's attention, and he had never been belittled like this before. He had pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger to dive in the small mountain peak, but he didn't expect that someone would actually treat him like a pig today. Do you pretend to be a pig for too long and get recognized as a pig? Then I'm going to be invincible for once. From their own graves were plowed out. Bai Feiyu heart has been holding his breath. Last night and was Ling Qingsong underestimated. Fought a draw. How can I get out of the gas today? Bai Feiyu hung one hand above the hilt of his sword with a warm smile and gentle eyes, but everyone felt a piercing coldness. There wasn't the slightest bit of sword intent on his body, and he was even just standing there, not even drumming his true essence. However, it was able to cause the long swords in the hands of all the disciples of the sword-asking Peak to sheath their swords and point at their masters, which caused an uproar to resound in the presence. Crap! This Chao Sang picked the strongest? Who's this? What kind of monsters come out of small mountain peaks? This brother is so handsome. How come he doesn't come to our criminal peak as a guest more often? Love. I love this senior's temperament so much. White Feiyu, who was dressed in white, had a charisma of up to 11 on his attribute panel, a value that represented that Xiao Bai's face value could already kill everyone present. With this hand, all the swords will rise. Simply a killer for teenage boys and girls. Information about Bai Feiyu began to frantically explode amongst the communication stones of the inner disciples of the Qingyun sect, and Taiyao on top of the stands looked at Bai Feiyu and pondered for a moment, and opened his mouth to Dong Suzi and asked, in the end, are you here in the sword sect or am I there in the sword sect? And how come all the seedlings that are so good have come to you? The disciples below didn't know what was going on, but as one of the strongest sword cultivators in this world, Taiyao could clearly perceive that what Bai Feiyu below had just utilized had gone beyond true essence. Dao Yun. That sort of thing. Rather, it is a higher level of law. Although there was only a trace of it. For a Yuaning stage cultivator, it was unheard of even for Taiyao, who was the sword sect's patriarch. That kid in white is a monster, right? Dong Shuzi could no longer stop smiling on his face and looked at Bai Feiyu with a look of having a successor. In a situation where his eldest disciple, Ling Feng, was no longer suitable for the position of the sect leader, and his second disciple was a remnant of the demon race, Dong Suzi could only set his sights on the small mountain peak where the geniuses were all over. Yang, who was the eldest senior brother, wasn't in Dong Shuzi's consideration because this kid was just too eccentric and his realm was just too low, although the amount of true chi was incredibly large, and even inexplicably capable of nudging spirits. However, Yang's longevity was a fatal drawback, and for an immortal sect with long years, an unstable headmaster would surely cause turmoil in the sect. And Lang Qingsong, this sword is really too sharp, too pure, the same is not suitable for the position of the head of the sect. This nature will lead the sect to an extreme. So the two people who walked into Dong Suzi's eyes were Chen Changshang and Bai Feiyu. Both were equally amazingly qualified and stout-hearted individuals, both perfect successors to the sect leader. That was why at the time of the clan competition, Dong Shuzi would directly slap Chen Changshang as the holy son of Qingyun Holy Land. On the one hand to give an explanation to the world. On the other hand, he was equally very optimistic about Chen Changshang. However, there was a fatal flaw in Chen Changsheng's character, and that was that this child was simply too meticulous, and not surprisingly, even going to the Qingyun secret treasure to observe the enlightenment of the Tao was traveled with a doppelganger. As one of the 9 holy grounds, the Green Cloud sect, the sect master not only needed to have a calm character, but also not lose his sharpness. This is how the Green Cloud sect will thrive. The Bai Feiyu in front of him has all of this perfectly. His character is calm and steady, but not sharp. His qualifications are amazing and not arrogant. Dong Shuzi was the perfect successor to the sect leader any way Bai Feiyu looked at it. It was just a pity that it wasn't his own disciple. Hu Yun was really lucky. Where did he find so many good qualified disciples? Himself and Taya had also discussed that this time, the immortal secret realm would definitely attract scattered cultivators from all over the world. Finding undiscovered diamonds in the rough from the scattered cultivators to take as disciples could be considered an unexpected blessing. Don't you Z's gaze fell on Ouyang behind Bai Feiyu. This kid could definitely give himself a surprise. Whether or not he could receive a good disciple depended on this kid. Ouyang looked at Zhou Shang, and in his eyes, he couldn't help but feel some pity for Zhou Shang. Xiao Bai's temper has always been quite good. It's just that he was a bit grumpy after his grave was plowed out. How dare you bump into him at this time of the day? Isn't this looking to be fixed by him? Zhou Shang looked at the longsword in front of him, which had been his companion for decades. The tip of the sword pointed at him righteously, and beads of bean-sized sweat continued to emerge on his face. What happened? Why was his own longsword suddenly sheathed and pointed at him? This is the longsword that has been with him for decades. A partner he trusted beyond measure. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd have my own sword pointed at my nose. The swords of sword cultivators are the most precious and the most untouchable. The sword-asking peak disciples behind Zhou Shang similarly could not accept that their swords would one day turn their backs on them. Meditate. A low cry resounded in the hearts of all the disciples of the sword-asking peak, directly causing the disciples of the sword-asking peak to return to their senses. And Pure Yangzi, who was seated at the very front of the room, closed his eyes and remained silent. His expression was just a bit forlorn. What kind of demonic magic have you used? Pull out your sword and fight me squarely. Zhou Shang, who had been awakened by his master's low voice, looked towards Bai Feiyu, who was dressed in white, and bellowed, backhandedly grasping the hilt of the flying sword in front of him, the sword pointing at Bai Feiyu. Brush! Hundreds of sword-asking peak disciples similarly grabbed their own swords in front of them and pointed them at Bai Feiyu. For a sword cultivator, being robbed of one's sword was simply a strange shame in one's life. Bai Feiyu, who had one hand on the hilt of his sword, swept a circle of the disciples of sword-asking peak and said softly, "Sheath it back." The long swords in the hands of the hundreds of disciples of sword-asking peak who had originally pointed their swords at Bai Feiyu once again broke free from their master's hands and returned to their scabbards. Bai Feiyu walked to Zhou Shang holding the sword in front of him and looked at the unbelievable face of Zhou Shang in front of him, and said in a warm soft voice, "Draw your swords? You are not worthy of me drawing my sword." Aha! Zhou Shang, who had been taunted one after another, could no longer maintain his sanity and summoned his true essence to draw his own longsword and stab towards Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu's eyes condensed as he took a step back to avoid the sweeping longsword, lifted his scabbard and lightning light pointed at Zhou Shang's wrist, then the scabbard moved upward and pointed at Zhou Shang's dantian. Zhou Shang's true essence stagnated, and the true essence in his meridians was suddenly in chaos, and his qi and blood surged and fainted directly. Seconds, the Yuaning fourth realm was killed in seconds just like that. Bai Feiyu slightly sidestepped, giving Zhou Shang room to fall to the ground, and once again looked at the remaining sword-asking peak disciples, asking in a warm manner, "Who's next?" Chapter 103, The Secret World Will Open. Bai Feiyu's warm voice sounded again, this time opposite hundreds of disciples of the sword-asking peak, but they were holding the swords in their hands but no longer dared to draw their swords, after the atmosphere had reached a stalemate. Pure Yangzi, who had been sitting there with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and looked toward the high platform and arched his hand, saying, "Sect leader, for the Holy Sun to draw up a list, I have no objections to ask Sword Peak." The disciples of the sword-asking peak were like frosted eggplants carrying the unconscious Zhou Shang back to Pure Yangzi's side, having been singled out by the same peak. Two different sword cultivators similarly singled out the entire sword-asking peak. Was questioning Sword Peak really still considered the strongest existence of sword cultivators in the Qingyun sect? Pure Yangzi looked at each of the disciples whose faces were ashen, and immediately rebuked loudly. From the time you started practicing swords, you should know how many and how strong sword cultivators are in this world. Don't think that just because you're sword cultivators from Qingyun sects inquiring Sword Peak that you're unself-conscious enough. There's a world beyond the sky, and a world beyond the people. If you can't even admit this defeat, how can you still be considered sword cultivators? Can you stand up to the long sword in your hands? When the disciples of questioning Sword Peak heard their master's reprimand, each of them lowered their heads in shame and arched their hands towards Pure Yangzi to be taught. Go, bow to that senior brother. This lesson is given to you by him. And he has also taught me a good lesson to you guys who are just plain unimpressive in your day-to-day life. Pure Yangzi once again opened his mouth to reprimand. The sword-asking peak disciples looked at each other, unconvinced in their eyes, but not daring to disobey their master's orders. They could only reluctantly turn towards Bai Feiyu and bowed and opened their mouths. Many thanks for your guidance, senior brother. Bai Feiyu, who was dressed in white, looked at Pure Yangzi with some appreciation. This peak master was a good teacher. Not only did he reprimand his disciple for his usual arrogance, but he also made his disciple aim for himself and work hard on his cultivation. Bai Feiyu bowed slightly towards Pure Yangzi and said, "This sparring session, Bai Feiyu has been similarly taught." Pure Yangzi looked at the humble and courteous Bai Feiyu and let out a long sigh. It was a shame that such a good seedling was not his disciple. Pure Yangzi nodded toward Bai Feiyu and said with a cherished smile, "Come to ask Sword Peak more often in the future." Bai Feiyu nodded in response. Dong Shuzi looked at everything happening on the stage with satisfaction. His appreciation for Bai Feiyu went to the next level. This kid was really getting more and more to his liking. Dong Shuzi spoke. "In that case, do the other peaks still have any objections?" The other mountain disciples who had eaten their melon until they were full had nothing else to think about. As the sword-asking peak, which was the gathering place for sword cultivators, had no objections anymore, so what could they object to? However, the Bai Feiyu that came out this time once again allowed the entire Changyan sect to see the true strength of the small mountain peak. Little mountain peaks out of monsters. That statement has been solid. The ending was a happy one for all. And that was the end of this clan shakedown. In addition to the small peak group, the other inner disciples walked towards the mountain in groups of 3 or 2. Today's melon was enough for the other peaks to eat for a few days. Those who didn't show up were really losing out and need to get back to telling others about it themselves. When the people in the square were all gone, Dong Suzi and Taya flew and landed in front of Ouyang's group. Taya took a step forward and looked at Bai Feiyu with glowing eyes and said, "Little brother, do you want to come to my sword sect? I can take a teacher and accept a disciple, and in the future, you'll be my senior brother, and as long as you nod your head, my treasured immortals notes can be given to you." Bai Feiyu's face instinctively darkened when he heard Taya still mention the so-called immortals notes. This old bastard would definitely be lit up by his own sky lantern in the future. Ouyang looked at Dong Shuzi and said with some dissatisfaction, "Old man, why did you let the world's scattered cultivators come together to participate in this immortal secret realm? This secret realm is clearly summoned by my family's oldest." Dong Shuzi stroked his long beard and said smilingly, "This time, when the immortal secret realm opens, Taya and I will confer to see if there can be any good seedlings that can also be taken as disciples." What the hell? What level does this old man accept disciples at? Doesn't he have any pussy in his own heart? A devil's holy son. One whose composition is still unclear to this day. Surprisingly, he still wants to accept disciples? There are so many people in the outer sect. Why are you still pulling wool over the casual cultivators? Ouyang gave a belly laugh in his heart and rolled his eyes. When he really couldn't persuade Bai Feiyu to rebel against the clan, Taya let out a long sigh and looked at Ouyang. "What do you kid know? This time, the immortal secret realm. Do you know what's inside?" Ouyang glanced at Bai Feiyu and spoke nonchalantly. "Why? What can there be? There can still be dozens of big sisters from the ancient times bouncing on the coffin board of the sword immortal?" While Bai Feiyu's face twitched, Taya glared fiercely at Ouyang and said, "Although the immortal mystery realm was opened by your family's senior brother, this time the immortal mystery realm is for the purpose of identifying a successor for my family's old ancestor, Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai. Crooked, the self-second is going to inherit the mantle of Xiaobai's previous life?" Ouyang couldn't help but jump in his heart when he heard Taya's words, thinking that his own master had been laying the trap for more than 10 years. Could it be for this? Taya looked at the silent Ouyang, then looked at Leng Qingsong and Bai Feiyu and said, "Do you know why I would have people block the entrance of the 9 holy lands to keep them from participating? It's because no matter who gets the sword immortal inheritance, he has to become a disciple of my sword sect." "No way. I don't agree." Ouyang immediately raised an objection. Taya looked at the kid in front of him with amazement. Having lived for so long, his vision was naturally poisonous. He could tell at a glance that Ouyang, who was only in the chi practicing stage in front of him, was the most central talker of the several people. On what grounds? This kid looked like a chi practicing 9. How could he convince these few people behind him? Dong Shuzi coughed and said, "Because this time the secret realm was opened by a disciple of my Qingyan sect. That's why the sword sect patriarch made an exception and gave me a quota for the Qingyan sect. 4 is 4. Even if you guys really got the sword immortal inheritance, you're just going to go to the sword sect and hang your name. It's not a must for you to become a sword sect disciple." Only after hearing this did Ouyang put his heart down and couldn't help but open his mouth to ask, "Then dare I ask the sect leader, when and where exactly will the secret realm of the immortals in this heaven open?" Taya snorted coldly and spoke, "Opened at what? Of course it depends on your senior brother. He is the one who summoned this secret realm, so naturally he will open it. And when? It depends on when he will be able to comprehend this immortal's note." Taya once again took out from his bosom the immortal ink treasure that he regarded as his life, and somewhat reluctantly handed it to Leng Qingsong, saying, "Kid, look carefully. If anything goes wrong, I'll flay you alive." Leng Qingsong solemnly received the piece of paper and bowed to Taya to express his gratitude. Taya swept a circle of the crowd and said, "Tomorrow I will bring you all down the mountain. My sword sect has already released the word that the opening of the immortal secret realm is in a sword casting city within the terrain of my sword sect. Go there to open the secret realm. Ouyang nodded and was just about to greet the crowd and go home to discuss how to deal with this immortal mystery realm when Dong Shuzi's hand rested on Ouyang's shoulder. Dong Shuzi's conspiratorial voice sounded behind Ouyang. Don't go yet. I heard that yesterday, but someone wrote an IOU to someone under my name. Do you know what happened? Chapter 104, Chen Changxing's Memories of Lang Qingsong's Past Life. Ouyang led the crowd back to the small mountain peak with an expression as if he had lost his life. The people who had returned to the small mountain peak gathered together and threw Hututu inside the pot to soak. Xiao Feng watched the fire, and the four of them fell into a discussion about this trip to the secret realm of the immortals. Xiao Feng, who was adding matches, looked at his senior brothers who were sitting at the stone table under the tree and discussing. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes. When would he have the strength to sit and talk and laugh with his senior brothers? However, he already had a good base card, and these days of hard practice had not been in vain. At least now he had a base. Xiao Feng lightly gripped a piece of firewood, and scales slowly grew on the back of his originally slender hand, followed by a flash of green light, as if nothing had happened. Junior brother, it's so hot. I'm about to be cooked by you. Hututu inside the pot with a sweaty face lying on the edge of the pot said breathlessly to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng came back to his senses and hurriedly apologized to Tutu and earnestly burned his own fire. He would have to drink it himself after little sister had finished her bath. I'm not a pervert. I don't like to drink this stuff because it's needed for cultivation. Drinking this is good for me. It's the third elder brother who told me to drink it. Xiao Feng's face was reddened by the flames, and he kept hypnotizing himself in his mind. Ouyang propped his hands on the table and swept a circle of the three inverted suns, and finally his eyes fixed on Bai Feiyu and opened his mouth to ask, Xiao Bai, before you went up the mountain, did you ever meet any old beggar who told you about this secret realm of the immortals? Bai Feiyu looked at Ouyang with a dumbfounded face. He had only made up an old beggar's identity last time, in order to just say how the great cultivators of the ancient body cultivation were cultivated. Who would be so lucky to meet a beggar who knows how to pretend to be a tiger? And as for this grave of his, he doesn't even know what's going on. He died in a hurry in his previous life. Where did he have the time to fix his own grave? Who made the grave for himself? Bai Feiyu didn't even know. Looking at Bai Feiyu who shook his head, Ouyang secretly said a pity. Originally thought that his own grave Xiao Bai at least know something. Did not think that Xiao Bai even do not know what is inside his own grave. Really irresponsible. Cough cough. That, senior brother. I did meet an old beggar before I went up the mountain and heard something about the secret realm of immortals. Chen Changsheng stretched out his hand and spoke. Bai Feiyu looked at Chen Changsheng with a stunned expression. Was there really someone who had run into this old beggar with great luck? Lang Qingsong was also surprised. He had been a beggar when he was in Maple Leaf City. How come he hadn't encountered this kind of thing? Ouyang then remembered that Lao San was reborn from the future. How could he not know anything about this immortal secret realm? At this lame excuse pulled by his own Lao San, Ouyang didn't care at all. Looking at Chen Changsheng, Ouyang urged, Lao San, quickly tell us. Let's listen. Chen Changsheng coughed, pretending to reminisce, but in reality, he was thinking about how to get this immortal secret realm out of the way without revealing his identity. As far as I know, the appearance of the immortal secret realm can be seen no matter where in the cultivation realm because the immortal secret realm is a world in itself. And the immortal secret realm is nothing more than a small world that was opened up by a great power in the ancient times. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth while pretending to reminisce. Bai Feiyu nodded. What Chen Changsheng said was not wrong at all. The secret realm of immortals is actually this meaning in plain words. It seems that this old beggar that the third senior brother met is really something. Chen Changsheng continued. The immortal secret realm contains various treasures left behind by ancient powers, such as secret books, inheritances, magic treasures, and heavenly materials. In fact, each immortal secret realm represents a great opportunity. But I think, just like what Sword Sect Patriarch Taya said, if an immortal secret realm is in it to find an inheritor, guess what would be in an immortal secret realm? Chen Changsheng opened his mouth with a deliberate sellout. Ouyang replied a bit foolishly, what can there be? Of course it's an inheritance. Chen Changsheng and the other two glanced at each other. This senior brother of his own family was sometimes pretending to be stupid, and sometimes he was really stupid. Ouyang looked at the three rebellious sons whose expressions became a bit strange, and instantly knew that he was the one who was blindfolded again, and spoke in anger. Can you kids finish your sentence at once? Chen Changsheng had no choice but to continue. It's actually not hard to guess. If it's for the purpose of finding a successor, then there must be tests in this immortal secret realm. That sword immortal would definitely set up all sorts of tests to select the successor. Lang Qingsong fell into deep thought, when Chen Changsheng had just opened his mouth to inquire. They had thought of this as well, but what exactly would the test left behind by being a sword immortal be? Bai Feiyu was also thinking hard. What if his past life self could have left any tests behind? But his past life self hadn't thought about such things. Ouyang dully asked. What test? Chen Changsheng let out a bitter laugh and said with his hands spread out. Eldest brother. I haven't been in there, so how would I know? Ouyang looked at the fact that Chen Changsheng, who was a reborn person, indeed did not know what was happening in this immortal secret realm, so he had no choice but to call it quits. And after saying this, Chen Changsheng set his eyes on Long Qingsong. In the future, Long Qingsong, who was originally a disciple of the Sword Sect, would stand out amongst the many cultivators entering the secret realm, and become the successor of the ancient sword immortal Li Tai Bai. The opening of this immortal mystery realm had been advanced by almost 10 years. That is, this immortal mystery realm should obviously be opened 10 years later, and it was unknown why it would be opened now. Could it be because Lang Qingsong had worshipped the Green Cloud sect instead of the Sword sect, shifting the timeline? Then all those great things that happened before you were reborn will be increasingly unfavorable to you. And what exactly happened in the secret realm? No one knows, because Lang Qingsong himself was the only one who came out of the entire secret realm. All the remaining sword cultivators died inside. At that time, because of this incident, the scattered cultivators even started a wave of boycotting the sword sect. They thought that Lang Qingsong had gone out of his way to kill all the sword cultivators who had entered the secret realm for the sake of the sword sect's inheritance. So what exactly was inside? Chen Changsheng didn't know, not to mention the fact that at that time, he was just an ordinary teenager who had just cultivated the way, and had no access to this kind of thing at all, and had only heard rumors that this was the case. Lang Qingsong finally also succeeded in ascending to immortality and became the first immortal in this world because of the inheritance of the sword immortal Li Tai Bai. However, Lang Qingsong after becoming an immortal no longer interfered in the matters between the human race and the demon race, and in the next moment of becoming an immortal, Lang Qingsong also disappeared between heaven and earth, never to appear again. In this life, this second senior brother of his own family was not at all as cold and unfeeling as the legend had it, and instead of worshipping the sword sect, he had become a member of the small mountain peak of the Green Cloud sect. I just wonder if I'm still on the same path as I remember? Chen Changsheng sighed softly in his heart. And after all, that's an immortal. Chapter 105 Ling Feng. In between the forced discussion, sect leader Dong Weezy's paper crane also flew to the small mountain peak, informing Ouyang's people that 3 days later, Tai A would be leading several people to the sword sect's sword casting city. The paper crane quietly landed on the stone table, and the four of them stared wide-eyed for a while before Ouyang waved his hand, signaling the three rebellious sons to go their own way. Lang Qingsong took the dog-crawling word paper, such as a treasure, back to his room. In the dark, Lang Qingsong can feel, this paper for their own future road has a huge help. White Feather's roof was still unfinished, and he re-entered it with a nail in his mouth. While Chen Changsheng was about to leave, Ouyang pressed down on Chen Changsheng's shoulder and asked, Changsheng, you guys have been observing the Qingyun secret treasure for some time now? When will it come out? Any gains? Chen Changsheng paused and said, it's probably just a matter of these 2 days. In fact, for me, it's just a matter of stabilizing my foundation. The Green Cloud secret treasure isn't too useful for me? When Ouyang gave an O, he signaled Chen Changsheng that he could go and cook. His eyes pondered for a moment. That was when he picked up the paper crane on the stone table, and a ray of Jin Yuan was lost into it. The paper crane that was originally stiff instantly gained a hint of spirituality, and after flying around Ouyang, it flew in the direction of Qingyun Peak. At nightfall, Ouyang, who always went to bed early, sat on his bed and seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly a duster appeared directly in front of Ouyang, and Dong Xiuzi's voice came from above the duster. Grab it! Ouyang reached out his hand and grabbed the duster. The sky swirled before his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he had already arrived within the Qingyun sect's main hall. Dong Zuzi turned his back to Ouyang, holding the paper crane in his hand, his eyes staring at the word heaven and earth on the table in the main hall. Silent. Ouyang found a futon to sit on and waited for Dong Zuzi's inquiry. Can you be sure? Is it really called Lin Feng? Dong Xiuzi, who was holding the paper crane, asked softly. Ouyang said lazily, it can't be wrong, and it looks exactly like that demonic holy son of yours. Dong Xiuzi's body shook, looking a little depressed, turned to look at Ouyang and said with some relief, Kid, I'm very relieved that you were able to tell me about this matter. Ouyang shook his head and said, I'm a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and this matter is a little too important for the Qingyun sect, so I want to hear what you're going to do. What to do? A waste of an out-of-body still needs a layout from Master Dao? Dong Xiuzi inexplicably looked at Ouyang in disbelief and said, before Ouyang could open his mouth, Dong Xiuzi directly let out a low cry. Come out! On top of the futon opposite Ouyang, space began to distort, and Ling Feng, who was originally attending to the secret treasures of Qingyun in the Forbidden Land, was directly teleported over by Dongshu Z using great power to break through space. Ling Feng, who was originally in the process of comprehending the secret treasure, opened his eyes slightly with some consternation. And the first thing he saw was the smiling Ouyang, who was giving himself a greeting. Old Ling, still not sleeping? Ouyang, senior brother would appear here? Ling Feng looked at Ouyang with some confusion and opened his mouth. However, a cold snort came from Dongshu Z behind him. Rebellious son, don't kneel down yet. Ling Feng twisted his head in panic and knelt down to Dongshu Z. His heart had already realized that Ouyang behind him must have already told the sect leader about killing Lin Feng. What one should be thinking about now is how to get through this inquiry. After tens of thousands of years of drifting in an unknown space, he was able to see the light of day and regain his body. Both the heart and the city were far from being comparable to that self that had been incarnated as Lin Feng. Dongshu Z looked at the eyes of the disciple in front of him that he had brought up with his own hands. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, but still coldly drank. I ask you, is the Lin Feng that Ouyang encountered this time down the mountain, the Lin Feng of the Twin Woods Forest, related to you? When Cave Void Z said Lin Feng's name, Ling Feng already understood that Ouyang behind him had the ability to detect other people's identities. After all, the name Lin Feng was known only to himself and his own self in this life, but it became the biggest thing he could turn around. Because he was Ling Feng, this was his body, one's own divine soul and one's own body fit together perfectly. And even an immortal in person wouldn't be able to see that there was anything wrong with one. Moreover, he had long since deduced the path that this sect master of his own had taken in that endless void. And Ling Feng was not at all worried about whether or not his identity would be exposed. Ling Feng's eyes were calm as he bowed his head and spoke respectfully. Yes, it's related to me. Ouyang looked at Ling Feng, who was kneeling there. He was still thinking about how Ling Feng would defend himself, but he didn't expect Ling Feng to admit it so openly. Not playing? Werewolves blowing themselves up? Boom! Vast pressure came from Dongshu Z's body, and Dongshu Z's eyes opened angrily as he looked at the disciple kneeling in front of him and roared. You even colluded with the demon race as well. Do you know it's a crime punishable by death? Ling Feng raised his head violently and said aloud to Dongshu Z, Master, Lin Feng is indeed related to me, but I really don't have any involvement with the demon race. Speak! Dongshu Z stared at the disciple in front of him with a deadly stare. The powerful sense of oppression made Ling Feng, who had just entered the outbreathing stage, feel that his divine soul was being suppressed a little bit uncomfortably. Behind him, Ouyang had nothing to hang his head in his hands. Looking at Ling Feng in front of him, Ouyang also wanted to see how Ling Feng would actually weasel out. Master, after I broke through to Yuaning a few years ago, I have been disturbed by my heart demons, and my cultivation could not advance an inch. Until after the death of my youngest junior brother, or Zhu Yuan of the demon remnant, my disciple truly chopped off my heart demons, and my heart of the Tao began to become clear, which led to a one-day breakthrough to the out-of-body stage. That Lin Feng is the manifestation of the heart demon that disciple cut away. Ling Feng lowered his head and spoke word by word. Heart demon? Dongshu Z paused for a moment. This matter of this disciple of his having a deep heart demon was something he knew very well. As a disciple of the sect master, Ling Feng's talent was considered top-notch, but it was only after Ouyang brought Ling Qingsong into the sect and all the light was taken away by Ling Qingsong that he began to become obliterated, not to mention by Fei Yu in the back. Chen Chongsheng, the latter had become the holy son of the Qingyan sect and was even more popular. This had to be a heavy blow to Ling Feng, who had grown up as a proud son of heaven. And his own senior brother, who was a demon, was killed by Chen Chongsheng. Under the successive blows, Ling Feng was actually able to manage to cut down his heart's demons. Moreover, the path of cutting down the demons of the heart, he hadn't even gotten around to handing it over to him yet. So how did he manage to do it? Ling Feng, however, stood up with a resolute face and said, to say that it was a demon in my heart, it would be better to say that I chopped away the other me, the one that was cowardly, had low self-esteem, cared about other people's vision, and often lived under the radiance of other people's light. And when I chopped him out of my divine soul, I understood my own path, and also understood what I should pursue. Ling Feng's voice was resounding and echoed in the great hall. Under the scrutiny of Dongshu Z, the peak of the transitional stage, the absolute best of all on earth, there was no problem with Ling Feng's divine soul. It was even exceptionally powerful. Is such a thing as cutting out a conscious mind demon possible? Possibly. At least caveman knew how this kind of Tao was cultivated, because that is exactly what one's own path is. The method of decapitating the three corpses. Chapter 106, Making an Oath. Ling Feng's words were powerful and stirring. Ouyang, who was behind him, looked at Ling Feng's attribute panel and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Name, Ling Feng, senior disciple of the master. Cultivation level, out of body triple. Root bone, 8. Lucky, 8. Charisma, 9. Divine soul qualification, 10+1. Exclusive skill, Mirror Flower Watermoon. Verdict, the headmaster's eldest disciple who undergoes an amazing change after the painful loss of his senior brother. Although his own system wasn't too trustworthy anymore, he was still able to deduce some basic information. The Lingfeng in front of him had changed almost all of the remaining panels compared to before, except for his root bones and luck, which had not changed. At first, he only thought that Lingfeng had changed his attribute panel after the painful loss of his senior brother, but he didn't expect Lingfeng to open his mouth and say that he had cut away his heart demons. Can removing the demons of the heart give one that much change? Dong Shuzi was a bit dazed as he looked at his eldest disciple in front of him who was like two people. The Lingfeng in front of him suddenly made Dong Shuzi feel so strange, confident, determined, and honest. It seems like that heavenly child from his childhood is back again. Originally, he was ready to give up on this great disciple, but he didn't expect that this disciple would rediscover himself, and even embark on the same path as himself. Kid, there is no problem with his divine soul. It fits perfectly with his body. There is no sign of it being taken over. And what Windy said about cutting off the heart demons is not accurate. But I can guarantee that if Windy really cut off his heart demons as he said, it would indeed change that much. Dong Suzi's voice transmission rang in Ouyang's ears. Ouyang was silent, but his mind was frantically thinking about what was going on. If it really was the heart demon that Lingfeng had cut off, then why was the system garbled? And what is that Lingfeng who is shaped like Zhu Yuan? Ouyang, who was behind Lingfeng, opened his mouth and asked, then old Ling, why does that Lingfeng look exactly like Zhu Yuan? Is he even a demon race as well? Lingfeng had anticipated that Ouyang would have this question. Staring back at Ouyang he spoke, although Zhu Yuan was a demon, he was my senior brother. After I buried him, I chopped off my heart demon in front of his grave. The rest, I don't know. However, if you really find him somewhere doing something that harms the heavens, please don't stay your hand and kill him on the spot. After Lingfeng finished speaking, he twisted his head towards Dong Suzi and knelt on the ground. My disciple's heart demon has been removed, but my heart demon is still floating around outside. This is indeed my responsibility. Please punish the sect leader. Although Lingfeng said that he didn't know, Ouyang and Dong Shuzi heard what Lingfeng meant. That is to say, the heart demon that Lingfeng chopped out had taken over Ancestral Abyss's body? Dong Shuzi was greatly relieved, not expecting this lost disciple to give himself such a great surprise. The current Lingfeng had the same bearing and responsibility as a sect leader. It seems that the disciple he took in is also very tough. Everything was explained, but Ouyang remained unconvinced. Just by cutting away the demons of the heart, it was able to cause a person's attribute panel to change that drastically? Mirror, 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 mirror. Ouyang thought hard but didn't have a clue. He hadn't expected Lingfeng to admit so openly that Lingfeng was related to himself, nor had he thought that Lingfeng was actually a heart demon that Lingfeng himself had cut out with his own hands. The reason he had given Dong Suzi this matter was so that in the presence of this Jedi, even if Lingfeng had any heavenly means, he wouldn't be able to run away after being exposed. However, Ouyang did not expect that Lingfeng would be so open and say everything. And on the side, a cave void sun spoke up in assurance, confirming that what Lingfeng had said was indeed likely to happen. He confronted himself in a dignified manner, and admitted in a dignified manner that he did have something to do with it. So, was this the change caused by Lao San killing that demonic holy son Zhu Yuan in advance? Ouyang sighed lightly and arched his hand towards Lingfeng. Old Ling, I'm sorry for doubting you. Lingfeng looked at Ouyang and smiled sparingly. Senior brother Ouyang, believe it or not, it's up to you, but I, Lingfeng, have a clear conscience. Success! He had gambled correctly. Since Ouyang was still able to stand here and confront himself, it meant that the Ouyang in front of him had limitations in his ability to detect identities. Ouyang's probing means couldn't tell that there were two selves in this world at the same time, and as a wrong soul himself who had drifted around for an unknown length of time in those endless years, his heart and his city were already deep to the core. Lingfeng himself thought that he had gone crazy, and now he was a madman full of sanity. But isn't the last thing the world needs is crazy people? What's one more for yourself? Ouyang rubbed his brow and saluted towards Dong Shuzi. Sect leader, I don't have any more problems. Dong Shuzi nodded. In his own eyes, there was nothing wrong with Lingfeng's words, the fluctuation of emotions in his heart, the fit of his body and soul. The only problem was that Lingfeng had let the heart demon leave after he had cut it off, leading to the creation of such a catastrophe. Blaming himself for never having taught this disciple of his family about this Tao, he would never have thought that with Lingfeng's qualifications, he would have been able to comprehend the Tao of himself as a transition stage by virtue of his efforts. Since that's the case, then go back to the Qing Yun's secret treasure and continue to observe the Tao. Dong Shuzi was just about to raise his hand to send Lingfeng away. Ouyang, however, spoke up and spoke. Wait, I have an idea I want to talk about. Lingfeng twisted his head to look at Ouyang. waiting for him to ask a question. Ouyang smiled and said, "Sect leader, old Ling, that Lin Feng, although I solved his physical body, his divine soul escaped. I'm in a low realm and I can't do much about his divine soul, although I'm not sure what harm a heart demon actually does. What he did that day was vicious and unusual, so getting rid of old Ling's heart demon completely is a big problem." Dong Shuzi murmured and looked at Ling Feng and said, "Since it's your own heart demon, I'm sure you should have a sense of it if anything, so when you're done observing the Tao, you'll go down the mountain to get rid of your own heart demon." Ling Feng nodded his head and opened his mouth to reply, "This is indeed a disciple's responsibility. Please rest assured, sect leader and senior brother Ouyang, that I will get rid of the heart demon, and that the karma created by the heart demon will be borne by me." Ling Feng, make an oath. Old Ling. Ouyang's voice came quietly from behind Ling Feng. Ling Feng, whose voice was resolute, jumped in his heart and turned his head to look at Ouyang, then said with a smile, "Good." Since Ling Feng opened his mouth and said that he would get rid of that heart demon, the red-tongued Ouyang naturally wouldn't believe it. So Ouyang asked Ling Feng to make a heavenly Tao oath. The heavenly Tao vow was a must for cultivators to fulfill. Ling Feng raised his right hand and said in a loud voice, "I, Ling Feng, swear to the heavens that within 10 years, I will get rid of the heart demon Ling Feng, and if I can't get rid of this heart demon, I will die. The heavenly Tao will be the proof." 3 muffled thunderclaps resounded above the Qingyun Peak's great hall. The heavenly oath is recognized by heaven. Dong Shuzi waved his hand and sent Ling Feng back to the place where the Qingyun secret treasure was located. Called finished and ready to leave, Ouyang said softly, "Kid, count on me to beg you this time. If in the future, if you want to kill him, can you let him go for once, please?" Ouyang paused and nodded without turning around. Chapter 107, Is the Sword Sect Patriarch Tacky? When Ouyang left, Dong Shuzi's body hunched over a bit more. The originally immortal and outstanding sect leader of the Qingyun sect was now as helpless as an old man. He didn't notice anything unusual about Ling Feng. He agreed with Ling Feng's explanation because once upon a time, he was the same. However, Ouyang's verbal conviction that there was something wrong with Ling Feng, and even vaguely coercing Ling Feng to make a heavenly Tao oath, again made Dong Shuzi notice that something was wrong. It was too normal. Ling Feng's behavior was too normal. The groping of the way is not perfected by a single epiphany, but is that so-called epiphany that comes only after gradual refinement and repeated verification. Every epiphany is actually an outburst from countless accumulations. Geniuses with exceptional talent that God chases after to feed them take time to accumulate, although they are easier to accumulate. There wasn't a single one of those little monsters on the small mountain peak that was normal at all, so Dong Shuzi didn't even want to think about those freaks. But Ling Feng was raised by himself since he was a child, and for Ling Feng, Dong Shuzi couldn't be more familiar. Thus enlightened in a single moment, the enlightenment was still Dong Shuzi's own Tao. This also made Caveman suspicious. This absolute top of the cultivation world, a heavenly pride that had once crowned an era, was in a daze at this moment. The future seems to change to something you can't see at all. But Cave Void Sun knew deep down that even if it was no longer the case, he would carry all the pressure for the next generation of heavenly pride before they grew up, even if have to die. Once the time has passed 3 days, the 4 Ouyangs waited in front of the mountain gate early. Today was the day Taya was going to take them to the sword sect. This time, the top end of the Little Mountain Peak's war effort came out en masse. Of course, it was not ruled out that the Chen Shangsheng who followed them there was still a puppet, but at this point it was also considered the weakest link in the defense of the small mountain peak, especially since the Green Cloud sect was still squatting an imperceptible Lingfeng. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the formation set up by Chen Shangsheng was still standing firm after the Qingyun sect was exterminated. After considering for a long time, Ouyang made an arrangement that he didn't even feel was necessary. First, Hu Tutu's cultivation lectures will be fully responsible by the oldest three's puppets. After all, Ouyang, not to mention the sermon, can fall asleep listening to the sermon. So this matter could only be handed over to Chen Shangsheng, the only one who knew Hu Yan's identity. Secondly, Hu Tutu and Xiao Feng's 3 meals a day, and Hu Tutu's medicinal baths also needed to be done by Chang Shang. The proportion of drugs placed in the medicinal bath, the size of the fire, and after the medicinal herbs are used up, Chang Shang will have to continue to go to the Dan Peak to fight the IOUs. Little Mountain Peak couldn't afford to lose Chen Shangsheng, just like the West can't lose Jerusalem. Only after making the arrangements did Ouyang pat Chen Shangsheng's shoulder with confidence, and the 4 of them went to the mountain gate to wait for Taiya's arrival. Lang Qingsong was dressed in a black power suit, holding a long sword. His face was cold and serious, waiting in a strict position. Bai Feiyu was hanging a green-fronted sword at his waist, dressed in white, with a smile on his brow and eyes, standing there quietly, gentle and warm, as if embedded in the light. Chen Shangsheng, wearing a white mask on his head and a purple robe with a gold belt, with his hands folded in front of him, stood quietly behind the three. If the eyes were not on him, it seemed as if they would forget the man's existence in the next second. Yang, on the other hand, was half leaning on the steps, his green robe, his hands propped up on the stone slab, looking at the sky. A large mass of streaming light came from the distance, trailing a long cloud of smoke. The tumbling clouds of smoke behind them flowed down like a waterfall from the traces of streams of light flying by. This was an anomaly that arose from flying at high speeds without opening the true essence protection. Normally when a cultivator flies, he will use true essence to protect his body. Otherwise, under the extremely fast speed, not to mention flying, his flesh and tendons will be damaged. And Taiya's direct flesh body sped straight to him, so it was evident that the strength of his flesh body was so high that it was simply terrifying. I didn't realize that Taiya, who was a sword cultivator, had even forged his body like this. The stream of light stood still, and Taiya's figure appeared in front of the four. Taiya looked at the four spirited teenagers waiting for him on the stone steps, and a smile spread across his face. It was as if I saw myself in my youth. Taiya looked down at the four and said, "Ready to go, pups?" Yang had a smile on his face, but on his mouth he spoke, "Old three, do it." Chen Changqing's hands, which were gathered in his sleeves, snapped open, while the countless large formations hidden around the small mountain peak instantly opened. Golden formation maps emerged in the air, almost making the entire small mountain peak light up under the layers. Even Taiya was slightly stunned, wondering what these boys down there wanted. Before Taiya could open his mouth to inquire, a true chi fluctuation that made him feel suffocated came from below. It was a huge hand of true chi, and it was grasping towards itself. Crap! These brats want to revolt. Taiya was shocked and furious, and his body's sword intent instantly exploded. However, as a transitional stage powerhouse, Taiya didn't take the demonic behavior of the group of juniors below to heart, and this was one of the things Taiya regretted the most afterward. Ouyang's large hand of true chi was extremely fast, and almost the instant it appeared, it arrived in front of Taiya and shook towards him. Although the amount is large, but only relying on the true chi that hasn't even been condensed into true essence to even try to catch me? Taiya laughed coldly. His body was like a sharp sword with sword chi overflowing, ready to stir up this large hand of true chi. In the next second, the confident Taiya's expression froze on his face as he realized that this large hand of true chi didn't care about his sword chi at all. Countless sword chi rushed into the great hand of true chi and disappeared as if it had sunk into the sea. There's a problem. Taiya was just about ready not to hold back, but it was too late. Oneself had been gripped fiercely by this large hand of true chi. While clenching his fists, Ouyang looked at the originally arrogant to the extreme Taiya and said with a cold smile, "Come down here." The fist retracted violently, and the large hand of true chi holding Taiya in the sky retreated towards the small mountain peak at great speed. Duong! Taiya was smashed directly in front of the four, and for a moment he was dropped by Ouyang. Ouyang sorrowfully pulled out the rope that his master had given him from his bosom and threw it to Lang Qingsong. "Lao Er, tie him up for me." "Crap! Isn't that Hu Yun's binding rope?" Taiya looked at the familiar rope and alarm bells rang in his mind. Lang Qingsong put the rope around Taiya's neck, and Taiya's thick true essence in that dantian instantly converged into the dantian, and there was no longer a trace of reaction. Taiya felt that his body was also starting to become sluggish, and his arms and legs gradually lost their strength. Shit! It's even poisoned. Taiya was paralyzed on the ground, still being tied up by Lang Qingsong. In order to hide his breath, Hu Yan, who was hiding in the courtyard, secretly watched the familiar scene and couldn't help but be a little angry. "Why don't you tie this old boy up the same way you tied yourself up?" Being hung on the tree, Taiya was a little surprised to see Ouyang in front of him. Originally thought it was just a waste of chi practicing stage. Did not expect the true chi to be majestic to this extent. And Ouyang looked at Taiya, who was tied to the tree, and breathed a sigh of relief. Originally he was afraid that it wasn't safe, and asked Chang Sheng to add some material, twice as much as usual. Seeing that Taiya only had eyes and mouth left to move, Chen Changsheng not only listened to his words, but also added a little more. "What do you want?" "I'm the Sword Sect Patriarch," Taiya shouted towards Ouyang. "Oh, is the Sword Sect Master a drag?" Ouyang's mouth quirked upwards as he walked up to Taiya. "You gave my penis a piece of paper yesterday? One piece is enough for anyone?" Ouyang said as he looked at Taiya. It was then that Taiya reacted and said with a smile, "Did you say immortal ink treasure? One is enough. You can't use that many to open the secret realm. It's all the same." Stopping Taiya, who wanted to continue explaining, Ouyang said with a crooked smile and pointed towards the back. "More books. One for each." Chapter 108. I'm fine. I'm sneaking around. One book per person? Do you think the Immortal's calligraphy is a cabbage? Himself as the Sword Clan Patriarch, but also have some treasures. Daily treasure like a collection of hand puppet general. Only dare in nobody's time. Secretly observe. This kid just opened his mouth and wrote a book for one? If he really had that much, wouldn't he have become immortal long ago? However, Yang will not listen to this old boy in front of him. Go up and start searching. As one of the 9 holy places of the sword sect, sovereign cannot have a little personal stash? Ghosts do not believe. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Qingsong said last night that this piece of paper was very important to him, Yang wouldn't have gone to the trouble of catching this old guy. Looking at Yang, who was groping around and rummaging for something on his body, Taya then reacted to why don't you Z had specifically instructed him to be polite to this cheap practicing stage kid when he came over. There's something odd about this kid. How dare he kidnap the sword sect patriarch, one of the 9 holy lands? Aren't you afraid of causing strife between the 2 holy places? Do you kid want to die? Before I get mad, quickly put me down. Taya shouted a rebuke at Yang. Yang searched for half a day. Except for turning out yesterday's picture book from the pocket of Taya's close-fitting clothes, there was nothing else. This picture book was brand new when I threw it out myself, and after a night, it's all turned out with burr edges. The whole pretty poor old guy with a lot of fire. Yang somewhat disgustedly stuffed the picture book back into Taya's arms, looked at Taya, who was about to have a fit, smiled crookedly and clapped his hands. A dozen or so of Chen Shangxing's puppets came out from all directions, each puppet holding up a recording stone in its hand. A full 360-degree shot of Taya tied to a tree. Every image captured by these recording stones was backed up elsewhere at the second time. Sword sect master? Yang pointed at the recording stones in the hands of the puppets behind him and said to Taya with a low, evil laugh, the sword sect patriarch doesn't want his appearance tied to a tree to circulate throughout the cultivation world, does he? Yang opened his mouth morosely and threateningly. Grass. This kid is tougher than Hu Yun. Taya's face went from anger to shock and finally to shame and indignation. And then with a pleasing look, he looked at Yang and said, if you have something to say, little brother, what are the needs? I'll definitely do what I can do. Speaking of which, isn't there that kind of technique that allows you to pass on your lifelong cultivation to others? So you passed on your entire body cultivation to me? Yang spoke curiously. Taya said angrily, then am I not dead? What's that got to do with me? Change it. How many fairy journals do you want? You think it's a cabbage. I've only got a few, and I brought one with me on this trip. Shit. This or that. Didn't I tie you up for nothing? Shit. I didn't fucking ask you to tie me up either. That won't do. I can't put you down without getting anything. Taya scratched his head, thinking about it and said, why don't I give you an IOU? Big deal. I'll make it up when we get back to the sword sect. When Yang heard it, he burst into a rage. Damn. Only he used this method of white whoring. He has played so many IOUs. When did he ever pay back? How dare this old man try to whore himself out this way? Suddenly Yang saw the long sword at Taya's waist. The greenish-blue scabbard and the light blue flowing cloud hilt were worth a lot at a glance. Yang unhooked the long sword from Taya's waist, threw it to Ling Qingsong behind him, smiled at Taya and said, then how about using this sword to settle the bill? When Taya saw Yang unsheathing his own long sword, he sneered and said, kid, this sword is something that only the successive patriarchs of my sword sect have been able to pull out. Me so. Ling Qingsong curiously pulled the long sword out of the scabbard. The cool sword light flowed over the long sword. The whole long sword was as beautiful as a work of art. Crap! This was a sword that could only be drawn by the sword sect patriarch, and it was also the sword sect patriarch's palm sect relic, and it was even a top-grade Dao weapon. As long as they didn't pull out the long sword themselves, all those who pulled out the sword would be instantly drained of their true essence by the endless suction in the long sword. But Ling Qingsong pulls it out and shit. Damn it! He's not even dead yet, and this sword recognizes Ling Qingsong? However, on second thought, that meant that Ling Qingsong was extremely suitable for the Dao inherited from his sword sect, and was simply someone who was born for the sword sect. Ha ha ha, I told you, you kid and my sword sect are destined to be together. Come to my sword sect. I'll guarantee that you'll be the patriarch. Taya looked towards Ling Qingsong, who had drawn his long sword with a surprised face. Even after being tied to a tree, he still didn't forget to dig in. Ling Qingsong skimmed his lips, not the least bit interested in Taya's solicitation, and casually closed the long sword and threw it to Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu, who was also a sword cultivator, caught the sword. And for a sword cultivator, seeing a good sword is as curious as seeing a flower girl by a young man who visits a greenhouse. And they all want to pull out the sword and insert it into the scabbard again, I mean the sword. Me so. Bai Feiyu pulled his sword out with equally no resistance. Taya's eyes were glazed over in shock. No one had ever been able to pull out this sword in front of him, and he didn't expect to run into two of them today. Bai Feiyu played with it for a bit, and it was indeed a good sword. But Bai Feiyu likewise returned the sword to its scabbard and threw it to Chen Shangsheng. Chen Shangsheng caught the longsword and saw that both the second and fourth senior brothers pulled the sword out so easily. He tried himself and felt that it was a bit difficult. He wasn't a sword cultivator and didn't have much interest in the sword. There was no need to pull it out. Chen Shangxing threw the sword back as if it were trash and threw it on the stone steps. Taya, who was tied to the tree, also breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Shangxing pulled out this sword again, his own sword sect leader relic would really be something rotten. Taya took a deep breath and looked at Ouyang and opened his mouth and said, I have a sword pool in my sword sect. My inner disciples are not allowed to enter the view. I can promise you to let these two senior brothers of yours to go to the sword pool for a view. Get any chance benefits are theirs. Just take them away. I will never stop them. Seeing how serious Taya was talking, Ouyang half-heartedly took out a pen and paper, wrote down an IOU, and then shoved the pen into Taya's mouth. Humiliated, Taya signed his name on the IOU with his mouth. Ouyang picked up the note with satisfaction and took a closer look. Are all the words of sword cultivators so ugly? This word is not as good as the dog shavers. Satisfied with the IOUs into his arms, Ouyang turned his head to look at Taya, who was tied to the tree, and said with a feigned face of surprise, Yo, what kind of wind has blown you here? Patriarch Taya, what are you doing on the tree? This is. Taya gritted his teeth and smiled at Ouyang and said, I'm fine. I'll skedaddle. Chapter 109 Escape 1. Hey kid, the IOUs are written too. Why don't you put me down? Taya shouted as he glared at the brat in front of him. Really? If he was in the sword sect, not to mention tying himself to a tree, if he dared to slant his eyes and look at himself, he would dare to sink that sect traitor inside the questioning sword pool. As the sword sect patriarch that the world's sword cultivators aspired to all their lives, Taya had never felt so stifled. Ouyang nodded and snapped his fingers, and the rope on Taya's body automatically fell off. The moment the rope left Taya's body, Taya instantly disappeared in place, and when his figure reappeared, Taya was already holding a long sword against Ouyang's neck, and the moment Taya disappeared, Ouyang instantly mobilized the true chi in his body. Boom! The vast amount of true chi directly lifted Taya off the ground, and in the midst of such a massive wave of true chi, the long sword in Taya's hand slightly trembled, and the space in front of the tip of the sword instantly distorted. A sword light flew towards Ouyang's cheek. Ouyang slightly sidestepped his head, but still had a strand of his hair cut off by the sword energy. Kid, this is to pay you back. Taya snorted coldly and raised his hand to sheath his long sword. Ouyang touched his broken hair and stopped the three people behind him who wanted to make a move, and there was some helplessness in his eyes. Although one's true chi was sufficient to deal with a strong person at the transitional succession stage, the shortcomings were simply too obvious. With a single means of attack, either using some low-end techniques that were learned off the shelf, or directly storming the chi and suppressing the opponent with a massive amount of true chi, and the disadvantages of both means are just as obvious. Against a cultivator with low strength, one could just turn on unparalleled and kill 7 in 7 out, but facing a true top powerhouse, both of these means were simply too slow. Like Taya's means of directly breaking through space, it was simply not in line with modern science, and one was simply powerless to fight against it. Having the means to deal with top powerhouses and a divine soul that targeted cultivators above the out-of-body stage was the most urgent need one had right now. Seeing Taya make a move, the three people behind Ouyang just wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by Ouyang. As the sovereign of the 9 holy lands, being toyed with by a few of his own people like this was really unjustifiable, and it was only right that he should be punished in some way. But just because they were the sovereigns of the 9 holy lands, so the IOUs that they had written themselves, even if they didn't want to admit it anymore, they would have pinched their noses and admitted it. So it was only right that Taya would step in and teach himself a lesson. After all, one can't always take advantage and not suffer, right? Can you come with me now? Taya asked as he looked at the 4 men and opened his mouth. Ouyang nodded, then glanced at Chen Shangsheng. Chen Shangsheng nodded similarly. Last night, Ouyang had specially arranged for himself to keep an eye on Ling Feng. The two of them were currently participating in the Qingyun sect's forbidden land somewhere in the Qingyun secret treasure, and Chen Shangsheng did not find anything wrong with senior brother Ling. That big lightbulb Ouyang has also seen, tilted his neck and looked at half a day, but did not understand what this big lightbulb in the end, and finally can only end without a problem. But that time he went was when Dong Suzi personally took himself there. So where exactly that big bulb was in the forbidden land, Ouyang didn't know. Chen Shangsheng, who was sitting cross-legged in a secret room within the small mountain peak, was pinching a paper figure with features similar to Ling Feng's in his hands. Eldest senior brother specifically instructed me to keep an eye on senior brother Ling, which means that what eldest senior brother encountered on his trip to Earth this time is related to senior brother Ling? One seems to have to make 2 preparations. Chen Shangsheng pinched the paper figure and pondered carefully. When he thought of the day before yesterday when he was observing the Tao, Ling Feng was suddenly teleported away by a spatial distortion. And after he returned, although he remained expressionless, Chen Shangsheng was still keenly aware that Ling Feng's breath was somewhat disturbed. Ouyang woke himself up with that slap, but it didn't interrupt his thoughts. Stifling all threats in the cradle was Chen Changxing's life creed in this life. Chen Changxing's fingers moved slightly, and the paper man with 5 features similar to Ling Feng levitated, facing Chen Changxing in the void. Clenching his hand, he pointed at the paper man and softly shouted under his breath, "Attack!" The paper man's head and feet were lit up with 2 points of fire. The arcane recitation came out of Chen Changxing's mouth, and the paper man began to tremble slightly, and the originally plain paper man gradually transformed into Ling Feng's appearance. Chen Changxing droned lowly. 3 worships a day. Don't dare to forget each other. 3 or 7 is the limit. Until noon. Stand. Several black streaks instantly appeared on the paper man's body, binding the paper man's body like chains. Chen Changxing saluted the paper man 3 times. Then with a tilt of his hand, the paper man stood on top of the secret room's offering table. Senior brother Ling, you'd better have nothing wrong with you, or else even if you can't worship your soul to death, you'll still be able to have your divine soul heavily damaged. Chen Changxing said in a low voice as he looked at the paper man on top of the offering table. This secret move was none other than the ancient cursed divine art that Chen Changxing had learned from a secret realm in his previous life, the Book of 7 Arrows of the Nail's Head. This curse art is about killing people invisibly. Take the other person's hair, skin and blood can be tied into a paper man 3 times a day. Worship to 21 noon. You can worship the other person to the soul to fly away, dissipated between heaven and earth. Those who are cursed don't even know they are cursed until they die, and no one else can view any problems. This divine spell is so terrifying that legend has it that even immortals can be worshipped to death. It was only after doing all this that Chen Changxing resumed his cross-legged meditation, his consciousness linking once again to the puppet that was still being visualized in the Qingyun's secret treasure, and sensing that Ling Feng's breath was smooth and without any abnormalities. Only then did he put his heart down and resumed visualizing the Qingyun's secret treasure. Ouyang just instructed Chen Changxing to keep an eye on Ling Feng, and Chen Changxing directly cast a spell on Ling Feng, even if the knot has been untied. But the character is cautious and accustomed to change or really troublesome. Taya lifted the long sword in his hand and made a stroke in the void. A crack appeared in front of the crowd, turning his head to look at the 4 and said, "Since you're ready, come with me to Sword Forging City, and remember, from now on, you'll no longer be the disciples of the Qingyun sect, but rather, you'll be scattered cultivators who traveled in the clouds." Ouyang opened his mouth in some confusion and asked, "Why do we have to hide our identities?" Taya sneered contemptuously and said, "How many cultivators are there in the world? Among them, there is no lack of characters whose natural talent is no less than that of the inner disciples of the 9 great sacred grounds, but more of them are stupid mediocre talents. If you guys don't want to become a target on top of the 9 great sacred grounds signboards, what is the harm of being a casual cultivator for once? Then why are they still allowed to participate in this immortal mystery realm while the 9 great sacred lands are not?" Ouyang asked suspiciously. After all, with the 9 holy lands joining forces, how much more could those loose cultivators stir up? Eldest senior brother, can the 9 great sacred lands hold back the cultivators of the world even if they join forces? Chen Changxing pulled Ouyang's sleeve from the side and spoke in a small voice. This world had more than just the 9 great holy places. More than that, it was the scattered cultivators scattered between heaven and earth. Taya didn't answer, just turned and walked into the crack, speaking languidly. 50 great roads, 4 or 9 heavenly derivatives, vanish one of them. This immortal secret realm for the 9 holy places tastes like chicken ribs, but for the scattered cultivators that is to hide their one. Chapter 110, Opportunities. Taya took a step into the space and disappeared in front of the 4. Ouyang was just about to follow when a hand stopped him. Chen Changxing smiled at Ouyang and said, "Elder brother, I'll go first. If there's a problem, I won't be in the way. It doesn't matter how it's a puppet anyway." After Chen Changxing stepped into the space, Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong also crossed over to Ouyang and walked in. They knew in their hearts that their senior brother's realm was very low, so they were afraid of any accidents. Ouyang watched with relief as his own 3 rebellious sons worried about their safety to take a step ahead. Only when all 3 of them disappeared into the spatial crack did Ouyang raise his leg and walk in. Unfortunately, accidents come. Ouyang's eyes flashed before his own eyes, and he appeared in mid-air, free-falling towards a huge lake below. Crap! Ouyang panicked and pulled out his own copy of the 5 Elements of Transportation Basic Introductory book from his arms to look for a way to save himself. The action of turning a book is no match for the speed of a free fall. Ouyang ruthlessly smashed into the middle of the lake. Fortunately, the explosion of gas to protect the body. Otherwise, from that high place to fall down. Even if they are practicing Qi 9 that do not die also have to be seriously injured. Ouyang stuck his head out of the lake and looked at the blue sky that was almost dripping out in general, not reacting to what exactly was going on. Shouldn't that Taya's hand slice through space and teleport his people to the sword sect? How did we get to this shithole? Nope. Ouyang twisted his head to look around. Except for the splash of water because of his own flooding, quiet like a painting, generally calm. Only you've been transported to this hellhole? Ouyang's heart shook. His body's true chi erupted and he swam towards the shore as if he had installed an engine. The more he swam towards the shore, the more Ouyang's heart sank. Obviously he could see the lush trees on the shore, but no matter how fast he swam and for how long, the shore in his sight was still so far away from himself. What the hell is this place? Ouyang's mind became more and more puzzled, and took out the book, the basic introductory book of 5 elements transportation technique, and rummaged through it, memorizing the true chi routes of the technique, then put the book into his arms, and while he was still able to memorize it, he stretched his hands out and slammed them into his chest and drank. Earth-stabbing technique. Boom boom boom. The huge lake resounded with a loud roar. Huge waves rose from the bottom of the lake, and a huge stone pillar lifted Ouyang to leap directly out of the water. Ouyang sat on top of the stone pillar and stared at the lake below. Ever since he had come here, he had always felt a bit distracted. As the stone pillar grows to an astonishing height, the view in front of you becomes unobstructed. It's a huge crater, a huge lake formed under the dead volcano over the years. The sapphire-like lake is surrounded by lush trees and everything seems quiet and mysterious. Ouyang finally reacted to where the uneasiness in his heart was originating from. It was so quiet here. Not even a single insect or bird chirping. Not even the sound of the waves created by the stone pillars rushing out of the water. This place has big weirdness. And why is he the only one who came here? Could it be that old man from the sword sect had shaded himself? Ouyang stared at the lake below and pulled out the book, the basic introductory book of the 5 elements of transportation, from his pocket. Since he couldn't figure it out, he would just destroy the place. Is it still called a fey if a fey problem solver doesn't rub fireballs? Ouyang looked towards the first page of the basic introductory book of 5 elements transportation techniques, the first technique, fireball, and laughed coldly in his heart. What demons, monsters, strange places, a big fireball down, the Taoist directly to you vigorously out of the miracle. Just as Ouyang was about to change this hellish place into the flaming mountain, a solemn voice suddenly resounded in the surroundings. After millions of years, are you the one I have to wait for? Like to play God? Ouyang closed the book with a teasing face and raised his right hand with a low gulp. Fireball. Boom. The huge fireball appeared in Ouyang's hands like the sun, and the size of the fireball was still expanding rapidly under the infusion of Ouyang's true chi. In the blink of an eye it exceeded the size of a lake. With this fireball, even if it was a dead volcano, Ouyang could make it well up. Wait, don't be so angry. I'm just curious as to why you were able to come in. The original solemn voice turned a little flustered. He also didn't expect Ouyang to be so unreasonable and directly rub out a fireball that big with his hands. He had no choice but to appear in front of Ouyang. Ouyang, who was holding up the fireball, looked at what appeared in front of him with an odd expression as the dead memories began to attack themselves. Short brown fur, slender body like a sausage, short limbs, big ears. Isn't this thing just a dachshund from a previous life? What are you a thing? Ouyang asked suspiciously as he looked at the dachshund suspended in midair. As you can see, I'm a dog. The dachshund spoke honestly. What is this place? Ouyang asked as he scanned the circle and opened his mouth. This is an immortal small world, and I am the caretaker here, waiting for someone with a destiny to come. Dachshund confidently spoke. Crap, is this his own chance? Did his chance just come unexpectedly? A small world of immortals? That is, he or she is about to become the inheritor of the immortals? Is it expected that you will finally build your own foundation? Ouyang looked at the dachshund in front of him with surprise, and asked somewhat eagerly, quickly, that's what I am. Present all the goodies. The dachshund cocked his head and looked at Ouyang, tempted to refuse, but looked at Ouyang with a threatening face and raised the large fireball in his hand. I can't help it. I've been waiting for an unknown number of years. How can I wait for such a bandit? Still reluctantly walking to Ouyang's side, the dachshund lay down at Ouyang's feet and opened his mouth. Come on. I am. Use whatever tactics and tricks you have on me, come on. With a squeeze of his right hand, Ouyang disappeared the fireball into his hand, raised his foot and kicked the dachshund out, pulled out the book, the complete primer of the 5 elements of magic basics, from his bosom, and decided to find a more brutal way to destroy this place. Big brother, I'm really a secret treasure left behind by an immortal. Why don't you believe me? Don't do it. Don't do it. Look at me. Use me. I am but a Taoist treasure. The dachshund instantly returned to Ouyang's side, his paws picking at Ouyang's pants leg, and said eagerly, Dao treasure? Ouyang glanced down at the dachshund that was looking at him with a pleasing face. A dog-style Dao treasure? Since when is the lower limit of Dao treasure so low? The Dao treasures inside the 9 holy places are all ashamed to be with you. Dachshund looked at the disbelieving Ouyang, eager to show himself, and hurriedly said, Really, big brother, I'm an unconventional weapon. As long as the true essence is enough, Xian, I can kill you. I'm really a must-have for home. killing people and goods. Unavailable big treasure. Desperately trying to sell his dachshund made Ouyang feel as if he saw himself in his previous life when he was doing sales, probably having compassion. Ouyang pulled out a long sword from his storage pouch and aced it with a vigorous slash at the dachshund. Dang! The long sword slashed at the dachshund, resounding with the sound of gold and stone clashing, and the long sword snapped directly in response. Crap, there's really something. This long sword is already considered a magic weapon, even though he can't activate the array of this long sword. The hardness of this longsword is far beyond that of an ordinary longsword. I didn't expect to cut on this dachshund to break directly into two. Could this dachshund really be some kind of treasure left behind by an immortal? Chapter 111 Secret Skill, Heavenly Soaring Dog Flash. Ouyang rare to lift the dachshund into the hand. Some heavy hair and leather is not much different, but obviously can feel the texture is very hard. One's own system attribute panel can only identify cultivated living beings. It is not useful for magic treasures. After seeing that this dachshund did not appear to have any attribute panel, Ouyang can also be sure that the dachshund in front of him is not a demon cultivator. You're still not a real dog? Ouyang said in surprise as he looked at the dachshund he had lifted up. Dachshund said rightfully, I'm a Dao treasure, the most awesome magic treasure in this world. TSK, the owner of this immortal small world is quite peculiar. And the magic treasure is a dog? What? Expecting to let the dog out of the bag during a fight? Which immortal is this immortal small world? Ouyang felt curious about the immortal of this small world. The dachshund was confused for a moment and spoke. It's been too long. I'm not sure, but I remember these things clearly in my mind while I waited for the successor of this secret realm to appear. I'm the successor? Ouyang asked as he pointed at himself and opened his mouth. The dachshund pondered for a moment and said with a humane grin, I don't know. Anyway, you're the only one who came over for so long. So let's say you are. So fucking casual? Xiao Bai's selection of successors is so big. To himself like a cabbage in a supermarket promotion, Ouyang said with some dissatisfaction. Crooked. People's ancient sword immortal's immortal secret realm is so loud and powerful that the whole world knows about it. And you're so obscure. Isn't that a bit too much of a pull? The dachshund muttered twice and said with some confusion. Ancient sword immortal? It always feels like I've heard this name somewhere. Like it's somewhat familiar. But I can't recall. You can. Even if Dabo is a dog. He has amnesia. Ouyang turned the dachshund over and over and was surprised to find that the dachshund was neither male nor female. Fuck. Help her dog. Although it was a Dao treasure, being broken and looked at casually by the dog's leg, the dachshund still instinctively felt ashamed and snarled at Ouyang. What the hell are you looking at? Ouyang put down the dog's leg and looked at the dachshund with odd eyes and said quietly. You actually don't distinguish between males and females? The dachshund immediately felt humiliated. A face stifled. I'm a fucking Dao treasure. You see which magic treasure is still divided into male and female? This seemed to explain it, and Ouyang looked at the dachshund with some pity. The dachshund, who had been a bit rattled by the look of pity, inexplicably asked, What's that look you're giving me? I'm just pitying you for never feeling the joy of being a little male dog or experiencing the comfort of a little female dog, Ouyang said as he looked at the dachshund in front of him with pity. The dachshund was lost in thought. Was this sudden intrusion of an heir really okay? It doesn't always feel so high-end. Ouyang lay on the stone pillar and looked at the incomparably blue sky and asked, Then how can we get out? The dachshund squatted next to Ouyang and similarly looked at the sky and said, I don't know. If I knew I wouldn't have been trapped here for countless years. Voiced slightly with this depression and helplessness. Countless years can only look at the unchanging scenery in front of the eyes. Even as a treasure will also feel lonely. What's your name? Ouyang asked as he twisted his head to look at the somewhat slumped dachshund. Name? Dachshund thought confusedly, then shook his head and said, I've forgotten what my name is. Ouyang, the little genius of naming, was immediately interested and sat up and said to the dachshund, Then I'll give you a name. Let me think about it. Ouyang thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that Hututu had named that square Tibetan fox handsome. So why couldn't this dachshund be called Pretty Boy? Pretty Boy. Ora, Ouyang shouted as he hammered his right hand on the surface of his left hand and held the dachshund in front of himself and said to the dachshund, From now on you'll be called Pretty Boy. Dachshund looked at Ouyang, who was happy as if he had made a breakthrough in enlightenment. A green shirt suddenly flashed in his mind, and his nose was sore, and he didn't know why tears fell down. Tears became beads of water that flowed out of the corner of the dachshund's eyes and fell to the ground, turning into a bright jewel. What's wrong? Is this name bad? Ouyang asked suspiciously as he looked at the dachshund that suddenly cried like a dog. No, it's fine. I just don't know why, but I suddenly felt a bit windy. The dachshund blinked and then spoke. That's weird. Ouyang picked up the jewel made of the tears shed by the dachshund. Can a magic treasure also cry? Dachshund. No, there has been one more pretty boy in this world since then. The pretty boy was a little happy to finally be able to communicate again. and with a name that fit his image well, after spending so many of these countless years in a muddle. Pretty boy, since you're a Tao treasure left behind by this immortal small world, what use do you have for it? Ouyang opened his mouth and asked. The dachshund thought for a moment and spoke. I can talk, I can jump, I can walk, and I can sleep. I asked what's the point? Not to prove if you're a loser. Ouyang fished out the dachshund's stomach with his left hand, pinched the two back legs with his right hand, made a sniping pose, and shouted in a pantomime under his breath. Pop! Snap! Snap! Being used as a gun end of the dachshund with a lifeless face let Ouyang as a gun like shaking. Picking such a successor is really no problem? Ouyang had a sudden thought, and a ray of true chi was channeled through the pretty boy's back leg. The dachshund instantly felt something enter his body, while his body was getting hotter and hotter, and a force had extended from the dog's stomach to his throat. Vomit! The dog threw up. The pretty boy opened his mouth and spat out, and what came out was not some kind of vomit, but an extremely fast wave of true chi. After this true chi was spat out from the pretty boy's mouth, it was so fast that it was generally between the blink of an eye. The crater of the volcano in the distance was directly puked by this mouthful of vomit from pretty boy, and landslides of debris rolled down, and at the place where the rubble rolled down, there were hidden traces of space shattering. Ouyang looked in amazement at the space that was beginning to break up in the distance, and instantly realized the correct use of pretty boy. It turns out that not only can pretty boy charge up against someone else in close quarters, he can just carry the dog himself and go a foray. Can you also transform into a long-range gun and snipe people from a distance? Looking at the power, it seemed to be able to expand the power of true chi by 100 times. Crap! God dog! If he poured all of his true chi into pretty boy's body, wouldn't that be the equivalent of casually throwing a nuclear bomb? Ouyang touched the pretty dog's head and said seriously, Pretty boy, I'll try to expand your face. Before dachshund pretty boy could react, he only felt a sudden surge of powerful force in his body. Can't. The body is going to break down. I can't, it's going to come out. Pretty boy barked miserably. The pretty boy opened his mouth. A wave of destructive light shot out directly from the dog's mouth. Ouyang looked at the space that was directly blasted open by the light wave and said with a crooked smile, Secret skill. Sky soaring dog flash. Chapter 112, You want to kill your brother? Boom, 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 boom. Taya helplessly raised the sword in his hand and blocked Bai Feiyu's incoming flying sword, then kicked the charging Chen Chongsheng out. Lang Qingsong had already been knocked into the questioning sword pool by his own sword chi. I really don't know where that kid has gone. Taya looked at Bai Feiyu, whose eyes were like ice, and opened his mouth to explain. The devil knows why. After teleporting over, there were only 3 people, himself and Lang Qingsong, and only Ouyang's figure was missing. After waiting for a while for Ouyang to still not appear, these 3 brats attacked towards themselves as if they had discussed it. Lang Qingsong's extremely overpowering sword intent, Bai Feiyu's Dao rhyme that contained a hint of law, and that masked kid's endless layers of yellow talismans and puppets. In an instant, his peak transition stage self was unexpectedly suppressed and unable to raise his head, although Taya needed to hold his hand at every turn and did not injure the 3. But even so, what kind of freaks were these 3 brats? Crazy? This world. 3 Yuaning were actually able to suppress a transition in an instant? It's a word that dogs shake their heads at when they hear it, but these 3 boys have the perfect timing between them and the timing of their strikes. That's what made Taya panic for a moment. The sleeve was cut open by Lang Qingsong. He's a transmigration, the topmost existence in this world. What right do these 3 Yuaning stage boys have? Bai Feiyu, who had been blocked from attacking by Taya with his sword, had Taoist rhythms flowing in his eyes and softly shouted in a low voice, Sword come! Countless flying swords flew upwards from the lake below, pointing straight at Taya. Taya waved one hand and grunted coldly, Go back! The countless flying swords that had been recruited by Bai Feiyu fell back down again. A purple figure took advantage of the gap and bullied his way forward. Chen Chongsheng flung both sleeves. Countless yellow talismans flew out from his sleeves. His fingers stood in front of his face and said loudly, Back off! Bai Feiyu instantly landed on the ground, leaving behind only the 2 people, Taya and Chen Chongsheng, who were enveloped by the yellow talisman. Explosion! Chen Chongsheng shouted, his body instantly turning into a white light, and the countless yellow talismans formed a barrier that enveloped the explosion. A rushing white light exploded in the square barrier formed by the yellow talisman. The square barrier was twisted and skewed by the powerful explosion, but it was still dead set on not letting the power from the explosion escape. Taya somewhat woefully tore open the space from the void, secretly cursed a crazy. This kid even a word of self-detonation of. Before Taya's body could fully emerge from the void, a sharp sword intent aimed straight for his face. Taya was just about to raise his sword to pick off the sword in the hands of the charging Lang Qingsong when Bai Feiyu below him shouted lowly, Put it down! Taya, who was at the transitional succession stage, paused in his hand as he raised his sword, and Lang Qingsong's longsword had already attacked in front of him. Roll! Taya coldly shouted as supreme sword intent directly erupted from within his body, a lotus shape appearing around Taya's body. Lang Qingsong, who was about to win, was directly flipped out by this sword intent. Below, Bai Feiyu looked at the lotus flower sword intent that was faintly visible on Taya's body, and his face had a condensed expression. No wonder he felt a sword intent that belonged to him when he was in the Green Cloud sect. So what this old man Taya cultivated was really his own sword intent? It's not right. He was all alone before he died in his previous life, and didn't leave any bloodline. Where exactly did this sword sect patriarch Taya learn his own innate sword intent from? Chen Chongsheng appeared beside Bai Feiyu, his breath a little disorganized. The puppet's self-destruction just now was a little too hasty, making his true essence flow a little poorly for a while. Lang Qingsong rolled over and landed on Bai Feiyu's right side, taking 2 steps back and looking at Taya with a cold face. In the eyes of the leader, Bai Feiyu, Taoist rhythms flowed in his eyes, and if he really cultivated his own innate sword intent from his previous life, then he might really have a chance to slaughter the old guy in front of him. After all, his own innate sword intent from his previous life was too familiar to him. Taya looked at the 3 people in the distance. His heart was filled with horror. What kind of monsters were these 3 brats? They had actually pushed themselves as a transitional stage to this extent. Even if he suppressed most of his cultivation and didn't use all sorts of means, he forced out his innate sword intent with just his Yuaning stage cultivation? Are the younger generation nowadays monsters? After Ouyang's delay in stepping out of the spatial rift, the 3 of them had always concluded that the Taya in front of them had done something. Lang Qingsong's intuition told him that it must have something to do with the Taya in front of him, whereas Bai Feiyu's previous life and Chen Chongsheng's future both used the means of the transitional hijacking stage. This kind of maneuver of tearing through space had also been used in his own previous life. It must have been the Taya in front of him who did it. Bai Feiyu didn't want to give the other party space to think, and said in a low voice, "Second senior brother will attack first. I'll be the main attacker. Third senior brother's backhanded surprise attack," and so on for 3 more times. "I'll look for the breaks." "Do it!" Bai Feiyu shouted coldly. Lang Qingsong then rushed out, but suddenly a spatial rift split in the air, and Ouyang walked out of the spatial rift with Pretty Boy in his arms. Ouyang, who felt that he had gotten an epic enhancement, looked forward to it, his arm holding the dog he had just gotten, and walked out of the spatial rift in a spirited manner. Just came out with another foot in the air and went straight into a free fall. "Grass! Pretty Boy, take me up!" Ouyang shouted to the dachshund in his elbow. "I'm just a dog. Have you ever seen a dog that can fly?" The dachshund whitened Ouyang. The account of tossing himself just now hasn't been settled yet, and he wants him to save him? Want to fart, eat it. Ouyang was ready to storm up, but he realized that his own second had already flown over, and his heart was moved for a moment. It's still good to have a cub raised by your own hands, but why are you holding up your sword? The position where Ouyang appeared was right in the middle of Taya and Lang Qingsong's trio, and Lang Qingsong, who couldn't wait to rush out, wrapped up in his overpowering sword intent and charged directly over. Lang Qingsong was also slightly stunned when he saw Ouyang's sudden appearance, but the long sword in his hand could no longer be retracted. Ouyang, who was in free fall, watched as the penis that originally picked himself up rushed towards him with the sword at his end, and did not react for a moment. When it reacted, the sword was already in front of his eyes. "Crap! What about your kid's fratricide?" Ouyang drew out his dachshund and carried it towards Lang Qingsong's sword. A sound of gold and stone rang out. The dachshund let out a soothing bark, and Lang Qingsong was directly sent flying. Boom! Ouyang smashed into the ground, half of his body sinking into the dirt. Frowning, he pulled himself out of the dirt and looked to the other 2 inverts. After Bai Feiyu and Chen Chongsheng saw Ouyang, they immediately put away their true essence, one looking towards the left and the other towards the right, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with them. In the end, only the unlucky Lang Qingsong drooped his head and was yelled at by Ouyang lifting his ears. Chapter 113, The Wooden Hairpin. Ouyang, who had understood what happened, was touched inwardly, but after all, he still had to give face to the Taya sword sect patriarch. "Come here and apologize." Waving his hand at the 2 rebellious sons still standing on the hill, he grabbed Lang Qingsong's ears and walked over to Taya, who had fallen down with a cold face. "Apologize," Ouyang lectured with a slap on the back of Lang Qingsong's head. Lang Qingsong glanced at Taya, grunted reluctantly, and bent his back a bit. Bai Feiyu arched his hand at Taya, looking at Taya with growing curiosity as to why Taya was able to cultivate his own innate sword intent. Bai Feiyu really couldn't figure out why. The masked Chen Chongsheng opened his mouth with an honest salute to Taya and said he was sorry. Taya was cold and didn't say anything, and glanced at Ouyang, who was still lecturing Lang Qingsong, with more than a hint of strangeness. Just now these 3 brats pumped up, even dared to fight themselves, even the means of self-detonation were used, living like a desperate man who did not want to die. However, Once Ouyang appeared, he was as honest as a docile sheep, especially Lang Qingsong, who had the most ruthless sword out of his cold face, was now slightly bent over being pointed at by Ouyang and scolded as a rebellious son. What kind of magic was it that made such three unruly boys so convinced of him? A big brother's name? Taya was not convinced. As a transitional he had seen too many things. Without the suppression of strength, the suppression of bloodline would not be truly respected at all. A sword cultivator's respect is earned by the sword in his hand. What does Ouyang have to go on the basis of that massive amount of true qi? Patriarch, don't laugh. These three rebellious sons of my family haven't been out much. This fierce out. Some stress. Ouyang smilingly clamped his own dog and said to Taya. Taya coldly waved his tattered sleeve with a wave of his face, and dismissed the matter as unmentioned. As the sword sect patriarch, a powerful person at the transitional apparition stage, being forced out of his innate sword intent by three Yuaning stage juniors was really humiliating to say the least. Seeing the dachshund clutched in Ouyang's arms, Bai Feiyu asked curiously, Elder brother, where did you go just now? Lang Qingsong and Chen Changsheng also cast their gazes over. Taya also looked at Ouyang. His own hands cut open the space crack. Why did this kid come out so late? And just now Ouyang came out of the space crack was obviously not cut open by himself. Ouyang laughed, raised the pretty boy in his hand and opened his mouth. This is my new pet. Pretty boy. Just now I went to a certain secret realm of immortals. That's where I went to pick it up. Dogs? The four people present looked at the dachshund pretty boy. For Ouyang's bullshit a few people simply do not believe. What kind of place is the secret realm of the immortals? How can it be a place where you can just say you're going in and come out? And it wasn't long, less than 2 minutes in total, and Ouyang had retrieved a dog from the immortal secret realm? And is it just picking up a dog? Taya stroked his chin and looked at the dog in Ouyang's hand. His heart skipped a beat and he gave a belly laugh. How come I always feel like I've seen this dog somewhere? Ouyang looked at the crowd who didn't believe his words at all, and also felt that what he said was a bit of bullshit, but what he said was the truth. Love to believe it or not, Ouyang, who had received epic enhancements, was in the right mood, and looked around. Apart from a huge lake, there were rolling mountain peaks, which were 7 or 8% similar to the secret realm that he had just entered, but this place clearly appeared to be more alive than the one he had just entered. Ouyang opened his mouth in confusion and asked, Patriarch, what is this place? Taya snorted coldly and spoke with some dissatisfaction. This is my sword sect's sword asking pool. Not only does it have the matching swords left behind by my sword sect's great cultivators of all generations, there are also the legendary secret treasures left behind by the immortals of the ancient period. Only my inner disciples have the opportunity to come in and observe. This time it is considered an exception to let you come in once. Bring over the IOUs and the recording stones. Crooked. A big shot is a big shot. As good as his word. Ouyang pulled out the IOU somewhat regretting not having more points, but could only endure the heartache and hand it to Taya, giving a wink to Chen Changsheng behind him. Chen Changsheng understood and pulled out a pile of record stones from his storage bag and said, Patriarch, it's all here. I didn't leave one behind. Taya snorted coldly, a sword intent directly destroying all the recording stones in Chen Changsheng's hands and burning the note in his hands to ashes before turning to leave saying, one day, after one day, I will send you the sword forging city. After saying that, like avoiding the plague, he directly tore through space and left the place. Only the four Ouyangs were left behind looking at each other. Questioning Sword Pond? Ouyang held his head in his hands and looked at the lake in front of him. The calm water of the lake was wrinkled by the breeze and the surrounding trees clattered. You can't even see an iron rod, let alone a sword. And you call this a sword pool? Seeing Ouyang, who was somewhat unsure, Chen Changsheng spoke. Eldest senior brother, I sense something underneath this lake. And it's a lot. Lang Qingsong frowned as he looked at the lake in front of him and spoke. It's noisy. Bai Feiyu naturally knew that there were some countless flying swords in the lake below, and that the flying swords he had summoned just now had flown out of the lake. Ouyang coughed and pretended to know very well as he spoke. Indeed. I also sensed that there are quite a lot of things underneath this lake. It's hard to come by this opportunity. You guys should know how to cherish it. Chen Changsheng nodded, but his eyes fell on the dachshund that Ouyang was holding by the elbow. The hidden fox above the small mountain peak was the hidden transitional abstraction stage expert. This dog must have a strange identity. Wait and find a chance to pluck a few hairs down. Lang Qingsong then shook his head and spoke. Rubbish. The matching swords left behind by the countless great powers that had been born in the countless years up and down this sword sect naturally contained the experience of the Tao of the sword that these great cultivators had realized during their lives. However, Lang Qingsong could not look at these sword Tao. For himself, his own sword Tao was the strongest, and he simply did not need the sword Tao here to make up for his shortcomings, for there is no deficiency in one's own word. White Feiyu walked to the lake with some curiosity, his fingers pointing on top of the lake water, and inexplicably felt a familiar sensation coming from the bottom of the lake, as if something was calling out to him. Up! Bai Feiyu read in a low voice. As Bai Feiyu's voice rang out, the entire lake began to boil, and the sound of countless swords resounded through the heavens and earth. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Countless flying swords flew out from the lake and stood in midair, emitting different sword intentions. Some are harsh, some are gentle, some are atmospheric, some are spooky. Countless handles of sword weapons that appeared to be on top of the magic treasures were competing to chirp in front of Bai Feiyu, grabbing and waiting for Bai Feiyu to pick them, and Bai Feiyu stood up, froze and stretched out his hand as a stream of light fell into his hand. It was a wooden pin. Chapter 114, Little White's Past Life. Little White, do you sword cultivators stink every day? You want to become a sword immortal? Coincidentally, I want to become the strongest sword maker. Yo, Lord Sword Immortal's hands are quite skillful, and he can still make wooden hairpins? Isn't it just a matter of getting your own life sword back if it breaks? I believe in you. The complicated memories of his past life kept hitting Bai Feiyu's eyes. The green shirt in my memory is always spilling over my body, and I play and laugh all day long, immodestly holding a straw in my mouth, talkative as if he wanted to finish his life's words ahead of time. His clothes were loosely dressed and his hair was disheveled, but his eyes were as clear as a deep, clear pool. In his previous life, he was called Li Tai Bai, always holding the sword in his arms, closing his eyes to realize his Tao, while the owner of the green shirt always teased him from time to time, following himself around like a heel, saying that he would forge the strongest sword in the world for himself, not knowing when it appeared. That green shirt suddenly broke into Li Tai Bai's world, and the two became inseparable. The two of them traveled the entire continent and even went to the overseas Immortal Islands, shouting from atop a snowy mountain, watching an avalanche come down, ride a whale in the ocean and ride the waves, lying on the grass, all day long, smelling the fragrance of the grass, and falling asleep in a hazy way. The two men who traveled the world created a name for themselves in the world. Some have even started calling themselves sword immortals. Whenever this happened, the green shirt would always pull the other man and ask what he should be called. At that time, Li Tai Bai, intoxicated with the sword way, had no distractions, and from time to time, he felt that this kid was a bit annoying, delaying himself from realizing that supreme mythical law, the mysterious and inexhaustible Great Tao. As for himself, who had been accompanied by a sword since he could remember, he was also accustomed to being alone, and suddenly having an additional companion. Li Tai Bai was also a bit uncomfortable, but after a long time, it seems to be used to it. The whole day nagging voice suddenly cannot hear, will also feel a little uncomfortable. The two thus became close friends and traveled throughout the continent. The self at that time wanted to find his own path, where his sword should be pointed. The sky was so low in those days that people didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of disturbing the immortals in the sky. I don't dare to speak aloud for fear of frightening the heavenly beings. It was a time with immortals and a time when countless beings lived in fear. The countless complicated sacrifices and the cruel to the extreme blood food tributes made Li Tai Bai's heart sick. For the first time, I wondered about immortals, and if those high and mighty existences really have to stay high and mighty like this. Li Tai Bai did not say such words. In those times, such words were taboo and treasonous, but a seed of rebellion was planted in the heart of Li Tai Bai, and it was at this point that the conflict between himself and the assaulting green shirt began. That green shirt was the most devout of believers, with only longing and gratitude for the immortals in the sky. At one point, he even tried to persuade Li Tai Bai to believe in his own family's immortal. Li Tai Bai felt disgusted when he heard such a thing and instinctively opened his mouth to ask, "Can't Xian be wrong? How could an immortal be wrong? That's an immortal." The assaulting green shirt replied as a matter of course. Hearing these words, Li Tai Bai knew that he and that green shirt would no longer be the same from now on. After thinking for a long time, Li Tai Bai still decided that the two of them should separate and go to seek that supreme Tai Shang sword Dao by himself alone. It was heard that that sword path was the strongest sword path in this world, and that no one had been able to master this sword path since the birth of this world. Even an immortal can't. Li Tai Bai likewise could not. He did find this sword path, but it attracted heavenly punishment. Immortals noticed the presence of this mole. How could the high and mighty allow a mole to wield such power? Li Tai Bai failed, and his original sword was directly broken by the immortal, and he became an invalid from then on. From a genius with peerless absolute qualifications, he had turned into a waste that couldn't even perceive sword intent. This was almost a fatal blow to Li Tai Bai, who had been proud to the core since birth. Li Tai Bai wasted, drinking all day long and living in the world in a muddle. A person who has been sentenced to heavenly punishment by the immortals. That is, one who is detested by the immortals. In those days, such people were to be scorned for their existence. Li Tai Bai was born inside a good family, so no one dared to kill him, but bad language and occasional beatings still happen. Li Tai Bai also did not resist. let others insulted and beaten. So the body is always the old wounds have not yet healed and add new wounds. I don't know how long this has been going on. The green shirt, however, reappeared in front of his eyes, holding his arm to assist him out of the city. The chattering voice once again rang in Li Taibai's ears, and Li Taibai, who had lost all hope of life, remained as a walking corpse. You can't even open your mouth to eat, you can't swallow to drink, you're like an invalid. When he saw Qing's shirt take out a long sword, the moment Li Taibai, who had once been gifted with unparalleled talent, saw the sword, fear arose in his heart. One never wanted to touch a sword again in one's life. Little White, you will find your own original sword again. I believe in you. The assaulting green shirt was still holding a grass root in his mouth, and he said to himself with confidence, "Find? How can I find it? How can I when I'm just a loser now? I don't want to practice sword again in my life." Li Taibai suddenly shouted furiously at the green shirt as if he had gone mad. The green shirt was just looking at himself with his hands in his sleeves and a straw in his mouth, smiling. I don't know when the green shirt left and I was left alone again. The endless day and night made Li Taibai think of death. In fact, it was almost the same as death. He had long since become a waste that could not even think. So what was the difference between living and dying? Suddenly Bai Feiyu's eyes were fixed on top of an image. In front of a huge sword furnace, the figure in the green shirt was despondent and determined. And under the sword furnace the blazing fire kept spitting out tongues of fire. Like a life-threatening snake, the grass root that he had been holding in his mouth the whole day had broken into two. His lips moved slightly, spitting the grass root out, taking a deep breath, and twisting his head to look at Bai Feiyu. It was a good-looking teenager, but unfortunately, the teenager was full of farewell smiles, and his lips moved but did not make a sound at Bai Feiyu. Seemingly traveling through time, White Feather struggled to hear anything, but the teenager twisted his head and leapt into the sword furnace, followed by the flames covering Bai Feiyu's eyes. As if time began to shatter, pulling Bai Feiyu into reality once again. The wooden hairpin in his hand clearly had more scorch marks from the fire. Bai Feiyu, who was holding a wooden hairpin in his left hand, tilted his head and fixed it for a long time. Today's sky was so blue that it looked like it could drip into his eyes. Suddenly Bai Feiyu raised his right hand in front of his eyes and somewhat despondently murmured in a low voice, "Oh Jiko, I'm grassing on you." Chapter 115, A Man and a Dog. What is Little White standing there for? Oh Yang, who was clamping the dog, looked at Bai Feiyu's back with a puzzled expression and asked in a low voice to Chen Changsheng, "Presumably seen your brother by thought of something sad?" Chen Changsheng replied in a small voice, "Could it be thinking of a girlfriend from a previous life? Touchy-feely?" Ouyang looked at Bai Feiyu with a gossipy face. This guy Xiaobai always had a steady, mature look. Turned out to be a bore? The white-clothed Bai Feiyu had his back to the three of them, and tens of thousands of flying swords flowing with sword intent stood over the lake, waiting for Bai Feiyu's selection. 10,000 swords stood in the void, waiting for one person. This scene, the king of forcing is simply not Xiaobai. Think of the song, "I am the immortal. The immortal is me. I am the first immortal in the world. The strongest immortal in the world." Unfortunately, it's just not a good writing style, and the writing is quite ugly. Suddenly Bai Feiyu turned towards the Ouyang trio, and the tens of thousands of long swords that stood in the air behind him let out a mournful cry and fell back into the questioning sword pool like dumplings. As if suffering abandonment after being teased by a scummy man, the flying sword that fell into the water lifted up a large fog of water to vent its private anger. Bai Feiyu stared at Ouyang and walked over quickly, raising his hand towards Ouyang's head to grab it. Ouyang was just about to raise the dog in his hand to block, but Bai Feiyu had already lightly plucked the Dao hairpin off Ouyang's head. At the moment when Ouyang's hair was about to fall out, Bai Feiyu inserted the wooden pin in his hand into Ouyang's hair. Sure enough it's not. Bai Feiyu sighed softly and pulled out the wooden hairpin from Ouyang's hair, and suddenly Ouyang stayed in place with her hair draped over her head. "What's wrong with you, kid?" Ouyang, who suddenly had his hair disheveled, was instantly on fire, raising the dog in his hand and preparing for Pretty Boy to give Xiaobai a bite. Instead, Bai Feiyu turned his hand and threw the wooden hairpin to Leng Qingsong and said, "This wooden hairpin and that piece of paper are both the same. Exactly what you need. Feel good about it." Leng Qingsong took the wooden hairpin and glanced at it. The plain and ordinary wooden hairpin had a trace of Taoist rhythm that made him feel affectionate. Good. Leng Qingsong nodded and opened his mouth to reply. Leng Qingsong wouldn't reject the good intentions of his brothers and sisters, nor would he begrudge his brothers and sisters anything. Bai Feiyu found a big rock to lie on alone, looking at the blue sky and lake in front of him, feeling his brain drowsy. The dead memories have been attacking him in a frenzy ever since his own grave was plowed up. It made Bai Feiyu feel bored and even a little disgusted. His name was Bai Feiyu, not Li Taibai from the ancient times, and he had nothing to do with that person. Bai Feiyu repeatedly hypnotized himself like this in his mind, but he was equally clear in his own heart that this would not convince him at all. Some things can't be walked over by forgetting them, and the debt one owes never seems to be repaid. That figure who had only thrown himself into the sword furnace and sacrificed his body to the sword had not only helped himself retrieve his original sword, but had even allowed himself to push open the door to that supreme sword path. From then on, Li Tai Bai, the sword immortal, came out of nowhere, and there was no longer the figure who called himself Xiao Bai. What an asshole to do something so self-sacrificing. Have you asked my own opinion? Bai Feiyu felt annoyed in his heart. Like a mess. Everlasting. I told you boys to get a good grip. Can't you make a little effort? Eldest brother. I can't catch it. It's kind of weird. Don't move. Don't move. Just a second. Just a second. Eldest brother. Is this dog really okay? Bullshit. No problem. What am I doing now? A loud noise rang in his ears as Ouyang and Chen Changxing shouted in his ears, causing Bai Feiyu, who was originally a bit annoyed, to sit up and look in Ouyang's direction with dissatisfaction. Ouyang and Chen Changxing, one held down the dachshund's front paws, the other held down the back legs, and Ouyang couldn't stop rummaging for something on the dachshund. Dachshund pretty boy struggled desperately, very much resisting being played with recklessly like this. Are you two that idle? Do you need to be so perverted to a dog? Bai Feiyu said to Ouyang with some dissatisfaction. Fourth senior brother, there's really something odd about this dog. It clearly has an original body, yet it seems like it doesn't have one. Chen Changxing struggled to hold down the dog's front paw as he opened his mouth to reply. It was clear that he had held down the dog's front paws with both hands, but it was as if he had grasped nothing in his hands, as if he were holding air. Chen Changxing even used the power of his divine soul, and although it was a little better, the emptiness of that grip was still very strong. His own attempts to pluck a few dog hairs off this dachshund were completely thwarted. Every time Chen Changxing pulled down the dog hair on this dog, the dog hair would revert back to its original position, and he had already gripped it himself for I don't know how many times, and it was still the same. This was somewhat unexpected to Chen Changxing. What exactly was the origin of this dog? Not flesh, not a divine soul. Then what was the material that made up this dog? Ouyang, however, did not feel anything at all, and was still surprised that this dachshund did not even have an excretory system, which means that this dachshund does not distinguish between males and females and does not need to eat or drink. I'm a Dao treasure left behind by an immortal. Is this how you guys treat Dao treasures? The dachshund yelled as it frantically struggled against the clutches of the two men. As one of the strongest magic treasures in the world, why would he be humiliated like this? And he would be humiliated twice in one day. The first time he was checked by Ouyang to see if he was a male or female dog, and the second time he had to be double-checked again. And the kid holding down his front paws was even more faulty, having already gripped his own dog hair hundreds of times in just a dozen breaths. Don't you want to lose face as a Taoist treasure yourself, doppelganger? Chen Changxing was instantly somewhat enlightened, with regards to the Dao treasure. Right now, he still had a puppet of his own attending to the Dao treasure somewhere in the forbidden land of the Qing Yin sect. If this dog was really a Dao treasure, then the situation on this dog would be able to speak for itself. After all, as the strongest magic treasure between heaven and earth, it was only natural that it had bizarre and unpredictable abilities. Then again, just now, eldest senior brother had really gone to the immortal secret realm and even fished out a dog from it? The corner of Chen Changxing's mouth tugged, looking towards Ouyang who still had a curious face picking at the dog's leg to look around. This big senior brother of his own family was really blessed with deep destiny. Bai Feiyu's ears twitched, stood up and walked over, squatted in front of the dachshund and took a closer look. A flicker of streaming light flashed in his eyes, and then lightning fast he reached out with his right hand and grabbed the dachshund's tail and directly lifted it up. You guys are enough? The dachshund being lifted up jerked his head up to look at White Feather, who was lifting his tail. The dachshund froze in its tracks when it looked into the eyes that flickered with a stream of light, and a similar stream of light flashed in the dachshund's eyes. Bai Feiyu and the dachshund stared at each other on the spot. One person and one dog quietly staring at each other like this. Chapter 116, There is a Divine Providence in the Underworld. Bai Feiyu and dachshund stared at each other for a long time, like lovers who hadn't seen each other for a long time looking deeply into each other's eyes. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice rang in Bai Feiyu's ears, and the silk of the great Dao Dao rhythm accompanied the voice as it fell into Bai Feiyu's ears. The moment he heard this voice, the always unperturbed Bai Feiyu froze in place. This voice was too familiar to himself, or rather, Li Tai Bai in his previous life was too familiar with this voice. The owner of that green shirt, the one and only irreparable regret of one's past life. Oh Jiko, and that silk of the great Dao Dao rhythm was secretly in line with the laws that Bai Feiyu was cultivating now. And that perfect sword heart that Bai Feiyu had polished for almost 10 years began to beat with the Dao rhythm. The obscure Dao Dao rhythms caused Bai Feiyu's understanding of his Dao to skyrocket. Although the realm hadn't improved, the understanding of the laws of his Dao had become even more profound. An out-of-body stage cultivator whose divine soul was able to leave his body could already be called a great cultivator. And each of the 9 realms of cultivation has a signature ascension. For example, practicing Qi allows you to cultivate true Qi, which is the beginning of cultivation. Foundation building allows true Qi to condense into true essence. Nodalization allows the true essence to condense into a golden elixir. These 3 realms are the simplest and the most root-bone qualified places in the early stage of cultivators. As long as there were enough cultivation resources, as long as the time was long enough, a dog could pile up to the Jiedan stage, whereas infant transformation allows the Jindan to metamorphose into a Yuanying. This step is the first roadblock for cultivators. Not only does it have the Sansan Thunderbolt to test a cultivator's qualifications and roots, and whether or not the moment the Dan shatters and transforms into a baby will be successful. If it fails, the Jindan shatters but does not succeed in transforming into a baby. Not only would he not be able to advance to the Yuanying realm, he would even fall to the foundation establishment stage due to the broken Jindan. Everything has to start over again from the foundation stage. And after successful infant transformation, cultivators at the Yuanying realm could already initially sense the existence of their divine souls. And further up, the out-of-body stage was for the divine soul. A great cultivator of the out-of-body realm, on the other hand, could allow the divine soul to leave the body. The divine souls of great cultivators in the divine separation realm could be divided into yin and yang gods. These 3 realms are the most notable markers that distinguish between ordinary cultivators and great cultivators. Being able to perceive the divine soul, and with the divine soul leaving the body, the cultivator was like having an extra resurrection coin. Even if the physical body was destroyed, the divine soul could still roam between heaven and earth. Although his cultivation couldn't be further advanced, he could at least live. Something like taking over a body was nothing more than manipulating a puppet with his divine soul. Ling Fang's kind of situation was an extremely special existence. Great cultivators of the harmonization realm then allowed their divine souls to become one with their physical bodies once again, initially sensing the presence of knowing. Every great cultivator of the harmonious realm had already initially realized their own Tao, and have an almost obsessive identification with their own Tao. In contrast, the great cultivators of the Mahayana realm are in the long process of polishing their own Tao. The great cultivators of the transition stage then blended the Tao into their own laws. These 3 realms are the topmost great cultivators of this world. And there are very few things between this heaven and earth that can stop them. If one could say that being able to perceive the existence of one's divine soul across realms could still be called a gift. The perception of the laws, on the other hand, was a long process of perception and polishing of the cultivator's own Tao. And the condition of sensing the law requires the divine soul yet perceiving the heaven and earth. As long as the divine soul does not come out, there is no chance to perceive the existence of the Tao at all, not to mention the law. However, the Bai Feiyu of the Yuanying realm was now able to manage to perceive the existence of the laws and even utilize them. This was no longer appalling, for there were no words to describe this event for the monks. Silky Dao Dao rhythms flowed between the Dachshund and Bai Feiyu, and under the sound of the preaching, Bai Feiyu fell into a metaphysical realm. Yang, who was holding his dog, looked with a puzzled face at Bai Feiyu and Pretty Boy, who were looking at each other affectionately. Yang can't perceive shit. Yang, who can't even understand the techniques of the Qi practicing stage, can't even touch something that profound. And the Dachshund that Yang had brought back from the immortal secret realm was indeed an inherited thing left behind by the immortal. But even the immortal hadn't expected it. The Yang realm that had been transmitted to his secret realm was able to be so low, while coincidentally the laws that Bai Feiyu practiced happened to allude to the inheritance left behind by that immortal. Yang was just about to open his mouth, but he was called out by Chen Changxing's voice transmission. Eldest senior brother, don't ever move. Little White is in enlightenment. Don't disturb him. Although he didn't know what was going on, Chen Changxing, who would reach the transitional hiatus stage in the future, could tell at a glance that Bai Feiyu was in enlightenment. Enlightenment from just one look at this strange-looking dog? Regarding the identity of this dog, Chen Changxing was even more puzzled. It's hard for Yang. The more he doesn't allow himself to move, Yang began to feel that his body began to itch. But in the way of Xiaobai is enlightenment. He can only move. The more you don't move, the more you feel like a million ants are crawling on your body. Yang held the dog. Chen Changxing grabbed the dog's front legs with both hands, and Bai Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. 3 men and a dog, coming right up to the 3-2-1 Woody. Time passed little by little. From daytime to late night, Yang felt his calves and stomach start to cramp. Finally Bai Feiyu's breath began to become disorganized, and a sound of a punctured balloon suddenly rang out in the sky. Bai Feiyu woke up from his enlightenment, his aura slowly solidifying from ethereal. Yang saw Bai Feiyu blink and instantly knew it was over. Holding the dog in his arms, he sat on his butt and shivered, saying to Chen Changsheng, Lao San, boil some hot water and make me something to eat. I can't do it. Bai Feiyu looked at the dachshund in Ouyang's arms with complicated eyes, and the dachshund seemed to have no memory of what had just happened, just a little confused as to why it had suddenly turned from day to night. What a creation! I didn't expect it to really be Uji's inheritance. Bai Feiyu sighed softly in his heart. Originally, he had given up the supreme sword Dao of his previous life just to completely differentiate himself from his previous life. And yet, the Dao that one cultivated now was exactly the same as the Dao cultivated by Uji in his previous life. That's why it caused the immortal inheritance within the dachshund. Uji personally preached to Bai Feiyu, the original inheritor Ouyang, but because the realm is really too low missed the immortal preaching. But Bai Feiyu because of the Tao practiced once again and the past life involved. I didn't realize that in order to cut off his past life, he had completely severed his association with the sword immortal Li Tai Bai. But he had lived as Uji in his past life. Is this all God's will? Bai Feiyu slightly raised his head to look at the sky, and suddenly a trace of fear arose. It was as if he had become a pawn on the chessboard since his reincarnation, and a pair of big hands was linking him to his past life. It's all as if it was meant to be. Chapter 117. His former self became the sharpest sword that ever ended an era. What about this life? Bai Feiyu was in a daze. He suddenly felt fear for his own Dao. It was clearly the Dao he chose, but in the end, it was still involved with his previous life. Couldn't this be the push behind the scenes continuing to push itself all the way? Lao San, how the fuck did you catch that? The dog got away. Ouyang's yelling voice rang in Bai Feiyu's ears, immediately followed by a sound of chickens flying and dogs jumping. Ouyang and Chen Changsheng chased after the dachshund as they darted around the questioning sword pool. The dachshund that was a Dao treasure really couldn't stand the idea of Ouyang observing himself like this. And finally, after seizing an opportunity to break free from Chen Changsheng's control, he stomped Ouyang with all his might and scampered away. Ouyang shouted and chased after him with Chen Changsheng. Long Qingsong, who was sensing that wooden hairpin and the immortal's ink treasure, slightly opened his eyes. His body's sword intent flowed, and countless sword chi shot towards the dashing dachshund. The sword chi coverage also included both Ouyang and Chen Changsheng. A burst of flying sand and stones, mixed with Ouyang's angry curses at Leng Qingsong, made the scene seem even more chaotic. Bai Feiyu smiled and kicked the confusion out of his heart. This life self is no longer the sword immortal Li Tai Bai who practiced the supreme sword Dao, and he has more things in this life than he did in the previous one. The first time he saw Ouyang himself, he took Ouyang as the green shirt from his previous life. Although the looks were different, the temperament, demeanor, and even the accent of speech were so similar. The same debauchery that goes with the territory. That's why after Bai Feiyu's reincarnation, when he saw Ouyang's first glance and heard Ouyang open his mouth to speak, his eyes never left Ouyang's body again. But as the days slowly passed, Ouyang and the figure in the green shirt had completely separated. Again, the two men are two completely different people. That green shirt, though jumpy, was very devout to his beliefs, valuing them even more than his own life. Ouyang, on the other hand, is completely different. Bai Feiyu can't say what the difference is, but from the beginning to take Ouyang as the reincarnation of that assault on the green shirt, to now in the bottom of the heart completely agree with Ouyang, Bai Feiyu can't say why. The only thing Bai Feiyu could confirm was that if he ever really had to turn the tables on himself, this big senior brother of his would definitely give himself a mouthful first and then stand in his way. That green shirt was the ancient sword immortal Li Tai Bai's follower, while Ouyang was Bai Feiyu's eldest senior brother. He himself is no longer the lone Li Tai Bai who raised his sword to ask for the sky, but is now an ordinary Qin Yun sect disciple Bai Feiyu, even if it becomes a pawn again. So what? In his previous life, Li Tai Bai, who was a sword immortal, was able to raise his sword to ask for the sky. So what is not possible for Bai Feiyu in this life? Think of yourself as a pawn who has to jump off the board to make a few moves yourself. Bai Feiyu's eyes flashed with streams of light. His expression was frank, and his original fearful and confused Dao heart was once again stabilized. As a great cultivator who had ascended to the pinnacle in his previous life, it was difficult for anything to affect his Dao with regard to the Dao he had chosen. Bai Feiyu looked towards Leng Qingsong who was sitting on top of the boulder, holding the diary of his in one hand and the wooden hairpin he had given to Uji in the other. These two items have the Tao of one's past life remaining on them. It looked like Master Hu Yun was preparing Leng Qingsong to follow the same path as he had in his previous life, and White Feather himself went down the path of Ojiko in his previous life. Does that mean that you will face the same choice as Ojiko in the future? Bai Feiyu froze for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I don't think so. He was not alone in this life. He had a master, and a senior brother, and even an out-of-tune senior brother. Ouyang tackled the dachshund pretty boy who was ready to escape, and held down the dachshund pretty boy with a sardonic smile on his face and opened his mouth to say, "What's the point of running? Let me Kong. You still have what little tricks?" To be able to make his own master brother enlightened at the drop of a hat, or a dog-type self-propelled cannon, meant that Pretty Boy must still have abilities he didn't know about. The dog in the mysterious immortal mystery must have a big secret. Well, it's got to be developed, right? Desperately twisting his body, Pretty Boy wanted to escape from Ouyang's clutches, as a Dao treasure, the most honored Dharma treasure in this world. Instead of being properly consecrated and worshipped on a daily basis, he had his hind legs broken several times in a day. Even if you are a dog now, don't dogs have dignity? While the dachshund was still trying to resist, he suddenly felt a heat in his belly and that familiar rising sensation came back. Ouyang looked at the dachshund in front of him with a bad smile on his face. His own true chi had already been channeled into the dachshund's body. Under the gaze of Ouyang's bad smile, Dachshund Pretty Boy bowed and vomited with a wow sound, and the spit-out real chi transformed into a real chi ball like a cannonball, and it was a cannonball towards the ground. Boom! The powerful explosion caused the entire questioning sword pool to vibrate slightly. Ouyang lifted the Dachshund Pretty Boy up and spoke with a smile. Follow me honestly, you don't want to throw up a few times if you're fine, right? The matter of being beaten so comfortably that the dog barked out just now. You don't want others to know about it either, do you? The Pretty Boy looked at the Ouyang in front of him, and the Ouyang in his eyes had two horns slowly sticking out of his head, like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Just as Ouyang was about to study the depths of the Pretty Boy, suddenly Lang Qingsong on top of the boulder behind him let out a light shout. A huge green lotus flower skeleton took shape in vain behind Lang Qingsong. Standing there, Bai Feiyu sat on a rock, one hand propped up on the ground, one hand holding a wine gourd, constantly pouring wine into his mouth. Bai Feiyu didn't use his true essence to melt away the alcohol, and in no time at all, he drank his eyes into a daze, looking toward Lang Qingsong and the green lotus flower in the distance. It was as if he had seen himself in his previous life. Countless sword sounds rang out between heaven and earth, and the entire heaven and earth was buzzing with sword sounds, as if the world's sword paths were celebrating something. Lang Qingsong, who was on top of the boulder, slightly opened his eyes, and within his eyes, two green-colored lotuses blossomed within his eyes. While the lotus flower skeleton behind him trembled, the petals were dead close together, and dense beads of sweat surfaced on Lang Qingsong's cold face. Bai Feiyu, who had already drank himself into a daze, stood up with his clothes a bit messy, looked at Lang Qingsong and suddenly smiled, murmuring softly, "There's no need to wait for me, the flowers should bloom." As soon as Bai Feiyu's words fell, Lang Qingsong's cold snort sounded. Open! The petals of the originally tightly closed flower spread out in all directions as if in full bloom. 12 pints of flowers in extreme bloom, and Ask the Sword Pool. Countless flying swords from Ask the Sword Pool, although flying out of the water, but not to just Bai Feiyu in the sky, but just stick to the water. As if there is a spirit generally towards the direction of the cold green pine slightly bent down the tip of the sword. Once the green lotus was 12. The 10,000 swords saw me as the true self. Chapter 118, Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai. The green lotus blossomed, and all the swords were facing the emperor. Taoist rhythms flowed above the green lotus, and the lightness of the spirit lingered within it. Lang Qingsong, who was dressed in a black power suit, sat on top of the stamen of the green lotus, as if he was a newborn. A green-colored lotus flower faintly emerged between his eyebrows, and Taoist rhythms flowed in his eyes. The Tao could only be touched by a great cultivator at the harmonization stage, and only at the Mahayana stage could the Tao rhythm be condensed. Lang Qingsong, who was at the Yuaning stage, however, was prepared to forcefully condense the Tao rhyme. Unfortunately, after all, he had just entered Yuaning, and hadn't even clarified his divine soul, and touching higher levels became very overwhelming. The Tao rhythms in his eyes dissipated rapidly, and the lotus flower between his eyebrows also disappeared faintly. It was not Lang Qingsong's character to fail so easily. Even if you fail, you still have to leave something behind, otherwise wouldn't the title of Son of the Dimension be for nothing? Before the Tao rhythm flowing between his eyes was about to vanish into thin air, Lang Qingsong's eyes slightly condensed, catching the slightest hint of the fleeting Tao rhythm. Although he hadn't condensed the Tao rhyme, Lang Qingsong still subdued the thread of Tao rhyme. The thread of Tao rhyme was forced into his dantian by Lang Qingsong, and the Yuaning sitting in his dantian lifted the broken sword in his hand, and the thread of Tao rhyme transformed into the appearance of a sword body on top of the broken sword. Although compared to the lower half of the broken sword, the silk of the sword body that was condensed by the Tao rhythm appeared to be very illusory, but even if it was more illusory, it still showed that the original sword that had been broken by Lang Qingsong's own hands was recovering. The originally illusory immortal mystery realm in the sky slowly revealed its full appearance as if it had been awakened, and a huge circular palace appeared above this world. This kind of small world created by immortals with supreme greatness was already out of the scope of this world, so when it was manifested in this world, everyone in this world could see the appearance of this secret realm. and behind Lang Qingsong the huge green lotus flower slowly rose from behind Lang Qingsong's body and flew towards the secret realm in the sky. Taya panicked and tore through the space and walked out, looking in horror at Lang Qingsong, who was sitting on top of the boulder with his eyes closed. Sword Sect Ancestor is above. This kid can't be your reincarnation. I've only been gone for a little while, and this kid has realized old ancestors' green lotus sword intent? Being the peak of the transition stage of the Sword Clan patriarch are given to the whole will not be able to, their own 5 years of age to practice the sword, 18 years of age into the Yuaning, 48 years of age into the Mahayana, to participate in the old ancestor left behind the immortal ink treasure. At the age of 88, he had broken through to the transitional succession before he was able to condense the green lotus sword intent, which was already an unprecedented and impressive record in the sword sect. Is the Lang Qingsong in front of you 18 years old? At the stage of infancy? Comprehending the green lotus sword intent of the sword sect ancestor? Being hailed as the sword sect's once-in-a-million years absolute genius himself and the Lang Qingsong in front of him. He had lived his whole life on a dog? No way. The secret realm can't be opened at the questioning sword pool. Taya looked towards the immortal secret realm that was slowly descending towards this world and made up his mind. This is the sword sect's secret realm. If we open the secret realm here, are we letting the world's casual cultivators come to my questioning sword pond for a day trip? Do you think my sword sect is a scenic spot? Taya shouted at the three Oyangs. I'll take this kid to sword casting city first. Someone will take you all afterward. Before Ouyang three people opened their mouths, Taya instantly arrived in front of Lang Qingsong. Lang Qingsong just wanted to open his mouth to refuse, but he was held down by Taya's shoulder and directly disappeared in the same place. Although Lang Qingsong had been taken away by Taya, the secret realm of immortals in the sky had no intention of stopping and was getting closer and closer to the three Oyangs. It was like a world was tilting over like itself. Suddenly, a hand gently pressed down on top of the entire secret realm, and the secret realm stopped. A huge silhouette appeared behind the secret realm. I don't know how many feet tall, like a giant in the sky. The secret realm was like a crystal ball in the figure's hands. The figure of the man was becoming more and more visible. The white clothes were snowy, and the green silk was like the wind. The sound of the Tao curled up, and the aura of Xianhuang arose greatly. It was impossible to see his face, but the green lotus flower mark between his eyebrows was clearly visible. And the most noticeable thing was the back. A lotus longsword condensed from a green gas, slightly slanted behind him. Bai Feiyu recognized at a glance that this silhouette was his past life self, Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai. Looking at his past life self with some sighs, he suddenly asked Chen Changsheng next to him, Senior Chen, what would you do if you were able to do it all over again? Chen Changsheng, who was still immersed in the shock of the immortal's descent into the world, heard Bai Feiyu's question and his heart skipped a beat. Did senior brother Bai know about his identity as a reborn person? Chen Changsheng swallowed his saliva and turned his head to look, only to find that Bai Feiyu was still looking at the sword immortal figure in the sky, so he couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief, and was just about to open his mouth to reply. But Ouyang snaps and sings, if I could do it all over again, I'd choose Li Tai Bai. The strange tune of the song caused Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu to twist their heads to look at Ouyang, who was humming with his dog clamped to him. The tune is a bit odd, but it's pleasant enough, and unusually while the scene is right now at this moment in time. If I could start over, would I choose Li Tai Bai? Bai Feiyu smiled sparingly. Then there wouldn't be so many people guessing how good or bad he was in the ancient times. Hearing Bai Feiyu's words, Ouyang, who was still humming, was shocked. If I did not know that Bai Feiyu was the reincarnation of the ancient sword fairy Li Tai Bai, I would have to grab Bai Feiyu's neck and ask him about the odd change and even change. The silhouette opened its mouth slightly, and a majestic and solemn voice rang in the ears of the three Ouyang people, like thunder exploding in their ears. Who am I? I am the world. Invincible. 10,000 people. The attention. The most handsome. The strongest. Sword cultivator Li Tai Bai. Using an incomparably solemn voice but shouting out words that were incomparably middle-aged. The three people standing in place were instantly petrified on the spot. I'm sure that the expressions of the cultivators who saw that they were able to hear the silhouette's voice were similar to the three of them right now. Bai Feiyu, who was still immersed in seeing Li Tai Bai, who was in his previous life as a sword immortal style, was feeling a lot of emotions. His face instantly turned red. Who the hell built this grave for themselves? This time, an entire cultivation community was directly socialized to death. The words he used to hang on to in his previous life when he was young and pretentious. Why are they being let out now? Listening to it from the standpoint of a bystander myself, it's simply really hot to the ears. Bai Feiyu shouted furiously in his mind. To the bottom is who? Labor, capital, non, slaughter, he is not, yes. Ouyang snorted out a laugh and spoke to Chen Changsheng in a derisive tone. Crooked, Although this old kid is a sword immortal and his appearance is cool, he obviously doesn't have a high cultural level. This kind of appearance, with this kind of crotch-pulling opening line, Chang Shang, I'm dying of laughter. The somewhat petrified Chen Changsheng nodded his head, and in a rare moment, he opened his mouth to express his approval and said, eldest senior brother is right. If I were his friend, I would have crashed to death on tofu right now. Little White, don't you think so? The ever-steady Bai Fei Yu shook his body, feeling some tightness in his chest, pulled the corners of his mouth, and said through clenched teeth, yeah, I think so. Chapter 119, Cast Sword City. The silhouette in the sky disappeared after saying those words with an explosive level of middle-agedness. That secret realm stopped steadily in mid-air, and it no longer fell downwards. The secret realm in front of him was clearly visible. Even the rivets on the palace gates could be seen clearly. Suddenly, the door of the palace slammed open, and a green light projected out from the secret realm, directly into the world below. That green light was like a celadone stone pillar, slanting between the immortal secret realm and this world, and like a ladder. Is that the entrance to the secret realm? Ouyang looked out at the light pillar and felt that it was quite far away from him. A stream of light flew from the distance, and after standing still, a sword cultivator wearing a white Dao robe and carrying a long sword arched his hand towards the three of them and said, dare I ask if you're a fellow Taoist from the Qingyun sect? Ouyang stepped forward and returned the salute. Precisely, but did the patriarch ask senior brother to come? Master has ordered me to ask the three fellow Taoists to follow me forward to Sword Forging City. Senior brothers, please. The sword cultivator slightly raised his head and made an inviting gesture. Although it was an invitation, it gave off an overbearing feeling. Sword cultivators all liked to pretend. This was the consensus of the entire cultivation world. Chen Changsheng summoned his flying sword, and the three of them flew along with the sword cultivator in the direction of Sword Casting City. Once outside the sword sect's inner sect territory, the sky turned lively as well. Countless streams of light flew in the direction of Sword Casting City just like Ouyang and the others. It was a sword cultivator. As Ouyang looked around, it was easy to distinguish the difference between clan sword cultivators and casual sword cultivators. Sect sword cultivators usually traveled in groups of 3 or 5, uniformly dressed. Few of the sword cultivators among the scattered cultivators traveled in a group. They all traveled alone. The sword repair that all day stinks a face, a look of labor, the world's first tugging appearance, or loose cultivator, can have a friend is also a ghost. However, the number of scattered sword cultivators far exceeded the number of clan sword cultivators. After all, those who practiced swords were all unruly masters. How could they possibly condescend to live in the middle of a clan? There was even a saying that had been circulating among casual sword cultivators. The sword cultivators of the sword sect are nothing more than that, and the truly powerful sword cultivators do not bother to be dogs. It was the scattered sword cultivators who were the strongest, and their own swords were the strongest, and the number of sword cultivators was simply too many. Throughout the sky, streams of light filled the sky. Cultivators abounded, from those who had just built their foundations to great cultivators who couldn't see their realm. At this time, sword cultivators from all over the world gathered in Sword Casting City. The sight was beyond spectacular. The sword is the first of all weapons, and the knife is the king of all weapons. Blade cultivators were always slightly stronger than sword cultivators, but the number of blade cultivators was far less than sword cultivators. The reason is that it's better to look good with a sword than a knife. It doesn't matter if it's strong or not, it's the pretense that counts. A long knife at the waist of a white coat is always less dashing than a 3-foot green blade sword. All of these people are traveling to Cast Sword City to participate in this immortal secret realm? So many? Ouyang asked, smacking his lips as he watched the countless streams of light pass by him. Senior brother, don't worry. These loose cultivators are nothing but a bunch of people who stick their tags in and sell their heads. If they want to enter the secret realm, they still have to be knotted by my sword sect. The sword sect disciple on the side hummed disdainfully and spoke to Ouyang. Ouyang looked at the sword sect disciple, who looked as if he was proud of his master and couldn't help me, feeling that if it wasn't for the fact that the three of them were also disciples of the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great holy places, I'm afraid that the disciples he was talking about inserting a label and selling their heads would have included his own brother and 3. Isn't the sword sect afraid of offending the world's sword cultivators? Ouyang asked with a curious opening. The sword sect disciple sneered and said, afraid of them? Have you asked me about the long sword in my hand? Sword cultivators generally don't reason, because the sword in their hands is reason. It's draggy, but not very strong. This sentence was not said by Ouyang, it was said by the system panel, and Ouyang only saw it when he saw the attribute panel of the sword sect disciple in front of him. Name, Song Mu, sword sect master disciple. Cultivation level, 9th level of Yuanying. Root bone, 9. Charisma, 7. Lucky, 8. Kendo qualification, 9. Exclusive skill, Green Lotus Sword Song. Verdict, draggy, but not very strong. A disciple of the head of the sword sect, one of the 9 holy places. On this, none of the attributes were as good as the current Lingfeng. That's too much pull, isn't it? No wonder as soon as we arrived at the Qingyan sect Taya opened his mouth to accept us as disciples. It turns out that the sword sect is really short of people. Ouyang thought with emotion. While Ouyang was spitting, a huge city appeared in front of him. The huge lapis lazuli piled city wall was filled with sword marks, with the remnants of countless sword cultivators' sword intent on it, making one feel piercing just by looking at it. Even Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu felt some pressure in their hearts when they faced this city wall. Only Ouyang had a face of nothing to hang on to, because his realm was too low to perceive any sword intent, so he was completely stress-free. There are benefits to being low in the realm. Looking at the pitted walls, Ouyang just sighed. These sword cultivators do not have a little quality, so good city wall non-scratched potholes, like a dog sees a pole to lift the leg. Song Mu, however, pointed at the city wall with a proud face and said, "This city wall is the sword marks left by countless sword cultivators visiting the sword sect over the past 10,000 years. The world's sword cultivators come out of the sword sect, and my sword sect is a pilgrimage place for sword cultivators." A proud look on his face, like he's asking, "Do you think I'm a dick?" Ouyang lifted his hand and echoed twice, not usually bothering that much with fools himself. Countless sword cultivators flew in front of the walls of sword forging city and would all drop their swords to enter the city on foot. And there were also sword sect disciples dressed in white guarding in front of the city gates. This sword casting city did not allow imperial sword flight. Several people from Ouyang also landed and followed the countless sword cultivators towards the inside of sword casting city. Everyone was a sword cultivator, and everyone was equipped with a sword, either hanging at the waist, clutched to the chest, or carried behind the back, wearing mostly white clothes, in order to fit in. Chen Changsheng also pulled out the long sword from his storage pouch and hung it around his waist. Ouyang pulled out his storage bag before remembering that it had been broken in that unknown secret realm of immortals in order to test the strength of Dachshund Pretty Boy's body. Not having any extra swords with him either, Ouyang thought about it and pulled out that rope from inside his storage bag and bolted the dog to his waist. Before the pretty boy could react, he was already being lifted by Ouyang around his waist. He just wanted to resist, but was surprised that the ropes on his body seemed to have a strange power that directly sealed his strength. Crap, isn't that bullying a dog? The pretty boy was just about to open his mouth to protest, but Ouyang had already pinched the dog's mouth and told him to shut up, and if he wasn't satisfied, he would give him a shot. While others had swords dangling from their waists, Ouyang had a thin brown dachshund dangling from his waist. Fortunately, the dachshund was very thin, and everyone was in such a hurry to get to town that no one noticed for a while. But it was like a husky suddenly crouching in the middle of a pack of wolves. It wasn't striking, but it felt strange somewhere. Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu couldn't help but take a slight step back, staggering a bit away from Ouyang to prevent others from recognizing that they were with him. Bai Feiyu had a defeated expression on his face. His own eldest senior brother's brain circuits had always been different from others. Only Chen Changsheng sighed in his heart. This life's eldest senior brother is still as forthright as his previous life. Chapter 120, Another Son of Heaven's Destiny appears. Today is another day when I'm forced to add more work. The world's sword cultivators gathered at the sword sect's sword casting city. Such a first-class event. And at the entrance of the city stood 2 sword sect disciples of the Jiedan stage. But even if it was just 2 disciples of the Jiedan stage, the casual cultivators of the Yuaning stage and above would have to address their mouths as senior brothers when they passed by. This was the position of the sword sect, one of the 9 holy places, in the hearts of sword cultivators. Who didn't know that the sword sect was the most difficult sect to enter among the 9 holy grounds? And with a full complement of sword cultivators, every disciple that came out of the sword sect would be a giant of the sword Dao on one side in the future. The 2 sword cultivation disciples of the Jiedan stage had their noses turned up to the sky. Even if it was a great cultivator of the out-of-body stage, people greeted them and didn't even look at them. Sword cultivators all had a face that owed them a beating. So when there was a firefight in the cultivation world, the first ones to get beaten were also sword cultivators. Suddenly a commotion occurred at the entrance of sword casting city, and the noisy sounds of sword cultivators from all around came over. As soon as he saw that there was a hustle and bustle, Ouyang's eyes lit up as he pulled out melons from inside his storage bag and squeezed forward. Your sword sect bullies people that much? If you're not a sword cultivator, you're not allowed to enter? A youth in a blue Dao robe pointed at the sword sect disciples and shouted. The expression was angry and unwilling, with aggression and suppressed sobs, hoping to gain the sympathy of the surrounding casual cultivators. Unfortunately, no one gave a damn about him. The scattered sword cultivators all looked on with cold eyes, while the non-scattered cultivators were a little touched in their hearts, but they didn't dare to make a scene within the confines of the sword sect. The sword sect had already made it clear when they notified the world that this immortal secret realm was the event for sword cultivators, and 99% of the scattered cultivators who came this time were sword cultivators. There was no lack of non-sword cultivators like the youth who wanted to come and try their luck, but without exception, they were all blocked by the two sword sect disciples. Distinguish sword cultivator is also very simple. Sword cultivator is the introduction of sword chi. Even the sword chi cannot condense can still be called sword cultivator, so when a non-sword cultivator suddenly appeared in the middle, the other scattered sword cultivators would instead be uniformly xenophobic. Originally came to more people. The pressure of competition is high. You are not the majors still come to join in the fun. Who would want another competitor? Seeing that there was no resonating sound from the surrounding casual cultivators, the youth looked disoriented and lowered his head to mutter. Could it be that in this cultivation world, there is no way for us casual cultivators to live, except for the 9 great sacred grounds? Although the voice was small, it still clearly reached the ears of the people nearby, and a resonance rose in the hearts of the same casual cultivators. Compared to the 9 great sacred grounds, the cultivation resources they could obtain for their scattered cultivators were simply too little. When they were still fighting over a lower grade spirit stone with their dog's brains coming out, they heard that the 9 great sacred grounds were all using lower grade spirit stones to pave their floors. Is there any justice in this? People don't suffer from the lack of equality. The youth's words backfired with a lot of resonating voices. The noisy voices around them also gradually grew louder, and the noises were mixed with dissatisfaction for the sword sect's hegemonic display. Crooked. A big man is that good at tea? Ouyang stared at the youth's attribute panel for a moment of indecision while stoned on his melon. Name, Zhao Kansan, son of Chi Luck. Cultivation level, 2 levels of Jiadan. Root bone, 6. Charisma, 6. Luck, 10 plus 2. Divination qualification, 10 plus 1. Exclusive skill, the art of heavenly diffraction. Verdict, those who have great chi can win the world. Another chosen one. Or the first time Ouyang had seen a 12-point attribute bull. But Ouyang instinctively disliked the youth in front of him. Obviously, as long as he abducted back to the Qingyan sect, the first mission of his system could be reached. But he just didn't know why. For the youth in front of him, he just couldn't like him. The youth's looks were not considered outstanding, but it was also a clear face, and the eyes that were dripping and turning straight, looking left and right from time to survey, made Ouyang feel very uncomfortable. The great airbender, the son of the airbender, the art of heavenly diffusion? It sounds very much in line with the requirements of my old man's discipleship, and my old man's hand of the great heavenly diffusion technique can be considered a successor. So why would one fail to like this youth? Ouyang asked himself, but he couldn't think of a single thing. Suddenly the youth spoke loudly. I have a dream. I hope that there will be no loose sects in the world, and that all cultivators in the world will pursue the path of immortality together. The voice was so powerful and loud that the casual cultivators couldn't help but feel their hearts pounding. Yes, well said. The youth also seemed to be infected by the emotions of the casual cultivators. A copper coin appeared in his hand, landed at his feet to support himself to slowly fly out of the crowd. Half of his body said loudly, I have a dream. The world's casual cultivators can make their own voices heard, and casual cultivators are equally able to get the respect they deserve. Yes, damn, that's the way it should be. Where had the casual cultivators seen this scene before? To have someone stand up for them straight from the sword sect, one of the 9 great sacred grounds, and with total disregard for his own safety. Such a cultivator was simply that hero in everyone's heart. The youth's impassioned speech gained the approval of countless loose cultivators, and some of them even spontaneously flocked to the youth's side and acted as his guards. Standing in the crowd, Ouyang keenly captured the youth's fluttering eyes, and even though his voice was impassioned and full of emotion, he still couldn't hide the calculating heart. What fun! Ouyang finished the melon in his hand, clapped his hands, and retreated from the crowd. Standing beside Song Mu, he asked somewhat jokingly, Crooked, senior brother, if the sword sect doesn't make a sound, sword casting city is going to be rushed off. Song Mu still tugged and glanced at the youth who was fervently embraced by countless casual cultivators, and said indifferently, it doesn't matter, let them make a scene, I'll make a move. Where did this dude get his confidence from? There's no shortage of great cultivators at the Yuaning out-of-body stage among the over 10,000 casual cultivators at the entrance of this sword casting city. Why is Song Mu so tuggy with just one Yuaning stage? Ouyang was a bit puzzled, but he still turned his head to look at the youth. The youth at this time stood on a simple platform built by a dozen or so cultivators' magic weapons, facing the 2 sword sect disciples at the gate. The youth's impassioned and encouraging words were completely lost in front of the 2 sword sect disciples. The 2 sword sect disciples still had their nostrils facing the sky, looking like they had nothing to hang on to. The scattered cultivators' claims that they thought were reasonable were ignored, and the tide of people began to surge towards the city gates. Although they maintained their fear of the sword sect, one of the 9 great sacred grounds, the law was not to be blamed, and they had reasonable claims. The sword sect couldn't just kill them all. Song Mu, who was standing beside Ouyang, finally put his head in the right place and frowned at the crowd of people heading towards the gates of Cast Sword City. Song Mu fingers back sword. Flying sword into a green gas flying straight into the sky. Vertical leap. Leaped onto the flying sword. Landed in front of the city gate with his hands. Cold drink. My master. Sword Sect Patriarch Taya. Those who dare to go further. Die. Chapter 121. Yang re-pulled out a handful of melon seeds from inside his storage bag and got high. I thought that this senior brother song tugging at the bottom of the barrel would have some kind of card. And that's it? Mrs. K? More or less. The background is overwhelming. However, in the face of the tide of people, it seemed that the words were very useful, and those loose cultivators who were originally surging towards the city gates stopped in their tracks. The white-clothed sword cultivator in front of him, who stood with a sword, claimed to be the personal disciple of the Sword Sect's Patriarch. So wouldn't that be the future Sword Sect's Patriarch's successor? The name of one of the 9 holy grounds was already bluffing enough, and now another Sword Sect's own heirloom popped out. Who would dare to move forward with this? The gazes of the casual cultivators looked towards Zhao Qiansun, who was standing on top of the high platform, and Zhao Qiansun hadn't expected that there would be a Sword Sect's personal disciple in front of the city gates. With his brain spinning rapidly, Zhao Qiansun said righteously, "Fellow Dao brothers, we're not trying to blackmail the Sword Sect, we're just making a reasonable claim, so all we need to do is sit in front of the door. No resistance, just sit in silence, and I'm sure the Sword Sect, one of the 9 great sacred grounds, will definitely give us an explanation." The scattered cultivators around Zhao Qiansun nodded their heads, just about ready to heed Zhao Qiansun's words and prepare for a sit-in protest. Who the fuck gave me to account for? Taya's voice came from afar, and vast true essence wrapped in supreme sword intent surged from the city to the city gates. The loose cultivators who were preparing to sit in meditation to protest against the Sword Sect's dominance, regardless of their realm, were all blown around by the surging true qi. Standing on top of the high platform, Zhao Qiansun held his hands in front of him and struggled to support himself, while many of the loose cultivators who had been encouraged by his speech had blocked the way for him. Taya, who was covered in sword intent, stood on top of the city tower and swept the circle of casual cultivators outside the city. His eyes landed on Ouyang and his group and paused for a moment. Then he coldly grunted disdainfully. "A bunch of earthworms and dogs." The sound was not loud but clear to everyone's ears. Ouyang narrowed his eyes and looked at Taya on the city wall, making a note in his heart. And tens of thousands of casual cultivators didn't even have the courage to raise their heads when facing Taya, this second in the world, but is known for his violent temper, even if the sect disciples say to fight. Is this how the Sword Sect bullies the small with the big? Wasted as one of the 9 great sacred grounds. Zhao Qiansun immediately shouted loudly when he saw that after Taya's appearance, the casual cultivators were vaguely thinking of retreating. Taya looked towards Zhao Qiansun and raised his hand as space distorted. Zhao Qiansun was shocked in his heart. His 2 fingers stood in front of his eyes ready to escape, but it was too late. A suction force directly sucked Zhao Qiansun in. When he reappeared, Zhao Qiansun had already been lifted in Taya's hands by pinching his neck. Taya scanned the scattered cultivators in the arena and grunted coldly. Since when do sword cultivators need other cultivators to take the lead in their affairs? Is it the swords in the hands of the sword cultivators that are rusty? When Taya said this, the sword cultivators in the crowd felt a bit groundless. Zhao Qiansun tried to retort, but Taya squeezed his neck to death. Zhao Qiansun's body was locked by the Taya sword intent around him, and the true essence in his dantian was as if it had disappeared. Without Zhao Qiansun's encouragement, the tide of people in the arena began to show signs of collapsing under Taya's pressure. Taya stepped forward and said aloud, "This secret realm is the tomb of Li Tai Bai, the old ancestor of my sword sect, and all the sword cultivators in the world can come. Can my sword sect stop them?" When Zhao Qiansun heard Taya's words, he immediately turned ashen, knowing that everything he had just done was for nothing. Taya, however, still opened his mouth and said, "My sword sect is the head of the sword cultivators. When it comes to planning for the sword cultivators, but you and other sword cultivators are gently listening to other people's encouragement. And as a sword cultivator and the sword sect is the enemy, don't you think it's shameful? Is one's own way held in one's own hands, and does it come by the charity of others? Can you still hold the sword in your hands?" Taya's voice did not drum up the true essence, tightly relying on the breath to spread through the crowd, and there was a commotion among the crowd. Countless sword-wielding sword cultivators had walked out from the crowd, walking to the city gates and turning around to draw their swords to face the rest of the casual cultivators. Zhao Qiansun was dead in the water. The momentum he had just created was completely brought back by a few words from Taya. The Sword Sect belonged to a very special existence in the 9 Holy Lands because the Sword Sect only accepted sword cultivators. Pure sword cultivation Kuei. Sword cultivation disdained other paths and only believed in the sword in their hands, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with the Sword Sect, which was the head of the sword cultivators. planning a way out for the sword cultivators. After all, no matter how old you are or what your cultivation level is when you enter the sword casting city, as long as you are able to condense your sword chi, the sword sect then recognizes you as a sword cultivator and also allows you to enter the city. So the sword sect's move wasn't wrong. Zhao Qian's son just used great justice to force the sword sect, and now it backfired. The sword cultivator among the scattered cultivators stood completely in front of the scattered cultivators' opposition. Taya carried Zhao Qian's son in his hand and laughed as he stamped his foot on the city gate. My generation of sword cultivators only believe in the sword in their hands, the way of sword intent, the reasoning of the sword path, and all others are inferior to the sword in their hands. Do you understand? Obey the sword sect patriarch's decree. The sword cultivators and loose cultivators in front of the city gates all stood with their swords and replied in a loud voice. Sword cultivators are proud, and all day long they look like their labor is tugging. It is also often the reason why they get the hardest beatings and suffer the most. However, this also created sword cultivators to be the strongest combatants among all cultivators. Open the city gates. Sword cultivators enter the city. Taya spoke again. When the city gates opened again, all the sword cultivators put away their swords in unison, and with a slight bow towards Taya above the city gates, they entered the city alone. Ouyang retreated to the front of Bai Feiyu's two men, stoned on melon seeds and opened his mouth. You guys tell me why Taya this old guy why he was able to regain the upper hand? The strength is a bit too disparate. Although Bai Feiyu was displeased with this old guy in front of him for exposing his own black history, he had to say that this wave of sword cultivators' speeches did speak to Bai Feiyu's heart. The sword sect patriarch first presses people with his strength, then presses them with his power, then plots against them with his words, and after the 3 steps, he is able to manage to turn defeat into victory. Chen Xiangxing thought about saying the most comprehensive answer. Ouyang smiled and shook his head to look at Taya on the city gates, and Taya stared at Zhao Qian's son in his hands, secretly saying that it was a pity that this kid had a belly full of bad water and was highly qualified, but it was a pity that he wasn't a sword cultivator, or else he would have kinda wanted to take the kid in front of him into the sword sect. Taya threw Zhao Qian's son on the ground, looked at Zhao Qian's son who was a bit unconvinced, laughed and said, Do you know what you kid lost at? Zhao Qian's son coughed twice, rubbed his neck, and turned his head to Taya. The sword sect patriarch is powerful, so naturally, my juniors are inferior. Taya laughed a few times, looked down at Zhao Qian's son and said, Kid, your brain is very good, at least too much better than the group of brats on the sword sect, but your belly of intrigue and trickery won't help you go to the end. You have to know that no matter how far you have come, at the end of the day, you have to do one thing. Ouyang twisted his head to look at the 2 rebellious sons in front of him, and the Taya on top of the city wall to Zhao Qian's son almost at the same time out of the mouth to speak. Righteous. Chapter 122. A sword cultivator should at least have a sword, right? The outside of Sword Forging City turned orderly. The sword cultivators entered the city in order, and because Taya was present, the 2 disciples guarding the gate also turned courteous and dutiful. It wasn't until the 3 of them walked to the door that 2 sword sect disciples stopped Ouyang. Senior brother, only sword cultivators are allowed to enter the city. The sword sect disciple spoke courteously. What does it take to be called a sword cultivator? Ouyang cocked his head and asked, Shouldn't there at least be a sword? The sword sect disciple glanced at Taya on the city's head and spoke patiently. Don't I have it here? Ouyang tugged on the dachshund pinned to his waist and opened his mouth. The sword sect disciple glanced at the dachshund pretty boy with a loveless face around Ouyang's waist, and said with a head full of black lines, Senior brother, how can a sword cultivator also know how to use sword chi? Ouyang smiled, drew out the dachshund on his waist. True chi was lost into the dachshund's body. The dachshund opened its mouth and just vomited. Ouyang raised the dachshund with a wave, and the amplified version of his jinchi swung into a half-moon-shaped wave of jinchi straight into the sky. Who said I don't know sword chi? Ouyang held the dog in one hand and juggled 2 sword blossoms, coolly pinning the dog to his waist once again. The 2 sword sect disciples looked at the dachshund around Ouyang's waist with a blank stare. This dog was really a sword? Sword chi was actually the wave of true chi that was attached to the sword by true chi and volleyed out with the sword technique. As long as they had reached the foundation establishment stage, the average cultivator could use sword chi if they learned a few more sword techniques. There is no sword intent on top of sword chi, so the most basic sword chi can be used as long as you know a few sword moves. And the average cultivator can call himself a sword cultivator. And with the dog in his hand, Ouyang finally managed to use a high-end technique that could only be learned at the foundation stage. Ouyang could be an epic enhancement this time around. The springy Ouyang led the 2 of them into the sword casting city with faith, leaving behind the sword sect disciples with skeptical faces. The sword forging city had long been filled with people, and everywhere was filled with sword cultivators walking with their swords, and the houses of the city were situated at random, and the clanking of iron could be heard in every house. Sword casting city has the best sword casters in the world. The sword is the life of the sword cultivator. And the sword caster is the one who gives the sword cultivator a second life. These are also the words that my sword sect has engraved on top of the heirloom stone monument. Songmu didn't know when he appeared beside Ouyang again and opened his mouth to introduce to Ouyang. Behind him, Bai Feiyu's heart rose and fell when he heard these words, and all the signs indicated that this sword sect's founding father must have a great relationship with himself and Ujizi. Ujizi forged a sword for himself with his own body, and he himself fell on the spot. Who in the world built such a grave for himself in the small world, and created this sword sect under the false pretense of his name? The current Bai Feiyu was very eager to know what this first patriarch of the sword sect was in the end, and Ouyang curiously opened his mouth and asked, "Then the sword maker has given the sword cultivator a second life. The sword cultivator is shouldn't he call the sword maker a father?" Hearing Ouyang's words, not only Songmu who was beside him, but Bai Feiyu who was behind him likewise had his face flushed. The inexplicable addition of a father is something that no one would be happy about. Songmu coughed, forcibly stabilized his impulse to pull out his sword, and opened his mouth to say, "This time when the immortal mystery realm opens, my sword sect will only go to 3 people, and since the 4 senior brothers are going with them, then I'm going to make it clear in advance first." Ouyang looked at Songmu, who had a tugging cool face, and without guessing, he knew that this kid was ready to act up. Songmu said coolly with an expressionless face, "Although we are in the same 9 holy places, there can only be one person in the immortal inheritance. Once we enter the secret realm, then we will each rely on our own means. Here Songmu will first make amends to the senior brothers." It was as if as soon as they entered the secret realm, the 4 Ouyangs had been sent out of the secret realm by Songmu in a second with a single sword. Hearing Songmu's words without the slightest bit of mercy, the 2 people behind Ouyang looked at Songmu in amazement at the same time. What makes this kid so draggy? Songmu walked up to Bai Feiyu and said with an arch of his hand, "Many offenses, senior brother." Bai Feiyu looked at Songmu and nodded, then put the word death on the kid's head. When he just walked in front of Chen Changsheng, without waiting for Songmu to open his mouth, Chen Changsheng smilingly arched his hand and opened his mouth. "I still hope that senior brother Song will show mercy." Songmu nodded and said, "Definitely." When Songmu turned around, a hair fell from the end of Songmu's hair and floated into Chen Changsheng's hand, which Chen Changsheng slightly held and tucked into his sleeve. Not very strong, but it's a drag. It had to be said that it was still quite polite to say hello before striking out, but offending 2 people from Little Mountain Peak at once was also the first time Ouyang had seen it. "Master told me to say a proper hello to them. I'm afraid that he's also afraid that I'll strike too hard and hurt the feelings between the 9 holy lands, and if I do this in advance, I won't have to keep my hands off of them in the immortal mystic realm." Songmu secretly thought in his heart, when a person who cultivates the way fights with all his might for his way, how can he possibly hold back his hand? "I'm sorry, brothers of the Green Cloud sect." Songmu apologized slightly in his heart, but the cool expression on his face remained unchanged. Ouyang was a bit intolerant and was just about to open his mouth to persuade him to find less death, when suddenly the green light in the sword forging city flourished, and the pillar of green light that passed through the sky became as if it were a solid entity. Tayas's voice rang out, "Within 1 incense stick, all sword cultivators heading to the immortal secret realm may come with their swords. It's starting." It seemed that the opening of the immortal mystery realm had already been completed on Lao Er's side. All of the sword cultivators in sword forging city simultaneously rose their swords and shot up into the sky, flying towards the pillar of green light. The sky was filled with streams of light flying towards the pillar of green light, and the entire sky was as if it had been smeared with countless colored ribbons. "Let's go." Although we don't know what's going on over at Lao Er's side, but at least before Lao Er obtains the inheritance, we'll try to stop all of these people. Ouyang spoke to the 2 behind him. "Eldest senior brother, want to kill someone?" Chen Changsheng opened his mouth and asked. Although several people had been cultivating for more than 10 years, they had never killed anyone. "I'm afraid only Lang Qingsong has seen blood in the entire small mountain peak." Ouyang lowered his head and thought for a moment and spoke. "It doesn't matter. Since we dared to come in, then we all held the determination to kill and be killed. Besides we are now casual cultivators. What do we do and what does it have to do with Qingyun sect?" Bai Feiyu and Chen Changsheng glanced at each other. This was the first time eldest brother had ever been licensed, and it was still against those cultivators who had no grievances. Chen Changsheng sheathed his finger sword and carried the 3 of them towards the pillar of green light. Countless sword cultivators surged towards the pillar of green light, directly crashing headfirst into it. The 3 of them, Ouyang, similarly followed the countless sword cultivators and rushed into the pillar of green light. Once they entered the pillar of green light, the 3 of them were enveloped in green light before their eyes, and the next second their eyes regained their brightness, while Ouyang stood on top of a large tree. But there was no more Bai Feiyu and Chen Changsheng around him. Before Ouyang froze over, a familiar voice came over to his ears. Zhao Qian's son with a face of bad luck suddenly appeared beside Ouyang depressed and opened his mouth. Crap, what the hell is this place? I get one time off per month. And I'm taking tomorrow off. So many more this month. Take a day off. Love you guys. Chapter 123. Zhao Qian's son, who was wearing a blue Taoist robe, froze for a moment as he stood on a tree with an obscure face looking at Ouyang. Then his face returned to normal and he arched his hand towards Ouyang and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am Zhao Qian's son, a casual cultivator." Ouyang similarly saluted and replied, "I am Ouyang, a casual cultivator." As soon as he heard Ouyang say that he was a casual cultivator, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up and he said enthusiastically to Ouyang, "Fellow Taoist is also a casual cultivator? Then this time we can support each other in the secret realm, although your strength is only Qi practitioner. But don't worry, I, Zhao Qian's son, love to make friends." Zhao Qian's son patted his chest to ensure that, after all, only practicing Qi 9 Ouyang, he is not yet regarded as a threat. It is Ouyang waist chain Dachshund pretty boy, let Zhao Qian's son keep an eye out. One can't even see through a dog? Zhao Qian's son had some doubts in his heart, but still did not show them on his face. When Ouyang heard that Zhao Qian's liked to make friends, he instantly brightened up and enthusiastically shook Zhao Qian's hand and said, "That's quite a coincidence. I also like to make friends, so I'll rely on brother Zhao this time." Zhao Qian's son atmospherically stated that as long as he had meat to eat, he would never treat his brothers poorly. The friendship between the two is quickly heating up, and it looks like they hate each other. Suddenly a voice rang out throughout the sky, "Since you all chose to come here, then I'm sure you want to obtain the inheritance of the strongest and most handsome sword immortal in this world. Go find it. Go search for it. I have placed my inheritance deep within this immortal tomb. See the people around you? This first test is to eliminate the other person in front of you." A golden light flew toward Ouyang's eyes, and Ouyang instantly exploded with anger, drawing out the dog at his waist and swinging it at Zhao Qian's. The two who had hated each other just a moment ago instantly drew their swords against each other. Just as the pretty boy was about to bite Zhao Qian's neck, Zhao Qian's son had 3 copper coins on his fingertips caught in his fingers, and was flinging his hand towards Ouyang's face to whip him. Rubbing, dang! 3 copper coins fell at Ouyang's feet, and there was an extra dog that was biting towards his neck next to Zhao Qian's neck. Replace! Zhao Qian's fingers stood in front of his eyes and lightly shouted. The copper coins in his hand had already been withdrawn into his sleeve. The original Zhao Qian's position turned into a piece of wood, and the Dachshund pretty boy took a hard bite at the piece of wood, directly biting it into pieces. The voice in the sky sounded again. "Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Remember, this level must be passed by both of you together. Half of you will be eliminated from this level, so work hard to survive together. Now I'll tell you the rules. Rule number 1, companions eliminated will be considered eliminated together. Rule number 2, 139,000 will eliminate the remaining 5,000. Rule number 3, the range of activity is an initial 30-kilometer radius, which will be narrowed down every half hour that passes. Rule number 4, live or die. You can give up at your own discretion. Rule 5, those above the out-of-body stage will automatically enter the next level. Rule number 6, avoid excessive casualties. Just get hit and be ruled out. Rule number 7, after the above, there are no rules. The voice fell again, and a light lit up around Ouyang's feet, running through the entire forest. I'm afraid that he was now standing at the very edge of 30 kilometers. A game of chicken and drug running? This game is really good for long life. After hearing the rules, Ouyang instantly understood the meaning of the level. Wasn't it the game that was a big hit in his previous life? The old Inbi is the final winner of this game, and Nagisa can win this game with her eyes closed. And after the sound disappeared, all kinds of explosions began to ring in the ears one after another, with shouts of murder and pounding noises. Over 100,000 sword cultivators are all crammed in here. If you don't eliminate others, others will eliminate you. So from this moment on, everyone you meet will be an enemy, and the only companions he had were those assigned to him in front of him. This level tests whether two people can hold out hand in hand until the number is eliminated to 5,000. If it was just Ouyang himself, Ouyang wasn't worried about this. But now there was an extra drag queen around who he had already looked a little uncomfortable, and this point made Ouyang very nauseous. In front of me, this thieving kid has a belly full of bad water. How did a decent person like himself form a team with him? I just don't know what happened to Xiaobai and Changsheng. Did they get assigned along with them? While Bai Feiyu and Chen Changsheng, who had entered this place at the same time, were standing on a tree, the countless sword cultivators on the opposite side had already fought together. Chen Changsheng squatted on the tree trunk with his hands on his sleeves. Bai Feiyu leaned on the tree trunk, and the two of them looked as if they were watching a play, looking down at the sword cultivators whose dogs' brains were about to fight out. "Senior brother, this divine concealment talisman of yours isn't bad." Bai Feiyu spoke with some appreciation. It was just a low-grade astringent technique, and after Chen Changsheng's yellow talisman had improved it, Even a great cultivator at the outbreathing stage would not be able to survey it. Chen Changqing smiled and shook his head, implicitly putting away a cool paper figure resembling Bai Feiyu, and laughed nervously. It's just some sideways that can't make it to the Hall of Elegance. I just don't know how eldest senior brother is doing right now. I always have something to worry about. Worry? Eldest senior brother still needs us to worry? Bai Feiyu was a bit surprised. Just that amount of true chi of his own eldest senior brother. What Chen Changsheng said about worrying was worrying about the opponents his own eldest senior brother encountered, right? Chen Changsheng smiled and said, I'm worried that if eldest senior brother accidentally gets high and punches through this immortal mystic realm, then how can eldest senior brother still inherit the immortal inheritance? When Bai Feiyu heard Chen Changsheng's words, he was instantly a little worried as well. The matter of their own eldest senior brother having a pit in his head was well known to several people. It seemed like the character of a salty fish every day, but in fact, several people knew that once their own elder brother went crazy, he didn't talk about anything. The two watched the show while hoping that Ouyang would tighten up a bit, and on Ouyang's side, Ouyang re-bolted the pretty boy to his waist as if nothing had happened. Zhao Qiansun was sweating coldly but still had a smile on his face. Zhao Qiansun's heart had already broken down and cursed. Such reaction speed and lightly blocked his own full force strike. You tell me this guy in front of me is chi practicing stage? I didn't expect that I would have looked away, and that this fellow called Ouyang would be a great cultivator who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The dog tethered to his waist was also oddly eccentric, and could actually ignore his true elemental mask and bite directly towards his neck. If he hadn't instantly used the substitute technique to vanish, I'm afraid that he would have already been dismembered by now. It was so damn shady. 1 second he was sympathizing with himself, the next he was striking out at him. What's this guy's story? Surprisingly, he's as shameless as himself. Brother Zhao. It looks like we're going to work hand in hand. Ouyang raised his head and opened his mouth to say with a smile. Zhao Qiansun no longer had any contempt for Ouyang, and said with a smile on his face, Brother Dao is right. From now on, I, Zhao Qiansun, will look up to Brother Dao. Where? I still need to look up to senior brother for more care. Ouyang said with a smile and waved his hands, as if the two instantly fighting for their lives just now didn't exist. The two once again resumed their gorilla-pitying gorilla appearance, hooking shoulders and starting to discuss tactics. Chapter 124, Will I honestly play the breakout game? Dao brother This secret realm is flooded with over 100,000 sword cultivators. Among them, there are many great cultivators of the out-of-body stage and the divine separation stage. So many cultivators are beyond the reach of human power. We must act with caution. Zhao Qiansun spoke with apprehension in his heart. Zhao Qiansun's meaning is obvious. If you live, you can win. Going out to wave is not a human thing to do. Moreover, the rules stated that harmonization stage cultivators could directly enter the next level, which meant that it was possible that there were even harmonization stage or even higher cultivators among the scattered cultivators who had come this time. Ouyang looked at Zhao Kansan in front of him, smiled crookedly and said, Elder brother is extremely right. So, I decided not to be a human being. Drawing the pretty boy out once again, Ouyang held the dog on his end, holding his hind legs with one hand and the dog's stomach with the other, and spoke to the palace in the distance. Has senior brother ever heard of a saying? Zhao Qiansun looked at Ouyang's strange posture with his hand on the dog. A trace of bad feeling rose in his heart, and he was just about to open his mouth to ask. Ouyang, however, aimed along the center of the pretty boy's 2 ears while speaking. One shot of immortal kneeling. See amount of true chi toward the pretty boy body instilled into Daksun. Pretty boy's expression from the beginning of the pain slowly become a little enjoyment. Comfortable shouted. Their own began to like a little bit of this kind of body inside the feeling of full. When the true chi value reached a critical point, pretty boy then opened his dog's mouth. A huge shockwave of true chi erupted from the dog's mouth, instantly rushing towards the small white grave in the distance. The huge shockwave was like a heavenly disaster descending into the world. Wherever it went all flew into oblivion, no matter whether it was a tree or a boulder. It was as if it had been forcibly erased from the world by a rubber. This bug-like might was like a sudden lag in the real world, dissolving everything it could touch. The true chi shockwave crashed fiercely into Xiaobai's grave, and a vast greatness transformed into a white barrier that toppled the wave of true chi. Like a boulder hitting a piece of bamboo, the white barrier was deeply dented. The white barrier slid rapidly, and the true chi waves Ouyang sent out were slowly diverted, finally sliding into the sky and rushing ruthlessly into the depths of the sky. When the wave of dangling chi crashed into the sky of the immortal mystic realm, the strong might directly shattered the sky, and the sky in the immortal mystic realm was blasted through a gaping hole like a mirror shattering. Countless pieces of debris began to fall downwards, but also in the next instant, the sky returned to normal once again. Ouyang clearly felt that this immortal mystery realm seemed to have gotten a little smaller, and Ouyang's mind was enlightened. He himself had held the dog in that unknown immortal's secret realm and blasted open that immortal's secret realm. His own secret technique, Sky Soaring Dog Flash, could instantly break the space of the immortal's secret realm? Crooked. Then this I will not be polite. Ouyang smiled crookedly and directly carried the dog, ready to give this immortal mystic realm a few hundred rounds of true chi cannon. Anyway, he has a lot of true chi, and what he consumes is not as fast as what he recovers. This immortal secret realm himself directly blasted it open. One level at a time? An honest pass like a computer game of Breakout? Doesn't exist. One's previous life to play a spider solitaire to find plugins. Let alone now. All honestly sit at the table and play cards. Then they like to lift the table themselves. The massive amount of true chi once again converged towards the pretty boy's body, and as his stomach began to rise, the expression on the dog's face began to become unusually comfortable. It had already adapted to this true chi filling its body, and even felt pleasure. And this rising sensation poured out again in a flash, making it feel otherworldly mood swings, so much so that pretty boy shouted furiously in his heart, "More! More!" When Ouyang was ready to give this immortal secret realm a few hundred rounds of great treasures, an urgent voice suddenly rang in his ears. Emergency rule, this level will not allow the use of true chi, true essence. Everyone please duel with sword techniques, sword moves, and sword intent. As the voice fell, the entire secret realm of immortals was suddenly devoid of the presence of heaven and earth yuan chi, and the pretty boy whose stomach had already risen instantly returned to its original state, and countless are fighting sword cultivator. Originally his waving true essence fight is in full swing. The body's true essence suddenly disappeared, almost led to their own tendons and veins reversal, but still a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. The most miserable ones were still the sword cultivators flying in the sky, and they all planted themselves from the sky like wild ducks that had been shot. The lighter ones suffered some minor injuries, and the unlucky ones who fell hard were sentenced straight out of the game. By Feiyu and Chen Chongsheng, who were standing on the tree, glanced at each other. That shockwave just now must have been made out of the whole thing by their own eldest senior brother. Just now, he was still worrying about whether or not his own elder brother would play off, but he didn't expect that just after he finished speaking, Ouyang then had already started. Ouyang similarly felt the sea of true chi in his dantian, lying quietly in his dantian, not moving at all. Sparing himself such a large amount of true chi, he could only mobilize some. What kind of existence is an immortal? How can they do this? A gust of wind blew into Ouyang's ears, and a voice from the sky sounded in Ouyang's ears at first. Grass, don't mess with me. The voice was so fleeting that Ouyang even thought he was hallucinating. This voice is an immortal? Or is it Li Taibai's divine soul? It's not right. Xiaobai has been reincarnated. It shouldn't be Li Taibai's divine soul. Is the immortal secret realm opened by immortals with their own greatness and does not belong to this world? Which means that the rules in the immortal secret realm can also be made by the immortals themselves? Ouyang took this point to heart, and seemed to have some more knowledge about the small worlds opened up by immortals. The small worlds constructed by immortals were not as solid as the original worlds, and immortals were almost like the creators of the small worlds, able to change the rules of their small worlds at will. In other words, immortals were invincible existences in their own little worlds. Ouyang only had vague concepts in his mind about the immortals of the ancient times, no matter how strong they were in the ancient times. In the end, they were still picked up by Bai and slaughtered as pigs? Then if the immortals changed the rules of the small world so that they could not use heaven and earth yuan chi, could the immortals themselves use it? Since it had turned out like this, when he saw the driving force behind all this, Ouyang carried the dog to give him a few hits to try the depths. Because of Ouyang's shit-stirring stick, the sword cultivators who were originally dashing against each other with sword chi flying in all directions and sword intent, had instantly turned into a landlubber and hooligan brawl. You poke me with a sword, I give you a kick. Cool sword techniques. Sword moves without the true chi become a flowery show, far less practical than a brick. There was a lot of screaming and crying. Everyone was certain in their minds that some asshole had done something to cause the rules of the level to be forcibly revised. And just now that hair true chi wave as mountainous as a tsunami-like airwave directly to the side of the Zhao Qian's son lifted out. Zhao Qian's son horrified look at the hand of the dog, a calm face of Ouyang. Blue blew the dog's mouth on the non-existent smoke, smiled at his own, waved his hand. Chapter 125, The God of War Who Raises Dogs. Because they couldn't use their true essence, the sword cultivators, who were originally wide open and showing off their skills to each other, became unusually cautious, just working in groups of 2 or 2, holding their swords with their backs to each other to stay on guard. All people don't make the first move to attack someone else until they have to. This eliminated the number of people became abnormally slow. Everyone moved in the direction of the palace, and slowly the small white graveyard became crowded and the atmosphere was abnormally tense. No one knew who would suddenly make a move and eliminate themselves, and without true essence, Even cultivators at the outbreathing stage and divine separation stage didn't want to make a move easily. Although the outbreathing stage grand cultivator had comprehended sword intent and possessed a divine soul attack, however, without the aid of true essence, the power of the sword intent was greatly reduced, and divine soul attacks were exceptionally exhausting on oneself. I'm afraid that if you become a leader at this time, you will be eliminated from the game by the set fire. No matter how strong an out-of-body stage cultivator was, without his true essence, compared to an ordinary cultivator, he was just a sword master who had practiced for 2.5 more years. Senior brother. Didn't eldest brother say that we should help senior brother Lang clear the obstacles? Shouldn't some of these obstacles be cleared away? Bai Feiyu looked at the growing number of cultivators in front of him and opened his mouth to ask. Although Bai Feiyu has not seen blood in his hands now, but in his previous life, he was able to step on the sword immortal, as the life in the hands of Li Tai Bai has not known how many. Is that so? Didn't eldest senior brother say that since they came in with the determination of certain death, he told us to leave none of them behind? Chen Changsheng replied with a frown. Striking without true chi without a target like this will make us a target. Why don't we strike last? Senior brother should be prepared, right? Bai Feiyu helplessly opened his mouth and said, this third senior brother of his is usually surprisingly careful, and once he strikes, he is ruthless. Chen Changsheng smiled nervously and said, even though I can't use my true essence, I still brought some of my standing puppets with me, so it should be enough. Enough to eat everyone out in a heartbeat? Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Bai Feiyu no longer prepared to strike with his hands clasped in front of his chest, thinking that this third senior brother must already have a way to deal with it. There were more and more sword cultivators. The circle of light shrunk smaller and smaller, gradually producing some friction, but relatively speaking still everyone was still relatively restrained. Until one man comes along and upsets the fragile balance. Just see a green shirt hand carry a strange looking dog. See people as a dog. This dog is also strange. All body knife and gun invulnerable. There are cultivators with a sword to block the dog. This evil dog will even stretch his neck to bite. Anyone who is drawn or bitten by a dog in a green shirt, regardless of whether it is heavy or not, is directly teleported out of the game. For a while, that green dress set off a storm of blood. Wherever they went, the sword cultivators were unable to avoid them, and in a flash, the square that was originally quite calm became a mess, and a blue-clothed cultivator at any time for the green-clothed cultivator to block the back of the attack. Countless coins from the blue-clothed cultivator fingers popped out. Each one is right in the throat. A hand of finger-snapping magical powers can also be described as subtle. The name of the Tai-Dog war god has been circulating among sword cultivators ever since. Yang, who was carrying the dog, gasped for air and ran towards the palace. And in his heart, he had already cursed that son of a bitch behind the curtain 1,000 times. Grass. He was in the outermost layer of 30 kilometers. The aperture kept shrinking. He could only run after it. He ran more than 20 kilometers in one breath. If not for the fact that he was whisked away by the headmaster, don't you see, every day when he was a child, around the Qingyun peak and between the small peaks, he would have been eliminated a long time ago. Yang handheld pretty boy, a dog and a small child. These sword cultivators are really too slow in the eyes of Yang, charging into the crowd with such arrogance. Yang was only trying to eliminate a few more sword cultivators. If only a few more are eliminated, then there will be a few less competitors for his own penis. Without their true essence boost, these people were nothing more than ordinary people at the same realm as themselves. And what Yang was best at was violently beating up small trash of the same realm. I've been squatting in the chi practicing stage for more than 10 years. You're worthy to compare with me? You're stealing food from my dick? Don't even ask me who I am? Although his own penis is almost the equivalent of an inside job, who's to say that a bad one won't pop up? When the elimination is almost over, he will pull Zhao Qian's son behind him to go out together. This kid panel is the son of Qi. That is a variable. But as the sword cultivators gradually joined hands and surrounded Yang's 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands, and gradually only had the power to fight. If it wasn't for the pretty boy's body being long enough and biting fiercely enough, Yang would have died under the messy sword. Zhao Qian's son, who was on the side, was even more miserable. The rule said that as long as one person was eliminated, the other would be eliminated along with him. The Yang in front of him looked like he was panicking to die, carrying the dog up and doing it. He could only protect himself around, fearing that if Yang was accidentally eliminated from the game, he would drag himself along with him. But this likewise provoked the wrath of the crowd, and all the sword cultivators became on the same page at this moment. Everyone, this dog-carrying guy is kind of fierce. Fuck him. This dog can even turn its head and bite people? Crap, I'm eliminated with a bite? He's so fierce. I wish I could replace the dog in his hand with me. Then you die first. The sword cultivators had drawn their swords and rushed towards Yang. although there was no more true essence. As long as they were sword cultivators, they all had their own unique sword techniques, sword moves, or sword skills. These things might be a bit inadequate in front of a great cultivator who had comprehended the sword intent, but before the sword intent, these skills were the most proud means of a sword cultivator. A group fight? I'm afraid of you guys? Yang coldly laughed. Yang end up pretty boy. The real chi in his body can only mobilize some, but it's still enough to deal with these wastes who can only fight in melee. Yang put his hand on the pretty boy's stomach and made a loading gesture, raised his dog towards the crowd and said with an evil sneer, all of you will die for your master today. Da 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 da. The true chi within Yang's body was transferred to pretty boy's body in a single, successive stream, because he had experimented in advance. Pretty boy already knew what his master was thinking, and opened his doggy mouth for a burst of continuous shooting. With Dachshund in hand, Yang instantly transforms into a submachine gun wielding commando and forms a descending blow against the natives wielding pieces of iron. Countless true chi projectiles were declared towards the sword cultivators, and those who were neutralized were instantly eliminated and teleported out of the game. Well, folks, times have changed. Who still swings a piece of iron and pretends to be a master? The real masters are bulletproof, at least the ability to press the gun. In this cultivation world, Yang claimed to be the second. No one dared to claim the first. Countless sword cultivators were instantly eliminated from the game with humiliation, and the pretty dog was foaming at the mouth. The sword cultivators who were eliminated from the game were instantly teleported out of the immortal mystic realm, and everyone was cracking up. There's something shady about this immortal mystery. There are hanging dogs inside. Everyone was almost all casual cultivators, so the spreading of rumors was extremely fast. Soon, the name of a fierce god was added to the cultivation world. This ferocious god, carrying a long brown dog in the midst of a crowd of sword cultivators killed 7 in and 7 out, was very vicious. People claim, raise the dog war god. 3 chapters today to show my sincerity. Chapter 126, The Sword Stage. The original experience had completely turned into a farce because of Yang's shit-stirring stick. Maybe the originator behind it didn't expect a freak like Yang to appear. The speed of the originally slowly shrinking aperture accelerated steeply, as if it also wanted to put an end to this farce quickly. In the face of the suddenly accelerated contraction of the aperture, the sword cultivators who originally wanted to stay outside to eat melons and lie down to win, instantly could not sit still. Those who moved slower were directly out of the game, so the sword cultivators in the outer circle joined the battle, and the scene became even more chaotic. The sword cultivators who had originally made a common cause and wanted to join hands to eliminate Yang from the game not only had to face Yang's ferocious artillery fire, but also instantly received backstabs from the sword cultivators behind them. And the most chaotic place is no other than Yang, who has a dog on his end and kills God in the face of God and Buddha in the face of Buddha. Yang at this moment instantly felt the suppression from the realm. All of the cultivators here were at least foundation establishment stage cultivators, and now, because their true essence was suppressed, they weren't even as good as one of their own chi practicing stage. The face of their own offense is like Cutting Leak's general fly put down. Yang had the illusion that Raoul was invincible. Senior brother, do you still want to make a move? Bai Feiyu tugged at the corner of his mouth and looked at the chaotic scene and opened his mouth to ask. It's always right to stay on guard if you don't make a move. The aperture is closing faster and faster. It seems to be trying to reach the goal of 5,000 people ahead of time. Senior brother Bai, don't you think it's a bit strange? Strange? What's strange? Bai Feiyu asked suspiciously. If you want to find out your successor, then why do you need a group of 2? Obviously there is only one person who can obtain the inheritance. Chen Changsheng said softly as he looked at Yang who was laughing rampantly in the field. A group of 2? Bai Feiyu frowned equally after hearing this. Indeed, in his previous life, he cultivated that supreme sword path of Tai Shang Oblivion, and if he really needed a successor, he only needed one person. So why did he need a group of 2 people? At this moment, Bai Feiyu thought of Uji, who had been inseparable from him in his previous life. Is it possible that Ojiko built the grave for herself? After this idea jumped out, it was then dismissed by Bai Feiyu. Uji threw himself into the sword furnace in order to help him recast his original sword. There was no way he could have built this grave for himself. But if it wasn't Ojiko, then who else would remember those past events before he became a sword immortal? And the voice that announced the rules just now. Bai Feiyu could be sure that it was the voice of his past life. Not only was this person able to build himself a grave in his own little world, he could even pass down his own innate sword intent. And even more terrifyingly, he could even use his own voice and appearance to arrange this trial. Aside from Uji, Bai Feiyu could no longer think of a second person. Could it be that Uji didn't die? Rather, he has survived until now in his own little world? Bai Feiyu's heart was shaken, and his hands couldn't help but tremble a little. Senior, make your move. Hurry up and end this farce. Bai Feiyu's voice trembled a little as he drew his long sword from his waist with both hands and said in a low voice, if Fuji Z really didn't die, then all he wanted to do now was to hurry up and see this old friend that he had felt guilty about all his life and his previous life. Chen Xiangsheng glanced at Bai Feiyu with some surprise. The always composed fourth senior brother had been very abnormal ever since he came here out of the small mountain peak. However, Chen Xiangsheng still nodded his head and stretched out his finger with one hand to stand in front of his eyes, looking into the chaotic field and reciting in a low voice, rise. Instantly, countless pairs of hands holding dual swords stretched out under the feet of the sword cultivators in the field, directly piercing through the footboards, and hundreds of puppets dressed in purple broke out of the ground. Although the puppets were similarly unable to utilize true essence, it was Chen Xiangsheng's divine soul that manipulated the puppets. So Chen Xiangsheng had long ago planted countless puppets in the vicinity, ready to wait for the final fast approaching 5,000 people to ruthlessly eliminate another batch. However, Xiao Bai beside him had already pressed his sword in his hand, so Chen Xiangsheng could only activate his puppets in advance and try to eliminate the sword cultivators as much as possible. The sword cultivators in the field who couldn't react in time were directly eliminated from the game. Rule 7, anyone who was hit is ruled out. Hundreds of puppets pounced on the sword cultivators around them with almost no fear of life and death, and the fight for their lives directly eliminated countless sword cultivators once again. The chaotic scene in the arena instantly quieted down quite a bit. After Ouyang and Chen Xiangsheng made such a mess, less than 1/5 of the original 100,000 or so sword cultivators were now left. Hundreds of puppets were still frantically harvesting, not to the point of killing each other, but striking without mercy. And the swordsman's swords couldn't do any damage to the puppet when they slashed or chopped or stabbed at it. After all, puppets were not real people, and it was only Chen Xiangsheng's divine soul that supported the puppets, so these puppets were also outside the rules. As the second variable reappeared, the voice behind the manipulation of it all finally sat down. The originally indifferent voice became somewhat irritated. This level ends. Next level. One's own carefully designed level has been stirred into a pot of shit by two freaks from who knows where, and whoever stalls it is disgusted. As soon as the voice's words fell, everyone was directly teleported before that palace. A long white jade stone staircase appeared in front of all. The voice once again resumed its indifference and spoke. No infighting is allowed now. As you honestly cross the sword ascending platform and push open the door to the secret realm, you will also be qualified to inherit my legacy. The warning is strong and the meaning is clear. Don't give me so many tawdry maneuvers. Honestly climb the stage, you guys. Chen Xiangsheng somewhat regretfully gathered his sleeves together. Originally he wanted to take advantage of the crowd's lack of reaction to reap another harvest, but it seemed that it would not work, and the originally authorized 5,000 sword cultivators now had tens of thousands more. I'm afraid that this stone staircase is meant to truly screen out qualified sword cultivators. Tens of thousands of people stood before the sword ascension stage in shock, incomparably grateful that they hadn't been eliminated yet. Just now, it was like a dream. The aperture that suddenly accelerated and contracted. The strange man who killed indiscriminately with a dog in his hand, and the hundreds of puppets whose swords were inferior that suddenly appeared. There were too many elements, and it almost didn't make this group of sword cultivators who hadn't seen much of the world turn their backs. And a large empty space had automatically been vacated around Ouyang. Ouyang, who had the dog on his end, dangled nothing and rebolted the pretty boy, who was already foaming at the mouth with exhaustion, to his waist. On the side of the Zhao Qian's son has long been unaware of the trail, this time to be able to team up with Ouyang. It is really Zhao Qian's son's bad luck in his life. Eldest brother, Chen Xiangsheng and Bai Feiyu walked to stand beside Ouyang, who looked at the palace in front of him with some bewilderment, and opened his mouth to ask, Xiangsheng, Bai, do you see any sword boarding platforms? Chen Xiangsheng and Bai Feiyu exchanged a glance. Then Chen Xiangsheng once again looked at the white jade stone steps in front of him and opened his mouth. A very long white jade stone step is right in front of us. Doesn't senior brother see it? And in Ouyang's gaze, there was only a broken stone slab across the front door in front of him, and nothing else was bare. You call this thing a sword platform? But everyone around seemed to see it, and even the bold ones were already jumping at the chance to try it. Wouldn't it make you look dumb to say you didn't see anything? The corner of Ouyang's mouth tugged, and he dryly opened his mouth and laughed. Oh, I'm just asking, how come I can't see it? Such a long stone step. Chapter 127, Green Shirt. Worthy of being a sword immortal's trial. I can already feel the oppression on these steps. It feels like it's hard to climb up these steps. Just being close makes me feel intimidated. With all those steps, will the pressure multiply with each level? The sound of the surrounding chattering discussions reached Ouyang's ears, and the corners of Ouyang's mouth all began to twitch slightly. Does it mean that you are the only one who can't see it? Just because you're in a lower realm? Isn't that bullying an honest man? Eldest senior brother. This step gives me a great sense of oppression as well. Don't be too pressurized. If it doesn't work, you go out and wait for us first. Chen Shangsheng saw that Ouyang's face was a bit unsightly, and kindly spoke up. There are 99 floors to this step. I'm afraid that there should be very few sword cultivators who can last to the top. Bai Feiyu said with a hint of sigh. This trial more or less looks decent. Ouyang, on the other hand, looked at the two rebellious sons who were still sighing with a constipated face. You're looking down on me? Ouyang glared at Chen Shangsheng, who just scratched his head and smiled. And the surrounding sword cultivators had already begun to walk towards the long stone steps in their eyes one after another. When the feet stepped on the stone steps, the heart was like a huge stone pressed on the heart, and the cultivators who were not firm of heart directly sat on their asses on the ground. But no one uttered a word to give up. As a casual cultivator who had managed to get here with great difficulty, how could they possibly miss out on a great opportunity for themselves? All of them were gritting their teeth, moving their bodies a little bit, using all kinds of strange postures to climb towards the top of the stone steps. Everyone knew that this was Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai using this sword ascending stage to test his own roots and heart. See if you are capable of inheriting the Sword Immortal's legacy. Chen Shangsheng and Bai Feiyu exchanged a glance. Bai Feiyu took the lead towards the stone steps. One step onto the stone steps, Bai Feiyu similarly felt a sinking in his heart, but then he returned to normal. Bai Feiyu walked upwards with a brisk gait. 99 layers of steps, but between turns he had already walked up most of them. Chen Shangsheng glanced somewhat worriedly at Ouyang, who was standing in place, and the latter gave him a reassuring look before Chen Shangsheng walked towards the steps. One step on the steps. The endless pressure that rose from the bottom of his heart directly crushed Chen Shangsheng to the ground, and the body of the crafted puppet was instantly crushed into pieces. Chen Shangsheng was not a pure sword cultivator, and ascending this sword ascension platform would definitely be instantly twisted into pieces by the sword intent on this sword ascension platform. Such a scene was also seen by Zhao Qiansun, who had been keeping an eye on Ouyang's trio while hiding in the crowd, and his heart immediately sank. In the next second, Chen Shangsheng appeared intact on the second stone step. As long as he placed the puppet on the second step at the first moment he stepped onto the steps, then he could step onto this 99th floor sword ascending platform without any pressure. And Chen Shangsheng, who had just appeared on the second step, was instantly crushed into pieces, but also reappeared on the third step in the next second. Chen Shangsheng rushed towards the highest step by jamming the bug all the way up like this. Bai Feiyu was light and fast all the way, and Chen Shangsheng was weird all the way. But no matter what method was used, both of them had already shaken off all the sword cultivators by a great distance. Ouyang at the bottom of the steps looked at the sword cultivators on the only side of the green stone in his eyes and fell into deep thought. Regardless of whether it was these sword cultivators or Bai Feiyu and Chen Shangsheng, all of them stepped in place on this square of lapis lazuli. You read it right. Everyone stayed put. In Ouyang's eyes, Chen Shangsheng, who was rapidly replaced his puppets with every step he took in place, while the puppets that had been crushed into pieces disappeared above the steps. Those sword cultivators who were struggling to climb upwards were ugly on top of this square of green stone, which looked exceptionally funny in Ouyang's eyes. Crooked son, that's a little too embarrassing, isn't it? Ouyang just wanted to lift his leg to try to see what kind of ghostly ability this side of the steps in his eyes had. Surprisingly, even Xiaobai and Changsheng were fooled. Just as he lifted his leg, there was a slight sinking on his own shoulder, and it seemed that there was a hand pressing down on Ouyang's shoulder. A green shirt covered Ouyang's eyes, and a somewhat jumpy voice rang out. Just screw me once, don't screw me twice. Ouyang twisted his head to look and found that a man with a stout figure, wearing a green shirt like himself, was holding a grass root in his mouth and looking at himself with a smile. Are you the one in control here? Ouyang asked as he looked at the man in front of him and opened his mouth. The man looked around, raised his hand and spoke. This is not the place to talk. Follow me. After saying that, the man and Ouyang disappeared in an instant. Reappearing, Ouyang and the man stood above a lake. Ouyang looked around at the somewhat familiar scene. His eyes instantly widened as he looked at the man in front of him and opened his mouth to say, "You're the owner of this immortal small world?" One could not see the attribute panel of the man in front of him, which meant that this man was not human. The man with the grassroot smiled and went up to touch the dog's head of the pretty boy around Ouyang's waist, who whimpered with some resistance. And the man said with a little sigh, "It was me, but it's not me anymore." Then who are you? Ouyang asked as he looked at the man in front of him and opened his mouth. I've also forgotten who I am. I seem to be Li Tai Bai, and I also seem to be one of his old friends. The man said with a flash of confusion in his eyes. Are you here for me here? Riddler is the most annoying person in my life. Ouyang pulled the pretty boy out and held it up in front of the man and asked, then why does this dog look like it doesn't recognize you? It's probably been so long that I've forgotten what my name is. So how could I remember what pretty boy's name is? The man spoke with an indifferent look. Didn't you fucking name names already? And the pretty boy, who was lifted up by Ouyang, looked at the man in front of him and started barking furiously. Woof woof woof. Yang was too lazy to give the man in front of him any nonsense. Sitting on his butt on the lake and looking at the man in front of him, he asked, "Will my family's penis be able to get Li Taibai's immortal inheritance in the end? How do I know? The world's sword cultivators compete fairly, and those who have the destiny will get it." The man shrugged his shoulders and opened his mouth to reply. "So I'm lifting the table? Since my family's penis can't get it, then don't even play." Yang opened his mouth to the man with the dog on his end. "I'm so fucking convinced. The level that was so painstakingly planned out has been stirred into a pot of shit by you." When the man heard Yang say such words, he immediately cursed at Yang. "So, in the end, give a quick word," Yang urged and opened his mouth. The man sighed and spoke. "He is indeed the most suitable and only successor. Then why even take off your pants and fart? Letting so many sword cultivators go to this immortal secret realm." Yang spoke with dissatisfaction. "It's the kind of thing that annoys me, when it's obvious that it's going to be given to you, but it takes a couple of turns, and you end up having to go through all the trouble to get it," the man said meaningfully as he looked at Yang in front of him with a straw in his mouth. "The sword will rust if you don't use it for a long time." Chapter 128. The sword will rust if you don't use it for too long. So how do you remove the rust and bring back the chill to a sword? A good sharpening with a whetstone. Of course. Yang, who had been a language class representative in his previous life, instantly understood the meaning and looked at the man in front of him with a cold face and said, "Are you trying to use the sword cultivator's life as a whetstone?" The man nodded, then shook his head and said, "Yes and no. Rather than using their lives as a whetstone, it's better to use their sword intent. 10,000 swords converging into one sword can make the immortal sword open up. Quite a good idea, isn't it?" The way to need to kill so many people came out of the man's mouth as glibly as if he had stepped on a few ants and written them off. "Immortal sword? I think it's a magic sword." Yang sneered ironically. "Immortals, demons, what difference do you think there is? At the end of the day it's still not about becoming the one that belongs to you?" The man sat cross-legged above the lake looking at Yang and said with a smile, "People who cultivate are inherently selfish. They can do anything for their own Tao. Don't you see those sword cultivators who want to inherit Li Taibai's legacy?" The man stared at Yang without giving an inch and opened his mouth. "That's something only devils do. Those who truly cultivate only seek to pursue their own path in a righteous manner." Yang similarly countered. The two stalemated for a while, and in the end it was the man who took the lead and gave up, propped his hands on the water, leaned back and lazily opened his mouth. "Whatever. It's all the same anyway. It's just a layer of a grandiose excuse. You're a sword spirit? You made this setup to open the sword for yourself?" Yang's heart skipped a beat. His own penis precisely wanted Li Taibai's inheritance. Wouldn't he also inherit this sword? Would such a sword that kills like a dog be any threat to the second? "I'm not a sword spirit." That's a bit of a misnomer. The other me is the sword spirit. Ching Shirt thought for a moment and spoke. As soon as the green shirt's words left his mouth, the pretty boy's dog's mouth was already in front of the man's face. "Tell me everything about you or I'll kill you right now." Yang stood in front of the man and spoke. Looking at Yang, who was morosely threatening himself, the man laughed and said, "You still care about that kid? Fine, I'll say." Yang began to channel his true chi into the pretty boy's body, and the man immediately put his hands up in surrender. The man stood up, holding a grass root in his mouth. The green shirt on his body was taken off and draped over himself. Looking at the dusty landscape in the distance, he said softly, "Li Taibai and I are close friends. In order to fulfill Li Taibai, I threw myself into the sword furnace to cast the strongest immortal sword in this world. And Li Taibai succeeded in being amongst the immortal realm because of this sword." Xiao Bai's best friend from his previous life? Yang looked at the man in front of him who was caught up in his memories, feeling that there was a big melon to eat here. With a shake of his hand, a miniature recording stone appeared in his hand. The man, however, continued to speak to himself. "Originally, I thought that I had died as well, but when I regained my consciousness, I realized that I was trapped in that sword, and at that time, I was also the sword spirit that you just spoke of." However, when his own consciousness awakened, it was right after Li Taibai's fall. This dear friend of his, who had decimated all the immortals in the world, had himself ended up dead in the end. Originally, he thought that he would be buried here as well, but the small world that Li Taibai opened up as an immortal realm wrapped around him and disappeared into this world. The years were just too long enough to drive himself crazy, and as a sword spirit he realized with a jolt that he could manipulate the small world that Li Taibai had left behind. Probably because he was Li Taibai's original sword, this small world automatically recognized himself as the master of this world after Li Taibai's death. What can a sword do? Can't do anything. Obviously possessing a consciousness but could only stay in the sword with his eyes open for an unknown number of years. Sword spirits don't sleep, don't have to eat, and don't even breathe. He himself has been stuck in this small world as a sword for endless years. unable to move. After going over everything that could be recalled, all of one's epileptic rhapsodies over and over in one's mind an unknown number of times. Crazy yourself. The man turned his head to look at Ouyang and said in a daze, I went crazy. I don't know when I went crazy, but I did go crazy at that time. I started to resenting this world, resenting Li Tai Bai, resenting myself, resenting everything, but resentment was useless. I was still trapped in that sword, and the only sanity left was crowded out by endless resentment. And finally that prudent sanity was crowded out of the sword, which is what you see in me. The man's tone turned low, as if he was caught up in strange memories, and the words continued to come out of his mouth. Obviously, it was because I was trapped in the sword that my endless resentment rose, but in the end, it was my only remaining sanity that left the sword, which is ridiculous to say the least. And the sanity that had been squeezed out of my body, which you now see as me, began to wander through the world that Li Tai Bai had left behind. After wandering for countless years, every blade of grass and tree in this world was practically imprinted in his mind, and he could control everything here as he pleased, but he couldn't get out of here. He seemed to have become one with the world, so idly he built a grave here for his old friend. Although Li Tai Bai's bones dissipated into the heavens and earth after his fall, his clothes and storage bag were still preserved, and the sword was inserted in the depths of the grave. How does this story sound? Ching Shirt asked as he cocked his head and looked at Ouyang. Ouyang nodded and spoke. That sounds really ridiculous. It is indeed too far-fetched, but it really happened. Green Shirt agreed, but likewise spread his hands to show he could do nothing about it. Then what's going on with the sword sect inheritance? Why did Li Tai Bai become the sword sect's ancestor? Ouyang opened his mouth and asked. Ching Shirt glanced at Ouyang in surprise and pointed at the dog Ouyang was carrying and said, You should ask Pretty Boy about this matter, right? The dachshund called Pretty Boy looked at the green shirt in confusion, and suddenly, as if he understood something, he spoke in a low voice. I was originally just a scabbard to protect the sword. Once a teenager walked in here by mistake, and the kindness of the teenager's body made the dachshund think it was him who had come back, and he also carried the lotus sword intent that belonged only to Li Tai Bai. So dachshund gave him his notes, but the teenager left and never came back. When I saw that teenager again, that teenager was an old man with gray hair. It was then that the dachshund recognized him, and he turned out to be the spike on the hilt of the sword. When Li Tai Bai died, the spike of the sword remained on earth and took the form of a young man, until he was gray-haired and in his twilight years. When he came back again, the dachshund and the old man, who had sat down to die, looked at each other without a word. Chapter 129. When an immortal opens his mouth, he can cut down a dragon. After listening to the dachshund's story, Ouyang's brain belonged to a state of downtime. Ouyang snapped his fingers and rationalized their relationship properly. The dachshund was the scabbard of that sword. The founder of the sword sect was the spike of that sword, and the man in front of him was the sanity of the sword spirit, which now had a crazy sword spirit in it. After Li Tai Bai's death, the spike of the sword was left on earth and took human form, becoming the founder of the sword sect. The scabbard transformed into the appearance of a dachshund, but that's not right. Why could White enlighten himself on a dachshund? Ouyang spoke the doubts in his mind, and the man folded his hands in front of his body and thought for a moment. I built Li Tai Bai's sword, so it stands to reason that this dog was built by me. You left your inheritance behind as well? Ouyang opened his mouth and asked. The man nodded with a smug look at Ouyang and said, You may not believe me when I say it. Although I didn't become an immortal before I died, I'm still just one step away from being one. Ouyang looked around and opened his mouth to ask, Then this space is your immortal small world? The man blushed and stammered. Didn't I say? I'm just one step away from immortality. Right here. I'm just pulling out some of Li Tai Bai's space. Turtle, this kid is still a thief? As Li Tai Bai's sword spirit even secretly drew himself a piece of self-reserved land from inside Li Tai Bai's small world. But compared to these, the shit Ouyang heard just now was so complicated that it felt like writing a novel could water out 100,000 words. That is to say, my own penis will inherit the Tao of Li Tai Bai, while Xiao Bai will inherit the Tao of Li Tai Bai's best friend? Then White will also be the scabbard for his own penis? Ouyang felt a large hand of reincarnation seemed to be driving this. The coincidence of these things was a bit too much, and one couldn't help but feel a hint of worry rise in Ouyang. The pretty boy in his arms broke free from Ouyang's hands without leaving a trace and stood beside the man in green, crouching down and sitting there, looking at Ouyang together with the man in green. Dachshund Pretty is a little torn between the owner who brought him into the world and the new owner who makes him comfortable. Although it was hard to let go, the Dachshund chose the man in green that he had followed for countless years. For the Dachshund's defection, Ouyang didn't feel surprised, even if he had been recognized by this small world. When the real master appeared, then recognition becomes worthless. What's theirs is theirs. After all, after pondering for a long time, Yang raised his head and looked at the man and the dog and opened his mouth to ask, "So, what do you want to do?" The green-clothed man stuck his hands in his sleeves and looked at Yang curiously as he opened his mouth and asked, "What's your name?" Yang. Yang's face became calm, but his hand had already pulled out the book, the complete introductory book of the 5 Elements Art Basics, from his pocket. "Is your last name O?" A very familiar surname. The man in green spoke with some sighs, a hint of remembrance on his face. "My surname is Yang, with a surname but no name." Yang flipped open the book, the complete introductory book of the 5 Elements Art Basics, and opened his mouth to reply while rummaging through it. "That wacky? Forget it. There are too many weird things in this world." The man in green sighed, then probed his body and said, "I brought you here alone. In fact, I'm asking you not to disturb your senior brother from inheriting the immortal inheritance. I'm only doing this to get rid of myself that has gone crazy in that sword. Your senior brother is capable of doing the same, and by getting rid of the sword spirit, he'll obtain the complete sword immortal inheritance, and become the only immortal in the world. Isn't that a good thing to have the best of both worlds? What one puts one's best foot forward and gets with great difficulty is what one deserves. If it's a reckoning from the beginning, then what one gets is also a sugar cake with arsenic." Yang closed the book and put it into his arms. His face was as calm as water. His hands clapped together fiercely. "Counting on my pup. Even if you're an immortal, I'll have to break your teeth off." Yang viciously looked at the opposite person and dog and shouted. The lake under Yang's feet instantly set off monstrous waves, and dozens of water dragons leapt up from the lake, swimming their huge bodies and coiling behind Yang. Each water dragon was lifelike, and the scales were getting more and more distinct, and the unique pressure belonging to the divine beasts was emitted from the water dragon, enveloping the entire lake. Anon, dozens of water dragons coiled around each other. The original godless eyes slowly took on a luster, and these water dragons began to nod without Yang's obstruction. What a variation! To be able to manage to grant life to dead things? Something that even immortals can't do. This kid is actually able to do it. Pretty boy. You have found yourself a good master. The man in green folded his hands in his sleeves, calmly looking at the water dragon summoned out behind Yang extremely, and said to the dachshund beside him, "If you don't make a move, the two of us will have to die here." Dachshund opened his mouth to the man in green who still had kung fu to evaluate. What's it got to do with me? I'm supposed to be immortal." The man in green cocked his head towards the dachshund and asked. Originally there was still the bottom of the dachshund's face laughed, a face of dismay. Originally thought that the man in green clothes who had been promoted to immortal would perform some kind of immortal tactics, and directly shot to push the opposite side of the Yang. I didn't realize this guy was straight up swinging for the fences. Although he was a Dao treasure, he would really die in the face of dozens of false dragons with painted eyes. Grass. Are you a human being or what? You're a dog? The dachshund pretty boy opened his mouth and bit towards the man in green. But the man in green laughed and kicked the dachshund away. It's just a scabbard. Can something of your own making be regicide? In his thoughts, as long as he could trap Yang here and not disturb Ling Qingsong from receiving Li Taibai's inheritance was an excellent thing. There was just one thing he couldn't figure out. He had confessed his thoughts and had great good intentions. The only thing he wanted from the beginning to the end was to help Ling Qingsong ascend to the immortal way. And this matter was an excellent thing for both Yang and Ling Qingsong. But why did Yang want to draw a sword with himself? Is it a reckoning? But these people, including the 4 from Little Mountain Peak, came of their own accord. In his time, immortals dropped their pieces, and being able to become a pawn was already a supreme honor. He didn't understand why Yang was so against himself, but he, who was equivalent to an immortal in this world, still didn't put these tactics that Yang made in his eyes. After all, in this world, one is the master of this world. The man in green slowly pulled his hand out of his sleeve and softly recited, "Chop!" Dozens of water dragons behind Yang in an instant, their heads separated, instantly turning into a puddle of water and falling into the lake. When an immortal opens his mouth, he can cut down a dragon. Chapter 130. I'll try. The man in green originally could not need to make a move, just vanish and take away the dachshund. Yang could only rage impotently in this space, but the endless years were just too boring. So boring that he wanted Yang to recognize that immortals and mortals were fundamentally different. In this side of heaven and earth, one can do what one says and what one commands at will, even if one was able to illuminate living beings. So what? This world was all one's own creation. Dozens of water dragons didn't even let out a single sorrowful cry and directly turned into a puddle of water and fell into the lake. The dachshund that was kicked away walked to Yang with its head hanging down and spoke towards him. I know you don't believe in me, but the only way to leave now is to use me to forcefully break through this space. Yang didn't even look at the dachshund at his feet, only the figure of the man in green in his eyes. What other means do you have? Continuing to enlighten living beings? The man in green looked at Yang curiously and opened his mouth to ask. Yang was silent and just lowered his hands, but his eyes did not leave the man in green. No answer? I can actually do it. Don't believe me. The man in green raised his hand, and a dozen or so water dragons once again rushed out from the lake behind him, and were nudged into life in an instant. The pressure that belonged solely to the divine beasts came to the surface, and the water dragon that had gained life roamed recklessly in the air, seemingly celebrating the fact that it had taken shape. But in the next second, as the man in green clenched his fist, all of the water dragons that had already transformed into living beings were instantly pinched back into a puddle of water by a great force. It was like a downpour of rain that sprinkled the sky. The man in green froze a little and caught the water falling from the sky with his hand, patiently opening his mouth to explain. Immortals are just that. Immortals, controlling the lives and deaths of living beings in a split second. That's why immortals are the ultimate of this world. Yang, who had been silent all this time, finally made a move, as if he had been deflated. Sitting on his butt on the ground, Yang's face was a bit pale as he looked at the man in green clothes and asked with a smile. In fact, just now, I've been wanting to say that, as you've been emphasizing that the sword spirit in that sword has gone crazy. Have you ever thought about the fact that in fact, you've gone crazy as well? The man in green looked at Yang in confusion, not understanding what Yang was talking about. He himself was so patient in explaining the greatness of the immortals to Yang, but Yang felt like a madman? Ignorance speaks to these pretentious mortals, slandering an immortal. But you will die a miserable death. The green-clothed man's face became somewhat cold as he looked at Yang threateningly. You've always emphasized that you're an immortal, but in fact, you're nothing more than a madman who has been trapped for countless years and finally deluded yourself into thinking that you're an immortal. That sword is, as you said, a crazed madman. Then you are nothing more than a sane madman. Yang took a step forward without the slightest fear and spoke. You, damn it. The man in green drank coldly and opened his mouth. The immortal opened his mouth, and his words were followed. When it was said that Yang deserved to die, that was when Yang died. But Yang didn't give a shit. Seeing Yang standing there with a face of nothing to hang on to, the man in green immediately felt something bad. And when he wanted to tear open the space to leave, he realized that he was no longer able to tear open the space. Seeing the man in green who had suddenly become overwhelmed, a sneer hung on Yang's face. Raising his leg and taking a step towards the man in green, he viciously kicked the man in green in the small of his back. The man in green disdainfully looked at Yang, who kicked over, but his face was unconcerned. He originally had no entity. Such a simple physical attack could not harm the self. Before he finished thinking in his heart, the man in green was directly kicked by Yang on top of his belly, and the intense pain caused the man in green to directly bow into a prawn. Ahem. Why? Why is the Yang in front of him even able to hurt himself? The man in green hadn't yet reflected. Yang, however, yanked the man in green by the hair and drove a hard knee into the man in green's face. The endless years and the emptiness of not having a body had made the man in green forget what pain felt like, but now he was experiencing it all over again. The violent beating, like that of a gangster, made the man in green only hold his head in his hands, not knowing how to fight back. I'm an immortal. How dare you? Ah, poof. Dare. Offend. Ah. The man in green was beaten by Yang's hands and feet. Yang was even more like a hooligan, directly riding on the man in green, Stormy King's fists, fiercely toward the man in green. The man in green, who was originally pretending to be good at pretending, had already been knocked out, and would only hold his head and ouch and cry out in pain. The dachshund on the sidelines stared in disbelief at the scene in front of him. Yang actually rode on top of an immortal and brutally beat him severely? Even when I saw it with my own eyes, I wondered if I was dog-eared. What the fuck is this world coming to? I can't believe someone rode an immortal and fought, and the immortal could only hold his head and cry out in pain? The dachshund struggled to turtle itself up, thinking of its behavior just now when it turned its back on Yang and took the side of the man in green. The dachshund raised its paw and viciously gave itself 2 dog claws. With a frantic output, the man in green lying on the lake had been beaten by Yang with less air in and more air out. Lying limply on the ground, he could no longer move. Yang, who had been fighting with some sore hands, stood up and spat a mouthful of spit on the man in green. It seemed that he could only give a violent beating to take out his anger, and it was still impossible to kill the green-clothed man in front of him. Yang squatted down and looked at the somewhat swollen man in green who had already been beaten up, grabbed his hair and lifted the man in green up and said with a warm smile, "You know what? There has been a saying circulating in my hometown that villains die from too many words. Not only do you have too many words, but you also have too many wasteful operations. Who will die if you don't?" If he had just opened his mouth at the first opportunity to grant himself death, maybe he really would have been karma. But the green-clothed man in front of him looked like Shirloji, a brain-dead villain operating one after the other. Doesn't this appear within the plot of a novel? Not living and waiting to be countered by the protagonist? What the hell did you do? The man in green clothes stared with a pair of panda eyes, no longer having the elegance of the immortal dragon slayer just now, and opened his mouth vaguely at Ouyang to ask. At this moment, however, Ouyang wasn't the least bit worried that the man in green in front of him had any tricks up his sleeve. Instead, he smiled and said, "Didn't you say that I only know how to ignite living beings? Speaking of which, I'm really thankful that you gave me a lot of time by talking so much nonsense and doing so many wasteful maneuvers there just now." The man in green instantly sank in his heart and looked at Ouyang incredulously. When Ouyang saw the man in green clothes look like he had seen a ghost, he smiled even wider and opened his mouth without haste. So I tried to see if I could nudge this little world. Chapter 131 Father. The water dragon technique was nothing more than Ouyang's blindfold, and all Ouyang had been doing was secretly spreading his true chi all over the small world. He was also really thankful that this man in green was pretending in front of him, and it also gave him plenty of time to spread his true chi all over this world. This man in green was also a little too pulled. He had released his true chi for such a long time, but he didn't even notice it at all? Immortals are so drawn. So is he really invincible? Just now, the man in green had lightly spoken out against Ouyang, and now it was Ouyang's turn to lightly carry him by the hair. Bipolar reversal. It's that fast. Fast forward to the time when the man in green was still confused as to why he had been given a brutal beating by Ouyang. His own head had already been picked up by Ouyang. Ouyang swept a glance at his attribute panel. More than 900 million true chi values were still left at 800 million. In order to assimilate this small world, the whole thing had consumed almost a small target. If this hanging hair in front of him was really an immortal, then he could still beat 8 of these goods. I just don't know if this man in green in front of me is the so-called immortal or not. If it is true, then the immortal is just like that. Nothing to be afraid of. Although one's own means of attack were scarce, and one could not even target the divine soul. Just like that linfoam he encountered on Earth. His physical body had been slapped into pieces by himself. He couldn't see things like the divine soul, and there really wasn't much he could do about letting the divine soul run away. But the green-clothes man in front of him was standing in front of him like this. Wasn't this looking for death? What you can't see, even if you can't hit it yourself. If you can see it, it's the old man hanging himself. Unfortunately, there was nothing one could do about it but beat him up violently, because he had not only enlightened the world, he had also enlightened the man in green in front of him in passing. Since the man in green has no panel, he must not be a living being. He was just trying to see if he could enlighten the man in green before him, but he didn't think he could really succeed? But this man in green seemed to be bound to the small world, unless one destroyed the entire small world. The man in front of him was also immortal. Ever thought that things would turn out like this? Ouyang asked with a smile as he opened his mouth by carrying the hair of the man in green. What in the world are you? How dare you even take away a world opened by an immortal? The man in green clothes opened his mouth in shock and anger and asked, "It's not important what I am. What's important is what exactly do you want?" Ouyang asked in a cold voice as he looked at the man in front of him. After spending countless hours and laying out such a big chess game just to eliminate a crazy sword spirit, such words would not be believed by Ouyang even if he was beaten to death. The man in green dodged his eyes for a moment, and was just about to open his mouth to speak when a big pussy pocket slapped him in the face. "Don't play tricks on me, or I'll play you to death right now." Ouyang withdrew his hand and opened his mouth, in order to reopen the immortal road. The man in green struggled for a moment before finally sighing and saying, "Reopening the path to immortality? Aren't you Li Taibai's dear friend? He personally slaughtered so many immortals and destroyed the immortal road, but when it comes to you, he wants to reopen the immortal road?" Ouyang opened his mouth in disbelief and asked. The man in green turned maniacal and shouted madly towards Ouyang. "So he's wrong, ah? How important immortals are to this world. It's all his fault that this world has become like this now. If he hadn't insisted on this, it wouldn't have turned out like this." Snap, pop, pop. The crisp slap sounded again. The man in green was very emotional, and Ouyang had no choice but to go down with a few big slaps to make him honest again. "You made my penis immortal again? And then open up the immortal path?" Ouyang opened his mouth and asked. The man in green didn't answer, but then again silence was the best answer. In Ouyang's mind, he already had a definite answer. So many people had told him that there would be a great catastrophe coming. I'm afraid that this so-called great catastrophe had something to do with the immortals. It was even for the sake of becoming immortal that this havoc was created. Thinking that his own penis was so innocent that he was counted by this dog in front of him, Ouyang angrily flung 2 more slaps. What exactly is an immortal? Ouyang continued to open his mouth and asked. An immortal is an immortal. A supreme existence. The green-clothed man's eyes turned frenzied once again. Pop. The frenzy in the man in green's eyes subsided as the slap went down. Speak human. Ouyang held up his somewhat vaguely painful left hand and opened his mouth to threaten. I don't know, but an immortal is an immortal. a supreme existence in this world. The man in green honestly opened his mouth and replied, "So this man in green is not a fairy? That's here pretending for himself until now." Pop. Snap. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Yang gave 2 more slaps with a glare. "Don't fight, don't hit." The man in green swelled his face and pleaded. At this time the man in green had completely lost hope of resisting. He could feel that his body had lost control. The young man in front of him did not know when and with what method. Not only controlled this small world, but even controlled his own body. What kind of tactic is this? This small space was clearly his own. So why was it taken away by the teenager in front of him? Even in the ancient times, when immortals fell, there was no word of any other immortal being able to seize the fallen immortal's world. To put it bluntly, the current self along with this small world was Yang's thing. Carrying the waist in his hands, Yang felt a little angry. His own pop was even manipulated by this waist in front of him as a pawn. When I, Yang, do not exist, he couldn't be beaten to death. And he couldn't do anything about it except slap him a few times to vent his anger. If he retracted his true chi, then out of this small world, the man in green could run away at any time. And he couldn't beat him without retracting himself. Yang threw the man in green on the ground, and the dachshund that was hiding at the side slowly walked over, nestling at Yang's feet with a pleasing face. For this Erwo dog, Yang originally wanted to just slaughter it, but on second thought, he had just gotten an epic level enhancement, so it would be a shame to slaughter it just like that. Yang kicked the dachshund pretty boy, signaling him to nest away. Instead of being discouraged, the kicked dachshund's doggy eyes lit up. The fact that Yang just told himself to get out of the way and didn't slaughter himself meant that he was still saved. The big deal is that if you get farther away today, closer tomorrow, and closer the day after that, you can still end up bolted to Yang's pants. Yang's action made the dachshund pretty boy ignite hope, standing up and wagging his tail towards Yang, then squatting back. Yang looked up at the world in front of him and spoke faintly. "So how long are you going to hide?" In the horrified gaze of the man in green, this heaven and earth began to reverse, and a huge human face appeared in the sky above. The features were a little blurry, but still distinguishable. A loud rumbling echoed throughout the small world. "Dad." Chapter 132, "Is this all that's left?" Crap. The huge human face in the sky suddenly howled this voice, directly making Yang petrified on the spot. The beings after their own nudging did not listen to themselves. This Yang originally knew. So after nudging this small world, Yang knew that this small world already existed a consciousness. He just wanted to talk to this born world consciousness, but he didn't expect people to come up and call for daddy. The beings that had been enlightened in the past were all rebellious sons, and now that one suddenly came out shouting for his father. It made Yang a bit uncomfortable. Yang stammered a bit as he pointed at himself and asked, "Did you just call me father?" This born world consciousness seemed to be a bit unintelligent, not yet able to express itself clearly, so it could only shout at Yang again in a neutral voice. Yang lowered his hand, confirming that this newborn world consciousness was calling out to himself. "Who the hell are we going to talk to about this? Inexplicably happy to be a father?" The man in green clothes on the side tugged at Yang's clothes and opened his mouth in tears, shouting, "What did you do to my little world? Why is it like this?" Pop. Yang didn't even turn around and backhanded another mouth slap on the man in green's face. The sound was crisp and unusually pleasant. The man in green suddenly came to his senses, sitting on the ground like a pissed-off daughter-in-law, looking at Yang with a resentful face. This small world was stolen from Li Taibai's small world by himself. It took countless years of hard labor to get this modest little world. I didn't realize that I would one day be a dowry for Yang. Li Taibai. Li Taibai. If it weren't for you, if you hadn't insisted on beheading the immortals, I wouldn't be in this state. You actually beheaded an immortal and caused me to become like this. Damn it. Shit. The man in green began to be enveloped by a black aura, and his originally clear eyes turned red. Yang, who felt a cool chill on his back, turned around to look at the man in green who was storming out of breath and frowned as he walked forward. Pop. Another big pussy pocket brought back the clarity in the eyes of the man in green who had been on the verge of complete madness. What? Want to storm the air? Then blacken into a big villain? Then skyrocket in strength and finally kill me back? Yang asked as he looked at the man in green with a smirk. The man in green hurriedly explained. I'm not. I'm just hating Li Taibai. It's all his fault. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have become what I am now. At the mention of Li Taibai, the green-clothed man's eyes once again became confused, and the black aura on his body emerged once again. Pop. The crisp ringing sound restored clarity to the man in green's eyes once again. From chaos to clarity in one big pussy pocket and a swollen cheek that was getting higher and higher. I'm afraid that the man in green had never received more mouths in his life than he had today. Yang pinched the palm of his hand that was a little sore. This kid is quite thick-skinned. Hit so many slaps, shocked his hand raw pain. for such a thing as his sudden joy of becoming a father. Yang didn't know what to say to this eldest son of his for a while, and could only wave his hand to let this son of his leave first. As soon as he grabbed the collar of the man in green, Yang opened his mouth and asked, "The crazy sword spirit you just said is still inside the sword, or is it you in itself? Don't give me endless circles, or I'll chop you up right now." The man in green looked at Yang. His eyes had lost their luster. He had nothing left now. Because of Yang, all of his schemes would fall through. Moreover, his own small world had been taken away by Yang, and that even the delusional desire to stand with his most revered immortal had been dashed. The man in green in Yang's hands was beginning to show signs of collapsing, and even the true chi used to ignite the man in green's body was returning to Yang's body. Shit, is this kid that mentally challenged? He's going to be a hero just like that? Yang was shocked and furious, and went up to give another dozen mouths, trying to get the man in green back, but the man in green, who no longer had any desire to live, could no longer give a response, and his figure gradually became void. "I know where Li Tai Bai is." Yang spoke to the man in green. Yang wanted to use this method to stir up the hopes of the man in green not to collapse. Is not his own Xiao Bai the reincarnation of Li Tai Bai? There is nothing wrong with saying so, but the body of the man in green had almost reached the point of transparency. The man in green looked at Yang with dead eyes and said, "Oh, Xiao Bai. It's better to forget about it. Yang, we'll meet again." After saying these words, the green-clothed man's body instantly transformed into bits of shattered light and disappeared in front of Yang. That's it? Yang still maintained the action of grabbing his collar, watching the man in green disappear in front of his eyes, and still couldn't help but feel a pang of pity in his heart. After all, the kid is pretty smooth to fan. Yang stood up, turned his head to look at the dachshund pretty boy, who was crouching in the distance and didn't dare to move, and waved towards pretty boy. The pretty boy's eyes lit up, spitting his tongue and wagging his tail frantically as he ran towards Yang. Pop! A muffled thud rang out in the dachshund's face. Yang raised his hand. The regret in his eyes was even greater. The touch of smacking the dog was completely different from smacking the man in green on the face, and the dachshund pretty boy who was dumbfounded by Yang's slap stood there dumbfounded. At this moment, the dachshund pretty boy's eyes fell on Yang's pants belt. It is now incomparably longing for itself to be tethered there. At least you don't have to take a big slap in the face that you don't like to eat. You are the scabbard in Li Tai Bai's hand. Then what exactly is that man in green just now? Yang stared at dachshund pretty boy and spoke. When the pretty boy heard his master's inquiry, he immediately spoke. "Report. That guy should be the guy who made me. I don't know how it turned into a sword spirit." The dachshund reported honestly to Yang once and for all. Yang stroked his chin and opened his mouth to ask, what exactly does he want to do? And why did he set up such a big setup? The dachshund shook his head and said, "Master, it's been so long that I've even forgotten my own original name. And what exactly he's trying to plot, I really don't know. Obviously a close friend. Yet when he hears Li Tai Bai's name, he falls into madness. That kind of hatred to the extreme. What's up with that?" Yang murmured in puzzlement. The dachshund carefully looked at Yang who was agonizing and spoke in a small voice. "Master, I think I might know." Yang looked at the dachshund, only to see the dachshund pretty boy dog with a sigh on his face opened his mouth. Endless years, endless loneliness, will drive a being capable of thinking to one extreme, and then from one extreme to another again, and finally become a complete and utter madman. Chapter 133, The Immortals. The pretty boy has a dog face full of vicissitudes, as if he has seen through this red dust. With that, pretty boy's whole dog flew up, and the bout of pain coming from the dog's buttocks made him feel a different kind of comfort. "You fucking dog, what are you pretending to me here with a philosopher?" Yang put away his foot and snorted coldly with a disdainful face. No one likes to be lectured by a dog, especially Yang, who is as wise as I am. Collecting his feet, Yang's mind had tied everything together. The whole secret realm of immortals was probably just a trick set up by a madman who had been trapped for countless years trying to become an immortal, just for the sake of becoming an immortal himself. He even went so far as to plan for countless years, in order to be able to become a supreme being one day. And what a pathetic person blinded by power. And Yang didn't panic in the slightest, because Yang believed in his own cub. As a son of the realm's own cub couldn't even get through this difficulty, then this son of the realm sign could also be smashed. The other thing that gave Yang great confidence was the master who had been out of tune, Hu Yun. Thinking back to what he experienced last time when he and Lao Er went to the earth together, plus this time when he came to the secret realm of the immortals, I'm afraid that all of them had been secured under the arrangement of that tone-deaf master of his own. After all, his own out-of-tune master was a man with a double rating from the garbage system, although one system was really trashy. No matter the massive amount of true chi value in the attribute panel that was either real or fake, it still allowed one to be invincible from the start. If the old guy comes back this time, I'll have to hang him on the tree of the small mountain peak to dry for 3 days. Yang was furious in his heart but had a smile on his face. Inside a luxurious palace, a middle-aged handsome man was bare-chested and kneeling on one knee on the bed, patting his chest and talking about sea vows to a charming woman, when suddenly his nose itched and a sneeze came out. Achoo! The opposite woman who was hugging the quilt in 1,000 different ways suddenly raised her willow eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged handsome man in anger. The middle-aged handsome man busily opened his mouth and coaxed, "Bower, I sneezed just now because you were so charming that the true essence surged uncontrollably up my nose. Fortunately it was just a sneeze, or else if I look at you, I'll have to have a nosebleed." The love talk was so stomach-turning, but the charming woman on the opposite side of the table seemed to eat it up, squinting her pretty danfang eyes at the middle-aged handsome man, and one jade foot stretched out from the quilt, rubbing against the middle-aged handsome man's chin. In an instant, the room was full of love, the red tent was soft, and the dragon and phoenix were singing. With the experience of leaving the secret realm of the immortals last time, Yang did not hesitate at all to lift up his pretty boy, aiming at the sky with a shot of sky-soaring dog flash. The space after a shot into the soul began to shatter. Pretty boy was contentedly tethered on top of Yang's belt, looking at the sky that was slowly healing. Yang pulled out his own copy of the basic introductory compendium of the 5 elements of magic and rummaged around for a bit, and then he clapped his hands together and bellowed out, "Water pillar!" The lake under his feet lifted Yang towards the broken sky. A foot stepped into the space, and an indescribable weightlessness made Yang lose his balance and directly fall headfirst. Yang, who had planted himself in it, had black eyes, but the next moment his eyes suddenly lit up, and he came to another unfamiliar place. This was a square surrounded by immortal clouds. Countless people were sitting on top of their futons, facing the east, and were looking at the distant boulder with fervor. And sitting opposite each other on the boulder were 2 immortal old men who were playing a game of Go on top of the chessboard in front of them. "Senior brother, what is this place?" Yang looked around curiously and raised his hand to pat the shoulder of a young man next to him to open his mouth to ask. However, the hand went straight through the opponent's body, and Yang almost pressed down on the ground. "Void?" Yang lifted his hand and waved it around, his hand shaking inside the other party's body without any obstacles. "I can see it, but I can't touch it." That is to say that now in front of one's eyes is just a shadow left behind at an unknown time? Since it's a shadow, wouldn't you be able to do whatever you want? The corners of Yang's mouth hooked upwards, and he walked across the diameter past the people sitting on the futons towards the big stone. Walking up to the boulder, Yang realized that the boulder in front of him was solid, and it was possible to climb up. But for the 2 old men sitting above, one fat and one thin, Yang instinctively felt some danger in his heart. Lowering his head, he was about to take out the book, the complete introductory book of the 5 elements art basics, from his own bosom, when Yang's hand went straight through his body. The hand went straight through his own chest, and he was a shadow too? And the pretty boy who had been chained to his belt was completely gone by now. What the hell is this place? Yang twisted his head to look. Countless densely packed people were seated on top of the bushes, their faces fervently looking at the 2 old men on the boulder, and their mouths began to mutter. Yang couldn't hear what they were saying, but the cacophony of voices converged together like a tidal wave, pouring into his ears. Wanting to mobilize the true chi in his body, he directly exploded the chi to blow up everything in front of him. Yang, however, was surprised to find that the originally vast true chi in his dantian was now only a few left. There was no way to pull out the complete introductory book of the 5 elements art basics, and having lost that massive amount of true chi, even his body had turned into a shadow. Yang climbed up the huge rock on his hands and knees, and before he could catch his own breath, he heard the voices of 2 old men who were talking. "A sword immortal has descended from the city of Chauga. Kill? If you can't kill it, you might as well assimilate it. How? When the sword is sheathed. When there is one. Who becomes the scabbard? Feasible? May." The 2 old men dropped their pieces while having a conversation. Yang squatted beside the chessboard in the middle of the 2 men, only to find that there was nothing on top of the chessboard. But the 2 old men frowned at times and laughed heartily at others, pointing and grinning at non-existent pieces on the board. The countless tidal waves of noisy voices below converged, causing one of the old men to frown and whisper, "Silence." The original cacophony of voices stopped immediately, and everyone knelt reverently on the ground, waiting for the old man to speak. The old man swept his eyes to the crowd. His eyes fell in front of a green shirt that constantly kissed the land in front of him, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you?" That green shirt stood up, and Yang recognized it. It was the same man in green that was in that immortal small world. The green shirt shivered and looked at the immortal in front of him. He was just kissing the Holy Land like a pilgrimage. He didn't expect that his heart of utmost sincerity would be seen in the eyes of the immortal. "My name is Yezi. Immortal." Yezi stammered as he trembled and stammered. "Yezi? Just by the name, I know he can forge swords. Will you be my pawn? The relatively thin old man asked, stroking his beard, and Oyezi looked at the immortal in front of him with fervent eyes, stood up and bowed down in deep worship, and said loudly and excitedly, I am willing. Immortal. Immortals? These two old men are immortals? Ouyang looked at the two old men in front of him in amazement. His eyes rolled, and he lay directly on the ground, lying under the hem of the standing old man's shirt, wanting to see if under the immortal's clothes were also the two plush thighs. Only after looking at it, Ouyang climbed up and smiled with a smug look on his face. There's no difference between an immortal and an ordinary person. There are even small animals embroidered. Chapter 134, The game opens. Ouyang, who had regained his feet, had more than a hint of realization on his face. This was probably a recording space, a record of a period of ancient times, and one can watch it all as a spectator. Ouyang folded his hands in front of his body and quietly watched everything in front of him, as if he was immersed in a 5D movie. Countless people were seated around the boulder, the two immortals on top of the boulder, and Oyezi, who was standing there excitedly beating his head. This kid turns out to have had little ambition since he was a kid, being called by his name and still getting all excited and wobbly. Ouyang skimmed his lips and glanced at Oyezi, feeling a sudden wave of revulsion. The two old men glanced at each other, and one of them with a slim figure looked at Oyezi, whose body was all still trembling slightly, and said, Oyezi, go to Chaogao, find that descended sword immortal and become his scabbard. If you can't, break that sword, by the immortal's law. Oyezi lowered his head and prostrated himself on the ground, kissing the ground in front of him, to be able to get the will of the immortals. Even the dirt on the ground carries a sweet smell. When he stood up again, the immortal on top of the boulder had already disappeared, and the envious gazes cast all around him, which had almost condensed into substance, made Oyezi involuntarily straighten his back. By the immortal's law, I will become the sword immortal scabbard, and the sword casting clan will take precedence over my orders. Those who disobey will be beheaded. Oyezi shouted loudly as he utilized all of his Dantian chi. The voice was solemn and solemn, completely different from the form that had just shivered into chaff, and the surrounding crowd sitting on top of the bushes, without any resistance at all, bowed their heads and worshipped in front of Oyezi. After the immortal opened his mouth, Oyezi was the spokesperson of the immortal, and his words and actions likewise represented the immortal's will. The fervent believers in the immortals even believed in their hearts that this was all deserved, and that Oyezi must have an extremely special talent to be favored by the immortals. Ouyang then realized that Xiaobai's so-called best friend in his previous life was actually a pawn in the hands of the immortals. Turns out it was just to clamp down on White's development, even stabbing him in the back when he was out of control. Surprisingly, at such a point, Xiaobai was still able to become a sword immortal and cut down all the immortals in the world? The perspective in front of Ouyang's eyes suddenly began to change, and a huge fireplace appeared in front of him. Oyiko was yelling something and directing the clan to cast something. Oyezi, on the other hand, was looking intently at a sword scabbard that was being molded in the fireplace. Put a scabbard on a sharp sword, and put a scabbard on the sword path as well, as long as I can become his friend, and then wait for the opportunity to prepare to make a move. I will definitely be able to help the immortals to kill the sword immortals that threaten the immortals' existence. Oyezi's voice reached Ouyang's ears. These words did not come out of the mouth of Oyezi, but in the inner thoughts of Oyezi. Ouyang was amazed to realize that he was able to hear Oyezi's heart. A scabbard for Xiaobai's matching sword and a scabbard for Xiaobai's kendo? These two dog chains are really strong, Ouyang thought with a sigh. The scene then turned. Oyezi naively smiled and appeared at the side of Li Taibayan by Feiyu's previous life, saying nothing, just whatever Li Taibai needed. Oyezi would deliver it to Li Taibai's hand at the first time. Fetching water, cooking, washing clothes, catching the bus, accompanying sword training. Like a 24-hour domestic nanny, she accompanied Li Taibai in all his endeavors, and Li Taibai gradually began to rely on this Oyezi, who was like a close friend. It seemed that any matter on his mind could be seen through by Oyezi, and Oyezi was always able to act as his own venting bucket at the first time, at just the right moment. From the beginning of hitting and cursing, to the end of the partnership, the two were inseparable. In a flash, more than 10 years had passed, and these 10 years flashed in front of Ouyang continuously like a slideshow. After holding back for so many years, just for the immortal's words, this Oyezi does have his skills to succeed. Ouyang looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but say with some sighs. Gradually the slideshow began to slow down, and in the middle of the picture, the amazingly gifted Li Taibai is constantly traveling Jihong, and seems to be beginning to understand his own path. He had watched the immortals sitting high in the sky, arranging the lives and deaths of the world at will. I also saw how the world was willing to break up families and wives in order to gain the attention of the immortals. The entire world is under the oppressive terror of the immortals, and the world is unaware of it. Like pigs in captivity by the immortals, even foolishly believing that what they are doing is right. Li Taibai came to his senses. He understood what he had to do. He wants to create a world for the world without immortals. Let the world not henceforth have a sharp sword hanging over its head, fearing at all times that it will die. Let the world have the right to make its own choices, and let the immortals stop interfering in the world. Finally, Li Taibai struck out, drawing his sword while facing the heavenly immortals. I will be the sword that cuts a swath through the world. And the moment Li Taibai struck, Oyezi also struck. In the decades of living together, Oyezi really understood Li Taibai's sword Dao too well. Regardless of whether it was the Green Lotus sword technique or Li Taibai's immaculate sword heart, Oyezi knew Li Taibai's shortcomings very well. Amidst Li Taibai's unbelieving gaze, Oyezi, who had been accompanying him, collected his sword with a scabbard. Oyezi, on the other hand, cut his own throat in front of Li Taibai and turned into a blood curse to contaminate Li Taibai's immaculate sword heart. Before Li Taibai could draw his sword and ask the immortal, he was damaged by 70% of his strength by the pieces laid by the immortal. In the midst of the immortal's vast pressure, Li Taibai, who was originally supposed to become a sword immortal to behead all the immortals in the world, died in front of Ouyang and completely ceased to exist. Ouyang watched the final scene of Li Taibai's death with a frown on his face. That's not right. This doesn't match up at all with what one knows about the ancient simulacrum. My own sect master had clearly told that Xiaobai had chopped up all the immortals in the world in his previous life before he finally died in the Tao. Why is it that in the image playing in front of his eyes, White didn't even decapitate the immortals, or even just get ready to challenge the boss, before he was directly backstabbed to death by his teammates? What went wrong here? Ouyang's surroundings gradually darkened, and everything here was swallowed up by the endless darkness. Suddenly a golden border lit up in front of Ouyang, and the long-lost waste system lit up a panel. Branching scenario minigame opens. I'm Kenshin's best friend. Task: become a close friend of Li Taibai. Mission reward: none. Quest opening condition: 50 years of life expectancy. Host life expectancy of 150 years. Only 132 years left. Is the game on? Ouyang looked at the quest panel in front of him and pondered for a while. An answer came to his mind and the corner of his mouth hooked upward slightly. Is the ancient sword immortal a drag? This silly little white guy got backstabbed without me in his last life? What a little punk. Ouyang opened his mouth without the slightest hesitation. Turn it on. Now it's time for me to show off. Folks, chapter 135, I'm sure it was hundreds of years ago. Still really will pinch me. Even a little reward is not. This system stingy more than 10 years to release a task. But also think of whoring? Ouyang's perspective was changing rapidly as countless views stretched into countless dawning lights before his eyes. How dare the system ask itself to fix the timeline? What a little game, totally letting yourself go for the jugular. But he himself still had to go and play for his life. Would he, as the eldest brother, stand by and watch what happened to his own little old brother? This unlucky system has completely taken its own life. 50 years of lifespan, his own 6 senior siblings. I don't know if it's enough to share. Other people's systems try to let their hosts live too long. And this trashy tally in our own house is even afraid of living longer. Ouyang spat viciously at the attribute panel in front of him and even raised a middle finger. And when the perspective was fixed, Ouyang realized that he was standing underneath the boulder and raised his middle finger at the 2 old men. One fat and one thin. On the boulder. Crap. So fast. Ouyang scrambled to put away his middle finger and lowered his eyebrows to the ground. Oyezi, I ask you, are you willing to be a pawn in my hands? That skinny old man opened his mouth with some dissatisfaction and asked. He himself had originally watched the man in green in front of him constantly kissing the ground, and was moved by his heart of pure sincerity, which gave him a chance. I didn't realize that I had to ask myself twice and make an unknown gesture at myself. The low-browed Ouyang's heart jumped. He had possessed Oyezi and was about to become a pawn in the hands of the immortals hunting Li Taibai? I've just seen this scene myself. I'm familiar with it. Ouyang raised his head and bowed in feigned doleful excitement to the immortal above the boulder and said, by the immortal's decree. The skinny immortal nodded in satisfaction. Then he and the fat immortal exchanged glances and disappeared above the boulder. Ouyang then straightened up, swept a glance around the countless envious gazes, coldly smiled, hands a-fling open mouth said, immortal gone. Sorry, I am now the father of all of you. As soon as the words came out, the envious gazes around them gave a start, from envy to surprise, to some annoyance. Just because of Ouyang's one sentence there was a shift. Ouyang, still playing dead, opened his mouth and said, not convinced? Go find an immortal if you can. As soon as the fox-fake Ouyang opened his mouth, immediately some of the irritated gazes around him turned into trepidation, and they all bowed their heads at Ouyang to show their submission. For the verbal humiliation, the long-standing awe of the immortals still made them unable to muster a single ounce of resistance. A sigh flashed in Ouyang's eyes, but then he still spoke. Oyezi? That's a really tacky name. From today onwards, I'm called Ujz. A little bit stronger than the previous Oyezi. Got it all? There was a neat chorus of agreement all around. Suddenly the perspective in front of Ouyang shifted again and the huge furnace appeared in front of Ouyang. A scabbard that was slowly forming in the fireplace appeared in Ouyang's eyes. This scene was exactly the second scene that Ouyang had just seen. That is to say, one can only control Oyezi's body and make changes when he or she makes a major decision that can affect history? Is this the future Oyezi's backhanded way of preparing to Enli Tai Bai? Ouyang pondered as he looked at the fireplace in front of him. When he saw that one of the clansmen was about to add materials to the furnace, Ouyang pulled the other person back and said, "This is too ugly. Melt it down and redo it. I'll draw the draft." Ouyang recalled Pretty Boy in his mind, and with a broad stroke, he drew a crooked dachshund on the paper. Somewhat smugly, he threw it in front of a gawking clan member and said, "Redo it according to this." But the patriarch, "Call me young master." "Okay, clan chief. If the scabbard is made according to this drawing of yours, the materials will be partially extra." The clan member who received Ouyang's masterpiece spoke with a black face as he looked at the drawing. "Extra. Arrange some decoration, like a sword spike or something." Ouyang opened his mouth seemingly casually, but everything was secretly the future. Revising history to where he once was originally an offhand decision, and gradually rumors spread among the sword-casting clan. Ever since Oyezi was sent down by the immortals, he was automatically honored as the patriarch of the sword-casting clan. But it was from that time that Oyezi seemed to be suffering from schizophrenia. One day he says his name is Oyezi, the next he says his name is Ujz. He is usually old-fashioned and cautious, but occasionally he jumps out of his skin and plays crazy. It was as if there were two different souls within the body of the Oyezi, often making the clan feel difficult. Rumors even began to spread secretly among the clan that the immortals would slowly take over Oyezi's body after descending the spell. In other words, the spirit that jumped out of the way was the immortal's true self. That's why the advice of the curmudgeonly and prudent Oyezi is usually scheduled to follow that of Ojz. This has led to the fact that the arrangements made by Ojz often come to fruition, while those made by Oyz are often perfunctorily dealt with. The immortal himself arranging it is certainly more important than the immortal spokesperson. Under Ouyang's gaze, the hilt of the sword, which was originally exquisite and complicated, gradually became simpler. The hilt of the dachshund was slowly being molded in the fireplace, and the scabbard was accompanied by a quaintly shaped spike. "Everything is right. Ouyang looked at the scabbard and spike in the fireplace, feeling his eyelids getting heavier and heavier as the mental sleepiness slowly made him lose consciousness. In a trance, Ouyang even heard that Oyezi was jumping and cursing in anger. When Ouyang took control of his body again, he found a white-clothed sword cultivator with a sword hanging from his waist standing in front of him. Ouyang habitually called out to the attribute panel, but this time there was no system response. The white-clothed sword cultivator on the opposite side resembled Baifeiyu, but his entire aura was more like an advanced version of his own penis than Baifeiyu. The eyes were indifferent, and the cold aura around them was like an automatic walking refrigerator. "Miso." The sword cultivator sheathed his long sword, a long sword pointing at Ouyang's throat, and the white-clothed sword cultivator opened his mouth with a cold face and said, "Who is it?" Ouyang, who was being pointed at by the sword, looked puzzled, then realized that this scene was probably the first time Li Tai Bai and Oyezi met in his previous life. The corner of Ouyang's mouth hooked upwards, feeling the green clothes on his body a bit dull, casually moved away from the tip of the sword pointing at his throat, and jumped out of his skin to speak. "Don't be so nervous, whether you believe it or not. The next words I said are definitely true." In the white-clothed sword cultivator's somewhat dismayed gaze, he took off his green coat and draped it over himself, tugged down his head and yanked up a blade of grass and held it in his mouth, and smiled towards himself. The sunlight hit the green clothes diagonally, and this man in green clothes who suddenly appeared beside himself seemed to stand in the sunlight or carry light on his body. And Ouyang looked at the white-clothed sword cultivator in front of him with a smile and said, "Bye. I'm certain that hundreds of years ago we were senior brothers." Chapter 136. A sword cultivator who doesn't stand on a tree is still called a sword cultivator? Behind Li Tai Bai was an additional man clad in green, and the other often chattered at himself with unintelligible words. He said his name was Ujz, so much better than Uyaz. If you put it on an average person, the body would have stunk by this time, but Li Tai Bai was surprisingly able to endure it, and even when the man in green clothes gave himself a brainbuster, he didn't even think of pulling out his sword and chopping off that hand of his, just because he was practicing in a yard full of swords. Others were admiring his swordsmanship and swordsmanship. Only Qingyi opened her mouth and asked, "Are you tired of juggling for so long, little white?" This makes Li Tai Bai also feel surprised. They have been people do not approach, as the lone star of the heavenly fury in general. In front of the man in green seems to be their own years of old friends and their own get along exceptionally cordial, but as if the man in green had a schizophrenic personality, His original jumpy character would suddenly become dull and fearful. This time the man in green would again say his name was Oyezi, and Oyezi, like those servants around himself, served himself carefully, afraid of upsetting himself in general. That's what normal people look like when they see themselves. And this kind of sincere and fearful way of being together is the way they know how to live. But looking at the Oyezi in front of him, who was serving himself like his own servant by bringing him tea and water, Lee Tai-bai would begin to miss the jumpy Ojiko. The Ojiko who had no rules but was unusually familiar with herself seemed to be her favorite Aoi. And before him, Oyezi had only reverence for himself and devotion to the immortals. As for immortals, although Lee Tai-bai had learned by ear that immortals were sacrosanct, he did not have much respect for them in his heart. Sword cultivators were never arrogant, even thinking that the sword in their hands was their immortal. The man in green himself said that Ujizi was a little bit stronger than Uyezi, and in Lee Tai-bai's eyes, Ujizi was stronger than Uyezi by more than that. When the man in green turned into Ojiko, Lee Tai-bai felt an emotion from Ojiko that he hadn't felt since he was born. It was a tenderness that came from the heart, a tenderness that was mixed in with the everyday playfulness, even the moving of hands and small fights. Lee Tai-bai, who was naturally sensitive to emotions, was keenly able to feel the kind of feeling Ujizi brought to himself. Since his own birth, he had been cultivated by the family as a sharp sword, and his gifted self did not let the family down. From the time he was 2 years old and held a sword, he did not know what it meant to be a rival. It had even gotten to the point where one only needed to make a slight strike to know where their opponent's limits were. However, during the high-pressure cultivation, all those emotions that were considered a drag by the family were also forbidden to appear around Lee Tai-bai. Now Lee Tai-bai was the #1 great swordsman in the Chaoga, and the face and honor of the entire family. And the long sword at his waist had not been drawn for a long time. There was no longer an opponent in the world worthy of drawing his sword and striking out. Under the immortals, one had already touched the limit, and the immortals were inviolable and sacred existences. Lee Tai-bai could feel that the long sword at his waist was slowly rusting just like his immaculate sword heart. So Ouyang's sudden intrusion also gave Lee Tai-bai, who had become inactive, a touch more fun. And at this point in time, the family was already under Lee Tai-bai's say-so, and Shingi was the servant Lee Tai-bai himself had ordered to serve him. Bam! Oyezi, who was carrying the water basin, threw it on the ground and furiously opened his mouth and cursed, "Son of a bitch, how dare you ask me to serve you the washing water?" Green clothes crossed in front of his eyes, and a brain crash slammed into Lee Tai-bai's forehead. If outsiders saw this, I'm afraid even their jaws would drop in shock. Knocking out the first great swordsman of Asahi's brain crash? Any ordinary person who could kneel 10 meters away from Lee Tai-bai would already be thankful. The world is hierarchical to the point of harshness. Lee Tai-bai was originally a noble in Chaogai City, and now he was the #1 great swordsman in Chaogai City. Such a distinction even the city lord would have to meet and salute. The Lee Tai-bai who was knocked out of his head was not annoyed. He just rubbed his somewhat red forehead and lazily looked at the Ouyang in front of him whose temperament had once again become familiar and opened his mouth to say, "You've come back Ujizi." Ouyang looked at the lazy-looking Lee Tai-bai, his loose-fitting clothes, the wine jug in his hand, and the long sword slung around his waist, a scruffy drunkard look, not to mention the sword immortal demeanor. Even an unusual sword cultivator would sell better than the Lee Tai-bai in front of him. Ouyang picked up Lee Tai-bai and asked in a puzzled opening, "How did you become like this?" Sharing a body with Oyezi, the times when he could wake up by himself were usually when an important point in time occurred, and the one who accompanied Lee Tai-bai in the old days remained Oyezi. So why Lee Tai-bai had become this scruffy? Ouyang wasn't too sure. Lee Tai-bai poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth and spoke with a disinterested expression. "I've already touched the limit of the sword Dao. There's no more sword Dao in this world that's worth pursuing. Uji-chan, do you believe it? Sometimes invincibility is a kind of loneliness." Lee Tai-bai said the most pretentious words in the flattest tone. Ouyang, on the other hand, had a bit of a headache as he looked at the unmotivated Lee Tai-bai in front of him. Hadn't Dongxu Zi said that the Lee Tai-bai in front of him would become a sword immortal who would cut down all the immortals in the world? With such a bearded and disheveled look, how can you still behead immortals? It's hard to kill a chicken in a couple years. Ouyang thought for a moment and spoke, "Shall Bai, go out?" "Going out?" Lee Tai-bai opened his mouth a bit puzzled and asked. "Yes, go walk in this world. I'll go with you. Go get me a glass of water. I'm dying of thirst." Ouyang picked up Lee Tai-bai and sat his own but on the recliner. Lee Tai-bai really picked up the teapot from the table and clumsily poured a cup of water for Ouyang. Ouyang took the tea that Lee Tai-bai poured and drank it all in one go, and with a turn of his eyes he opened his mouth and said, "Shall Bai, this sword cultivator of yours doesn't have the aura that a sword cultivator should have at all." "What is the aura that a sword cultivator should have?" Lee Tai-bai asked with interest. "Is a sword cultivator still called a sword cultivator without pretending? Look at your current slovenly appearance. If you don't clean yourself up properly and then look at people with your nostrils, do you still have the nerve to call yourself a sword cultivator? Ouyang spoke with a serious face. Li Taibai thought seriously for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, then what should be done? The corner of Ouyang's mouth hung up a hint of a bad smile and said, start by writing a diary. Write down all the ideas for pretending, then do it one piece at a time, and when you've done it, then you'll be the standard world's #1 sword cultivator. Li Taibai nodded. He was intoxicated with the sword path, and now that the sword path had come to an end, he should indeed have the aura of the first person in the sword path. Here, get a pen and paper, Ouyang said with bravado. Li Taibai obediently acted like a little daughter-in-law and brought out a pen and paper from the study. Ouyang stroked his pen like a dragon and snake, and wrote a sentence on the paper. Ask you, who am I? I am the world's invincible and all-conquering most handsome and strongest sword cultivator Li Taibai. Satisfied, he handed it to Li Taibai and opened his mouth. Go stand on the tree and read. Why are you standing on a tree and reading? Li Taibai took the paper. Ouyang rolled his eyes and spoke. Nonsense. Is a sword cultivator who doesn't stand on a tree still called a sword cultivator? Chapter 137, I'll be your big brother in the next life. A fool might hesitate at such a snub to a fool. However, Li Taibai directly chose to believe it. After all, in his conception, there was no need to lie about such things. Li Taibai believed it, rolled over and flew to the tree, stood on top of the branch and read aloud the words Ouyang had written on the paper. As soon as the words left his mouth, he attached his true essence and his voice spread extremely widely. Who am I? I am the world's invincible millionaire, the most handsome, the strongest, the sword cultivator Li Taibai. Li Taibai's voice could be heard throughout the city of Chaogai. Countless people's movements were lulled by this, looking to the sky in embarrassment. This kind of shameful words, they were picking their toes in embarrassment as they listened to them. What kind of shit did that most honored great swordsman in this city come up with today? Reading this embarrassing literature out loud? After Li Taibai, who was standing on the tree, finished reading, he was inexplicably a little ashamed, but also a little stimulated, and his own immaculate sword heart was vaguely a little agitated. This made Li Taibai feel amazed that the path of the sword path itself had come to an end, and that he was already standing on top of the mountain looking down on the existence of the sword path. But why did those words actually cause a stirring in his own immaculate sword heart? It seems that these words that feel a bit shameful when pronounced actually do help one's sword path, and even the possibility of helping himself to go one step further in the sword path that he had already gone to the extreme. If you go further, I'm afraid you won't be mortal anymore. But, Li Taibai looked into the depths of the sky, where there was an unknown great terror. Just by looking at it, his own self, who stood at the peak of the sword Tao, felt fear in his heart. However, the restless sword heart made Li Taibai raise a glimmer of hope. Was it really possible for him to become a supreme being? Those immortals that one grew up worshipping, but have never been convinced in their hearts. Thinking of this, Li Taibai recited that somewhat shameful line aloud over and over again. Who am I? I am the world's invincible millionaire, the most handsome, the strongest, the sword cultivator Li Taibai. When a line of shame is repeated countless times, it will even hypnotize yourself. Interested friends can go to try. The more people in the place, the more significant effect. Personally tested effective. And this day the entire Chaogong city was plunged into a kind of inexplicable embarrassment, and all of them were distracted by this over and over again shameful utterance. Spending an extraordinary day. Ouyang was dead happy lying on the lounge chair under the tree. That's right on the money. What kind of sword cultivator doesn't keep a middle school diary? What kind of sword cultivator doesn't stand on a tree? It turned out that the little white sky was standing on the tree of a small mountain peak and pretending to be a man, or he had taught himself to do so. Did it mean that White was mumbling those middle-aged words every day when he stood in the tree? Ouyang nodded with satisfaction, then felt his eyelids getting sleepy, and Ouyang had a premonition that when he woke up again, he was afraid that it would be the end. In other words, after this time is over, Ouya will occupy the body for a long time. Fortunately, everything he does seems to be pulling history in the right direction. His eyes fell on the scabbard at Li Taibai's waist. It was a brown Doksun-style scabbard. That was also the scabbard that Ouyezi personally gave to Li Taibai when he took over the body. Under his own intervention, Ouyezi, who would have originally used the scabbard to take away Li Taibai's longsword, now took the initiative to give the scabbard to Li Taibai. This is a kind of change. Ouyezi, who would originally backstab Li Taibai, seems to be at a loss. During the time that Ouyang occupied Ouyezi's body, he intentionally or unintentionally left Ouyezi with some backhanders that would topple his pious beliefs. Little by little, the impact refreshed Ouyezi's heart, and because of Ouyang's existence, the two who were originally just master and servant had now become close friends. Even if Li Taibai just treated Ouyezi as Ujizi to treat Ouyezi, It also put a little more confusion in the mind of the poor ghost who wanted to dedicate his life to the immortal. What Ouyang had been doing was deepening the bond between Li Taibai and Uyezi. This was the last choice that Ouyang left to Uyezi. It was the choice to become a pawn in the hands of the immortals to backstab Li Taibai. Or was it the same as the history he knew? Throwing himself into the sword furnace and accomplishing that sword immortal Li Taibai who had decimated all the immortals in the world. Ouyang braced himself for sleepiness and waved at Li Taibai in the tree. Li Taibai came to Ouyang's side, looked at the sleepy Ouyang, and instantly knew that it was time for the Ujizi in front of him to go, and the deadpan Uyezi would be back. You know about the fact that I'm schizophrenic, right? Ouyang looked at Li Taibai in front of him and said seriously. Li Taibai nodded, knowing all about Ujizi and Uyezi, and then he opened his mouth and asked, how should I erase the one called Uyezi from your body? This was the question that Li Taibai wanted to know most urgently, and it was also the answer that Li Taibai had been secretly searching for countless warlocks hoping to get for a long time. Ouyang's head was full of black lines. All day long he just knew how to fight and kill. Wouldn't a sword cultivator install something else inside his brain? Ouyang shook his head and spoke. Uyezi is also Ujizi. I'm him. He's me. It's just another different me. So I'm asking you for one thing. Li Taibai seemed to understand that the two would not be able to see each other for a long time after this conversation. Li Taibai walked to Ouyang, yanked up Ouyang's hand, and said in a cold voice, don't give me these melodramatic words. You, not allowed to leave this body. The tone was forceful, even overbearing. Sword cultivators were already overbearing, but Li Taibai's somewhat trembling tone carried a plea. Cold as an ice mountain with a hint of pleading in his tone. The first great swordsman of Chaoga pleaded with Ouyang in a commanding tone. I hope Ojiko will occupy this body forever. Ouyang, however, felt sleepy getting heavier and heavier. One hand struggled to raise to grab Li Taibai's ear, ruthlessly mentioning that he opened his mouth and said, think of me as him, and then be friends with him, the kind that befriends. This is also the choice that Ouyang left for Li Taibai, and it is also a test that concerns Li Taibai's final destiny. If Li Taibai and Uyezi can really put their hearts together, Uyezi will help Li Taibai achieve the position of sword immortal in the end. However, if Li Taibai insisted on distinguishing himself from Uyezi and continued to get along as master and servant, then he would still be backstabbed by Uyezi in the future. Both of them would end up dead, and there would be no senior brother by Feiyu in the future, and there would be no existence of that immortal secret realm. So, that was all Ouyang could do, leaving the rest to the two Li Taibai and Uyezi, an immortal pawn, a sword that beheads the immortals. Whether or not they could rely on their bonds and break their respective shackles depended on the two of them. However, Ouyang was confident that he came from the future, and in the future there was Bai Feiyu, the reincarnation of Li Taibai, which meant that the two would really succeed in the end. It's just that in this life, with all the responsibilities that the two of them are shouldering, I'm afraid that they are destined to suffer a bit in this life. Looking at Li Taibai's gradually dimming eyes, Ouyang felt some heartache for no reason. Ouyang slowly closed his eyes using his last ounce of strength to whisper, Brat, I'll be your big brother in the next life. Chapter 138. Ouyang closed his eyes and opened them the next second, as if only an instant had passed, and he himself then became a shadow once again, floating in the sky. The place in front of you is a battlefield. Instead of a battlefield it was a place where immortals fell. Countless meteorites carrying smoke and fire fell from the sky, crashing fiercely into the ground, only to be dissipated by a single green lotus. The sky was as if it had been slashed, and countless huge sword marks covered the entire sky like scars. This place has already experienced a fierce battle, and this battle signaled the end of the ancient era. Beneath the sky stood a tiny man. He was dressed in white, holding a thin sword. His white clothes were snowy, and his long sword was like frost. The man casually waved his hand and countless green lotus flowers bloomed around him. That person was none other than Li Taibai, who had already stepped into the sword immortal realm. There was some relief in Ouyang's heart. It seemed that Li Taibai and Uyezi were still on the path of history. That means one corrects this timeline. At this time, Li Taibai's eye pupils had been replaced by two green lotuses, and there was not a trace of emotion on his face, just like a sharp sword standing between the sky and the earth. Obviously small as just a person, but it was like a huge sharp sword, straddling between heaven and earth. It was as if the connection between heaven and earth had been intercepted. Under the sky, under the earth, under the sky, not the earth, because there is still him, Li Taibai. Li Taibai slightly raised his head, one-handedly carrying his sword towards the sky and lightly drank. Dare I ask the heavenly immortals, who else came to earth? Countless twisting swirls protruded from the sky, and noisy and angry voices resounded throughout the sky. Arrogant, ignorant, shit. Those immortals who were originally high up in the sky were now like mortals cursing madly at the sword immortal who stood between the sky and the earth. And the rolling thunder in the sky rose up in all directions. The hurricane winds were loud. and amidst the lightning and thunder, countless heaven and earth visions were inverted. And from those countless twisting vortexes, countless huge eyes were born. Those were countless huge eyes of heavenly punishment. It was compared to the eye of heavenly punishment that Ouyang had plucked from above the small mountain peak. These uncountable heaven's punishment eyes in front of them were countless times larger than the one Ouyang had plucked. It's like the difference between a basketball and a grain of rice when you compare them. Li Tai-bai, who was being indifferently watched by countless huge eyes of heavenly punishment, instead laughed out loud. Today he has become the enemy of the world. And looking around he has no help. On second thought, and then no. He still had himself and this sword in his hand. Unslinging the wine gourd at his waist, he fiercely poured a mouthful of it, looked at the thin sword in front of him, and murmured in a low voice, "Since I have become the enemy of the world, I really want to be the world's invincible for once today." The countless eyes of heavenly punishment finally couldn't hold back and sent out countless rolling thunderbolts towards Li Tai-bai. Densely packed, blue and white plasma almost distorted the space. Countless blue with blood-red thunder snakes tore towards Li Tai-bai with their bloody mouths. The most raging thunder and lightning in this world almost all lunged toward Li Tai-bai's tiny figure at this moment. And at the very center, Li Tai-bai pulled a sword flower without slowing down, holding the sword in one hand, standing the sword in front of his body, and softly chanting, "The sword path is like a river. The water of the great river should come from the sky." The 36-pinnacle green lotus rose under Li Tai-bai's feet, and the endless green she wrapped in extreme sword intent instantly swept away the plasma thunder snakes that enveloped the surroundings. The 36 green lotus under his feet instantly transformed into 36 flying swords, stabbing towards the countless heavenly punishment eyes in the sky. In an instant, 36 flying swords pierced through countless eyes of heavenly punishment while countless muffled grunts resounded in the sky. The 30 flying swords dragged out a cyan trailing trail like an airplane. The 36 trails intertwined with each other and intertwined with everything, like a huge green waterfall appearing in the sky. Accompanying this was a heavenly punishment eye that disappeared into the sky. The originally blue-colored sky turned gloomy, and blood rain fell from the sky like a pouring rain. Immortals fall, born with a vision. The sky cries blood and rain, and a great disaster is at hand. The sky folded up at a weird angle and seemed to be getting closer to the ground. The entire sky was smashing towards the ground. The sky is tilting. Immortals use their last resort, trying to drag the whole world to bury them with them. How could these immortals who had been sitting in the high heavens for countless years allow themselves to fail, and still fail at the hands of a human? They are immortals from birth, the masters of this world. Even if they die, they will pull the world into death with them. Li Tai-bai saw the scene in front of him and also gained insight into his fate at this moment. The long sword in his hand came out, and Li Tai-bai took a step forward in the void and shouted, "Li Tai-bai is willing to be the backbone of heaven and earth, and hold up heaven and earth for the people of the world." As soon as the words fell, countless muffled thunderclaps sounded, and the Dao Xian Huangqi slowly extended and straightened the folded-up sky. With that, Li Tai-bai's body began to dissipate, turning into bits of starlight that crashed into the folded-up sky. The sky, which had originally been folded at an eerie angle, began to gradually return to normal, and before Li Tai-bai completely disappeared, he raised his hand and grabbed the longsword that was lamenting because of his own death, ripped off the spike and threw it to the earth, and then twisted his head strangely and smiled faintly in the direction where Ouyang was. This smile almost made Ouyang feel horrified. Li Tai-bai's meaningful smile. Did he see himself? A scabbard fell in front of him. That Dachshund-style ugly scabbard seemed to be grinning as if at itself. Ouyang stared blankly at the long sword in front of him as countless thoughts began to roll through his mind. It was only then that Ouyang realized that the one who became a shadow in the beginning was himself, and that he was now in the era of the ancient immortals. That waste system of his own had sent him to the once ancient era and used it to change Li Tai-bai's fate. Allow yourself to fix the past timeline. No wonder the system would only add real chi value to himself. Maybe he would still be a supreme little genius without the system. No wonder the system prompted a garbled code when he ran into that Lin Feng. That Lin Feng is something outside the timeline. Anything beyond the world timeline is simply not shown by the system. This fucking means that there is definitely a big problem with this system of theirs. And it's a card with a big identity. Ouyang looked at the long sword in front of him, his mind moved, and he kicked on the scabbard, and a trace of the true chi in his body then dissipated. Put! A loud heartbeat rang out between heaven and earth, and a heart appeared in front of Ouyang. That heart was none other than Li Tai-bai's immaculate sword heart. It seemed that he was able to see Ouyang, and that immaculate sword heart radiated joy. So that's it? Ouyang smiled and lifted his finger to point on top of that immaculate sword heart. Ouyang said softly, "Senior brothers, I'll be waiting for you in the future." This was originally a long extra, but I'm afraid you'll say I'm watering down the word count, so I'll write it for you later when it's finished. And now I'm just pushing the plot forward. Chapter 139, Sword Demon. The surrounding scenery flew backward. Yang was like standing in the midst of space-time turbulence. Everything in front of him was once again infinitely stretched into countless rays of light. When he reappeared, Yang reappeared in front of the sword-boarding platform. Bai Feiyu and Chen Changsheng were staring at themselves, the two of them wondering why Yang was standing there without moving. Yang had the illusion of a lapse of years, as if a long time had passed, and he himself had spent 50 years of his life accompanying Li Taibai intermittently through his life. However, in the eyes of Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu, Yang always stood there without moving. Looking at Bai Feiyu, who was dressed in white with a sword hanging from his waist, seemed to blend with the Li Taibai in his memory. Li Taibai's voice and appearance slowly merged with the Bai Feiyu in front of him. That's pretty good. Yang lifted his leg and took a step on the sword-boarding platform, and in the next second, he directly took a step to the top, standing next to Bai Feiyu and Chen Changsheng. Crap! Bai Feiyu and Chen Changsheng looked at Yang in front of them with a dumbfounded look on their faces. In their perspective, Yang only took one step but came directly in front of the two. The 99 steps of the Sword Ascension platform had eliminated 90% of the sword cultivators. Tens of thousands of sword cultivators had already been eliminated from the game due to exhaustion, and now there were only a few thousand people standing at the top of this sword ascending platform. These thousands of people in the loose cultivators, none of them are the attention of the genius of the loose cultivators. But even if it is a genius, after climbing through the 99 layers of the sword platform, they are all real energy exhausted, have cross-legged to adjust their breath. After the sword ascent stage, everyone was able to use their true essence again, so they naturally seized the time to let their strength recover to the maximum extent. I have something growing on my face? Yang inexplicably touched his face, unable to figure out why these two rebellious sons were looking at themselves in such a strange way. Eldest brother, how did you get up here? Chen Changsheng curiously opened his mouth and asked. Aren't you bullshitting me? Of course I walked up here. Yang rolled his eyes and spoke. Bai Feiyu looked at Yang's expression of taking things for granted and similarly fell into deep thought. Could it be that eldest senior brother, who was in the Qi practicing stage, was actually still a sword Dao genius? After such a ridiculous thought popped up, Bai Feiyu immediately shook his head. It wasn't that eldest brother hadn't learned the sword, and had once practiced hard for 3 days in order to become a sword cultivator, but in the end, because he accidentally misses and stabs himself in the thigh, he just breaks the defense and curses, and ends up with nothing to show for it. With Bai Feiyu's vision, the elder brother's sword Dao talent was extremely poor, and it could even be said that he had never seen a cultivator whose sword Dao talent was almost at this level. Even Chen Changsheng, who did not cultivate the sword Dao, could release sword Qi with his hands. Eldest brother who practiced swordsmanship for 3 days and still managed to scratch his thigh. But why was eldest senior brother able to directly ascend this 99-story sword ascension platform in one step? Even his own self, who had already initially regained control of the laws, had to ascend this sword ascension platform step by step. Could it be the qualitative change caused by that huge amount of true Qi? For now, only here are the reasons convincing. On the other hand, Chen Changsheng, who was on the side, looked at the smug Yang with a sigh of admiration and exclaimed, eldest senior brother really has extraordinary talent. In the face of Chen Changsheng's rainbow farts, Yang waved his hand and smiled at all of them. Looking around, it was a small square, and the innermost part of the square was the gate of this palace. The cultivators strewn across the square all looked as if they were on their feet. Their faces were pale, and they were weak and powerless. It was as if he had been dragged by the elder brothers and sisters of the penal peaks of the Green Cloud sect to fencing for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. Yang's gaze was fixed on a cultivator in blue, the very same Zhao Qian's son who had disappeared apart. At this moment, Zhao Qian's son was similarly pale, cross-legged and meditating, recovering his overconsumed true essence. Yang walked over quickly, squatted in front of Zhao Kansan, and said affectionately, "Is it okay, fine dog?" Hearing Yang's voice, Zhao Qian's son slightly opened his eyes and saw Yang, the god of bad luck, squatting in front of him and looking at him with a smile. Zhao Qian's son panicked and stood up and wanted to leave. Seeing Yang now himself, he just wanted to get as far away as possible. He and Yang had only spent a few hours together, and he had been given a whole lot of heartburn by Yang. He and this bastard definitely had a backlash of 8 characters. But also do not blame yourself. Zhao Qian's son himself do not dare to think. Can an Yang night and day with people? In the end how hard ate ah. Yang looked at Zhao Kansan, reached out and tugged on Zhao Kansan's sleeve, smilingly said, "What's Zhao running for? We've known each other for a long time. Let's find some time to go out for tea and chat. Ghosts will want to have tea with you." Zhao Qian's son cursed in his heart, but on his face, he forced a smile and said, some other day for sure." But Yang just wouldn't let go. After he was transported by the system to the revised timeline of the ancient times, Yang knew that there must be a big problem with this cowhorse system of his. Now one's first initial quest was just short of a heaven's destiny, although one's first impression of Zhao Chansun wasn't too favorable. But that doesn't stop one from taking Cho Shanson to fill the number of tasks. After all, the son of heaven's destiny was just too hard to come across, and with Zhao Qian's son running away in front of him, hell knows when he would be able to come across another one. Let's see what kind of netherworld operations the system has after the initial system quest has passed first, and then figure out how to knife the system on myself before we say anything. The more he thought about it, the hotter Ouyang looked at Zhao Kansan's gaze, and the hotter Ouyang's gaze was, the more Zhao Kansan's heart panicked. Why is this kid looking at himself so much like a tiger looking at a rabbit? I can't. I have to go. Zhao Qiansun pinched his fingers and prepared to run away, but an unknown formation rose under his own feet, instantly disrupting his technique. This is a spirit scattering formation. Zhao Qiansun looked at the formation looming beneath his feet in shock. This senior brother. My senior brother is so enthusiastic. You shouldn't want to leave, right? Chen Changsheng walked out from behind Ouyang and looked at Zhao Qiansun in front of him, saying with a smile on his face, when, surprisingly, he was able to set up a spirit scattering formation around himself without even realizing it. Suddenly Zhao Qiansun's face flushed to one side and he slightly tilted his head sideways as an extremely tiny piece of true essence brushed against his hair and flew past. Zhao Kansan's face turned a hole as he looked at the smiling Chen Changsheng and spoke with a cold snort. Who exactly is your excellency? And why do you want to take Mr. Zhao's hair? Chen Changsheng looked at Zhao Qiansun with some surprise. This was the first time he had missed. He did not expect that the other party, who was only at the Jiedan stage, would be so perceptive. So Chen Changsheng didn't pretend anymore, and with a wave of his hand, the 6 puppets directly surrounded Zhao Qiansun and Ouyang. Chen Changsheng looked at Zhao Qiansun and said, I'm sure that this senior brother hasn't finished saying anything to my senior brother. Why don't you wait a little bit before you go? Zhao Qiansun looked at the 6 cultivators that suddenly appeared around him. The aura of their bodies had obviously stepped into the Yuaning, and immediately sweated down, with a panicked face just wanting to open his mouth to explain the misunderstanding. At that moment, the closed door of the palace at the innermost part of the square was blasted open. A few mournful screams came. A sword cultivator came out with his sword in a sorry state and shouted with a terrified face to the sword cultivators who were still regulating their breath. Sword demon! It's the sword demon! Run away! Pust! Before the cultivator could finish his words, the blood-red sword chi reached out from the palace and directly penetrated his chest. The cultivator who had just escaped from the ascension instantly turned into a sugar plum, and the blood-red sword chi dragged the cultivator back into the palace like a tentacle. Chapter 140, If a child is incapable, just give him a beating. A great cultivator died in front of the crowd just like that, and everyone hadn't yet reacted to what had happened. The 3 Ouyangs had moved. After the blood-red sword chi retracted inside the palace, Ouyang carried the dog and rushed inside the broken gate directly following the blood-red sword chi. Bai Feiyu followed closely behind. One hand pressed down on top of the hilt of his sword, his face icy cold. That sword chi just now was clearly the technique of a demonic cultivator. Why is there a demonic cultivation inside one's grave? Chen Changsheng glanced at Zhao Qiansun, who was surrounded by the 6 puppets, clenched his hands and slapped the ground. A formation barrier was erected under the feet of Zhao Qiansun, who was originally surrounded by the 6 puppets. With that, Chen Changsheng rushed towards the gate right behind Ouyang and Xiaobai. The 3 of them knew very well that Leng Qingsong had entered the palace one step ahead of them after opening the secret realm. That means Leng Qingsong is still in there. Ouyang, who carried the dog, took a step inside the palace, picked up the dog, and gave him a shot first. No matter what he did, when he saw the black clothes that had been drenched in blood in the middle of the palace, Ouyang froze. Leng Qingsong, who was dressed in a black power suit, held a red blood sword. His eyes were red, his face was fierce, and blood-red sword chi was overflowing around him. The corpses of sword cultivators were lying all around. Almost all of them were great cultivators of the harmonization stage. Standing amidst the corpses, Leng Qingsong laughed in near madness, epileptically destroying everything in front of him. Leng Qingsong is possessed. Bai Feiyu and Chen Changsheng came to Ouyang's side one after the other, and both sucked in a breath of cool air as they looked at Leng Qingsong, who appeared like a demon god descending in front of them. Only then did Chen Changsheng understand why. In his previous life, this immortal secret realm had only Leng Qingsong walk out alone, and it turned out to be that Leng Qingsong killed all the sword cultivators who had entered the secret realm after he became a demon. Bai Feiyu looked at Leng Qingsong in front of him, and in the midst of his eyes, Taoist rhythms flowed, and in Bai Feiyu's field of vision, behind Leng Qingsong there was a huge blood-red shadow that was manipulating Leng Qingsong's body, and yet that huge blood-red shadow was so familiar to Bai Feiyu. Chen Changsheng's finger stood in front of his eyes and lightly shouted, "Formation up!" Countless yellow talismans flew out from his sleeves, and the originally broken gate was plastered with a yellow talisman. cutting off the connection between the palace and the outside. Now that Leng Qingsong was in this state, if the remaining sword cultivators outside saw it, I was afraid that Leng Qingsong would face the same situation as in his previous life. Having killed so many sword cultivators, Leng Qingsong always had to give the world an explanation. The account given by the sword sect in the previous life was that the sword sect patriarch Taya directly sat down in the sword sect's sword asking pool, and his body died. In this life, Leng Qingsong was his own senior brother, and when his own senior brother killed someone, Chen Changsheng thought of digging a pit and burying the body in the first place. At least we can't let those sword cultivators outside see the scene here. Eldest senior brother. Second senior brother is being manipulated. Behind him there is a blood-red shadow that is manipulating his body. Bai Feiyu spoke up. Oh Yang, who was carrying the dog, breathed a long sigh of relief. When he first came in, Oh Yang thought that his own penis had started to kill people without a bottom line in order to inherit the inheritance from Xiaobai's previous life. Since White opened his mouth and said that the penis was manipulated, it's not a big problem. Oh Yang could think with his feet that the blood-colored shadow was probably the other half of Oyezi's madness, the sword spirit of that sword. The fact that his own penis was manipulated made the corpse-filled body a lot less sinful. The yellow talisman that Chen Changsheng had set up behind him was constantly attacked by some bold sword cultivators outside the door. Having already come to this point, the sword cultivators outside the door would naturally not be willing to do so. Although a great cultivator had died in front of them, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be the lucky one? It's really noisy. Chang Sheng, put the yellow talisman tighter. Don't let the flies outside come in. Xiao Bai, you go out and hold the door for me. Ouyang looked at Leng Qingsong, who was already possessed, in front of him and spoke without looking back. Ouyang's tone did not allow for refusal, while Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu listened to their own senior brother's arrangements at the first opportunity. Bai Feiyu, who was dressed in white, turned around and walked in the direction of the gate, and the yellow talismans in Chen Changsheng's sleeves kept flying out as if they were endless. The yellow talisman that had originally been somewhat deformed by the sword cultivator's attack outside the door stabilized a bit with difficulty. Bai Feiyu walked to the front door, and the yellow talisman in front of him automatically wrapped around Bai Feiyu and sent him directly to the door. Outside the gate, these sword cultivators who weren't afraid to die were frantically attacking the gate made up of yellow symbols. What exactly happened? They didn't know, but the only thing they did know was that 3 people had rushed in while they were frozen in their tracks, and then set up this yellow amulet gate. Those 3 guys want to eat alone. At the thought of this, the great cultivator who had just died in front of them was instantly thrown to the back of their minds. Having come all the way here, who wouldn't want to get their own chance in this immortal secret realm? Rise your sword. A flat voice came from the yellow talisman gate, and the long swords in the hands of the sword cultivators below the Yuaning stage directly flew out of their hands. The sword cultivators in the square were like birds of prey, retreating one after another, and the cultivators below the Yuaning stage looked at their long swords flying in midair in horror. On the other hand, cultivators above the Yuaning stage had strange faces as they tightly gripped their swords, and if they hadn't forced themselves to hold their long swords tightly, they were afraid that their long swords would have come out of their hands as well. White Feiyu, who was dressed in white, walked out from within the yellow amulet gate with ease. Bai Feiyu walked while his right hand seemingly casually drew out the Qingfeng sword at his waist, and the cool sword light illuminated a magnificent figure. Bai Feiyu held his sword diagonally to the ground in one hand and stood quietly in front of all the sword cultivators. Bai Feiyu looked at the sword cultivators in front of him and smiled warmly, saying in a somewhat apologetic tone, "Sorry, everyone, those who go further will live or die." The tone is gentle and humble. And within the gate, the yellow talisman gate that Chen Changsheng had stood on was completely quiet, which caused Chen Changsheng to let out a sigh of relief. Even if he himself was under the attack of so many sword cultivators, he could only struggle to hold on. After Xiaobai went out, he seemed to have a good talk with the sword cultivator outside, and the yellow rune gate he had set up was no longer under attack. Eldest senior brother, do you want me to go up first and try out second senior brother after he has entered the demon? Chen Changsheng, who had divided his mind, tentatively opened his mouth and asked. Ouyang shook his head and said, Chang Sheng, you're the third. It's not quite appropriate for you to go and beat up the second. How can any senior brother beat up his senior brother? Turning the tables, Ouyang looked at the demonized Leng Qingsong in front of him and said, the master is not at home. The eldest brother is like a father. I'm your laborer. The oldest 2 are controlled by something in the body. Also blame him for not being able to fight for it. Teaching his own waste. I'll do it on the line. Chen Changsheng nodded. Hearing Ouyang's words of cursing even himself, he did not feel that there was anything inappropriate. Ouyang glanced at the dog in his hand, single-handedly holding one of the pretty boy's hind legs, and said in a tone of unconcern, the child is incapable. Just give him a beating. Chapter 141 Green Lotus Protector. Ouyang, who was carrying one of pretty boy's hind legs in one hand, took a step towards Ling Qingsong and the corpse. Looking at Ling Qingsong in front of him with a hideous face, drooling and red eyes, Yang couldn't help but feel a bit angry. How could my own little brother be at such a level? He was easily taken over by a crazy sword spirit? Yang took out a recording stone from his pocket and first shot Ling Qingsong's ugly face. When this was over, he had to hold his own dick's head down to show him how stupid he looked at this point. Yang, who had taken the photos, looked at Ling Qingsong with a good look and said with a crooked head, "Oh Yezi, will I beat you out, or will you obediently roll out on your own?" Ling Qingsong, who had already been forced to take over his body, naturally discovered Yang, and at this time, he was already occupied by killing. Having been sealed for millions of years of resentment, the sword spirit at this time only wanted to give vent to it. Countless blood-red sword chi lunged towards Yang like tentacles. The suffocating aura of killing had been so thick that the smell of blood was nauseating. Yang frowned, his body's true chi surged towards the pretty boy's body without any reservation, and then gently waved. The real chi that was amplified hundreds of times in the mouth of the pretty boy transformed into a crescent-shaped real chi chop slamming towards the blood-red sword chi that filled the sky. Boom! The blood-red sword chi and the huge crescent-shaped true chi chop ruthlessly clashed together, instantly causing the entire palace to start shaking inside. Kill! 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 Ling Qingsong's mouth dripped with saliva as he hissed the same word, and with a fling of the blood-red longsword in his hand, he directly cut through the void and appeared in front of Yang. Dang! Yang raised Pretty Boy to block Ling Qingsong's chopping longsword, and Pretty Boy twisted his head to take a bite on top of the blood-red longsword, preventing Ling Qingsong from drawing it out. Yang's cool eyes met Ling Qingsong's blood-red eyes, and both of them reflected the other's reflection in their eyes. A flash of fear flashed through those blood-red eyes, which seemed to clear up a bit, but were then replaced by madness. "It's all you! It's all you!" The crazed sword spirit seemed to recognize Yang as the Ujizi who had once shared a body with himself, shouted out in a seizure. Countless blood-red sword chi suddenly appeared from all around Ling Qingsong, ruthlessly stabbing towards Yang, but all the sword chi was blocked by the true chi around Yang, being able to clamp down on the blood-red longsword, all thanks to the pretty boy who used to be the scabbard. Yang didn't have to exert too much effort. Yang raised his hand towards Ling Qingsong's neck and pinched it. True chi attached to his hand. The blood-red sword chi around Ling Qingsong couldn't even hurt Yang in the slightest. The moment Yang pinched Ling Qingsong's neck, he twisted around and slammed Ling Qingsong onto the ground with a backdrop. The blood-red longsword came out of Ling Qingsong's hand, and Pretty Boy bit the longsword and fought to control it, trying to break free from the dog's mouth. This is the best time to show one's loyalty. Even if my teeth are chipped off for me, I'll contain you in my mouth. Pretty Boy, who had already betrayed Yang once, bit the longsword dead on, his doggy eyes glaring at the longsword as he thought resolutely. Opportunity comes to the prepared dog. The Pretty Boy and the blood-red longsword wrestled. Pop! A crisp slap sounded. Yang lifted the hand that had loosened the Pretty Boy and slapped Ling Qingsong in the face. Ling Qingsong's blood-red eyes were briefly confused for a moment, and then they were about to be replaced by madness once again. Pop! This slap Yang brought up the true chi in his body and directly followed the slap to Ling Qingsong's body. Yang's true chi seemed to have a magical effect, and a few powerful slaps went down. Ling Qingsong's face swelled up and the blood-red color in his eyes faded. Within Ling Qingsong's dantian, it had been replaced by a blood-red color. Ling Qingsong's Yuaning was hugging his own original sword, protected merely by the 12-pin lotus flower evolved by his true essence, but the opponent was just too powerful. The moment he had just touched that sword, he lost control of his body, and his Yuaning was also suppressed to death in a corner of his dantian. Even Ling Qingsong didn't know exactly what his opponent was. Ling Qingsong's Yuaning didn't seem to have given up resisting, and Ling Qingsong, who had already comprehended the green lotus sword intent, relied on just a single lotus flower to float in the dantian that was now like a sea of blood. From time to time in the blood sea stretched out countless tentacles want to attack Qinglian, but not close to Qinglian in front of them have melted away. While Qinglian is like the nemesis of the sea of learning in general, wherever the sea of blood to avoid. Even the green chi emanating from the green lotus was continuously purifying the surrounding sea of blood. As long as one was patient enough, one would one day completely purify the sea of blood in front of him. Although his consciousness had been suppressed in his Yuaning, Ling Qingsong was still able to see the unknown monster controlling his body in a killing frenzy. All the while, he was in the middle of the dantian with nothing to do but rage. However, what made Ling Qingsong feel surprised was that whenever he killed a cultivator, that cultivator's sword intent would drift towards the green lotus in his dantian. After the green lotus absorbed the sword intent of the slain cultivator, it would grow by 1 point. The sword intent of each sword cultivator was different, and these sword intent had turned into nutrients for the green lotus, constantly nourishing it, and even nourishing the innate sword in Ling Qingsong's hand, the original life sword that had already been broken by his own hand. Because of comprehending the green lotus sword intent, the illusory sword body gradually solidified. One could absorb the sword intent of other sword cultivators? This discovery didn't make Lang Qingsong feel surprised, but instead felt disgusted. What was the difference between absorbing the sword intent of another sword cultivator and a monster that controlled his own body to kill? The proud-hearted Lang Qingsong was very displeased with what he was doing now, but there was nothing he could do about it. Until his elder brother appeared in Lang Qingsong's field of vision. The monster in the Sea of Blood seemed to understand the power of his elder brother, and the Sea of Blood in his dantian churned and rolled, directly shielding his senses. This made Lang Qingsong, who had lost his outside senses, feel anxious. What if the monster controlling his body hurt his elder brother? Thinking of this, the Yuaning sitting in the green lotus lifted the original sword in his hand and split towards the separation of the Sea of Blood, and the green lotus began to be disorganized because of the Yuaning splitting. Concerned, the Qinglian that had been peacefully absorbing the sword intent was directly submerged by the Sea of Blood. Lang Qingsong was like standing in a darkness. Dying by yourself? Standing in the endless darkness. Lang Qingsong fell into a daze, until the familiar true qi was transmitted to the dantian. Like sunlight shining on top of the snow, the blood-red color on top of that dantian had melted away, and the green lotus was once again revealed. And after the true qi entered the green lotus seemed to be nourished, giving birth to thin green rods and growing a lotus leaf. It took root in the middle of a sea of blood, crazily absorbing it. Elder brother. Lang Qingsong looked excitedly at what was in front of him. That familiar true qi was none other than his own elder brother's. It seemed that outside, his own elder brother was fighting with all his true energy to save himself. Chapter 142. You killed them for their own good. Pia, Pia, Pia. The palace resounded with rhythmic slaps. I don't know if it is the reason that the already crazy Oyezi is attached to the body of his own penis, but he slapped his own penis unusually smoothly. Originally, it was just because he was a bit angry that his own penis, who held the title of the Son of the Realm, was actually occupied by a crazy sword spirit, so he gave 2 slaps to take out his anger. I didn't expect that the more I fanned, the smoother it became, and even seeing that my true qi seemed to be useful in waking up my penis, that Ouyang was even more nonchalant. On the one hand, it was also because Lang Qingsong's body was shrouded by the blood-red sword intent, and the means of gentle points of transmitting into the true qi was of no use at all, so he could only rely on Ouyang vigorously to perform a miracle. Chen Chongsheng, who had his back to the palace, concentrated on the yellow rune gate in front of him, seemingly not hearing the movement behind him at all, and when Ouyang slapped the first slap, Chen Chongsheng turned his back to his body and pretended to observe the situation of the yellow rune gate. Although his back was turned to Ouyang, the recording stone in Chen Changsheng's hand was accurately aimed at Ouyang and Lang Qingsong. Continuously 30 or so slaps went down. The blood-red color in Lang Qingsong's eyes had completely faded, when the divine light in Lang Qingsong's eyes flashed, when a vaporized green lotus directly shattered the blood-red sword qi that was wrapped around his body. Ouyang jumped to the side at the first opportunity. The long sword that was bitten in the dog's mouth by Pretty Boy let out a mournful cry, and vaguely Ouyang saw a light red shadow return to the longsword. The virtualized green lotus around Lang Qingsong's body slowly bloomed, and the pupils of Lang Qingsong's eyes were once again replaced by green lotuses. The aura on Lang Qingsong's body was also insanely rising, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the 9th realm of Yuaning, and when it wanted to directly step into the out-of-body stage and condense the divine soul, it was forcefully suppressed by Lang Qingsong. The green lotus was completely withdrawn from Lang Qingsong's body. The entire dantian was dense, and in the dantian, Lang Qingsong's Yuaning was sitting on top of the green lotus. The intrinsic sword in his hand was also restored to its original state because it had absorbed the sword intent of the other cultivators and most of the sea of blood in his dantian. Although it lacked the divine charm that the original sword should have, the entity of the broken original sword was finally restored to its original state. Phew! Lang Qingsong slowly exhaled a breath, and when he raised his eyes, he saw Ouyang standing in front of him. The face of Lang Qingsong, who was an iceberg for 10,000 years, could no longer hold back his excitement as he looked at his elder brother and called out, "Elder brother!" Lang Qingsong still wanted to continue talking. His eyes fell on Ouyang's left hand that was still slightly trembling and somewhat red and swollen. "Is it because you got hurt saving yourself?" Deep guilt surfaced in Lang Qingsong's eyes. Bowing his head as if he were a schoolboy who had made a mistake, he said in a low voice full of guilt, "Elder brother, it's all my fault." Ouyang slightly shook off his somewhat swollen left hand and said to Lang Qingsong, "How does it feel?" Lang Qingsong honestly opened his mouth and said, "It's alright, my face hurts." To be able to let the cold temperament of Lang Qingsong open his mouth to say that his face hurts, enough to see how hard Ouyang's slap is. "Tell me, what's going on?" Ouyang glanced at the pretty boy who was still fighting with the blood-red long sword and turned his head to look at Lang Qingsong and said, "At that time, after Taya brought Lang Qingsong to Sword Forging City, It was also the most crucial time for Leng Qingsong to have the most critical understanding of the Green Lotus sword intent left behind by the ancient sword immortal Li Tai Bai. It wasn't until he had fully comprehended the immortal's notebook and the Green Lotus sword intent that remained on the wooden hairpin that Little White had handed to him that he opened the entrance to the immortal's secret realm. Also at the same time himself came to this place which was empty. Only a longsword stuck alone on the ground. And in the back of his own mind, a voice compelled himself to draw the long sword. It says that if you draw this long sword, you will be able to become the next Li Tai Bai. Leng Qingsong believed it, and the moment his hand touched the hilt of the sword, he himself lost control of his body, and his consciousness was suppressed in his yuaning, holding on bitterly within his dantian. And the cultivators who kept teleporting over became the souls under the sword of the madman who occupied his body. Although it wasn't something I was willing to do, these cultivators all died under my sword, and I will take part of the responsibility for their deaths. Leng Qingsong said in a low voice as he looked at the corpses all over the ground. Although the people were killed by that madman controlling his own body, those cultivators were absorbed by their own sword intent after they died. So the deaths of these cultivators had nothing to do with themselves. It was all because they were too weak that they caused this tragedy. After listening to Leng Qingsong's words tinged with self-blame, Ouyang turned his head to Chen Changsheng, who had his back to the two of them, and asked, Changsheng, how many people died here? Chen Changsheng turned around, his sleeves behind his back, swept the surrounding area and opened his mouth to reply. 2 Mahayana stages, 34 harmonized stages, 72 fractal divinity stages, a total of 108 people. Oh, that's an auspicious number. That's an auspicious number. A penis slaughtering a water margin? But this crazy Oyezi also has some skills. This guy even managed to slaughter 2 Mahayana with the body of his penis, which is only at the yuaning stage. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the guilt on Leng Qingsong's face increased. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, looked at Leng Qingsong and spoke. Is second senior brother feeling guilty for these fallen cultivators? Coming. Here we go. Here comes the little mountain peak language rep. Ouyang, who didn't have many words inside his stomach originally, let out a sigh of relief in his heart and looked at Chen Changsheng with some emotion. The timing of this oldest's opening was really just right. Leng Qingsong looked at Chen Changsheng suspiciously, as if he also wanted to hear what Chen Changsheng had to say. Chen Changsheng smiled and spoke. Not to mention the fact that senior brother was controlled to kill these cultivators. The mere fact that these great cultivators appeared here deserves their deaths. What? Ouyang and Leng Qingsong had a simultaneous burst of dismay on their faces as they looked at Chen Changsheng, waiting for what the hell he could say. My generation of cultivators is meant to compete with heaven and earth. Second senior brother should also know that a great cultivator of the divine separation stage will already be able to comprehend the rhythm of the Tao and initially understand his own Tao. But these cultivators who died here even have no shortage of great cultivators of the Mahayana and harmonization stages. They obviously have their own Tao. Yet they still came to this immortal secret realm in an attempt to inherit the Tao of the sword immortal, Li Tai Bai. And they don't even believe in their own Tao. And it is only fitting that them to fall. Chen Changsheng spoke decisively, as if these dead cultivators deserved to die. Even if Leng Qingsong did not kill them now, they would still die later. Between the lines, it is that Leng Qingsong killed them, in fact, for their own good, not even believing in the Tao that he had cultivated for long years. Falling was only a matter of time. It would be better to die early so that they would understand this matter, so that they would be reincarnated and reincarnate to be more determined in their path. It had to be said that Chen Changsheng's perspective was clear, acting as if Leng Qingsong killing them was simply for their own good. Ouyang nodded his head repeatedly. Changsheng is right. After hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the guilty expression on Leng Qingsong's face faded slightly. Ouyang, on the other hand, walked in the direction of Pretty Boy, who at that moment had his doggy paws on top of his long sword, with the look of a victorious dog. Is there a way for me to talk to him alone? Ouyang asked as he pointed his long sword at Pretty Boy and opened his mouth. Pretty Boy nodded his dog's head and said, there is a way. Just come inside my dog's stomach. Chapter 143, A Pawn in Its Own Right. The Pretty Boy held the blood-red sword with one paw, and gave Ouyang a live performance of Pretty Boy swallowing sword. The Pretty Boy, who was originally the scabbard, had no problem swallowing the long sword completely. Ouyang looked at the Pretty Boy who had shown himself a great skill and asked, and then? The Pretty Boy laughed and opened his doggy mouth and said seriously, Master, just stand there and don't move. I'll just swallow you. The Pretty Boy had seriousness written all over his doggy face and didn't seem to be joking. Ouyang turned to Leng Qingsong and Chen Changsheng and said, you two will watch this dog later. If there's anything out of the ordinary, just do it and slaughter it. Leng Qingsong and Chen Changsheng glanced at each other, and before they could understand what Ouyang meant, they only saw Ouyang being sucked directly into his stomach by the Pretty Boy. The sinful animal has actually devoured its master. Die! Chen Changsheng and Leng Qingsong came to the Pretty Boy's side in almost an instant. Lang Qingsong used his finger as a sword to take the pretty boy's throat directly. Chen Changsheng pinched the pretty boy's dog's head fiercely with one hand, preparing to crush the dog's head of this beast in front of him with the power of his soul. Wait, the master just went to deal with that sword. Wait, he will be back. The pretty boy was startled and quickly opened his mouth to call out. Lang Qingsong and Chen Changsheng stopped their hand movements, but their hands were still placed on pretty boy's throat and the top of his head, ready to take the life of this dachshund in front of them. How long? Lang Qingsong asked with some impatience. Pretty boy shook his head and looked at Lang Qingsong in front of him and said, Master went in for you. How long I'm not sure. Hearing this, Lang Qingsong fell silent. His current self was too weak, causing his elder brother to keep running around for himself. Even this time, even his hand was injured. If he was really strong, even if he couldn't help his elder brother with anything, at least he wouldn't drag him down anymore. Wasn't that why he decided to embark on the path of cultivation? Lang Qingsong grimaced and bit his lip, his face full of unwillingness. As for Chen Changsheng, who was on the side, he was afraid that his second senior brother in his previous life had killed too many sword cultivators, and in the end, although he succeeded in inheriting Li Taibai's legacy, he had caused the entire cultivation world to be shaken to its core. With the help of a few of his own brothers and sisters in this life, although some great cultivators died, the lives of the thousands of sword cultivators outside the palace were saved. That would be a change from the previous life of the second brother. Eldest brother had risked his life. It should be to solve the thing that made second brother turn into that appearance just now. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng instead relaxed. In this world, except for the catastrophe at the head, there was no such thing that the eldest elder brother could not do. Yang, who was sucked into his stomach by the pretty boy, hadn't reacted yet, and only felt a heavenly rotation, and he reappeared on top of a lake. This is exactly the same place in the midst of that space that you have illuminated. That is, the crazy Oyezi stole Li Taibai's small world to build his own small world. In front of Ouyang hovered the blood-red longsword, which nowadays completely lacked the arrogance of the cultivators it had massacred just now. However, the blood-colored sword chi constantly undulating above the longsword proved that the sword spirit in this longsword was still alive. Ouyang returned to this place as if he was returning to his own home, sitting on his butt on the water. The lake water thoughtfully and automatically raised a water lounge chair with a backrest. No need to guess, it's the good oldest child you've nudged is sticking gas on you. Let's chat. Oyezi. The two of us are also old acquaintances. What can't we say in person? Ouyang looked at the longsword in front of him and spoke. A light red silhouette slowly poked out of the blood-red longsword, and Oyezi's upper body floated out from above the longsword as he looked at Ouyang in front of him with a complicated face and asked, What exactly are you? What am I? Ouyang stroked his chin in thought, then sat squarely holding his knees, looking at Oyezi above the longsword with a serious face. Ouyang spoke with a serious face. I'm the one who spared a third of my life to change your destiny. And to put it mildly, you should kowtow to me 3 times first if you're able to stand here and speak now. Hearing Ouyang's words, Oyezi looked at Ouyang with disdain. This kind of heavenly nonsense also wanted to make himself believe? Ouyang continued without a care in the world. You definitely don't believe me when I say such words, but I did it, or else the two of us have been sharing our bodies for so many years, and even the immortals that you believe in didn't notice. Don't you think it's strange? When Ouyang directly poked the secret between the two of them, the silhouette of Oyezi above the long sword could no longer be calmed down. The whole person peeled out from the long sword and looked at Ouyang in front of him unbelievably and opened his mouth to say, It's really you? At first, Oyezi just felt that there was something familiar about Ouyang, only suspecting that Ouyang was that unknown soul that shared a body with himself. The speculation about Ouyang had plagued him for countless years, and at first Oyezi thought that Ouyang was a test given to him by the immortals, but in the time he spent with Li Taibai, Oyezi went from being Li Taibai's slave to becoming Li Taibai's wordless friend, convincing Oyezi that Ouyang was not an immortal to test himself. It's possible that Ouyang himself is an immortal, but when Ouyang really stood in front of himself and admitted this matter in person, Oyezi refused to believe it. That existence that could take over one's body at any time was actually an ordinary cultivator in front of him. How in the world did you do that? Traveled from now to that time? And what was your purpose in doing so? Oyezi asked as he opened his mouth with a deadly stare at Ouyang in front of him. You are not at all as subtle as the other you. Don't you care how I went there and for what? I just want to ask, do you regret it? Ouyang looked at the Oyezi in front of him and asked rhetorically. Hearing Ouyang talk about his other self, Oyezi was silent for a long time before speaking. Regret? Probably. For so many long years, I cursed everyone, Li Taibai, the clan, you, myself, and even the immortals, but what's the use? What tormented Oyiko for endless years was the feeling of loneliness that was enough to make him forget who he was. He himself threw himself into the furnace and transformed into the sword in Li Taibai's hands. helping Li Tai-bai to cut down all the immortals, and finally ended up in this situation. If one insisted on becoming an immortal's pawn, in the end, the big deal was that one would die in the end, and one wouldn't have to suffer such endless torture. What is the point of being alive now, even though you are? Although alive, there are no more traces of one's existence in this world. And what is the difference between being alive now and being dead? Oyezi looked at Ouyang in confusion and said, by making me turn from an immortal pawn into a longsword of an exterminating immortal, are you actually turning me from an immortal pawn into a pawn in your hands? Chapter 144, Behind all chance there is necessity. Oyezi looked at Ouyang in a daze. No resentment on his face when he finished his sentence. He couldn't even do it anymore under the long years. The system lent itself to change the past timeline. This kind of thing Ouyang couldn't say. He could only say somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry. Oyezi shook his head and continued, becoming an immortal's pawn is no different from becoming your pawn. You didn't make the decision for me. It was my own choice. Becoming an immortal's pawn would result in nothing more than a single death at worst. Becoming Ouyang's pawn, however, made one's life worse than death for countless years, even more painful than becoming an immortal's pawn. If I had never seen the sun, then I could have endured the darkness. Regretted at first, but it's all behind us now. Ouyang sat up straight and looked at Oyezi and said, I need to correct you. One is a pawn of the immortals, and the other is becoming a human being to live. What if becoming a human is more painful than being an immortal pawn? Oyezi opened his mouth and asked. These words left Ouyang speechless. Without experiencing Oyezi's pain, he couldn't do to evaluate this pain. Oyezi looked at Ouyang and suddenly laughed. I'm actually jealous of you. Ouyang looked at Oyezi in confusion. Oyezi said with some sighs, I've been by Li Tai-bai's side for so many years, and he's always just treated me as a slave that can be replaced at any time. But just because of your words, he treats you as a friend. And even after you left, Li Tai-bai still treats me as you. When Ouyang heard Oyezi's words, he shook his head and said, after I left, the one who has been accompanying him is you, and he truly recognizes you. Oyezi tilted his head to look at Ouyang, raised his disembodied hands, and said softly, what you don't know is that after you left, I was called Ujizi. And he wouldn't allow me to bring up the word Oyezi, and it didn't change until I threw myself into the furnace. Obviously I've already tried to become the same as you, but you've turned out to be irreplaceable. It's cruel that Ouyang allows Oyezi to regain human emotion, but that emotion is not recognized by others, and he even ends up sacrificing himself to get back that respect for himself. Ouyang suddenly felt a little guilty that the Oyezi in front of him had gone from being an immortal pawn, who knew nothing but faith, to finally possessing human emotions, but not being taken seriously. His whole life seems to have been lived in tragedy. Seeing Ouyang's somewhat pitying gaze, Oyezi laughed out loud, his laughter echoing throughout the small space. Ha ha ha. The corners of the eyes of the light red Oyezi seemed to laugh out tears, laughing at Ouyang inexplicably. Oyezi stopped to smile, his entire aura suddenly becoming jumpy, looking at Ouyang with a lazy face and said, you think I'm giving you a hard time? Ouyang stood up and lifted his palm with an expressionless face. Oyezi looked at Ouyang, who raised his palm and hastily shook his head and said, no, I was just sighing. Those words just now were something I had been thinking about at the beginning. Then what are you doing now? Ouyang asked as he stared at the Oyezi playing himself in front of him and opened his mouth. Oyezi stopped laughing and looked at Ouyang with a serious face and said, thank you. Ouyang was completely confused by the Oyezi in front of him. However, Oyezi said with a face full of sighs, since you left, things aren't what you think. Li Tai-bai and I have become friends. Or more precisely, he's the one who's saving me. After Ouyang had left, Li Tai-bai was unusually patient with Oyezi, who had regained control of his body, and was even surprisingly friendly with him. The two traveled halfway around the world, and together they saw the majestic and beautiful mountain and river scenery of the entire world, as well as a scene of sorrow and happiness on earth. The relationship between the two hadn't returned to the freezing point since Ouyang had left, as if they had gotten reacquainted, and had begun to truly recognize each other as each other's best friends. Even though Li Tai-bai would still occasionally call himself Ojizi, but the next moment he would seriously apologize to himself. Oyezi didn't care. He himself had been taught from birth that immortality was everything to him, and he had never lived so purely for himself. Until the end, Li Tai-bai's original sword broke, and he himself willingly threw himself into the sword furnace without any hesitation. If Li Tai-bai simply thought of himself as a replacement for Ojizi, Ojizi wouldn't have been able to do this. This is what Ouyang would like to see. Li Tai-bai and Oyezi redeeming each other. In the end, Oyezi transformed his body into a sword, and Li Tai-bai chopped the immortal's body to death, and both of them died without regret at the end to fulfill their destiny. You know what? What keeps me sane throughout such endless years is to remember, over and over again, the days I spent with Li Tai-bai, and the other me you met was the madness and despair of being abandoned by me. Oyezi smiled and opened his mouth. That sane Oyezi was actually just the embodiment of Oyezi's madness and despair, and it took a madman to become sane inside countless years. Oyezi raised his hand and gently caressed the blood-red longsword on the side. The blood-red color gradually faded away, revealing the snow-white slender sword body, and the two words codified at the hilt. Ta. Ta-A held it upside down and authorized it. The sword of Wei Dao, a sword that beheads the immortals. Sacrificing his body to the sword is considered to be the inverted hold of the Tai. A sword beheads an immortal, a move that shows the mighty path of the sword immortal. Oyezi looked at this long sword that he had cast to his greatest satisfaction with satisfaction, and turned his head to Ouyang. People call Li Tai-bai the sword immortal, so I pulled people to ask what I should be called, and everyone else was stumped. But it's okay for me to call myself an immortal sword today, right? Ouyang arched his hand and expressed no opinion. Oyezi laughed loudly and touched his waist but couldn't feel the wine gourd. He could only smack his lips regretfully. Seriously, living like you. I realized that the world is so colorful and colorful. That's how it should be to be born as a human being. Then if that's the case, why did you kill so many sword cultivators? Only then did Ouyang open his mouth to ask. Oyezi looked at Ouyang and said in a low voice, that black-clothed kid has a problem. After he kills a cultivator he can see someone else's sword intent to strengthen himself, so that for him he can soar to the realm of an immortal. This kind of tactic is a standard immortal tactic. That's what I'm going to tell you, an immortal is an immortal. Even if he falls, immortals still exist even now. How? Ouyang opened his mouth and asked, is that black-clothed kid outside the reincarnation of Li Tai-bai or not? Oyezi suddenly asked Lung Qingsong towards Ouyang. Ouyang froze for a moment and shook his head. No, but it's related. That's it. The immortals' calculations have been calculated until now. The immortals seem to be able to know that they will fall in body, so the layout is still going on until now, and that black-clothed kid is the one they chose. Oyezi thought for a moment and opened his mouth. You killed so many sword cultivators as a means of immortals? Ouyang asked in surprise. Oyezi looked at Ouyang in front of him with some depression. Obviously this kid was able to lay out to the past. Why did he look so stupid now? When Ouyang saw Oyezi's gaze at the fool, he immediately said with some annoyance, what I fucking hate most in my life is riddlers. Oyezi's figure gradually dissipated, and before it dissipated, Oyezi said softly, behind all chance there is a certain necessity. Chapter 145, Flower Pistol. Behind all chance there is necessity. These words reminded Ouyang of his own master Huyun. Just a jade pendant handed out for more than 10 years had allowed Ouyang to start from the beginning of his journey into the earth until now without stopping his running. Could it be that everything is still being laid out by that old miscreant of our own family? Ouyang's back suddenly went a little cold. Just an insignificant change in a small matter, but years later it has set off such a monstrous wave. Is this the means of deduction? And the immortals of the ancient times have been able to calculate the present after countless years? Then what was the origin of this system on himself that could even hide from the immortals? Whether it is into the earth to let the old man break the sword of life, or now in this immortal secret realm, all is the old man in the back of the silent push, that the old man is said to have reached the level of the immortal? This series of questions made Ouyang feel like there was a shockingly big secret behind it. It was like a chessboard, with countless hands holding black and white pieces, constantly dropping pieces on top of the board, forming a huge and complicated chess game. And everyone, including yourself, is on this board. Even for that matter, those countless chess players holding black and white pieces became equally a pawn in each other's hands. The discs are so intricate that you can't see straight. This reminded Ouyang of the first time he saw Huyun's panel. The 3 question marks drawn on the column of cultivation, and the comment that he could go 50-50 with a dog. If you can go 50-50 with a dog, what's the difference between going 50-50 with an immortal? When this master of his own family came back, he had to tie him to a tree and ask him what was going on. Making up his mind over here, Ouyang looked at Oyezi again. Oyezi, however, looked at Ouyang with a smile on his face and said, I've waited too long for Li Tai-bai. I don't have the chance to wait for the next time. This item will be given to that black-clothed kid outside. After saying that, Oyezi reached out and carefully pulled out an object from his heart. It was a green stamen. This is Li Tai-bai's true innate sword intent. It contains all of Li Tai-bai's Tao. Oyezi solemnly handed this stamen to Ouyang. Ouyang took the stamen, and the moment the stamen left Oyezi's body began to collapse involuntarily. Why are you? Ouyang asked in shock as he looked at Oyezi whose body was beginning to collapse. Oyezi shook his head and said, why do you think Li Tai-bai's small world would recognize me? And I was able to keep my true spirit alive until now. All because of this stamen. Forget it then. It's too precious. Keep it for your life. Ouyang shook his head without the slightest bit of attachment and turned his hand to hand the stamen to Oyezi. Obviously it was the inheritance of all the ancient sword immortals, but the Ouyang in front of him didn't even have the slightest reluctance to give it back to himself again? This made Oyezi feel surprised, but Oyezi didn't take the stamen. Only his figure was getting fainter and fainter. Oyezi looked at Ouyang in front of him and said, "I'm very thankful that you were able to turn me into a human being and then live like a human being. If only Li Taibai could have lived. How nice it would have been for the three of us, you and I, to be able to sit down and have a glass of wine." The voices were getting smaller and more indistinct. When Oyezi was about to lose consciousness, a hand rested on top of Oyezi's wrist. A soft power surged from his hands towards Oyezi's body, and this power flew to repair Oyezi's already collapsed body. The consciousness that was about to dissipate regained its clarity. Ouyang looked at the bewildered Oyezi in front of him with a smug expression and said with an evil smile, "Since you took Li Taibai's thing out of your body, then take my shape." The bad line made Oyiko black out, but the power in Ouyang was indeed stabilizing himself. "You're still really weird. This kind of power even immortals don't possess." Oyezi looked at his resolidified body and spoke in awe. "Don't compare me to the trash that Li Taibai slaughtered as a dog, since it's already mine. Come with me honestly, I'll take you to meet someone." Ouyang said with some disgust. "That boy in black? Forget it, although there are shadows of the deceased, it's not him after all." Oyezi waved his hand and said, Leng Qingsong and Li Taibai were also possessors of the Immaculate Sword Heart, and Oyezi could see it at the first moment. To see it again is just touch and go. Ouyang looked at Oyezi strangely and said, "I didn't say I'd take you to see my family's Lao heir. There is someone you really need to meet. My oldest four. A handsome young man." "You mean that kid who inherited my Dao?" Oyezi opened his mouth to ask with some curiosity. Everything in this world itself was well known, and all the cultivators who had entered the immortal's secret realm, at the very first moment itself gained insight into everyone's information. Ouyang said somewhat smugly, "Feeling a little familiar with him? I can't say, but I'm afraid that someone who can inherit my Dao should be just as conflicted as I am, right?" Oyezi recalled Bai Fei Yu's figure in his mind. At that time, his own self was once again controlled, and all his thoughts were on Leng Qingsong and Ouyang, not much on this little brother in white. Ouyang looked at the now confused Oyezi with some satisfaction and said with a smile, "Since he was able to inherit your Dao, it means that he made the same choice as you. Doesn't it feel a bit marvelous?" In the palace, Leng Qingsong and Chen Shangshang, who were already preparing to split Pretty Boy into pieces, were tugging on Pretty Boy's body to check where to move the knife from, and Pretty Boy with a lifeless face prayed for Ouyang to finish coming out quickly. "You're a Taoist treasure yourself. What a Dao treasure that countless people have dreamed of. Why is it that these boys are always so rude in the way they treat themselves? Destroy it, this world, right now, come on." Just when Pretty Boy was filled with despair about the world, he only felt that bloated feeling within his body come back. Vomit. The Pretty Boy whose body was being yanked tilted his head and let out a dry heave. A green light spat out of the dog's mouth, and Ouyang was back again. Leng Qingsong and Chen Shangshang, who were tugging on Pretty Boy, let go of Pretty Boy at the same time, completely disregarding the fact that Pretty Boy was thrown to the ground, and walked towards Ouyang with quick steps. Ouyang shook the freshly acquired stamens in his hand and said to his own penis, "Penis, come here, I'll show you a big treasure." Leng Qingsong looked at Ouyang's hand, and the moment his sight caught sight of the stamen, two green lotuses once again appeared in his eyes, while the green lotus between his eyebrows also leapt out. In the moment when Leng Qingsong had a sudden vision, the stamen in Ouyang's hand came out of his hand and flew towards Leng Qingsong involuntarily, directly entering Leng Qingsong's brow. "Good." A loud voice rang out between this side of heaven and earth. "A flower without stamens is not fragrant, and a man without God is not clear." At this moment, Leng Qingsong was considered to have really begun to accept the Tao of the ancient sword immortal Li Taibai. Chapter 146, Success. The moment the stamen entered Leng Qingsong's brow, it became one with the green lotus between Leng Qingsong's brows, and under the yuaning sitting on top of the green lotus in Leng Qingsong's dantian, a lotus platform slowly rose. The native sword in Leng Qingsong's hand spread a sword groove from the hilt straight to the tip. The entire benthic sword was as if it had come to life as it softly chirped in the hands of the yuaning. Leng Qingsong's consciousness was pulled into a pure white space. The place was green and surrounded by emptiness, and was at a loss as to where it was. Ta-da! The sound of crisp clogs rang out, and Leng Qingsong subconsciously touched the longsword in his arms. But this time, he touched a blank. The long sword that had been inseparable from him was not in his arms at this time. Leng Qingsong used his finger as a sword, twisting his head and striking out like lightning, straight for the throat of the visitor. A slender hand, however, held Leng Qingsong's wrist. "It's really young to be moving and fighting," a lazy voice rang out. Leng Qingsong raised his eyes. A middle-aged man dressed in white with an open cloak was sizing himself up curiously. "That's not right. Why are you the only one who came?" The middle-aged man frowned at Leng Qingsong and asked, "Who are you?" Long Qingsong drank. You're about to receive my inheritance, and you're still asking who I am? I'm your father, believe it or not? The middle-aged man skimmed his lips and said. The person in front of him was none other than the ancient sword immortal Li Taibai. Lang Qingsong directly stormed out when he heard Li Taibai's words. No one in this world except his elder brother could scold him. With his right hand under control, Lang Qingsong used his strength to jump up and twist his legs towards Li Taibai's neck. Although it is a sword cultivator, but the physical arts Lang Qingsong more or less will be a little, as long as they control Li Taibai's neck. In twisting body force, even if they can't twist the spine for him to break, but also at least can be in front of the Li Taibai to flip to the ground. Li Taibai watched unconcernedly as Lang Qingsong's legs were strung around his neck. Got it. Lang Qingsong's legs tightened and pushed hard, but his legs strangely passed through Li Taibai's neck and directly and fiercely crashed together. Pain. Lang Qingsong dropped to the ground in pain. His legs slammed together so hard that the huge repulsive force made Lang Qingsong almost didn't break his legs by himself. Li Taibai breathlessly let go of Lang Qingsong's wrist, looked at Lang Qingsong who was curled up on the ground, and thought with a head full of black lines, what's wrong with Ujizi? Just let half of me reincarnate? This kid doesn't even look too smart. Lang Qingsong, who had slowed down his strength, just wanted to stand up, but was stepped on by Li Taibai's foot on his head. Li Taibai condescendingly looked at Lang Qingsong and said, You kid, be honest with me. This is your consciousness space. I'm just a trace of a divine soul. How can you possibly hit me? Hearing Li Taibai say this, Lang Qingsong struggled even more, hissing as he did so, Get out of my body. Don't try to do anything with my body again. He had just slaughtered hundreds of cultivators by the blood-red sword chi taking over his body, and his elder brother was still outside. So if Li Taibai did something with his body again, Lang Qingsong wouldn't dare to even think about it. Take a look at your unproductive little daughter-in-law look. Li Taibai cursed with some hatred, then sat on his butt on Lang Qingsong's body and looked around with some sighs. Suddenly Li Taibai saw a strand of red thread swimming within the pure white space of consciousness if at all, froze for a moment, and then opened his mouth and laughed. Ha 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 ha, that's really interesting. What kind of era is it now that it's possible to get to this point where even I can be counted on? Ha ha ha. Li Taibai's reckless laughter echoed throughout the entire space of consciousness. When twisting his head to look at Lang Qingsong, he couldn't help but make a surprised sound out of his mouth. Standing up and pinching Lang Qingsong's brain with one hand to directly lift Lang Qingsong up. TSK, 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 breaking your own native sword with your own hands? You've got some nerve, but it's just what I wanted. Who did it? Ujizi? Li Taibai could only think of Ujizi's name in his mind. After all, this eccentric best friend hadn't been able to figure out what Ojiko was all about until his own demise. Lang Qingsong suppressed endless anger in his eyes. Since he was born, he had never had a day as helpless as today. First, he was suppressed by the blood-red sword chi in his dantian and couldn't move, and watched as the blood-red sword chi crazily slaughtered his fellow cultivators. In the end, it was only at the cost of an injury to his older brother's hand that he was able to save himself. Immediately afterward, he was played by this Li Taibai in front of him. None of this would have happened if he or she had been really strong. A brother is much less likely to get hurt because of himself. Thinking of this, the green lotus bloomed in Lang Qingsong's eyes, and the silk of Taoist rhythms drilled into the green lotus, and a stubborn sword intent violently erupted in the lotus platform. The green lotus spits out its stamens. Lang Qingsong lightly shouted, I am both the sword. The whole person was like a sharp long sword directly breaking free from Li Taibai's control, and even stabbing directly towards Li Taibai's face at the first moment of breaking free from his control. This brat is even able to condense Tao rhythms in this situation? Li Taibai was also startled by the stupid kid in front of him, raising his hand to stand in front of his body, directly blocking Lang Qingsong's attack, followed by another kick that directly sent Lang Qingsong flying. Although it was very strong, even if the current Li Taibai had only a trace of his divine soul left, it was still not something that Lang Qingsong was able to fight against right now. Li Taibai waved his hand at Lang Qingsong, who stood up and wanted to rush over again, and said, No more games. I don't have much time left, and I won't tease you. I have a few words for you. Lang Qingsong stopped his body, vigilantly looking at the Li Taibai in front of him. Although his heart is vigilant, but everything in front of him is the elder brother from the dog's stomach to take out for himself. The elder brother certainly will not harm himself, and see what Li Taibai in front of him really wants to do. Li Taibai looked at Lang Qingsong, who stopped moving. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes, and he said with some sighs, Kid, you're better than me. There are people paving the way for you silently in places you don't know about. Unlike my closest and dearest friends, one of whom disappeared without a trace in order to help me, and one of whom sacrificed his body to the sword in order to save me. Speaking here, Li Taibai's voice was somewhat despondent, as if he was the only one left alone between heaven and earth. But then this ancient sword immortal laughed and looked at Ling Qingsong and said, Tai Shang Oblivion. Tai Shang Oblivion. What I didn't understand until the very end. I hope you don't understand too late. Li Taibai inexplicably finished the sentence, then looked up with a smile and whispered, June don't see. The entire person directly dissipated into the space of consciousness, while Long Qingsong was instantly ejected from the space of consciousness, and the entire immortal small world began to distort crazily, surging towards the lotus between Lang Qingsong's eyebrows. Lang Qingsong was absorbing this secret realm of immortals. At this moment, in the middle of the sword sect's main hall, Taiya's heart skipped a beat, instantly understanding the cause and effect, and he lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Hu Yun, I didn't realize that I owed you such a great karma. And on top of a mountain peak, a middle-aged handsome man with a melancholic temperament was standing at the top of the mountain looking forward to it, and it was none other than Ouyang and their master, Hu Yun. Suddenly Hu Yun's dark hair rapidly turned white and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Hu Yun, however, laughed out loud without thinking, grabbing a jug of wine mixed with his own blood and pouring it into his mouth. The taste of blood mixed with the pungent flavor of alcohol, choking him straight into a cough. Taking 2 deep breaths to calm himself, he then looked at the direction where the green cloud sect was located with eyes that were a bit mesmerized, and murmured in a low voice, It's time for New Year's. Ha! It's time to go home and take a look. Chapter 147. Outside the palace. The entire immortal secret realm was collapsing and twisting, and the green lotus between Lang Qingsong's eyebrows was like a bottomless pit, crazily sucking in everything here. Grass. Who the hell didn't say that Li Taibai's inheritance is this immortal secret realm? Lao San, give me a hand. Ouyang was shocked and furious, and Chen Changsheng ran outside with both hands holding Lung Qingsong, who was still absorbing the immortal secret realm, high in the air. The pretty boy himself was very good at chaining himself to the top of Ouyang's belt. Eldest brother, take it easy. Chen Changsheng, who was following Ouyang, held up Lang Qingsong while flinging out a yellow talisman with his empty hand. The yellow talisman turned into a golden light attached to the two of them, and Ouyang and Chen Changsheng's speed instantly increased tenfold. Lao San, why the hell can't you just let the two of us fly and accelerate the hell out of the way? Ouyang simply couldn't control his legs to run forward and turned back to curse at Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng was dumbfounded for a moment and immediately opened his mouth and replied, You didn't say you wanted to fly either. Eldest brother, I saw that you came up and lifted second brother up and thought you had some deeper meaning. Deep your sister. With his eyes closed, Ouyang directly crashed through the yellow talisman gate and rushed out of the palace with Chen Changsheng holding up Ling Qingsong. Outside the palace, Bai Feiyu was slightly out of breath, carrying the immobilized Song Mu in one hand and threatening the still leaping sword cultivators with his sword in the other. At Bai Feiyu's feet lay 110 sword cultivators who had fainted to death. Is this sword cultivator in white a monster? Surprisingly, he blocked in front of that newly erected palace gate of the palace for so long. The weapons of sword cultivators below the Yuaning stage were directly confiscated to the sky, and those above the Yuaning stage couldn't even walk a single move in his hands. Obviously just an ordinary Yuaning stage casual cultivator, but he actually blocked thousands of sword cultivators outside the palace with his own strength. Terrifying as hell. Hiss. Strong people were able to gain the respect of all, especially among sword cultivators. Sword cultivators have always honored the strongest. This white-clothed sword cultivator shocked everyone outside the palace with one person and one sword. Bai Feiyu carried Song Mu in one hand, slightly gasped for breath, calmed down some disordered true essence. The warm smile on his face remained unchanged, looked at the sword cultivators in front of him and said gently, Which other senior brother wants to come and give advice? It was only then that Song Mu, who was carried in by Feiyu's hands, realized why his own master didn't want him to start a conflict with these senior brothers of the Qingyun sect. Strong? Because it's just too strong. Originally, he had wanted to rely on the hint of green lotus sword intent that he had cultivated, wanting to cross over by Feiyu to directly break into the palace and obtain his own chance. Naturally the first to take the brunt, the first with a sword towards Bai Feiyu rushed. The results of a photo. Song Mu still do not know what happened. He was carried in the hands of Bai Feiyu. He even watched the entire process of how Bai Feiyu single-handedly blocked 10, blocked 100, just like a sword fairy in the midst of the siege of many sword cultivators, and took down all of his opponents in front of that yellow talismanic gate. This senior brother, my master is 2AA, Song Mu, who was carried in by Feiyu's hands, whispered to Bai Feiyu, hoping that this Qingyun sect's Taoist friend would put himself down. It was actually quite humiliating to be carried around in the other person's hands all the time like that. Bai Feiyu glanced at Song Mu in his hands. Was this kid sick in the head? How dare he use his previous life's green lotus sword intent against himself? Packing up Song Mu was even easier than packing up other Yuaning stage cultivators. Originally, he had wanted to use Song Mu, the sword sect patriarch's personal disciple, to intimidate the many sword cultivators that were leaping across the center. But because the battle was so intense, he himself had even forgotten that he had been carrying someone in his left hand. However, the sense of intimidation brought about by carrying the sword sect's own disciple in one hand to meet the sword cultivators had already been achieved, and the tool man in his hand was of little use, casually throwing Songmu back into the sword cultivators like a piece of trash. Flying in mid-air, Songmu felt that it was too humiliating to be thrown back just like that. A harrier flip landed on the ground, coolly turning his back to Bai Feiyu and said, "My sword sect has always been fair and just. I took the initiative to tie my hands in order to let Brother Dao face the enemy single-handedly to give all the loose cultivators a fair chance. Brother Dao's strength has been recognized by me. Farewell." After saying that, he left everyone with a frank back, dashing away, leaving this place without the slightest bit of lingering. What's this kid tugging at? Bai Feiyu hadn't reacted to what Songmu was actually doing. The swordsman, however, voiced enthusiastic approval. Worthy of being one of the 9 holy lands, the sword sect. Surprisingly, it doesn't have the slightest interest in the immortal secret realm, and it's even willing to risk its own life so that the white-clothed sword cultivator on the opposite side will have an empty hand. Yeah, that white-clothed sword cultivator was able to defeat so many of us with one hand, and senior brother Song was able to suppress him with one hand. His strength is truly unfathomable, and this senior brother Song doesn't have the slightest attachment to the immortal secret realm, worthy of being the sovereign's own disciple. He's just loaded to the gills? These sword cultivators are sick in the head, aren't they? Songmu walked amidst a chorus of applauding voices, his face expressionless as he tugged coolly and disappeared from the crowd's view. After such a small episode ended, the sword cultivators present seemed to maintain a high level of respect for the white Feiyu in front of them. Zhao Qiansun, who was standing among the sword cultivators, saw that the sword cultivators around him seemed to share half a brain, so he immediately turned his eyes and said loudly, "Gentlemen, please be sensible." The crowd turned around to look. Zhao Qiansun was standing in a spirit dispersal formation that was flashing with streams of light, standing with his arms crossed and looking at the crowd with a righteous face. "Ha, why is this little brother who spoke up for the casual cultivator here? I think I saw that he was thrown in by Patriarch Taya. Oh, it seems that his speech outside of Sword Forging City also impressed the Sword Sect Patriarch, so the Patriarch licensed him to come in, worthy of being the Sword Dao leader. What an open heart. Patriarch Taya isn't here, so what kind of rainbow farting are you doing?" Messy voices resounded among the sword cultivators. Zhao Qiansun ignored the voices of the surrounding murmurs and continued to speak. "Gentlemen, after the great cultivator who had just crashed through the palace doors and escaped died in front of us, this white-clothed sword cultivator and his companion entered the palace before folding back to stand in front of the crowd. What could it be for? The treasure of the secret world all to yourself? Didn't you hear the great cultivator who died shouting sword demon before he died? There must be great terror, great danger inside. This white-clothed sword cultivator is the one who painstakingly stood in front of us just to keep us from getting killed. Just to keep us from getting killed for nothing." Zhao Qiansun's words were like an enlightenment pouring over the sword cultivators who wanted to find their own chances in the immortal secret realm. Yes, that great cultivator who looked like he was above the yuaning stage died in front of him in a single glance. What strength could one have to face the great terror inside the palace? As the group of sword cultivators thought about this, when they looked at Bai Fei once again, the expressions on their faces were tinged with gratitude. Bai Feiyu looked with interest at Zhao Qiansun, who was subtly signaling himself with his eyes. This kid is pretty on the ball. Chapter 148, Flying with Dogs. Zhao Qiansun had the sense to stand on Bai Feiyu's side, and was affirmed by Bai Feiyu. Zhao Qiansun, who had been wandering around amongst the scattered cultivators since he was a child and had seen too much of the human world, had a deep understanding of the saying that those who know what's right are good at what's right. Zhao Qiansun saw Bai Feiyu's satisfied gaze and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then cursed in his heart. He had given himself 6 consecutive hexagrams, and each time it showed that as long as he entered the secret realm of the immortals, he would have a great chance. Damn! From the entrance of the sword casting city until now, not to mention any chances, one's own people almost lost, and now they are still trapped here, at the mercy of others. Had his good luck as a child run out? Although one's own luck has always been very outrageous, going out and picking up a cultivator's storage bag, climbing a mountain to dig up spiritual grass, accidentally falling into the valley, and obtaining the inheritance of a great cultivator. Because of all kinds of strange encounters, he was able to reach the Jidan stage in his 20s, which ordinary casual cultivators could not reach in their entire lives. With such heaven-defying luck, Zhao Qiansun instead became more cautious. After obtaining such heaven-defying deduction methods as the ancient secret method, heaven diffracting 6 lines, Zhao Qiansun believed even more in the saying that things happen to people. It's the fortune tellers who are the worst believers. So after reviewing the situation, Zhao Qiansun decisively threw out an olive branch to Bai Feiyu. The effect looked very good, and with the assistance of the shared half-brain sword cultivator, he appeared to have successfully gained the favor of that white-clothed sword cultivator with terrifying strength. He was about to strike while the iron was hot and continue to put some ecstasy on these sword cultivators, and before he could say anything, a loud bang came from the middle of the palace. As everyone watched, Ouyang and Chen Changsheng spilled out of the palace holding Leng Qingsong aloft. Ouyang called out to Bai Feiyu as he ran, "Little White, run fast, this place is going to be gone." Holding his sword in one hand, Bai Feiyu turned his head and was horrified to find that Leng Qingsong, who was being held aloft, was absorbing this secret realm of immortals. The legacy of one's past life was actually this entire secret realm? Bai Feiyu didn't even think about it, glanced at the ground of unconscious sword cultivators he had beaten, raised his sleeve and waved it, and these sword cultivators landed on the opposite side of the crowd that didn't know what to do. No longer maintaining his demeanor, Bai Feiyu shouted towards the sword cultivators, "If you don't want to stay here forever, take them and run quickly, quickly." Before the sword cultivators could react, they saw the two Ouyangs carrying something desperately running over, and the space behind Ouyang was like being distorted by a great force that was crazily absorbed by the thing Ouyang was carrying. Crap! What the hell? Don't you come over here, run, flabbergasted or something. Space can be absorbed. So what kind of big brother would that be? Luckily, because he was blocked by Bai Feiyu at the door, otherwise he wouldn't know how he died. At this moment, the sword cultivators became unusually united, lifting up the fainting cultivators under their feet and running away with their imperial swords, like horses with arrows in their asses. The crowds of sword cultivators instantly disappeared above the square outside the palace, running towards the very beginning entrance of the secret realm. Ouyang, who was holding up Leng Qingsong, clearly felt that even with the boost from Chen Changsheng's talisman, the speed was still not as fast as Leng Qingsong's absorption. The pulling force grew stronger and stronger, as if it was trying to suck itself together into the green lotus between Leng Qingsong's eyebrows. What would happen if he was sucked into the space? Ouyang didn't know, but not being sucked in should be the best. This Ouyang still understood. Damn it! If he knew how to fly with a sword, he wouldn't be in such a mess. "Master, flying with a sword won't work, why don't you fly with me? I'll do it." The pretty boy chained to the waistband of his pants immediately understood that it was his time to claim credit. Hearing the pretty boy's words, Ouyang's eyes lit up. Right, this pretty boy was transformed by the scabbard of an immortal sword. Wouldn't such a thing as flying be just a reach away? Ouyang's body true chi toward the waist of the pretty boy poured. Pretty boy from Ouyang's belt jumped down. Open four small short legs crazy run up. The light golden true chi enveloped Dachshund pretty boy's body, and pretty boy's body was changing rapidly. Seeing the familiar scene in front of him, Ouyang gleefully roared, "Come on, Dachshund Beast Super Revolution!" With a flash of light golden light, the Dachshund, which was originally only the slender length of an easy open can, skyrocketed in size, turning into a giant Dachshund that was more than 2 meters long. It's gotten bigger, but the look hasn't changed much. The Dachshund with all four short legs drawing out shadows ran in front of Ouyang and turned violently to Ouyang. "Master, jump on my back. Finally you can fly yourself?" Ouyang excitedly shouted. And Chen Changsheng held up Leng Qingsong and jumped on the Dachshund's back. From the mouth of the Dachshund's dog lashed out a cone of true chi emitted from the jets used in rocket launches. Propelled by the tapered true chi, the Dachshund soared into the sky. At this time, Ouyang finally realized his long-cherished wish of more than 10 years. He could finally fly in the sky. Everyone else was flying with their swords, and they were flying with their dogs. Big difference. Everyone is the same. While Bai Feiyu rose up with his sword, he saw that Zhao Qiansun, who was trapped in the spirit scattering formation, was anxiously running around like an ant on a hot pan, and just couldn't get out. Using his finger as a sword to point towards Zhao Qiansun, the spirit scattering formation around Zhao Qiansun was instantly broken. Bai Feiyu flew to Zhao Qiansun's side, stretched out his hand, and said indifferently, "Grab it." Zhao Qiansun glanced gratefully at Bai Feiyu, reached out and grabbed the hand that Bai Feiyu handed over, and rolled over onto Bai Feiyu's flying sword. And just as Zhao Qiansun stepped on top of Bai Feiyu's flying sword, an object flew out of space and smashed into Zhao Qiansun's hand in the distorted space and time behind him. The force was so strong that Zhao Qiansun suffered pain and looked into his hand. A red sword spike was lying quietly in his hand. "What is this thing?" Zhao Qiansun looked at the sword spike in his hand confused. "What's wrong?" And at that moment, Bai Feiyu's voice suddenly came from the front. Zhao Qiansun backhandedly received the sword spike into his sleeve and opened his mouth to say, "No matter, Dao fellow bother. I just had some true essence disorder just now. It's fine if I regulate a bit." Although he didn't know what the sword spike that fell into his hand was, but from his years of experience in obtaining treasures, there was definitely something that was a good treasure. The great chance that he himself had calculated in 6 consecutive hexagrams might be on top of this sword spike. Royal dog flying Ouyang's mind has been on Zhao Qiansun. When he saw the sword spike flew to Zhao Qiansun's hands, could not help but sigh a little. Everyone had their own gains from this trip to the immortal mysteries. Lang Qingsong has obtained the immortal inheritance. White stuff was still in his arms. Zhao Qiansun obtains an unknown sword spike. Chen Chongqing didn't lose or make a profit. And at most, he had more puppets. Only he himself gained a dachshund. But incidentally 50 years less of his masculine life. This trip has lost a third of his own life. Ouyang was just about to sigh when Chen Chongshang, who had been silent behind him, spoke up. Eldest brother Lingfeng and I are out of the gate. Chapter 149. It had also been some time since Chen Chongsheng and Lingfeng had been observing in the green cloud mystic realm. Originally, they thought that they would still wait until they went back, and that Chen Chongsheng and Lingfeng wouldn't have come out of the gate yet. But they didn't expect that they would have already come out by this time. Ouyang looked at Chen Chongsheng, just in time to meet Chen Chongsheng's calm eyes. It's bad. The fact that Lao San's face is calm means that he's moved to kill. The last time Lingfeng confronted himself in the Great Hall in front of Dong Suzi, though he rounded off. However, Ouyang was always wary of this good old man who had suddenly changed his character drastically. But Lingfeng was just too good a performer to even have a single loophole. But it is because there is not a little loophole this point. Not only let Ouyang more vigilant, and even also caused the whole virtual sun of suspicion. Otherwise, Dong Suzi wouldn't have begged himself at the end to let Lingfeng off the hook later. The world is all imperfect, and anything too perfect is rather suspect. Ouyang merely nodded at Chen Chongqing's opening and did not say anything more. From the beginning of his entry into the earth until now, there was the shadow of his own master behind every single thing. Being counted by his own master wasn't anything to be ashamed of. But this ability made Ouyang feel a bit terrified. Just because one's own master was able to do it, it didn't mean that others couldn't do the same. Like the fact that he had just rewritten the past himself, even though he had a system that was out of tune. But couldn't those immortals who were once ancient be able to do the same? Both have been fallen for so long, yet they still use countless coincidences to create the results they want. In order to allow his own penis to reopen the path to immortality, he had actually laid out a plan until now. Therefore, for the Lingfeng who had suddenly changed his temperament, Ouyang naturally thought of the Lingfeng he had met when he was on Earth. He himself had asked his own master Hu Yun at the time, but Lin Feng's appearance had not been in his own master's projections. Lin Feng's appearance became a variable. This caused Ouyang to no longer dare to move the current Lingfeng at will, and even became a bit fearful. Ouyang inadvertently looked up at the sky, suddenly feeling that the azure sky had become high and unfathomable. When master comes back, ask that old pervert nicely what he should do. Whenever I think of my own horny and out-of-tune master, it's a bit of a headache but always unexpectedly reliable. Ouyang's mind was filled with thoughts, but the speed at which Lang Qingsong was devouring the entire immortal mystery realm didn't pause at all. It seemed to be absorbing the entire immortal mystery realm into that green lotus between his eyebrows. It's like pulling up a random point from the inside of a balloon and stretching it toward the inside, and the whole balloon starts to deform with that point. All of the sword cultivators looked in horror as they stepped on the giant dachshund behind them. 2 teenagers were holding a person aloft, and the one being held up was absorbing everything in the place. It seemed like if you ran a little slower, you would be absorbed by that person. Funny and scary. Crap, it's that Tidog war god. Don't you come over here. Faster, faster. It's almost time to get out of here. Don't underestimate me, asshole. Mom, it's so scary here. I want to go home. All the sword cultivators were frantically darting in the direction of the clear light pillar while ghostly wailing. Fortunately, of all the cultivators, sword cultivators were originally known for their speed. And although Lang Qingsong's absorption speed was very fast, it was still no match for the speed of a Jidan stage cultivator flying at full power. It wasn't until after Ouyang and Chen Chongsheng lifted Lang Qingsong and flew out of the immortal secret realm that all the cultivators had already run out. Having just run out of the immortal secret realm, the entire immortal secret realm also happened to be completely and totally absorbed by the green lotus between Lang Qingsong's eyebrows. Lang Qingsong's entire body had fallen into a deep coma. Bai Feiyu landed in front of Ouyang, stepped forward to check on Lang Qingsong, and raised his head to signal that Lang Qingsong was fine after. Ouyang just breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the sleeping Lang Qingsong suddenly angry. From the beginning of the immortal secret realm, his own oldest 2 are lying to win the whole game, completely their own life see. As a result, Lang Qingsong, who was lying down to win, became the biggest winner instead, and he had nothing but a dog. Thinking of this, Ouyang wanted to raise his hand and give the penis in front of him 2 slaps to dissipate his anger. Suddenly a little bit of water fell on Ouyang's face. Ouyang frowned and raised his hand to wipe off the water droplets on his face, but he found it unusually sticky. When he looked down, there was a bright red on his hand. Rain began to fall from the sky, And this wasn't just any rain, but raindrops mixed with blood, which was accompanied by the sound of countless heavy objects hitting the ground. Dang! 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 Yang looked up and his entire body froze there as well. Every sound of something heavy hitting the ground represented a body hitting the ground. Those corpses were those great cultivators that were beheaded in the middle of the palace by Oyezi, who had been mesmerized by the immortal, controlling Lung Qingsong's body. All of them stood in the middle of this bloody rain, their clothes wet from the bloody rain that smelled like blood. The atmosphere began to become a bit gloomy as countless sword cultivators looked towards Ouyang's few people, especially on Lung Qingsong, who was still unconscious and was being protected by Ouyang's 3 people in the very center. The surrounding sword cultivators silently surrounded them, and the crowd cascaded to surround the 4 Ouyangs in the very center. Hundreds of sword cultivators above the out-of-body stage had died tragically like this, and as sword cultivators, they would never stand idly by in the face of such a thing, even if one's strength is low, and everyone shares half a brain, but in the face of demons and evils brutally killing their own kind, the first to rush out is definitely a sword cultivator, because even if they didn't dare to make a sound, the swords in their hands wouldn't oblige. Bai Feiyu was dressed in white with dots of scarlet, adding a touch of demonic to his gentle and elegant temperament. Chen Changxing's silver-white mask was already mostly stained red with blood, just like an evil spirit from hell. Ouyang, who had already soaked his clothes with blood, held Pretty Boy on his shoulder with one hand. It wasn't just the 3 of them. The sword cultivators in the entire city didn't use their true essence to shock away the blood, but instead let it drip onto themselves. It meant that this blood debt they took. Dilly dilly dilly. Countless sword drawing sounds rang out continuously, and the sword cultivators in the entire city drew their swords. The atmosphere began to become murderous, and a solemn aura enveloped the entire city. The sword cultivators need an explanation. Bai Feiyu was holding the Qingfeng sword, Chen Shangsheng had his hands folded in his sleeves, and Ouyang was carrying Pretty Boy with one hand. The 3 of them turned their backs to protect Leng Qingsong in the very center, facing the sword cultivators of the entire city directly. Voluntary or not, these people were indeed killed by their own division. To deny it at this point would still be too much for them to open their mouths, as proud as they are. The big deal was just to take Leng Qingsong and kill the Cast Sword City. Ouyang carried Pretty Boy with one hand, blood running down his face to his mouth, puking and spitting a mouthful of spit, with a wipe of blood on his face. Ouyang clutched the Pretty Boy's hind legs in his hands and said with a cold smile, "Account? I'll see who the fuck gives me an account." Chapter 150 Taiyao relieves the siege. The atmosphere of the entire sword casting city became grave, and the blood-scented rain added a touch of cruelty to the already austere atmosphere. Ouyang's 3 people formed a triangle with their backs facing each other. Leng Qingsong was protected by the 3 of them, and the group of stinky fish and shrimps in front of them were not put in the eyes of the 3 of them. On the other hand, the sword cultivators on the opposite side were all like enemies, not daring to act rashly. A masked mystic capable of summoning countless puppets, an unfathomable white-clad sword cultivator, a dog-carrying god of war who had killed 7 in 7 out of 7 in sword cultivation with a dog in hand. Each one of them was an extremely tricky opponent, and it seemed a bit of a fool's errand to try to stop the 3 of them for a claim just by relying on them. These unorthodox loose cultivators above the outbreathing stage had all died in the immortal secret realm, and that kid who could absorb the immortal secret realm definitely had nothing to do with it. All they want is an argument, one that at least convinces them. Otherwise, it's a no-win situation. Sword cultivators would always look down on each other, but if they were to make an enemy out of a sword cultivator, the passing sword cultivators would subconsciously help the field. This had become an unspoken open secret among sword cultivators, and there were already sword cultivators who tore off their robes and tied the swords in their hands to death, ready to fight for their lives. On the streets of the city, on the roofs of the houses, and on the upper floors of the city gates, densely packed countless sword cultivators stood with their swords. Silently, he looked at Ouyang's few people, wordlessly expressing his position. Ouyang had originally wanted to open his mouth and say some grandiose excuses to fool the group of idiots in front of him who shared half a brain. However, the attitude of eternal life and Little White had already shown that this lie they didn't care to tell. It was indeed Leng Qingsong who killed those great cultivators. No matter why exactly, this karma, they were willing to take it. Ouyang, who was the eldest senior brother, naturally tacitly didn't say anything, and instead used the most arrogant attitude to face the sword cultivators in front of him. The arrogant trio faced the sword cultivators of the entire city head-on, and they managed to steadily press the other side on top of their aura. Everyone, the Taoists who managed to come out of the secret realm alive this time are all thanks to the desperate efforts of the 3 Taoists on the opposite side. Why do you still want to draw swords against your own benefactors? Zhao Qiansun's voice sounded once again. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on Zhao Qiansun's body, who was dressed in blue. With pain on his face, Zhao Qiansun said, Hundreds of sword cultivation grand cultivators died in the immortal secret realm. This is an unacceptable fact for any of us. But have you guys ever thought that even if the three opposite Taoists were any better, how could they kill hundreds of great cultivators in such a short period of time? And don't forget, you all, the great cultivator who was killed by a blood-colored sword chi before the three opposite Tao friends entered the great hall. Zhao Qiansun's words did loosen up the heavy atmosphere. He was right. Before Ouyang's trio went in, there were already cultivators who had died in the palace. The suspicion of Ouyang's trio could be eliminated, but the black-clothed cultivator that the trio had brought out from the middle of the palace was a big problem. By what right did all the cultivators die in the palace and only that black-clothed cultivator was left? Zhao Qiansun's words caused the crowd of sword cultivators to look at the three Ouyangs in front of them, and their faces eased quite a bit, but their gazes were once again fixed on Lang Qingsan behind Ouyang. Being able to absorb the entire immortal secret realm, the death of those sword cultivators had nothing to do with this black-clothed teenager in front of him. A dog wouldn't believe it. Zhao Qiansun stopped speaking. From the beginning, when Bai Feiyu only blocked the sword cultivators, to now when Ouyang's few people were surrounded by the sword cultivators of the entire city, he had expressed his goodwill in just the right way. This is also Zhao Qiansun is showing goodwill to Ouyang several people. See a lot of knowledge. Zhao Qiansun naturally see that Ouyang several people certainly is not an unusual loose cultivator. Although in the middle do not know what misunderstandings led Ouyang several times and 3 times to target themselves. But as long as one happens to be able to say a few good words at the most critical juncture for a few people, then one is bound to gain their favor. The snow is far more precious than the icing on the cake. But what Zhao Qiansun can do is to say a few good words. Soft standing edge a little Ouyang. After all, it is the lives of hundreds of great cultivators. Not their own 3 words can make these sword cultivators stop. Ouyang arched his hand towards Zhao Qiansun, indicating that he recognized this favor. But Ouyang chose the simplest and crudest method to break the situation. That's going out with a straight face. Let's go. Take Lao Air home. I'll see which one dares to stop. Ouyang shook off the dog and took a big step forward. The crowd of sword cultivators immediately went up with their swords. Ouyang was just about ready to storm his chi and simply and roughly charge out of the way. Taiya's voice rang out from the sky. The karma of these sword cultivators. The sword sect. Bear it. The sound was like a big bell, directly shaking the gloomy atmosphere. Everyone looked to the sky. The Taiya with a sword hanging from his waist stood with his arms folded looking down at the crowd below with a calm face, while behind him Song Mu was coolly holding his sword. Is the sovereign trying to favor these cultivators who brutally kill sword cultivators? The voices of the sword cultivators converged as they looked up to the sword Tao deceiver in the sky. The sword cultivators were unusually stubborn. Even if they were to die, they would still ask for a reason. Taiya didn't open his mouth. Instead, he waved his big hand and hundreds of golden coffins appeared in the air, then ruthlessly smashed towards the ground. The golden coffins, each weighing thousands of pounds, smashed into the ground setting off large swaths of mud. Taiye said softly, "Collect their bodies, the rain is still falling, and they will catch cold lying on the ground." The sword cultivators collected the bodies of cultivators they never knew in silence. The process extremely solemn. After the corpses were all collected, all the sword cultivators still stared at Taiya, hoping that this sword sect patriarch would give everyone a statement. As the sword sect of the 9 holy grounds, the sword sect was originally unreasonable and acted in an overbearing and spontaneous manner. But today's Taiya surprisingly good temper, quietly swept a circle full of standing in the casting of the sword in the city of sword cultivation, opened his mouth and said, "My generation of cultivators since embarking on the cultivation of a road, is to fight with the sky and the ground, the death of the road to die of countless people, the same countless who went on to succeed, for the road to die, when the death of no regrets, casting of the sword city will be set up in a monument of 10,000 swords. This time the fall of the cultivator to receive can be on the monument, for the world of sword cultivation. Although that cultivator did not kill my sword cultivator, but still has a great relationship. When the sword clan asked the sword pool sealed for 10 years as a warning, sovereign's great righteousness, the sword cultivators throughout the city opened their mouths in unison towards Taiya. Ouyang laughed coldly, letting his own penis go and fix the wall for 10 years? What the hell kind of dream is that? Chen Chongsheng, on the other hand, rolled his hands in his sleeves, and a mannequin shaped like Lang Qingsan was rapidly taking shape in his hands. Bai Feiyu wasn't worried about Lang Qingsan. Instead his eyes glowed as he looked towards Taiya. This 10,000 swords monument is really well erected. Thereafter the world's sword cultivators will have a place to go even if they die, when a great work is done. And Taiya used his finger as a sword and made a casual stroke towards the sky. And the originally cloudy sky was as if it had been cut through by a sharp sword. The thick overcast clouds were directly halved by everything. And all of a sudden the sky was blue and cloudless. Taiya casually arched his hand towards the sky and drank in a low voice. My generation of sword cultivators honors heaven and earth, but heaven and earth should also honor us. I promised a reader a dragoon, but I forgot his name. Is that kid still reading the book? I'm sorry, can you get back to me? I think the name of the dragonet was something like 7. Sorry again. Chapter 151 Heavenly Diffracting 8 Trigrams. Taiya's words of righteousness convinced the sword cultivators in the entire city. Worthy of being a sword sect, the way they handled things was to make a clear distinction between public and private. Love it, love it. Zhao Qiansun and the crowd looked at the Taiya in the sky and fell into deep thought. Everyone is satisfied and the face of the sword sect has been maintained. Is this what the sword sect patriarch calls righteousness? Chen Chongsheng, on the other hand, had a strange gaze. In his previous life, his second senior brother had killed an entire 100,000 or so sword cultivators, forcing Taiye to kill himself in front of the world's cultivators. A group of loose sword cultivators could force the patriarchs of the 9 holy lands to kill themselves? This is ridiculous. This is the proof of the degeneration of the long-suffering cultivation world. It is also a testament to the fact that no one can save the day after the end times come. But now Taiya has ended up in a situation of fame and fortune? With a wave of Taiya's hand, Ouyang's 4 men disappeared into thin air. And the moment Ouyang was about to disappear, the rope in his hand that was holding the pretty boy came out of his hand. Zhao Qiansun, who was thinking, suddenly felt a coolness in his neck. A rope loop was put on his neck. Then the rope was tightened violently. Zhao Qiansun could not react in time, and was directly dragged into the distorted space after him. Cough cough cough. Almost became the first Jiedan stage cultivator to be strangled to death himself. Zhao Qiansun sucked in cool air and rubbed his neck. This rope was also strange. Set on his neck. He couldn't even mobilize a single trace of true essence. The kind-eyed Ouyang said to Zhao Qiansun while collecting the rope, "Brother Zhao is really my good brother. Just now in that situation Brother Zhao still stood by my side. It really moved me." Zhao Qiansun quickly opened his mouth and smiled. "I've known you since we first met, so naturally I can't bear to watch a few of you fall deep into the mire." Ouyang looked at Zhao Qiansun in front of him, who had a sincere expression on his face and did not look like he was faking anything at all. Taking 2 steps forward, Ouyang rubbed Zhao Qiansun's face, pulling at it as he did so, seemingly looking for something. "What is this for, fellow Daoist?" Zhao Qiansun asked as he inexplicably looked at Ouyang, who was rubbing his face. Ouyang curiously opened his mouth while kneading and asked, "I'm looking to see if this mask on your face can come off or not." Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Qiansun's back, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes as he hurriedly opened his mouth. "I don't understand what fellow Daoist means." Ouyang let go of Zhao Qiansun's face and looked flatly into Zhao Qiansun's eyes and said, "The mask will not come off if you wear it for a long time. Shouldn't your current thought be to bunk 2 punches into my face?" Ouyang's gaze was calm, yet it seemed like he was able to see through Zhao Qiansun's heart. This caused Zhao Qiansun, who had been sensitive since childhood, to panic for a while, as if any cover he put before these eyes could not hide his truest thoughts. "Hit me." Ouyang suddenly spoke. "Fellow Daoist, don't joke," Zhao Qiansun said with a forced smile. "Come on, punch me, you eggless trash. Now you're still kneeling to me. Are you a bitch?" Ouyang suddenly increased his tone and his voice became harsh. Zhao Qiansun still opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Taoist friend, I really don't mean anything. It's just that I know you at first sight." Ouyang turned his head sideways and said to Zhao Qiansun, "Orphan, growing up with no one to love and care for you, you've turned into this cheap, unsearchable waste of space? You're smiling even after your wife ran away with someone?" Countless copper coins instantly shot towards Ouyang's face. Dang! All of them were blocked by Ouyang's true chi. Zhao Qiansun, who had put away his smiling face, stood with one finger in front of his chest, looked at Ouyang with a cold face, and read in a cold voice. "Up." From under Zhao Qiansun's feet instantly emerged a light blue 8 trigrams formation diagram, with the 64 trigrams rotating rapidly. The order of the heavenly diffusion is executed. Heaven is dry. Earth is dry. The scenery around him rotated crazily, and Ouyang only felt that he and Zhao Qiansun on the opposite side had arrived within an unknown space. A small world of immortals? The Zhao Qiansun in front of him actually had an immortal small world. It's not bad for a son of Qi. Ouyang was still sighing, but the indifferent Zhao Qiansun on the opposite side of the room kept on edicting. Mizuno! The entire space was suddenly surrounded by water vapor, and countless densely packed electric currents appeared in the water vapor. Just like a water power grid, Ouyang held up his true Qi shield, and the entire shield was crawling with dense lightning. Windy earth view. Ouyang's feet were instantly suspended in the air, and countless strong winds rolled up from underneath his feet, coming towards him in a frantic attack. Fiery sky Daiyu. All of a sudden, wind, water, thunder and fire covered the entire small space, as if it was endless, crazily devouring everything here. Zhao Qiansun stood in the very center of the 8 trigrams like a god, his face icy cold as he looked across at Ouyang, who was already caught in an endless flood of elements, although he himself was a Jidan stage cultivator. But here, Even if it was a cultivator of the divine separation stage, he had the certainty of killing him here. Obviously, he had already held back to this point, and this Ouyang in front of him still pressed on step by step, and had to push himself to the brink. The lion wrestles the hare with all its might. Since you've pushed yourself into a corner, then go to hell. Ouyang's breath instantly disappeared into the wind, water, thunder and fire, like a heavenly disaster within the flood of elements. Within the 8 trigrams, I am a god. This was the supreme technique that he had obtained after falling off the cliff. Heavenly diffusion technique. 64 hexagrams are all for my use. As long as within the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth, they are omnipotent existence. This is the biggest card one can play to live peacefully until now. No one knows this card of theirs because everyone who has seen it is dead. At this moment, Zhao Qiansun removed all pretenses. His face was joyless and sad, as if he was judging the life and death of a living being. After the wind, water, thunder and fire gradually subsided, a smiling face appeared in front of the stunned Zhao Qiansun. That's it? Come again, Ouyang said as he provocatively hooked his finger towards Zhao Qiansun. Water and fire are both. Heavenly thunder has no delusions. The zephyr wind is too big. Earth fire bright razor. Zhao Qiansun raised a single finger high in the air, and directed at Ouyang were 4 character edicts. The water, fire, wind, and thunder that was even more violent than just a moment ago crazily stirred the entire space. The entire space began to become distorted under such an extreme torrent of the 4 elements. The originally stable 8 trigram space even began to show the slightest crack. Zhao Qiansun's eyes reflected this apocalyptic-like scenery, and the expression on his face became crazy. Shedding all his disguises, he looked unusually maniacal. I don't know how long it took, but Zhao Qiansun knelt on the ground with a deflated look on his face, his hands propped up on the ground. The complete exhaustion of his spiritual energy made him feel like he had a splitting headache, and he gasped for air in large gulps. Da-da-da-da. The sound of footsteps rang in Zhao Qiansun's ears, smooth and strong, and Zhao Qiansun was close to despair. Fuck the big chance. I have counted so many trigrams, but I didn't expect to count myself to death here today. When Zhao Qiansun still wanted to make a move, his depleted true essence caused him to fall into a brief stiffness. Move for me. I can't die here. Zhao Qiansun shouted frantically, but his body didn't listen to his own commands, as if it had completely lost its response. A hand was pressed to the top of his head, and a gentle power instantly traveled from the top of his head to his limbs. Ouyang's gentle voice came out. Have a temper and get angry. The heavier the mind, the less flavorful it is to live. Wisdom will hurt, ah boy. Zhao Qiansun just wanted to raise his head to curse his mother, but his eyes rolled over and he fainted. Chapter 152, Sword Sect Ask Sword Pool? Give it to me. Ouyang's hand on the top of his head felt as warm as it had when he had received the teachings of the immortals at the bottom of the cliff. Warm true qi flowed through one's limbs and bones, moisturizing the meridians that were somewhat broken due to the violent output. Such an illusion pulled Zhao Qiansun back to the only kind of warmth he had gotten after he was forced to jump off a cliff when he was empty. Immortals hold my top and tie my hair to receive eternal life. From then on, he himself embarked on the path of cultivation and achieved the Jidan stage of cultivation in just 3 years. After the unattached, instead, he did not eat some more suffering. Luck has become explosive. He has a family background all to pick up. A cultivation all rely on the monument. However, it still exceeded most of the casual cultivators and became a Jidan stage cultivator. It's exhausting. That unspeakable heartbreak. Zhao Qiansun felt his head was drowsy. He had never been so disengaged before, and vaguely, his memories were pulled back to when he was a child. A sonorous female voice rang in her own ears. I've heard that there is an earth where there is no need for cultivation and everyone lives as equals. What a great place. What do you think there is on earth? Will there be candy canes to eat too? Zhao Qiansun, you're the real big bad guy. I'll never play with you again. How annoying. I can't keep forgetting even after I'm dead. Zhao Qiansun, whose sanity had become clear again, listened to the voice in his head with some annoyance, and the louder cacophony gradually drowned out the rambling female voice, and suddenly the sound became shrill and piercing, and Zhao Qiansun jerked awake. Old man, don't even think about it. We'll leave when my penis wakes up. Ouyang's screaming voice rang in Zhao Qiansun's ears. Go Nima. You guys can walk. Do you think he can walk away? Taiya's equally arrogant voice disliked back. I'll whip you to death with a dog. Ouyang shouted angrily. Master Dao, I'll stab you to death with my sword. Taiya's voice rang out similarly. Zhao Qiansun sat up in a daze, looking at Ouyang, who had already fought with Taiya in the distance, for a moment wondering if he was still dreaming. Sword Sect Patriarch Taiya held a long sword and Ouyang, who held a thin dog, were entangled together. The Sword Sect Patriarch, who was the leader of the Sword Dao, was more like a landlubber at this time. He didn't use any true essence of the sword intent. He was just simply vigorously swinging and chopping. An opposite of Ouyang. A hand of Shio hook sword method makes flying. pretty boy where Ouyang played swordflower. And in the middle of this life-threatening swordflower, pretty boy opened his mouth to match with Ouyang's swing towards the Taya bite. Chen Changqing on the side looked at the still unconscious Lang Qingsong with an expression of not being surprised. When he was in the Qingyun sect, almost every few days his own eldest senior brother would have to put on a show with the sect leader. The two of them yelled and screamed with pretty boy's dog barking mixed in, and they fought next to the sword-asking pool in a rowdy manner. Awake? Bai Feiyu's voice came from behind Zhao Qiansun. A copper coin reflexively appeared in Zhao Qiansun's fingers, just wanting to make a move but remembering that the person behind him was that white-clothed sword cultivator. Zhao Qiansun turned his head, a smile reappearing on his face as he arched his hand towards Bai Feiyu and said, "Thank you for your concern, Taoist brother. There's nothing wrong with me. It's really like what eldest brother said. You and he have 90% of the world's shamelessness." Bai Feiyu laughed and looked at the hypocritical Zhao Qiansun in front of him and spoke. "But White Feiyu no malice. Just stretch out his hand." A white jade bottle appeared in his hand, opened his mouth and said, "This is my big brother sent you. Second grade enlightenment Dan. For just now you out of the words regardless of whether it is a good intention or don't have a deep meaning. This love counts as he returned you. Out of the blue is a second grade enlightenment Dan? A second grade elixir second only to a first grade elixir? Who the hell are these people? How can they be so generous?" Zhao Qiansun smiled and excused himself. "I just took some words. I can't afford to be that heavy a Dan. Please take it back. Fellow Taoist." Bai Feiyu looked at Zhao Qiansun in front of him and said softly, "Are you feeling that this second-grade enlightenment pill isn't enough to return your favor?" Zhao Qiansun shook his head. Not to mention enough. He did not even dare to think about it. This elixir really received. Who knows what awaits him behind? Just want to open his mouth to say something. That white jade bottle has fallen into his hands. Don't worry. This elixir is just for returning your favor. Nothing else. Bai Feiyu staggered past Zhao Qiansun and spoke without looking back. Zhao Qiansun looked at the second-grade elixir in his hand, swallowed his saliva, and looked at Bai Feiyu and asked, "Dare I ask you, are you really casual cultivators?" Bai Feiyu didn't reply, but walked straight towards the two Ouyangs who were still brawling, and Zhao Qiansun gritted his teeth and followed. "Old mongrel, eat my powerful dog chop." Ouyang screamed strangely and raised his pretty boy towards Taya. Taya laughed out loud and spoke viciously. "Little beast, eat Master Dao's sword." One was the sword sect's patriarch, and the other was the chief of the branch peak of the same Nine Holy Lands Qingyin sect. The two dropped all pretense of being on the outside and just wrestled. As they fought, the two suddenly drank and fought for a drink. Within a short time, Taya was drunk, his cheeks red and his eyes confused. Pointing at the huffing and puffing Ouyang, he laughed loudly and said, "I really don't know how your brat grows up. No wonder Naratsi and Dongshu Zi are so spoiled by you. I've only been with you for a few days, but I can't help liking you brat too." Hearing the Taoist name Naratsi, Bai Feiyu and Chen Changqing couldn't help but have their faces twitch. This Taoist name was precisely the Taoist name of their own master. If the master were here and heard Taya calling him Taoist, he would be able to pull his beard off. His own master hated it when people called him this Taoist name, but Taya is not the slightest bit concerned. Satisfied with looking at the huffing and puffing Ouyang in front of him, this kid does not have the slightest scruple to do anything. Anything is all according to their own mind. Be spontaneous, but hold your ground. That's rare. His own group of old nobodies had been in high places for too long and had seen too many people. The kind of trembling and respect from the juniors had already made them feel bored. Suddenly out of nowhere, a desireless, forthright little bastard can add to their fun instead. If you don't want anything, you have nothing to fear. As long as you don't want anything. This kind of person is rare and precious, even for cultivators who major in inaction. Isn't it that supreme path that they are aiming for? Kid, don't pretend for me. Get up. Taya looked at Ouyang who was still pretending to be asleep and spoke in dissatisfaction. Ouyang sat up, the wine he just drank all spit out, wiped the corners of his mouth. If not for the fact that he has been escaping from the wine, today he must be planted. Taya looked at Ouyang in a bad mood and said, "Kid, your senior brother cultivates my sword sex innate green lotus sword intent. He must hone himself through countless sword intentions so that he can cultivate that extreme offensive green lotus sword intent. Staying in my sword sex questioning sword pool is for his own good. Let's do it this way. I can reluctantly accept him as a registered disciple, so that it's also in name only." When Ouyang heard this, he immediately rubbed his hands together in excitement and said, "All of them have taken my family's senior brother as a disciple. So what else is there to divide between you and me? And there shouldn't be any problem with this sword-asking pool being moved to Qing Yun Sec's small mountain peak. Should there be any problem with that? The sword sec's sword pond? Bring it to you." Chapter 153, The Sword Has a Spirit. But what about a handle? Taya, who was a bit blinded by the drink, stared at the open-faced Ouyang in front of him, snorted out a laugh, and said with a disdainful face, It's fine, as long as you are able to move away. Then it's a gift for you, but if you can't move it, he'll stay for 20 years. Taya pointed to Long Chingsong, who was still unconscious, and the wolf's ambition was clearly revealed. Not to mention that this sword-asking pool covered the innate sword intent, Tao rhythms, and even laws left behind by countless great cultivators of the sword sect from the time of the founding of the sword sect until now, just by virtue of the fact that this sword-asking pool itself is an active volcano. Wanting to move this sword-asking pool intact was simply a pipe dream. Even if he was able to break through space, he was only able to freely enter and exit this place, and he couldn't even do it himself if he wanted to move this sword-asking pond. This little, in front of me. Taya's inner activities have not finished narrating, but Ouyang jumped up in surprise. He also did not expect the Taya in front of him to be so generous. This questioning sword pool said to send. If others can't move out, Ouyang, can't get rid of them? Ouyang patted the pretty boy beside him, and the pretty boy stood up breathlessly and slowly floated into midair, lifelessly opening his doggy mouth. His own master liked to make himself eat something inexplicable. The dog's mouth flashed, and the surrounding space began to fracture like a knife slash, and the entire questioning sword pool, like a replacement of heaven and earth, directly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Even Long Chingsong, who was in a coma, disappeared into thin air. Crouching. Groove. Where's the sword-asking pool? Where is my huge sword-asking pool? Taya's eyes went round, scanning the empty space around him where only tumbling magma remained. Unable to speak. Son of a bitch. Return my sword sect questioning sword pool. Taya glared angrily at Ouyang, rushed directly to Ouyang with a healthy step, picked him up directly with one hand, and sprayed spit at him, saying, the stuff is in my stomach, and if I want me to throw it up, it'll have to wait until I go to the bathroom. Ouyang clapped his hands with a deadpan expression, and Chen Changsheng, who was originally squatting beside Long Chingsong, silently stood up and flipped with one hand, a recording stone appearing in his hand. The recording stone clearly played out Taya's bravado laughter just now. As long as you can move it, it's yours. Then I'll give it to you. Sent you. You're up. Chen Changsheng played over and over again Taya's grandiose words just now. Taya no longer cared about the identity of the sword sect's patriarch at this time. His finger pointed at Chen Changsheng, and the recording stone in Chen Changsheng's hand instantly shattered into powder. Quickly return my sword sect's questioning sword pool. I never said that, Taya said viciously as he carried Ouyang to his eyes. Then I'll give it to you. Sent you. You're up. Taya's voice once again sounded from Chen Changsheng's hand, and another brand new recording stone appeared in his hand. Ouyang, who was carried in his hands, laughed nervously and said, that's what my senior brother is good at. He likes to back up a few copies of everything, and the sovereign doesn't want these record stones to fly everywhere, right? You fucking cunt me? Taya said as he squeezed out a sentence from inside his teeth. What are you talking about? Senior uncle? You are now the titular master of my family's elder. That is, my Ouyang's senior uncle. I, Ouyang, have always honored the old and respected my teachers. How could I do such a thing? Ouyang immediately denied it. Zhao Qian's son who was walking over was originally trying to ask Taya to teach him the way of righteousness. When he saw Ouyang like this, he immediately hesitated and had a look of enlightenment. White Feiyu who was on the side covered his face, as if he hadn't gotten used to the degree of cheekiness of this big senior brother of his own after so many years. Taya pinched Ouyang's neck and shook it vigorously, anxiously wanting Ouyang to spit out his own questioning sword pool. This was a treasure that had been handed down by the sword sect for countless years. No better than the immortal's notebook enshrined in the Great Hall. Now it's going to be lost in your own hands. In case one day after one's own death, how can one have the face to meet the ancestors of one's own sword sect? Ouyang directly rolled his eyes, with a pendulum-like appearance of wanting nothing but a lousy life. This oil and salt look caused Taya, who had been arrogant and used to being domineering, to fall to his knees and beg. The pretty boy fell out of the air, looking at his body, which had grown another size, and feeling a little indigestible. He was just a scabbard himself, and now he's swallowing all that shit? It's not enough to stuff a space, but to keep stuffing things into it? That's right. The small world that had been nudged by Ouyang was now inside the pretty boy's stomach. After all, it was a Dao treasure that was a scabbard. Without some means of storage space, killing Ouyang would not believe it. When the system mission was completed, Ouyang broke the dog's mouth and let the space that was chasing after him and shouting for his father drill into the body of the pretty boy, saying that, who is as awesome as yourself to have a son of the world? And after discovering that his own pretty boy had this natural ability, Ouyang naturally hit the idea of the sword sect's sword-asking pool. Ouyang, who had experienced Li Taibai's previous life, knew very well in his heart that Li Taibai, who was able to be ranked among the sword immortals, had already reached the ultimate in the path of the sword. If you want to quickly reach the extreme of the sword path, It is impossible to not travel 10,000 miles and have seen 10,000 sword paths. And the sword sect's tens of thousands of years of heritage could just be used to build a solid foundation for his own second. But to ask his own second to stay in the sword sect, not to mention Ouyang's unwillingness, even if Lang Qingsong woke up, he wouldn't be willing. For the sake of his own dick's path, it's nothing to be thick-skinned. Taya really dares to beat himself to death, doesn't he? Beating himself to death, asking the sword pool without his own orders, also from the dog's mouth cannot spit out, and now in the small world in Pretty Boy's stomach, half of a huge mountain appeared out of nowhere and smashed hard above the water. It seemed that this half of the mountain peak was precisely prepared for the small world, stuck tightly in the position that originally belonged to the lake. Lang Qingsong was lying unconscious in the lake of the questioning sword pool, and countless sword intentions were converging towards his own second in the bottom of the questioning sword pool. The sword sect's heritage of an unknown number of years was being absorbed by his own penis at a rapid pace. Countless sword intent converged towards that immaculate heart and left flecks of scarring on top of it. The expression on Lang Qingsong's face was sometimes painful, sometimes relaxed, and in the midst of his unconsciousness, he was undergoing the sharpening that Li Taibai and countless sword cultivators shared. When Pretty Boy landed beside Ouyang and habitually prepared to tie himself to Ouyang's belt, Taya, who was pinching Ouyang's neck, finally noticed the culprit who had taken away his family's questioning sword pool, and reached out to grab towards the dachshund, whose salty eyes also looked at Taya. Like a temporal dislocation, the stare down made Taya stop his hand. The dachshund in front of him seemed as if he had known him for a long time, and for some reason there was an inexplicable peace of mind. The Pretty Boy spoke in a low voice. The sword has a spirit, but not a handle. Taya was struck by lightning, and seemed to grasp something in the dark, letting go of Ouyang and grasping his hands falsely on both sides of his neck, and pulling hard. Ka-ching! A sound of gold and stone rang out, more like the sound of chains breaking. Chapter 154, The Stars. The sound of chains breaking seemed to be heard only by Taya, who mumbled something and suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh again, laughing for an unknown length of time, tears coming out of his eyes. Interesting. Originally I thought that I just owed Huyuna karma. I didn't expect that this karma would be that big. This sword Dao Jedi laughed and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes as he muttered to himself. After saying that, Taya looked down at Ouyang, who was looking at Taya dumbfounded. Although he had guessed Taya's identity, he had never thought that Taya had thought of his own identity. If he himself was able to enlighten the living spirits, how could the immortal sword that Ouyezi, who was the strongest sword maker in the ancient times, had forged with his body, not open up his spirit? When Ouyezi said that the immortal sword he made was named Taya, Ouyang thought of the current sword sect patriarch Taya. The immortal sword Taya must at least be a Dao treasure, right? Even the scabbard of such a Dao treasure has generated a spirit. There is no reason why the entire sword will not generate a spirit. That is, when this sword was molded, it had already opened its spirit. After Ouyezi cast the sword with his body and became the sword spirit of this sword, the originally opened spirit was then squeezed out of the sword, and after reincarnation it was Taya, compared to the reincarnated Xiaobai who had his own memories. What memories could the Taya sword's nascent spirit have? According to Ouyang's conjecture, if he hadn't gone to correct the timeline himself, I'm afraid that the day his own penis received the inheritance from the sword immortal Li Taibai would be the time when Taya died. But the fact that Taya was standing here in good health now meant that his altered timeline was still in play. This layout in the end is the system to disrupt the layout of those immortals, or their own master to disrupt that is not known. When the master came back, tied him to the tree to ask to know. A relaxed Taya looked at Ouyang in front of him and said, since it's such a great cause and effect, there's nothing wrong with lending this questioning sword pool to you to observe. Tai Bite uses a heavy nasal accent over borrowing and says dead on borrowing. When Ouyang saw Taya loosening his mouth, he immediately breathed a long sigh of relief and doggedly said to Taya, Senior uncle is truly deeply righteous, and his benefit is in the 1,000 years. A pat on the back would result in benefits falling on him, and Ouyang wouldn't begrudge his rainbow farts in the slightest. Borrow? I love borrowing things. When will I pay you back? It's none of my business. Taya gathered his emotions and once again took a deep look at the dachshund that had hung itself on Ouyang's waist with its eyes closed, and spoke. I'm going back to the sword sect, and in a few days after that black-clothed brat awakens, I'll send you guys back to the green cloud sect. After saying that, he directly tore open the space and left the sword asking pool that only had a floor of lava left. Ouyang stood in place and watched Taya leave. His mind was instead full of thoughts. Coming to a trip to the sword sect, now he was about to dry burn his CPU. How many backstabs did Ali Taibai leave behind? The scabbard, the spike, the blade, the spirit, the heart, the self. Does this Li Taibai think he's Pangu? The whole thing is like dividing everything. Obviously it was the reincarnation of Li Taibai. Why did Li Taibai leave behind so many backstabs? but his own Xiaobai was like a white lotus flower. Not knowing anything, Yang only felt that the inside of his head was like a paste, and he couldn't even stroke it clearly. Turning around and seeing Xiaobai, he was furious that his 50 years of life had all gone to save this loser. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Yang directly made a big jump and pounced towards Xiaobai, ruthlessly strangling Xiaobai's neck, and clenching his hand into a fist on Xiaobai's head and ruthlessly whisking it away. 1 and 2 rebellious sons. None of them saved themselves. Yang opened his mouth to curse as he made a move on Xiaobai, and before Bai Feiyu could react, he himself was hit. Bai Feiyu, who had always cared about his image, just wanted to use his true essence to shock the brain-deficient elder brother in front of him out. Before the true essence could be drummed up, it was covered by Yang's huge true essence. This guy actually got real. Bai Feiyu instantly didn't dare to move. Generally when Yang moved to suppress his true essence, it meant that Yang was really angry. White Feiyu heart inexplicable. Their own honest soy sauce played to the present. Yang how to suddenly take their own anger up? Glancing from side to side, his eyes landed on the smiling Chen Changsheng, and the expression on Bai Feiyu's face was unusually wonderful. Lang Qingsong had been unconscious, and only Chen Changsheng had accompanied his eldest senior brother, so it must be that this kid had said something to shade himself again. Bai Feiyu gritted his teeth and looked at the smiling Chen Changsheng, thinking hatefully, it's Lao San, this Go Taoist, who is shading me again. Wait for it you. Chen Changsheng, who was originally watching the cozy scene in front of him, smiled from the bottom of his heart, but suddenly his back turned cold, and with his keen sixth sense, he instantly sensed that someone was trying to harm himself. It was just when he and Ling Feng were out of the gate together. Could it be that Ling Feng had some malicious intent towards him? Chen Changsheng's smile froze and then returned to its original state, and Chen Changsheng, who was in the secret room inside the small mountain peak, opened his eyes and his fingers swam rapidly. Yang and Bai Feiyu fought for a while, and Yang, who had recast the majesty of his big brother, refreshed himself and let go of Bai, looked at Zhao Qiansun, smiled and said, how does it feel? Thank you for your concern, Taoist brother Yang. I'm fine. Zhao Qiansun opened his mouth to reveal his standard 8 teeth without panicking and said as he saluted Yang. Yang sighed, looked at Zhao Qiansun and tilted his head and said, seriously, with this look on your face, I kinda wanna hear you curse me. Zhao Qiansun gave a dry laugh and said, what are you talking about, brother Taoist? The two of us are like old friends at first sight. How could I scold you? And Zhao Qiansun's heart has long been cursing. Yang must be holding something bad. As long as he dares to open his mouth, the next second the slaps can fly over. Now I am the fish and meat. He is the knife and chopping board. I am really under the roof and have to bow down. Yang looked at Zhao Qiansun, who had a smiling face but was actually on guard, and said unconcernedly, do you want to come with us? Go, to what place? Zhao Qiansun asked with a puzzled opening. Yang said with a straight face, I am the chief great disciple of the 12 peaks of the small mountain peaks of the Green Cloud sect. These are my senior brothers. Do you want to become my one of us? Zhao Qiansun looked at the sincere Yang gently saying his identity. His face was surprised, but his heart was already clear. Like Yang's several people's style of behavior, it was completely different from the usual casual cultivators, either from some big family or a famous family. I didn't realize that it was still a disciple of the Green Cloud sect, one of the 9 holy lands. Zhao Qiansun was accustomed to getting away alone, but he shook his head in rare seriousness and said, thank you for your love. My Zhao Qiansun's qualifications are low. I really can't climb this big tree of the Green Cloud sect. Being able to enter the Green Cloud sect was almost a step to heaven for a casual cultivator, and Zhao Qiansun surprisingly refused without even thinking about it. However, this was expected by Yang, who looked at Zhao Qiansun and said, since Dao brother doesn't want to join the Qingyan sect, how about the sword sect? Zhao Qiansun waved his hand with a bitter smile and looked at Yang's eyes and said, Taoist brother Yang, I grew up as a heaven's fury. I'm used to being free, and I'm also used to the life of idle clouds and wild cranes, so I really can't afford to abide by the discipline rules of the prestigious sects and clans. Then, see you again sometime, Yang said without the slightest bit of attachment as he arched his hand towards Zhao Qiansun. When I see you again next time, I'll be sure to thank Dao brother. Zhao Qiansun similarly arched his hand and spoke. Only when Zhao Qiansun disappeared from sight and walked along the direction of the descending mountain did Bai Feiyu, who was on the side, open his mouth and say, eldest brother, he is indeed a good seedling. Chen Changsheng similarly walked over and opened his mouth. Eldest senior brother, are you going to cut off the roots? Only after the star in Ouyang's hand that Dongxu Zi had plucked after cutting off the moon disappeared without a trace did Ouyang calmly say, don't worry, we'll see each other again. It's his life. Chapter 155, The Green Bird. The star that Dongxu Zi had given him appeared in his hand when he invited Zhao Qiansun if he wanted to return to Qingyan sect with his group. It seemed to have determined that the Zhao Qian sun in front of him was Dong Suzi's next disciple. This star landed in the palm of his hand when Dong Suzi chopped the moon and plucked the star, and suddenly appeared when he invited Zhao Kansan. It would mean that the Zhao Qian sun in front of him was the disciple that Dong Suzi wanted to find. Such a dark, refined egoist was going to become a disciple of the Green Cloud sect leader? I have to say, what exactly are all the ingredients for this old kid, Dong Suzi, to accept disciples? A Ling Feng that he couldn't catch himself, a demon race saint Sun Zhu Yuan, and now a son of Qi that made even a righteous man like himself feel shameless. This old man's bottom buff wouldn't be accepting disciples, would it? If Dong Suzi writes a novel called All My Disciples Are Big Devils in the future, it will surely be a big bestseller, right? But what made Ouyang feel surprised was that Zhao Kansan not only refused himself, but even refused unusually dryly, as if he had a natural sense of resistance to the prestigious family. One would rather be a casual cultivator than join a party sect. Though a refined egoist, he has his own persistence and a sense of pride. It's really quite a paradoxical son of Qi. But since the luck is plus 12, I guess it should be the same kind of counterintuitive luck that picks up money when you go out and gets feats when you jump off a cliff. Regarding the abundant cultivation resources of the large sects, although there was some envy, it wasn't enough to give up one's perseverance just for the sake of these things. Zhao Chansun is a rogue with a bottom line and ideas. This was Ouyang's evaluation of Zhao Kansan. But out of the first impression he couldn't like Zhao Kansan, and Ouyang didn't think highly of Zhao Kansan becoming a disciple of the sect master. For the Green Cloud sect, one of the 9 holy lands, a refined egoist becoming the head of the sect would definitely be a huge disaster. But what does it have to do with himself? The big deal was that when the Qingyan sect was destroyed, he himself took the small mountain peak and ran away. The world was so big that with himself and these rebellious sons of his, he still couldn't make a break for it? Don't think about all these things. My own penis is still inside the dog's stomach to stabilize the foundation of the road. I don't know how long it will take to wake up. Lang Qingsong has become the only big winner this time. Not only Li Taibai's immortal small world, the inheritance of the Green Lotus sword intent, the honing of the sword intent of countless sword Dao forefathers at the questioning sword pool, and even the wrongful killing of so many great cultivators because of being in control of their bodies, such a karmic consequence was carried by the sword sect. If it wasn't for Zhao Qian's son topping the plus 12 luck number, Ouyang even wondered if his own penis was the real son of Qi. When he thought of this, Ouyang slapped his head, and then he remembered that he had brought a gift for Little White that he hadn't yet given out. Ouyang carefully pulled open the lapel of his chest. On the inside of his clothes lay a green bird peacefully. Ouyang took a long breath. This thing, it's still alive. Just now, after fighting with Taiya for so long and messing around with Xiaobai for a while, this bird was actually lying peacefully in his arms like this, and hadn't been accidentally crushed to death by himself, so he was really quite capable of living. The true identity of this green bird is what Ouyang became after he enlightened Ouyezi. Ouyezi, who had originally waited in the sword for endless years, accepted Ouyang's offer. And after being nudged by Ouyang's true Qi, he unexpectedly transformed into a solid green bird. And this green bird seemed to have no memories of Ouyezi, turning into a small plain green-colored bird. Ouyang can only enlighten dead things, but cannot give dead things flesh. If he can still give dead things flesh, then his own oldest's Danqing Miao method can really be of great use. I'm sure Ouyezi also used some method to make his illuminated self transform into a bird with a solid body and a heartbeat. It was also probably because of the endless years trapped in the sword. The current Ouyezi just wanted to live carefree as an unencumbered green bird. Ouyang pulled the green bird out of his arms. This green bird didn't seem to be afraid of people at all. Lying quietly in Ouyang's hands, its tiny head stuck under its wings, sleeping. The small body that was heaving together also represented that although Ouyang was unreliable, he was still strong and alive. The moment Ouyang pulled out the green bird, Bai Feiyu's eyes were nailed on top of it, no longer able to move the slightest bit. As the reincarnation of the sword immortal, he clearly sensed the most familiar aura of his previous life from the green bird. After all, that breath that had made himself guilty in this life until now, how could Bai Feiyu not forget it? Big brother, this bird. Bai Feiyu excitedly looked at the green bird in Ouyang's hands and stammered as he opened his mouth to ask. Such a huge surprise made Bai Feiyu unable to even speak. Stuttering for half a day, Ouyang looked at the excited Bai Feiyu. Playful, Aiza suddenly opened his mouth and said, This is what I found from the inside of the belly of the pretty boy. It looks pretty good, so I brought it back to prepare to go home to raise. Bai Feiyu, who had always been gentle and elegant, pointed at himself with his hands and feet, not knowing for a moment how to open his mouth to ask Ouyang for this green bird. Ouyang, on the other hand, lifted up this green bird, pretending not to see the excited Bai Feiyu, who was swaying straight, and pretended to speak thoughtfully. That fox at home is called handsome. My dog is called Pretty Boy. What is this bird called? It's covered in feathers. Why don't we call it Grizzly? What a great name. Rye names are good to feed, and they are graphic and vivid. Yang was very satisfied with the name he had come up with, and he had to say that he was really a little naming genius. The green bird seemed to have heard the name Yang had given, and flew directly from Yang's hands, retaliating by chattering towards Yang's head. Yang waved his sleeves and held his head as he cursed the ungrateful green bird in front of him, and the white Feiyu on the side also calmed down looking at the green bird in front of him out of his mind. It seems that the memory was pulled back to a very far place, revealing a scandalous appearance that seems to be crying and not laughing, when Yang really couldn't help himself and was ready to explode his true chi, pulling off all the green bird's hair in front of him, making it completely turn into a grizzly. The green bird, however, had the sense to fly, flying leisurely in midair and finally landing firmly on Bai Feiyu's shoulder. The small green-colored paw squeezed the clothes on Bai Feiyu's shoulder tightly and closed his eyes once again. The expression on Bai Feiyu's face became very soft as he looked at the signet on his shoulder, stretched out his finger and gently tapped it on the signet's head, and in a voice that was only his own, he wordlessly spoke, "Hello again, Uyezi." The green bird with closed eyes didn't seem to have heard Bai Feiyu's voice and was resting with closed eyes on Bai Feiyu's shoulder, but the small green-colored claws were tightly gripping Bai Feiyu's clothes. Chapter 156, Lingfeng's Release. Yang looked at Bai Feiyu in front of him with a dad-like face, kindly like an old father. But he didn't notice that Chen Changxing on the side had already dropped off the line for a long time. All of Chen Changxing's mind was now on the puppet that had just come out of the gate, as beside him was none other than Ling Feng, whom his eldest senior brother had told him to watch out for. Ling Feng and Chen Changxing, who had just emerged from the customs, appeared at the same time in the Great Hall of Qing Yin Peak. Dong Shuzi looked at the two people in front of him with complexity in his eyes. One was his own personal disciple, and the other was the holy son of the Qing Yin Holy Land. These two, however, have not been able to save themselves. Thinking of the images from that day when Yang and Lingfeng confronted each other, Dong Shuzi felt heartbroken. The disciples he had taken in over the years hadn't been any heartless ones, so he hoped that Yang would bring back a good disciple for himself. Have the two of you gained anything from your participation in my Qing Yun secret treasure? Dong Shuzi asked as he looked at the two of them sitting cross-legged on top of the great hall. Ling Feng respectfully stood up and saluted. Disciple has gained a great deal, and will need some time to digest it. Chen Changsheng, who was on the side, similarly got up and spoke. Disciple shares the same deep realization as senior brother Ling. The two of them had also been visualizing the green cloud secret treasure for some time, and that huge ball of light was still not visible in outline though. However, above the mass of light, there flowed the Tao that had been left behind by countless great cultivators of the green cloud sect from the beginning of the founding of the sect. Just the complicated and countless Tao rhythms were enough for the two to comprehend for a long time. The two weren't losers who could fall asleep listening to sermons, so naturally they had a lot to gain. Chen Changsheng, who had mediocre qualifications in his previous life, had never seen a single glance of the Qing Yin secret treasure until his death, and now the Tao rhythm on top of the secret treasure alone, even for Chen Changsheng, who had already been ranked in the transition stage in his previous life, was an unparalleled experience of enlightenment. Dong Shuzi swept a glance at the two of them, his eyes fixed on Ling Feng for a moment, and spoke flatly, "In that case, the two of you should go back and properly digest the harvest this time." Chen Changsheng and Ling Feng bowed in response and then exited the great hall. The two of them walked companionably on top of the trestle of Qing Yin Peak. Ling Feng's face was calm, but his heart was slightly rippled. From the tone and mood swings of Dong Suzi just now, Ling Feng could clearly feel that Dong Suzi was still wary of himself. That is to say, even after he had made the heavenly Tao oath, Yang still hadn't given up on doubting himself. It seems like some good planning is needed. Fortunately, he has found the secret that the demon clan went out of their way to let their own saint's son lurk in the green cloud sect this time. The bottom card one holds in one's hand is one more. Chen Changsheng looked at Ling Feng, whose face was calm, and with his most proficient divine soul technique, he still couldn't see what was so abnormal about the Ling Feng in front of him. The body and soul fit together perfectly. It didn't look like a person who had taken over the body in any way. Even the near-perfect takeover of Ancestral Abyss, who was known as the 100 Changes Demon Monarch in the latter days, could not be compared to Ling Feng in front of him. But what exactly is the matter with that demonic cultivator who was able to take over others that eldest senior brother encountered on Earth? And he also told himself to keep an eye on senior brother Ling Feng in front of him? Chen Changxing could not think of a clue for a while. If you can't think of a clue, do another double take. Chen Changxing just wanted to stealthily strike at Ling Feng in front of him. Suddenly Ling Feng turned his head towards Chen Changxing and spoke. "Senior brother Chen, I'm going to go down the mountain to do something. Do you want to join me?" Faced with Ling Feng's sudden invitation, Chen Changsheng was momentarily caught off guard. But thinking of the fact that eldest senior brother had arranged for him to keep an eye on the Lingfeng in front of him, Chen Changsheng directly agreed without even thinking. Since it's eldest senior brother Ling's invitation, naturally, Changsheng wouldn't dare to excuse himself. Chen Changsheng was not worried that the Lingfeng in front of him would make a move against himself. The big deal was just blowing up a puppet. Lingfeng looked at Chen Changsheng and suddenly laughed, looking at the mountain scenery on Qingyin Peak and said leisurely, "Senior brother Chen, do you think that we, people who cultivate immortals, why are we still divided into 3, 6, 9 classes because of our qualifications?" Chen Changsheng was stumped by Lingfeng's question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. The roots and bones of people who cultivate are predestined by heaven, and the better the qualification, the faster the cultivator cultivates and the faster he perceives the Tao. And those with poor roots and bones would cultivate at a very slow pace, and it would be even more difficult for them to perceive the Tao. Of course, it does not exclude some great perseverance, great determination of the cultivators, although the qualification is not good, but still stepped on the top of the strong, even more dazzling than those geniuses. Chen Changsheng brooded for a moment and opened his mouth. Although we all have different starting points, the great Tao is the most fair, and everyone has their own chances. And isn't there a saying on earth, 3 parts are destined by heaven, and 7 parts depend on oneself? This saying also applies to cultivators like me. Lingfeng nodded, seemingly agreeing with Chen Changsheng's words, and sighed. Yes, everyone has everyone's opportunities, but why can't we all stand on the same starting line at the same time and compete fairly? Why should geniuses shine forever while all beings are relegated to the role of a chaperone? Chen Changsheng choked on Lingfeng's question, a question that countless people had raised the heavens in a long sigh, cursing the unfairness of the heavens. But a few more complaints, other than cursing at the mouth, don't do much good. Lingfeng turned to look at Chen Changsheng and said seriously, "I have an idea, and it's also an idea that suddenly came to me while I was contemplating the Qingyin secret treasure. If I say it out loud, perhaps senior brother Chen will think I'm naive." Chen Changsheng shook his head and said with the same seriousness, "Senior brother Ling, everyone's Tao is different, but everyone's Tao should not be mocked." Lingfeng laughed out loud and turned around to face the mountain view of Qingyin Peak, his laughter echoing on Qingyin Peak. Stopping his laughter, Lingfeng said to Chen Changsheng with a resolute expression, "Senior brother Chen, I want to create a world where everyone is like a dragon and everyone is equal, and I will fight to the death with this goal." The voice was resolute and sincere. At this moment Lingfeng was like he was going to challenge this unfair world. Dong Shuzi in the middle of the great hall let out a slight sigh, but then the expression on his face became relaxed, and Chen Changsheng felt a hint of relief in his heart as he looked at Lingfeng, who was dressed in a gorgeous Taoist robe with his green silk flying. Whether he had killed Zhu Yuan in advance or not now became a question mark, but the Lingfeng in front of him had changed his fate because of his own outburst. And seeing Lingfeng who had made such a grand wish, Chen Changsheng had a moment where he felt that his approach of beheading ancestral abyss at the expense of altering the timeline wasn't actually necessarily a bad thing. Elder brother Ling has such lofty ambitions. Eternal life admires that. May you and I meet at the summit 1,000 years from now, Chen Changsheng said as he arched his hand towards Lingfeng. After being filled with a bowl of chicken soup by Lingfeng, Chen Changsheng and Lingfeng paid their respects. Lingfeng's gaze was strangely silent as he looked at the gradually disappearing back of Chen Changsheng. There was no falsehood in what he had just said, this was indeed what he wanted to do. So this lie that isn't a lie doesn't even need to be broken down. A senior disciple in a grey Taoist robe passed by Lingfeng and looked at Lingfeng, who was dressed in a gorgeous outfit, and skimmed his lips. "Isn't it just the sect leader's own legacy? As for being so flirty, why are you standing here showing off?" The voice reached Lingfeng's ears. Lingfeng smiled, and his body's true essence moved slightly. The whispering pusillanimous passerby only felt his body fly violently and fall backward sharply. When the passerby's eyes met Lingfeng's eyes, the passerby clearly felt a palpitation. Those eyes were like a deep pool that wanted to suck one's mind in completely. Lingfeng looked at the senior brother in front of him who was talking about himself behind his back, and he couldn't remember what his name was for a moment. "Do you know that I am your senior brother?" Lingfeng calmly opened his mouth and asked. "Yes, no, senior brother Ling." Passerby swallowed his saliva and opened his mouth somewhat curtly. "You don't need to recognize me," Lingfeng said as he looked at the youth in front of him and shook his head. The youth hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. "Senior brother Ling, I know. Before the youth could explain, Lingfeng's next words directly knocked him into the abyss as a cold voice whispered, "Deluding fellow disciples with bad intentions. Expel them from the mountain gate." Chapter 157, A Different Qingyin Peak. Inside the days when Ouyang and the others were waiting for Ling Qingsong to wake up, most of Chen Changsheng's mind was in the Qingyun sect, which was far away in the sky. Regarding Lingfeng's invitation, Chen Changsheng had always been elusive, and his memories of his previous life were pitifully scarce for this senior brother Ling, whose temperament had changed drastically. After being backstabbed by Zhu Yuan, Ling Feng never appeared in his memories again, and now because he had stepped in to kill Ancestral Abyss, causing Ling Feng, who was originally supposed to be dead, to be properly alive. It could be said that Ling Feng was now likewise a variable. Inside the secret room in the mountain of the small mountain peak, the purple-robed Chen Changsheng looked at the paper man visiting above the altar in front of him, pondered for a long time, and finally made up his mind and prepared to follow Ling Feng. As long as all the variables are cut out, then everything will move in the direction you want to see. He himself has relived his life in order to save the whole world by his power. Even if Ling Feng wanted to make a move against himself, it was only the cost of a puppet on the left or right, which was not much of a loss for him. Chen Changsheng, who had made up his mind, received a message from Ling Feng after 2 days and gladly went to the appointment. When walking on top of the mountain path of Qingyun Peak once again, Chen Changsheng keenly noticed the difference between Qingyun Peak in the past days. The disciples of Qingyun Peak who walked on top of the mountain path, each one of them had a hurried face, and there was a sense of urgency and annoyance between their brows that Chen Changsheng had never seen before. Suddenly above the trestle ahead, a disciple of Qingyun Peak drew his sword and struck out at another disciple, and the one who struck out stabbed the other unlucky one in the shoulder. Senior brother, sorry for the offense. The disciple who had struck out did not feel guilty at all. Instead, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes as he reached out and yanked off the other's waistband and ran towards the top of the mountain. And the person who was stabbed was full of fear and resentment, glaring fiercely at his senior brother, who was running wildly towards the top of the mountain, covering his own wound and preparing to go down the mountain. This senior brother, what exactly happened? Chen Changsheng stopped the unlucky man who was preparing to go down the mountain and politely opened his mouth to ask. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, who was wearing a silver-white mask, the injured unlucky man, with a rapidly changing expression on his face, desperately squeezed out a smile and said in a standard salute, "Greetings to the holy son of the Qingyun sect, senior brother Chen Changsheng, word for word, iambic pentameter, as standard as machinery." Chen Changsheng behind the mask frowned, and when he raised his hand to help up the unlucky man in front of him, the unlucky man panicked and bowed his head even lower, saying humbly, "Senior brother, this is what senior brother Lingfeng has requested, that when you see senior brother, you must bend down and salute until senior brother leaves." Such a respectful to humble method used to emphasize the majesty of a senior brother made Chen Changsheng feel surprised, but he still opened his mouth and asked, "Why did that person stab you just now?" The unlucky man bent over, never daring to raise his head, and said, "Senior brother Lingfeng said that we used to be too lazy. From the day before yesterday, Qingyun Peak has opened up the final elimination mechanism. Me and that senior brother just now are ranked further back. I lost the match just now. He won. I can only go and challenge the others to get someone else's waistplate. Otherwise I will be kicked out of Qingyun Peak, or even Qingyun sects." Chen Changsheng's brows had condensed into a lump. Opening his mouth, he asked, "The sect leader would agree to something like this where fellow disciples are fighting each other?" The sect leader agreed, "But it's only limited to the competition. So just now that senior brother stayed his hand, but he stabbed me in the shoulder, or else it would have been my throat that he stabbed." The unlucky man bent his waist even harder. The pain in his shoulder made him tremble a little. Hearing that the sect leader also agreed, Chen Changsheng sighed softly and said in a low voice, "They are all fellow disciples, why are they so?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's sigh, the unlucky one, however, defended Ling Feng in a rare manner and spoke, "Senior brother Chen, senior brother Ling Feng actually did the right thing. It's all for our own good. After all, Qingyun Peak doesn't raise waists." Chen Changsheng told the unlucky man to go and heal his wounds. The unlucky man bent over and saluted to Miss Chen Changsheng before he dared to straighten his back, covering his shoulder while using his true essence to heal himself while searching for opponents who could take down the waistplate. The entire Green Cloud Peak was permeated with an air of tension and defensiveness, and the former fellow disciples seemed to have turned into rivals at this moment. Those without waist tags frantically looked for fellow disciples weaker than themselves to seize them, while those with waist tags were always on guard to see if anyone was going to take theirs. All along the way, Chen Changsheng's footsteps seemed a bit heavy until he heard a crane call. Chen Changsheng looked up and Ling Feng, who was dressed in a gorgeous gold silk Taoist robe, was standing on top of an immortal crane, looking at himself with a smile on his face and said, "Senior brother Chen, we should go. Isn't this approach of senior brother a bit too cruel?" Chen Changsheng asked as he stood on top of the stone steps and looked at Ling Feng in the sky and opened his mouth. "Cruel? Do you mean the rules I just made?" Ling Feng replied knowingly, seeing Chen Changsheng staring at himself without the slightest fear. Ling Feng then raised the sky and laughed loudly, then lowered his head and looked at Chen Changsheng with a serious face and asked, "Senior brother is also a cultivator. We cultivators are supposed to fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and be careful at all times in order to seek the great Tao. The Qingyun sect shelters us and allows us to cultivate without fear. But when they grow up to the out-of-body stage, and then break away from the Qingyun sect, the world of the world does not deepen. What will happen to them? What Ling Feng said, Chen Chongqing naturally understood. In his previous life, when he was only at the Jiedan stage, he had watched the destruction of the Qingyun sect with his own eyes, and he had survived under the protection of his eldest senior brother, Ouyang. Without the blessing of the Green Cloud sect, one's life in the cultivation path could be described as 1 in 9, the 3 days of the Yuaning stage's heavenly tribulation, and the 9 days of the merging stage's heavenly tribulation. Each time he himself had escaped from death, not to mention the endless dangers of the outside world, the loss of order after the destruction of the clan, and everyone scrambling for the few resources available. Killing people to get rid of them became common knowledge among cultivators, and abandoning the light to the darkness became the only way for cultivators to live. In the future, countless tragedies would play out before Chen Chongqing's eyes, as well as more cultivators who despaired of this world cutting themselves off from heaven and earth. The future was far more brutal 100 times than what one could imagine now, and this was the biggest demonic obstacle that pressed on Chen Chongqing's heart. Ouyang repeatedly cautioned himself that for himself, Ouyang's words were just pulling up the bottom line of his heart. Is life good now? Very good. The current life and the previous life, Chen Chongqing even dare not dream of this, but it will all go up in smoke and be swallowed up by the darkness after the Showa. And the more brutal the future became, the more frantically Chen Chongqing wanted to leave the beauty in front of him behind. Ling Feng could see Chen Chongqing struggle, and with a strange light shining in his eyes, he said in a soft but firm tone, I'm treating them this harshly so that they can have a little more ability to live in the future. After all, none of us are heaven's destiny protagonists, but why can't we go and fight for it? At least fight to stay alive, right? Chapter 158. I'm going to make a big move in a bad hand. Chen Chongqing became very much in agreement with Ling Feng in his heart. This law of the weak and the strong being manifested in the midst of the end times. That's how it was originally. It is indeed so to say so. This is the way the world is. Chen Chongqing's mind kept telling himself that Ling Feng's words were right. Chongsheng. Suddenly Ouyang's jumpy voice resounded in Chen Chongqing's mind, sweeping away those extreme thoughts in his mind like the wind sweeping away the clouds. With clarity restored within his eyes, Chen Chongqing looked up to Ling Feng in the sky and arched his hand and said, What senior brother Ling Feng said was good, but I still beg to differ. A trace of pity flashed in the eyes of Ling Feng, who was standing on top of the white crane, not expecting that the Chen Chongqing in front of him could break free from his words. Even the sect leader Cave Voidsun would be more or less affected by his own words, and the Chen Chongqing in front of him could actually completely break free from his own verbal trap. This ability of one's own was possessed after one reoccupied one's own body, as if one were born with it. One's own voice and words had an innate power of conviction, and one could even make the other person persuade himself to agree with one's own ideas and become one's follower completely. The higher the cultivation, the lighter the degree of influence by oneself. As the head of the Dongshu Z beliefs how strong, but when one opens one's mouth, it will also produce a hint of faltering. But the Chen Chongqing in front of him, although he was almost completely convinced of himself at first, somehow broke free in the blink of an eye. Not bad for a monster coming out of a small mountain peak. Ling Feng sat on top of the immortal crane and clapped his hands. Another yellow crane appeared beside him. Ling Feng raised his hand to signal Chen Chongqing to sit on the crane. Chen Chongqing hesitated for a moment, but still leapt onto the yellow crane, and the two of them rode the crane towards the outside of the Qingyan sect's mountain gate. After walking out of the mountain gate of the Qingyan sect, before the great hall on the summit of Qingyan Peak, Dong Su Zi held a duster and looked at Ling Feng and Chen Chongqing, who had nearly turned into two tiny black dots in the sky, with a face that was neither sad nor happy. As soon as Ling Feng, who was sitting on top of the white crane, exited the mountain gate, he instantly felt that the oppressive feeling that was pressing down on his heart instantly disappeared, and that sense of ease in his soul even made Ling Feng laugh out loud. Ling Feng held his forehead with one hand and tilted his head back, laughing in an impetuous and evil manner. Why is senior brother suddenly laughing? Chen Chongqing inexplicably opened his mouth and asked. I thought of something happy, Ling Feng replied as he opened his mouth without a care in the world. After a while, Ling Feng spoke again and asked, Senior brother Chen, this time when you go down the mountain, you might still run into old acquaintances. Old acquaintance? Chen Chongqing looked at Ling Feng strangely. From the moment he left the Qingyan sect, the Ling Feng by his side had been permeated with an evil aura. Ling Feng looked at Chen Chongqing with a smile on his face and said, Yes, an old acquaintance, possibly my demon race master brother that you slaughtered. Phew! Thousands of yellow talismans instantly appeared in front of Ling Feng, covering the sky and covering Ling Feng. You saved him back? Chen Chongqing's voice was as cold as 10,000 years of ice in the middle of the 9 abysses as he looked at Ling Feng morosely and opened his mouth to ask. Ling Feng shook his head and spoke. Ancestral Abyss is already dead. A remnant of the demon race isn't worth saving. Senior brother Ouyang shouldn't have told you about this matter of me cutting down my heart demon, right? Heart demon? Chen Changsheng looked at Ling Feng with a confused expression. That's right. After you killed Ancestral Abyss, I did fall into a daze and even questioned for a while if I should still be cultivating, but I finally overcame myself and managed to cut out my heart demons, achieving the outbreeding stage. Ling Feng, who was sitting on top of the immortal crane, spoke with a calm face. What does that have to do with Ancestral Abyss? Chen Changsheng asked calmly, but the Nailhead's 7 Arrows book in his hand was ready to be unleashed. Ling Feng looked at Chen Changsheng oddly and said, Ouyang has traveled to Earth? Do you know about this? Ouyang said that he met a man on Earth who looked like Zhu Yuan but was called Lin Feng. Of course it was Lin Feng of the Twin Woods Forest. Chen Changsheng instantly understood Ling Feng's meaning and looked at Ling Feng with some surprise and asked, You mean that your mind demon has taken over the body of the dead Ancestral Abyss? Ling Feng nodded and spoke. If it's really as Ouyang sees it, I think it is indeed. Chen Changsheng frowned. After eldest senior brother had returned from the Earth, he did say that he had encountered a demonic cultivator who was able to take over other people, and that only Ancestral Abyss from the latter days had this ability. So he himself had messed up for a moment, and had even struck out at junior senior sister, and as a result, he had received a mouthful from eldest senior brother. Originally, he had wanted to sneak along the tracker placed on his second senior brother to find that earthly kingdom and thoroughly find out that cultivator, but he didn't expect to find the reason here in Ling Feng. This time, senior brother has come down to the mountain but to cut down the rebellious heart demons? Chen Changsheng wrinkled his brows and opened his mouth to ask. Ling Feng looked at Chen Changsheng in front of him. His thoughts seemed to go back to the day when he had just gained control of his own body, when his originally timid self was preparing to use the golden needle to draw the divine soul, and was still righteously saying to himself, I don't know what kind of calculations you're playing with, but if you dare to take my body and do anything evil, I'll be obliged to kill you even if I'm committed to the demon race. This warning suddenly appeared in Ling Feng's mind. While Ling Feng laughed and laughed, his smile was maniacal, and only after he finished laughing did Ling Feng seriously look at Chen Changsheng and said, Senior brother, a person of the devil race, we cultivators will kill him when we see him, right? And having done so many evil things, I will kill him even if I have to spell my own death. Chen Changsheng looked at the serious Ling Feng and nodded, but in his heart, he had a huge sense of crisis towards the Ling Feng in front of him for some unknown reason. Ling Feng did not care about Chen Changsheng's guarded look, wantonly sitting on top of the crane, looking at the sun in front of him leaping out of the sea of clouds, in his mind 1,000 thoughts. The current self is already in a deadlock. Ouyang does not believe in himself. His master Dongshu Zi also began to doubt himself. That day's self-performance is too perfect, because too perfect will make people feel suspicious. What does it matter if there's one more Chen Changsheng now? Ling Feng line is to comply with the way of heaven, bright and open to do, to fight, to rob. As long as I walk the walk and sit upright, I myself am truly the most perfect Ling Feng. His own pursuit of the most perfect, polished heart for countless years, gave Ling Feng an innate sense of condescension. After all that suffering, why shouldn't you be able to make your way to the top under the scrutiny of all eyes? I, Ling Feng, prefer to outsmart everyone in a bad hand. It's only trash that are cowardly. I, Ling Feng, came back to become the most noble being in this world. The sun, leaping out of the sea of clouds, was completely unshackled, and all of a sudden, golden light spread over the entire sky and sea of clouds. Chapter 159 Departure. Little White, how long do you think it'll take for Lao Air? Ouyang asked as he tugged on his own dog's ears in 100 boredom, looking at Bai Feiyu who was teasing the grifter. Bai Feiyu reached out his hand to feed the green bird on his shoulder while speaking. It's going to be a very long process. After all, an immortal's legacy can't be fully digested in a moment and a half, let alone with the addition of the sword sect's countless years of sedimentation. Ask the sword pool in each sword contains a great cultivator's sword intent. Ordinary cultivators get a hand can already benefit from a lifetime. Ouyang directly give people a pot. Not to mention there is more than this, even more complementary sword fairy heritage. What was given was simply too much, causing Lang Qingsong to remain unconscious until now, and there was no sign of waking up at all. Ouyang twisted his head to look at Chen Changsheng who was sitting on the side. These days Lao Sen also seemed like he had lost his soul, often sitting there for half a day at a time. Chen Changsheng said that he had recently had some epiphanies and that most of his mind had to be put back into his true self, which was why the puppet following Ouyang looked a bit dull. The 3 brothers and sisters of their own division had stayed here unattended for 3 days, and Taya had never appeared again since he had left, as if he had forgotten about the 3 of them. Could it be that they wanted to imprison their own group of pedestrians in the sword sect? Ouyang jumped like his ass was on fire at the thought. It's not an adjective, because the clothes are literally on fire. Sword sect asks sword pool built an active volcano on top of the mountain. Ouyang held up the dog to cut off the upper part of the mountain. Now there is left full of magma. A little inattentive like Ouyang, so the corner of the coat fell in the magma. Naturally caught up. Grrrrrrrrr. Little white. Little white. Ouyang ghostly wailed, flinging the hem of his coat and screaming towards Bai Feiyu. With a defeated expression, Bai Feiyu raised his hand and a sword chi directly sliced off that part of the burning clothesline. That's what made Ouyang subside. But Ouyang can idle, like a nail in the ass, suddenly interested in the magma. Just want to carry the dog to try the magma hot or not. A rainbow light flew towards the trio in the distance, until the rainbow light stopped and Song Mu, coolly dressed in white, appeared in front of the trio. Although it was humiliating at the hands of Bai Feiyu, the cool and tugging expression on Song Mu's face didn't change at all until Song Mu saw that the original questioning sword pool had turned into what it was now. The carefully maintained emoji management couldn't be strained any longer. Crap! Where's my sword sex questioning sword pool? Song Mu's eyes widened as he looked at the devastated mountain in front of him, with lava tumbling everywhere, and shouted out of breath, "Old Song, he's here. Have you eaten yet? Quickly, take us away." Ouyang immediately warmed up when he saw Song Mu, waved his hand towards Song Mu and opened his mouth. Song Mu forced down his appalled heart and glanced at Bai Feiyu, who twisted his head to feed the birds before looking at Ouyang, wondering in his heart if he was familiar with this Ouyang. Why does he look like he's known him for years? Song Mu jumped down from above the flying sword, a move Su Qin back sword, long sword into the sheath, unbelievably rubbed his eyes, looked around, stammered, "I sword clan, ask the sword pool." So big a ask the sword pool? Hey, you won't believe it when you say it, eaten by a dog. Ouyang said rightfully with a wave of his hand, eaten by a dog? Song Mu was stunned for a moment, looking towards the dachshund Ouyang was carrying in his hands, and was about to open his mouth to ask again, when he suddenly remembered what his master had instructed him to say when he arrived. Don't talk to them so much, just send them packing, and then you get your ass back here right now. Bai Feiyu on the side didn't pay attention to Song Mu, but Song Mu still felt great pressure from Bai Feiyu. Obviously everyone is wearing white. Why is Bai Feiyu so hung up? Song Mu looked at the Qingfeng sword dangling from Bai Feiyu's waist, then touched the long sword he was carrying behind him. Could it be that the way he wore his sword was wrong? There is one thing to be said for it, and it does look a lot better hanging around your waist than behind your back. Song Mu shook his head and opened his mouth to say, "My master has occasionally gained something, and has already closed his door, and at the time of his closure, he specifically asked me to bring a few senior brothers out of the mountain gate to return to the Green Cloud sect." Ouyang was instantly a bit unhappy and spoke, "How are we going to go back without Patriarch? Walk back?" Song Mu, on the other hand, opened his mouth with a surprised expression and asked, "What kind of words are these? All of my 9 holy lands have built teleportation gates to each other. Doesn't senior brother know that? Oh, there's such a thing? How come I didn't know?" Ouyang asked with interest, not realizing that there was such a high-end teleportation device between various sects. At this time, Chen Changsheng, who had been in a state of downtime, came back to his senses, and when he heard Ouyang's words, he pulled Ouyang's sleeve and whispered, "Elder brother, the portal is the mountain guard formation where you often go to borrow spirit stones." Ouyang's face stiffened. No wonder that the circle of Dongshu Z inside had set up a ban. So it was the teleportation door inside. Song Mu led Ouyang's trio towards the direction of the main peak hall of the sword sect, and when Song Mu activated the large formation before Ouyang's trio's eyes, the nearby disciples of the sword sect were instantly on high alert, and they all held their swords and stood up to protect the teleportation door tightly. The whole thing seems like opening a portal and someone will come to the sword sect to destroy it. Eldest senior brother. There was once a great cultivator of the transitional stage who was interrupted during his teleportation and was directly lost in the spacetime turbulence, and his whereabouts are unknown to this day. Chen Changsheng whispered in Ouyang's ear, "That's kinda dangerous. How come I haven't seen the Qingyun sect's teleportation portal light up before?" Ouyang even wondered if it was Dongshu Z targeting their small mountain peak. Chen Changsheng rubbed his hands a little awkwardly and said, "Eldest senior brother, you forgot. You usually don't go to Qingyun Peak. If you do, passing by the mountain protection formation, you'll have to swing an iron pickaxe to knock 2 pieces down. How can the formation be able to start if it's been disrupted?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, even a thick-skinned person like Ouyang couldn't help but blush with old age. Snorted, and Song Mu arched his hand as a goodbye, and then took a step and stepped inside. And when Bai Feiyu was about to enter the portal, Song Mu reached out and stopped Bai Feiyu. Song Mu coolly tugged at Bai Feiyu and said, "I'll surpass you in the future." After saying this sentence without even giving Xiaobai a chance to open his mouth, Song Mu directly turned around and left the place, only leaving Xiaobai with a resolute back. Bai Feiyu inexplicably looked at Song Mu, who had suddenly put on a bit of a show in front of him, and shook his head as he walked into the portal. As soon as the three men, a dog and a bird entered the portal, they instantly came out from the other side of the door. Ouyang looked around. The location he was in was really here in the mountain guard formation where he often came to find treasures. Today Master Dao will stew you. Dare to fight me. A mid-range male voice rang out in exasperation, contrasted by a craning sound. As the three of them, Ouyang looked over. A middle-aged handsome man with a melancholic aura was woefully struggling with a fat white crane not far away. Vaguely, that white crane still had a certain upper hand. Chapter 160, Welcoming the Master Back to the Mountain. Being Green Cloud Peak raised fat body more than 2 meters high white crane. Unusual people are naturally not rivals. Listening to the middle-aged man from the furious to the ghost howling, and finally kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. It is known that this white crane fighting strength is really too strong. The three Ouyang people looked at the human-bird battle not far away that was surrounded by many people to watch with a strange expression. And the three of them looked at each other with their eyes and noses, as if they were completely unrecognizable from the middle-aged handsome man who was beating each other up with the white crane. In the end, the middle-aged man's clothes were shattered by the white crane into a wisp of rags hanging on his body. And after the middle-aged man lay breathless on the ground, no longer able to resist, the white crane left the place majestically. Who is this guy? You don't even know about this senior uncle? The once heavenly diffusion peak master Nerve. You don't want to die? How dare you say out that name? The companion's quick eyes covered the other's mouth and whispered a curse. Peak master of Tianyan Peak? Once? Yeah. I heard that he was expelled from Heavenly Diffraction Peak for offending the sect leader. Oh, for what did you offend the sect leader? I heard it's because of the Jade Maiden Peak Master. Crap, spread the details. The middle-aged handsome man on the ground is none other than Hu Yun, who only came back today, and just finished reporting to the headmaster, ready to go back to look at his own mountain, when he was stopped by this white crane, and severely beaten up. It's just that I wrapped 100,000 firecrackers around your tail when you were a kid. Why do you hold such a grudge? As if no one else was around, Hu Yun found clothes from his storage space and changed in front of everyone. When redressed, a gray Taoist robe Hu Yun, immortal and Taoist, his eyebrows are not angry, behind a Taiji Bagua figure, giving a feeling of Tianyan master. Among the cultivators, there was a hidden consensus that among all the cultivators sword cultivators were the most capable of fighting, but the one who could not be messed with the most was the heavenly diffusionist, because these Thanes are really shady and don't know when to count each other out. It's not scary to die at the hands of the other party. What's scary is that you don't even know how you died. Heavenly Diffractor only cultivates true essence, deduces gossip, divines the times and fortune. Unusual means of attack are not available, but for the array is exceptionally proficient. There is a saying that if when a heavenly diffuser stands in front of you, you are actually dead. The other layer of Hu Yun's identity was that he was once the heavenly diffusion peak master, who finally took the initiative to resign from his position as the peak master for unknown reasons and set up another mountain, creating the current small peak. Compared to the lousy way he and White Crane had beaten each other just now, the pressure Hu Yun gave off while standing in the crowd was slowly increasing. None of you cultivate properly just to watch the fun here? Hu Yun's calm voice rang out. The crowd that was originally watching the fun suddenly had their legs like lead, and they all fell to their knees with a thud. Hu Yun stood in place, surrounded by passive kneeling, looking very handsome. The crowd that was originally eating melon was somewhat confused by Hu Yun's whole move. Just now there was a fight with a crane that was not even at the foundation establishment stage, but now he was able to directly make everyone present kneel down with a single sentence? You don't play a pig to eat a tiger like this. You're obviously taking it out on us after you've lost face in front of White Crane. The corners of Hu Yun's mouth slowly crooked upwards as he turned his head to look at the Ouyang trio, nodding slightly as a greeting to the trio. Hu Yun flipped his sleeve. Qingyun introductory chi practicing technique 300 times a person. Handed over to the sect master's doorstep by tomorrow. The eaters who were originally kneeling on the ground were swept away by a soft force, and the faces of all of them were dead. The Qingyun introductory chi practicing decision was the most basic gongfu of the Qingyun sect, and just because it was the most basic gongfu, all of the categories were covered in incomparable detail. The entire set of Qingyun introductory chi practicing resolutions had an upper, middle, and lower book, totaling more than 1,000,000 words, 300 times. Before tomorrow, might as well just kill them. Amidst the wailing, Hu Yun strutted towards the three Ouyangs, from a step to a quick step, then a trot, and finally a big jump towards Ouyang. Good disciple. Master missed you guys. The cozy picture of master and disciple in Hu Yun's heart did not appear, but Ouyang drew out the dog on his waist and raised it towards Hu Yun, and Hu Yun, who pounced over, was directly bitten by the pretty boy's bite on his hand. Pain, pain, pain. Retrograde son, quickly let this beast spread out. Hu Yun screamed miserably and fell to his knees in front of Ouyang, trying to shake off the pretty boy but realizing that the strange dog was biting very tightly. Ouyang looked at Hu Yun in front of him, the golden panel visible. Name, Hu Yun, Vice Lord of Qing Insect. Book Turner. Cultivation? Root and bone? Lucky? Charm? Qualifications? Proprietary skills? Evaluation, the man who can go 50 to 50 with a dog. Not the strongest in this era but the greatest heavenly pride of this era. Deluxe? This is what Ouyang saw when he first saw Hu Yun's panel. The rest was all question marks except for the name and evaluation. Ouyang, who had just obtained the system, thought that the Hu Yun in front of him was because his strength was too high, and that the system was unable to recognize Hu Yun's various attributes because his realm was too low. However, when Ouyang arrived at the Qing Yin sect and saw the countless panels of people, only then did he know more and more what his own old man really meant underneath this series of question marks. Ouyang stepped forward and directly a filial lockjaw pinched Hu Yun's throat, yanked Hu Yun viciously to his body and said viciously, "Old man, what the hell are you doing? What can't you say directly, causing us to run around?" From the beginning of his and Lang Qingsong's entry into the earth until the end of the immortal's secret realm, there was more or less the hand of this old man of his own family pushing behind it. If Hu Yun couldn't say a 1, 2, 3 today, then he himself would have to hang Hu Yun on the cliff of the small mountain peak for a few days to blow the cool air. "No, this I just came back. So many people watching, give me some face outside." Hu Yun, who was pinched by his throat, was not the least bit surprised, and even opened his mouth to beg for mercy by squeezing his eyebrows at Ouyang. Ouyang let go of Hu Yun. Hu Yun rubbed his neck, looked at Bai Feiyu behind Ouyang, and Chen Chongqing's puppet, nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "It seems that the three of you went to really hit the sauce. And surprisingly, you didn't get anything in your hands. How come you haven't seen your master for so long? Have you forgotten the rules?" Bai Feiyu and Chen Chongqing looked at Ouyang. Chen Chongqing pulled Ouyang's sleeve and said softly, "Eldest senior brother, this is still Qing Yun Peak. Give him some face more or less, right?" All around more or less eyes were looking here, for what these monsters on the small peak would do to their peak master. Seriously, they were looking forward to it, in anticipation of the monsters of the small mountain peaks giving Hu Yun a good lesson. But in the eyes of the eyes in the shadow's disappointed gaze, Ouyang shook his teeth, and with a whole face, he walked in front of Bai Feiyu and Chen Chongsheng, leading the two of them to the arrogantly forked and laughing Hu Yun, bowed, and the three of them, Ouyang, opened their mouths in unison to greet him. "Welcome back, master." Chapter 161, The Law Follows the Words. Hu Yun went back to the mountain. The image of the Ouyang trio bowing to Hu Yun at the small mountain peak was recorded by someone who was interested, and instantly spread throughout the entire Qing Yin sect. The psycho is back. This news caused the division heads who had now become the peak masters, deacons, elders, and even offerings of the peaks to be shocked at the same time. They all chose to close their mountain gates, declaring to the public that they had occasional epiphanies and were practicing in seclusion. For a moment the entire Green Cloud sect was in a state of disarray, with every mountain looking as if they were on standby. The young disciple didn't know why the peak master of a small mountain peak could make his own peak master and elders act like they were so close to the enemy. It's not like he didn't see it. That middle-aged man was clearly all beaten by a white crane without the ability to fight back in the slightest. How can a loser who can't even fight a bird cause his own division commander to stand by so closely? As for that, the young disciples who felt that they had done their part were rubbing their fists and preparing to share the burden for their own mountain, and they were going to go to the senior uncle who couldn't even fight a bird to get some advice. And in addition to being reprimanded by the peak masters and elders of their own mountains, they even let slip that if they just took a step out of their own mountain during this period, they should never come back. A middle-aged man who couldn't even defeat a bird in full view of everyone, attracting the peak masters and elders of the various mountains as if they were on the verge of a great enemy. A scene that appeared to have appeared only 1,000 years ago during the Great War of the Tao and the Devil. Crossing his waist in triumph as he watched his three rebellious sons bowing obediently to himself, Hu Yun was even more satisfied. One by one, he looked over carefully, as if he wanted to imprint these disciples of his deeply in his mind in general. "Master, why did you come back at this time?" Ouyang, who really couldn't wait for Hu Yun to open his mouth to let the three get up, straightened his waist up himself and looked at Hu Yun curiously and asked, "This master of his own family? In addition to his own childhood year-round in the mountains, when he was 11 or 12 years old, almost all the year-round could not come back twice." Holding Ouyang gave him to prepare the earthy love words book everywhere to dabble in the flowers. The beauty of it is that it's a pick-me-up. Little sister Hutu too came to the mountain not even a few months ago, but his own master ran back again. Is there a possibility that this old boy is back to avoid the wind because his backyard is on fire? Ouyang's gaze turned meaningful. Hu Yun saw Ouyang's meaningful eyes, immediately jumped to his feet and scolded, "Little brat," for the teacher drifted outside. "This is immediately the end of the year. This is not back to accompany you to celebrate the new year to come." New Year's? Hearing this word, the three Ouyangs froze at the same time. especially Ouyang, who had an extra smile on his face. There is no such thing as New Year's Eve in this world, and although there are 360 days in the same year, there are no festivals set up specifically to celebrate this day. New Year's Day, this custom, or Ouyang obstinately asked for this time of year Huyun to come back. Small mountain peak family reunion together. It represents the little mountain peaks that are the roots of all people. Ouyang looked at Huyun with a smile and opened his mouth. It's really hard for master to remember the new year. Did you bring anything for us this trip back? Huyun flung his hands. A robe look opened his mouth and said, Your master, I have 2 sleeves. Nothing, to old life and never mind. There was nothing a decent person like himself could do about a master with such a thick skin. Huyun was interested in looking around the 3 people, did not have the good sense to pull Chen Changqing to the side. A puppet to come so close to what for? First, he teased the green bird on by Feiyu's shoulder, and then Rua a handful of pretty boy's dog head. Tisks King under his breath. How is Ching Song? Huyun then asked. Sure enough, the old boy knows everything. Ouyang looked at the master in front of him without a good mood and replied, Thanks to your blessing. The person almost died and is still in a coma. Huyun nodded his head in satisfaction and said, Not bad, not bad. It's all pretty well put together. But, no. Huyun's jumpy face suddenly changed color, grabbed Ouyang's hand, looked into Ouyang's eyes, scrutinized them for a while, and his voice suddenly lowered as he asked, What's wrong with you? The originally clear and cloudless sky began to become windy with Huyun's low voice, blowing Huyun's sleeves hunting. Ouyang's heart warmed. Sure enough, his own master still saw the matter that he had 50 years less life expectancy, but he didn't know why he had 50 years less life expectancy. Blinking his eyes, he signaled to Huyun about Xiaobai and Chang Sheng behind him. If he let the 2 of them know that he had lost 50 years of his life expectancy from a trip to the secret realm of the immortals, in the future, even if he broke his legs, they wouldn't let Ouyang go out again. Huyun understood Ouyang's meaning and let go of his hand. His voice once again became jumpy as he said, Let's go. Let's go. Quickly go back to see how my goddaughter is doing. With you group of rebellious sons, don't ever grow crooked. After saying that, he raised his hand and grabbed towards the sky, and a cloud above the sky was thus plucked by Huyun and landed beside him. A few people sat on the clouds and flew in the direction of the small mountain peak, leaving only a field of eaters still discussing this nervous son of a master uncle who fought back and forth with the white crane. All the way Huyun was telling the 3 disciples about what he had seen and heard outside, and his mouth was full of words and spittle. Ouyang 3 people likewise listened with great interest, since this master can tell a very small thing vivid image, funny and humorous. No wonder can be in so many masters and mistresses in the middle, mixed like a fish out of water. When walking within the confines of the small mountain peak, Huyun looked at the lush trees, raised his eyebrows and said, Since it's New Year's Eve, of course it should look like New Year's Eve. Huyun raised his hand in the sky and scratched the clouds in the sky in the movement of Huyun constantly changing the shape. Huyun took out a copper coin from his sleeve. His thumb flicked, and the copper coin rushed straight to the sky. Huyun's sleeve flipped, and his 2 fingers stood in front of his body, and his eyes flooded with a golden light. Edicts rode. The snow is an omen of a good year. All of a sudden, everything withered. The change of the seasons evolved around the small mountain peak, and the lush green forests rapidly yellowed to reddish yellow, followed by the leaves falling down in abundance. Large snowflakes fell like cotton from the clouds in the sky, and the cold winds swirled around the goosefeather snow, instantly cloaking the small mountain peak and its surroundings in a layer of silver white. Such a heavenly means left the 3 Ouyangs in awe every time they looked at it. Ouyang was envious of this means of immediately pulling the full weight of special effects just by opening his mouth. Chen Changsheng was filled with admiration as he looked at his future master who had fallen dead for himself and his eldest brother. Bai Feiyu, who had already grasped a trace of the laws, realized how deep an understanding of the Tao was required for this maneuver that could affect the climate of a party's heaven and earth just by opening his mouth. In Bai Feiyu's eyes, this kind of maneuver, this master in front of him, not an immortal but comparable to an immortal. Exit the constitution. Words follow the law. This is the through and through method of a man with a systematic double rating. Chapter 162 Stone Hammer. Heavy snow fell in droves, and the entire range of the small mountain peak was covered in silver. The Qingyan Holy Land where the Qingyan sect was located had 4 seasons all year round, with abundant spiritual energy, and things like snow almost never happened. Ouyang and Langqing Song whenever the first snow goes to earth when the small mountain peaks will snow or Huyan based on the first snow in Maple Leaf City by real-time conversion out. Otherwise it wouldn't be 10,000 miles away and the climates of the 2 places would be so synchronized. When Ouyang thought of this, his eyes narrowed again. This old fox of his own family seems to have made some small means to even snow this time he went to the earth. Otherwise how could all things be so coincidental? The small peaks were bitterly cold and winterized, while after stepping out of the range of the small peaks, everything was lush and green again, as if the heavy snowfall on the other side of the small peaks had only fallen on the small peaks. Standing in the middle of the wind and snow, Huyan pinched his fingers and counted the time, and his fingers gently pointed towards the peak of the small mountain peak, and the couplets and lanterns on the original courtyard gate that were somewhat worn out were turned back into brand new ones. The year of the first sun? The year is in a Z. The world is lucky. Huyan laughed out loud and drove a cloud to bring the Ouyang trio to land in front of the courtyard gate at the peak of the small mountain peak. Master, I have found you a new disciple. Now only accept as a registered disciple. There is time for him to formally worship a master and recognize the mountain. Ouyang suddenly remembered Xiaofeng and looked at Huyan, who was sighing at the gate, and spoke. Huyan waved his hand to indicate that he knew about this, then pushed open the door of the small peak and walked in. The small courtyard was quiet. Neither Hu Tutu nor Xiaofeng were in the courtyard. Only the kitchen rose with wisps of cooking smoke, and Chen Changsheng, who followed Ouyang, naturally walked into the kitchen. A puppet exactly like Chen Changsheng was busy in the kitchen. Seeing Chen Changsheng walk in, without looking back, he stretched out his right hand, and Chen Changsheng, who had walked into the kitchen, transformed into a stream of light and flew into his sleeve. Ouyang, several people had already seen this kind of operation by Chen Changsheng. Huyan opened the door of the main house's hall room, which was the room belonging to Huyan. The inside of the room was spotless. Everything was placed in an orderly fashion, and Chen Changsheng would carefully clean the small mountain peak inside and out every day. After being reborn, Chen Changsheng seemed to have become a somewhat serious cleanliness freak, and there was even a period of time when he wanted Ouyang and the others to take off their shoes first when they entered the yard. And this crazy idea was finally solved by Ouyang with a brain crash. In the hall is the living room. When Huyan does not come back, usually this room is locked. Huyan comes back, this living room will be opened. Huyan pushed open the living room, and on the wall opposite the door hung a painting with two words, Heaven and Earth. A tiger skin seat sat beneath the word painting, flanked by a dozen or so backed chairs. If you replace Heaven and Earth with acting on behalf of Heaven and Earth, it is not too much to say that it is the Liangshan Gathering Hall. Huyan boldly sat his butt on the tiger skin recliner, and the three Ouyang people found their own seats to sit down. The annual meeting at Little Mountain Summit then officially begins. Boys, what have you gotten lately? Tell us, Huyan asked with a big grin. Ouyang thought about it and opened his mouth. Recently, there are a bit too many IOUs, so you can go and level the accounts when you have time. Huyan looked at Ouyang with a head full of black lines and said, Damn, your kid can't save a little labor every time you come back. You have to go from mountain to mountain to take back the IOUs you played. Ouyang slapped the table and scolded. You still have the nerve to say, you can't come back a few times a year, and the IOUs you wrote stacked up are more than mine. Chen Changsheng saw that his eldest senior brother was going to curse with his master again. He hurriedly stood up and took out the account book from his pocket and opened his mouth to say, Master, you've been away for 273 days, counting from the first day. On the first day, the morning of the first day, we ate the steamed mandarin fish. The lunchtime we ate the red roasted meat, and the evening we ate the 4 dishes and 1 soup, with 3 meats and 1 veggie. The second day, when Chen Changsheng recited the 57th day, Huyan, who was listening to it and was about to fall asleep, interrupted Chen Changsheng, who was still reciting a running account. That's enough. Changsheng, have a drink of water. Huyan's eyes were a bit straight as he looked at Chen Changsheng, who was holding a thick ledger and reading aloud. How come he didn't realize when he took on an apprentice that he was best suited to be a cook and bookkeeper? Taking notes on everything like an old mother, and sitting on the recliner, Ouyang had already fallen asleep on his back. These days Ouyang was really tired. From the sword-casting city to the secret realm of immortals, and then to Ouyezi small world, and then traveled to the ancient times, and finally in the dog's stomach in Ouyezi long conversation. Seemingly jumping around actually consumed Ouyang's great effort. Listening to Chen Changsheng's sutra-like running account and looking at Huyan on top of the main seat, Ouyang, who felt at peace, directly tilted his head back and fell asleep. When Huyan heard Ouyang's purring, a hint of a pleased smile appeared on his face, which was originally full of black lines, and he said meaningfully to Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu, Your eldest senior brother has taken very good care of you these days. Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu looked at Ouyang, who was still huffing and puffing, and glanced at each other, looking at each other speechless but knowing exactly what the other was thinking. Although eldest senior brother always gave off the impression that he was unreliable on a regular basis, and even liked to do some unintelligible maneuvers, several people actually knew clearly in their hearts how reliable their own eldest senior brother was. Even Chen Changsheng, who had been reborn, and Bai Feiyu, who was the reincarnation of the sword immortal, had a sense of trust from the bottom of their hearts for Ouyang. The only sound left in the living room was Ouyang snoring, and Huyan's 3 men sat quietly in the living room, patiently waiting for Ouyang to wake up from his sleep. Occasionally, Hu Yun would ask Bai Feiyu and Chen Changxing some cultivation questions, but suffering from his own understanding of the Tao outside of the heavenly diffusion technique was not very understandable, so most of the time it was also the two of them talking, and Hu Yun pretending to understand. That is, until Hu Tutu's cheerful laughter came from the distance, and a little girl in a colorful dress ran in through the door and flew into Hu Yun's arms with a flying swoop. Hu Tutu hugged Hu Yun, a small face dirty like a small flower cap that had been drilled with soot. Hu Tutu sweetly purred at Hu Yun. Daddy! Hu Tutu's cry of father immediately startled Chen Changxing and Bai Feiyu. Sigma? 0.0. His own master really captured a fox to help him cultivate? And he even gave birth to a daughter? The huffing and puffing Ouyang suddenly coughed. Cough, cough, cough. A record stone appeared in his fingers by chance. The old man's deadly handle. He would not let go. Hu Yun, on the other hand, somewhat dotingly lifted up his sleeve and wiped Hu Tutu's face while softly saying, "What is Tutu going to do? Did you have a good time at Little Mountain Peak?" Hu Tutu said happily while closing her eyes and enjoying Hu Yun wiping her face. Tutu and Junior Brother went to the Forbidden Land to accompany the spirit beasts to play. Giggle giggle. Those spirit beasts are so silly. They don't move. They are chased by Junior Brother. Hu Yun moved, raised his hand and a golden light destroyed the recording stone in Ouyang's hand, looked at Ouyang with a calm face and said, "Is it called Xiaofeng? Let him come in." Chapter 163. Xiaofeng outside the door was also unusually apprehensive. The true peak master of the small mountain peak had returned. As for himself, he was still just a registered disciple. He hadn't even lit a long bright light, and could only be considered a supernumerary of the Green Cloud sect. What if after Hu Yun met himself, he realized that he had no roots at all and could not cultivate like a normal cultivator, and would not allow himself to be initiated? Although his current self had no problem in hardening himself with his physical body against Yuaning stage spirit beasts, in the end, he was still different from the mainstream cultivators. The future great emperor of the human race was at this moment as terrified as a small-town question-maker who had just passed a written exam and was about to be interviewed. When he heard Hu Yun calmly call out his name, Xiaofeng once again warmed up his long-prepared ventriloquism and walked into the hall with a stiff upper lip. After agonizing over the question of whether to step into the door with his left foot first or his right foot first, Xiaofeng made a move that made everyone in the hall stare. Xiaofeng walked to the threshold and jumped in with both feet. Directly jumping in, the corners of Hu Yun and Ouyang's mouths twitched at the same time, and the two of them glanced at each other. This kid wouldn't have any brain problems, right? Xiaofeng popped in without lifting his head, lowered his head and walked in front of Hu Yun, kneeled down on both knees and kowtowed to Hu Yun and opened his mouth. Disciple Xiaofeng pays his respects to master. Hu Yun looked at Xiaofeng, who was honestly kneeling on the ground, and secretly nodded his head when he saw the vermilion bird void that was faintly visible at Xiaofeng's neck. This body of one's own learning. The entire small mountain peak on the rebellious sun did not have an interest. Only his own this dancing wonderful method was Chen Changxing idly learnt. "You're Xiaofeng? Raise your head." Hu Yun spoke gently. Xiaofeng raised his head and looked at Hu Yun in the hall. Suddenly a sudden change occurred. The eye of heavenly punishment between Xiaofeng's eyebrows that had been forcibly removed by Ouyang snapped open, and a trace of purple sky world destroying lightning instantly flashed out from the eye of heavenly punishment and directly attacked Hu Yun. In an instant, Hu Yun was blown into countless pieces and disappeared in front of the crowd. Everyone in the hall did not expect this scene. Ouyang reacted quickly. His body's true chi exploded. His true chi transformed into a large hand. The giant hand a brain crash popped between Xiaofeng's eyebrows. That eye of heavenly punishment was directly flicked back in by Ouyang, and Xiaofeng's entire body trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It's over. He hadn't even seen what his master looked like yet, and he had blown him up himself. What's going on? Why did that eye of heavenly punishment between Junior Brother's eyebrows activate on its own? Ouyang looked at Hu Yun, who was in pieces on the ground, and didn't worry at all. Instead he opened his mouth and asked. Chen Changxing shook his head. He was only responsible for painting the future human emperor with the 5 divine beasts. This eye of heavenly punishment was still pressed onto it by eldest brother himself. While Bai Feiyu opened his mouth with interest. It is when someone acts against the heavens that the heavenly Tao will send down the heavenly punishment. Although this eye of heavenly punishment is weak and out of shape, but in the end it is still a product of the heavenly Tao. Did our master make any act against the heavens that attracted the heavenly punishment? The three of them were in front of Hu Yun, who was blown to pieces, talking about the reason as if no one else was there. Hu Tutu had been stunned. The silly child was just now snuggling in the arms of his master to be pampered, and in the twinkling of an eye, his master was blown to pieces. The shock mixed with the fear even made Hu Tutu not even able to cry. Xiaofeng, who was kneeling on the ground, was even more so because of this scene. His entire body stayed in place, although he did not know why the eye of heavenly punishment between his eyebrows that he had almost forgotten about suddenly attacked his master. But Xiao Feng's first reaction was that he was finished. His master had been blown to pieces by himself, and this worshipping of the master would not be possible. What a tantrum! Huyun's voice resounded in the hall as the pieces that had been blown into pieces flew together, and Huyun reappeared on the large tiger skin chair, placating the already stunned Hu Tutu with a disinterested face. A big surprise for the first time I met my master. What should I do next? Xiao Feng, who was kneeling on the ground, had not yet reacted to the fact that Huyun had once again appeared in the same place, and immediately bent down and opened his mouth in fear and trepidation. Disciple 10,000 deaths. Please punish master. Huyun didn't even look at Xiao Feng as he spoke. You haven't joined my mountain gate yet. You can't be called my disciple, so striking out at me isn't a hindrance. Ouyang looked towards Huyun. Today's Huyun was unexpectedly a bit abnormal, treating Xiao Feng in a very cold manner, while Bai Feiyu and Shen Changqing on the side similarly discovered this. When a few people were admitted to the mountain gate by Huyun, they were snotty and crying, wanting to take a few people as disciples. And although Xiao Feng could not cultivate like a normal cultivator, he had a supreme high body forging qualification. If a disciple like Xiao Feng was released, even the 9 Holy Lands could be left to his choice. Such a good seedling was right in front of Huyun, but today Huyun's reaction was just too cold. And hearing Huyun's words, the cold sweat on Xiao Feng's face instantly came down. He was burdened with so much shame and blood hatred, and it was not easy for him to suffer from the clouds to see the moon, but now he got himself into this situation. Is there really no hope for revenge in this life? The sky is the limit for you? Huyun stood up and looked at Xiao Feng below, putting away his usual jumpy expression and said with a serious face, Little Mountain Peak treats you well, right? When you and I met for the first time, you attempted to kill your teacher, deceiving your teacher and destroying your ancestor, wanting to enter my mountain gate. This kind of words you can still say? The voice was serious and earnest, not the least bit like a lie. Xiao Feng's brain was already in a state of downtime and he could only keep admitting his mistakes. Seeing this scene, Ouyang stood in front of Xiao Feng and said with dissatisfaction on his face, Old man, it's okay just wave the carrot and stick, don't go too far. The serious-faced Huyun suddenly laughed out loud, and then his face slumped again to the several people at the small mountain peak and coldly shouted, Kneel down, you guys. The entire hall instantly froze in atmosphere, and Huyun, who stood underneath the words heaven and earth, seemed to be truly moved with genuine anger, his entire person emanating a suffocating pressure. Ouyang looked surprised, but still honestly knelt in front of Xiao Feng. Shen Changqing and Bai Feiyu similarly stood up and walked behind Ouyang and knelt down. Even Hu Tutu, who was originally in Huyun's arms, was pushed out by a soft force and knelt beside Xiao Feng. I have often spoiled you to do things over the years, so I'm sure you've also developed the attitude that you think what you want and take it all for granted. Huyun looked at the disciples in front of him and spoke icily. Ouyang. Several people quickly opened their mouths and said that the disciples did not dare. However, Huyun continued to be reasonable and spoke. You guys seem to think that Xiao Feng's entry into my little mountain peak is the nail in the coffin, and all that is needed is for me to nod my head? Ouyang's few people lowered their heads as they listened to Huyun's reprimand. Huyun paused. His eyes once again fell on Xiao Feng's body and spoke word by word. It is impossible for you to enter my mountain gate. In the future, if you cause trouble and don't tell Xiao Feng about it, you are not allowed to say that you are my disciple from now on, and I will no longer see you. Chapter 164. After Huyun said these words, he directly disappeared in front of the crowd, leaving only a few people looking at each other in dismay, as well as Xiao Feng, who had a desperate look on his face. At this moment, Xiao Feng felt that he had been knocked into the abyss by Huyun's words. He himself had thought about what he would do if he was rejected by Huyun to be included in the Wall sect, but when he was actually faced with this day, Xiao Feng still felt that he could not accept it. From childhood and the family suffered bullying, as the family heir parents for the family both died in battle, and after the birth of the amazing supreme talent himself, and because the root bone was coveted, and tragically framed, resulting in the digging of his own root bone. When he became an invalid, he was also falsely accused by his childhood sweetheart's fiancé of withdrawing from the marriage, causing him to be expelled from the family. During the 3 years in the outer gate of the Green Cloud sect, he had endured countless blank stares and groped for the method of forging the body, and was finally spotted by elder brother Ouyang in the outer gate competition. Even a few senior brothers defied the heavenly order by forging the body method for themselves despite the danger. One really likes the little peaks and the clean and uncluttered yard. I like to see the white brother standing in the tree. I like to see the second brother fixing the house. I like the third brother's cooking. I like the unobtrusive but extraordinarily reliable eldest brother. And I like, even more. So when he was rejected by Huyun himself, without even leaving any mercy, Xiao Feng felt that his life had once again grayed out. Is there really no place in this world for me? Xiao Feng? Suddenly the corner of Xiao Feng's coat was pulled. Xiao Feng looked down. Hu Tutu was stretching out her small hand and pulling the corner of Xiao Feng's coat. Her small face was full of worry and she said, "Junior brother, it won't be in the way. Later I'll go and find father. I'll beg him." Chen Shansheng and Bai Feiyu on the other hand looked at Ouyang. Xiao Feng was still brought into the mountain gate by Ouyang's own hands, so a few people had already defaulted to Xiao Feng being their youngest brother. But now that the master disagreed and his rare tone was so serious, it was up to the eldest brother to do something about it. Standing there, Ouyang similarly did not say anything. The quick-minded Ouyang from the first sight of Hu Yun felt that Hu Yun this time back to Ouyang's feeling is very rushed, as if everything is rushing to do in time. Ouyang turned around and looked at Xiao Feng, who was gritting his teeth with a determined face. Ouyang suddenly opened his mouth and laughed and said, "Don't look like you're gritting your teeth. It's not that big of a deal. I'll go ask what's going on." Chen Shansheng instantly understood and turned his head to Xiao Feng and Hu Tutu. "Don't worry, everything is under eldest brother's control. Let's go. I've made dumplings for you. Let's eat dumplings today." Xiao Feng's throat moved, although he very much liked the place of the small mountain peak. But he who was not willing to beg in his life still couldn't say the words of pleading. He just stretched his neck and rasped, "Eldest brother, don't do it because it's difficult for me. The big deal is that, the sky is big, there is always a place for me." Xiao Feng. Ouyang smiled and waved his hand and said, "It's not that serious. The old man's character is just a bit strange. Later I'll go and ask." "Did Tutu finish the medicinal bath today?" Ouyang suddenly opened his mouth to Hu Tutu and asked. Hu Tutu shook his head. He had just come back and hadn't come to soak in the medicinal bath. Ouyang spoke to Chen Shangsheng. "Shangsheng, you take the two of them and go get Tutu's homework done. Xiao Bai, you also go back to your room to rest first." The tone was cordial but gave a tone that could not be refused, and the people could only leave the parlor living room under Ouyang's watchful gaze. The people walked out of the hall in turn, and the door to the room closed automatically. Bai Feiyu took a deep look at the door of the room and transmitted his voice to Chen Shangsheng, who was walking in front of him. "Third senior brother, master's state is very bad." The walking Chen Shangsheng's body paused, and as he walked, he transmitted his voice to Bai Feiyu. "This time, eldest senior brother has put away the jokes, and when eldest senior brother comes out, he'll tell us about it." After everyone had walked away, the whimpering of Hu Tutu's suppressed voice could still be heard faintly. Only then did Ouyang turn around and walk towards the bedroom on his right, and when he walked into the room he saw Hu Yun squinting at the chessboard. What made Ouyang feel prickly was that Hu Yun, who was still full of wiry hair just a moment ago, now had gray hair and even had wrinkles on his face. Ouyang looked at Hu Yun's head full of white hair. Suddenly his heart was in turmoil, quickly took a few steps forward, but then stopped, sorted out his thoughts, sat on his butt across from Hu Yun, looked at Hu Yun, squeezed out a smile and said, "Daughter is shouting father. Those of my masters and mistresses can be willing?" Hu Yun glared at Ouyang without a good mood and opened his mouth. "What masters and mistresses? We're just friends in the know." "Oh, a close friend? A close friend did this to you? You're not good at fighting either," Ouyang said with intent. Hu Yun stroked his hair and said somewhat smugly, "This is the most popular melancholy style out there lately. You know a hammer, Daisy." The two men fell silent, leaving only Hu Yun to look down at the chess game in front of him, and the only sound left in the room was the occasional zippy sound of the candle wicks as they burned down to the wax oil. After a long time, Hu Yun opened his mouth and said, "His path shouldn't be in a small mountain peak. Self-improvement, hardship, relying on himself step by step to find his own path. The greenhouse, although very good, will drown him." Hu Yun was explaining to Ouyang why he did not accept Xiao Feng. For Xiao Feng, abundant cultivation resources could indeed allow him to cultivate without worry in a short period of time, but it would also stop him from progressing. Xiao Feng, who was only able to forge his body, cultivating like an unusual cultivator, was simply useless. Only by constantly fighting and constantly traveling between life and death would his strength grow by leaps and bounds, and staying in the small mountain peak would only harm him. The flowers in the greenhouse bloom delicately, but there is no charm. The fragrance is not strong. Only the wind and sun, still tenacious flowers, can bloom only belong to its beauty. Not taking him in was to keep any thoughts of retreat from him, to let him know that all he could count on was himself. Ouyang sort of opened his mouth to reply. Hu Yun put down a chess piece and looked at Ouyang, who had his head lowered, and said softly, "Is there nothing you want to ask me? After all, from the time you entered the earth, it was all arranged by me in the end." Ouyang shook his head slightly and said, "You should have your own deeper meaning, and in the end it's nothing more than for our good." Hu Yun laughed out loud, laughed unusually comfortably. The wrinkles on his face became more and more obvious, wrinkled and unsightly to the extreme. Seemingly with memories, Hu Yun said with some sighs, "You know what, kid? Actually, Xing Song is Taiya's disciple. This is his heavenly destiny. More than 10 years ago, I had already calculated for Taya that his disciple would be Chingsong, and for that reason I even made a trip to Maple Leaf City. Do you know why I changed my mind and accepted him as my disciple? Ouyang raised his head to look at Hu Yun, who stared at Ouyang with a smirk and said, because of you. You weren't supposed to be there, but you appeared. I deduced it 173,600 times. The only thing I didn't count on was that you'd be there. Chapter 165, I want to have dumplings with you. Is it because you crossed over into this world yourself that you couldn't count on my presence? Ouyang's lowered head lifted up, right into Hu Yun's eyes that were like a deep pool of water. Suddenly his nose was sore and he lowered it again. Motherfucker! Hu Yun peeked at Ouyang's head in a good-natured manner, and then began to play the chess in front of him again. After a while, Hu Yun hesitantly spoke. You, or you guys, will you hate me? Hate you? Hate you for what? Ouyang asked, raising his head in confusion. Hu Yun spoke with some urgency. Look at this chessboard. I can place my pieces wherever I want. Ouyang understood. So Hu Yun meant that he was using Ouyang and the others as pawns to arrange their lives. Ouyang thought for a moment and said, then what is your purpose? Hu Yun scratched his head and said, you guys are my disciples, and as a master I don't have any great skills, so I want to make a good way out for you guys, but I'm afraid you won't like it. The shrewd Hu Yun in front of him looked very funny when he talked about this matter, like a child who did something wrong and was at his wit's end. This great powerhouse who had been evaluated by the system as the greatest celestial pride of an era, and whose entire attribute panel was filled with question marks, was careful in front of his disciple like a child who had done something wrong. Ouyang laughed, this time purely from the heart. Ouyang looked at Hu Yun in front of him and said, since it's from the bottom of his heart that he wants us to be good, why should he be afraid? Only then did Hu Yun say in a bad mood, don't look at me as your master. You group of rebellious sons don't have a single oil lamp. One by one. Your eyes are long on the top of your head. Can it be that you are willing to go on the road that has been arranged by others? Without you, what would have happened to Chingsong in the end? Ouyang suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Hu Yun thought for a moment, seemed to be scornful of something, and opened his mouth to say, with that character of his, he couldn't get a wife, and ended up alone in his old age. Hearing Hu Yun's words, Ouyang's eyes turned sharp and he whispered, Xiaoyu was the one you arranged to go to Earth? Hu Yun nodded and spoke. That ninny didn't have to go. But it was clearly all calculated. But there was a change of heart. And that old emperor you said was able to take over his body was the change of heart. Ouyang's heart was clear. Was it because Chang Shang had struck out at Zhu Yuan, causing the timeline to change? Ouyang, who had experienced a trip to the ancient past to modify the timeline, instantly understood what the change in Hu Yun's mouth represented. Cough cough cough. Hu Yun coughed and was somewhat unable to stop. Hu Yun took out a handkerchief to cover his mouth. Ouyang was able to see a touch of red on the white handkerchief. Don't do it again, old man. You'll die, Ouyang said as he sat there with his eyes deadpan on Hu Yun. Hu Yun, however, waved his hand, put away his handkerchief, and said leisurely, there is naturally a price to pay for such a thing as changing one's destiny, especially changing heaven's destiny, which I've already done and can't turn back. Ouyang pressed his hands on the chessboard and stared dead at Hu Yun and asked, what price? Hu Yun looked at Ouyang who was staring at him with an anxious face and said with a light laugh, the big deal is that it's a life for a life. But I'm not the one who suffers. I've swapped several. After saying that, Hu Yun even gave a victory gesture at Ouyang. Wow! Ouyang directly overturned the chessboard to the ground, grabbed Hu Yun by the collar, stared at Hu Yun with red eyes and said, I won't allow you to die. Since he crossed over, he had been living a life of fear. Even after awakening the system and having the son of the dimension, Long Chingsong, by his side, the loneliness of not integrating into the world, even sleeping made Ouyang feel terrified. It was not until the Hu Yun in front of them came to their side, like a wall to hold up the storm for Ouyang, that Ouyang could be considered to really have a sense of belonging in this world. Now the Hu Yun in front of him even said that he was going to die. How could one allow such a thing to happen when one identifies with so few things in this world in the first place? At this time, Ouyang could not care less about what to honor the teacher. Anyway, carry this old guy's collar a lot of times. It is not bad this time. Hu Yun, who was picked up, looked at Ouyang in front of him and said softly, having a surname without a name. What does that represent, do you know? From the very beginning when I took you in as a disciple, I predestined this outcome. Ouyang's head was big into a bucket. He only had a last name, not a name this matter, although many people knew, but everyone thought that he was just a special case and did not like to give himself a name. In fact, only Ouyang and the Hu Yun in front of him knew that it was not that he did not want to take a name, but that he could not take a name at all. Whenever a name is taken, anyone who hears it will forget the name that was taken. Not even Hu Yun. So Ouyang has been like this with a surname and no name until now. Hu Yun also thought of many ways. but after the name came out of his mouth, he still could never think of it again. So, Ouyang grew up with only a surname and never had a first name. Heavenly outcast. There was no such person as Ouyang in this world in the first place. The reason for not being able to take a name is that this world fundamentally does not recognize Ouyang as a person from this world. Cough cough cough. Hu Yun, who was being carried by the collar, started coughing again, and Ouyang carefully let go of Hu Yun. Hu Yun leaned on top of the soft cushion and looked at Ouyang in front of him with relief and said, "Kid, go bring the chessboard over." The disoriented Ouyang, like a puppet on strings, went to put the chessboard he had overturned back in front of the two men, picking up the black and white pieces one by one. Hu Yun stared blankly at the empty chessboard in front of him and said, "It's embarrassing to say, Qing Son, Xiao Bai, 2-2. All of them are disciples that I forced myself to take by force with my dead skin. I'm not that blessed to take so many good disciples." Ouyang's hand paused as he continued to listen to Hu Yun speak. "I counted that I should only have one disciple, and that would be eternal life. And eternal life is the one who can change this world. But no matter how I counted, I couldn't figure out what exactly eternal life would do to change this world." Ouyang lowered his head. He seemed to understand why Hu Yun said that eternal life was the one who changed the world. Because eternal life was a reborn person. Someone who came back from the future. When Ouyang raised his head to tell Hu Yun why, he was stopped by Hu Yun with a smile. "I think you should know why. But don't say anything, because if you do, it will be known." Hu Yun pointed his finger upwards. Ouyang swallowed and whispered, "Is there really no way?" Hu Yun's eyes fell back on the chessboard somewhat despondently. "I've counted 173, 600 times without any results, so I won't count this time. It's up to you guys, especially since you're still the eldest brother." But, Hu Yun's voice suddenly rose, and his face became abnormally red. "Kid, you've done a good job. You're a qualified big brother, but don't forget, I'm your master. It's not your turn to fight some things. I'll just go." But then Hu Yun's voice lowered again, and he said in a somewhat bereft manner, "But your master has nothing to do, and the only thing he can do is to guard this empty chessboard, and not allow those cats and dogs to drop their pieces on it. What the fuck are you pretending to be a big hero for?" Ouyang revealed a smile that was worse than tears and cursed at Hu Yun. "A hero? It's only for fools." Hu Yun but closed his eyes and murmured in a low voice, "It's time for New Year's Eve. I just want to have dumplings with you guys." Chapter 166, The Teacher Who Solves Problems. Ouyang looked at Hu Yun, who looked more and more haggard on the soft couch, and did not know what he could do at this time. Originally, he thought that Hu Yun had only begun to lay out his plans when he and Lao Er entered the earth, in order to change Lao Er's fate. I didn't realize that this old man of his family had started to lay out everything from the day he accepted himself as a disciple. This kind of tactic, which he himself had seen in the immortal secret realm. The immortals who had died for an unknown number of years in the ancient past were still able to put their hands on it until now. What his own master did instead made Ouyang feel reasonable, but to watch Hu Yun die like this by himself, he couldn't do it. But what can be done? Ouyang clenched his fists. The true chi in his body rolled over. He couldn't build the foundation and stay in the chi practicing stage for the rest of his life. Low-end spells came with a slap on the wrist, and stormy chi could even suppress the transitional succession stage. But now, he could do nothing in the face of the certain death of Hu Yun. One can only watch Hu Yun go to his death. Not willingly. It's really not a good idea. Isn't there anything that can be done? Kid, if I don't die, that means you will continue to will go towards the path I set you on, and my death will be one of the unbindings for you. Don't think about it. Hu Yun's voice came out ghostly. Ouyang rubbed his face fiercely and exited Hu Yun's room. Hu Yun, whose death wish had been clear, had already counted his death in his own layout and had not thought about the future at all. This was all he could do for his disciple as a master, and Ouyang simply couldn't stop it. Ouyang gently closed the door of the hall, and seeing Chen Changsheng standing in the yard, he put up his usual smile on his face and said, "What are you doing standing in the yard on a cold day?" "Eldest senior brother. The matter of senior brother Xiao." Chen Changsheng opened his mouth and asked. At this time, Xiao Feng is not here. The nature of the same stubborn, he has gone to the Forbidden Land to vent the pent-up frustration in his heart. White Fei Yu and Hu Tutu followed him on the sidelines for fear of any accidents. "Ah, Changsheng, let's not bring this matter up again. After the new year, let Master Xiao come down from the mountain," Ouyang said as he looked at Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng nodded. Chen Changsheng did not have any opinion on Xiao Feng going down the mountain. In his memories of his previous life, Xiao Feng was able to become a human emperor by experiencing countless battles and hovering between life and death. It was true that being at the small mountain peak would delay Xiao Feng's growth, but what Chen Changsheng had not expected was that the master was unwilling to even accept him as a disciple. And after the eldest senior brother had spoken to the master, he had been persuaded by the master in a rare instance. That meant that there must be a great deal of hidden information that he did not know about. But since neither master nor eldest brother were willing to say more, Chen Shangsheng did not ask more questions. It should be a hot and bustling day for the new year, but the atmosphere on the small mountain peak seemed very depressing. When Hu Tu, who wanted to be pampered the next day, ran out of Hu Yun's room in tears, it also made Xiao Feng's eyes even more bleak, although he did not hold much hope. When he saw Hu Tu, who was purling and cursing his master as a big bad guy, Xiao Feng still felt a heartache for no reason. Junior brother, I'll go and pester him. Master a big bad guy, the worst, I'll pester him every day. I have to make him accept you as his disciple. Hu Tu puffed up and said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng shook his head with a bitter smile and said softly, Junior sister, I've packed up my things. I'll be going down the mountain today. Little Mountain Peak is a good place. It's just that I'm not blessed enough to stay here. No, I don't want you to go. You are not allowed to go. If you leave, Tu will ignore you for the rest of her life. Hu Tu said loudly as she pulled on Xiao Feng's coat corner. Xiao Feng tried to persuade him no matter what. In the end, Hu Tu bit hard on the back of Xiao Feng's hand and stomped her feet and ran back to her room. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at the small teeth marks on the back of his hands and prepared to go and say goodbye to his senior brothers one by one. Fourth senior brother, I'm leaving. Xiao Feng spoke to Bai Feiyu in the tree. Go on, take care all the way. Bai Feiyu, who had his eyes closed, spoke indifferently. For what Hu Yun had done, Bai Feiyu did not open his mouth the entire time, because he knew that this master must have his own arrangements. Xiao Feng came to the kitchen and saw Chen Shangsheng, who was busy, and said with a forced smile, Elder brother, I should go. Chen Shangsheng turned his head, holding a bowl of dumplings in his hands and said, Come on, senior brother Xiao, these are dumplings, or senior brother taught me how to make them. Only a family can eat them. Eat them. Xiao Feng's nose turned sour when he heard Chen Shangsheng's words, and he let out a hum as he sat down at the kitchen stove and took a big bite of the dumplings in his bowl. Chen Shangsheng looked at Xiao Feng in front of him and did not say anything. This future great emperor of the human race is now just a child, but the future for the human race to save the mansion of the tumbling, swallowing the mountains and rivers to stand in front of all the human races. Even if he couldn't be a master and brother, it was worth making a bowl of dumplings for him by himself. Before you leave, go give a word to eldest senior brother. Chen Shangsheng spoke softly. Xiao Feng nodded, put down his chopsticks and walked to Ouyang's door, and before he could knock, Ouyang opened the door and pulled Xiao Feng inside. Inside this storage bag are spirit stones. Inside this storage bag are stumbling medicines. Inside this are clothes. I don't know what aesthetic you like to wear yellow crooked clothes. Ugly. Ouyang rambled and spoke to Xiao Feng. Eldest senior brother. Xiao Feng revealed a smile that was worse than crying and called out to Ouyang. Ouyang, however, rubbed Xiao Feng's head and scolded with a smile. This expression of a manly man is still really ugly. I'm investing in advance. Don't forget me when you're rich in the future. Grace. I will. Xiao Feng said in a jarring voice as he caught what Ouyang had shoved over hard. After Xiao Feng walked out of Ouyang's room, he came to the front of the hall belonging to Hu Yun and heavily kowtowed 3 times. Although he did not enter the small mountain peak and become an inner disciple, in his heart these senior brothers' masters were his own masters. Men's knees have gold. Heaven and earth pro teacher. This Hu Yun can afford to kneel on his own. After heavily kowtowing 3 times, Xiao Feng picked up his traveling bag and left the small mountain peak without looking back. Amidst the heavy snowfall, Xiao Feng's lonely back slowly walked on the mountain path of the small mountain peak, and in Hu Yun's room, in front of Hu Yun peacefully placed a row of small wooden plaques. When Xiao Feng kowtowed 3 times, Hu Yun sighed deeply. Hu Yun laughed bitterly and said, How can anyone who is not a master and disciple still receive 3 rings of your head? Idiot. With that, Hu Yun waved his hand, and a name faintly surfaced on the wooden plaque in front of him. This was the last thing Hu Yun made for his disciples. Each small wooden sign had a person's name on it. Small, dark brown wooden tags were strung on a red cord, with a copper coin tied to the other end of the cord, each with a name. Ouyang, Long Qingsong, Chen Shangsheng, Bai Feiyu, Hu Tu, and on the last wooden sign, the word Xiao Feng was written vaguely. Though there is not a day to teach you, the one who is the teacher should be the one to solve your problems. Chapter 167, Xiao Feng goes down the mountain. Xiao Feng walked in a hurry, winding down the path of the small mountain peak and walking straight towards the outside of the Qingyan sect. The arrogance and stubbornness in his nature kept him from going out of his way to plead with others in a deadbeat manner, and things like handouts were more of an insult to himself. Xiao Feng's heart was coiled with depressed gas. He could not help but whistled loudly, vaguely with the sound of a dragon's roar. His body's qi and blood surged, and within his body golden power flowed between his muscles. Anger caused the 5 square divine beasts behind him to begin to emerge, and the green dragon was more like it had come to life as it swam from Xiao Feng's back to his shoulders. A high-pitched dragon's roar sounded as Xiao Feng raised his head to the sky and whistled. startling the wind and snow to turn back. A wind and snow tornado directly enveloped Xiao Feng's body. When the tornado dispersed, a monster with a dragon's head and body stood at Xiao Feng's original position. This was precisely the result of Xiao Feng's exercise these days. He had been able to initially merge with the green dragon himself, and with the help of the power of the green dragon's bloodline, he had incarnated into a dragon head and body. A dragon tail appeared behind him. Xiao Feng twisted violently, and the dragon tail behind him slapped directly on top of the rock next to him, and the rock instantly cracked, leaving a deep trace. In this form, one's strength and speed were more than 10 times higher than before, and one was even able to spit out dragon breath from his mouth. Those with high talent rely on strength, and those with low talent like yourself can only rely on mutation. Xiao Feng clenched his fists and felt the abundant power in his body. His eyes that had turned into dragon eyes flashed with a hint of determination. In this life I, Xiao Feng, will go to the highest point of this world and impress everyone. Xiao Feng, who was venting his depressed anger on the mountain path, kept striking on top of the rocks in front of him, and the entire mountain wall shook slightly under Xiao Feng's swings. The overflowing dragon power stirred up the flying snow in the sky, and the hidden green dragon shadow between his fists and palms made the sound of a dragon roar as soon as he swung out. Xiao Feng, who had reverted back to his human form after venting, lay down in the middle of the snow and looked up at the flurry of snowflakes in the sky. Maybe this is his own life. He just seems to be a heavenly orphan from birth, and has always been alone. It was hard to find a place where I could catch my breath and calm myself down, but I still ended up being the only one left. Did one come into this world to feel the malice of this world? Xiao Feng raised his bloody hand in front of his eyes and let the snowflakes fall on his body. Suddenly a strange floral scent lingered in his own nose. Xiao Feng raised his eyes and a white handkerchief appeared in his sleeve. Taking the handkerchief out of his sleeve, a small fox head was embroidered crookedly in one corner of the white handkerchief. This is the little sister carries with her. A very rare side of the handkerchief. Weekdays, even if it is sweaty, are not willing to use this handkerchief to wipe a wipe. Little sister had said that this handkerchief was very important to her. The only gift she had ever received from her most important person. Junior sister had actually given herself this handkerchief. Xiao Feng sat up straight and stared at the handkerchief in his hand for a long time. His originally bloody hands were already intact under the amazing recovery power. Carefully pulling out a small box from his own bosom, he gently opened it, and a small flower that had already withered was lying peacefully in the box. This was the small flower that she had given to herself when she and her little sister first met, and it was also the first time that she had ever received a gift in a very formal manner. Suddenly a drop of water smashed on the back of his hand. Xiao Feng smiled and blinked his eyes, carefully folding the handkerchief as if it was a precious treasure before placing it underneath the wilted little flower. Finally, it was once again solemnly placed at the closest distance to his heart, and although he had not been accepted as a disciple by the small mountain peak, all of the senior brothers and sisters on the small mountain peak really treated him as if he were a family member. Xiao Feng turned back to look at the small mountain peak in the snow and said softly, "Senior brothers, junior sisters, I'm not doing this to prove how great I am. When we meet again, I'll prove that I'll get all of these lost, I'll get them back." Xiao Feng, who stood up again, transformed back into the indomitable and self-reliant teenager, his eyes firmly looking at the road down the mountain. "It's over here, but it's also a new beginning. You are? Senior brother Xiao?" A slightly familiar voice came from the sky. Xiao Feng looked up and that Ma Xingye who had defeated him was standing on top of his flying sword looking at him with complicated eyes. Xiao Feng frankly arched his hand at Ma Xingye and said, "Senior brother Ma, long time no see." Ma Xingye jumped down from the top of the flying sword and landed in front of Xiao Feng. Looking at the Xiao Feng in front of him, who seemed to be even stronger than he was a few months ago, his throat moved and said, "I was patrolling the mountain and came here and heard the sound of a landslide. Was it caused by senior brother Xiao practicing his kung fu?" Xiao Feng nodded his head and opened his mouth to reply. Mr. Xiao was bored inside, so he vented a bit. If he has violated the rules of the door, Mr. Xiao is willing to be punished. Looking at the bright and open-faced Xiao Feng in front of him, Ma Xingye was even more ashamed of the despicable means he used to win Xiao Feng in order to enter the inner sect. "I wonder where senior brother Xiao is going?" Ma Xingye asked, digressing from the topic. Hearing Ma Xingye's inquiry, Xiao Feng's eyes dimmed for a moment, but then he said with a high fighting spirit, "Although the Qingyun sect is large, it is not where Xiao Feng resides. The world is so big that I, Xiao Feng, would like to go and break into it." Ma Xingye looked at the Xiao Feng in front of him in shock. This Qingyun sect was a place that how many people dreamed of wanting to come in, but the Xiao Feng in front of him opened his mouth and said that he wanted to leave. This was the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 holy lands, a place that countless celestial prides have dreamed of. Ma Xingye just wanted to open his mouth to persuade Xiao Feng to change his mind, but suddenly thought of himself. Once being a heavenly pride, he was now reduced to being a watchman disciple of the Qingyun sect. I've asked myself more than once if I should leave and denied myself more than once, but I've never been able to do it. The expectations of his parents and the expectations of the clan pressed down on him. When could he himself be as dashing as the Xiaofeng in front of him? Xiaofeng looked at the stunned Ma Xingye and knew in his heart that it would be impolite to pretend any longer. So he arched his hand towards Ma Xingye and missed his body to prepare to leave. That, senior brother Xiao, why don't we join together? Ma Xingye's voice sounded behind Xiaofeng. Even Ma Xingye was stunned, not knowing why he had blurted out that sentence. He himself actually wanted to leave with Xiaofeng. Get out of this place where countless people are squeezing their heads to get in. Xiaofeng was surprised and turned his head to look at Ma Xingye, who was at a loss for words. Then he shook his head and said, "It's best for senior brother Ma to stay in the Green Cloud sect." Xiaofeng is used to being alone. Hearing Xiaofeng's refusal, Ma Xingye seemed to feel as if he was being looked down upon as he gritted his teeth and said, "What? Is it because you think that I'm not worthy of being in the company of senior brother Xiao?" No, it's just that I want to ask why. Hasn't it always been senior brother's wish to join the Green Cloud sect? Xiaofeng asked in a rush. Ma Xingye Suwa sect's directly broken pot, viciously said, "Yes. I used to dream of wanting to come in, but came in I realized that this siege makes me feel suffocated. Today I put my words, as long as you are willing, now I will go with you." Xiaofeng looked at Ma Xingye, who seemed to have used up all his courage to say these words, and suddenly smiled and nodded heavily and said, "Yes." Chapter 168 by Fei Yu and Hu Yun. The small mountain peak after Xiaofeng left was much quieter, and even the spirit beasts within the Forbidden Land were relieved. For suddenly there is an extra brat who gets stronger and stronger the more he fights. And this brat is amazingly resilient. And when he gets beaten up, he stands up and is all healed. What the hell? As spirit beasts they are only known for their recovery power. Suddenly a monster whose recovery power is stronger than that of spirit beasts appears. Is he a spirit beast or are we a spirit beast? This kid is still indomitable. Every day to make a mess in the Forbidden Land. It is best to get out quickly. Even as a spirit beast also want to live a little quiet days off. And the days of the people on the small mountain peak went back to the old days. Chen Chongsheng still circled around the kitchen, and Bai Feiyu still stood on the tree every day. Ouyang rubbed his hands together and held his cup of tea as he watched Hu Tutu ride a paper crane around the mountains. The age is still small. Hu Tutu still do not understand what is called parting, only know that Xiao Shidi left home because his father was angry. It's not like Master Xiao intentionally released the thunderbolt to blow Daddy to pieces. And didn't Daddy put himself together? Humph, that's so petty. However, he had given his good luck handkerchief to Master Xiao, and during the time that Master Xiao had been away from home, when he saw the handkerchief, he would think of Tutu, and he would not forget Tutu. Whenever he thought of this incident, Hu Tutu was proud of his clever little brain. As for Long Qingsong, who was still unconscious, Hu Yun also followed Ouyang to take a trip inside the dog's stomach, and Hu Yun sked while checking on the condition of this second disciple of his. "Didn't you do all the math? What are you surprised about?" Ouyang looked at Hu Yun, who looked like he had never seen the world, and spoke. Hu Yun replied without a trace of anger. "What do you brats know? Cause and effect. Cause and effect. Even I can only calculate the approximate fruit. Any slight alteration will affect the fruit." After saying this, Hu Yun threw Lang Qingsong towards the ground and casually said, "The whole thing is good. This kid is really blessed. Getting the inheritance of the ancient sword immortal and the warmth of so much sword intent from the questioning sword pool. When he wakes up again, I'm afraid that he might not be able to directly cross a few realms." For Long Qingsong, who had already become an established fact, Hu Yun did not worry too much and instead sked at the small world in front of him. This kind of small world opened up by immortal means. This is the first time I've seen it. Your kid's cultivation isn't good, but I didn't expect to have such a good life. Hu Yun looked at Ouyang in front of him with some surprise, as if it was the first time he had seen this disciple of his. Ouyang spoke without a good mood. "Envious? Trade your life for one. Are you going to change one too?" Hu Yun skimmed his lips and said, "I'm dying. Change my ass." Hearing Hu Yun's words, Ouyang's face became more than a touch heavy. Seeing the disinterested Ouyang, Hu Yun put his arm around Ouyang's shoulder and said with a smile, "Good disciple, I beg you for something." Without the slightest bit of interest, Ouyang slapped Hu Yun's shoulder away and said with slight dislike, "Say something. Fart something. Those ordinary friends of mine, you go around more." Hu Yun spoke with some embarrassment. "Why do you want me to go walking around with all your crap?" Ouyang spoke with dissatisfaction. Hell knows how many confidants this old undead in front of him has. Letting yourself go for a walk? Might as well be as good as letting yourself go to your death. Hu Yun spoke with some embarrassment. "Look at me, such a single father with a son, running around all day long, in order to think for my son, sacrificing myself to give my own son a dull marriage. Can't be all yellow, right?" Ouyang's heart sank at once, and he said grimly, "You, a single father? Who is your son?" Hu Yun pointed at Ouyang with a deserving face and said, I'm your master. It's not too much to ask for a father, right? You're fucking using labor to make a bitter persona for yourself. Ouyang was furious and reached out to pinch Hu Yun's neck. Hu Yun, however, let Ouyang pinch his neck and said with a smile, kid, you still don't believe in my vision? I'll tell you, the ones I got for you, they're all this. Hu Yun cocked his own thumb at Ouyang, and Ouyang, who was originally choking Hu Yun's neck, dog-eyed. Although this master of his was hanging around all day, he had to say that this old man's aesthetic was almost the same as his own. Those who could make even Hu Yun give a thumbs up would definitely not be in a bad position. Ouyang let go of Hu Yun's neck, coughed, and said with a serious face, don't worry, you go to your death in peace. I'll take good care of those masters and mistresses for you. Although he would really die. But why did he suddenly get a little angry when this came out of Ouyang's mouth? Hu Yun rubbed his head and followed Ouyang out inside the dog's stomach. It was New Year's Eve, and everyone in the whole little mountain peak was sitting together, busy making dumplings. After Chen Changxing carefully placed the dumplings that had been wrapped by the crowd into the pot, the annual New Year's greetings began. Starting with the youngest, Hu Tu. He went to Hu Yun's room to kowtow to Hu Yun, and Hu Yun would all smile and pull out the gifts for them for the new year from his arms. This year is the first New Year's Eve that Hu Tu has spent, and under Ouyang's guidance ignorantly kowtowed to the smiling Hu Yun, who smiled and pulled out a rattle from his arms. Hu Tu's eyes lit up, but then thinking that she was still angry with her father, she grunted and twisted her little head to take the rattle in Hu Yun's hand, then was led by Ouyang to leave Hu Yun's room. The second one to walk into the room was Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu just bowed slightly to pay his respects to Hu Yun. Hu Yun took out a small booklet, called Bai Feiyu to his front and whispered, actually, I was thinking whether to give this to you or to Ching Song, thinking that Cheng Song has already gotten enough, so this will be given to you. Bai Feiyu took the pamphlet handed over by Hu Yun in an uncertain manner, and after seeing the first glimpse of the pamphlet, Bai Feiyu's entire body froze in place. It was a plain, wire-bound booklet, but the only difference was that the paper was yellowed. This pamphlet, Bai Feiyu was too familiar to be familiar with, or rather Li Tai Bai in his previous life was too familiar to be familiar with. Even Bai Feiyu thought that he would never see this pamphlet again in his life. The green bird that was originally in the tree also landed on Bai Feiyu's shoulder, as if the pamphlet in front of him gave it a very familiar feeling. Bai Feiyu's hand holding the pamphlet was trembling slightly, while Hu Yun said in a low voice, put it away, Tai owes me so much karma. Borrowing something from him is nothing. Bai Feiyu looked at the smiling Hu Yun. Those deep eyes seemed to be able to see through his innermost secrets. Could it be that the Hu Yun in front of him had calculated his identity? Bai Feiyu fixed his mind and put the pamphlet close to his body, and on the cover of this plain pamphlet, written crookedly, were 4 large words, The White Diary. I think we have an expiration date on the manuscript. Chapter 169, Chen Changxing and Hu Yun. Bai Feiyu's hand trembled for a moment as he looked at this little white diary in his hand. Then he placed the pamphlet solemnly in his arms before bowing deeply to Hu Yun. Bai Feiyu rarely said the word thank you, and it was all in the air as Bai Feiyu turned around and left Hu Yun's room. Seeing Xiao Bai come out of Hu Yun's room as if he had been given a treasure, this caused Ouyang's curiosity. This old man was like distributing his own inheritance, going from disciple to send a big gift package. Looking at Xiao Bai as precious as he did, it must be very expensive. Something that could make even the ancient sword immortal feel valuable. Wouldn't it be even more valuable when it was his turn to be the eldest senior brother? Just as he thought of this, Chen Changsheng had already pushed open the door of Hu Yun's room, stepped forward, and kowtowed to Hu Yun on the seat. No matter if it was in his previous life or now, the Hu Yun in front of him was his master. And this time Chen Changsheng didn't use any puppets. It was his own principal body. After all, with one's own master, there wouldn't be any danger. And besides, one's own hands were pinching a few substitute paper figures at any time. Not to mention instantly leaving the small mountain peak, or instantly leaving the green cloud sect could be done. As for kowtowing, other than the eldest senior brother, the master in front of him was the closest person to him, and kowtowing a few times did not have the slightest psychological pressure. Hu Yun smilingly watched Chen Changsheng kowtowed. The same beckoned, called Chen Changxing to the front. Chen Changxing does not care what Hu Yun can send himself. After all, reliving a life of his own on these things outside the body look very light. Looking at Chen Changsheng as he walked up to him, Hu Yun tugged on Chen Changsheng's sleeve and pulled it in front of him and said in a low voice, Kid, if you're here today as a puppet, I'll beat your dog's brains out. Speaking of which, I really don't have much to give you, but I can make up something for you. Chen Changsheng was a bit puzzled, but Hu Yun's hand had already reached into his sleeve. His own sleeves were Chen Changsheng's biggest taboo. Chen Changsheng's dead soul was in great danger. This was the closest he had come to danger since he was reborn. and even Chen Changsheng was already prepared to activate his backhand that he had left behind outside of the Qingyun sect. However, Hu Yun rummaged slightly in Chen Changsheng's sleeve, and a tattered monkey puppet was taken out of Chen Changsheng's sleeve. "This is the puppet that you used when you took on the Buddhist sacred son Huiji?" Chen Changsheng looked at Hu Yun, who had taken out the puppet. With some uncertainty, Chen Changsheng valued this puppet very highly, because this puppet represented the teachings that eldest brother had given to him in his previous life, and it also always spurred him on to not dare to slack off even if he were to relive his life. However, after experiencing a battle with the holy son of the Buddha sect, the origin of this puppet had been damaged, and now it could only be used as a memento. Hu Yun looked at the tattered puppet in his hand and flipped through it, commenting, "It's really ugly to make. It's a waste of time for the master to teach you Danmu with one stroke of the pen." Chen Changsheng scratched his head and spoke, "Master, this puppet isn't really too important, so there's no need to repair it." The puppet's origin had already been damaged, and the true chi he had borrowed from eldest brother had also been lost, so there was no need for this puppet to be repaired by master's hands. Hu Yun, however, did not pay attention to Chen Changsheng, lifting his finger and gently pointing it at the puppet. What everyone did not notice was that the moment Hu Yun's finger touched the puppet, Hu Yun's body color slightly lightened a bit. This monkey puppet was similarly restored as before the moment it was touched by Hu Yun's fingers, while there was an extra hint of spirituality in those monkey eyes. Hu Yun looked at Chen Changsheng, and under the gaze of those eyes, Chen Changsheng's entire body was as if he had been taken in by a soul, and his mind went blank. "Come out!" A voice like that of a god resounded in the center of Chen Changsheng's mind, and originally, in the middle of the dantian, Chen Changsheng's three-headed, six-armed Yuaning, which was like Neza's third prince, changed. A Yuaning, slightly smaller than the Yuaning's body, was separated from the Yuaning, and the original three-headed and six-armed Yuaning was left with only 2 heads and 4 arms. And when Chen Changsheng reacted, Hu Yun already had a shrunken version of Chen Changsheng's Yuaning in his hand. "I don't know how your kid's mind grows. The pain of cutting one's divine soul piece by piece like this. Your kid even wants to come once a day?" Hu Yun looked at the Yuaning in his hand, skimmed his lips, and raised his hand to press the Yuaning into the monkey puppet. The puppet that had obtained the Yuaning was only considered to be truly alive at this point. Unlike those puppets made by Chen Changsheng, this puppet monkey seemed to actually have a life. When Hu Yun's hand left the puppet monkey blinked his eyes and turned up his mouth towards Hu Yun, and his mouth opened without a moment's hesitation. "I am the Monkey King, the great sage of Chi Tian in the water curtain cave of Huagua Mountain. I am the Monkey King, the great sage of Chi Tian in the water curtain cave of Mount Huagua." I nigh, like he had ADHD. He was jumping all over the inside of the house while making strange movements and yelling and repeating the line. Hu Yun's head was full of black lines. A brain crash bounced the monkey a few rolls, and the monkey aggressively rubbed his head and hid in Chen Changsheng's clothes. Unlike the one Ouyang had casually nudged, this puppet monkey had a sound mind of its own. Again, because it was because of the life born from Chen Changsheng's Yuaning, it had a natural closeness to Chen Changsheng, or strictly speaking, this monkey was the true out-of-body incarnation that Hu Yun had refined for Chen Changsheng. Unlike Chen Changsheng's own refined puppets, the refined puppets still required Chen Changsheng himself to manipulate them. This monkey was completely the second Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng reached out and wrapped his hand around the puppet monkey in his arms. His gaze all became tender as he raised his head and looked at Hu Yun with some complexity and asked softly, "Master, how much do you know about all of this?" Chen Changsheng wanted to ask Hu Yun if he knew that he was a reborn person. After all, in his previous life until Hu Yun's death, Chen Changsheng could not guess what his master was actually doing. The Hu Yun in front of him in his previous life, when the Devil clan invaded the Qingyun clan in a big way, in order to help the eldest brother and his own escape at the expense of fighting against the entire Devil clan alone, and all the devils who came to invade the whole of the Devil clan one for one. His own master was known as a 50-50 fighter. Fighting one person was 50-50. Fighting a group of people was equally 50-50. If it wasn't for the fact that the previous life's demon emperor Zhu Yuan had the ability to take over the body, or even in the middle of that great battle, Zhu Yuan would have died there. That 8 trigrams formation diagram that almost enveloped the entire heaven and earth in general. Whenever he recalled that scene, Chen Changsheng could not help but tremble. It was obvious that we could go together. So why did we insist on having to drag the demons with us to their deaths? Hu Yun looked at the 3 disciples in front of him. He had calculated for himself that he would have 1 disciple in his life, and that was Chen Changsheng in front of him. For Chen Changsheng, Hu Yun had always held an apology. Originally, he was supposed to receive just 1, Chen Changsheng, but now he had received all the oldest 6. Hu Yun winked at Chen Changsheng and said, "Your master, I'm known as the neurotic son of calculation. How much do you think I know?" Chen Changsheng had some chills. After he insisted on killing Zhu Yuan, he realized that this world seemed to have changed and his memories of his previous life began to be different. Now this was the thing that made Chen Changsheng feel the most uneasy, because his greatest reliance after being reborn was the direction of what was going to happen in this world in the future. Huyan narrowed his eyes and said, "Cause and effect. Cause and effect. Since there is a cause there will be a result. Unauthorized changes to the cause will likewise have a different result. Boy, are you ready to accept this result?" Chen Changsheng swallowed his saliva and was just about to open his mouth when Huyan's warm palm pressed down on Chen Changsheng's head. "Kid, you want to protect everyone. You value love. And that's all excellent. But, kid, the prerequisite for loving people is to love yourself first. I've arrived in Dali, and I'm relying on my savings to hold me over. Love you guys. Wahahaha." Chapter 170, Ling Qingsong and Huyun. Seeing Chen Changsheng walk out of Huyan's room with a despondent look on his face aroused Ouyang's curiosity even more. What? Except for getting rattlesnake hooters with a goofy, high-flying grin on his face. These two remaining people both looked preoccupied after coming out of Huyan's room. Whites like this, and Nagisis like this, can make long life this old six or this ghost. In the end in this old man room inside the experience of what by the time Chen Changsheng was ready to close Huyan's door, Ouyang could not wait for a dog to jam the doorway and said with a smirk, "Lao San, it's my turn. Wait for me to go in and see what kind of medicine this old man is selling." Before Chen Changsheng could reply, the monkey revealed its head from Chen Changsheng's arms and called out to Ouyang, "I am the Monkey King of the Water Curtain Cave of the Flower and Fruit Mountain, the great sage of Qi Tian." Ouyang looked at the monkey in Chen Changsheng's arms with a dumbfounded look on his face. How did this foul-mouthed monkey know the lines of the famous monkey in the world before he crossed over? But then, thinking of Chen Changsheng's identity as a reborn person, Ouyang's mind flashed with electricity, and he instantly understood that before Chen Changsheng's rebirth, he himself had crossed over to this world first? Crap! I existed before eternal life. This old six was reborn? That eternal life is all reborn. Is it because the future me is also hung up? Ouyang felt his scalp tingle and felt like he was going to grow a brain. A brainbuster popped on the head of the monkey who was still repeating the line and said thoughtfully, "Handsome, pretty, grizzly, you're just Beavis and Butthead, aren't you?" When Chen Changsheng and the monkey in his arms heard the name Ouyang had given, their expressions were synchronized with a black line. Chen Changsheng was just about to open his mouth to say something, but Ouyang turned around and pushed the door open and walked into Huyan's room. Ouyang closed Huyan's door, and the sound of Huyan's coughing rang in his ears. "Cough cough cough. Pretending in front of those two boys for so long is suffocating me." Huyan crooked on top of the soft couch, his hair white and full of wrinkles, coughing with a weak face, but his face was full of disinterest as he complained to Ouyang. Ouyang silently walked to Huyan and stretched out his hand in preparation to pass Huyan his true chi, but he was flicked away by Huyan raising his hand. "Kid, don't waste your true chi on me. My time was already running out." Huyan opened his mouth and refused. Ouyang looked at the frail Huyan in front of him, annoyed up and opened his mouth to curse. "Who needs you old undead to take your life to help us? Do we need it? You're just being nosy. Why did you come back if you don't want to live? Afraid no one will burn paper for you?" Listening to Ouyang's cursing, the original Huyun must have sat up and directly pointed at Ouyang's nose and cursed back, but the current Huyun quietly looked at Ouyang with a smile on his face. Ouyang cursed for a long time. Huyun listened for a long time. Ouyang's voice went from agitated to calm. His voice went from loud to small, and finally turned into two people silent to each other. Huyun coughed and said with some dissatisfaction, "I've been listening to you cursing for so long, and you haven't even kowtowed your head yet." Ouyang knelt down and kowtowed. Speaking, Lao Air is still unconscious inside the dog's stomach. His head. "I'll kowtow for him first." Huyun nodded and looked at Ouyang and said, "I've helped him enough at Ching Song's place, so I won't leave anything for him." Ouyang stood up and opened his mouth to ask, "Did you arrange Chang Crescent Moon to be Lao Air's daughter-in-law in order to make sure that even if he accepts Li Taibai's inheritance, he won't completely turn into Taishang Oblivion?" This was Ouyang's guess. After all, Li Taibai had cultivated that Taishang forgetfulness sword Dao before he was able to cut down all the immortals. Instead, those beheaded immortals lay out Ling Qingsong to reascend to immortality and recast the immortal sect. His own master, on the other hand, had introduced Chang Xinu into this game, giving Long Qingsong, who was originally going to inherit Li Taibai's supreme Taishang Oblivion Dao, an upper Tai. This was considered one of the tactics that his own master had laid out for decades to deal with the immortals. Ouyang's speculation, however, caused Huyun to snicker and even laugh at him. Huyun's nose was tilted up to the sky as he looked at Ouyang with a disdainful face and said, "Even this dog's brain of yours is able to guess the genius tactics of this genius?" The humiliated Ouyang surprisingly did not retort, because this was the biggest reason he could think of. And now Ouyang only wanted to know why. What exactly was the reason that made Huyun not hesitate to lay out a decade or so even risking his own life, but also the reason why he wanted to change the oldest two's destiny. Hu Yun, however, shook his head and said, "Aren't you the most annoyed with riddlers? Nonsense. Who the hell likes to listen to people pretending and have to guess what the hell it means?" Ouyang skimmed his mouth and said. Hu Yun looked at Ouyang seriously and said, "Then you'll have to become a riddler in the future to understand? Actually, because if you say it, it will know." After saying this, Hu Yun pointed to the sky and continued, "Whether it's spoken or written on paper, even if it's a voice transmission, as long as it's transmitting a message, then it will be known. So the Riddler's greatest goal is not to trick you, but to trick it. Who is it? The way of heaven? Immortals?" Ouyang looked at Hu Yun in front of him, still wanting to wait for Hu Yun to continue with some useful information. Instead, Hu Yun blinked and said, "Are you waiting for me to continue?" Without waiting for Ouyang to open his mouth, Hu Yun, however, tilted his head to look at the ceiling and muttered, "It is also waiting. Things like changing your life. Big deal. A life for a life. The faster I die, that means the more successful the change is. I can even gouge down the eye of heavenly punishment and I can't listen to it?" Ouyang said with some dissatisfaction. Hu Yun, however, scoffed and said, "You were able to snap the eye of heavenly punishment. Are you sure it didn't make you snap it? Why else would it suddenly attack me?" Ouyang was dumbfounded. The more he went to think about it, the more confused he became. What did his old man want to do in the end? The current Ouyang was completely confused. Hu Yun, however, sighed and said, "I just handed that mortal girl a jade pendant. The rest of the path is her own choice. Xiao Yu's appearance is not simply to change her destiny for Qingsong. Xiao Yu carries the same great destiny on her body. Then why forcefully set the two of them up?" Ouyang spoke in confusion. Hu Yun smiled towards Ouyang and said, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'There is no woman in your heart to draw the sword naturally'? You didn't think that Chang Xiaoye would survive in the beginning?" Ouyang's heart skipped a beat and he asked with a frown. Such a layout was a bit too cruel, right? If that was the case, Self-Master's methods were a bit too cold. Maybe, if I don't want her to live, she can live instead, Hu Yun whispered with the same uncertainty. After saying these words, Hu Yun leaned against the soft collapse as if he had fallen into memories, and said in a somewhat sad and low voice, "Man will eventually be trapped in his life by the unobtainable things of youth." Chapter 171 Ouyang and Hu Yun. Hu Yun sighed quietly as if he was defining Lung Qingsong, and as if he was feeling sorry for himself in general. Ouyang looked at the white-haired Hu Yun in front of him and suddenly spoke. "Just because Qingsong is the reincarnation of Li Tai-bai, is this his fate?" The expression on Hu Yun's face remained unchanged as he said in a low voice, "If he really goes by his own life, that foolish boy would truly be a tragedy." Hearing this, the expression on Ouyang's face didn't change, but his heart set off huge waves. It was clear in Ouyang's mind that the second one was nothing more than Li Tai-bai's unsullied sword heart transformed, and the real Li Tai-bai reincarnated was Xiao Bai. But the Hu Yun in front of him had clearly taken the second in his mind to be the reincarnation of Li Tai-bai. If Hu Yun thinks so, then they in Hu Yun's mouth must think so too. Neither Hu Yun nor Id knew that he had traveled to the modified timeline of the ancient period. The pulse of everything. Ouyang instantly figured it all out. In the original timeline, Lang Qingsong will rejoin the Immortal Road as the reincarnation of Li Tai-bai and reopen the Immortal Gate. This was the scheming of those fallen immortals, and everything Hu Yun did was being done to stop the immortals' layout. What kind of life change required so much karma? Even to the point that Hu Yun would not hesitate to use his own life to change it? The fate of the entire world. Of course, that is to say, once the Immortal Road is opened, then this world will definitely see a catastrophe. The reason why Eternal Life wanted to kill Zhu Yuan was to stop the catastrophe that was going to happen in the future. And the cause of this catastrophe was actually not in the demon race. Rather, it's the fairies behind it. However, his own system was able to clearly distinguish the difference between Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, and even took the initiative to bring himself to modify the timeline of this world. Then what kind of existence is this system on oneself? Ouyang suddenly felt fear for this system in his body. Other people have this system, lying to win on the peak of life, but they seem to have a time bomb on their backs, a great unknown horror. The expression on Ouyang's face finally changed, even very ugly. Hu Yun looked at Ouyang, who was caught up in the brainstorming, and sighed. This big disciple of his was not good in the brain in the first place, and he was not afraid of burning his own brain silly when he was going around in circles like this. Hu Yun beckoned towards Ouyang, who walked to the soft collapse and looked at Hu Yun's eyes that were so deep that they could even reflect his own reflection. "Master, I'm suddenly a little scared." For the first time, Ouyang spoke to Hu Yun with trembling. This was also the first time Ouyang had shown fear since crossing over to this world, even so much so that his entire body trembled. What exactly this system he was carrying was going to guide him to, Ouyang didn't know and couldn't even imagine it. Hu Yun looked at Ouyang in front of him with some heartache and said softly, "You've been doing well. It's also because I'm incapable. When I'm gone, these unconscious brothers and sisters of yours will be handed over to you again. Yang grabbed the corner of Hu Yun's coat and choked. Can you not go? Long Qingsong, Chen Shang, Bai Fei Yu, Hu Tu Tu, and even Xiao Feng, they do things without the slightest concern, and they even dare to do it, and they dare to mess with everything. That's because they know that they still have a big brother standing behind them. Although it was out of tune, although the realm was only at the chi practicing stage, just the thought that Yang was right behind them was enough to give them unlimited courage. But Yang can't, because there's nothing behind Yang. In the past, he could still rely on the fact that he had his own master behind him, but now Yang no longer had the big tree of Hu Yun to rely on. Hu Yun looked at the choking Yang. His eyes were full of apologies. Among these disciples of his own, he owed the most to the Yang in front of him, blaming himself for his own incompetence. So, do one more thing. The expression on Hu Yun's face then resolute, reached out to cover Yang's head and said softly, ever since you started cultivating, you would sleep whenever you heard the Tao. Is it that you never felt the existence of the Tao? Yang shook his head. In addition to his own night of practicing Qi outside of the ninth gravity to feel the existence of the body, the Qi, then no longer feel the cultivation. In the end, what is the thing? Arts and spells and whatnot are read and forgotten, and foundation building is an impossibility. There is nothing one can do except to be led by the system by the nose to complete the task. Hu Yun smiled and said, actually, I don't blame you. This matter is because of me. As long as I don't die, maybe you will never be able to feel the existence of the Tao. Yang rubbed his eyes and cursed, can you pop some good words out of your damn mouth? Moving because you don't die. You're so in the way when you're alive? Hu Yun laughed out loud, his body becoming more and more vaporized. The hand that held down Yang's head was slightly harder. Hu Yun said softly, since you have never felt the existence of the Tao, then Master will send you on a journey to observe the Tao today. As soon as Hu Yun's words fell, he transformed into a room full of starlight and dissipated in front of Yang, who suddenly saw the star that Dongshu Zizhenmu plucked off the moon appear in his palm. It was a pale yellow unknown jade. The jade stone also disappeared in front of Yang along with Hu Yun's disappearance. Likewise, underneath an unknown cliff, Zhao Qiansun was sitting in front of a stone statue. Suddenly Zhao Qiansun felt a hand pressing down on the top of his head. It's that senior who left behind the secret book. Zhao Qiansun looked up in surprise. A pale yellow unknown jade stone directly disappeared into Zhao Qiansun's forehead. As this pale yellow jade stone disappeared into Zhao Qiansun's forehead, the entire Zhao Qiansun, who was still in the Jiedan stage, fell into a state of immersion. The Jindan within the Dantian rotated crazily, and with the sound of a Dan cracking, a newborn baby jumped out directly from the Jindan. Immortals, hold my top and tie my hair to receive eternal life. As Zhao Qiansun reached the Yuanying stage, a long-lost system sound rang out in Yang's mind. Ding! The initial mission has been accomplished. A karmic connection, 5-5, has been created with the 5 sons of heaven's destiny. Rewards are starting to be distributed. The system's voice sounded in Yang's mind. On this day, the great powers of the entire world looked violently towards the direction of the Green Cloud Sect's small mountain peak. Between heaven and earth, countless heaven and earth yuan qi poured crazily into the small mountain peak, and a tens of thousands of feet of purple qi came from the east, traversing the entire world. An ancient bell resounded throughout the entire world, and bursts of immortal music echoed throughout the entire world. Countless Xian Huang Qi like a waterfall from the sky. Landing will be transformed into countless golden lotus, or floating in the sky, or sinking in the earth, or by the cultivator inhaled into the body. It will be enough to resist decades of hard cultivation. Purple energy comes from the east for 100,000 feet, and the golden lotus transforms all things into life. The day turned into this world carnival. Countless esoteric sounds rang in Yang's ears, and it seemed as if the whole person had returned to his mother's stomach before he was born, with countless Tao rhythm laws flowing in front of him. Yang was sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes enlightened, sometimes puzzled. This was the first time he felt the existence of the so-called Tao, and it was also the beginning of his true integration into this world. Suddenly Hu Yun's voice that was about to dissipate if anything rang in Yang's ears. Symbols, look at the quadrant. Chapter 172, Dong Su Zi and Hu Yun. That phrase, old folks. Yang's entire body froze in place, even nearly jumping out of his state of enlightenment. I didn't think that my own master would hide so deeply that he had traveled to this world just like himself. But why didn't the system show that the other party was a traveler? And although the screen was full of question marks, there was not a single hint about Hu Yun's status as a traveler in either the title or the evaluation. And surprisingly, it was an old countryman from the same place as himself. Yang wanted to open his eyes, but at this time, his own state of being enveloped by the Tao made Yang unable to move at all. and he couldn't even lift his eyelids for a moment. Immersed in the state of enlightenment, the entire person was caught in a strange state. 5 flavors of emotions were constantly intertwined in his own mind. That marvelous pleasure was coming in waves, so exhilarating that it reached from the strands of her hair down to the sweaty hairs on her toes. It was indefinable, but it was as if Ouyang had learned a lot more about this world. This was the first time that Ouyang had realized the Tao since he had crossed over, and it was also the first time that Ouyang had felt the existence of the Tao. At this time, the entire small mountain peak had a great deal of haze and auspicious sounds, and under the large mass of purple chi, it appeared as if it was the secret realm of the immortals. Chen Shanqing by Feiyu stood outside the door of Hu Yun's room on the left and right, guarding the place like a door god. It was equally clear in their minds that someone in Hu Yun's room was in enlightenment, and even looking at this horrifying scene, you would have no problem saying that he was ascending into immortality. Although Bai Feiyu, who was standing in the doorway, had his face as usual, facing such a powerful scene of enlightenment in front of him was something that even he had not experienced in his previous life. Could it be that master of his own family is going to ascend to immortality? Bai Feiyu was surprised in his heart. On the other hand, the sharp-minded Chen Changsheng had a complicated face, his eyes looking into the middle of Hu Yun's room from time to time. He knew very well that his own master was not going to become immortal, and it was even possible that this enlightenment was a gift from his master to his eldest brother. Everyone has one, and there is no shortage of big brother S. But what kind of price will Hu Yun have to pay for such a powerful enlightenment scene? Chen Changsheng does not even dare to think about it. The only thing the two of them could do right now was to stand in front of this door, and if anything really wanted to stop this canto, it would have to step over their bodies. In the great hall of Qingyun Peak, Dong Shuzi was sitting on top of a futon, his face expression devoid of sadness and joy, and his mouth was silently reciting scriptures, while opposite him sat a female cultivator. This female cultivator was the same great power who had smashed her fist on top of the great bell on the day of Dong Suzi's sermon. Second senior brother, as the head of a Taoist holy land, is it decent to recite the Buddhist mantra of the past life here? The female cultivator asked with a frown as she looked at Dong Shuzi, who was silently reciting the sutra. Dong Shuzi slowly opened his eyes, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, and he said in a slightly heavy tone, "Little Seven, your third senior brother is leaving." This female cultivator was none other than the peak master of Jade Maiden Peak, Su Shaoqi, a great powerhouse at the transitional stage. Su Shaoqi nodded, but her face was not at all concerned. "Then when should you die? Or when should I die?" Dong Shuzi looked at the unconcerned Su Shaoqi in front of him, sighed softly and said, "The nerve, son, is just to let you and me live. That's why." "Shut up." This sentence was like angering Su Shaoqi in front of him. Su Shaoqi stood up and slammed his fist hard on the floor in the middle of the hall. The floor was directly smashed by this fist out of a huge punch mark. The cracks that cracked out were all highlighting the horror of this female cultivator. Su Shaoqi pulled out his fist from the middle of the floor and looked expressionlessly at Dong Shuzi in front of him and said, "When it's my turn to die, just let me know." After saying that, Su Shaoqi turned around and twisted her head to walk out of the hall. Dong Shuzi looked at Su Shaoqi's departing figure. The misery in his eyes increased. The once 7 sons of the Green Cloud sect were now left with only themselves and their youngest senior sister, and how infinitely beautiful they had once been was how painful they were now. Dong Shuzi looked down at a long bright lamp in front of him that had already been extinguished. The owner of this lamp was none other than his third senior brother Hu Yun's long bright lamp. Second senior brother. I counted 173. 600 times the final result was that. So I didn't count again this time. Guess what I did? Hu Yun, who had just returned to the Qingyun sect, came directly to Qingyun Peak to find Dong Suzi, and couldn't wait to say as soon as they met. Dong Shuzi looked at Hu Yun in front of him. This decathlon Qingyun sect leader naturally saw Hu Yun's abnormality at a glance. Hu Yun's life force was nearly depleted. If there is a dead leaf left in the middle of winter, it will fall off the branch at any time. Hu Yun, however, smiled without a care in the world and spoke. I didn't count anything this time. I gave them all the options this time. 173,600 times did not calculate any result. Then simply this time Hu Yun first stood by the chessboard to guard this board. No one should play the chess piece until a few of Ouyang's men could already hold their own. Then he himself would personally push them into the position of chess player. It's still my fault that I don't have much ability. Putting my life on the line is just able to change my family's second disciple's life. If only I had been given some more time. Hu Yun intermittently broke off coughing and said with a smile on his face. Across the room, Caveman opened his mouth, looked up and asked, "Is there any way I can die for you?" Hu Yun stared at Dong Suzi for a long time, then shook his head and said, "Beautiful thought. Second senior brother, you and Shaoqi will take care of each other in the future." With a blank expression on his face, Dong Suzi stood up and grabbed Hu Yun's arm, staring at him dead in the face. Back then, Master did the same thing, but now there are only the three of us left. Huyan still smiled and said, this time is different. This time my disciples can be too much better than us. Ha ha ha, I always call myself the book flipper. Now this book I decided not to flip down, by my disciples to go on writing. The two were silent until Huyan left, and Dong Suzi unexpectedly began to stutter and recite Buddhist scriptures. Immediately after that 7 came and vented, smashing the floor of the great hall with one punch, but eventually left as well. The entire hall was once again plunged into a dead silence, and Dong Suzi sat on top of the futon, his mind blank. This world's top, one of the 9 Holy Lands wordsmiths, with all his heavenly skills, now felt as if all his strength had been drained out of him. When the door of the main hall was reclosed, Dong Suzi, who was a member of the Tao sect, panicked and flipped out a Buddhist scripture from his sleeve, and above that scripture was clearly written the 3 big words Sutra of the Past Life. These 3 words seemed to be mocking this worldly Taoist supreme, making Dong Suzi feel a bit prickly, as if he was mocking him for being so timid that he only dared to secretly recite the Sutra of the Past Life here for his own senior brother. But Dong Huizi did not mind in the slightest. Instead, he carefully turned over the Buddhist scriptures and softly chanted without any sadness or joy on his face. Namo Amitabhaya, Doto Jadhiya. Chapter 173, Building the Foundation. The whole world seems to be in a frenzy, and in the midst of this day, it seems that the heavens are dying. All the cultivators sensed their own Tao further, and some even directly broke through the realm and stepped into a higher realm. Everyone thought that the golden lotus transformed by the roiling purple qi and countless Shenhuang qi was a gift from heaven and earth to all. Above the great hall of the sword sect, Taya stood in a corner of the palace roof of the great hall, looking at the purple qi and golden lotus in the sky in silence. After a long time, Taya turned his head and looked at the cool and tugging Song Mu. He couldn't help but twitch his face. Then he forced himself to look at the untalented disciple in front of him mildly and asked, Kid, if I let you retake your training right now, would you be willing to do so? Song Mu, who had a sword dangling from his waist, froze for a moment, and then said coolly, Master is bound to have his own deeper intentions, and recultivating is just not a big deal. Not very strong, but it's a drag. Taya laughed out loud. This cool and tuggy disciple was suddenly very much to his liking, reaching out and beckoning to Song Mu, who walked over obediently. A popping chestnut knocked on the top of Song Mu's head. Taya cursed and said, Not much ability, tugging all day long or something. Kid, I ask you, if I let you be the sword sect's oldest ancestor, would you be willing to do it? The old ancestor of the sword sect? Isn't the old ancestor of the homegrown sword sect the sword immortal Li Tai Bai? Song Mu touched his own head and looked at Taya in confusion. Taya said disdainfully, If he, Li Tai Bai, can become a sword immortal, why shouldn't you? Song Mu, who had never been a tugger, shook his head at this time. He only had admiration for that Li Tai Bai, who had decimated all the immortals in the world, and did not have the slightest intention of overstepping his bounds. Taya looked at the unproductive disciple in front of him and directly grabbed Song Mu's collar and lifted Song Mu up and said, It's just a sword immortal. Is the green lotus sword intent very strong? But master, you cultivate the green lotus sword intent as well, Song Mu said as he looked at Taya in doubt. Taya snorted coldly and spoke disdainfully. It used to be, but not from now on. As soon as Taya's words fell, a huge green lotus wrapped around Taya and Song Mu, and in the blink of an eye, the green lotus blossomed and then withered, as if it had experienced the entire process of a lotus flower from blooming to withering. As the green lotus withered, Taya's essence declined rapidly, but the light in Taya's eyes grew brighter and brighter, bright to the point that Song Mu didn't even dare to tug, already scared and didn't know what to say, because he was horrified to realize that his own master was personally destroying the sword path that he had been cultivating for thousands of years. After the green lotus completely withered, a lotus seed appeared behind Taya, who personally picked it and plucked out the seed, and a white lotus seed was exposed from the seed. Without even thinking, Taya directly pressed the lotus into Song Mu's dantian. Song Mu only felt a heat in his dantian. The green lotus sword intent in his body was dissipating rapidly, and the innate sword in the hands of the Yuaning in his dantian. Its green light faded and turned white and flawless. That lotus seed fell into the dantian and then grew into a white lotus platform that directly lifted Song Mu. Countless avenues crossed in Song Mu's eyes, and the Tao that used to feel obscure and difficult to understand became extraordinarily clear in Song Mu's eyes at this time. Looking at Song Mu, who was transforming at a rapid pace, Taya laughed out loud. Are all the disciples that Naratsi accepts very tugging? Then his own disciple likewise couldn't be weak. Taya's realm began to fall rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he fell from transition to Mahayana, and then from Mahayana to harmonization. When he was about to fall out of the harmonization realm, Taya lightly shouted, and the realm that had originally fallen soared up once again, merging, multiplying, and finally settling at the 6th level of transition. The Green Lotus sword intent had already been obtained by Lung Qingsong, so this avenue had become a dead end for others. That's why Tai lost his own Dao base to make a new way out for his disciples. Without the Green Lotus sword intent, he, the sword sect, would still be the sword sect, and he would still be the leader of the sword Dao in this world. Ancestor Li Tai Bai? Forging myself out, but squeezing the reincarnation out of me who was originally a sword spirit. Do you really think your Green Lotus sword intent is strong? I, Tai must find another path to the conquest of the way of the sword in addition to the Green Lotus sword intent. From now on the sword sect's oldest ancestor will begin with me. Tai. Just as Tai was getting complacent, suddenly the sound of clacking and dragging chains resounded throughout heaven and earth. Tai's expression turned serious. Tai, who had just broken free from the invisible chain around his neck, knew very well what the sound of the chain coming from the sky represented. And in the sky above the small mountain peak, amidst the countless purple chi and golden lotuses, countless golden iron chains suddenly stretched out towards everyone on the small mountain peak. These invisible golden chains could not be seen by anyone, not even Dong Shuzi, who was sitting on top of the Qingyun sect's great hall, was aware of them, not to mention the crowd on the small mountain peak. Only Ouyang, who was still in enlightenment, was able to see it, and when he saw the golden chains, Ouyang instinctively felt a sense of danger and discomfort, wanting to stop these chains, but Ouyang himself was in enlightenment. He couldn't move at all, and could only watch as the chains dangled down from the depths of the sky. When the golden chains were about to tether the crowd, a huge figure appeared on top of the small mountain peak, and Hu Yun, who was about to vanish into transparency, reached out and grabbed these golden chains that were dropping down from the sky. With a hard yank, these golden chains instantly snapped apart. Hu Yun raised his head to look at the sky and sneered coldly, glancing at the small mountain peak with fondness. Then he lightly shouted and directly flew up to fiercely crash into the sky. Although I can go 50-50 with a dog, it's not too much to say that today I'm going 50-50 with the whole heaven and earth, is it? The entire sky resounded with Hu Yun's unrestrained laughter, and heaven and earth were moved. Ouyang, who was in the midst of enlightenment, burst into tears all of a sudden, and Ouyang knew that this was the last time Hu Yun appeared in front of him. I'm afraid that this master is waiting for this moment to strike at it. It is probably the heavenly Tao, or the immortals, or some other unknown great terror. But today, Hu Yun can still compete with it 50-50ths. The huge amount of true qi in Ouyang's body began to stir. The massive amount of true qi kept compressing. Ouyang finally began to move from practicing qi towards building the foundation at this time. Under the enlightenment, in the midst of enlightenment, the true qi in Ouyang's body formed a huge vortex and spun rapidly in the dantian. As the first drop of liquefied true essence floated up from the very center of the vortex, it then fell back down into the vortex. The true qi in the entire dantian instantly began to liquefy into true essence. A tinkling sound like water dripping into a pool resounded between heaven and earth. The purple qi and countless golden lotuses in the sky all disappeared in an instant. The true qi within Ouyang's dantian was crazily liquefied into true essence and formed an ocean of water in the dantian in general. As Ouyang broke through from practicing qi to building the foundation, Ouyang felt as if something was running around inside his body. Ouyang couldn't help but twist his body and opened his mouth to say in annoyance, "It tickles so much. It feels like I'm going to grow a brain." Chapter 174, When there are white clouds between heaven and earth. Ouyang only felt that there seemed to be something inside his body that wanted to leave his body, but it was confined by his own body and could only run around in his body. It feels as bad as having ants crawling on your body. Finally, the things in the body seemed to have resigned themselves to their fate, and after a while of crashing left and right in Ouyang's body, they went straight to Ouyang's dantian. In the middle of the sea made up of true essence, it directly disappeared into the depths of the dantian. Ouyang slowly opened his eyes, which were filled with calmness, without a single ripple inside. The feeling of the end of enlightenment is like entering sage time. How good it is when you're enlightened. How tasteless it is when you stop. In the sky above the small mountain peak that everyone couldn't see, countless golden chains were all ripped apart by Hu Yun, and the destiny of everyone on the small mountain peak was cut off by his own master's hand. From now on, the direction of all things will be taken by the hands of all the people on the little mountain peaks themselves, and the golden chains seem to be unwilling to do so. Throwing away the small mountain peaks and reaching out countless golden chains towards all corners of the world once again. This time it was not something that Hu Yun could block, but also a countermeasure of it against Hu Yun's strike. Just when Ouyang was sad that Hu Yun completely disappeared, in the middle of his mind suddenly sounded Hu Yun's jumpy voice, "Crap, there really is a system? Boss squeeze, from now on we'll be one." Immediately afterward, a current-like zipping sound resounded in his head, and the originally mechanical system voice became flustered. The system has detected an unknown error, and is about to enter an upgrade. Before the system voice could finish, it instantly disappeared into Ouyang's mind. This old undead really does have a backhand. Ouyang's heart suddenly relaxed and a smile reappeared on his face, thinking that this hometown master wouldn't die so easily. After all, he was a book flipper and the biggest heavenly pride. How could he not prepare a backhand for himself? When all the visions gradually disappeared, the entire small mountain peak returned to its usual calm. Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu, who were standing in Hu Yun's doorway, heard the sound of the door opening behind them. Ouyang walked out of Hu Yun's room with a calm face. Eldest brother. Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu opened their mouths at the same time and shouted at Ouyang, inquiring for a moment that they didn't know how to open their mouths. Ouyang glanced at the two men, his calm face once again taking on an expression as he cursed at the two men. Not sleeping here as a door god at night? Eldest senior brother. Where is master? Chen Changsheng tentatively opened his mouth and asked. Dead. Ouyang opened his mouth without any good humor and replied. Chen Changsheng's heart choked and he almost took a breath. Stop it. Eldest brother. Is master gone again? Bai Feiyu opened his mouth and asked. Ouyang laughed, nodded and said. This old immortal waves around all day, giving me a few words of explanation and then running away. It was then that Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu realized that the Ouyang in front of them had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Only then did Chen Changsheng let out a long breath of relief and glanced somewhat angrily at his own eldest senior brother, who had almost not scared himself to death just now. Congratulations to eldest senior brother on his successful foundation building. The immortal path is expected. Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu opened their mouths in unison to congratulate him. Ouyang heard the two men's congratulations. The black lines on his face instantly came down. The two men were now at the Yuaning stage. And here they were congratulating themselves for having broken through to foundation establishment with great difficulty? Who are you kidding? However, now that the initial mission was completed, the system was forced to upgrade after being messed with by his own master, resulting in none of the next missions being enacted by the system. There was absolutely no clue as to how he would break through from the foundation stage to Jindan. But no matter what, he still broke through to foundation establishment, so his life expectancy should still be extended. It seems like foundation establishment has an extra 50 years of life expectancy compared to cheap practicing, right? The 50 years of life lost in this trip to the secret realm of the immortals for Xiaobai. Isn't this making up for it? Facing the two's congratulatory voices, Ouyang crossed his arms and laughed out loud. He really was the ultimate little genius. Sending off the two to sleep, Ouyang's face, which was originally full of smiles, suddenly calmed down. His own breakthrough to foundation establishment had been made in exchange for Hu Yun's life. And if the next breakthrough still required this, then he would rather not break through for the rest of his life. Pushing open the door to Hu Yun's room again, he looked at the painting on the wall of the living room that read Heaven and Earth. Ouyang suddenly moved in his heart, the true essence in his body like ink. Ouyang wrote two words white clouds crookedly between the painting and the world. Bai is Li Tai Bai and Yun is Hu Yun. Li Tai Bai is the backbone of heaven and earth, and Hu Yun is the one who will fall for the coming catastrophe and seeks for his disciples' survival. Li Tai Bai the world should be honored. Hu Yun when not to be honored by the world. Depends on Ouyang them. Ouyang picked up 3 pieces of vegetarian incense from the incense case, lit them and inserted them on top of the incense burner, when he suddenly discovered the 6 wooden plaques that were neatly placed on top of the incense case. Ouyang, Long Qingsong, Chen Changsheng, Bai Feiyu, Hu Tu Tu, Xiao Feng. Ouyang collected the wooden tags in turn, and when he saw Xiao Feng's wooden tag, Ouyang couldn't help but curse in a low voice with a laugh. What a mouthy old man. When the wooden plaque was put away, Ouyang once again looked at the calligraphy and paintings on the wall out of his mind. From now on, he would no longer have the big tree of Hu Yun behind him as a shield, and all the senior brothers and sisters on the small mountain peak would still need to help him plan. Who let himself as their big brother? They can fall down, because there is still themselves behind them. They cannot fall down because there is nothing behind them. Ouyang took a long breath and watched as the vegetal incense burned out in the incense burner. Suddenly a female cultivator appeared in front of Ouyang's eyes, water-sleeved and long-skirted, clear and beautiful, but with a morose chill. Is he really dead? Su Xiaoqi asked icily as she looked at the 2 extra dog-crawling characters on the wall painting. Ouyang bowed slightly and said, Elder mother, he's not dead. He'll just be gone for a while. Don't worry. Only then did Su Xiaoqi's face ease up, turning to look at Ouyang. Her tone slowed down and said, among the several disciples Hu Yun has collected, the one I am most optimistic about is you. Say it, what do you want me to do? Although the system is now being upgraded, the attribute panel is still able to be seen. Looking at Su Xiaoqi's attribute face in front of him, Ouyang pondered for a moment and said, in the future, my little sister's cultivation will also please take more care of the senior lady. Name, Su Xiaoqi, Jade Lady Peak Master of Qingyun Sect. Cultivation level, Triple Triad Realm. Root Bone, 9. Lucky, 8. Charm, 8. Qualification, 9. specialized skill, using the lyre to control things. Verdict, a song that breaks the liver's intestines. Where to find a soulmate at the end of the world. This master's wife in Ouyang's mouth was not Huyan's old flame, but the old flame of another old undead, Dongshu Z. In fact, Ouyang had long planned to let this teacher's mother and teacher's uncle to teach the lazy nature of Hututu, no matter whether it was the character or the qualification. This teacher's uncle was very suitable for teaching Hututu. Su Shaoqi nodded straightforwardly, once again staring blankly at the calligraphy and painting, while Ouyang left the room with a sense of humor. Eldest brother. Master hasn't had his dumplings yet, Chen Changsheng said to Ouyang with some regret as he held a bowl of steaming dumplings. Ouyang directly took the dumplings and chewed them with a big mouthful, saying with a smile, "It's quite tasty. When he comes back I'll hold him down and you stuff it into his mouth." As he spoke, Ouyang looked up at the sky that was already fish-belly white, with scattered clouds falling leisurely and scattered above the sky. Ouyang took a long breath and smiled as he looked at the white clouds in the sky. Not bad, when there are still white clouds between heaven and earth. Today, I bought a student a drink and successfully turned him into a fan, so I'm happy. Chapter 175, The Little Mountain Peak That Began to Make a Ruckus Again. On top of the recliner, the book covered his face. Ouyang was sleeping soundly. Originally thought that he had broken through to the foundation stage, and he could finally cultivate normally and swim well in the ocean of the Great Tao. I didn't realize that for the arts of the foundation establishment stage, it was still a case of looking at the book and understanding it, and putting it down and forgetting it. Picked up from the corner of the Tibetan scripture cabinet to build the foundation stage cultivation tips, read a few eyes Ouyang eyes fight, a tilt of the head to sleep. It ended up being nothing more than another third thicker than the basic introductory book of the 5 elemental arts that he had compiled himself. There is nothing else to do with the use of jutsu but flip through books and hurry up. It's really sad. The system is now upgrading again. I don't know what the next mission is, so I don't have a clue if I want to do something now. The book covered his face but Ouyang's heart was very depressed. His own penis was lying inside the dog's stomach and he didn't know when he would wake up. White Feiyu on the tree sat cross-legged, with a nostalgic face, looking through the little white diary given to him by Huyun. Although there are some missing pages, but the preservation is very intact. The green bird gripper transformed by Oyezi quietly crouched on top of Bai Feiyu's shoulder, half asleep and half awake, accompanying Bai Feiyu. This note is important to myself, not because I wrote it. Most of this note throughout is actually a secret battle between Ujizi and Uyazi to see who writes cooler. It was then read out by Li Taibai himself for them to hear, and it was originally supposed to contain his own sword intent as well, but now the note was flat. According to Xiao Bai's guess, probably after Lang Qingsong obtained all the inheritance from his previous life as Li Taibai's self, this diary lost its usefulness as well. The whole diary was filled with quotes that were crooked and full of middle-aged words. Even now when Bai looked through it, he couldn't help but blush for a moment, cursing while reading it, Uji-Z and Uya-Z. These two assholes. The green bird seems to understand the words of Bai Feiyu. Angry, flew to Bai Feiyu's head and pecked fiercely twice. Bai Feiyu did not stop, but smiled unusually happy. Although he didn't know what Huyun's deeper meaning was in asking for this diary from Sword Sect Patriarch Taya to give it to himself. Just regaining this diary had already made Bai Feiyu feel immensely satisfied. Chen Changsheng, who was in the kitchen, had been dropping out from time to time in the past few days, and according to him, he was going down to the mountains to practice with Ling Feng in the past few days. When did Lao San and Lao Ling get so close? Ouyang was still skeptical about Lao Ling's identity, and with Lao San following him, Ouyang was rather indifferent. Chen Lao San was able to follow Ling Feng with confidence. That meant that Lao San wouldn't be in any danger. And even Ouyang was a little worried that in case Ling Feng accidentally messed with Lao San somewhere, he wouldn't be secretly done in by Lao San. I am the little Beavis Monkey King of the Flower and Fruit Mountain Water Curtain Cave Chi Tian De Shang Beauty Monkey King. A mournful monkey cry rang out in the courtyard, and Chen Changsheng's deflated monkey flew out of the kitchen. The monkey held up a pot with both hands as if it had just been picked up from the fire, and the monkey's paws scalded the Yakuza's teeth, but he still wouldn't let go. Behind him, Chen Changsheng chased out of the kitchen with a spatula in his hand, and a carrot came out of his hand and smashed straight into the head of Pretty Boy's dog, Agu, originally squatting in the dark, waiting for his little brother to steal out something good for himself. The pretty boy ran away with his tail between his legs, cursing himself as he ran, wondering if there was something wrong with this monkey little brother. He had only asked him to steal something to eat, and he had lifted the pot out. A dog ran in front, a monkey holding a pot followed behind, and Chen Changsheng at the end carried a spatula with an angry face, ready to slaughter the two beasts in front of him to make soup. The hidden fox Hu Yen lazily lay under the sun and slept. Since he started to guide Hu Tutu in the cultivation of the demon clan, Hu Yen was getting lazier and lazier every day. Quenching the body with essence blood once a day was a bit overwhelming even for Hu Yen at the transitional stage. Suddenly, a dog's paw stepped on Hu Yan's stomach, almost failing to step on the breakfast Hu Yan had eaten this morning. Grass. Hu Yan just raised his head and prepared to swear at the hasty fleeing pretty boy. The monkey holding the pot behind him couldn't dodge in time and directly covered Hu Yan's head with a pot. The small yard was in chaos again, and the noise made Ouyang's brain hurt. Ouyang lifted the book off his own face, and was just about to break into a rage, when Hu Tutu directly crashed through the door of Hu Yan's room, ran out crying, and burrowed directly into Ouyang's arms. Whoa, eldest brother. Tutu doesn't want to learn the zither anymore. My fingers hurt so much. Hu Tutu, who drilled into Ouyang's arms, looked at Ouyang with a pearly and naive face while raising her small hand and handing it to Ouyang. Ouyang looked down at Hu Tutu's little greenish white hand. There wasn't even a hint of redness or swelling, and when he looked at Hu Tutu again, the little shrewdness in the little guy's eyes was in Ouyang's eyes. Oh, is it tiring to learn the zither? Ouyang opened his mouth to ask with concern as he pretended not to know. Hu Tutu immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, pretending to cry, and said, "Elder brother, it's very tiring, and that old woman is super fierce." Oh. Ouyang stood up in Hu Tutu's expectant gaze. At this moment Ouyang was so great in Hu Tutu's eyes. However, Ouyang swiftly and directly picked up the back collar of Hu Tutu, directly lifted the little guy up and ran towards Hu Yan's room, drilled into the room, invited credit and generally picked up Hu Tutu and said triumphantly to Su Xiaoqi, "Uncle, I've caught it back for you." Hu Tutu legs stirred, desperately struggling to escape Ouyang's clutches, but how can they help their own small arms and legs? Simply cannot break free, can only cry and droop his head looking at the opposite side of Su Xiaoqi. On the opposite side, Su Xiaoqi had a sight of Guqin in front of her, and looked at Hu Tutu expressionlessly and said, "Who is the super fierce old woman?" For women, age and looks have always been taboo, even for women who cultivate immortality. Shifu is so beautiful and gentle, surely it's not Shifu, right? Tutu, Ouyang said as he playfully looked at Su Xiaoqi. Hu Tutu twisted her head and glared fiercely at Ouyang. She hated Big Brother the most. Afterwards, Hu Tutu looked at Su Xiaoqi with a pleasing face and said, "It's definitely not the teacher's uncle. The teacher's uncle is very gentle and pretty. Tutu is my favorite uncle. Hu Tutu, this trick Tutu I favorite XXX. It's been tried and true in Xiashanfang, but it's useless in front of Su Xiaoqi, who is also a woman." Su Xiaoqi placed one hand on top of the strings, her little finger slightly hooked the strings, an overtone sounded, and the Hu Tutu in Ouyang's hands was instantly body controlled. Hu Tutu was like a puppet, breaking away from Ouyang's hand and walking step by step to the small ancient zither in front of Su Xiaoqi's opposite side. The expression on Hu Tutu's face was very resistant, but his two small hands were still placed on the strings of the zither. Su Xiaoqi stood up and said sternly to Hu Tutu, "Since you don't want to learn the zither by heart, then practice the zither into muscle memory. Play for 8 hours first." Ouyang just wanted to open his mouth in defense of Hu Tutu. After all, 8 hours was indeed a little too much for a small child, but Su Xiaoqi glared back at Ouyang, and Ouyang, who originally wanted to say a few words for Hu Tutu, instantly shut up. Su Xiaoqi transmitted his voice as he passed by Ouyang's side. "She has such good qualifications. If she continues to be lazy like this, sooner or later, she will become a waste that can only be forced to the point of bodily demise." Chapter 176. Ouyang and Su Xiaoqi came to the courtyard. Ouyang doggedly poured a cup of tea for this master uncle in front of him. Su Xiaoqi habitually picked up the cup of tea, his brows frowned and said, "Not a top-quality enlightenment tea?" Ouyang held the teapot and said with some embarrassment, "The last time I went to 5 Elements Peak and borrowed 2 pounds to drink it all, so I'll borrow it again when I have time next time." Su Xiaoqi glared at Ouyang without a good mood. This kid's shameless character was exactly the same as Hu Yun's when he was young. Thinking of Hu Yun, Su Xiaoqi's eyes dimmed a little. Ouyang put down the teapot and sat across from Su Xiaoqi, waiting for this senior uncle's lecture. If one were to say who Ouyang was most afraid of in the entire Green Cloud sect, it would be none other than Su Xiaoqi, the peak master of the Jade Maiden Peak in front of him. The boss? The boss is nothing more than a tool man when he writes his own IOUs. This master's wife is not the concubine of her own master, but the concubine of that tool man. Girlfriend? For the previous generation of stale grain and sesame shit, Ouyang was not very clear. But this master uncle in front of him was an existence that dared to whip the mouth of the sect leader Dongshu Zi. The shoe prints on Caveman's face that day were clearly visible on the recording stone. I'm afraid that this senior uncle is the existence that can't be messed with the most in the entire Green Cloud sect. So Ouyang in the face of the Su Xiaoqi in front of him, extraordinarily careful, usually their own in the Qingyun sect rampant, wanton, the head teacher Dongshu Zi at most playful nature of the punishment. But this master uncle in front of me is really fighting. When a powerful person of the transitional succession stage is really serious, It is only a matter of costing some means to clean up this loser who can only mindlessly explode chi. Ouyang's life pattern from childhood to adulthood is to break into trouble and get caught and the person concerned to scold and Dong Zuzi backtalk by Su Xiaoqi beat dead then break into trouble, forming a perfect closed loop. It's possible that when you were a child, you played more, and women are hard-mouthed and soft-hearted creatures, and after cleaning up Ouyang so many times, Su Xiaoqi is also extraordinarily close to Ouyang. Even places like Jade Maiden Peak, where male cultivators were exempt from entering, Ouyang could enter and exit freely, as if he were returning to his own home. Speaking of which, Su Linger has been offline for a long time, this time so busy, he has almost forgotten his sickly sister. I do not know how the sister's blowjob blowing. Pia. A slap landed on Ouyang's head. Ouyang's eyes glared at once. These days it's all about slapping other people's mouths yourself. How dare someone slap little master me? When he raised his head to see Su Xiaoqi, Ouyang's head drooped down again and he spoke breathlessly. Senior uncle, you'll not be able to get married if you're hitting people like this for everything. Su Xiaoqi looked at the smooth-talking Ouyang in a bad mood and said, I just asked you, what are you walking away from? I'm asking you, this little girl, where did Hu Yun abduct her from? Ouyang scratched his head. This matter of Hu Tutu being a fox demon, his own senior uncle didn't even see it? However, Ouyang's mouth opened and said, it's not like you don't know. Senior uncle, my master has no other skills, but he can pick up disciples. Aren't several of us picked up by him? Picking up until you end up picking yourself to death? Su Xiaoqi coldly spoke. After Su Xiaoqi finished the sentence, both Ouyang and Su Xiaoqi were silent. Hu Yun was Ouyang's master as well as Su Xiaoqi's senior brother. Hu Yun fought with his life for the sake of a few disciples, and now he doesn't know whether he is alive or dead. Violently mentioning Hu Yun, both of them have some bad feelings in their hearts. If Little Mountain Peak has any difficulties in the future, come to Jade Maiden Peak and look for me. I'll see who dares in Qing sect. Su Xiaoqi calmly commanded. Isn't this thigh coming? Ouyang obediently nodded, then spoke. During these days, my little sister is relying on my senior uncle to take care of her. Letting Hu Tutu follow Su Xiaoqi to learn the Qin was something Ouyang had planned to do a long time ago, only that it had been delayed by various things. Su Xiaoqi's Qin Dao qualification is 10, while Hu Tutu's music qualification is 10. One is a full level of qualification specializing in one item, and one is a full level of qualification in all items, as long as the qualification is in something that has something to do with sound. Hu Tutu, who had been evaluated by the system as the future demon empress, had qualifications that could be imagined to be terrifying. The first time Su Xiaoqi saw Hu Tutu, she knew that the future achievements of the Hu Tutu in front of her were absolutely unlimited, but Hu Tutu's character is really too lazy some. All the Jiedan stage but even a royal flight will not. After coming to the small mountain peak, by relying on a hand of pampering and cute, everyone on the small mountain peak was steadily held by her. Ouyang's few people were also very spoiled with Hu Tutu, causing the current Hu Tutu to be even more lazy. If there hadn't been hidden fox Hu Yan's recent urging, maybe this little guy could have regressed to the foundation establishment stage. That was why Ouyang had specially invited Su Xiaoqi to the small mountain peak, to come and let this iron-faced and selfless senior uncle teach Hu Tutu. When Su Xiaoqi heard Ouyang's request, she nodded and said, when I have nothing to do, I'll come back to Little Mountain Peak to teach her. Such a good seedling. It would be a shame to ruin it just like that. When Ouyang opened his mouth and wanted to thank him, suddenly a paper crane flew in front of the two of them, and Dongshu Zi's calm voice came from the paper crane, Jade Maiden Peak Master Su Xiaoqi, and Little Mountain Peak Ouyang quickly come to Qin Yun Peak to deliver it. The tone was very formulaic, without the closeness of the past days, which meant that Dongshu Zi was informing the two of them in his capacity as the sect leader of the Qin Yun sect. Ouyang inexplicably glanced at Su Xiaoqi, but Su Xiaoqi had the same puzzled look on her face. Is senior uncle not sure what's going on either? Ouyang opened his mouth and asked. Su Xiaoqi frowned and shook her head, slightly beckoning, in Hu Tutu's surprised gaze. The ancient zither that tormented herself in front of her directly flew out hovering beside Su Xiaoqi. Let's go take a look. Su Xiaoqi frowned and spoke. Ouyang obediently prepared to climb up the guqin on his hands and knees, but Su Xiaoqi directly lifted his ears. Su Xiaoqi raised her hand and directly tore through the space and walked in. Ouyang only felt the sky spinning in front of his eyes, and he was standing on top of the Qin Yun Peak's main hall with Su Xiaoqi lifting his ears. Today's Qin Yun sect's main hall was exceptionally quiet and even a bit eerie. Above the main seat Dongshu Zi's gorgeous clothes, in front of a party of wooden table, 2 columns of a dozen peak masters offerings on both sides. Each person is sitting in their own seat to rest their eyes. Su Xiaoqi let go of Ouyang's ear and walked to her seat to sit down. For this kind of peak master meeting, his own master was always away from home, and after he came to experience it for his master a few times, he never attended it again. But the process, Yang still remembered in his heart. After finding the seat that originally belonged to Huyun, Yang sat down and waited for Dong Zuzi to say the opening nonsense. When Yang's butt was just next to the futon, Dong Zuzi's calm voice rang out. Today's topic, removing the name of Little Mountain Peak. Chapter 177. Bam! A wooden table flew out directly. But it was not Yang, but Su Xiaoqi. Su Xiaoqi's pretty face was cold as she looked at Dong Zuzi above the main seat, swept around the crowd and finally looked at Dong Zuzi and said in a cold voice, "Whose idea was it?" The pressure that uniquely belonged to the transitional succession stage rose from Su Xiaoqi's body and reverberated above the entire hall. The expressions on the faces of the peak masters of the peaks sitting here rose unnaturally. Here besides Dong Zuzi only Su Xiaoqi was at the cultivation level of the transition stage. The peak masters of the peaks were all above the Mahayana stage and below the level of the transition, and they still struggled a bit under the pressure of a transition. The face of Dong Zuzi above the main seat was not sad or happy. Slightly opened his eyes, waved his hand and lifted the Buddha dust, and the pressure of the transition stage that was originally raging in the hall suddenly dissipated without a trace. Dong Zuzi looked at Su Xiaoqi and calmly said, "Proceedings are matters of the Qingyun sect, and they also need to be discussed together." Although he was only at the third level of the transitional apparition, Su Xiaoqi faced the Dong Zuzi who was at the ninth level of the transitional apparition and went toe-to-toe. Su Xiaoqi looked at the calm-faced Dong Zuzi and said with a cold smile, "No need to discuss it. I oppose it. Which one of the dogs has the guts to agree?" The voice echoed throughout the entire hall, and it also clearly reached the ears of each peak master. Su Xiaoqi's meaning is very obvious. The old lady opposes. Which dog dared to agree? I will raise his ashes on the spot. Dong Zuzi opened his eyes, Taoist rhythms flowing in his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Is this a place for you to fool around? Sit down." The voice mixed with Tao rhythms pounced on Su Xiaoqi, whose eyes similarly flowed with Tao rhythms as she lightly droned. "Scram! Don't come to command me." The voices of the two men crashed together fiercely in the great hall, and under the competition between the two different Tao rhythms, the entire hall instantly set off a burst of airwaves, blowing the curtains on the stone pillars clanking. However, it was obvious that Dong Zuzi was better. The two Tao rhythms just touched, and Su Xiaoqi directly retreated 2 steps back and fell on top of the futon behind him. There is also a gap between transitions. The other peak masters above the great hall looked as if they were not concerned about anything, closing their eyes to rest, but the sweat on their foreheads and the long exhales betrayed many of them. Su Xiaoqi, who fell on top of the futon, defiantly wanted to stand up, but realized that he was dead confined on top of the futon. Su Xiaoqi looked at Dong Zuzi on the main seat with a face of unbelief. The cave void son had dared to use the laws on himself, and sitting on top of the main seat of the Dong Zuzi and the usual completely different. Su Xiaoqi pressed on top of the futon before Dong Zuzi's calm voice once again sounded. Small mountain peak master Huyun disappeared, and is now proposing 2 options. The first one is to cancel the peak name of the small mountain peak, and the disciples are merged into the other mountain peaks. For example, ask Sword Peak. Hearing this first option, questioning Sword Peak master Pure Yangzi's face laughed, but without any expression. Pure Yangzi was able to feel dozens of extra gazes on him instantly. Schadenfreude, curiosity, shame, anger. But Pure Yangzi didn't open his mouth to explain. He just closed his eyes and rested his mind. Dong Zuzi continued to speak. Secondly, re-establish the peak masters, and those who are virtuous will reside there. E.g., Pure Yangzi, the master of the questioning Sword Peak, can serve as the master of the small mountain peaks in another capacity. Pure Yangzi instantly became the center of attention in the great hall, and Pure Yangzi, who was sitting in his seat, was already sweating a bit, but still kept his eyes closed. After Dong Zuzi finished speaking, his calm gaze looked at Yang and said, "Does Little Mountain Peak's chief senior disciple Yang have any objections?" Yang, who hadn't opened his mouth since entering the great hall, was sitting on top of the futon at this time. If it were in normal times, Yang would have already lifted the table and cursed, but today Yang was surprisingly calm. Standing up and speaking, "Disciples don't have any objections. It's all up to the sect leader to make the decision. I've also been admiring the newly built toilets at Questioning Sword Peak for a long time." When Yang's words came out, Su Xiaoqi was first angered, followed by endless disappointment. This was the disciple that Huyun put his life on the line to change his fate? There is no way to even keep your own mountain, or even give it away? Yang being so submissive. Not only Su Xiaoqi didn't expect it, even Dong Zuzi above the main seat didn't expect it, and for a while he stayed there looking at Yang. Good. Very good. Dong Zuzi spoke dryly. What was least expected was that Pure Yangzi, who had been sitting there with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes when he heard Yang say this and directly stood up and cursed. "Good shit. Get lost. I don't agree. What a joke." The deal was that all he had to do was sit around and act out a scene without having to say a word. For fuck's sake. If he kept up the act himself, the group of monsters on the small peaks would move to his own mountain. With these little monsters moving to their own mountain, will there be any good days left on their own mountain? Genius, this thing is a destabilizing factor. Hold the okay to the mountain to enhance the light. Hold the wrong may not be their own lives are taken in. Moreover, this kid obviously didn't have good intentions and even thought that this deliberation was pure Yangzi's idea. Are you listening to me? He's been admiring the toilets for a long time. Yang wants to blow up the toilets at Sword Peak again, doesn't he? Pure Yangzi felt that if he didn't take a stand, he wouldn't be able to keep the Ask Sword Peak toilet, or if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to keep his old life. The old guys from the other mountains were all looking at Pure Yangzi and the sect leader at this time with a look on their faces, grabbing the melon seeds on the wooden table in front of them and getting high. Wonderful, wonderful. In the drama of the palmistry, 2 people lifted the table and didn't play, and 1 person didn't follow the rules. It's up to the palmist himself to round it out. Dongxu Zi's heart has already scolded Yang into a dog. How come this kid is not seen so well behaved on weekdays? In his own plan, he made a game of it and forced the boy a bit with a small mountain peak. According to this kid's temper shouldn't make a big fuss. And then he himself pushed the boat along to force the position of the small mountain peak master to fall on this kid. Who would have thought this kid wouldn't follow the rules? Dongxu Zi laughed dryly and opened his mouth. Since senior brother Pure Yangzi is not willing to do so, are there any other provision elders who are willing to do so? As soon as Dongxu Zi's words fell, the elders' offerings who were originally stoned on melon seeds, reclosed their eyes and looked like they were observing the great Tao. Kid, give face and take my words. Dongxu Zi, who really couldn't get off the stage, could only harden his head and transmit his voice to Yang. It was at this time that Yang's mouth crooked up and smiled evilly as he said to the crowd, since all the elders' offerings are unwilling to come and serve in my small mountain peak, my small mountain peak can only disintegrate and be assigned to various peaks. The crowd of melon eaters was shocked. Who dares to take this group of little bastards? Dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. I think senior brother Pure Yangzi can take on a great responsibility, the criminal peak master said as he opened his mouth. Not bad. Senior brother Pure Yangzi is highly powerful. We are ashamed of ourselves. If senior brother Pure Yangzi is unwilling, Qingyan Peak is also a good choice. The sect leader's strength is heavenly. It's hard for us to look up to him. Yes. The 7 voices put Su Xiaoqi's brain down as she listened to them, and she still couldn't figure out what was going on. Yang simply stopped pretending and said with both hands, I have a proposal. If all of you are unwilling, I can reluctantly act as the peak master. As soon as Yang's words fell, all of them suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief, and this was the best ending that everyone could think of at the beginning. But Yang trailed off, lifting the crowd's hearts again. Yang said with a playful smile, I'm new to the office of the various uncles and teachers do not need to send too expensive gifts. The previous small mountain peaks to play the IOUs are written off, right? Chapter 178 Acting Peak Master. Does Little Mountain Peak make a lot of IOUs? A lot of. Each mountain has a thick stack in his hand, 80% of which are written by Huyun over time, some of which can even be traced back to thousands of years ago, and the remaining 20% are written by Yang over the years. Although we all know in our hearts that this note is almost as good as a blank sheet of paper. Huyun and Yang, the master and disciple, look like they were carved out of the same mold. The matter of 2 people whoring themselves out for nothing is something that the other peaks have gotten used to, and it's the sect leader who ends up footing the bill anyway. Down the head? Really down the head. But there are benefits. Huyun Dao number nerve sun. A hand of divination and interpretation can be said to be mysterious. Before Huyun back to the clan, other mountains if there is any need. Huyun are also directly help. Did not ask for any payment. And now this group of small monsters in the small mountain peak is the high-speed growth period. As long as there is no accidental death, then the future will also be the mainstay of the Green Cloud sect. These IOUs now would also be their bond in favor with the little monsters of Little Mountain Peak. Which of the peak masters and elder offerings here, who were able to cultivate to the Mahayana stage and understand the direction of their own Tao, were not human beings? Wouldn't such a thing as a long line for a big fish be at your fingertips? So these IOUs were nothing more than a hint of spice in the midst of their long years. And Yang, the boy, though odious, was unexpectedly delightful. Aside from the brainless questioning Sword Peak who liked to make trouble out of nothing, the peak masters and elders of the other mountains were no different to Yang than they were to their own personal disciples. Not to mention the fact that this kid sends some dancing wonders to honor himself every now and then. So for Yang's proposal to write off the IOUs for the small peak and the other peaks, all of the donor elders present laughed and responded in one breath. Yang peak master's congratulations were endless. And Yang similarly smiled and arched his hand in response. Only Su Xiaoqi, who was held down on top of the futon by Dongxu Zi, was stupid enough to understand that today's so-called deliberation was nothing more than a setup set up by his own sect master brother against Ouyang. The reason for this was that Ouyang would be able to inherit the small mountain peak master and formalize the process in front of the peaks. And this brat Ouyang also saw the game. Only Su Xiaoqi herself was blindfolded in the drum, becoming the only fool in this great hall. Su Xiaoqi reddened her face and swept the hall with a huff, her silver teeth lightly clenched, and finally her gaze pinned on Dong Zi, who was laughing loudly. Even dare to cheat me? You wait for me. Dong Zi, who was laughing loudly, suddenly had a coldness behind his back and scratched his head, not knowing what the problem was. This deliberation was a joyful and cordial atmosphere for the hosts and guests. And after Ouyang confirmed the acting peak master, the drama was over. So all of the peak's spokespersons left the stage in droves. Only Dong Zi, Ouyang, and Su Xiaoqi remained in the entire hall. Dong Zi looked at Ouyang and said with some sighs, "If I had half the means of your master, today you would definitely willingly and eagerly recognize this burden." Ouyang didn't pay attention to Dong Zi. Instead, he grabbed a handful of melon seeds from his wooden table and got high while looking at Dong Zi, silently counting the seconds in his heart. 3, 2, the 2 in his mind had only just dropped, and the 1 had not yet left his mouth. An embroidered shoe had then flown into Caveman's face. Ouyang precisely recorded this moment with the miniature recording stone in his hand before slowly getting up and closing the door of the great hall. At this moment, Dong Zi, who had been knocked over by a shoe, was being held down and beaten by his senior uncle Su Xiaoqi. Senior sister, listen to me, listen to my explanation. Don't hit your face. Dong Zi covered his face while begging Su Xiaoqi for mercy. Su Xiaoqi vented a pass before red eyes grabbed Ouyang's ears, who was still watching the show, and choked and scolded. How long has it been since the third senior brother's accident? One is his senior brother, one is his disciple. Don't you guys have a heart? Wouldn't you guys be sad? Su Xiaoqi's words echoed in the middle of the hall, and neither Dong Zi, who was covering his eyes, nor Ouyang, who was grabbing his ears and showing his teeth, opened their mouths to speak, until Su Xiaoqi took off her other shoe and was ready to smash the other half of Dong Zi's face. It was only then that Dong Zi spoke up in a panic. Senior sister, you're wrong. Not only are the two of us not sad, we're instead happy. Su Xiaoqi's willow eyebrows rose, and the hand that gripped Ouyang's ear unconsciously became harder. Ouyang wailed. Senior uncle, pain. Dong Zi looked at the ravaged Ouyang and opened his mouth unhurriedly to explain. Senior brother has been a self-proclaimed book-turner all his life, and has used all of his heart and soul in this life, deducing countless times to arrive at this current situation. And since he chose to take this path, it also shows that this is the path he is going to take. He has no regrets and is even willing to do so. So why should we still feel bad for him? Su Xiaoqi listened to Dong Zi's exclamation, and Ouyang's ear in his hand gradually loosened. Ouyang then drew back, sucking in cool air and rubbing his own ear. But this path has to be exchanged with his own life. Su Xiaoqi still stubbornly retorted. Dong Zi looked at Su Xiaoqi, who still had tears in her eyes. This senior sister of his was too well protected by them. So that was the reason why, after she had rushed up to the transitional stage with such a heart, she never progressed again. Dong Zi sighed quietly. If you hear the Tao, you will die at night. Su Xiaoqi was silent for a moment. Her eyes reddened once again, and she lowered her head and cursed. It's like this every time. You're all crazy. After saying this, Su Xiaoqi directly tore open the spatial crack and turned around to leave the place. Looking at Su Xiaoqi's back as she left, Dong Zi, whose face was swollen, sighed slightly, while Ouyang rubbed his ears and grimaced. The two men looked at each other and smiled. Is it hard? Sad. How sad it really is. In fact, only the two know in their own hearts. But even more sad, Hu Yun has already taken this step, and it would be better to focus your mind on sadness than to take the baton of Hu Yun with all your heart. Ouyang walked over and asked, Old man, things I'm next. My small mountain peak is in a state of disarray. You first grant me more than 100,000 pounds of extreme spirit stone essence to start the appetite. Get lost, kid. From today onwards, your path will be held in your own hands. Don't let your master down with all this hard work. Dong Zi didn't have the good sense to open his mouth. Ouyang cocked his head and looked at Dong Zi and asked, Old man, if there really is a great calamity in the future, is it referring to what exactly? Dong Zi looked at Ouyang strangely and said, You're asking a very unnutritious question. If I knew that, I would just go and rip the source's head off right now. Is it that troublesome? Hearing Dong Zi's astonished words, Ouyang then had a realization. It was like when Changqing asked himself if he should kill Ancestral Abyss if killing him would stop a catastrophe. The Holocaust doesn't go away just because something changes. It just comes in a different way. Since the Holocaust is coming sooner or later, it won't change by changing something. Then one can only work hard to build up strength before the Shoah. to make sure that they or what they hold dear won't be lost in the midst of the Showa. Ouyang felt a much heavier burden on his shoulders, and that cylinder of his was being upgraded after the involvement of his hometown master. There was no telling what changes would be ushered into the system after the upgrade. After all, the flaws in his own system were a bit outrageous. While the crowd on the small peak, Ouyang is not worried. After all, his own senior brothers and sisters are each big brother panel. Before the catastrophe comes, not to say that it can stand out, at least self-preservation should not be a problem. Thinking of this, Ouyang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At least his own pups didn't need to worry too much about themselves, and the only one who needed to worry about it was afraid to be this waste of a man himself. However, he himself had now also broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and the true chi in his body had already transformed into true essence, reasonably in the scattered cultivators, with their own age to be able to step into the foundation establishment stage. How can also be considered a small genius, right? Since he had reached the foundation establishment stage, it meant that he would be able to learn high-end arts. So was he able to sense the existence of the Tao? Before Hu Yun left, he gifted himself a Tao of observation, and the soothing feeling of that Tao of observation has made Ouyang somewhat unforgettable even now. Viewing the Tao once had promoted him from practicing Qi to foundation establishment. If he could enter the Tao viewing mode again, maybe tomorrow he would have formed a Dan? Ouyang suddenly brightened up and looked at Dong Shuzi, his expectant eyes putting Dong Shuzi in a furtive state of mind. What do you kid want? Dong Shuzi asked sternly as he looked at Ouyang. Ouyang heatedly smiled and opened his mouth. Old man, I've been drunk on learning lately, and I have a deep understanding of the Tao, so you can give me a small lecture on the Tao. Drunk on learning? A deep understanding of the Tao? These words can come out of this kid's mouth? What kind of joke is this? Dong Shuzi looked at Ouyang suspiciously. But what surprised Dong Shuzi was that Ouyang had reached the foundation establishment stage. He thought that Ouyang might be a Qi practicing stage in his life, but he didn't expect that he would break through to foundation establishment. Was this Hu Yun's divine means? To be able to help such a demonic existence raise its realm? Dong Shuzi looked at Ouyang with a burning gaze, which in turn made Ouyang look a little furtive. Ouyang moved back and said with an awkward smile while saying, if it's inconvenient for the sect leader today, then I won't bother you anymore. Disciple will leave first. Just as Ouyang wanted to turn and run, he was grabbed by Dong Zuzi's arm, and Dong Zuzi's urgent voice came from behind him. What's there to run for? Let me see. Before Ouyang could open his mouth, he was directly pressed down on top of the futon by Dong Shuzi. Dong Shuzi sat down opposite Ouyang and looked at Ouyang with a burning gaze. If Hu Yun really broke the confinement of his body for Ouyang and allowed Ouyang to be able to feel the existence of the Tao, as Ouyang grew up like this, what kind of existence would he become in the future? Dong Shuzi couldn't even imagine. Since you're willing to learn, I'll teach you instead of Hu Yun. Isn't it just a sermon? In the future, you will come over every day to listen. Dong Shuzi made a decision in his heart and spoke decisively. Before Ouyang could open his mouth, Dong Shuzi opened his mouth with an arcane Taoist sound. The Tao can be the Tao, but it is not the Tao. Ouyang looked at the hole in front of the hole in the virtual sun of the mouth to make a sound. Eyelids instantly heavy again, but Ouyang is still trying to hold on. Then the last time to listen to the road he seems to be able to hear the hole in the virtual sun of the voice. Just hold on and don't fall asleep is a win. Yawn, grunt, yawn. Not even finishing his thoughts, Ouyang once again tilted his head back and fell asleep with his mouth open, the saliva in his mouth gurgling and bubbling with his breath. Dong Shuzi watched Ouyang fall asleep for a second. Looking at the ram in front of him with a black line, he had really gone off the deep end, and actually believed that the Ouyang in front of him could learn. With that, Dong Shuzi stopped his sermon and was just about to stand up when he realized that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier as he listened to Ouyang's purring. Grass. Not. Dong Shuzi's body shape shook. Under the great shock just wanted to go, but his body was soft and his head was lowered to follow and fall asleep. Yawn. Grunt. Yawn. Chirp chirp chirp. Shoo, Jojo. This hearing of the sermon ended with the two men grunting one after the other. I'm taking the day off tomorrow. Love you guys. Wahahaha. Chapter 179, this Qingyun Peak is not normal anymore? Promoted. I'll be in charge of Little Mountain Peak from now on. Ouyang, who was the acting peak master, felt the wind beneath his feet. Ouyang rather had a feeling of a springtime horse's hooves, and his waist couldn't help but straighten up again and again. Ouyang, who had come down from Qingyun Peak, suddenly remembered how he was going to go back to this matter. Uncle Su had already huffed and puffed away, but left himself at Qingyun Peak. I came in such a hurry that I didn't bring my pretty boy with me, so I'm going to have to walk back? That was impossible. Ouyang was ready to pull an unlucky person who was able to fly with a sword in his hand to send himself back to the small mountain peak. This Qingyun Peak is the head of Qingyun sect. Can there be any trash who can't fly with a sword that can stand on this mountain? Ouyang, who was walking on the mountain path of Qingyun Peak, looked around and instantly noticed that Qingyun Peak was a bit different from usual. The disciples coming and going on the mountain path were each in a hurry and full of alertness. It was as if a big, burly man would pop up next to him at any moment and backstab himself. And when the disciples of Qingyun Peak saw Ouyang, they bent down and saluted and waited until Ouyang left without getting up. A dumbfounded Ouyang walked on the mountain path and thought he had come to the wrong mountain. Curious Ouyang until a Qingyun Peak disciple who didn't recognize him stood in front of him with a condescending face and looked at himself with his nostrils. Have you forgotten the rules of Qingyun Peak? But a foundation stage disciple doesn't even salute when he sees me as a Jiedan stage? This Jiedan stage powerhouse was turning his nostrils to Ouyang, unruly and untamed. Looking at Ouyang's eyes, his hands couldn't help but itch. 10 breaths later, Ouyang sat on a rock on the mountain path and opened his mouth with a smile and asked, "Name?" The original bratty Jiedan stage powerhouse sat on his knees in front of Ouyang in a regular manner, honest as a 200-pound monkey. "My name is Huang Yangkai, senior brother," the unruly Jiedan stage powerhouse said respectfully. Ouyang nodded, then forgot what the other party's name was, coughed, and said kindly, "Tell me honestly, what's going on with Qingyun Peak? Otherwise the head will be ripped off for you." Huang Yangkai's body trembled as he stammered. "This is the rule set by elder brother Lingfang after he emerged from the gate. When you see elder brother you have to salute him. And Qingyun Peak has a final elimination system. The last place under the same realm will be expelled from the mountain gate. And then the strongest person is chosen to re-enter the mountain gate." Lingfeng? This kid is so murderous now? Ouyang was surprised for a moment. Ouyang naturally had a number in his heart regarding old Ling's current transformation. To be able to appear in front of oneself with the most perfect persona is not possible unless there is a genetic mutation. Although there was a problem. Dongxu Zi, who was at the 9th level of the transition, had given himself the indication that Ling Feng himself had no problem. That would only mean that old Ling must have something that he was hiding from himself and Dongxu Zi. Ouyang suddenly remembered that night, when he had confronted Ling Feng's near-perfect performance. It's so perfect that you can't find a break, but it's the biggest break of all. People change as a result of experiencing great pain, and a change in character can change in an instant. Still, it takes time for words and actions to change over time. The usual moderate and calm Ling Feng had suddenly become so domineering, as if he had been taken over. Speaking of taking over the body, this again reminded Ouyang of that Lin Feng when he was on Earth. Cool Zhu Yuan's looks, the same attribute panel, but it turned out to be a harmonic name similar to Ling Feng's. You can do that just by cutting down the demons in your heart? The heart demon that was chopped out still looked so much like his own demonic master brother? How deep is that love for Zabuchi? That's too high, isn't it? So Ouyang had every reason to infer that old Ling definitely had something big to hide from himself. But so what? He couldn't find a reason to kill him himself, and he had Dongxu Zi to back him up. That's why Ouyang forced Ling Feng to make a heavenly Dao oath. Lin Feng is your demon, right? If he's doing something wrong on Earth, then you're responsible for killing him. Is that okay? Under the oath of heaven, if you don't kill him, you die. And killing him is even getting rid of a big hidden danger. Allowing Ling Feng to personally do away with the factors that Ouyang considered unsettling was already the best method Ouyang could think of. Not to mention the fact that the current Ling Feng was followed by the old third Chen Changsheng. As long as there was the slightest abnormality in Ling Feng, this old sixth senior brother of his own would surely take action in an instant and slaughter the other party. Ouyang, who was in deep thought, nodded his head and woke up from his brainstorming, looking at the dragon-set brother who was still honestly kneeling and sitting in front of him, and asked in surprise, "What are you still kneeling here for? Senior brother, you didn't let me go either." Huang Yangkai spoke in an aggravated manner. This senior brother in green clothes was also too good at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, right? He himself had just broken through to Jiedan a few days ago, and had always been bowing to others himself, and had just wanted to enjoy the feeling of others bowing to him. Then he saw Ouyang, who was dressed in green, walking down the mountain path. The aura on the other party was only just reaching foundation establishment, and even his breath was unstable. Huang Yangkai instantly found a sense of superiority. However, this sense of superiority was lifted to the ground by Ouyang's oceanic amount of true essence before being stomped on by Ouyang after he finished his first sentence. Huang Yangkai was directly crushed and unable to move. He's just reached foundation establishment? If you say that he is the sect leader Dongxu Zi in disguise, Huang Yangkai will believe it. Huang Yangkai's sense of superiority that hadn't yet risen instantly turned into humiliation and shame and some strange expectations. When I sat on my knees in front of this senior brother, I also realized that this senior brother's cursing was also quite good. Ouyang waved his hand just to let the other party leave, when he suddenly thought of something and pressed his raised hand on the other party's shoulder. Ouyang smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "How is senior brother's sword royalty?" "Thank you senior brother for your concern. This kind of low-grade technique is fine with a hand, Huang Yang Kai replied honestly, looking at Ouyang with some anticipation. Does senior brother want to join me in imperializing my flying sword? Just as Huang Yang Kai was about to extend an invitation to Ouyang, two high-pitched dog barks rang out. The two half-man-tall stone lions directly knocked Huang Yang Kai to the side, and were a delighted dog barking at Ouyang, scrambling to get in front of Ouyang, extremely fawning. The master doesn't come to this side of the broken mountain once a month, and when he catches the chance, he definitely wants to perform well. It's just that the ram next to him is so annoying that there's competitive pressure to be a lickspittle. The two stone lions fought greatly on the mountain path over who would carry Ouyang down the mountain. Dogs barked and the sound of debris flying was incessant. Ouyang looked at the two stone lions fighting for favor into a ball with a head full of black lines, raised his hand and transported out a little bit of true energy, a lion and a slap before the two stone lions comfortably stopped. Finally, at the strong request of the two stone lions, Ouyang sat on the smaller one. In turn, the smaller stone lions crouched over the larger ones. To the sound of a cheerful barking dog, Ouyang was led down the mountain by two stone lions, only leaving behind Senior Huang, who faintly didn't know what to envy as he watched Ouyang disappear down the mountain path of Qingyan Peak. I was already at full time this month, but I shelled out a chapter for you guys because I love you. I'll try to write more and more next month, but definitely 2 chapters to hit the bottom, so please support me. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to thanks greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Chapter 180, A Worried Old Father. Back to the small mountain peak. After Ouyang a lion gave a kick, the two licking dogs were only interested in the madness to Ouyang wagging their tails and left the small mountain peak. Just after walking to the entrance of the small mountain peak, Ouyang heard a piercing sound of a zither coming from the small courtyard. It's like fingernails scratching glass, and the person listening has the soothing sensation of having a nail stuck in the crack of their thumbnail and then kicking the wall. What made Ouyang feel surprised was that the sound of the zither seemed to carry a special magic power. His own body was slowly stiffening with the sound of the piano. Ouyang's dantian true chi tumbled, forming a true essence shield around his body, blocking out the true essence contained in the zither sound. All that was left was the uncomfortable sound of the piano. Ouyang frowned and pushed open the door. Su Xiaoqi stood in the courtyard, coldly looking at Hu Tutu, who was sitting on a small bench playing the piano. Hu Tutu crumpled her little face and cried with a handful of snot and tears, bouncing as she cried and took the time to blow her nose at the same time. Upon seeing Ouyang walk in, Hu Tutu's eyes lit up, but thinking of the last time when the nasty eldest brother picked up his collar and forced himself to practice the piano, the eyes that had brightened up dimmed again, gritting her small teeth and looking bitterly at the guqin in front of her. The guttural sound of the zither that made people want to die was played from these small, onion white hands. White Fei Yu, who was originally standing on the tree, had already disappeared, and Chen Changsheng, who was dressed in purple robes, looked at Hu Tutu with a crooked mouth and a sad face. I still have chicken soup in the kitchen, so I can't just walk away like White did, and there are still 2 animals inside the yard. Don't play, spare my life. The little monkey Yakuza covered his head and rolled straight on the ground. Although he was beaten up by Chen Changsheng only yesterday, the little Yakuza who still had a monkey's heart that would not die was still tenacious enough to sneak into the kitchen at any time against the sound of the zither. Only Daksun, Pretty Boy and Hidden Fox Huyen were basking in the sun, looking like they had nothing to hang on to. The zither sound played by Hu Tutu, who was only at the Jiedan stage, could not threaten Huyen, who was at the transition stage. And Pretty Boy is purely because he is not a real dog. He is just a piece of Dao treasure. This kind of zither sound has no feeling to him. Ouyang stood beside Chen Changsheng and bared his teeth as he looked at Hu Tutu and spoke. Changsheng, how is Ling Feng's side? The matter at hand was counted as finished, and Ouyang also freed up his hands to take care of this Qingyun Peak's eldest senior brother who made himself elusive. However, what Ouyang hadn't expected was that Chen Changsheng seemed to have quite a good feeling about this Qingyun Peak senior brother. Chen Changsheng spoke. Senior brother Ling seems to have great ambitions, but his style of doing things is a bit too aggressive. What kind of pie did Ling Feng draw for Chen Changsheng in these few days? Surprisingly, it made such a cautious character like Chen Changsheng unable to resist a few compliments. Suddenly Ouyang thought of Ling Feng's altered attribute panel, the exclusive skill called Mirror Flower Water Moon. It couldn't be that what Ling Feng was holding was really the boss scripts of the 3 major agro-industrial comics of his previous life. Could it? The corner of Ouyang's mouth tugged as he patted Chen Changsheng's shoulder and said, "Don't listen to the nonsense he says. Ambition hidden underneath righteousness is the most terrifying." Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully and opened his mouth to ask, "Then what eldest brother means is that he wants me to take advantage of his defenses to take him." After saying that, Chen Changsheng made an expressionless neck-wiping motion, which was followed by Ouyang's violent chestnuts. Ouyang knocked on Chen Changsheng's head and scolded, "I'm asking you to be more careful. Don't be sold and still count the money for others." What are you always thinking of digging up the roots for? Chen Chongqing touched his head, grinned and said, eldest senior brother seems to have been having bad feelings towards this eldest senior brotherling. I'm just sharing eldest senior brother's worries. My own big brother is good at everything, is too merciful and soft-hearted. Since the perceived Lingfeng has a problem, that directly slaughtered not Qi. Even if you're wrong about him, the big deal is to go to his grave and say you're sorry. Ouyang looked at Chen Chongqing and was a bit worried. It was fine that he didn't mention Lingfeng, but once he did, it instead made Chen Chongqing already draw a death sentence for Lingfeng in his mind. He knew this senior brother too well. He might be calculating how to get rid of Lingfeng silently right now. Ouyang shook his head. His own senior brother's character was a bit too stubborn. The triple offender did not listen to his own words at all, and I am afraid that he will only know regret when he falls head over heels in the future. Life is like that. Sometimes it takes going through countless things to see the truth. When the elders go and tell it to their offspring, they'll just think you're pedantic and cowardly, then take a leap of faith and jump inside the pit, only to become elders after they climb out exhausted. When they patiently went to their offspring to go over it, they were greeted with equal parts sarcasm and an unsuspecting vertical leap. People are all like that. 2 lifetimes ago, Ouyang looked at the obstinate Chen Chongqing in front of him, smiled as if he were saying to himself and said softly, also it's good to go and break in. After all, I'm the eldest senior brother. Ouyang turned to look at Hututu who was crying and kept playing the piano, feeling his teeth ache again. Obviously on the attribute panel was the full level of the tone qualification. Why was the music played by Hututu still like this? I can't say it's not well played. I can only say it's not as good as shit. If it wasn't for his thick true element mask, he would have been lying on the ground with the little Yakuza begging for his life by now. Finally, in the expression of Hututu who could no longer cry, today's piano practice was considered to be over. Chen Chongqing aptly stretched out his foot to trip over the dog sneakily preparing to sneak into the kitchen pretty boy. In passing, he lifted his foot and rammed the pretty boy out with a kick, hitting the little Yakuza who was picking at the doorframe and looking in with just the right amount of force. The 2 pets collided at once and flew out. We'll be back. Pretty boy and Beavis looked at each other, simultaneously seeing determination in each other's eyes, but with a chicken but casually thrown out by Chen Chongqing. The pretty boy and the little Yakuza, who had been on the same side of the fence and ready to make a big mess of the kitchen, came out of the woodwork in a big way. Chen Chongqing, on the other hand, carried Hututu's favorite chicken soup and went to comfort his little sister who had been practicing hard, not even looking at the pretty boy and the Yakuza whose relationship was broken because of a chicken's ass. A dog and a monkey fight over a chicken's butt, while Hootsuite, who is a fox, shares a chicken one fox at a time. Probably that's the cruelty of this world. Luckily, every time Hututu ate it, he would share half of it with the 2 pets under the grateful gaze of a dog and a monkey. Su Shaoqi expressionlessly put away her guqin and walked towards the outside. Ouyang immediately stepped forward and rubbed his hands together to send this senior uncle of his away, asking his doubts. Senior uncle, is there something wrong with my senior sister's talent somewhere? Su Shaoqi said with a somewhat puzzled tilt of her head. Talent which reason problem? Ouyang is always bad to say that his own family's senior sister talks shit and is lazy and slack, so I hope that the senior uncle will never stop teaching in a fit of pique. Su Shaoqi saw Ouyang's concern, shook her head and said, I didn't give her any zither method, I just casually let her play it. Just by playing randomly, the true essence in her body can come out with the sound of the zither, and she can do a simple control of the objects. This can't be considered as a talent anymore. It's already the god chasing after her to feed her. Chapter 181, Lord of Mount Panglai. After listening to Su Shaoqi's words, the expression on Ouyang's face, who was still worried, instantly relaxed. It turned out that it was not that his own senior sister's talent was not good, but it was the reason why her talent was too good. At this time, Ouyang looked like an old father's pleased smile after his own daughter was praised. Su Shaoqi tilted her head to look at the smiling Ouyang until she stared Ouyang into the hair before she spoke quietly. You and your master are really alike. Your master also has this expression every time he mentions you. Speaking of Hu Yun, the expression on Ouyang's face lurched, but Su Shaoqi continued. You all seem to give a lot of thought to the people around you, but you seem to have forgotten about yourselves alone. Ouyang smiled and said, saying it as if I'm so chauvinistic. Su Shaoqi asked softly, Could you help your senior brothers and sisters find their Tao? What about yours? Ouyang clasped his head with both hands and said with an unconcerned face, In this aspect of cultivation, I'm just an iron bean. I'm not forcing these things. What else can I help them with now? And in the future, I'll just have to look at them myself. Su Shaoqi looked at the unconcerned Ouyang. The first time she saw Ouyang, she found that this teenager had a different temperament, that natural affinity, and a way of getting along that made people feel very comfortable, all of which made Su Shaoqi extremely fond of Ouyang. Cultivators do not go after their own road. but also just a strong point of the mortals. In the long years of cultivators, this powerful is also destined to be just a flash in the pan, only to be able to stun for a moment just. And although Ouyang did things in a jumpy manner and made small mistakes, he hadn't done anything that violated the rules of the sect, and under that cynical face was hidden an extremely mature mind. Su Shaoqi suddenly felt some heartache for Ouyang. Ouyang, who could push a high-realm great cultivator horizontally by relying only on his powerful amount of true qi, was the one who lived the least painful life. Then is there anything you want to do? Su Shaoqi looked at Ouyang with some pain and opened her mouth to ask. Trying to do something? Aren't I doing it? Ouyang inexplicably looked at the senior uncle in front of him. Why did the senior uncle have such a strange look in his eyes? Looking at himself as if he was caring for a retard. This master uncle of his own thought more than others and was sentimental. The meaning of what Su Shaoqi said was clear in Ouyang's mind. It was nothing more than worrying that he would not be able to find his own path in his future cultivation path. But this matter is not something to decide on your own, but to see what the second quest released after the system update will be. Having this waste of a system is truly its own bad luck. And more than the most important thing about his own cultivation, it was actually the thing that Ouyang cherished the most. The memories of his previous life had been blurred a lot, but in his memory, his previous life was nothing more than an orphan living in an orphanage. After a fire burned away everything he had, he was likewise left alone. And now, after crossing over to this world himself, he had a senior brother and sister, and a small mountain peak as a home. He only wanted to guard this place, Little Mountain Peak, and his junior siblings who had yet to grow up. Even if they were heavenly prides, they were still just children before they became giants of a party. All he could do as a big brother was to be able to shelter them from the storm while they were at this point in time. Clan and Sifu, rather than home and family. Ouyang, who was dressed in a green shirt, held his head and looked at the sky indifferently, and the blue-colored sky looked like it was dripping into Ouyang's eyes. Su Shaoqi looked at Ouyang in front of her, seemingly combining with Hu Yun's figure. Being in the transitional stage, Su Shaoqi looked at Ouyang dumbfounded. And suddenly her eyes sank and she twisted her head to the side. When looking at Ouyang again, Ouyang, however, learned Hu Yun's voice and said in a serious tone, Shaoqi, don't move and hit people in the future. You won't be able to get married. A plain hand steadily and accurately pinched Ouyang's ear. In the sound of Ouyang's begging for mercy, Su Shaoqi only coldly loosened her hand, coldly grunted and said, that girl's qualification is amazing. Not even just the Qin Dao. I saw yesterday that she shook her rattle to be able to similarly cause the sound rhythm. That is to say, any musical instrument capable of making a sound, she is able to cause the sound rhythm to resonate. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? Ouyang scratched his head and carefully replied. It means that my cub is a genius? Crap. Su Shaoqi blankly glanced at this indisputable waste in front of her and continued to speak. The way of sound, evolved from amongst all sounds, using sound to enter the way. Everyone can only use one sound. But she can use all sounds, which means that this girl was born for the way of sound. The way of sound and the way of the sword is the same. There is only one main road, but there are countless branches. A cultivator's whole life can only be in a branch of the head of the endless experience. Even Li Tai, the ancient sword immortal, had only honed the green lotus sword Dao to the extreme, and the green lotus sword Dao was only one of the branches of the sword Dao. However, there is always a lack of people with natural talent who can cause countless branches of the Dao to resonate. And this is the innate arrogance of the heavens. But this brings with it the genius trouble of what exactly is the branch that suits you best. Su Shaoqi, who is at the stage of transition, is envious of Hu Tu, even if he himself is only from the Qin into the road. The future Hu Tu can be a combination of various musical instruments into a large number of people. Retrieving her thoughts, Su Shaoqi said to Ouyang in a serious tone, natural talent is certainly important, but effort and resources are indispensable. Effort we can still catch her. But the piece of resources, we still can't do anything about it. Senior uncle, what are you kidding? My Qingyun sect is one of the 9 holy places with countless resources. Even though my small mountain peak is a bit poor, the big deal is that I'll go to Qingyun Peak's mountain protection array to borrow it. Ouyang opened his mouth without a care in the world. A popping chestnut landed on Ouyang's head again, and Su Shaoqi said in exasperation, the resources I'm talking about are something unique. Touching his head, Ouyang could only somewhat aggrievedly follow this menopausal senior uncle's words down. Then what is the unique thing that senior uncle is talking about? Su Shaoqi opened her mouth and said, the beginner needs a handful of musical instruments. And the world's musical instruments are all out of Panglai Immortal Mountain. And because Tu can cause all the musical instruments to resonate, the musical instruments she needs are also more special, and need to be able to evolve the various musical instruments of the magic weapon. I'm afraid that this artifact will require the immortal treasure of Panglai Immortal Mountain, the 10,000 music immortal treasure. Then I'll have the sect leader repair a letter to borrow their immortal suppressor Dao treasure from Panglai Immortal Mountain? Ouyang opened his mouth uncertainly and asked. Su Xiaoqi said with amusement, do you think that if the other holy places repair a letter and want to borrow the Green Cloud secret treasure, will the sect master agree? Ouyang was speechless. Panglai Immortal Mountain and Qingyan sect were both one of the 9 holy places. If he wanted to borrow someone else's mountain-conquering Dao treasure, even if he took Qingyan's secret treasure to exchange, I'm afraid that other people wouldn't be happy about it. But he still has the dachshund pretty boy. If he takes a dog for the other side, let's forget about it. After hearing Su Xiaoqi's words, Ouyang couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Su Xiaoqi looked at Ouyang, who had a sad face, and said falsely, I do have some friendship with the mountain master of Panglai Immortal Mountain, but it's just a nodding acquaintance. There is someone you can take out and use. Hearing Su Xiaoqi's words, Ouyang's eyes lit up, but a bad thought bubbled up from the bottom of his heart. Looking at the smiling Su Xiaoqi, he said dryly, Senior uncle, can I ask, is this mountain lord a man? A woman? Su Xiaoqi laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed. Looking at Ouyang's dizziness, Su Xiaoqi wiped the tears that came out of her laughter while speaking. You thought it was good. This mountain master is a female cultivator, and she also has a great friendship with your family's master. Ouyang was dumbfounded. Crap. I didn't realize that it was still a sure maiden. Chapter 182 Bewildered by Feiyu, one for Big Brother Mangchenshin. One of the 9 holy lands, the mountain master of Mount Panglai Immortal, is actually my master's mother. And then I have to lead my master's illegitimate daughter to borrow a Taoist treasure from this unknown master's wife? This relationship simply just feels really fucked up. Originally thought that Hu Tutu, who was the old guy's daughter, was holding the old guy's fatal handle by herself. But I didn't expect that now it would turn out to be that she was wiping his ass. This made Ouyang more nauseous than eating sure. And in a flash of lightning, Ouyang thought of a solution. He himself took Hu Tutu to Panglai Immortal Mountain to borrow a Dao treasure. And when he met the mountain master of Panglai Immortal Mountain, he immediately made introductions. Auntie, my master is Hu Yun. This is your real daughter Hu Tutu, whom you have never met. Don't worry first, this is not a child he had with another woman. This is a daughter he gave birth to himself because he missed you too much. What? Men can't have children? That's what you haven't seen before. I'll show you now. And then he himself would show his little trick of nudging the living beings on the spot. It should be able to fool a great cultivator of the transitional cultivation stage, right? Of course it doesn't rule out the possibility that one's own ashes have been raised before one has finished such a genius vision. The old man was really good at dying, leaving such a dilemma to himself. Su Xiaoqi looked at the worried Ouyang in front of her, stifled a smile and said, the Qingyun sect has a teleportation array right there. It can go straight to Panglai Immortal Mountain. So you let the sect master give you a handwritten letter to argue Panglai Immortal Mountain on behalf of the Qingyun sect. The rest of how to do it is up to you. It doesn't matter how you get there. What matters is how you do it. Ouyang spoke with a worried frown. You have so many tricks up your sleeve, but you still can't handle an old woman? Su Xiaoqi said with a light snort. Aren't you an old woman who still pulls my ears whenever you don't get your way? Ouyang ventriloquized in his heart, but in the end he didn't have the guts to say it. Ouyang waited for Su Xiaoqi, who had torn open the spatial rift, to leave, and said with a bitter opening, women are really troublesome. As soon as the words left his mouth, an embroidered shoe smashed on his head, and Ouyang covered his head with a defeated expression. Su Xiaoqi's voice came out quietly. You kid, pay attention to what you say. And also, don't just think about other people. Think about where your own Dao is. Ouyang knew very well what Su Xiaoqi was referring to. Nothing more than hoping that Ouyang could find his own path and not take the same path as his own old man. If he himself would face the same situation as Hu Yun in the future, when he had to sacrifice himself for the sake of these senior siblings, would he also make the same choice as his own old man? Ouyang paused for a moment, grinned and said to himself, who knows? Know what? Bai Feiyu's voice suddenly came from behind him, startling Ouyang. Ouyang turned around to look at Bai Feiyu, who was dressed in white, with a sword dangling from his waist and a book in his hand, who was curiously sizing himself up. Ouyang opened his mouth without a good breath and said, does your kid walk without taking a breath? Bai Feiyu inexplicably said, I came back with my sword. What sound could there be? Rather, it's you, eldest brother, who are standing here blowing what wind? Ouyang looked at this ancient sword fairy reincarnated little white senior brother of his own, obviously in the ancient times to cut down all the immortals. Now how the sense of existence is so low. What exactly is the use of getting that Oyezi's inheritance in the immortal's secret realm? The second one doesn't have to worry about it anymore. There's still a Hu Tu, a Chen Chang Shang, a Bai Fei Yu, Xiao Feng of the supernumerary staff, and a wilting Zhao Qian son on the mountain now. His own cultivation had not been able to sense the existence of the Dao, which must have been caused by worrying too much for this group of rebellious sons. Little Bai, You've been wandering around all day. Have you had any new epiphanies lately? Ouyang opened his mouth in an unprecedented manner to ask Bai Feiyu about his recent cultivation. Hearing Ouyang's words, Bai Feiyu froze for a moment, looking at Ouyang in front of him with some disbelief. This seemed to be the first time since he had been on the mountain that his eldest senior brother had asked about his cultivation, right? This made Bai Feiyu feel astonished. What had this senior brother of his own family been smoking? Ouyang, who had never asked about their cultivation, had actually started to care about their cultivation. Bai Feiyu paused for a moment and opened his mouth. To say that cultivation is actually no big deal. It's just that I've been a bit confused lately. Perplexed? When Ouyang heard Xiao Bai's words, he instantly became interested. What exactly was the thing that could make Xiao Bai, who had reached the very top of cultivation in the ancient times, feel perplexed? Come consult with life coach Master Ouyang and be ready to hear the applause. Bai Feiyu pondered for a moment, then looked at Ouyang with confused eyes and said, Elder brother, can we only cultivate immortality? A question mark slowly hit Ouyang's head. In such a world of immortal cultivation, could one still go ahead and order tech-side skills to boil water? Crooked. It's not like the ancient sword immortals of old wanted to go and build Gundams in this world, is it? Ouyang was surprised by his own thoughts, thinking of the future scene of Bai Feiyu leading two teams of strong attack Gundam, hand-flying spaceships to fight the cultivators. Ouyang all felt that the painting style were unusually clear, since his own senior brother didn't want to cultivate immortality and wanted to learn science. Then as a senior brother, he naturally had to contribute, but their own previous life cultural level is not high. When they went to school to listen to physics and chemistry and so on completely and listen to the Tao, not to mention being alive in this world for almost 20 more years and not being able to memorize the 99 multiplication table. Ouyang weighed his words for a moment, then said confidently, Hook 3, Stock 4, String 5. Whenever any principle is not clear, it is always treated as the collinear theorem. The end of science is the Hook theorem. This time it was Bai Feiyu's turn to be dumbfounded. Bai Feiyu looked at the confident Ouyang, and instantly knew that this big senior brother of his own family had started his thoughts spreading to the point where he started talking nonsense again. For Ouyang's gibberish, Bai Feiyu didn't listen to it, and just gripped the book in his own hands, the little white diary. Bai Feiyu had been pondering a few questions these days. Is the immortal path really the only path available to cultivators in the world? And is there really no method of cultivation in this world that is different from that of the immortals? Or perhaps one could figure out a means to use to restrain the immortals? All things are my sword. All things are my way. How far can we go? What was the purpose of that master, who even he could not see through, in leaving this notebook to himself? Therein lay the purpose of Bai Feiyu's puzzlement these days. Originally in this life, Bai Feiyu, who just wanted to cultivate peacefully to a certain realm and sit back and watch the winds rise, sensed that he seemed to be similarly burdened with some kind of destiny. Just as Ouyang was preparing to popularize the 99 multiplication table to Bai Feiyu again in a self-righteous manner, so that this white senior brother who liked to pretend to be a bully would completely bow down to his profound knowledge. Above the small mountain peak, there were suddenly dark clouds, and thunder roared throughout the small mountain peak. The two of them froze and ran towards the top of the small peak at the same time. Someone is doing what heaven forbids on the top of a small mountain peak. Chapter 183, Heavenly Punishment Returns. It's almost becoming an impromptu show for Little Mountain to attract heavenly punishment. This heavenly punishment is not sick. We a mountain peak flat good boy. Every day specifically to the small mountain peak split. Next to asking if Sword Peak is that close, wouldn't you greet that hill accordingly? Ouyang was indignant in his heart as he ran, feeling that the heavens were a bit unfair. Bai Feiyu, who was traveling with his sword, had the same grave expression on his face. This time the heavenly punishment seemed to be more than 10 times stronger than the last time he tattooed the 5-square divine beast for Xiaofeng. Only Hu Tutu and Shen Changxing were left on the small mountain peak, as well as Leng Qingsong who was unconscious inside the dog's stomach. The result was obvious. This third senior brother of his own family must have done something shocking again. This third senior brother was secretive all day long, never showing his true colors easily. What on earth would he do to attract such a powerful heavenly punishment to this place? The mountain protection formation at the peak of the small mountain peak was instantly triggered. Countless arcane golden formation diagrams covered the entire sky, and countless yellow symbols wrapped around the entire small mountain peak like a dragon scroll, because the formation was activated. Ouyang and Bai Feiyu were blocked from the formation, and the two of them did not dare to easily break the formation diagram, avoiding disrupting Chen Shangxing's means of dealing with the heavenly punishment because of the two of them. The 3-3 Thunder Tribulation, the 3-6 Thunder Tribulation, was nothing more than a barrier that heaven and earth would set up for cultivators to advance in their realm in order to get closer to the existence of the Tao. This kind of thunderbolt was said to be a punishment, but as long as it was crossed, the cultivator would be able to receive great benefits. The heavenly punishment is different. The heavenly punishment is because of making the heaven and earth does not allow things to do to the person who made the punishment. Only punishment, no reward afterward. It was even more than 100 times stronger than the San Thunder Tribulation and the Sanlu Thunder Tribulation. So heavenly punishment is bound to arise when someone does something that can induce chaos in heaven and earth. Eldest senior brother. Why don't we block part of the heavenly punishment for third senior brother first? Bai Feiyu looked at the thunderclouds in the sky that had already coalesced to black and red and said with some uneasiness. Ouyang looked at the thunderbolt in the sky and said thoughtfully, Xiao Bai, what do you think would be the thing that would make heaven and earth make a punishment to Lao San? Eldest senior brother. Now is not the time to discuss this. Let's talk about this matter after helping third senior brother block the heavenly punishment first. Bai Feiyu opened his mouth and said. Ouyang folded his hands in his sleeves, his gaze blandly looking at the thunderclouds in the sky, and said leisurely, do you know why Old San's formation diagram will block us out as well? This time, he doesn't want us to know. Bai Feiyu was dumbfounded for a moment. Indeed, according to his own third senior brother's character, he wouldn't make this kind of low-level mistake. Since he had blocked himself and his eldest senior brother from the mountain peak, it meant that, in this matter, third senior brother did not want the two to interfere. Ouyang knew very well in his heart that this reborn third senior brother of his had been very stubborn, even a bit like the ground of a heart demon. Presumably, in the future, he's suffered a lot, so he's trying hard to undo everything. For this reason, it has turned out to be such an old sixth character. It's not wrong, but it's not right either. Too obsessed with changing the future, you forget about the present. Clinging to living in the future is essentially the same as clinging to living in the past, all of which can make life in the moment full of all sorts of uncontrollable factors. Ouyang sighed softly and said, the long life is a bit too tiring. Let him be capricious for once this time. Bai Feiyu stood slightly behind Ouyang, his right hand resting falsely on top of the hilt of the sword at his waist, although he was not sure what this third senior brother wanted to do. But if it really came down to a matter of life and death, one would not stand by and do nothing. As long as you look at the eldest brother, you can do it, and when it really comes to that time, the eldest brother is bound to be the one who makes the first move. Although several people would be reprimanded by the eldest senior brother every time they caused trouble, and sometimes they even took action. Whenever several people were in a life-threatening situation, the first one to stand in front of several people would definitely be this eldest senior brother, who was the most unreliable on weekdays. For a few people, it was not too much of a need, but how could having such a big brother not be a thing that made one feel at ease? Purple-black dark clouds thundered loudly, and with them drained all the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the square. Without the boost of heaven and earth yuan qi, the countless golden formation diagrams in the sky above the small mountain peak became dim. Whether it was a formation or a talisman, the most basic activation condition was still the heaven and earth vital energy. This level of heavenly punishment was much stronger than Xiao Feng's that time, and it was even capable of draining all the heaven and earth yuan qi in this vicinity in advance. The formation diagrams that had lost their heaven and earth yuan qi boost began to slowly converge together, and a Chen Changsheng in purple robe stepped out from each golden formation diagram, uniformly wearing a purple cloud robe, a silver-white human face mask, holding a 3-foot green blade sword. A pair of eyes looked icily at the thunder clouds above the sky. A rumbling sound rang out from the small mountain peak, and within Chen Changsheng's room stepped out an unmasked Chen Changsheng. This Chen Changsheng was Chen Changsheng's original body, and Chen Changsheng raised his head to look at the thunderbolt in the sky. Under the illumination of the thunder and lightning, there was more than a hint of scorn on Chen Changsheng's face that was so handsome that it was demonic. With that, he looked inside the courtyard, where Hututu was already hiding inside the quilt, tightly wrapped in his own little quilt, while underneath it hid a few pets with indifferent faces. Hidden Fox Handsome, Dachshund Pretty, Green Bird Grizzly, Monkey Beavis. Hututu looked at Chen Changsheng with a nervous expression, then reached out and opened the quilt and shouted at Chen Changsheng, "Third senior brother, come quickly, hide inside Tutu's quilt." Hearing Tutu's words, Chen Changsheng smiled, his handsome face looking even more beautiful. Chen Changsheng stretched out his hand, and a small ancient bronze bell appeared in his hand. With a slight lift of his hand, the bronze bell came out of his hand and transformed into a golden vaporized bell that enveloped around Hututu. "I, Chen Changsheng, will do today's deed, and if heaven and earth do not allow it, then let heaven and earth bow their heads today." Within Chen Changsheng's cold eyes, countless blue thunder snakes blasted towards him like a waterfall. All of a sudden, the entire small mountain peak was enveloped in an electric flash and thunder. Just like Ashura hell, Ouyang's hands, which were gathered in his sleeves, could not help but clench tightly, and the true essence in his body shook and moved, ready to strike at any time. A trace of arcane law flared up in Bai Feiyu's eyes, and his right hand, which was resting falsely on top of the hilt of the sword, was already gripping the hilt. However, The lightning that was like a waterfall was blocked by the countless Chen Changxing joining hands, and there were constantly Chen Changxing being obliterated by the lightning strikes, and there were constantly new Chen Changxing making up for it. The heavenly punishment lasted for a full quarter of an hour, and the rocks near the small peak were all split until they melted into magma. Seemingly fearful of something, no eye of heavenly punishment appeared this time, and when the thunderbolt disappeared, a purple lightning bolt directly distorted space and rushed to Chen Changxing's true body. Chen Changxing sneered, allowing the purple lightning to impact into his body. In front of Ouyang and Bai Feiyu, Chen Changxing was blown to pieces. Instantly the dark clouds cleared and the sky cleared. Only the small mountain peak was left in dead silence.